The whole class thought I was crazy. The history teacher slammed the test paper in anger, saying I had water in my brain. How dare you say the Qin dynasty unified the world, claiming the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty was a beggar. They mock me. Watch me fail miserably in this college entrance exam mock test. Only I knew that everything in the history books was wrong, and I, to face a hell-level simulated dungeon, would overturn the entire world's understanding. My name is Chen Mu, and I am a high school student about to graduate. But I know, everything written in the world's history books is wrong. A century ago, the simulated world descended, fracturing history and depleting resources. People must simulate historical copies to obtain resources. The kingdom of Longxia lost most of its historical records during the wars, leaving people in complete ignorance of the past. It can only be pieced together bit by bit through simulated copies. That's why we got those absurd answers from the teacher and classmates. They believe it was the Han dynasty that unified the 6 states, while the Ming dynasty was founded by Zhu Yuanzhang or Zhu Di. The classmates' mocking and gossiping voices echoed in my ears, but my thoughts had already drifted far away. I clearly remember that it was the Qin dynasty that truly unified the 6 states, and the founding emperor of the Great Ming was the Hongwu Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, a beggar born into poverty. I tried to argue with the teacher, but was branded as rebellious. Monitor Lu Ziang, deskmate Wang Yang, and even Lu Shuer, who used to be on good terms with me, were all puzzled by my recent downfall, thinking I had changed my temperament because of her. They don't know that I just want to prove the truth of history exists, it shouldn't be forgotten. Chen Mu, do you really not know the correct answer? Class teacher Zhao Chunshan sneered coldly and questioned why I couldn't even answer who the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty was. I didn't choose because both answers are wrong, I replied calmly. The founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, the Hongwu Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. I raised my head high, my voice firm. Good, you're impressive. Zhao Chunshan tossed down the exam papers and told us to study on our own, announcing at the same time, at exactly 10 o'clock, we'll begin the scenario simulation. Wang Yang looked at me with concern. Brother Mu, are you really choosing the late Yuan early Ming dynasty scenario? That's hell-level difficulty. What if what you're saying is wrong? You could easily get into university safely. I shook my head without answering. I understand that only by clearing the historical dungeons can the truth of history be unraveled. The founding and fall of nation dungeons are the most difficult, also known as hell dungeons. Only by clearing them can it prove whether what I said is right or wrong. At 10 o'clock, Zhao Chunshan entered the classroom with the proctor. According to the average score ranking, I was the first to choose a dungeon. The late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. I didn't hesitate. Chen Mu. Zhao Chuanshan's face turned pale, urging me to reconsider. Professor Zhao, thank you for your guidance and patience. But wrong is wrong, and I must prove it all. With determination, I pressed the start button. Historical replica selected, late Yuan and early Ming dynasty. Please choose the character you wish to simulate. 1. Little Ming King, Han Liner. 2. Pillar of the Yuan dynasty, Wang Baobao. 3. Starting with just a bull, Zhu Chongba. 4. Son of a fisherman, Chen Yuliang. 5. The salt smuggler, Zhang Shicheng. Option 3, Zhu Chongba, Zhu Yuanzhang. I loudly declared that name. The screen lit up with the word passed, and my heart surged with excitement. Zhao Chunshan and the invigilators were stunned. They couldn't believe that the Ming dynasty, founded by a beggar, was actually recognized by the simulator. Soon, I entered the historical simulation. Zhu Yuanzhang's childhood was filled with hunger, disease, and death. My parents and brothers passed away one after another, leaving me all alone. I returned to the temple, but due to a shortage of food, I had to go out begging. At the age of 10, you were sent to the Yuhuang temple. At 11, you became a coward for a landlord's family and met Tanghe, Sude, and Zhou Dexing. At 12, you played games with your friends, and you played the role of the emperor. The gears of fate began to turn at this moment. At the age of 17, drought, locust plagues, and epidemics took the lives of your parents and siblings one after another. You were separated from your second elder brother, sister-in-law, and nephew, each fleeing for survival. You returned to Yuhuang temple, toiling hard every day. That same year, due to food shortages in the temple, you were forced to go out to seek alms, which was essentially begging. At 18, 19, 20, I lay among a group of beggars, clad in rags and emaciated to the bone. Brother Chongba, if this continues, we'll all starve to death, cried a little beggar named Xiao Lu, running over in tears. I did not choose to return to Yuhuang temple. In the chaotic last years of the Yuan dynasty, with beacon fires raging across the land, if Zhu Yuanzhang could ultimately sweep away all rival warlords, why can't I take action ahead of time? Xiao Liuzi, I recall your home is near Taiping County, right? Do you want to avenge your parents? I asked. Xiao Liuzi nodded tearfully and spoke of Master Zhou, who had killed his family. Master Zhou's house had so much grain. There were also dozens of servants, and even iron lumps that could blast a person to pieces with a bang. Xiao Liuzi trembled as he spoke. This is exactly what I was looking for. My words also caught the attention of the other beggars, and one namely Ernia moved closer. Ernia, Liuzi, actually, I just had a dream. I pulled them close and whispered. In my dream, the great god Pangu entrusted me with the task of leading all of us, who bear deep-seated blood feuds, to survive. He said I am the reincarnation of the Bright King, and that the White Lotus sect and the Maitreya sect will all come under my command in the future. As long as we unite as one and fight with all our might, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. Xiao Liuzi and Li Erniu were utterly stunned and eventually moved by my words. Elder brother Chongba, as long as it helps me avenge my parents, I'll do anything you say, Xiao Liuzi declared excitedly. Percent count me in. Since there's no way to survive anyway, might as well give it a shot. Li Erniu's gaze was equally resolute. I breathed a silent sigh of relief and spoke in a low voice. Ernia, Liuzi, go find out who's nursing grudges and willing to go all out. As long as you're willing to join, we'll be brothers watching each other's backs from now on, but you must follow the rules. Simulation Day 1, you found many companions by exploiting religion and hatred. Simulation Day 2, some residents outside the city also heard about the Ming King's affairs, and someone brought food. But I hope you can help them seek revenge. On Day 3, you figured out the address and situation of Master Zhou's household. On the 4th day, the beggar who had once been a blacksmith repurposed farm tools and wooden sticks into makeshift weapons. Percent on the 5th day. You've taken action. After losing over a dozen men, the arrogant Master Zhou was also beheaded and displayed as a public warning. On the 6th day, you decided to open the granaries and distribute grain, an action that left many people puzzled. You began to speak of your dream. Let those unwilling to unite leave on their own. On the 7th day, word came that the authorities were about to send troops to suppress the situation, but you weren't worried. This time, you had better weapons. On the 8th day, you encountered a pursuit by the authorities and intimidated them with a firearm. You triggered an S-level entry, defying heaven to alter fate. Every time you change your destiny, there's a probability of gaining additional rewards. In the examination hall, Zhao Chunshan and the invigilators gathered around me, watching the simulated information continuously popping up above my head, all revealing expressions of astonishment. Gold, a gold tier entry. Hiss white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold. How did this kid get so lucky to land a golden trait right away? Is this some kind of treatment exclusive to Hell difficulty dungeons? If this kid gets rated above C or even B, wouldn't that guarantee him admission to Tsinghua or Peking University? My simulation continues, but the difficulty has multiplied. I become a fugitive wanted by the Imperial Court, and the road ahead will only get harder. Chapter 4, the big shot arrives, and he thinks he's the savior. The difficulty has increased. Zhao Chuanshan's worst fears had indeed materialized. Within the simulated world, Chen Mu, who had just completed a life-altering feat, quickly felt the pressure mounting. The simulated world was no game, it was a world of stark, unflinching reality. Killing someone meant being hunted down. Bounty hunters hunted him down, soldiers suppressed him, and even informants secretly betrayed him. The reason Chen Mu and his group had been chased down by soldiers earlier was precisely because someone had tipped them off. Brother Chongba. More soldiers up ahead. Along the roadside of Baxian Town, Taiping County, several constables mounted on sturdy horses, blades drawn, fixed their gaze on the beggar procession ahead. Don't be afraid. Chen Mu patted Xiao Liuzi's shoulder. With how we look, do you think anyone could recognize us? True enough. Xiao Liuzi exhaled in relief, unable to suppress a chuckle. Those officers are idiots. The wanted posters they drew don't look anything like us. They'd have to be possessed to catch us. Cut the crap. Chen Mu quickly cut off Xiao Liuzi's boastful rant. Those wanted posters might have sketchy portraits, but they listed details like accents, hometowns, heights, and physical features. If it weren't for their beggar status, few could evade such interrogations. After all, the Yuan Dynasty didn't bother with the rule of law, they'd simply throw anyone who looked suspicious into jail for torture and interrogation. Fortunately, recent disasters in the east had sent another wave of displaced beggars south. Chen Mu and his group had blended right in with them. Moreover, after robbing Master Zhou's household, Chen Mu and his crew had immediately split up locally. The Imperial Court had little effective means to apprehend them. As they spoke, Chen Mu and his group had already approached the soldiers. After a cursory glance, the guards waved them through, allowing the ringleader himself to enter Baxian Town. Big brother. Li Erniu approached with several others. During the raid on Master Zhou's house, this fellow had stayed close behind Chen Mu, showing no mercy in the fight. His only flaw might be his insatiable appetite. Our food is almost gone. Li Erniu looked frustrated. We should have buried less silver and jewels back then, so we could buy food when we got hungry. Nonsense. Chen Mu shook his head. Have you forgotten who we are? Have you ever seen a beggar with that much money? But, Li Erniu paused, then pressed, didn't we rob those landlords and rich merchants just to fill our bellies? We can't spend our whole lives begging for food, can we? Of course not. Chen Mu's gaze grew intense. Erniu, just remember this, the more people who know of our deeds, the stronger we'll become. The authorities won't be able to touch us. When our numbers grow so large that even the authorities fear us, then we can walk the streets openly and proudly, even kick those county magistrates and soldiers right off their feet. County magistrates, soldiers. Li Erniu's jaw dropped. Was Zhu Chongba really planning to lead them in rebellion? Everyone says even a scholar official's rebellion takes 3 years to succeed. Could a bunch of beggars like them really pull it off? Stop daydreaming. Chen Mu turned to the other beggars and asked, I sent you to gather intelligence. What have you found? Is this Wang Yuanwei of Baxian town as despicable as the rumors claim? We found out. The others nodded in unison. Word is his son holds a high office in the capital, while he himself rules Baxian town with an iron fist. Those soldiers who just questioned us? He had the county magistrate send them. A high-ranking official? Chen Mu let out a cold laugh. We're going after the Yuan court's lackeys. Tell the brothers to gather men quickly. Once we've gathered intel on the Wang family, we move in. Following Chen Mu's orders, a group of beggars silently dispersed throughout every corner of Baxian town. Information streamed back to Chen Mu. Having experienced the battle at Magistrate Zhou's residence in Taiping County, some of your beggars have mastered the techniques. You quickly grasped the situation in 8 Immortals Town. Despite the food shortage and the impending danger, everyone trusts you. Even many residents of Baxian town have heard of you. No one knows who the Bright King is, but everyone believes you can avenge them. Many beggars have secured food through you, and your fame continues to grow. Simulation Day 15, you led hundreds of beggars to storm the Wang family compound in 8 Immortals Town. Within just 1 hour, you captured the wealthy landowner Wang. You held a public trial where many villagers gathered voluntarily. When they witnessed the despicable magistrate Wang being beheaded, they couldn't help but weep. That night, every household in Baxian town lit incense and candles to comfort the spirits of their departed loved ones. Simulation Day 16, you opened the granaries once more to distribute grain. That kid. Inside the examination hall, Zhao Chunshan stared at the information above Chen Mu's head with a complex expression. Once could be called luck, but twice. Perhaps Chen Mu truly had a chance to succeed? Or perhaps, could Zhu Chongba, born of beggar stock, truly build the mighty Ming Empire from nothing? Teacher Zhao. A voice suddenly rang out from outside the exam hall. Turning around, Zhao Chunshan saw Principal Zhang Bilan standing at the doorway, accompanied by a white-haired elder and a reporter carrying camera equipment. Principal. Are you live streaming? Yes. Zhang Bilan laughed heartily. I just heard from the proctoring office that your class had a golden entry appear, so I invited old Su to take a look. Master Su. Zhao Chunshan looked at the elderly man with excitement. This man was a renowned professor, rumored to have even contributed to textbook compilation. At that moment, Professor Su strode into the exam hall, smiling as he said, Principal Zhang, I recall it's been a while since your school last had a golden entry, hasn't it? I wonder what instance this child shows. If they can get a decent score, I might just put in a good word for them at Peking or Tsinghua. If the results are good enough, even direct admission isn't out of the question. Direct admission? Zhang Bilan's face lit up with excitement. He hurriedly said, Professor Zhao, please explain the situation. See if we can secure a spot for direct admission. Well. Zhao Chunshan shot Chen Mu an awkward glance before steeled himself to explain, Principal, the one who earned the golden achievement is Chen Mu. You should know this child. Before he could finish, Old Su had already followed Zhao Chunshan's pointing finger and spotted Chen Mu. After scrutinizing the simulation data above Chen Mu's head, his expression abruptly darkened. Late Yuan, early Ming? A hell-level dungeon? And he chose the Zhu Chongba with the broken bow? Absurd! Zhang Shichang and Chen Yuliang will both become powerful warlords in the future, commanding armies of 1,000,000 soldiers. You pass up such promising characters and choose a beggar instead? Wasting a golden attribute slot on such a character, how is that any different from squandering a precious resource? Principal Zhang, is this how your school teaches students? This is nothing short of shameful waste. This. Zhang Bilan was at a loss for words, turning helplessly to Zhao Chunshan for support. The latter could only grit his teeth and say, Mr. Su, Chen Mu has actually performed quite well. Look, he's already led the beggars to attack 2 landlords, and… Absolute nonsense. Old Su glanced at Chen Mu's simulation records, growing increasingly impatient. He seized grain but didn't expand his forces? Instead, he just gave it all away to others for no reason? What's this? Does the kid think he's some kind of savior? Chapter 5, Opening the city gates to welcome the Ming Prince. The Ming Prince arrives, no tribute required. No wonder he got that golden trait. Starting as a beggar, such a lowly, despised status. Anything you do has a chance to trigger good traits and ratings. But this kind of behavior is just cutting corners, playing with your own life. Don't you know hell-tier dungeons kill people? Inside the exam hall of Class 2, Senior 3. Principal Su's eyes burned with intensity as he stared at everyone present. Principal Zhang Bilan was utterly dumbfounded, unable to utter a word before the live broadcast cameras. Zhao Chunshan wasn't faring much better. He did want to say something in Chen Mu's defense, but given the current situation, speaking up would likely only make things worse. Even as a teacher, he doesn't believe what Chen Mu said, let alone anyone else. Attention, everyone! Old Su, now in a furious rage, seemed to recall the livestream. He suddenly turned toward the camera and sneered, "I know many students are watching our broadcast right now. Take this as a lesson: never emulate such individuals. Diligently study historical knowledge, adopt the right attitude to learn from the simulator's experience. That is the true, upright path to greatness." As for him, old Zhu shot a glance at Chen Mu and snorted, "I dare say he won't make it past the second month." No sooner had the words left his mouth, new simulation information popped up above Chen Mu's head. Simulation Day 20, you lead the beggars to Zheojiao town in Taiping County. That night, you ambush Zheojiao Bastion and once again open the granaries to distribute grain, aiding the impoverished populace. Simulation Day 23, you led the beggars into Qinghe town, Taiping County. Upon hearing that the Ming king was invading, the local magistrate who fled overnight, allowing you to seize vast quantities of grain without shedding a drop of blood. Simulation Day 26, you led the beggars back to Taiping County. Due to your recent actions, the county magistrate flew into a rage, and many beggars suffered as a result. Simulation Day 27, you retrieved the treasure buried at Magistrate Zhou's residence and distributed it to numerous beggars. The Ming sect's reputation indeed spread through word of mouth among the beggars, drawing more and more to join your cause. Second month, Taiping County's garrison was redeployed elsewhere to suppress rebellions, leaving the magistrate with only 100 constables, clerks, and soldiers. Sensing the moment was right, you considered attempting to seize Taiping County. You triggered the Defy Fate effect, gaining Constitution +1. Inside the senior high-class 2 exam hall, Zhao Chunshan stared at the ashen-faced Su Lao beside him with a peculiar expression. Hadn't Su Lao just said Chen Mu wouldn't survive past the second month? But look at him now? Not only had Chen Mu survived past the second month, but he'd also triggered a golden effect. What are you staring at? Seeming to sense Zhao Chunshan's thoughts, old Su sneered coldly, "Teacher Zhao, you don't seriously believe he can capture Taiping County, do you? With that bunch of beggars under his command? Do you really think they're an army? Do you think they can even scale the city walls?" Zhao Chunshan shook his head, not rushing to defend himself. He wasn't a combat-oriented simulation specialist, otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up teaching. But Zhao Chunshan knew a thing or two about judging people. Chen Mu's foundational knowledge was absolutely the most solid in Class 2. If it weren't for his recent drastic change in temperament and his denial of the history textbook's content, Zhao Chunshan might have considered him his pride and joy. But now, facing the live stream camera, Zhao Chunshan desperately hoped Chen Mu would succeed. At the very least, survive longer in the simulation world and give old Su a taste of his own medicine. We absolutely must capture Taiping County. Zhao Chunshan prayed silently. With territory secured, perhaps we truly have a chance to build an empire from beggars. We must take it. Within the simulated world, Chen Mu arrived at the same conclusion. His reasoning differed from Zhao Chunshan's, yet their conclusions converged. The garrison's withdrawal from Taiping County presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Though the beggars lacked decent weapons, they now held an overwhelming numerical advantage. 300 men. Every single one of them had been oppressed by landlords and the powerful, had seen their families destroyed or lost loved ones, or carried the weight of false accusations. Many were the last surviving members of their families. Most crucially, they had come to believe in Chen Mu's identity as the Bright King, including fanatics like Xiao Liuzi and Li Erniu. After all, the once emaciated Zhu Chongba had transformed into a towering figure after Chen Mu triggered the golden skill line granting Constitution +1. Stripped of his beggar's rags, few would believe he'd ever begged for food. To Xiao Liuzi and Li Erniu, this was nothing short of a miracle. Master. In the woods outside Taiping County, Xiao Liuzi respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Brothers have thoroughly investigated. The county yamen has only about 20 people total. The Taiping County garrison has just over 50 soldiers, plus another 50 or 60 hangers-on. Word is that dog of a county magistrate dispatched quite a few men to hunt us down, but they won't be back anytime soon. Over 100 men indeed. Chen Mu spat out the dogtail grass from his mouth, kicked Xiao Liuzi again, and said exasperatedly, "No more kneeling, and no more calling me master of the sect, got it?" "Got it. Brother Chongba." Xiao Liuzi rose cheerfully. "Erniu and the others have already infiltrated the city. The poor folks in the southern part of town heard the title Ming Wang and hid them without a second thought." "Good. Excellent." Chen Mu felt even more pleased. "Did you tell them our military rules? Not a single penny from the common folk, and absolutely no bullying men or abusing women." We have. Xiao Liuzi quickly dropped his smile. Erniu promised to treat those poor villagers like his own parents. He also said the villagers keep praising you. Chen Mu nodded, gazing at the city walls of Taiping County as he fell deep in thought. He had worried whether this troop rotation might be a trap. But now it seemed, whether it was or not, hardly mattered anymore. The people's support could be leveraged. Though he commanded only 300 beggars, a rallying cry would surely draw at least 500 or 600 more willing to join. If he could also secure the support of the thousands of impoverished households in the southern part of the city, he might just assemble a force of several thousand. Let's do it. Chen Mu strode out of the woods, barking orders without looking back. Xiao Liuzi, tell the others. The entire force changes into civilian clothes and infiltrates Taiping County. The rest stay outside the city walls. Wait for my signal before striking. Oh, and you personally make the rounds. Have Ernie and the others start spreading the slogan early. It goes like this. Open the city gates. Welcome the Ming Prince. The Ming Prince has arrived. No more taxes. Xiao Liuzi froze in place, then let out a cheer and dashed off. At just a teenager, he didn't know whether the great god Pangu and the bright king were real. But Xiao Liuzi knew, paying taxes to the imperial court and rent to the landlords had always been the two hardest burdens for poor families. When the harvest was bountiful, families could save a little grain. But if the harvest failed, after paying the taxes and rent, they might have to sell their children. The landlords had been killed, and now they weren't paying taxes. Could it be that this brother Chongba had truly come to save all the poor and suffering people? Chapter 6, united as a blazing fire, scattered as stars across the sky. Open the city gates. Welcome the bright king. The bright king has come. No more taxes. Within Taiping County, several children skipped and hummed this catchy folk song, drawing many citizens to stop and listen. The bright king. Over the past month, they'd heard that name countless times. Rumor had it that Magistrate Zhou outside the city, notorious for his wicked deeds, had drawn the princess' attention and not even 100 guards could protect him. Then there was Mr. Wang of 80 Mortals Town. Relying on his son's high office in the capital, the old villain ran rampant in the town, committing every conceivable evil. Even when complaints reached the Taiping County Yamen, they always ended in nothing and those who dared speak out faced retaliation. Yet even such powerful figures were felled by the Ming King's blade. Then there's the Zhao family fortress, and... Mother, will the Ming King truly come to save us? In a dilapidated thatched cottage south of the city, a young girl gazed longingly. Whether we pay tribute or not, it doesn't matter. As long as he avenges my father, that's enough. Don't talk nonsense. The gray-haired woman glared at her daughter, silently pulling out several flatbreads. She whispered, take these to your third uncle's house. I just saw several beggars hiding there. Open the city gates. Welcome the Ming Prince. In another thatched hut south of the city, a wandering Taoist monk's eyes flickered. He abruptly stood up and said, Junior brother, why don't I go begging with him too? Who knows, maybe I'll achieve something great. The Ming Prince? In the Taiping County Magistrate's office, Magistrate Chang sneered coldly, turning to his clerk and the chief constable beside him. Clerk Liu, that was a brilliant move. Not only will we wipe out these bandits in one fell swoop, but we'll also earn credit for suppressing the rebellion. A bunch of mud-legged beggars daring to rebel? They don't know when to quit. That same day, disguised as a commoner, Chen Mu infiltrated Taiping County and located the main group of beggars. He sensed the undercurrents stirring within the county town, yet Chen Mu also saw the bright eyes of the common folk in the southern part of the city. They wanted to survive. Yet in these times, far too many now faced utter despair. Brother Chon. Li Ernio, who had received the news, rushed over. Great news. A bunch of young folks in the southern part of the city want to join us now, and there's even a Taoist priest among them who's been clamoring to see you. He even says that if your days are numbered, only he can help you achieve your grand ambitions. A Taoist priest? Chen Mu paused, then chuckled, let him come. I'm curious to hear his insights. Not long after, a Taoist priest in his 40s or 50s hurried over. His eyes lit up upon seeing Chen Mu, and he exclaimed, what a radiant king. What an aura of an emperor. Son of heaven? Chen Mu feigned ignorance, I'm just a beggar. Do you really think I could be emperor? Why not? The Taoist shook his head mysteriously, muttering, they say the throne rotates among all, next year it'll be mine. A beggar is still human, why couldn't he? Never mind anything else, just one decree from the bright king to exempt grain taxes would be enough to win the hearts of all under heaven. Chen Mu nodded and smiled. Why did Li Zicheng, the rebel king, later turn the Ming Dynasty upside down? This very slogan likely deserves most of the credit. In any case, this old Taoist clearly knew a good thing when he saw it. Then, Master Taoist, you just said my days are numbered. What's the story behind that? Simple. The old Taoist didn't beat around the bush, merely pointing distantly toward the county yamen. Our county magistrate Cheng of Taiping County is no pushover. His Majesty's predicament today is most likely his doing. Has His Majesty heard of the strategy of catching a turtle in a jar? Think about it. If you can't take the county yamen quickly, if you can't control the city gates, and the garrison troops return, what then? We'd die. Chen Mu didn't mince words, and countless commoners and beggars might perish too, only for them to claim credit with those corpses? Quite right. Quite right. The old Taoist glanced at Chen Mu with surprise and sighed, it seems your highness has already noticed. Do you have a countermeasure? I didn't have one before, but I do now. Chen Mu chuckled softly. Since they want to use the county yamen as bait, why don't we just bypass it? Ernia, take men to scout the grain storehouse area. Also, investigate the locations of those wealthy families. Simulation Month 2, you gained the allegiance of Taoist Zhang Zhong and recognized Taiping County as a trap, yet you plunged in without hesitation. You know the Yuan Dynasty's rule is already rotten to the core. All it takes now is a rallying cry to gain immediate support. That very night, you led 300 Ming sect disciples to storm the granary, distributing sack after sack of grain to the city's impoverished citizens. Enraged upon learning this, the county magistrate led over 100 constables and soldiers to block your path, but he never imagined that instead of 300 followers, you commanded a full 2,000. You slew the magistrate and pressed your advantage, launching a sweeping landlord hunting campaign throughout Taiping County. Yet in the end, you spared several wealthy families known for their benevolence while executing a group of notorious villains. Early the next morning, you led the beggars out of Taiping County, as if you had never been there. Yet in the hearts of the townspeople, the words Bright King were etched deep within their minds, for this winter they would survive. No one knew where you went, not even the beggars you had sent away. You told them, gathered, we are a blazing fire scattered, we are stars across the sky. The Ming sect must not remain confined to one place, but spread across the entire land of Shenzhou, ensuring all may eat their fill and keep warm. You left Taiping County for the nearest cities, and the beggars followed your footsteps with devotion, carrying the teachings of the Bright Sect and the deeds of the Bright King to distant lands. Simulation messages streamed continuously above Chen Mu's head. Inside Class 2 of Senior 3, everyone present wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Especially the headmaster, Su Lao. We took it? Old Su froze for over 10 seconds before rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Wasn't this supposed to be a trap? How could they have taken it so easily? We took it down. Zhao Chunshan beside him exhaled sharply, glancing smugly at Zhang Balan and asking, Principal, isn't Chen Mu quite the kid? More than just good. Zhang Balan was visibly excited. This is a hell-tier instance. Taking down an entire county town, that's easily an F-rank achievement. Add in Chen Mu's golden attribute, and this achievement alone could get him offers from many universities. I feel it's more than just F. Zhao Chunshan looked at Chen Mu with a sudden realization. Haven't you noticed? From the very start, he's been flying the banner of Ming Wang, and he accomplished the seemingly impossible using a beggar, someone everyone looks down on. If he succeeds, perhaps this Zhu Chongba really is the founder of the Ming Dynasty. Nonsense. Su Lauda shook his head beside him. Zhao Chunshan, do you even know what you're saying? Do you think history is a game? Even if he achieved some success through underhanded means, does that prove a beggar can become emperor? And didn't you teach your students how to maintain an advantage? He clearly captured Taiping County, yet what happened? He just packed up and left. This kind of maneuver is utterly ridiculous. Stupid. Brainless. Utterly senseless. Chapter 7, Tang He and Su de surrender. The live feed faithfully captured every reaction of old Su, while also catching the expressions of homeroom teacher Zhao Chunshan and Principal Zhang Balan. It was obvious. Both Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Balan were displeased with Su Lao's words. But given the other's status, neither could say much. But netizens couldn't care less. What the hell? Chen Mu's gameplay was pretty solid, right? Why's this old fart trashing him so hard? Clearing a county-level hell-tier dungeon, most one-star simulators couldn't pull that off. And he only had a month. My last normal dungeon run took nearly half a year just to stage a successful rebellion, and I almost failed that one too. Let me break this down. Simulation logs show Chen Mu planned a religious start from the get-go. Plus, the beggar identity is easily overlooked. Everyone should try that. United we stand, scattered we shine. Chen Mu's reenacting the deeds of our Longxia martyrs in ancient times, but did people back then possess such high ideological awareness? Envy that golden stat line gained 1 constitution in just the first month. But choosing a hell-tier dungeon during college entrance exams? That was a bit reckless. The barrage of comments made the cameraman holding the lens visibly flinch. Thankfully, old Su was too busy to engage with netizens right now, otherwise, the old man would be fuming again. Come to think of it, the cameraman was quite curious about Chen Mu too. After all, not everyone has the guts to choose a hell-level dungeon, especially during such a crucial life event as the college entrance exam. How many would dare gamble their future on it? Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Balan shared that same curiosity. They both wanted to see just how far this rebellious student could go. Fortunately, new simulation data quickly appeared above Chen Mu's head. Simulation Month 2, you successfully evaded the Taiping County garrison's pursuit, traveling north to Qingyang City. Just as you found lodging, you heard tales of the Bright King's exploits. When you heard children singing the folk song by the roadside, "Open the city gates, welcome the Bright King. The Bright King comes, no taxes to pay," you knew you had won your gamble. You celebrated with Li Ernio and Xiao Liuzi over drinks. Following Zhang Zhong's suggestion, you decided to establish the first Ming sect liaison base near Jiuhua Mountain. You recalled your childhood friends Tang Yi, Su Di, and Zhou Dexing, and resolved to invite them to join the Ming sect. Beggars abound in Qingyang City, and your ranks quickly begin to swell once more. By the end of the second month, you've already slain 7 or 8 landlords near Qingyang City. Countless citizens celebrate the arrival of the Ming sect, and some even plead for you to stay. But you know the time isn't right yet. Your forces still lack the strength to seize the city. Simulated third month, Tang Yi and Su Di have both come to join you. They quickly adapt to Ming sect life, showing no hesitation in battle as if born for war. With the aid of your childhood friend and 5,000 beggars and commoners, you defeated Qingyang City's 500 defenders in one decisive push, opening the granaries once more. You knew this victory was fortuitous. The garrison supplies had been withheld, leaving them unmotivated to fight. Another victory. Inside the examination hall, Zhao Chunshan beamed with delight as he glanced at Elder Su, only to find the little old man already fuming with his beard bristling and eyes bulging. Chen Mu had repeated his previous tactic. On the very day the city fell, he immediately led the beggars to scatter like birds and beasts, vanishing without a trace. Zhao Chunshan finally understood. Chen Mu was building momentum. During the assault on Taiping County, 2,000 people volunteered to aid Chen Mu. This time, in the Battle of Qingyang City, a full 5,000 civilians joined the rebel ranks. Though most did not follow Chen Mu, who could say they wouldn't join the Ming sect's cause a second or third time. Or rather, as the deeds of the Ming sect and the Ming king spread further, how many more might join Chen Mu's cause in the future? 10,000? 20,000? 100,000? A million? No one knows. Just as Chen Mu himself had no idea how far the Ming sect had truly spread. Back in Taiping County, over 100 beggars had decided to spread the Ming sect elsewhere. After Qingyang City, hundreds more beggars chose to go to other places. Some of these individuals were handpicked by Chen Mu, the most gifted storytellers, naturally gifted with vivid and compelling narratives. Others departed of their own accord, mostly the elderly, infirm, or unfit for combat. Yet undeniably, they truly believed Chen Mu was the legendary Bright King. Within the simulated world, Chen Mu had already led the beggars to the third city. Due to the recent uproar caused by the Ming sect, surrounding cities had begun expelling beggars, so beggars were barred from entering many towns. To prevent these starving masses from revolting, wealthy families set up soup kitchens at fixed times and locations, inadvertently giving many a chance to survive. However, the people in the surrounding cities likely never imagined that the Bright King they constantly spoke of had long since changed his identity. Brother! Zhou Dexing is here too. Amidst the long caravan, Tang Yi, disguised as a driver, rushed excitedly to the front of the line and whispered, "The Zhang brothers heard your name too. They've come running, clinging to you like leeches." Chang Yuchun and Zhang Yulan? Chen Mu raised an eyebrow. These were the future 24 generals of Huaishi. However, though they shared the same name as Chang Yuchun, the latter joined Zhu Yuanzhang later, while the former arrived alongside Tang He. To be precise, in the original historical timeline, Zhu Yuanzhang joined the rebel forces with Tang He's assistance, paving the way for the future Hongwu Emperor. Before he knew it, Chen Mu's forces had already taken shape. Among the scholars was the elderly Taoist Zhang Zhong, while the warriors included Su De, Zhou Dexing, and others. If an opportunity arose, perhaps they could attempt to seize a territory and establish their base. This Tongling Pass is definitely not suitable. Chen Mu looked up at the city before him. This was the border between two major provinces. While it teemed with displaced people and beggars, most were merely passing through, not a suitable place to settle and develop. Instead, the areas slightly further north, Chao County, Chuzhou, and Haozhou, were where Zhu Yuanzhang had amassed his fortune in the original history. The prerequisite was Chen Mu could accumulate sufficient prestige there, securing the support of the majority. After all, this wasn't the chaotic era of rival warlords 5 years hence. Declaring oneself king prematurely risked drawing the full force of the Yuan dynasty's retaliation. Too bad I don't have any strategists, otherwise I could consult them. Chen Mu found himself envious of talents like Li Shanchang and Lu Bowen. After all, that old Taoist priest Zhang Zhong sometimes spouted mystical nonsense, and Chen Mu couldn't fully trust him. But as long as the Ming sect continued to grow stronger, Chen Mu believed he could achieve this goal soon enough. Tian Da. Chen Mu turned to Su Di and whispered, "Have the brothers thoroughly scout out the situation at Tongling Pass. Once the Ming sect is established, we'll find a territory to settle and develop steadily. When that time comes, you'll be our Grand Marshal. We'll even find you a fierce general to partner with." "Me, a general?" Su De, barely 16 or 17, was utterly astonished. He blurted out, "Eighth brother, do I truly have that kind of ability?" "Absolutely." Zhu Yuanzhang roared with laughter. "If I say you can, then you absolutely can. When you have free time, go consult that old Taoist priest Zhang Zhong. He knows a lot, have him teach you military strategy and such." "Alright." The future foremost contributor to the Ming Dynasty nodded emphatically, feeling he had chosen the right master. Chapter 8, Lying Low, Winning Hearts, Opportunity Strikes. Simulation Month 4, you once again led beggars and commoners in a massive landlord campaign. This time, however, the garrison at Tongling Pass received advance warning. Surrounding cities dispatched troops to reinforce the garrison. Rumors spread that Tongling Pass now held at least 2,000 defenders, a number steadily growing. The beggars grew anxious. Unarmed and vastly outnumbered, they stood no chance against the imperial troops. Some began slipping away secretly, while others pleaded earnestly, urging you to lead everyone elsewhere to seize cities and plunder lands. But you keenly spotted the imperial troops' vulnerability, and generals like Zhang Zhong, Tang Yi, and Su Di unconditionally backed your decision. You remained at Tongling Pass, lying low and patiently awaiting the right moment. Foolish. Inside the Senior 3, Class 2 exam hall, the formerly grim-faced Mr. Su had likewise identified Chen Mu's flaw. Glancing at the live camera, he lamented bitterly, Principal Zhang, Teacher Zhao, have you not taught the students any military strategy? What should he be doing in his current situation? Conserve strength. Strike at vulnerabilities. Find the Yuan dynasty's weaknesses through relentless movement, then unite all forces to overthrow them in one decisive blow. How many men does he command? Does he have armor? Swords, spears, bows, and arrows? Can he even breach Tongling Pass? Achieving a minor breakthrough and already growing arrogant, that's a recipe for certain death. Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Balan's expressions shifted slightly. Yet after exchanging a glance, neither could refute his words. Because old Su was stating the plain truth. On the surface, even if Chen Mu gathered 5,000 or 10,000 beggars and commoners, they could never stand a chance against 2,000 soldiers. Yet despite such overwhelming odds, Chen Mu not only refused to flee but chose to stay. Wasn't this courting death? Especially. The hard-earned reputation Chen Mu had built up seemed to be gradually tarnishing. Due to the troops' massive crackdown, the people within Tongling Pass were tormented beyond endurance. Many began to grumble. Some even wished the soldiers would wipe you all out sooner, so they could return to their former lives. A seemingly casual remark in the simulation data became a rallying cry for the masses within the simulated world. Those beggars truly deserve to die. It's bad enough they're causing trouble in Taiping County and Xinjiang City. What business do they have coming to Tongling Pass? Su'er, you weren't saying this just a few days ago. You even mentioned wanting the Ming sect to avenge you. Revenge? With what? Back when there were just 300 or 500 soldiers, no one dared provoke them. But now Tongling Pass has nearly 3,000 troops. Who could possibly fight them? The problem is, these soldiers aren't held accountable. I heard the restaurants on the east side of the street have been driven out of business. Those soldiers just wipe their mouths and leave. Don't even think about getting paid. They're lucky if they don't beat you up. That's nothing. Haven't you heard? Several families' daughters in the west part of town have been defiled. When someone went to the magistrate's office to report it, they were thrown into jail themselves. It's all because of that Ming sect and their so-called Ming king promising no taxes when he came. Now look, none of US can live in peace anymore. As they spoke, others picked up stones and hurled them fiercely at the beggars nearby, seemingly intent on driving every last one of them out of Tongling Pass. These scenes naturally fell upon Chen Mu's eyes. Did it chill his heart? Not exactly. After all, that's human nature. The common folk are naturally prone to bullying the weak and fearing the strong, easily swayed by the prevailing winds. But when you push them to the brink of survival, these same people transform into something entirely different. That is the fury capable of devouring entire dynasties, the public sentiment powerful enough to topple any regime. And Chen Mu is waiting for the day when public sentiment shifts. Brother Chongba. Xiao Lu rushed to Chen Mu's side, whispering urgently, the officers are searching again. Many brothers have been thrown into prison. And a few scum, greedy for wealth and status, have betrayed us. And those damned officers have started indiscriminately killing innocent people again. You know that old Mrs. Lee in the south part of town? She gave some food to the brothers a few days ago. Because of that, the officers killed her entire family of 3. Those beasts didn't even spare the 3-year-old child. Understood. Chen Mu nodded, then fell completely silent. This left Xiao Lu momentarily stunned, staring at the other person in disbelief. Was this really the same Brother Chongba he used to know? Back in Taiping County, upon hearing about his family's plight, Brother Chongba had immediately rallied his brothers to eliminate Lord Zhou. In Xinjiang City, Brother Chongba had also despised those greedy landlords and wealthy merchants, even personally beheading a particularly heinous landlord, drawing cheers from the masses. But now? Even when Xiao Lu deliberately mentioned the common folk being oppressed, Chong Bago merely nodded, not even lifting an eyelid. He's changed. He had become so unfamiliar. As if sensing Xiaoliuzi's thoughts, Chen Mu suddenly halted and murmured, Xiaoliuzi, how's the job of keeping an eye on the officer's armory coming along? The brothers are all there. Xiaoliuzi snapped back to attention, his voice brimming with excitement. Brother Chongba, are we moving in? Not yet. Chen Mu shook his head. The time isn't right yet. We can't rely on the people's support. But? Xiaoliuzi sighed in disappointment. Brother Chongba, those officers and soldiers are harming people every day. If we don't act, Tongling Pass will be ruined by them sooner or later. Still, we cannot act. Chen Mu shook his head again, gently patting Xiaoliuzi on the head. Other people's lives matter, but our Ming sect brothers' lives don't? If the people of Tongling Pass aren't prepared to fight back, then even gods couldn't save them? After all, with just a few hundred or 1,000 of US, can we really defeat them? We can't. Xiaoliuzi could only shake his head. He understood the situation himself, yet he always believed that Brother Chongba would surely find a way. He was the Ming king, chosen by the great Pangu himself. If we can't win, we'll just wait patiently. Chen Mu glanced at the crowd pointing fingers at the beggar in the distance, then at the soldiers running rampant on the street, untouchable by anyone. He said calmly, when the people remember us, that's when we should act. We'll see. That day won't be long in coming. As if to test Chen Mu's conjecture, the simulation data soon shifted. Simulation month 4, mid-month. The garrison at Tongling Pass now numbers 3,000. Due to lax discipline, the soldiers commit atrocities throughout the city, leaving the populace in constant distress. Some began to yearn for the disciples of the Ming sect, while others waited in the darkness with eager anticipation. Beggars, once driven away everywhere, were welcomed back. Countless people wept bitterly, yearning for the return of the bright king. On the 21st day of the month, internal strife erupted among Tongling Pass's garrison. The conflict began when 2 officers fought over a captured maiden. To vent his frustration, the defeated officer massacred hundreds of civilians. This incident sparked extreme panic among the populace. Yet instead of intervening, the county authorities turned the tables, branding all the murdered civilians as bandits. You knew the moment had come. Chapter 9, Raising the Banner of Rebellion. Daring to transform the heavens and earth. Whoosh. Inside the Senior 3, Class 2 exam hall, homeroom teacher Zhao Chunshan and Principal Zheng Balan both sucked in sharp breaths. Suddenly, they understood why Chen Mu had chosen to stay in Tongling City. Could it be that this kid had known all along that the garrison troops would commit atrocities? Could his golden skill actually predict the future? How could that be possible? Even the usually boastful old Su was dumbfounded. That doesn't add up. The simulation clearly stated there were numerous officers and soldiers. Are they all brainless pigs? Don't they know to hunt down rebels? Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Belan exchanged glances, both smiling silently. Though the simulation hadn't shown it, it was obvious even to a fool. Chen Mu must have evaded all those searches and checkpoints. And in reality, disguised as a merchant caravan, Chen Mu had merely delivered some gold, silver, and jewels, effortlessly evading inspection. He even stayed at an inn directly across from the barracks, moving in and out daily right under the noses of the Tongling Pass garrison. Your Highness! Inside the inn, the old Taoist priest Zhang Zhong held a tortoise shell and bronze coins, a smile on his face. This old Taoist has just cast a hexagram, DUI above, Li below the hexagram of fire and revolution. It foretells turmoil in heaven and earth, and the withering of all things. This is the will of heaven, and the will of the people. Today's uprising holds great promise. We shall soar to the heavens. Excellent. Chen Mu abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over Su De, Tang Yi, and the others. Master Zhang's divination is spot on. I too feel we can endure no longer. Tang Yi, what's the situation on your end? The people's support is within reach. Tang Yi sneered coldly. Just days ago, people were still cursing us behind our backs. Now, those officers and soldiers, emboldened by their backers, are rampaging through the city, slaughtering innocent people to claim false victories. The common folk are seething with hatred toward those soldiers, just waiting for us to raise our arms and call them to action. Su Tianda. What of our Ming sect disciples? Chen Mu turned to look at Su De. The brothers are all itching to fight. Su Da's voice was equally heavy. We've hidden all the swords, spears, and clubs we've gathered. Everyone's itching to charge right in and fight those soldiers. Zhou Dexing, what's the word from the craftsmen and merchants in the city? Chen Mu turned his gaze to Zhou Dexing. The latter waved his hand, and immediately someone brought forward a set of armor and swords. Brother, those craftsmen and merchants have been badly mistreated by the troops lately too. They've already provided us with the grain, red headbands, and banners we need, and they've pooled their resources to forge siege engines, armor, and weapons. Good. 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 A fierce gleam flared in Chen Mu's eyes. Surveying the room, he barked, since the people's support is ours, since our brothers are fired up for battle, since those artisans and merchants are willing to assist, then let's do this. Proclaim the Ming King's order. Today we attack Tongling. Raise the rebel banner. Slay the imperial troops. Yes. The assembled men roared their acceptance. Soon, 18 formidable forces emerged from the 6 towns and 12 forts outside Tongling City, charging toward Tongling Pass from all directions. Within the city walls, thousands of impoverished youths gathered in secret. Some were issued crude weapons, others concealed blades beneath their robes. But most crucially, every one of them received a crimson headscarf. These developments did not escape the notice of the garrison within the city walls. Officers dispatched from various regions began disciplining their subordinates, coordinating defense plans amid the clamor, and unanimously imposing a curfew. No one was permitted to roam the streets. This order initially brought the magistrate of Tongling some measure of relief, even prompting him to hope this rebellion might be easily suppressed. Yet barely half an hour later, chaos erupted within the city walls. Kill! 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 On a street in the southern part of the city, Chen Mu, Su De, and several others suddenly charged out on horseback. Chen Mu, the leader, wore gleaming armor. Behind him, Su De wielded a broad sword, while Zhou Dexing on the flank carried a large banner aloft. The blood-red banner flapped fiercely in the wind, faintly revealing the large character Ming written upon it. Behind them, brothers Chang Yuchun and Chang Yuchun joined Xiao Liuzi and Li Erniu, bellowing at the top of their lungs. Drive out the Tartars. Restore our China. Open the city gates. Welcome the Ming King. The Ming King comes no more taxes. Don't say the stone man has only one eye. He stirred the rebellion that shook the world. The children of the Ming sect harbor extraordinary ambitions, daring to transform the heavens and earth. These cries quickly echoed through every street and alley, met by countless voices in response. At the very beginning, only Chen Mu and his few companions faced dozens of soldiers on the street. But soon, people wrapped in red headscarves poured out, some wielding manure forks, others carrying wooden clubs, and still others simply brandishing hoes. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. The small city of Tongling had only about 10,000 households in total. While it would be an exaggeration to say every single person had joined the rebellion, at least 80% of the common folk had chosen to resist. Such is the nature of the people. When they could still survive, they might be nothing more than sheep or ostriches. But when driven to the brink, they become a raging sea, tearing apart any obstacle that dares to stand in their way. Kill them! Kill them now! On the street, the county magistrate who had just been praising the patrolling soldiers turned pale with shock. He frantically ordered dozens of soldiers to block the advancing crowd. But his shout only made matters worse. That single shout ignited the entire Tongling Pass. Charge! Chen Mu's voice cracked as he dug his heels into his horse's flanks and charged forward. Beside him, Su De, Tang He, and the others followed without a word, positioning themselves ahead of Chen Mu to shield him. Kill! Xiao Liuji, Li Ernio, and other Ming sect disciples, who had been seething with pent-up fury, roared in unison, sending flocks of startled birds scattering in a flutter. Kill! Thousands of commoners wrapped in red headscarves, along with even more elderly, women, and children clutching farming tools and bearing tear-stained faces, surged forward. The dozen or so patrol soldiers at the street corner were swallowed by the human tide in an instant. Their weapons were seized outright, transformed into deadly blades wielded by the Ming sect disciples. Their armor was torn to shreds by bare-handed civilians, offering no protection whatsoever. Kill! Outside the city, Ming sect forces converging from all corners of Tongling County simultaneously began storming the gates. Many citizens were terrified out of their wits, yet they understood all too well. If they didn't fight back now, they would be slaughtered sooner or later by those corrupt and brutal soldiers. Since death awaited them either way, what was there left to fear? Kill one to break even, kill two for a profit. Run! Run for your lives! The miraculously surviving magistrate of Tongling fled into the garrison camp. But before he could describe the situation inside the city to the eager commanders, that nightmare-like crimson banner charged right up to the gates. 3,000 defenders against tens of thousands of civilians. The disparity in strength between the two sides wasn't originally that great. In fact, the defenders held an absolute advantage. But then, in the very first assault, Chen Mu, Tang He, Su De, and others severed the garrison's banner. Simulation, end of the 4th month. You raise the banner of the Ming sect at Tongling Pass, formally launching your rebellion. In this battle, you slay 2,000 enemies and capture 800. As the first rebel to seize a Yuan Dynasty city, you trigger the golden trait Defying Heaven to rewrite fate. Ming sect disciples unearthed a stone statue behind the county yamen, boldly engraved with your rebellion slogan. This event sent shockwaves through the populace. Countless citizens in surrounding cities spread the news, and the title Bright King became household overnight. Chapter 10, Renaming, Zhu Yuanzhang. We've taken it. Inside the grade 12, class 2 exam hall, Zhao Chuanshan's expression shifted abruptly as he clenched his fists. By now, he had completely let go of his preconceptions about Chen Mu. Instead, he fervently hoped this student of his could create even more miracles. This was a hell-tier dungeon. Even if he couldn't clear it, a strong evaluation combined with the golden attribute Chen Mu had obtained might just secure him a direct admission spot to Peking or Tsinghua University. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Beside him, Principal Zhang Belan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had initially been concerned about preserving old Su's dignity, but now such considerations no longer mattered. 2 golden attribute triggers, 1 boosted personal stats, and this one even activated a mysterious event. Ha ha ha. I bet that kid Chen Mu had this planned all along. How else could he pull it off so effortlessly? Unlike the joy on Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Belan's faces, old Su's expression was utterly grim. What's so funny? Old Su glared at the cameraman and couldn't help but snort. It's just a small county town. What's there to be proud of? Do you really think the hell-tier dungeon is just for show? Hearing the old man's words, the cameraman couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. He dared not say more, but the viewers watching the livestream certainly didn't hold back. Seriously. Does this old geezer have a grudge against Chen Mu? Even if Chen Mu chose a hell-level dungeon during the college entrance exams, shouldn't a senior figure show a bit more restraint? Get this old man off the stage. I thought he was some respected scholar, but this is what we get. Gotta say, Chen Mu is seriously strong. How long has he even been simulating? He's already going toe-to-toe with the Yuan army? Hard-fought is an overstatement. They're just a bunch of garrison troops from surrounding counties banded together. Plus, they've been fighting amongst themselves and oppressing civilians. Their combat effectiveness probably isn't that high. Are you genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? Is that the point? The point is Chen Mu's actions have ignited chaos in the late Yuan era. Just watch, the Yuan dynasty's collapse will only accelerate from here. It must be said. There are clearly discerning individuals among the netizens. Every historical scenario has its critical threshold. Take the current situation, for instance. Despite being clearly at a disadvantage, Chen Mu miraculously defeated the garrison at Tongling Pass and it was a decisive victory. The impact of this event on the late Yuan situation is like dropping a mushroom bomb. Simulation Month 5, you lead Ming sect disciples to Wuwei City north of Tongling. This serves as the prefectural seat of Wuwei, governing Chaoshan and Lujiang counties. You recognize the strategic value of its intricate water network and resolve to establish this as your stronghold. Unexpectedly, the moment the beggars arrived at Wuwei City, the garrison forces scattered and fled. You seized a prefectural capital without firing a shot. News of your exploits spread far and wide, drawing countless beggars and displaced people from all directions to join you in Tongling and Wuwei Prefecture. The Yuan dynasty strikes back. The emperor in Dadu, enraged, orders nearby troops to unite and besiege you, yet you remain utterly unconcerned. Simulation Month 6, news arrives from the north that Han Shanton, Lu Futon, and other White Lotus disciples have brazenly rebelled. Elsewhere, Su Shouhui, Panging Yu, and others echo their call. They too raise the banner of the Bright King, their heads bound in red cloth. Everyone was furious upon hearing this, believing they were stealing the Ming sect's reputation, but you paid it no mind. You knew that overthrowing the Yuan dynasty was impossible alone. You began settling the populace and training your army. You changed your name to Zhu Yuanzhang, meaning to slay the Yuan court with the sharpness of jade. Zhu Yuanzhang. At that moment, the expressions of everyone in the examination hall varied. Zhang Bilan frowned slightly and couldn't help but speak up. Old Zhao, what's with this student of yours? Is this part of his plan too? What plan? Su Lao, who had been looking grim, snorted derisively. I reckon this kid's just gotten carried away. He's already used the name Zhu Chongba to break the deadlock. This arrogant move might just ruin the promising situation we have now. Don't forget this is a hell-tier instance. The slightest misstep could trigger incalculable consequences, even causing our rating to drop or the instance to end. The proctors present all stiffened visibly, shaking their heads in unison. Su Lao wasn't exaggerating, he had precedent to draw upon. Take the Jingnan instance from the Ming Dynasty, for instance. A certain simulator had finally won the civil war and seized the throne, only to have his score plummet because of an imperial title ultimately dying on the battlefield for no apparent reason. This is precisely why textbooks explicitly state, when uncertain of an accurate title or reign name, the best course is to leave it as is. The worst mistake is to arbitrarily change it. However, Zhao Chunshan knew full well that Chen Mu hadn't acted recklessly, he'd been prepared all along. Just a few dozen minutes earlier, in this very classroom, Chen Mu had declared with unwavering conviction the words, Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. At that moment, he had been furious at Chen Mu's words and actions, convinced the student was delusional. But now, Zhao Chunshan felt his very soul tremble. Could Chen Mu's words actually be true? Could the founder of the Great Ming truly have been nothing more than a beggar? If such a thing were confirmed, what kind of upheaval would it cause in the Longsha kingdom? Old Zhao? Old Zhao? Beside him, Principal Zhang Bilan finally noticed Zhao Chunshan's unusual state. After regaining his composure, Zhao Chunshan hesitated briefly before gritting his teeth and turning to Old Su. His voice was solemn. Old Su, Chen Mu didn't change his name on a whim. It's highly likely that the Ming Dynasty was founded by this Zhu Chongba. Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, he was the true founding emperor of the Great Ming. These two simple sentences instantly left everyone present dumbstruck. Even Old Su seemed struck by lightning, frozen in shock for several seconds before leaping up and cursing furiously, nonsense. Absolute nonsense. How could the mighty Ming Dynasty possibly have been founded by a beggar? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Watching Old Su lose his composure in an instant, Zhao Chunshan remained unflappable. Master Su, please calm down. Recalling the sparse clues from history textbooks, Zhao Chunshan said solemnly, everyone already knows the imperial family of the Ming Dynasty bore the surname Zhu. Though modern textbooks speculate that the Ming Dynasty arose from a general's usurpation of power, who can say for certain that's the truth? Every simulated character has the potential to become a protagonist in history. Since Zhu Chongba is already in the simulation, why couldn't he be the founder of the Ming? And don't forget, the Su Duke also appears in the Ming Dynasty's Jingnan campaign. Could this Su Duke be none other than Su Da? For a moment, Zhang Bilan and several proctors couldn't help but look stunned. Unconsciously, all eyes turned back to Chen Mu. They all wanted to know the answer. And at this moment, it seemed only Chen Mu could prove it all. For never before had anyone chosen a beggar in the Yuan Dynasty endgame instance, nor had anyone ever advanced so far with a beggar. Could Zhu Chongba truly be Zhu Yuanzhang, the Hongwu Emperor of the Ming Dynasty? Chapter 11, Old Su's Disappointment. A great victory. Zhao Chunshan and the others' doubts were soon resolved. For immediately after Chen Mu chose to change his name, he triggered the effect of the Defying Heaven rename skill once again. Simulation Month 7, you continue training troops in Wuwei Prefecture, imparting combat techniques while strictly enforcing literacy training for soldiers. Military law prohibits disturbing civilians. You personally exemplify the military code, sharing meals and quarters with your soldiers daily, and training even harder than they do. You earned the soldiers' devotion and the people's support. Your new name is silently etched in the hearts of 3,000 soldiers, while the meaning behind the 3 characters Zhu Yuanzhang spreads through word of mouth among countless commoners. You trigger the entry effect, gaining +1 strength. Another entry effect triggered. Inside the examination hall, Zhao Chuanshan's expression was electrified, while old Su's face turned ashen. There was no doubt about it. The entry effect that appeared at this moment felt like the simulated world's endorsement of the name Zhu Yuanzhang and like a stinging slap across old Su's face. Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Yuanzhang. Beside them, Principal Zhang Bilan murmured the name, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. What a name! What a name! I knew it! The founding emperor of the great Ming Dynasty couldn't possibly be called Zhu Chongba. What founding emperor? Su Lao, his defenses shattered, felt his face burn with embarrassment. He sneered coldly, how can a mere entry effect decide something that hasn't even begun? History isn't child's play, it requires documents and relics to prove. Decided by a mere simulation? Right, you're absolutely right, sir. Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Bilan exchanged a glance, no longer bothering to argue further. Indeed. Professor Su held a higher status and had significant academic achievements. But what does that mean? Does it mean every word he utters is gospel truth, absolutely infallible? The facts were right before their eyes, yet here he was, still spouting nonsense. To put it nicely, it was stubbornness of a dead duck. To put it bluntly, it was nothing short of misleading students. After all, their every word and action, including Chen Mu's simulated performance, had been faithfully recorded by the cameras and broadcast to countless viewers in the livestream concerned about the college entrance exam. And now, the cameraman stared at the live chat with a peculiar expression, not forgetting to give Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Bilan a knowing wink. A thought flashed through his mind. Zhao Chunshan discreetly pulled out his phone, deftly entering Luochang No. 1 High School's livestream. Soon, he saw the stream of comments flooding in. What's wrong with this old Su? Chen Mu triggered the entry twice already. Doesn't that prove the effectiveness of the Zhu Yuanzhang name? Ignore that old geezer. I see through, and now all he does is sensationalize and stir up trouble. Anyway, I'm starting to believe that Zhao teacher's words. Unthinkable. Unthinkable. The Ming Dynasty was founded by a beggar? Who just said history isn't a feel-good story? Get your ass out here and bow down to apologize. I was wrong. I was so wrong. Who could have imagined the mighty Ming Dynasty was founded by someone who once herded cattle, became a monk, and begged on the streets? Started with a bowl, ended with a nation? If this is true, the Ming Dynasty must be the most righteous dynasty in history. The barrage of comments made Zhao Chunshan smile from ear to ear. He thought for a moment. He quietly tugged at the principal's sleeve, showing him the comments. Watching the two openly whispering in the exam hall, Principal Su, who had been ready to unleash a tirade, felt like punching a pillow. In the end, all he could do was glare fixedly at Chen Mu, hoping the guy would die quickly in the simulated world to prove his judgment hadn't been wrong. But alas, Chen Mu disappointed Su Lao once again. Simulation Month 8, you lead your newly trained soldiers back into battle. This time, your opponents are Yuan Dynasty forces rushing to encircle and annihilate you. Zhang Zhong proposed fortifying the city for a defensive stand, while Su De advocated bold offensive action. You chose a hybrid strategy, stationing a small force to hold Wuwei City and draw enemy fire, while leading the majority of troops out to seek opportunities. 15 days later, you locate the enemy's main camp and launch a nighttime assault. Over a month of rigorous training has significantly enhanced your soldiers' combat effectiveness. Your and Su Da's personal leadership inspires countless soldiers to follow your example. You returned victorious. In this battle, you annihilated 4,000 enemy troops, captured 5,000 prisoners, and seized vast quantities of military equipment, provisions, livestock, and horses. Within Wuwei City, Chen Mu stood in the drill ground, surveying the thousands of soldiers who had just fought a bloody battle. Over a month of training had transformed these 3,000 beggars and commoners into true warriors. And this head-on confrontation with the Yuan army had acted like a whetstone, forging these soldiers into a sharp blade. 3,000 against 10,000 with casualties under 1,000, they annihilated and captured several times their number, sending the remaining enemy fleeing in all directions. Even with an element of surprise involved, this feat was still worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. However, Chen Mu placed greater importance on what followed. This concerned the faith of an entire army, and more crucially, the very foundation of the future Ming Dynasty. Brothers, we've won. In the center of the training ground, Chen Mu's voice boomed with conviction, but this first cup of wine is first dedicated to our fallen brothers. Do you all remember when I made you learn to read and write? Back then, many asked me why they had to learn their own names. Now I'll tell you, I've commissioned every stonemason in Wuwei Prefecture to carve memorial tablets throughout Wuwei City. Every fallen brother will be remembered by future generations. One day, perhaps your names will appear there too. One day, perhaps mine will be inscribed there as well. But let everyone remember. As long as a single disciple of the Ming sect remains, as long as this imperial court makes our lives unbearable, we'll dare to rebel against it. A chorus of raucous laughter erupted among the soldiers, but mid-laugh, some began to weep. Once upon a time, they were mere outcasts, crawling beneath the iron hooves of princes and nobles. Yet even if you kept your head down, you'd still be beaten senseless from time to time, still face landlords raising rents. Later, they became homeless beggars and displaced people, worrying daily about their next meal, fretting over the cold and heat, their lives worthless even if taken without cause. Some say that under the imperial dynasty, all subjects were but fish and meat to be slaughtered at will. Others say that in years of great famine, the displaced and starving are no longer human, merely beasts driven by instinct. But is that truly the case? They are flesh and blood, with fathers and mothers, with names and faces, with thoughts and judgments of their own. They are human beings. At least here, under the banner of the Bright King, they are individuals with independent personalities remembered by the Bright King and inscribed upon stone tablets. But merely being human is not enough to make these people lay down their lives. What truly transforms an ordinary person into an unstoppable warrior requires so much more. Like faith. And over the past month, through daily interaction and gradual influence, Chen Mu had instilled in these soldiers a simple faith, one capable of enduring for millennia. Master Zhang. Watching the endless stream of officers and soldiers offering toasts, Chen Mu summoned Zhang Zhong. Remember what I asked you to do? Gather all the storytellers. Starting today, our soldiers won't just learn to read and write, we'll also tell them more of our Huaxia myths and tales of our heroic figures. Especially Sun Wukong, Guan Yunchang, and Yu Wamu. Chapter 12, Borrowing Grain? Would the people agree? Commander! Where are Master Zhang and the storytellers? Could they please recount the tales of Pango splitting the heavens and Nuwa creating mankind? Everyone adores hearing them. The tales of Guan Shengdijian's solo journey across 1,000 miles and Yu Fei's exploits are truly captivating, especially that Qin Hui, he's utterly despicable. I love that Monkey King the most. Do you think our general might be the Monkey King reincarnated? Isn't he here to lead us in crushing the heavenly palace and slaying that dog emperor? Cut the nonsense. The general is the Ming King. Haven't you heard how all those rebel armies up north are scrambling to use our Ming sect banner? The commander-in-chief has already said it, whichever unit trains the hardest, Master Zhang will bring his storytellers to perform. Everyone step up your game, we can't let the new recruits or the surrendered soldiers outshine us. Chen Mu realized every decision he made seemed to earn the soldiers' admiration. But this didn't bring him joy. Instead, he feared that a single mistake could shatter the hopes of so many. He was no longer the Zhu Chongba who once begged for food everywhere. He was now Zhu Yuanzhang, the Ming King spoken of by countless tongues, the spiritual leader of countless rebel armies, and the thorn in the side of the Yuan court. Your Highness, the Ming King. Zhang Zhong still preferred the original title. More and more people have been joining our cause lately. General Su Di and Tang He have already organized the newly arrived refugees and previously captured soldiers into two separate units. One unit numbers 8,000, the other 3,000. Combined with our original 3,000 elite troops, our forces now exceed 10,000. Excellent. Excellent. Chen Mu glanced at the roster Zhang Zhong presented and chuckled. That Zhou Dexing lad has become a 1,000-house commander already? Li Ernie has gotten an official post too? Tell them to train their troops diligently. Whoever trains best will be assigned the next combat mission. Understood. Zhang Zhong bowed with all the proper formality. But instead of leaving, he lingered in place, hesitating. Noticing his hesitation, Chen Mu inquired, is there something else, Master Zhang? Is there a problem with the logistics or supplies? Precisely. Zhang Zhong nodded and sighed, all the captured provisions have been exhausted. Last time, you distributed all the land in Taiping Prefecture to ordinary farmers. Now that we've returned victorious, we should be rewarding our soldiers with grants and titles. But now we have no land to grant, and even gathering provisions and supplies is proving difficult. Though the Yuan forces have been defeated, heavy troops still guard Taiping Road, Ningbo Road, and Anqing Road. They could besiege our Ming sect at any moment. Without provisions, even with our numbers, we won't last long. Rewards, provisions. Chen Mu nodded. These two issues were precisely what he had long been aware of, and he already had solutions prepared. Master Zhang. Chen Mu paused briefly before declaring in a solemn tone, the land redistribution policy is vital to the people's trust. It must not be halted. If provisions are lacking, purchase them from the people on credit. Under no circumstances force sales or purchases. Even if funds are insufficient, issue promissory notes specifying the repayment date. As for military rewards, have Su Di gather all commanders. I will personally explain the situation to the soldiers shortly. Understood. Zhang Zhong asked no further questions and departed to relay the orders. However, when Chen Mu arrived at the camp, Zhang Zhong remained behind, clearly intending to observe how he would resolve the situation. Commander-in-Chief. Su De, Tang He, Zhou Dexing, and others stood in full armor, bowing in unison. Dismissed. Chen Mu's gaze swept over the group as he smiled. Master Zhang says, we've won the battle but have nothing to reward the men with. What do you all suggest? Easy. Tang He replied without hesitation, since there's no land to distribute among our brothers, let's fight harder and seize a vast territory. Then all our brothers can enjoy wealth and glory. Doesn't that make sense? Brother Tang speaks wisely. Li Erniu, standing nearby, immediately exclaimed excitedly, Commander, we have over 10,000 troops now. Why not take Jinling City and Jiqing Road? And what about Suzhou, Hongzhou, Yangzhou? I hear they're rolling in riches. Well said. Chen Mu nodded. And then? Shouldn't we crown ourselves kings and emperors, bestowing titles of duke and marquis upon everyone? Rewarding each man with tens of thousands of acres of land, making others work like oxen and horses for us? Whoa! Many generals were stunned by the pie in the sky Chen Mu had just painted. Su De, however, caught the subtext in Chen Mu's words and gave Tang He a subtle kick. And soon, the generals also noticed Chen Mu's expression growing increasingly grim. Erniu. After a long pause, Chen Mu turned to Li Erniu and asked, why did we rise in rebellion? Was it for glory and riches? Or to become bullies ourselves, tormenting other common folk? This. Li Erniu fell silent, shaking his head hastily. Commander, that's not what I meant. I just think, after the brothers risked their lives in battle, they deserve some reward. They deserve rewards. Chen Mu nodded and ordered, Master Zhang, go issue the command. Declare that from today onward, the Ming sect cares nothing for the lives of the common folk. From now on, whoever has the strongest fist will claim more land and treat the people like beasts of burden. Commander. Li Erniu, utterly terrified, immediately knelt on the ground. Commander, please don't take this seriously. Our Ming sect has worked so hard to gain the people's trust. If we really do as you say, won't I, Li Erniu, become a traitor like Qin Hui? Ha! Chen Mu burst into laughter. Stepping forward, he pulled Li Erniu to his feet and declared, have you forgotten what I taught you? We Ming sect disciples kneel only to heaven, earth, and our parents. No one else deserves your knees, not even me. Yes, sir. Li Daniu wiped his brow and hurriedly added, Commander, I don't need any rewards. Just having the brothers fed and clothed is more than enough for us to be grateful. Nonsense. Chen Mu shook his head. You'll get every reward you deserve: wine, meat, land, wives, houses. As long as your military merits are high enough, all these things will be yours. But right now, we're short on supplies. I still need the brothers to buy some grain from the villagers. Erniu, you'll accompany Master Zhang with your men shortly. Remember our military law, no forced buying or selling, and absolutely no unfair price cutting. Even if they can't pay now, they can write IOUs for later repayment. But, Li Erniu hesitated, Commander, grain is the lifeblood of the people. Back when we were begging, we barely managed to get any from them. Are they truly willing? What do you think? Chen Mu laughed immediately. Do you think the common folk would rather have our Ming sect, or the old landlords and corrupt officials of the past? Li Erniu was speechless. Even Zhang Zhong beside him suddenly understood the ingenious purpose behind Chen Mu's many orders. Indeed. Compared to those landlords and corrupt officials who bled them dry, the current Ming sect was practically like gods descended from heaven. At least Zhang Zhong had heard of many commoners setting up longevity tablets in their homes, praying day and night for the bright king. What was there to fear without provisions? With the people's hearts and minds, every peasant who received land in Wuwei Prefecture became their strongest backing. After all, since ancient times, only those who win the people's hearts can win the world. Chapter 13, Target Chuzhou, Li Shanchang. Simulation Month 8, you face challenges with troop rewards and insufficient provisions. However, after summoning your commanders, they all understood the kind of army you sought to forge. Old Taoist Zhang Zhong and Li Erniu led troops to borrow grain from the countryside. Soldiers distinguished in battle received their due rewards. Though most were promissory notes, everyone was satisfied. Some even began dreaming of a better future. The brief simulation message floated above Chen Mu's head, leaving Zhao Chunshan and others in the exam hall exchanging bewildered glances. What the hell? Hadn't Chen Mu occupied Wuwei Prefecture for months? How could there be a shortage of provisions? And borrowing grain from the people. Wasn't that just an excuse for his troops to plunder? Poof. Old Su's untimely sneer rang out once more. Teacher Zhao, is this the fine student you've taught? Borrowing grain with troops? That's just treating the people like chives to be harvested, isn't it? And then, rewarding the troops after a great victory but handing out IOUs as rewards? That's a first. Could it be he pocketed all that gold and silver for himself? Zhao Chuanshan's face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. He hoped the borrow mentioned in the simulated information truly meant temporary use, but in the chaos of war-torn times, was such a thing even possible? The answer, of course, was yes. For before long, the simulated information provided the answer. Upon learning of the Ming sect's dwindling supplies, the common folk grew deeply alarmed. But their fear wasn't that you would borrow grain, they dreaded the Ming sect's army suffering defeat and thus losing the ability to protect them. After all, you had just divided the land equally among them and promised it would belong to their descendants for generations. Countless commoners spontaneously offered grain to support the Ming sect, while others secretly returned the money and IOUs left behind by soldiers. Your soldiers had no choice but to go door to door confirming receipt of payments. After all, failing to complete the mission meant no rewards, potentially leaving them unable to marry in the future and facing ridicule from other brother units. Your men exceeded their grain collection quota, even bringing back hundreds of pigs, all voluntarily donated by the people. Some advised you to avoid the word slaughter, as it sounds like Zhu, the imperial surname, but you paid it no mind. Zhao Chuanshan's previously gloomy expression vanished instantly. Su Lao's smile froze solid on his face. This time, he couldn't be bothered to argue anymore, just staring intently at Chen Mu, utterly baffled by how this kid never played by the rules. You've already raised the banner of the Ming sect, shouldn't you be rapidly expanding your territory and recruiting troops right now? How could you possibly have the time to implement land redistribution and military training? Brilliant! The cameraman, faithfully recording everything, suddenly spoke up. Teacher Zhao, some viewers are saying your student is following in the footsteps of our Dragon Summer martyrs. What do you think? Our Dragon Summer martyr? Zhao Chunshan froze, then burst into laughter. Quite right. Quite right. That rascal Chen Mu has outwitted us all. By redistributing land centuries ahead of its time, he's made the common folk desperate for him to unify the realm. Why wouldn't they willingly lend him grain? And as everyone just witnessed, Chen Mu repeatedly issued strict orders forbidding his troops from disturbing the people. If he can train his army to be as fearless and heroic as our martyrs, wouldn't the empire be within his grasp? Old Su, wouldn't you agree? Old Su let out a muffled grunt. It was your brother Ma who made that move. If he could curse, he'd be pointing at Zhao Chunshan right now and letting loose with a torrent of abuse. But outwardly, he can only grit his teeth and offer a prediction. Not bad, at least he knows how to win over the people. But with the territory he holds now, he'll likely be overtaken by other rebel forces soon enough, right? Don't forget, while his early rebellion earned him immense fame, it also made him a thorn in the Yuan dynasty's side. If he doesn't rapidly expand his forces before he could finish. The next simulation data delivered a harsh slap to Old Su. Simulation Month 9, you led your troops across Chaosian County, sweeping through villages surrounding Hanshan County. Yet instead of attacking the county seat, you marched northward. The exploits of the Ming sect have already spread far and wide across the land, with countless villages and towns eagerly awaiting your arrival. Landlords and bullies who once oppressed the people trembled in fear, while arrogant officials and nobles scattered in flight. Wherever your troops advanced, they encountered almost no effective resistance. Even the garrison of besieged Hanshan County scattered like birds and beasts without firing a single shot. In just 1 month, you reached the edge of Yangzhou Road. Your objective was clear, the northern city of Chuzhou. Everyone in the examination hall was utterly baffled. Principal Zhang Belan even pulled out his phone to pull up a map, studying Chen Mu's advance route. This is strange. Zhang Belan frowned deeply. Old Zhao, take a look. Chen Mu seems to have been heading this way from the very start. From Taiping County, Qingyang City, Tongling Pass, all the way to Wuwei Prefecture and Chao County. He could have developed safely in so many places. Why did he specifically choose Chuzhou? Aren't nearby Jinling, Yangzhou, Suzhou, and Hangzhou more appealing? How should I know? Zhao Chunshan shook his head. But you're right, old man Chen Mu might have planned to head north from the start. Perhaps he intended to ally with Han Shantong and Lu Futong in the north to resist the Yuan dynasty? That boy. Zhang Belan grew even more perplexed. Among the many figures in the late Yuan dynasty scenario, the young Ming King Han Liner was undoubtedly the most formidable. Positioned in the north, he had to confront the Yuan dynasty's million-strong army. In comparison, southern rebel leaders like Zhang Shicheng and Chen Yuliang faced less pressure and developed at an alarming pace, making them the most promising candidates to unify the nation. But that was all old news. After all, the Zhu Yuanzhang that Chen Mu had chosen was positioned right at the center of all the rebel forces. You could call this the chosen land after all. Development in any direction holds greater potential. Yet simultaneously, this state of being surrounded by enemies on all sides also brings unimaginable pressure. Why Chuzhou of all places? Zhao Chunshan was utterly perplexed. Though he couldn't grasp the reasoning, he sensed his student wouldn't act without purpose. Every move seemed imbued with profound meaning. Of course, no one could answer that question. But Chen Mu had long been prepared. He needed talent. With the rapid expansion of their forces and territory, relying solely on the old Taoist Zhang Zhong and the handful of civil officials was becoming insufficient to establish an effective governance structure. And now, every single day, large numbers of refugees and beggars were pouring in from all directions. Chen Mu needed a capable strategist to help shoulder these responsibilities. And Chuzhou had the perfect candidate. His name was Li Shanchang. the future Grand Chancellor of the Ming Empire and also the teacher of Hu Weiyong, the last Grand Chancellor in history. Chapter 14, Taking in Muing, First Encounter with Empress Ma. Open the city gates to welcome the Ming Prince. No taxes shall be collected when the Ming Prince arrives. The Ming Prince has arrived, no taxes shall be levied. On the main street outside Chuzhou's city gates, several children skipped and jumped along, humming a widely circulated folk song. This drew the collective attention of many merchants. Have you heard the news? A steamed bun vendor whispered mysteriously, the Ming sect's army has already reached Xuanzhou County on our Yangzhou road. Good heavens! They say there are tens of thousands of soldiers alone, all tall and sturdy, wielding firelocks louder than thunderbolts that can blast enemies dead from 100 paces away. That's just bragging, right? Another vendor hesitated, you can't even see someone from 100 zhang away, and you claim to kill them? That sounds too far-fetched. True enough. A young man who just bought a steamed bun grinned, showing his teeth. We've seen firelocks before, but they can't hit targets 100 zhang away, though maybe in time, they will. You've seen one? The two merchants' expressions shifted slightly as they involuntarily took half a step back. In recent days, Chuzhou City had been hunting down disciples of the Ming sect, driving all beggars out of the city. After all, word had it that the so-called Ming king had risen from beggary himself, excelling at infiltrating cities through beggars before launching sudden, deadly attacks. Of course, such rumors were few and far between. More commonly told were tales of how the Ming king was a prodigy sent from heaven, how he poured his heart out for the common folk. It was said the Ming sect's military provisions were gathered grain by grain, flour by flour, from the impoverished masses. But rumors remain rumors. Without seeing it with your own eyes, who can say for certain if it's true? After all, the high-ranking officials and nobles within Chuzhou City are all vicious. They kill someone in broad daylight without a second thought. The crucial thing is, after they kill someone, you can't even cry. If you irritate them, they might slaughter your entire family. Brother, you'd better leave now. The steamed bun vendor said nervously, those soldiers are ruthless. If they find out about you, you're as good as dead. Leave now, and we'll pretend we never saw you. Right, right. Another vendor urgently added, we didn't hear a thing just now. Don't be afraid. The young man eating the bun remained unflappable. He merely pointed toward a merchant caravan entering the city and chuckled, our Ming sect's army has arrived. From now on, you won't have to fear those dog soldiers anymore. With that, Xiao Liuzi, who had been trailing behind Chen Mu, pulled out a bamboo tube-length firecracker. Without another word, he fished out a tinderbox and lit it. Whoosh crack! A piercing sound split the air over Chuzhou City. These were the fireworks and firecrackers favored by the Ming sect, used as signal flares. At that moment, hundreds of fully armed soldiers leapt from the merchant caravans at the city gates. Open the gates. Welcome the Ming king. The Ming king has arrived, no more taxes. Drive off the Tartars, restore our China. Kill. The sudden upheaval instantly plunged the streets into chaos. The steamed bun vendor, who had intended to close his stall and flee home, found himself grabbed by Chen Mu. Fellow countrymen, fear not. Zhu Yuanzhang is right here, no one can harm you. Your buns are delicious. Make sure to prepare extra later so we Ming sect disciples can try them. Zhu Yuanzhang. The vendor instantly turned ashen, his lips trembling. If the name Ming sect was known to every household, then the three characters Zhu Yuanzhang struck like a bolt from the blue. That was the legendary Ming king, a man said to be 3 zhang tall, capable of crushing the entire city of Wuwei under a single foot. If he refused now, would a mob rush over and hack him to death? Fellow countrymen? Xiao Liuzi, who followed Chen Mu, pulled out a money pouch. 300 men from the Suicide Corps each needs at least 5 large buns. How long will it take you to make them? Whoa, that much gold? The steamed bun vendor froze, then erupted into wild delight. In all his years of business, when had he ever seen soldiers actually pay for their food? The fact they weren't demanding his life was already a mercy beyond the law. If he got his hands on this gold, he could pay off every single debt his family owed. But 300 men, 5 buns each. How long would he have to work for that? Lu air! A shout from nearby snapped the steamed bun shop owner back to reality. Spotting the middle-aged man in his 40s, he sighed, Mr. Li, here to buy buns too? But today's entire batch has been taken by this general. Not buying. The middle-aged man scrutinized Chen Mu, then walked up to him unhurriedly. Bowing slightly, he said, Mr. Li Shanchang, I greet the Ming king. Mr. Li? Chen Mu looked at the man with surprise. He had only just arrived in Chuzhou City and already encountered this? At that moment, the battle at the city gates had only just begun. Tang He was leading the suicide brigade to seize the gate. Outside the city, Su De led thousands of cavalry charging like a torrent. Even within the city's main streets, disciples of the Ming sect suddenly rose up to attack, engaging the garrison troops. The air was thick with battle cries, screams of agony, dancing flames, and the flash of blades. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, Chen Mu blurted out without warning, Mr. Li, we've heard of you. If our Ming sect were to seize the throne in the future, would you form factions for personal gain, betraying the nation and its people? Seize the realm in the future? Li Shanzhang paused, then laughed. If that day ever comes, then I, Li Shanzhang, would gladly lay down my life. But why does your highness ask this? Could it be that someone has been speaking ill of Li Shanzhang behind my back? Not at all. Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. You still haven't answered me, would you? Of course not. Li Shanzhang declared with unwavering resolve, should such a thing ever occur, I, Li, would gladly accept 1,000 cuts and 10,000 slashes to serve as a warning to others. Good. Chen Mu nodded and laughed heartily. Little Lu, tell Mr. Zhang later to have Mr. Li oversee logistics and supplies. If there's a shortage of personnel for local administration, Mr. Li can give that a try too. Also, from now on, anyone seeking to join our cause should be reviewed by Mr. Li. We've heard he's the best judge of character. Li Shanzhang stared at the young man before him, his gaze somewhat dazed. He felt they had met far too late and was tempted to prostrate himself in reverence. He had long since learned everything about the Ming sect through various channels, even visiting their territory personally and overhearing the people's discussions in the countryside. If Li Shanzhang had harbored doubts about the Ming sect's future conquest of the realm moments ago, he now believed utterly. The Ming king's vision and ambition were truly unparalleled throughout history. With such a leader, how could the great cause fail to flourish? Simulation Month 10, you capture the gates of Chuzhou City and wipe out the remaining enemies within a single day. Strategist Li Shanzhang pledges allegiance, and you entrust him with full control of logistics without reservation. Subsequently, the entire Ming sect army relocated to Chuzhou, leaving only small garrisons in other regions. 10 days later, you launched an assault on Dingyuan County. Wealthy citizen Guo Zixing of Dingyuan rose in revolt within the city, leading hundreds of warriors to breach the gates from within. You personally received him. But to your disappointment, you did not see the person you wished to meet. Instead, you encountered an orphan boy of 3 or 4 named Muing. You resolved to take him in. On the way back, the mischievous Muing startled a warhorse and was accidentally injured. You had no choice but to take him to a clinic, where you encountered an elderly man seeking refuge with Guo Zixing. The old man's surname was Ma. He wished to entrust his daughter to his friend Guo Zixing before joining the Ming sect to pursue greater ambitions. You met the girl. Her name was Ma Xiaoying. Chapter 15, Chang Yuchun is here. Li Shanzhang? Ma Xiaoying? Inside the Senior 3, Class 2 exam room, homeroom teacher Zhao Chunshan and Principal Zhang Belan were both dumbfounded. Even the venerable Su refrained from commenting immediately. Instead, he carefully pulled out his phone to look up some information. Only then did he lift his head with renewed confidence. Ahem. Mr. Su cleared his throat and chuckled. Teacher Zhao, your student traveled all the way from Taiping County to Yangzhou Road, Anfeng Road. Surely it wasn't just for this girl? Do you even know who this Ma Xiaoying really is? We don't. Zhao Chunshan answered truthfully. Could she be a beauty like Shishir or Diochan? Or a heroic woman like Hua Mulan or Mu Guiying? But strangely enough, Old Su just stared at him with a peculiar expression, refusing to reveal a single word. He hated people who flaunted their knowledge the most. Just because you've read a few more books, what the hell are you acting like? What followed from Old Su nearly made Zhao Chunshan spit blood on the spot. I have no idea who this Ma Xiaoying is. Master Su chuckled, but regarding that Li Shanzhang from earlier, I happen to have a historical record here. It's an incomplete text from the late Ming Dynasty, vaguely mentioning how Li Shanzhang, Hu Wei-yon, and other traitors plotted rebellion, leading the emperor to execute them. I suspect your student must have learned fragments of late Yuan early Ming history somewhere, leading him to believe Li Shanzhang was a capable man worthy of important responsibilities. But entrusting the logistics of the great Ming sect's army to such a man, while he personally goes off chasing women, does he really think this will allow him to establish a kingdom and proclaim himself emperor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Chunshan pondered earnestly for a long moment before shaking his head firmly. My student may be arrogant, but he's not stupid. Moreover, the initial simulated intelligence clearly demonstrates his judgment. Therefore, I'm more inclined to believe that Li Shanzhang and Ma Xiaoying hold some special significance for him, and that Chuzhou City carries particular meaning. Even as he spoke these words, Zhao Chunshan felt a pang of surprise. Just days ago, he had despised Chen Mu's actions with deep loathing, even repeatedly taunting him with cutting remarks. But now, he had become his student's staunchest supporter, genuinely wishing him success. Because Zhao Chunshan, too, cherished the great Ming. Amidst the fragmented and scattered historical records, a distinct aura always seemed to emanate. Unlike the domineering might of the Han Dynasty, the resplendent glory of the Tang Dynasty, or the flourishing prosperity of the Song Dynasty, even the well-known emperors of the great Ming each possessed peculiar tastes and temperaments. They felt more like ordinary people with their own obsessions, their own unique personalities, just like you and me, just like everyone else. And now, how Zhao Chunshan wished this dynasty could have had a more unconventional beginning. A dynasty founded by a beggar. If this were to become reality, how utterly astonishing it would be. And what a magnificent and tumultuous life must have been lived by the man who achieved all this, the great Emperor Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, Zhao Chunshan suddenly looked up at the still peculiar-looking Elder Su and said, "One word at a time, Elder Su. I know you belong to the Western school of historiography, believing that the history of our Longxia dynasty is not as glorious as that of the West. But I can assure you, the era Chen Mu is experiencing now is absolutely not as wretched as you imagine. At the very least, Chen Mu won't abandon his mission for a woman. He said he would prove himself. I used to doubt him just like you, but now I hope he succeeds. If he succeeds, I will apologize for my previous words and attitude. I hope you will do the same." Old Su's face instantly turned beet red. What the hell? He was merely invited to Luochang No. 1 High School to brief netizens on the exam situation. How had he become entangled in this? But Zhao Chuanshan's remarks had undeniably thrust him into the eye of the storm. With a muffled grunt, Old Su finally sneered coldly, "Let's see how he simulates it. I don't think he'll succeed anyway. Don't forget, the Yuan dynasty isn't dead yet. He could face a fatal blow at any moment." Su Lao's remarks immediately drew discontent from many netizens. What the hell? Why is this old fart barking like a dog? Can someone kick him out? Exactly. Just watching a simulation and he's still yapping away, like he's afraid people won't notice how much he loves to lord his age over others. Cowardly old fart. Even teacher Zhao just admitted his mistake, but what about him? He keeps dodging the real issues. Truly, villains age gracefully. I've long heard this Su fellow is no good. Wait. Look at the simulation data. Old Su was right. Perhaps Chen Mu's initial progress had been too smooth. Not long after capturing Chuzhou city, the Yuan dynasty suddenly mobilized massive armies, converging from all directions. Simulation Month 11, the Ming sect's rapid expansion and sudden uprisings of local rebel forces drew the Yuan court's attention. The Yuan Emperor expressed extreme dissatisfaction with the progress of suppressing rebellions across the land. He dismissed several officials in succession and specifically reinstated Toktoe Timur as chancellor. Upon taking office, Toktoe immediately led a large army straight to Chuzhou. Rumors circulated that he had mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops from Suzhou and Hongzhou, with the vanguard alone numbering 100,000. At this juncture, having secured Wuwei Prefecture and most of Yangzhou Circuit, you commanded fewer than 30,000 troops. Everyone else had no hope for this battle, only you were brimming with confidence. Because you knew the people stood with you. Prepare. Fire. Boom. Outside Chuzhou city, an endless army surged forward like a raging tidal wave. Upon the towering city walls, dozens of cannons roared in unison at the command, their voices strained to the limit. Musket squad, fire. On one flank, Tang He personally carried the command flag and bellowed the order with equal ferocity. As his command flag came down with a fierce swing, the defending soldiers raised their muskets in unison, aiming at the enemy below and unleashing a volley of fire. Boom! Boom! Visible columns of smoke roared from the ramparts, crashing down upon the besieging forces below. This was Chen Mu's first bitter battle. From the moment the Yuan army appeared to the stalemate that ensued, 3 full days and nights had passed. Throughout these 3 days, the garrison troops rotated shifts on the walls. Though the soldiers fought valiantly, repelling dozens of enemy assaults, such intense combat inevitably took its toll. Of the 10,000 defenders, only slightly over 6,000 remained, with a significant portion of them wounded. Even Chen Mu had taken an arrow to his shoulder. Someone, quickly carry the commander down. Tang He could bear to watch no longer. Ignoring Chen Mu's protests, several soldiers forcibly carried him down from the ramparts. In any other army, if their commander was wounded, most soldiers might think of fleeing for their lives. But within the Ming sect's ranks, the soldiers' thoughts were entirely different. They had only one thought. Wound the Ming king? Kill without mercy. Kill. A newly enlisted soldier defending the city, his eyes blazing with fury, drew his sword and charged directly at the enemy scaling the ramparts. Single-handedly, he cut down dozens of formidable foes, striking such terror into the enemy ranks that they dared not advance a single step beyond the city walls. Surveying the scene, the 18-year-old youth stood radiant with youthful vigor, his voice booming like thunder. Why Yuan Changboren stands here? Who dares to fight? Chen Mu, who had just been carried down from the ramparts, turned abruptly. Beneath the blazing sun, the youth standing atop the ramparts shone even brighter than the meridian sun itself. His name was Chang Yuchun. Chang Yuchun's Chang Yuchun's Yuchun. Chapter 16, 7 Days of Bloody Battle, the counterattack begins. Truthfully, Chen Mu hadn't been entirely certain whether his premature rebellion would trigger a chain reaction. Take, for instance, the 24 generals of Huaishi who historically rallied behind Zhu Yuanzhang. Even now, he might not have managed to gather half of them. But that's precisely the allure of a simulated world. When you break through obstacles and strive to find something, you often come up empty-handed. Yet when you circle back to where you started, you discover what you sought has been waiting there all along. Take the future Empress Ma, for instance, or the present-day Chang Yuchun. This humble general, Chang Yuchun, pays homage to the Ming prince. Within Chuzhou city, Chen Mu gazed at Chang Yuchun, blood-soaked and kneeling on one knee. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress the smile curling his lips. He gave up pretending altogether. Lifting Chang Yuchun to his feet, Chen Mu sighed deeply. General Chang, I've waited for you for so long. Me? Chang Yuchun looked bewildered. Seeing his confusion, Xiao Liuzi, who served as his personal guard, quickly explained, Brother Chang, don't forget our commander-in-chief is the reincarnation of the Ming King. He knew you would come long ago. And the commander-in-chief told General Su De long ago to find him a fierce warrior. Chang Yuchun was even more astonished. Chen Mu couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, he was still the leader of the Ming sect for now, and a bit of mystery certainly worked in his favor. Still, Chang Yuchun's combat prowess genuinely astonished Chen Mu. 72 heads in a single battle. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Grasping Chang Yuchun's arm, Chen Mu laughed. Will you serve as the vanguard general of our Ming sect? I'm willing. Chang Yuchun nodded eagerly, clasping his hands in salute. Your Highness may not know, but I came to join your army precisely to use my strength as a vanguard. But I starved myself to death on the journey. When I heard the Ming sect army provides food and lodging, I just tagged along for a couple meals. Ha ha ha. Chen Mu's laughter echoed farther and farther. At the same moment, in the exam hall of Class 2, Senior 3, Zhao Chunshan and the others also saw the new simulation information. Simulation Month 11 End, you defended Chuzhou City for 7 days and nights with 10,000 troops. Though the defending forces suffered heavy casualties, the attacking Yuan army was equally exhausted. Despite fielding 100,000 troops, they couldn't capture a single section of the city walls. You discovered the natural-born warrior Chang Yuchun. His fierce combat prowess and countless kills instilled terror in enemy ranks. They feared him like a tiger. Rumors spread that Tokdawei flew into a rage, ordering all frontline units to march immediately and prepare to encircle the Ming sect with 200,000 or even 300,000 troops. Upon receiving this intelligence, you secretly smuggled Chang Yuchun out of the city. Whoa, 7 days and nights. Zhao Chunshan sucked in a sharp breath, his regard for Chen Mu rising considerably. Truly worthy of being the academic genius of Luocheng First High School. This achievement alone would earn him significant points in the final evaluation. Add Chen Mu's golden entry in the Hell Dungeon to the mix, and this assessment gains even more weight. Well done, Chen Mu. Principal Zhang Belan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Regardless of whether Chen Mu's account of history was accurate, he had already demonstrated a new possibility to the world. That Zhu Chongba, starting with nothing but a bull, was no ordinary man. He was a man of immense destiny. Even if he hadn't founded the Ming Dynasty, this man would undoubtedly have become a powerful warlord. What's so great about that? Old Su, who had already gone all in, poured cold water on the enthusiasm once more. Can't you see what he's planning? He's preparing to abandon Chuzhou City. TSK. Still just a reckless youth. Captured a few counties, encountered some fleeing soldiers, and now thinks he's invincible. With a mere 2,000 or 3,000 men, he dares to confront the Yuan dynasty's million-strong army. Isn't that like a mantis trying to stop a chariot? That Chang Yuchun fellow must be his backup plan to buy him escape time, right? Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Belan exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. In the past, they might have shared Su Lao's dissatisfaction with Chen Mu's arrangements. But now, even if Chen Mu abandoned Chuzhou City, so what? Go ahead and try holding out against 100,000 troops for 7 days and nights. Besides, who said Chen Mu intended to abandon Chuzhou City? From the very first day of the simulation, Chen Mu knew that rebelling prematurely would draw the full force of the Yuan dynasty's counterattack. But precisely because of this, his resolve to seize Chuzhou only strengthened. During his 3 years of begging, Chen Mu had seen countless cities. Though the walls of Jinling, Yangzhou, and Hongzhou were taller, in terms of defensive strength, they ultimately couldn't match Chuzhou City. For here stood not only formidable walls, but millions of citizens who supported the Ming sect. General Chang, over here. Under the cover of night, Chang Yuchun swiftly slipped into a small village, guided by several villagers. Upon entering the largest residence within the village, he was astonished to discover it was packed with people, or more accurately, packed with fully armed warriors. Chang Boren, Chang Yuchun? Inside the courtyard, Sude asked with a smile, are you the vanguard commander sent by the Grand Marshal? That is correct. Chang Yuchun stood tall, clasped his fists, and declared, your humble servant, Chang Yuchun, greets General Su. Just call me Tienda. Su De laughed heartily. Come, I've heard of your exploits in Chuzhou, slaughtering nearly 1,000 enemy soldiers in mere days, a single man holding back 1,000,000 troops. No wonder the commander-in-chief speaks of you daily, and no wonder Mr. Li and old Taoist Zhang never cease praising you. Servants, bring wine. Today I shall drink heartily with General Chang. This. Chang Yuchun paused, hesitating. General Su, the commander-in-chief, is still within Chuzhou City. He dispatched me specifically to lift the siege. If we drink now. Stop overthinking. Su De gestured toward the armored soldiers surrounding them and laughed. The army will march precisely at midnight tonight. This bowl of farewell wine, every single one of you must drink it. We're setting out tonight? Chang Yuchun froze. How many men do we have? Do we need to deploy formations? I heard the enemy reinforcements have already arrived. No need. Su De shook his head. The commander-in-chief said, when two armies meet on a narrow path, the brave shall prevail. Tonight, we'll show the Yuan dynasty that whether they have 10,000 or 20,000 men, they're nothing but paper tigers before our Ming sect. Bo-Ren, tonight we must cut through the Yuan army and only through the Yuan army. Because by then, the commander-in-chief will lead his forces to counterattack from Chuzhou. If we falter in battle, he'll be left to face the enemy alone. Chang Yuchun listened, his eyes wide with shock. His hands, which had claimed countless lives, suddenly trembled. He simply couldn't fathom why, if the commander intended to break out from Chuzhou, he would deliberately send him his foremost general out here. Wouldn't it be safer to keep him by his side? But then he thought again. His blood began to boil. In such dire straits, the Ming prince still possessed the courage to fight back. What magnificent spirit and heroic resolve! As Su De had said, if they fought with enough ferocity, if they cut through the Yuan army, couldn't they protect the Ming prince just as well? What were they waiting for? Comrades! Tonight, we swear to defend the Ming prince with our lives. Success or death. Under the cover of night. 20,000 soldiers, lying in wait for days to gather strength, slammed their wine bowls down in unison. In the darkness, the colossal beast Chen Mu had painstakingly cultivated for 10 months silently opened its crimson eyes. It sought to tear through the darkness and restore the sun and moon to the world. Chapter 17, Steal the Bamboo Shoots. What? It escaped? Brothers! Within Chuzhou city, Chen Mu held his own wine bowl, gazing at the thousands of soldiers before him. These were the first soldiers he had trained in Wuwei Prefecture, the very core disciples of the Bright Sect. It was because of these 2,000 men that Chuzhou city had stood firm against the relentless assaults of 100,000 enemy troops. But now, Chen Mu needed to lead them into an even greater endeavor. Out of the city, to slay the enemy. Had this been during the Yuan dynasty's heyday, Chen Mu wouldn't have dared leave the city even if given 10 times the courage. But now was different. Even with Chancellor Tutemer personally commanding the rear guard, the hastily assembled Yuan army still faced numerous problems. Logistics were chaotic, factional friction ran rampant, combat effectiveness was low. Especially after 7 days and nights of relentless fighting, their morale had plummeted to freezing point. As the military maxim states, strike while the enemy is weak to finish them off. Outside the walls, the Yuan forces were desperately awaiting reinforcements. Their provisions were nearly depleted, and days of defeat had sapped their will to fight. If not now, then when? Is everyone clear on what we're doing tonight? Chen Mu's gaze swept across the assembled soldiers. From one side, Tang Yi stepped forward and shouted, out of the city. Kill the enemy. Exactly. Chen Mu nodded. Tonight, General Su De and Chang Yuchun will each lead a force to assault the enemy camp. But first, we must create a diversion to draw the Yuan army's attention. No need for further words. Drink up. Let's go up. Let's go em. The soldiers roared with hearty laughter, downing the fiery liquor without a second thought. They mimicked Chen Mu's gesture, smashing their bowls to pieces. Truth be told, His Highness the Prince never permitted such behavior. But he insisted that before battle, a bit of ritual was needed and a farewell toast without smashing bowls just felt incomplete. On this point, every soldier felt it deeply. Rumble. Up ahead, the city gates that had withstood 10,000 troops for 7 days and nights were now slowly being pushed open. To one side. Li Shanchang hurried forward, his face etched with concern. He offered no further persuasion, merely bowing deeply and solemnly declaring, Your Excellency, do not forget the common people of the realm. Do not forget the great cause of our Ming sect. I know. Chen Mu laughed heartily, patting Li Shanchang on the shoulder. Mr. Li, I'm no bookish scholar like you. Rest assured. Chen Mu spoke with absolute confidence. If Zhu Yuanzhang could be counted as a military commander, then Chen Mu's martial prowess would undoubtedly rank among the top generals of the Ming Dynasty's founding era. Moreover, Chen Mu had already triggered 2 golden attributes, gaining 1 constitution and 1 strength. While he wouldn't dare claim to match Chang Yuchun's ferocity, he was certainly no ordinary soldier. At the very least, the arrow wound he'd suffered last time had scabbed over and was healing well. Go! The gates of Chuzhou city stood wide open. Thousands of soldiers followed Chen Mu's lead, marching resolutely toward the city's outskirts. Meanwhile, faint flickers of light could be seen on distant hilltops. That was the signal that Su De and Chang Yuchun had reached their designated positions. Moments later, the Yuan forces, having detected the commotion in Chuzhou, hastily prepared for battle. Cannons atop the city walls began roaring, providing cover fire for Chen Mu's advance. Inside the exam hall of Class 2, Senior 3, Zhao Chunshan paced nervously back and forth, fearing that Chen Mu's simulation might encounter problems. Fortunately, new combat data quickly appeared, and the very first line gave Zhao Chunshan a reassuring boost. You have already ambushed 20,000 troops outside Chuzhou city. After sending off Chang Yuchun, you used yourself as bait to draw the Yuan army's attention outside the city. Upon learning the Ming prince personally led troops out of the city, countless Yuan soldiers howled with fury, eager to claim your head. Yet your warriors fought with even greater resolve, their night combat skills far surpassing the imperial army. Most crucially, Su Di and Chang Yuchun have seized the moment to lead 20,000 troops in a surprise assault. Though vastly outnumbered, the Yuan forces found themselves constantly outmaneuvered in the haste of battle. 7 consecutive days of siege had exhausted the Yuan soldiers to the extreme. After 2 grueling hours of desperate resistance, they began to flee. The scales of victory began to tilt in your favor. Once again, you had defeated a larger force, but this time, it was a truly decisive triumph. 100,000 enemy troops disintegrated overnight. Though Yuan commanders desperately rallied the remnants, defeat was inevitable. In this battle, you annihilated 20,000 enemies, captured 30,000, and sent the remainder fleeing in disarray. News of this victory swiftly spread across the land, enraging the Yuan court while filling countless rebel forces with ecstatic joy. Countless common folk now eagerly await the arrival of the Ming sect. You triggered the effect of the golden trait Defy Heaven and Alter Fate, gaining +1 stamina. Inside the examination hall, Zhao Chuanshan's smile could no longer be contained, while Elder Su stared in stunned disbelief at the unfolding scene. Just moments ago, he had been utterly convinced Chen Mu intended to abandon Chuzhou city. Yet this kid not only held Chuzhou, he turned the tables and defeated the 100,000-strong attacking army. Could a beggar really accomplish this? Was this even plausible? Just as they were considering shifting their arguments, new simulation data stunned everyone. Chancellor Tofta Timur flew into a rage, recklessly leading another 300,000 troops to attack. This time, the Yuan dynasty is staking its last shred of dignity. They will stop at nothing to annihilate you. You've escaped. Not just you, even tens of thousands of Ming sect warriors vanished overnight, as if they had never existed. Tokdoe effortlessly seized Chuzhou city and easily captured Dingyuan, Han County, Wuwei Prefecture, and other territories. Yet no matter how many troops he dispatched to hunt you down, not a trace of you could be found, not even the slightest hint of your whereabouts. The examinees in the hall exchanged glances, each wearing an expression of bewilderment. Silence fell. Zhao Chunshan suddenly raised an eyebrow and chuckled. It's still old Su. I thought you only saw the second layer, but it turns out you're standing right in the atmosphere. Ah. That kid Chen Mu really is unreliable. He can't even hold down Chuzhou city. Put. Zheng Balan couldn't hold back his laughter. After coughing several times, he hurriedly turned to the dark-faced Elder Su, waving his hands. Elder Su, please don't misunderstand. I just suddenly remembered my dog had several puppies, so I got a little excited. Ha 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 ha. This time, it was the cameraman's turn to crack up. It wasn't that he lacked professionalism, these two were just too mean, and the netizens' comments were downright vicious. This teacher Zhao seems pretty cool. I'm starting to like him. He's got guts, a real man. But was that compliment to old Master Su genuine? Why does it feel like he's backstabbing him? That's brutal. How could he be so ruthless? Mr. Su is an expert after all, shouldn't he show some respect? Believe it or not, I bought it. My apologies, Professor Su, I misjudged you. Teacher Zhao, spot on, you truly hit the stratosphere with that move. It's gotta be old Master Su. They say age brings wisdom. At his age, he must be a 1,000-year-old sage, a 1,000-year-old demon king? Zhao Chunshan, who had been secretly glancing at the comments, was already laughing so hard his stomach hurt. The proctors weren't faring much better either. Consequently, the look they gave Chen Mu was filled with admiration. Honestly, this kid's got something special. But where the hell did he go? He couldn't have just vanished into thin air, could he? Chapter 18, Guerrilla Warfare, Expansion. Of course Chen Mu hadn't vanished. Right now, he was recuperating in a mountain village in Dingyuan County. That night, he'd acted as bait in the battle. Though surrounded by soldiers who fought desperately to protect him, Chen Mu still bore several jagged scars crisscrossing his body. But the +1 constitution bonus he gained from the golden attribute wasn't for nothing. These seemingly minor stats not only made Chen Mu's body stronger but also significantly accelerated his recovery. The only downside was, he suddenly found himself with too much free time. Each day consisted of sunbathing, checking intelligence reports, and then nothing much else. If Chen Mu had known Su Laohai had predicted he'd become a hands-off boss, he'd have given the guy a thumbs up. To be precise, after Li Shanjiang joined the Ming sect's founding team, Chen Mu no longer needed to handle those tedious administrative tasks. Truth be told, with their territory now significantly reduced, there really wasn't much governance left to manage. But regardless, Chen Mu had come to understand just how capable Li Shanjiang truly was. This man was eloquent, adept at reading people and situations, well-versed in social etiquette, and skilled at handling administrative affairs. He even possessed a smattering of military strategy. No wonder the historical Zhu Yuanzhang compared him to Xiao He. Since Li Shanjiang took charge of various affairs, the old Taoist priest Zhang Zhong had also found himself with more leisure time. This scholar, the first to join the Ming sect's ranks, now shed all traces of his bookish demeanor. He lounged in his chair with one leg crossed over the other, sipping wine and humming a tune. His duties were now few, leading a group of Taoist priests and Buddhist monks to resolve the soldiers' doubts, occasionally moonlighting as a storyteller to recount myths and tales of historical sages. Take this instance. During the defense of Chuzhou, the old Taoist had been patrolling the city walls when an arrow accidentally struck his calf. So he'd been recuperating alongside Chen Mu. And at this very place where they were recuperating, there was another familiar face. Master Zhang. A sharp call made Zhang Zhong flinch. Turning around, he saw the dignified Ma Xiaoying holding a lunchbox, sighing, "General, why don't you keep an eye on him? The physician specifically told him not to drink, and look what happened." "It's fine." Chen Mu laughed heartily. "Life and death are predestined, fortune and misfortune are in the heavens. If old Taoist Zhang passes, we'll give him a grand funeral, and then we'll all go feast together." "What feast?" Zhang Zhong immediately protested. "General, I've been utterly loyal to you. And this is how you repay me? Before anything even happens, you're already thinking of discarding the donkey after it's done its work? No more unlucky talk." Ma Xiaoying spat disdainfully, then beamed, "Quick, look at what we prepared for you today. Uncle Guo and the others specially hunted this game from the mountains." "Excellent. Excellent." Chen Mu didn't hesitate, grabbing his bowl and chopsticks as he smiled. "Come, let's eat together." In any other household, a woman might have shyly declined several times. After all, in this world, men held sway over women. In some places, women weren't even allowed to sit at the table to eat. But Ma Xiaoying showed no hesitation. She skillfully served rice to Chen Mu and Zhang Zhong, then sat down beside them with grace, picking up her own bowl and chopsticks. She harbored endless curiosity about the Ming king before her, and had so many questions she desperately wanted answered. "General." Ma Xiaoying served Chen Mu half a bowl of dishes and asked curiously, "Last time you said women hold up half the sky, but many villagers thought that was wrong. How can we women hold up half the sky? What's so hard to understand?" Chen Mu scoffed. "Aren't all the most accomplished people born of mothers and raised by fathers? Besides that monkey king, who else do you know who sprang from a rock crevice? And throughout history, how many heroic women have there been? Fu Hao of the Shang Dynasty led armies into battle. Princess Pingyang of the Tang Dynasty swept through enemy ranks. Then there's Wu Zetian, Hua Mulan, Mu Guiying. Though some of it comes from opera scripts, if they can do it, why can't you? Then do you think I could go to war?" The future Empress Ma beamed with admiration. "I've studied, I can draft your orders and such." "Stop it." Chen Mu shook his head, speechless. "If you join the army, Uncle Ma would never forgive us. Besides, what we want to do is liberate women's productive capacity, let them do some work too, so they don't have to rely solely on men to survive. Master Zhang, this task still falls to you. I'll write a pamphlet later so our soldiers can spread the word properly in every village and settlement. We're barely scraping by, and they still force women to bind their feet? That's just sick." Hearing this, Ma Xiaoying's eyes lit up. She whispered, "General, don't people say small feet are beautiful? Don't you like them? Who likes that?" Chen Mu sneered coldly, "The bones are crushed to dust. What good is beauty then? Rest assured, if anyone in our Ming sect dares to like it, I'll have them beaten with 50 military rods." "Oh." Ma Xiaoying absent-mindedly pushed her food around, her thoughts already drifting far away. Meanwhile, Chen Mu and Zhang Zhong hadn't finished their meal when they suddenly turned to discussing recent developments. "What's Zhu saying?" Chen Mu inquired. "Have the soldiers adapted to the rhythm of guerrilla tactics?" "They've adapted long ago." Zhang Zhong gave a thumbs up. "Commander, if I hadn't seen you secretly reading military manuals, I'd think you were born with this knowledge. When the enemy advances, we retreat when they halt, we harass when they tire, we strike when they withdraw, we pursue. This 16-character maxim captures the very essence of military strategy. At first, everyone struggled with this guerrilla warfare you mentioned, but lately, the results have been nothing short of spectacular. Just yesterday alone, guess how many Yuan court lackeys we took down? 5,000. General Su Da's unit ambushed a Yuan force of over 2,000, wiped them out in a single charge. General Chang Yuchun's unit is even more impressive. They've been relentlessly harassing enemy forces across multiple counties. General Chang alone took over 200 heads yesterday. Even Chen Mu was stunned by Chang Yuchun's outrageous tally. However, he hadn't anticipated guerrilla warfare would prove so effective in ancient times. The reason lay in the Ming sect's deep roots in the countryside. When recruiting soldiers earlier, he had deliberately chosen many young men from various regions, which is why the Ming sect army knew every corner of the land like the back of their hand. The Yuan forces arrived and then vanished. They dispatched massive forces, only to find their supplies couldn't reach the front lines. After finally tracing the Ming sect's army's trail, the disciples vanished without a trace the moment they turned their heads, leaving the Yuan forces stranded, unable to advance or retreat. Especially, Tang Yi, Zhou Dexing, and others were leading Ming sect disciples to steadily expand their territory in the surrounding areas. Even if they didn't attack county seats, surrounding villages and towns were swiftly brought under their control. There, they redistributed land, executed corrupt officials, and seized property from landlords. In less than a month, Chen Mu's sphere of influence had already reached Haozhou and Shui to the north, Liang County and Luzhou to the south, and Lian and Liuhe to the east, barely missing Yangzhou. Beyond this, Chen Mu's military forces were rapidly expanding. From the endless streams of displaced people and beggars flocking to the Ming sect from all directions, 20,000 strong and capable men had been selected for training. Nearly 10,000 soldiers were also selected from captured remnants of the Yuan army to form new regiments. Add to this the security units organized in villages and towns across the land, the Ming sect disciples lying dormant within various cities, and the other rebel armies arriving to pay homage. Chapter 19, Yuan army slaughters the city. Hold firm. Simulation Month 12, you lead the Ming sect's forces, dividing them into small units hidden throughout the land. Utilizing civilian cover, you engage the Yuan army in guerrilla warfare. As your forces expand their operational reach, your territory now approaches Haozhou, Luzhou, and Yangzhou. Countless commoners wholeheartedly support you, spontaneously providing cover for Ming sect soldiers, making your operations increasingly smooth. Every day, Yuan soldiers perish in assorted ambushes at peak intensity, casualties soar into the thousands. By now, Yuan soldiers refuse to enter rural villages and towns. Many Yuan forces have simply shut their camps and remain barricaded inside. Others pay lip service to their superiors' orders to conduct sweeps, but secretly disobey. Even the Yuan forces in Chuzhou city could no longer endure the harassment and were ultimately forced to withdraw. Your actions have greatly emboldened other rebel forces. It is said that besides the armies of Han Shantong, Lu Futong, and Peng the monk, dozens to hundreds of new rebel factions have emerged across the land. You know, the Yuan dynasty's days are numbered. Whoa! Even though Zhao Chunshan and the others knew Chen Mu was safe, they never imagined he'd resort to guerrilla tactics. Every year, countless simulation players attempt to replicate the legendary feats of Longxia's heroes in historical scenarios, but this isn't something just anyone can pull off. First, you need broad popular support. Second, you require a force that is battle-hardened, fearless, and disciplined. You must also possess intimate knowledge of the terrain for flexible maneuvers, along with timely supply and logistics. In short, favorable timing, advantageous terrain, and united people, all three are indispensable. And yet, the Ming sect perfectly fulfills all these conditions. That kid really has guts. Zhao Chunshan watched the simulation data with a slight grimace, feeling both pride in Chen Mu's tactics and a lingering sense of unease. And then came the overwhelming guilt. Why hadn't he been patient enough to listen properly to what Chen Mu was saying? Skill breeds boldness. Zheng Belan offered his assessment. Look at the final line of the simulated world. That must be Chen Mu's true thoughts. Do the math, he now has statesmen like Li Shanchang and Zhang Zhong, generals like Su Di and Chang Yuchun, plus Tang He and others assisting him. This lineup is already sufficient for a founding emperor. Who would have thought? So many simulators tried with various warlords, yet none succeeded in rebelling early. In the end, it was Zhu Chongba begging with a broken bowl who pulled it off. What did he accomplish? Old Su beside him studied the simulation data intently, shaking his head with a cold smile. Nothing's set in stone yet. Principal Zhang, best not jump to conclusions. In my view, Chen Mu's guerrilla tactics may yield some results, but they will inevitably trigger greater calamities. By then, whether he can preserve the Ming sect or maintain his current formidable reputation, well, that remains highly uncertain. Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Belan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening simultaneously. Why did chaos erupt at the end of the Yuan dynasty? First, natural disasters. Second, man-made calamities. And the root cause of the man-made calamity? Naturally, it was the Yuan dynasty's policy of high-pressure rule. Undoubtedly, the Ming sect's actions would inevitably provoke the Yuan dynasty's hostility. This was evident from Chancellor Toktoe's relentless assault on Chuzhou at any cost. The Yuan forces have temporarily withdrawn from Chuzhou, but who can guarantee they won't return? Who can guarantee Chen Mu will continue to have smooth sailing? As if to validate everyone's suspicions, new simulation data soon surfaced. Simulation Year 2, Chancellor Toktoe once again led a 500,000-strong army to suppress the Ming sect. This time, however, they did not attack the city. Instead, they slaughtered every village, town, and city they passed through. Overnight, the Mongol army left no living soul in their wake, countless common folk trembling in terror beneath the slaughtering blades. The people were terrified. They dared not aid you as before, and some even began betraying you to save their own lives. Li Shanchang saw this as a divine opportunity, a sign that the Yuan dynasty's fate was sealed. He advised you to conserve your strength, insisting that a future comeback was inevitable. But generals like Su Di and Chang Yuchun were furious. Judging by the Yuan army's actions, they knew it was only a matter of time before they would turn their fury on your homeland. The soldiers petitioned collectively, pleading for battle and hoping you would lead them to create even greater miracles. Zhu Shang, the Confucian scholar of Chizhou Prefecture who was about to take office, defected to your side. He advised you to fortify your defenses, stockpile provisions, and delay proclaiming yourself king, temporarily avoiding the brunt of the Yuan court's forces. Other strategists advised you to recognize the times and act wisely. Even temporarily accepting the Yuan court's amnesty could be a viable option. You find yourself in a dilemma, for you know every decision means many will die. The old Taoist Zhang Zhong advises you to follow your true heart. You choose to stand firm. That same month, you evacuated the populace from Liuhe City and fortified its defenses. Chancellor Toktoe initially planned to gather superior forces for a siege, but upon learning you personally commanded at Liuhe City, he launched a brutal assault. 10 days later, Liuhe City fell. Of the 8,000 defenders you led, only 1,000 remained. With cavalry reinforcements led by Su De, you evacuated Liuhe City and retreated to Lion County, once again adopting a defensive posture. Chancellor Toktoe rejoiced upon hearing this, knowing your forces were dwindling. He believed that by prolonging the conflict, the Ming sect would inevitably perish. Simulation data streamed across Chen Mu's mind, casting a heavy pall over the entire examination hall. Old Su couldn't be bothered to mock him anymore. Yet his smug expression spoke volumes. This infuriated everyone present to no end. Was this old man's so-called face more important than historical truth? More important than a student's future? Damn it! Zhao Chunshan gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen. He couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell is that kid Chen Mu trying to do? Doesn't he realize how dangerous this is?" Zhao Chunshan simply couldn't fathom why Chen Mu would choose to confront them head-on. Shouldn't he be spreading the word about the Yuan army's brutality right now, stirring up more resistance, and then overthrowing the Yuan dynasty once they had enough strength? Or follow the strategist's advice, feign allegiance to the Yuan, then raise the banner of rebellion afterward? Don't panic. Zheng Bilan, standing nearby, carefully weighed every word of the simulated message. After a moment, he murmured, "Old Zhao, remember how Liu Bei in the Three Kingdoms scenario also delayed military action for the sake of the people? The world hails Chao Mingda as a tyrant, but I prefer Lu Xuanda. Everyone calls him hypocritical, but if a man maintains that facade his entire life, is he truly hypocritical or genuinely virtuous?" Zhao Chunshan looked at the principal with utter confusion. Zheng Bilan calmly continued, "Look closely. Chen Mu faces only 3 options: retreat, fight, or surrender. Retreating would at best tarnish his reputation, at worst demoralize his troops. But relentless fighting isn't a viable strategy either. After all, the Yuan forces are overwhelming, impossible to defeat head-on. As for surrender, that's out of the question. If he kneels this time, the Ming sect's reputation will be utterly ruined. Then forget the Mongols, the countless rebel armies across the land alone would devour the Ming sect, leaving not a crumb behind. I believe Chen Mu's current choice is the right one. It both saves the people and strengthens our troops' resolve. If they can't hold out, the seeds the Ming sect has sown will be enough to turn the tide. But if they do hold out..." Zhao Chunshan's heart skipped a beat. If the Ming sect could survive such a desperate predicament, who in the chaotic late Yuan era could possibly restrain Chen Mu? Chapter 20, the casualties are too heavy. Can we win? We must hold on. Within the simulated world, Chen Mu gazed distantly at the devastated ruins of Lion County. This time, he had held out for only 7 days. Unlike last time, the 10,000 troops he led had lost over 2,000 men. These were no ordinary 2,000 soldiers. They were warriors reborn from the flames, the strong who had endured life and death battles. "Commander!" Li Ernio grinned widely as he leaned in close. "The brothers all say that even though we couldn't hold it this time, next time we'll definitely defend Chuzhou." "Right, next time we definitely can." Chen Mu nodded. Looking up, he saw over 2,000 pairs of eyes, each one calm. No sorrow, no anger. Though each looked utterly bedraggled and exhausted, their eyes shone as brightly as stars. Once upon a time, they were displaced people, beggars, livestock under the iron hoof. Even in death, no one would care. If they could eat their fill and stay warm, if they could reunite with their families, perhaps no one would willingly shoulder a musket or wield a broadsword to fight to the death. But this damned world gives you no chance to catch your breath. Only a handful of Zhu Yuanzhang's family remained alive. How much luck could other displaced people possibly have? Even those barely scraping by, how many could truly say how long they'd last? And what's more, the Yuan army has already raised their slaughtering blades. Fleeing means death, staying means death. If they could buy their loved ones a little more time before dying, if they could take a few more with them when they perished, if craftsmen were carving their names into stone, then what was there to fear? "General!" A soldier supported Chen Mu, whispering, "General Chang said your injuries are severe. Why not return to Dingyuan to recuperate? Let us brothers defend the city?" "Out of the question." Chen Mu refused without hesitation. He was Zhu Yuanzhang, the revered Ming king of the entire Ming sect. His every move, even a single word or glance, could influence these warriors. Therefore, he could not leave, nor could he falter. "Don't worry." Chen Mu patted the young warrior's shoulder and chuckled, "A few arrow wounds? I can handle it." He said that, but when it came time to change the bandages, Chen Mu was struggling to endure it. Because in this era, there were no painkillers. And the methods for treating arrow wounds were downright brutal. "General, are you ready?" Chang Yuchun gripped the red-hot branding iron, his hand trembling slightly. Gritting his teeth, Chen Mu nodded and growled, "Bring it on. Sticking my neck out gets me killed either way, might as well get it over with." Sizzle. Stealing his resolve, Chang Yuchun pressed the branding iron onto Chen Mu's wound. A choking cloud of thick smoke instantly billowed upward. Beside them, Su De, Tang He, and the others all turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Just then, a frantic figure rushed in, shouting urgently, "Wait! Wait! My father has already summoned Dr. Li. Clang! Upon seeing the 7 or 8 horrific wounds on Chen Mu's body, Ma Xiuying's medicine box slipped from her hands and crashed to the floor. After a long moment, she finally bent down to gather the scattered herbs. Her eyes reddened as she stood to the side and whispered, "General, Dr. Li has arrived. Your wounds will heal soon. It's fine." Chen Mu gave a faint, weak smile and turned his head. "Tang He, have the physician stay. Send someone to escort Miss Ma back. I won't leave." Ma Xiuying sounded stubborn. "You said women hold up half the sky, Commander. I can stay to help change your bandages and cook for you. If we're short-handed, I can even fire a musket." "Nonsense." Chen Mu's face darkened. This was the future Empress Ma. If she were to perish, wouldn't the entire Zhu family line be extinguished? He still wanted to see what Zhu Biao was like. After much persuasion, only then did Tang He and the others manage to persuade Ma Xiuying to leave. After the physician applied some golden wound medicine and he downed several bowls of bitter herbal decoction that made his stomach ache, Chen Mu donned his armor once more and stood upon the ramparts of Chuzhou. Last time he had routed the Yuan forces here, but this time would likely prove far more difficult. Beneath the gloomy sky, the Yuan army below the walls surged like a dark tide. Amidst the deafening battle cries, the crimson banner bearing the golden character 4 Ming still fluttered fiercely atop the ramparts. Cannons boomed, matchlocks crackled, and soldiers led by Chang Yuchun and others wielded sharp blades, driving wave after wave of enemy troops from the ramparts. Siege warfare was undoubtedly the most brutal. Both defenders and attackers paid a heavy price to determine the outcome. Especially when countless Ming sect soldiers fought with the resolve to die. If the walls collapsed, they would defend the breach to the death. If the gates fell, they would defend every street corner, one intersection at a time. The citizens had long since evacuated, so every inch of Chuzhou city could become a battlefield. Courtyards, rooftops, alleys, ancient wells, corpses littered the streets, and desperate fighting raged everywhere. 3 days later, as the exhausted Ming sect soldiers withdrew from Chuzhou, the Yuan army was too weary to pursue. In truth, Chancellor Tokto had deployed a pursuit force. But shortly after the siege began, these reserves clashed with Su Da's cavalry, resulting in casualties on both sides. And now, Tottimer, surrounded by a group of Yuan Dynasty generals, climbed the battered ramparts of Chuzhou city. He stared blankly at the severed banner of the Ming sect. He could not fathom how this rabble of mud-covered peasants, who should have been nothing but a disorganized mob, could unleash such formidable fighting power. "Chancellor!" A general hurried forward, his voice brimming with triumph. "Our forces have achieved a great victory. Over 6,000 Ming sect rebels have been beheaded, and only a mere 3,000 stragglers remain." He escaped again? Tokto's face turned ashen. "What about our casualties? 6,000? How many of our men did this cost us this time?" "Well..." The reporting commander's expression shifted slightly. Meeting Tokto's gaze, he could only lower his head and report, "Our casualties, 23,000 dead, 7,800 severely wounded. Missing, 11,000 men." Whoa! Not only Chancellor Tofta, but everyone around him sucked in a sharp breath. In the previous 2 battles which had raged for 10 days and nights and 7 days and nights respectively, the Yuan forces had suffered their heaviest casualties at the Battle of Lion County, yet even then their losses had only exceeded 10,000. Yet this time, the missing alone numbered over 10,000. And, though termed missing, who didn't know these men had deserted? A single battle had cost them 40,000 men. Even with Tofta commanding an army exceeding 500,000 men, this figure still gave him a headache. Why? Why had these damned southerners grown so stubborn? And why does that damned Ming king always manage to break through the encirclement at the last moment? Most crucially, the greatest fear for an army fighting hard is the absence of rewards. In past rebellions, Tokto always let his troops plunder freely both to punish the local populace and as a form of reward for his commanders. But now, all the people have fled. The entire Hexing City, Lion County, and Chuzhou City have become utterly deserted. Even if he wanted to let his troops plunder, what could they possibly seize? Pass the order. The army will rest for 1 day. The day after tomorrow, we march immediately to pursue. Tato Timur gazed at the setting sun in the west and growled, "We cannot give them any breathing room. Nor can we allow them to continue relocating ordinary people. Inform all units, once the Ming sect is eradicated, I grant you 7 days to search every Ming sect city without restraint, no holds barred." The many generals present all lit up with joy. But soon, their faces clouded with worry. Unleashing their troops to plunder was certainly welcome news after all, commanders like themselves would profit handsomely. But who would tackle the Ming sect, that tough nut to crack? Chuzhou City had already been reduced to this state. How would they possibly take Dingyuan, Juanzhou, Chaoxian, Liangxian, and Wuwei City next? Each city would require tens of thousands of men to capture. Could they truly prevail? Chapter 21, The Decisive Battle, The Transformation. The Mongol commander's fears soon became reality. 7 days later, after enduring another excruciatingly difficult siege, the Mongol forces finally breached the small city of Dingyuan. Unexpectedly, Chen Mu did not retreat to defend the southern counties of Chao and Wuwei, but instead marched northward straight to Haozhou City. Just as in history, Wu Zixing, Sun Dea, and others joined forces to seize Haozhou. But unlike history, Wu Zixing was Zhu Yuanzhang's father-in-law. Now, Ma Xiuying's father was still alive, serving as a minor leader within the Ming sect, managing logistics. Wu Zixing, Sun Dea, and others had become franchisees of the Ming sect. Essentially, Chen Mu had granted them a Ming sect charter and dispatched personnel to assist them in recruiting troops. Commander! Within Haozhou City, Wu Zixing gazed at Chen Mu with a hint of excitement, clasping his hands in salute. We discovered a secret passage within the city walls, leading toward the Hao River in Fengyang. This passage extends over 30 feet deep, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. We've already stored considerable supplies underground. Combined with Haozhou's towering city walls, even if that dog of an official, Toktoe, leads troops to attack, we'll be safe as houses. Quite right. Chen Mu studied the secret passage map drawn by Li Shanchang's men, then turned to ask, Tianda, what's the situation with the Yuan forces? Same as always. Su De sneered coldly, we only killed 30,000 of them at Dingyuan City, yet the Yuan army has become timid and hesitant. Now they dare not even send out scouts. Moreover, our scouts have discovered that desertions from the Yuan army have been increasing lately. That's a good sign. Chen Mu perked up. Now it's just a matter of who can hold out longer. Though the Ming sect's territory seemed to shrink with each battle, and casualties mounted, the Mongols' brutal massacres were awakening more and more people to the need for resistance. Therefore, over this period, the Ming sect's forces not only failed to diminish but were rapidly expanding. Of course, a significant portion of these were new recruits, but Chen Mu had already dispatched them to surrounding areas to launch a new wave of guerrilla warfare. The capture of Haozhou City by Wu Zixing, Sun Dea, and others is a direct result of this guerrilla campaign. Therefore, Chen Mu decided to pull off a major operation in Haozhou City. To tie down the main Yuan forces here, buying more time for training the new recruits and securing other areas. By order of the Ming Prince, all officers and soldiers are to march immediately to Haozhou City. In this battle, we stand and fall with the Ming King. The city stands, we stand. Should the city fall, we swear to protect the Ming Prince with our lives. The name of the Ming King, Zhu Yuanzhang, had now become nothing short of a legend. The Ming King whom even 500,000 enemy troops could not slay. The Ming sect that stood firm for the people. The sole chosen one, selected by the primordial god Pangu himself, to end this damned age of chaos. The only regret is this. Everything within the simulated world remains utterly unknown to outsiders. All they could do was piece together Chen Mu's experiences through the lines of simulated information. But that was enough. After sieges at Liuhe, Lian, Chuzhou, Dingyuan, and beyond, the Yuan forces paid a heavy price each time they captured a city, yet their gains were nearly zero. The Yuan army's morale continued to plummet, while the warriors of the Ming sect grew ever more resolute. The people spread tales of the Ming sect's exploits by word of mouth, and countless individuals across the surrounding provinces now know of your endeavors. Righteous armies traveled great distances to support you. Though their equipment was crude and their combat strength low, you treated them as if they were treasures, showing them the utmost respect. The ranks of the Ming sect disciples swelled, and their influence began to spread once more. They keep your guerrilla warfare principles firmly in mind, constantly reminding themselves to uphold military law and discipline. Some commoners began comparing Ming sect disciples to the Yu family army, while countless others who received aid and mercy kept their gratitude buried deep within. Upon hearing of your resolve to defend Haozhou City to the death, countless people quietly offered their support. Finally, the Yuan dynasty's Chancellor Toktoe arrived with an army of 400,000. How did it become 40,000? Zhao Chunshan keenly noticed the change in numbers. Without a second thought, he burst into laughter. Well done, Chen Mu. To endure such a desperate situation for so long? Principal, do you think Chen Mu will succeed this time? It's not a matter of whether he's already succeeded. Principal Zhang Belan mused thoughtfully. Old Zhao, think about it. If a court can't even suppress its own rebels, what does that spell? The result? Zhao Chuanshan's eyes lit up. Every dynasty's downfall stemmed from the same underlying issue. The imperial army was powerless to suppress local uprisings. If suppression were possible, the dynasty could usually cling to life for a while longer. And in times like the late Yuan dynasty, the moment the imperial court shows the slightest sign of weakness, all that awaits them is more rebellion. In that instant, a flash of insight struck Zhao Chunshan, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Principal, do you think Chen Mu might have done this deliberately? He's using his own resolve to show the world that the Yuan army isn't terrifying even with their vast numbers, they're nothing but a rabble. Once the righteous armies rise up in every region to attack, it won't matter if Chancellor Toktoe has 50,000 troops even with 1,000,000 or 2, the outcome would likely be a dead end. And that's putting it mildly. Zhang Belan cast a meaningful glance at Chen Mu and chuckled softly. He's not just putting on a show for the world, he's forging the soul of an army. If I'm not mistaken, the Yuan army's casualties during sieges have been steadily rising. Because from the very beginning, Chen Mu has been using religion and other means to influence these soldiers, instilling conviction in them, forging their faith. Such soldiers lack only combat experience. Once that deficiency is addressed. Do you recall the founding history of our Longxia kingdom? That wasn't a snowball effect, it was a blazing inferno capable of consuming the entire world. Just watch. I sense the transformation of the Ming sect's warriors is about to begin right here in Hongwu City. Zhao Chuanshan's heart surged with excitement. He longed to rush into the simulated world himself and witness how his talented student would handle this. But now, beyond his immense anticipation, he could only steal a few glances at old Su. Unfortunately, the old man remained deep in thought, his expression shifting between clouded and clear, offering no response. Meanwhile, the cameraman beside them kept winking and nodding at Zhang Bilan and Zhao Chunshan, clearly having spotted the netizens' comments again. To this, Zhang Bilan and Zhao Chunshan merely exchanged knowing smiles. They no longer cared about old Su or the netizens' opinions. Compared to that, Chen Mu was far more important. For this student was about to use Zhu Chongba, a beggar, to found a glorious dynasty. And they were privileged to witness it all firsthand. Chapter 22, Bloody Battle, Hold the Line. The Yuan dynasty must fall. Simulation, 2nd year, 3rd month. You are holding the fort at Hongwu City. Though the 400,000-strong Yuan army is numerous, their morale is low. They assault the city only under the heavy pressure of Chancellor Tokto. 4th month, you hold Hongwu City. The citizens have long been evacuated. Your pre-stockpile provisions are nearly depleted, and your forces have suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, underground passages still allow for the replenishment of troops and supplies. 5th month, you hold your ground in Hongwu City. The Yuan forces employed every tactic imaginable, yet they could not breach the walls. Even sections collapsed by cannon fire became impassable chasms under the Ming sect warriors' desperate defense. 6th month, you still stand. Months of relentless siege have turned Hongwu City into a veritable meat grinder. Over 50,000 Ming sect warriors fell, while Yuan losses soared past 100,000. Their morale teetered on the brink of collapse. Chancellor Tokto finally discovered the secret passage outside Hongwu City. The Yuan army's morale soared, launching a frenzied counterattack. You personally took to the battlefield, fighting side by side with Ming sect warriors in bloody combat. You repeatedly repelled Yuan attacks and even launched counterstrikes to seize portions of their supplies. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, earning the title Immortal King of Light. Your soldiers now believe you are blessed by the heavens and can never be slain by the Yuan forces. They willingly follow you, determined to defend Hongwu City to the death. Repeated defeats have shattered the Yuan army's morale to freezing point, for they too now believe the King of Light cannot die. You have defended Hongwu City. We did it. We actually succeeded. Inside the exam hall of Class 2, Senior 3, Zhao Chunshan could find no words to describe his emotions. And in the gaze he cast toward Chen Mu, there was now a hint of admiration. This was a hell-tier challenge. If anyone else had pulled off what Chen Mu did, what would the outcome have been? At best, the dungeon would have ended. At worst, they would have died right there. But now? Chen Mu not only withstood the siege of hundreds of thousands of Yuan dynasty troops, but even triggered a golden stat line. That alone was proof enough of his capabilities. I've misjudged him. Zhao Chunshan sighed deeply, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He felt unable to face his former self, especially the memories of repeatedly unjustly criticizing Chen Mu. But now it was clear if Chen Mu hadn't understood the late Yuan dynasty's history, could he have performed so brilliantly in a hell-tier dungeon? Seeing this, Zhang Bilan patted Zhao Chunshan on the shoulder and chuckled, a sword's edge comes from grinding. Without your push, he might never have reached this level. He shook his head. Zhao Chunshan felt his resolve harden. Turning back, he looked at the evasive-eyed old Su and declared in a clear voice, Principal, there's no need for you to persuade me. If Chen Mu can prove his version of history is the truth, I, Zhao Chunshan, will keep my word and apologize to him. Su Lao couldn't help but grind his teeth. It was obvious. Zhao Chunshan was calling him out. But he was, after all, an expert who had participated in textbook compilation, a highly respected professor. If he were to apologize to a kid like Chen Mu, where would he put his old face? He snorted. Old Su could only put on a brave face and say, Professor Zhao, the simulation isn't over yet. He did manage to hold off the Yuan army's counterattack, which shows he's got some skill, at least he knows his history from the late Yuan to early Ming periods. But if I'm not mistaken, Chen Mu hasn't followed Zhu Yuanzhang's original life path, has he? Isn't he worried about unexpected complications? Don't forget. If the destinies of characters in the historical scenario shift too drastically, the appearance of a single assassin could ruin everything. Zhao Chunshan let out a cold laugh but saw no point in elaborating further. However, what old Su said wasn't alarmist, it was backed by real-life precedent. Once, a simulator ran rampant in the late Ming dungeon, hailed as the most likely candidate to uncover the truth behind the dynasty's collapse. Yet precisely because the fate he altered for a character was too bizarre, he was ultimately poisoned to death by a eunuch. This incident directly caused the dungeon's reputation to plummet. After that, the simulator could never replicate his own maneuvers, and the truth of the late Ming era was once again buried in obscurity. But based on Zhao Chuanshan's understanding of Chen Mu, he would never make such a mistake. Yet, as if to spite him, the simulation data seemed to be deliberately thwarting Zhao Chunshan, popping up instantly. Chancellor Tofta Timur has reinforced his troops again. His forces now number 70,000 and they have besieged Hongwu city for several days. He knows he has no chance of capturing it. Rebellions across the Yuan Empire spread like wildfire. Ming sect warriors in other regions began employing guerrilla tactics to harass Yuan rear lines, expanding their operations outward once more. The Yuan army shows signs of retreat. Chancellor Tokto invites you to drink outside the city walls. You gladly accept. Chen Mu is utterly foolish. Zhao Chunshan was at a loss for words. Wasn't this an obvious trap? Of course not. Outside Hongwu city in the simulated world, Ming sect warriors on the city walls stood at the ready, their eyes fixed intently on every move of the Yuan army. For the Ming king stood directly below the walls. Beneath the towering walls, a table stood before Chen Mu. Across from him sat the Yuan chancellor, Tokto, his expression complex. Though the Yuan dynasty and the Ming sect had clashed countless times over the past year, this was their first meeting. King of Light. To Timur stared at Chen Mu and couldn't help asking, how did you manage to hold out for so long? I personally inspected that underground passage, it's barely wide enough for one person. How did you transport provisions through such a passage? Simple enough. Chen Mu chuckled softly. When my Ming sect disciples came to reinforce us, each carried enough provisions for 100 men. Carried by people? Todimur still couldn't grasp it. Where would you find that many people? And where would you get that much grain? Chen Mu offered no reply, merely raising his wine bowl to pour its contents onto the earth outside Hongwu city. The battlefield here had been cleared by Ming sect disciples and Yuan troops, all corpses gathered and buried. Yet even so, the soil remained a deep crimson. It was blood. The blood of tens of thousands of soldiers had stained the entire land this color. A long silence fell. Only then did Chen Mu answer Chancellor Tokto's question. All disciples of the Ming sect join of their own free will. Before they came, they were told they might die in battle, yet those willing to join still came in endless streams. The provisions sustaining our great army were gathered piece by piece from households across the land. Because they refused to endure your rule any longer. Tofta Timur was rendered speechless. He had known this answer all along, yet from the Yuan dynasty's perspective, he had stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. After a long silence, he sighed, you knew all along that chaos would erupt across the land? You planned this from the start, using yourself as bait to draw the imperial forces, buying time for the other rebels? Yes. Chen Mu nodded emphatically. This was indeed his open strategy, one he had planned from the very beginning. Aren't you afraid of death? Tofta Timur's voice trembled slightly. Didn't you fear I might throw caution to the wind, keep reinforcing my troops, and destroy your Ming sect at any cost? Not afraid. Chen Mu smiled calmly. Zhu Yuanzhang may die, and the Ming sect may perish, but the Yuan dynasty will inevitably collapse. Chapter 23, The Great Ming Dynasty, Eyes Fixed on Jinling. The Yuan dynasty will inevitably collapse. Chen Mu's words left Tokto speechless. For he knew it to be true. Though he had been reinforcing his troops during this period, though the Yuan army under his command had swelled to 50, 60, even 70,000 men, he had no chance of capturing Hongwu city. If he continued besieging Hongwu, rebel forces elsewhere would grow unchecked until they utterly overthrew the Yuan dynasty. I will not let you off the hook. Todimur rose to his feet, his voice thunderous. Once my army has rested and recovered, once I have subdued the other rebels, I will return for you. Fine. Chen Mu roared with laughter, then we'll be waiting for you. Soon. The two men beneath the city walls went their separate ways. That very night, the Yuan army withdrew silently. Inside Hongwu city, countless soldiers watched the scene with excitement. Many commanders gathered at the general's residence, their eyes fixed on Chen Mu seated at the head of the table. Commander-in-chief. The enemy retreats, we advance now is the perfect moment to pursue. Chang Yuchun's eyes blazed with fervor. Your humble servant volunteers to lead a force in pursuit, to avenge our fallen brothers. Commander-in-chief. Suda stepped forward as well. This humble general also wishes to join the battle. Commander-in-chief. Tang Yi, Zhou Dexing, and others all petitioned to join the pursuit. But Chen Mu shook his head. Looking at his generals, each bearing wounds, he sighed, we cannot pursue. Our supplies are exhausted, and we cannot sacrifice more of our soldiers. Though Chen Mu appeared calm and confident before Tofta Timur, the Ming sect had truly reached its breaking point. With the underground passage severed, Hongwu city stood isolated and unsupported, its provisions dwindling by the day. Even Chen Mu, the commander-in-chief, could only receive a bowl of thin rice porridge and a small piece of flatbread each day, just like the ordinary soldiers. Zhou Dexing, once a stout figure, had now wasted away to a mere stick. Even the formidable General Chang Yuchun had lost strength due to malnutrition and suffered injuries in battle. Thankfully, it was all over. The Ming sect had shouldered the burden for all rebel forces for half a year. It was time for them to catch their breath. Simulation Year 2. The Ming sect's bloody battle at Hongwu city sparked cheers from countless rebel forces. Yet some sensed impending danger. Though various rebel factions fought under the banner of the Ming sect, they were unwilling to become your subordinates. Han Shantung and Lu Futong captured Bianliang, establishing it as their capital. They proclaimed themselves kings, founding the Great Song dynasty with the era name Longfeng. This news sent shockwaves across the land, prompting countless rebel forces to follow suit. In Chuzhou, Su Shouhui proclaimed himself emperor, establishing the Tianwan kingdom. In Jiangnan, Zhang Shicheng and Li Huafu captured Taizhou and Gaoyu, proclaiming themselves Prince Chang and establishing the Great Zhou kingdom. The disciples of the Ming sect, fresh from their great victory, were elated. Countless others now hoped you too would establish a kingdom and proclaim yourself emperor. You summoned your strategist Zhu Shang once more to seek his counsel. Zhu Shang remained steadfast in his strategy of building high walls, stockpiling grain, and delaying the proclamation of kingship, aligning perfectly with your own thoughts. You knew the name Ming sect needed no imperial crown to stand. You refused the yellow robe offered by your soldiers and erected a stone monument in Hangzhou City to honor all the heroes who died for the Ming sect. Yet to appease your troops, you resolved to establish a kingdom first, naming it Great Ming. Just as the titles Ming sect and Ming king spread by word of mouth, the name Great Ming echoed through countless people's lips. Even in cities yet to be conquered, many eagerly awaited your arrival. Li Shanchang established comprehensive laws for the Great Ming, and governance across the land grew increasingly smooth. You began prioritizing the people's welfare and restoring production. The people returned to their hometowns, and the soldiers of the Ming sect commenced a new round of training. Your territory expands once more. Inside the Senior 3, Class 2 exam hall, everyone present felt their blood boil with excitement. A nation was founded. Though Chen Mu hadn't proclaimed himself emperor, the mere words Great Ming gave everyone a reassuring sense of stability. After all, founding a nation in the simulation world was no trivial matter. A misnamed state could spark rebellion at best, or invite divine retribution at worst. Don't forget. There was once a simulator who was literally crushed by the simulated world simply because they used the wrong era name. Let alone the even more crucial national title. It was the very symbol of a dynasty, the starting point for all the stories to come. If even the nation's name is wrong, what's the point of simulating anything? Everyone, look at the comments. The cameraman, who'd been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. He really couldn't hold back any longer. After all, the live stream viewers had already erupted in chaos. Whoa! It worked! It actually worked! So the Ming Dynasty was really founded by Zhu Yuanzhang? Holy crap! Started with a bowl, ended with a nation? No wonder everyone says this world is a giant makeshift stage, a plot twist so wild it wouldn't even make it into a novel, and it's actually historical fact? Enough talk, I'm bowing down. Mom just asked why I was kneeling, and now she's doing the same. Bro, Chen Mu is the real deal. How did he go from beggar to emperor? He hasn't even proclaimed himself emperor yet. But since the Great Ming Dynasty has been established, it's only a matter of time. Next, we'll see how Chen Mu overthrows the Yuan dynasty and eliminates all the rival warlords. Without a doubt. Chen Mu's latest simulation has already caused a huge stir online. Some even edited clips of his simulation into short videos, posting them across platforms and igniting endless discussions. Not only that. Some even used the simulation data to create maps, speculating on the true extent of Chen Mu's current sphere of influence. Truthfully, Chen Mu himself didn't know. Because another matter was giving him a headache. Establishing the capital. In the original historical timeline, Zhu Yuanzhang took several years to capture Jinling after launching his rebellion, and it was only much later that he established his empire and proclaimed himself emperor. He had now established his state, but Jinling remained in the hands of the Yuan forces. Your Excellency. Li Shanchang bowed respectfully. Now that the name of our Great Ming has been established, the capital must be determined without delay. Only thus can we secure the hearts of the people across the land. Now that Yangzhou has voluntarily submitted, why not establish it as our capital, Lord Ming, and lay the foundation for our great enterprise? Yangzhou is out of the question. Su De shook his head firmly. General Chang and I have both inspected the site. The city walls are indeed imposing, but the surrounding defensible terrain is far too limited. Should our forces be stretched thin, the Yuan court could exploit the vulnerability. Precisely. Chen Mu also disapproved of Yangzhou. Unfolding the map, his gaze settled on Jinling City. As if sensing Chen Mu's thoughts, the old Taoist priest Zhang Zhong immediately smiled. Commander, Jinling City is nestled between mountains and water, an absolutely ideal location for a capital. However, the Yuan court's naval forces guard this place. Capturing it won't be easy. Naval forces. A sudden thought struck Chen Mu. He asked, when we were defending Hangzhou, didn't the Chaowu naval forces come to join us? Where are they now? Commander, they're in Chaoxian. Su De quickly interjected. Chaowu Lake connects to the Yangtze River via the Ruxu River. With the Chaowu naval forces at our disposal, we can certainly capture Jinling. Chen Mu nodded. Since the Battle of Hangzhou, the Great Ming now controlled Luzhou Road, Anfeng Road, Yangzhou Road, and parts of Huai'an Road. If we could take Jinling next. Then the gateway to the entire Jiangxia region would be wide open. Chapter 24, The Chao Fleet, Prepare for Battle. Year 1 of the Great Ming Dynasty, you set your sights on Jinling, the ancient capital city by the Great River. Yet the Yuan naval forces lurk nearby, watching intently. Though the warriors of the Ming sect are formidable, they have yet to be tested in naval combat. You did not act rashly, instead training your naval forces at Chuzhou Lake. Your nephew Zhu Yuanzhang and your son-in-law Li Wenzhong came to join you. Knowing these two would become great generals of the Ming, you entrusted their training to Su Di and Chang Yuchun. The Chuzhou naval force grew robust, its combat prowess increasing daily. In the 8th month of the first year of the Great Ming, Chancellor Tokto told of your attempt to attack Jinling. He dispatched a naval force to obstruct you, seeking to crush the Chuzhou fleet in its infancy. You personally supervised the operations at Chuzhou. Tingyu, Yangzhong. On the shores of Chuzhou Lake, Chen Mu surveyed the generals before him. Yu Tingyu and his 3 sons, along with the brothers Liao Yangzhong and Liao Yong'an. Historically, these men gathered ships at Chuzhou Lake to rebel, later defecting to Zhu Yuanzhang and forming the precursor to the Ming Navy. But now, due to Chen Mu's premature rebellion, the Chuzhou naval force had not yet been established. Surprisingly, however, a disciple of the Ming sect recognized the importance of a naval force. He traveled far and wide seeking talent, unexpectedly setting everything back on track. Because of this, that Ming sect disciple, once buried in obscurity, has now left a profound mark in the annals of history. For Chen Mu desired far more than a navy capable of dominating inland waterways. What he desired was a navy capable of crossing oceans, pushing the Ming Dynasty to its very limits. Of course, given the Ming Dynasty's current territory and population, it could not yet afford an overly massive fleet. But prioritizing technological upgrades and allowing the Chuzhou fleet to gain experience was undoubtedly the right path. And now, the transformed Chuzhou fleet was about to face its first battle. Commander-in-Chief. Liao Yangzhong stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Commander, rest assured. At your command, we swear to never let a single Yuan dog set foot in Chuzhou. That's right. The Yu family father and son spoke in unison. Commander, issue your orders. After such long training, our soldiers are eager to prove themselves. Nonsense. Chen Mu shook his head. What I mean is, the timing of this battle, when to fight, when to retreat, that's entirely up to you. We have only one condition. Regardless of victory or defeat, the roots of our Chuzhou navy must be preserved. That way, even if we lose, we'll still have a chance in the future. The Liao brothers and the Yu family exchanged glances. After Chen Mu departed, Liao Yangzhong finally asked, Brother, Uncle Yu, what do you think the commander meant? Does he think we can't defeat the Yuan navy? Definitely. Yu Tingyu sighed. Our fleet is still too small. Even though the general specially equipped us with cannons, using artillery in naval combat just seems unreliable no matter how you look at it. Stop overthinking it. Liao Yong'an said gravely, the general has personally trained our Chuzhou fleet for months. He's provided every man and every penny we've needed. I've heard General Su Di and Chang Yuchun both have reservations about this. General Tang he even said the commander-in-chief is biased. The commander-in-chief values us so highly we must not disappoint him. Therefore, in this battle, we must win and can only win. In just a few sentences, the men present had already resolved themselves to fight to the death. The naval forces were different from the land army. The Ming land forces had been forged through battles like the Battle of Haozhou, undergoing a complete transformation. Though the Chuzhou navy had trained for months under Chen Mu's supervision and been equipped with new cannons and signal flags, none present truly knew their combat effectiveness. Likewise, the Yuan navy had never imagined what kind of monster Chen Mu had forged. Report. A swift boat raced toward them. Sailors hurriedly boarded the flagship and urgently reported, Commander. The Yuan dog's ships have reached the mouth of Chuzhou Lake. Feeling Chen Mu's gaze, Liao Yong'an, appointed commander for this engagement, stepped forward and declared in a deep voice, transmit the Grand Admiral's order. Yu Tingyu and Liao Yangzhong shall lead the left and right battalions to lure them out, forcing them to divide their forces in pursuit. The central force and the front and rear battalions shall hold their positions, ready for orders at any moment. Aye, sir. Sailors swiftly raised signal flags all around. Before long, over 100 vessels of various sizes poured out from both flanks. Chen Mu had no idea how naval battles were actually fought. However, he was aware of the battle plan devised by the Liao brothers and the Yu family. Essentially, it involved leveraging their intimate knowledge of the waters to lure the Yuan navy toward the hidden reefs. Even if the Yuan fleet avoided running aground, that stretch of water would severely restrict their maneuverability, granting the Chuzhou fleet a superior offensive position. But plans never keep pace with reality. Even with his knowledge from the future, Chen Mu couldn't transform these insights into combat effectiveness in such a short time, nor could he control every variable. Take now, for instance. The Yuan navy had taken the bait, but they had also swallowed the Chuzhou navy's lure whole. The left and right regiments alone comprised hundreds of warships of various sizes, representing a full third of the entire Chuzhou fleet's strength. Report. The left battalion is being surrounded by Yuan dogs near Feisha Crossing. General Xiao Liao requests reinforcements. Report. The right camp has been forced to retreat near the Great River mouth. General Yu's detachment has raised the flag of last stand. The mountainous pressure instantly left Liao Yong'an, commander of this battle, gasping for breath. But when he saw Chen Mu sitting calmly on the flagship, his mind instantly cleared. Transmit the commander-in-chief's orders. The Central Army and the front and rear battalions are heading straight for the Yangtze River estuary. But other commanders nearby hesitated. General, what about General Xiao Liao's position? If he can still request reinforcements, it means he's holding his own. Liao Yong'an's mind grew clearer. If General Yu dares to raise the banner of desperate battle, it means he has confidence in victory. With that, he turned to look at Chen Mu, clasping his hands in a salute. Commander-in-chief, a desperate battle is imminent. Perhaps you and General Chang should wait inside the water fortress? No need. Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively, smiling. We trust you, but we must also consider our Ming soldiers. Chen Mu's words instantly brought tears to the eyes of the assembled commanders. If the Ming prince stays, then they have no choice but to fight to the death. Just as Liao Yong'an had said before the battle, they must win, and they could only win. Both the naval commanders and the countless sailors understood all too well the immense prestige that kind-hearted commander-in-chief held among the people. If the Prince of Ming were to die on the territory of the Chuzhou naval forces, never mind whether the people would condemn them, their own families would never forgive them. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, Liao Yong'an bellowed, by the commander-in-chief's order, hoist the battle flags on every vessel. This battle ends only with the enemy's annihilation. The Chuzhou fleet will fight to the death. Chapter 25, Unifying the Realm. Lu Bowen. Boom. Boom. On Lake Chuzhou, the Yuan Dynasty's naval forces and the Ming Dynasty's naval forces were locked in a fierce, deadlocked battle. In the original historical timeline, firearms were still in their experimental phase, not even considered decisive weapons in land warfare. Yet, under Chen Mu's vigorous promotion, cannons had now become the Ming Dynasty's unique trump card. Though their range was nowhere near as terrifying as in later eras, in this age, they were more than sufficient to crush all opposition. At least in this battle, the Chuzhou fleet held every advantage. Year 1 of the Great Ming Dynasty, your Chao Lake fleet engages the Yuan Dynasty's naval forces in a decisive battle. Despite outnumbered by a 2-to-1 margin, the Chao Lake fleet's artillery proved decisive. In this battle, the Yuan Navy suffered immense casualties, with only a handful of ships escaping intact. You captured over 100 large vessels and immediately ordered their conversion. Your navy began gradually seizing control of the Yangtze River basin, expanding at a terrifying pace. Meanwhile, General Su Di, Chang Yuchun, and others began sharpening their weapons and feeding their horses, gathering strength to storm Jinling City. In the exam hall of Class 2, Senior 3, Zhao Chunshan clenched his fist tightly. This is in the bag. Zhang Belan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he scrutinized the simulation data. It seems Chen Mu now possesses the strength to take Jinling City. And how? Zhao Chunshan opened the map on his phone and said solemnly, Principal, look, Yangzhou Road is right next to Zhang Shiqing's Gaoyu. Though the simulation data doesn't show it, Chen Mu's Great Ming has surely made contact with Zhang Shiqing's forces. Once he controls the Yangtze River waterways, Zhang Shiqing's expansion will be constrained by Chen Mu. In other words, if Chen Mu captures Jinling, not only will the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region fall under his control, but all territories north of the Yangtze will be forced to submit. What do you think, Elder Su? Old Su, whose face had been ashen, was genuinely tempted to curse. At first, he had dismissed Chen Mu as a joke, but the simulation data had repeatedly slapped him in the face. Later, Old Su had genuinely hoped an assassin would emerge to validate his numerous assessments. Yet not only did no assassin appear, Chen Mu's territory had expanded yet again. And now, was even Zhang Shiqing, the man everyone considered the most likely to unify the realm, about to be eliminated by Chen Mu? He shook his head. Old Su snorted coldly. Teacher Zhao, though your student lucked out in this battle, don't forget. Zhang Shiqing isn't just some nobody. If memory serves, Zhang Shiqing has the backing of numerous factions across Jiangsu and Zhejiang. And don't forget that land redistribution scheme of yours. In other regions, he might have gained immense popularity through it, but in a commercially developed area like Jiangsu-Zhejiang, do you really think the common folk would support him? That makes sense. Zhao Chunshan nodded in agreement, but even if the common folk oppose him, can that truly halt Chen Mu's advance? Old Su shook his head in exasperation, unable to utter a word. No matter how formidable Zhang Shiqing was, he still needed time to build his strength. But now Chen Mu had emerged as a formidable force, not only becoming the standard bearer of rebellion in the late Yuan era but also miraculously seizing vast territories, even routing the Yuan navy in a major defeat. Under these circumstances, could Zhang Shiqing truly withstand the Ming? The answer was clearly no. In fact, after the Battle of Chuzhou, Chen Mu had already begun eyeing Zhang Shiqing's territory greedily. But for now, he had to meet someone. A man brought in by disciples of the Ming sect. Lu Ji, the renowned strategist. The esteemed Ming sect actually resorts to such banditry and atrocities. Within a mansion in Yangzhou City, Lu Bowen's face was ashen as he glared at the Ming sect disciples guarding the entrance. Mark my words, even if your so-called Ming king himself arrived today, he'd never make this Lu bow his head. The great Yuan dynasty has not yet fallen. This world does not yet belong to the Zhu clan. And we actually thought he was a wise and virtuous Ming king, not blinded by the imperial throne like the rest. Who would have thought the Ming sect could be so shameless as to publicly abduct scholars? Is there no justice left? No law to uphold? Yes. Chen Mu's voice echoed from outside the compound, lifting the spirits of the guards stationed at the gate. Commander, you finally arrived. The guards wailed with feigned sorrow that Lu fellow is outrageously arrogant. He's been cursing you here for ages. Let him rant. Chen Mu laughed heartily. After stepping into the courtyard, he turned back and asked, by the way, I did say you weren't to harm a single hair on Mr. Lu's head. Did you keep that promise? Rest assured, General. The gate guard quickly replied, we didn't strike back when hit or retort when insulted. We even treated him to the best food and drink. But the road was a bit bumpy, and Mr. Lu accidentally hit his head. Chen Mu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. No need to ask. This was undoubtedly a trick played on Lu Bowen by Ming sect disciples. After all, someone had once cursed him as the Ming king right on the street before. Before the Ming officials could even arrive, the person had been beaten up by the common folk. Fortunately, this was Yanzhou City, where the Ming sect hadn't yet established a firm foothold. Elsewhere, Lu Bowen would have suffered far worse consequences. He pondered for a moment. Chen Mu strode into the courtyard and looked at Lu Bowen standing there. His first impression was, far too young. This didn't match Chen Mu's image of Lu Bowen at all. But in history, Lu Bowen had joined Zhu Yuanzhang in 1360. And now he was here a full decade early. Mr. Lu. Chen Mu cut straight to the point, enough with the insults. Shall we discuss the matter at hand? No deal. Lu Bowen forced a cold smile. Since your highness had the means to bind this humble servant here, did you not consider that I might refuse to submit even unto death? I have. Chen Mu nodded. But I still decided to bring you here. After all, even if Mr. Lu cannot serve the Ming, at the very least, I cannot let you defect to others. Moreover, I believe you'd choose to serve me. Oh? Lu Bowen was so exasperated he laughed bitterly. And what if I still refuse to yield? That would be a great pity. Chen Mu remained unruffled. If Mr. Lu refuses, then the saying 3 kingdoms divided by Zhuge Liang, unified by Lu Bowen will cease to exist. Lu Bowen's face instantly froze in shock. Unify the realm? Him? Admittedly, Lu Bowen possessed both pride and talent. But even he couldn't predict who would emerge victorious from the chaos of the late Yuan dynasty. Yet now, Chen Mu had already placed the 4 characters unify the realm before his very eyes. Indeed. Looking at all the warlords today, how many could match the Ming? First, the slogan open the city gates, welcome the Ming prince. When the Ming prince arrives, no taxes will be collected, won over the hearts of the majority of the people. Then came half a year of bloody battles against hundreds of thousands of Yuan troops, fighting to the death without retreat. Then came the strategy of not proclaiming kingship while stockpiling grain, followed by the great victory at Lake Chao. If anyone has the greatest chance to unify the realm, the answer is already clear. None other than the great Ming. Chapter 26, Chen Muji's question leaves Lu Bowen in awe. Mr. Lu. Chen Mu looked at Lu Bowen with a calm expression. I ask you but one thing, is the Yuan dynasty still worthy of your loyalty? No, it is not. Lu Bowen sighed and shook his head repeatedly. He had once served as an official in the Yuan court, but alas, he faced constant marginalization in the imperial court. Yet he could not bring himself to grovel like the others. If he truly became that kind of man, what would be the point of Lu Bowen holding office? Mr. Lu. Chen Mu spoke again, let me ask you one more thing. If warlords rise up everywhere, how many more common folk will die? How much longer will chaos reign across this land? Lu Bowen shook his head once more, falling silent. When the empire rises or falls, the common people suffer most. Having studied history extensively, he had glimpsed these truths between the lines. Whenever chaos erupted, the population inevitably plummeted at best, millions perished at worst, barely 1 in 10 survived. And now, the great Yuan dynasty was already showing signs of this very fate. It seems you, Mr. Lu, also hold great righteousness in your heart. Chen Mu carefully observed Lu Bowen's reaction before sighing. This is precisely why we sought you out. Lu Bowen felt a stir within his heart, suddenly finding the Ming prince before him not quite so detestable. However, he quickly recalled another matter and sneered coldly. The Ming prince wouldn't be trying to pull that foreseeing the future trick on me again, would he? I've heard that your so-called Li Shanchang was tricked into joining you. What? Did the Ming prince not dream of your Ming sect's great god Pangu? Wasn't it he who sent you to find me? Yes, and no. Chen Mu smiled calmly. I know you possess great talent, capable of rescuing the common people from suffering and possessing the ambition to uphold the realm. I also believe that once our great Ming dominates the south, you will surely agree to my request. But I yearn for your emergence sooner to spare our soldiers bloodshed and ease the people's suffering. Emerging from seclusion is out of the question. Lu Bowen waved his hand dismissively, his voice tinged with cold derision. However, I do have a few words of loyal counsel I hope the Ming prince will heed. Speak freely, master. Chen Mu gave him ample face. The matter of equal land distribution must not be rushed. Lu Bowen rose slowly and spoke. The Lu Prefecture and Anfeng Prefecture under your highness's control have suffered numerous natural disasters in recent years. Such measures are entirely appropriate. But in Yangzhou Road and Jiangzhou, merchants thrive and private fields abound. If you seize people's property without cause, do you think these commoners will support the Great Ming? In other words, if the poor are considered common folk, why should the wealthy not be? That makes sense. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. Yet the next words nearly drove Lu Bowen to fury. But we won't change it. Seeing Lu Bowen on the verge of losing his temper, Chen Mu explained, Mr. Lu, I may not understand other matters, but on this point, I actually know a thing or two. Why do you think, time and again over the centuries, whenever an empire falls, it's always the common folk who suffer? What else could it be? Lu Bowen retorted impatiently, natural disasters, man-made calamities, and the shifting sands of time, how could these be within human control? Take the Yellow River flooding, its waters rushing thousands of miles. Who could possibly stop that? Yes. Chen Mu declared with unwavering certainty, as long as generations upon generations maintain the embankments, why couldn't it be prevented? Natural disasters are indeed terrifying, but they are not invincible. It is rather the man-made calamities you mentioned, Mr. Lu. Have you ever considered why, whenever an empire collapses, so many people find themselves unable to survive? Are they truly all victims of natural disasters? Lu Bowen was utterly astonished. His gaze toward Chen Mu now held a mix of astonishment and delight. He vaguely guessed what Chen Mu was implying, but now he was more eager to hear the bright prince's profound insights. Bowing slightly, Lu Bowen curtsied and solemnly inquired, Your Highness, please speak plainly. How does this man-made calamity you mention relate to the equalization of land? Land consolidation. Chen Mu held up one finger. The amount of arable land in this world is fixed, yet the population fluctuates with each dynasty. When the population is small, everyone can survive. Even in times of disaster, there is enough grain to endure. But when the population swells, these lands are already insufficient to share. Once disaster strikes, they can only be mortgaged or sold to those with grain. Has Mr. Lu considered this? If every year were peaceful and trouble-free, where would those local gentry and landlords acquire their land? How many would willingly sell it to them for nothing? And what contribution have these lands made to the realm once they fell into their hands? Or rather, if I, Zhu Yuanzhang, had just 2 acres of land enough to prevent my family from starving in a famine year, do you think I would have rebelled? Bing Yu was utterly stunned. He didn't know if this was the Ming King's true thoughts or mere hearsay from elsewhere. Yet what the other was doing now seemed precisely to resolve this age-old conundrum. Why does popular resentment boil over when an empire collapses? The answer was simple. Not scarcity, but inequality. As the other had said, if people had land and grain in their hands, why would there be any need for a Ming King Zhu Yuanzhang? How could so many rebel armies rise up? No food, no clothes. Either freeze to death or starve to death, or there was only rebellion left. Your Highness speaks with great insight. Baiyu bowed deeply once more, his voice heavy with emotion, yet pressed relentlessly, but your Majesty still hasn't answered my question. The people of Jiangsu and Zhejiang are wealthy. To redistribute their land would be to strip them of their livelihood. How should this be resolved? It's simple. Chen Mu smiled. The Ming sect's land redistribution has never been about indiscriminate slaughter. It is done according to law, with clear grounds for action. Those guilty of heinous crimes shall have their fields confiscated and their heads severed. Those who engage in forced buying and selling shall be ordered to return what they took. Guilty parties shall be punished according to their crimes, while the innocent shall pay a fine. Those with proven virtue shall be compensated with silver to repurchase their land, and provided with a position of service. These lands shall henceforth belong to each village and township. Where populations are sparse, the land shall be divided more generously. Where populations are dense, the allotments shall be smaller. As for the fallow fields, if anyone cultivates them, they may be used as private fields for 10 or 20 years, exempt from taxes and grain storage duties. Lu Bowen had long been listening with his eyes wide open. Little did he know. The land redistribution scheme Chen Mu presented bore no resemblance to Li Zicheng's approach during the late Ming Dynasty. Instead, it mirrored the founding policies of the Longsha Kingdom. While such a concept might baffle many in this era, Lu Bowen could already envision the impact of implementing this model. Land for every soul to till, sustenance for every mouth to feed. And that wasn't all. When he heard Chen Mu's plans to open trade routes and seek profits overseas, Lu Bowen began to tremble. Merchants prioritize profit over righteousness. The Ming prince's move struck directly at the enemy's Achilles' heel. Though Jiangsu and Zhejiang still bore the Yuan dynasty's name, the Ming prince now held their vital points in his grasp. If the Ming sect's rallying cry had sounded the death knell for the Yuan dynasty, then what Chen Mu was proposing now was the future golden age of the Ming. Lu Bowen was certain. This golden age would not be far off. For once the Ming Dynasty sweeps away all obstacles with thunderous force, the realm will swiftly stabilize and burst forth with unprecedented vitality. Your Excellency. Bai Yu bowed deeply, his voice filled with emotion. Lu Ji, blinded by arrogance, has insulted Your Excellency. I beg you to mete out punishment, so that others may learn from this example. From this day forward, Lu Ji humbly offers his service to Your Excellency. Ha ha ha. Chen Mu burst into hearty laughter. Mr. Lu, truth be told, I rather like that defiant, untamed spirit you displayed at the start. Servants, bring wine. Today we'll drink with Mr. Lu until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Chapter 27, Hansenton's Death and Battle, the Great Ming's Expansion. October, year 1 of the Great Ming Dynasty, you have gained the loyalty of strategist Lu Bowen. He takes immense pride in being kidnapped by you, viewing it as proof of your discerning eye. He swiftly proved his capabilities, far exceeding your expectations. Lu Bowen formulated detailed 18 strategies for current affairs and deeply engaged in military affairs. Just as you did with Li Shanchang, you entrusted Lu Bowen with heavy responsibilities, placing the entire campaign against Jinling in his hands. In November, Su Di and Chang Yuchun each led an army to besiege Jinling, while the Chuzhou naval forces provided support under Lu Bowen's command. Panic gripped Jinling. The besieged commanders repeatedly sent distress signals, only to have them intercepted without exception. Lu Bowen had long planted spies within the city, spreading rumors day and night, some claiming the Yuan capital had fallen, others that all regions south of the Yangtze had surrendered. And still others that Chancellor Toktoe, enraged by a local defeat, had ordered a massacre in retaliation. The strongest fortresses often fall from within. Stirred by these false reports and incited by Ming spies, Jinling descended into complete chaos. After a month of siege, tens of thousands of citizens rose in revolt, flung open the gates of Jinling, and joyfully welcomed the Ming imperial army. In this battle, the Great Ming suffered not a single casualty, with only 100 undercover agents making the ultimate sacrifice. In the 12th month of the first year of the Great Ming era, you arrived at Jinling and designated it as the capital of the Great Ming. The simulated messages left the examination hall of Class 2, Senior 3, utterly silent. Not only did Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Bilan share in the glory, but even the proctors nearby couldn't sit still. They gathered around Chen Mu, murmuring in astonishment. Lu Bowen. This is the Lu Bowen who divided the realm into 3 parts alongside Zhuge Liang and unified the land. Damn it! Didn't they say Lu Bowen had a temper? How come this kid won him over so easily? You tell me. Last time, some simulator started with Zhang Shicheng. He offered mountains of gold and jewels, but Lu Bowen refused to submit and even cursed him out. I know that guy. Word is Lu Bowen later defected to another faction and wiped them out. There are even meme videos online now. I nearly died laughing. Does Lu Bowen just enjoy being kidnapped? How else did Chen Mu manage to handle him? Ahem. Zhao Chunshan cleared his throat and chuckled. Guys, consider this possibility. What if Lu Bowen doesn't care how you treat him, but only cares about what you're doing? That makes sense. Zhang Bilan nodded beside him, musing, isn't that how ancient strategists were? If they met a wise ruler, they'd endure hardship without complaint. But if they encountered a tyrant? They might just choose death over submission, seeking immortality in the annals of history. Everyone knows that. An examiner raised a doubt, but isn't Lu Bowen supposed to represent Jiangsu Zhujiang literati? Chen Mu's land redistribution policy would inevitably harm the interests of those aristocratic families. How could Lu Bowen not see that? Exactly. Old Su, standing nearby, felt his spirits lift. He immediately sneered coldly. In my opinion, perhaps Chen Mu used some underhanded means to temporarily secure Lu Bowen's loyalty. But such a move carries immense risk, especially since Chen Mu has entrusted Lu Bowen with significant responsibilities. What if his ambition swells and he suddenly rebels? The assembled crowd fell silent. Though the history of Longsha Kingdom was fragmented, it wasn't entirely blank. Regardless of which historical records one consults, Lu Bowen was a man who detested evil with a passion and possessed great wisdom. Would such a man ever rebel? Old Su's jealousy of Chen Mu has reached a point where he's completely lost his mind. Not only were those present left speechless, but viewers in the livestream chat also immediately began lashing out. But then, Old Su assumed his argument would win netizen support, but upon seeing the flood of comments, his blood pressure nearly shot through the roof. You gotta hand it to this generation of netizens, they sure know how to twist the knife. Too bad Chen Mu was unaware. Otherwise, he would have fired off a couple of comments himself, adding fuel to Su Lao's fire. At this very moment, within the simulated world, Chen Mu gazed upon the bustling city before him. Unsurprisingly, the Ming sect's equal land distribution and landlord suppression campaigns had met resistance here. But just as Chen Mu and Lu Bowen had discussed earlier, he already had a plan in place. At its core, it was quite simple. Execute some, release some, and recruit some. Those executed were corrupt officials and tyrannical landlords who deserved it, those who preyed on the common folk and ruled with an iron fist. Those spared were those who, though guilty of crimes, had also performed acts of kindness, the idea being that paying a fine would avert disaster. They would be required to return some of the land they had previously seized, and future taxes would be collected as due. As for the group to be co-opted, that was carefully vetted and selected by Lu Bowen and Li Shanchang together. This approach was actually Lu Bowen's own suggestion. Your Excellency. From atop the city walls, Lu Bowen gazed upon the bustling city of Jinling and exclaimed with delight, the commercial taxes you've established are not low, but they are highly targeted. The common folk feel no burden, small merchants and peddlers remain unaffected, yet the wealthy aristocrats find themselves constrained. Redistributing from the affluent to the needy, this is a truly effective strategy for governing the realm. Just wait and see. Within half a year, the people of Jinling will surely come to admire and respect you. Too slow. Chen Mu shook his head with dissatisfaction. Half a year is too long, and the Yuan Dynasty might not even give us that chance. The Yuan Dynasty. Lu Bowen's eyes flashed as he murmured, but has the situation in the Northern War changed? Precisely. Chen Mu nodded. To Timur led his forces to capture Bianliang. Han Shantong is dead, and Lu Futong fled. The great song they established has fallen. Lu Bowen's expression shifted slightly. Pacing anxiously back and forth, he suddenly looked up and declared, Your Excellency, we can wait no longer. We must immediately move against Zhang Shichang and Fangguozhen in Zhejiang East. We must swiftly seize the cities and expedite the redistribution of land in villages and towns across the land, especially in the disaster-stricken areas. The foundation of our great Ming lies in the hearts of the people. Originally, with Han Shantong and Lu Futong holding the northern front, we could afford to proceed gradually. But now, we must expand the Ming's territory as much as possible. Only then can we gain more people and build more armies. Can Zhang Shichang's territory be swiftly captured? Chen Mu asked knowingly, I hear he's recently seized Songjiang Prefecture and is training a naval force on Lake Tai both in numbers and scale. It's no small undertaking. A mere chicken and a clay dog. Bai Yu's face twisted with contempt. That Zhang Shichang is a pleasure-seeking fool with no grand ambitions. His forces may seem numerous, but they are no match for the warriors of our great Ming. Then there's Fangguozhen in eastern Zhejiang, a coward who will never amount to anything. Rather than leaving these fertile lands in their hands, it would be better for the great Ming to control them. Most crucially, both men control significant salt fields, and our newly established Ming Dynasty desperately needs vast sums of money. We may soon face a fierce battle against the Yuan court. It could prove even more perilous than the conflict you encountered at Haozhou. If your highness intends to evacuate the populace again as before, we must secure sufficiently vast territories to ensure these people have somewhere to go. Agreed. Chen Mu nodded and motioned for someone to unfold the map. After studying it closely, he smiled and declared, Mr. Lu, you and Li Shanchang will remain in Jinling to oversee logistics, supplies, and troop movements. Sudi and Chang Yuchun shall lead an army against Zhang Shichang, while I personally head to Zhejiang East to confront Fangguozhen. What do you think? Your Excellency's insight is profound. Lu Bowen laughed heartily. Truthfully, that was precisely my intention. Chapter 28, The Lu Li Rivalry and the Destruction of Zhang Shichang. To Chen Mu's surprise, the military deployment he had discussed with Lu Bowen was immediately opposed by Li Shanchang. Your Excellency. Li Shanchang looked helpless. Our great Ming has already endured successive bloody battles. Later, replenishing our troops consumed vast amounts of grain and supplies. Now that Jinling has just been secured, it is precisely the time to rest and recuperate, to rebuild the people's strength. If we launch a rash attack, should the Yuan court attack in the future, we may find ourselves without provisions. Within the general's residence, Li Shanchang poured out his grievances, pleading repeatedly. After listening for a while, Chen Mu couldn't help but ask, Mr. Li, didn't you say just a few days ago that another batch of corrupt landlords and wealthy landowners had been dealt with? Could it be that no grain was received? Well, Li Shanchang paused slightly before hastily explaining, that grain is still en route. It was originally intended for Haozhou, but recently, many more refugees have arrived from the north, requiring grain for their settlement. Your Excellency, might we delay the campaign for a few days? Once your humble servant has gathered sufficient grain, the troops can march then. Agreed. Chen Mu nodded. Watching Li Shanchang depart, Chen Mu turned to look at Lu Bowen beside him, seemingly composed, yet his eyes held a hint of amusement. After a moment's thought, he asked, Mr. Lu, do you also suspect something fishy about this? Your humble servant dares not. Lu Bowen shook his head without flinching. Mr. Li is a pillar of our Ming Dynasty. I am but a lowly strategist, how could I presume to criticize? Then speak. What exactly is going on? Chen Mu demanded impatiently. After a moment of silence, Lu Bowen finally sighed, Your Excellency, I have reviewed the historical records. Since Li Shanchang joined your cause, the army has never faced a shortage of provisions. Even back when you were in Haozhou, he managed to gather sufficient grain by every possible means. Why did problems arise only after I, Lu, arrived? Chen Mu instantly understood. When only Li Shanchang was present, Chen Mu would consult him on many matters and consistently accorded him great respect. But ever since Lu Bowen appeared, Chen Mu rarely discussed the development of the Ming Dynasty with Li Shanchang. Especially regarding military matters. It was obvious. Old Li had just flexed his influence, conveniently emphasizing his own importance. Moreover, in the original historical narrative, Li Shanchang and Lu Bowen were never on good terms. Who would have thought that just days after meeting, they'd already started clashing from afar? Shaking his head with a wry smile, Chen Mu sighed, "Mr. Lu, I hope you'll bear with such matters in the future. As for Mr. Li, I'll speak with him later. This is a minor matter, Your Excellency need not concern yourself." Lu Bowen smiled with satisfaction. He found himself increasingly convinced by Chen Mu's words. A minister should shoulder his sovereign's burdens, yet now his sovereign was willing to handle such trifles for him. Wasn't this precisely how Liu Bei of the later Han treated Zhuge Liang in years past? If that was the case, then why shouldn't he become the Lu Bowen who unified the realm? Year 2 of the Great Ming, you mediated the conflict between Li Shanchang and Lu Bowen. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shanchang recommended officials like Hu Weiyong to you. You were delighted to entrust them with important responsibilities. After resolving the logistics of provisions and supplies, the well-trained Ming army commenced a new campaign. In the first month of the second year, Su Di and Chang Yuchun led 70,000 troops to attack Zhang Shiqing's forces, demanding his unconditional surrender and the handover of all territories. In the same month, you personally led 30,000 troops southward, sweeping through cities along the way while heading straight for Fangguozhen's territory. Lu Bowen clashed with Li Shanchang once more, prompting him to join your campaign to capture cities and expand your territory. With Lu Bowen's counsel, you consistently grasped the momentum of battle, achieving unparalleled success. By late January, you had captured all cities in Jiqing Road, where Jinling was located. Following Lu Bowen's strategic route, you conquered Guangda Road, Huzhou Road, and Hongzhou Road, effectively sealing off Zhang Shiqing's room for expansion from the flanks. In February, you conquered most of Guangda Prefecture. Amid the roar of matchlock guns and cannons, the Yuan forces collapsed at the first clash. In March, you entered Huzhou Road, swiftly capturing Anji County before advancing directly on Hangzhou. In April, you captured Linen and brought your forces to the gates of Hangzhou. Fangguozhen backed down. He dispatched envoys expressing willingness to submit, but you remained unmoved, insisting all rebel forces should unite against the Yuan dynasty. In the 5th month of the second year of the Great Ming era, you conquered Hangzhou. Fangguozhen grew even more fearful, sending his son as a hostage. You refused to budge, demanding he come personally to discuss terms of unification. In June of the second year of the Great Ming era, your forces reached Shaoxing Prefecture, issuing an ultimatum to Fangguozhen. He surrendered, bringing Taizhou Prefecture and parts of Shaoxing Prefecture under your command. Meanwhile, Su Di and Chang Yuchun repeatedly routed Zhang Shiqing's forces, capturing Gaoyu, eastern Yangzhou Road, Songjiang Prefecture, and other territories. You now control most of the Jiangnan region, becoming a pressing threat the Yuan dynasty must resolve. You would now confront the Yuan dynasty head-on. A barrage of simulated intelligence left the entire Class 2 senior high students speechless. Whoa, this kid is ruthless. Principal Zheng Belan sucked in a sharp breath, unable to contain his astonishment. How much territory has Chen Mu seized now? At least double or triple his original holdings, right? And in how long? Not even half a year? This is the Ming Dynasty we've been waiting for. Zhao Chunshan was equally overwhelmed with excitement. Principal, look. Chen Mu has already taken over the Suzhou-Hangzhou region and seized the territories of Zhang Shiqing and Fangguozhen. At this pace, could he overthrow the Yuan dynasty in just a couple of years? 3 to 5 years? Old Su, his face dark as night, snorted coldly, I'd say expanding territory isn't necessarily a good thing. Haven't you noticed? The great Ming Chen Mu has built is already fracturing internally. If things keep going smoothly, it might be fine. But should they face a major setback, these hidden dangers could erupt at any moment. And don't forget, the Yuan dynasty isn't finished yet, and that Wang Baobao isn't someone to be taken lightly. Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Belan both felt a chill run down their spines. In the late Yuan dynasty simulation, the easiest target to take down wasn't Zhang Shiqing or Qin Yuliang, it was Wang Baobao, the pillar of the Yuan dynasty. This man rose to prominence as if on a cheat code, and though embroiled in Yuan infighting later, he still crushed numerous rebel forces. It could be said that without Wang Baobao, the Yuan dynasty would likely have fallen long ago. Though Chen Mu currently seemed to have the wind at his back, his emergence would inevitably accelerate the rise of others. The most obvious example is Zhang Shiqing. In the original historical timeline, both Zhang Shiqing and Fangguozhen rebelled years later. Yet due to Chen Mu's premature uprising, they have now become powerful regional warlords. However, Wang Baobao never appeared in Chen Mu's simulation data. Was he buried in the historical archive or quietly developing his power beyond their sight? The answer, in fact, had already been revealed by Chen Mu. Wang Baobao was the one who slew Han Shantong and defeated Lu Futong? Within the simulated world, Chen Mu pondered the message delivered by the Ming sect disciple. Mr. Lu, he mused, should we arrange a meeting with him in Haozhou? No. Lu Bowen shook his head immediately. The enemy forces attacking this time are said to number 1 million. Even if that figure is inflated, their numbers are still likely substantial. Your humble servant believes that since your excellency is familiar with Tok'taway Timur's style of warfare, we should play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. Haozhou shall defend instead of attacking. Yangzhou shall attack instead of defending. Chapter 29, confronting the Yuan army once more. Time stands with the Ming. This time, the Yuan forces launched an all-out offensive. Chancellor Tok'taway led 800,000 troops, splitting into left and right columns to directly assault Gaoyu and Yangzhou. Meanwhile, Wang Baobao commanded 300,000 troops, marching from Bianliang Strait toward Haozhou. One was the current chancellor of the Yuan dynasty, the other the future chancellor of the remnant Yuan regime. Both commanded legions of renowned and fierce Yuan generals. Their formations were nothing short of formidable. But Chen Mu felt not the slightest concern. After months of battle, the soldiers of the Great Ming had undergone a complete transformation, far surpassing the greenhorns who had first defended Haozhou. Under Chen Mu's initiative, matchlock muskets and cannons had been vigorously developed, becoming the signature weapons of the Ming army. The soldiers had mastered their use with remarkable proficiency, even devising a complete system of tactics for their deployment. Beyond that, the reclusive Taoist priest Zhang Yuchun, who rarely appeared in public these days, continued to oversee ideological work. He traveled daily between the various units with a group of monks, Taoists, and storytellers, using myths and historical figures to quietly propagate faith. Though this faith pales in comparison to the pure devotion to the founding heroes of the later Longsha kingdom, it proved more than sufficient for this era. The soldiers of the Great Ming were fierce in battle, unafraid to fight, and undaunted by death. They knew that even if they fell in battle, their names would be carved upon stone tablets, and their families would be cared for. Charge! Outside Baoying City in Gaoyu Prefecture, the cavalry led personally by Chang Yuchun collided fiercely with the Yuan forces. Like a sharp blade, they forcibly split open the enemy formation, tearing away a large chunk of their ranks. Upon the city walls, Chen Mu and Lu Bowen watched the scene unfold in silence. Commander! Several children approached, timidly calling out. Spotting them, Chen Mu smiled immediately. Zhu Yuanzhang, Li Wenzhong, why did you bring them over? Lan Yu and Muing both wanted to see. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled. He knew his uncle favored Muing most, so he deliberately brought the youngster along. But at that moment, Chen Mu's gaze fell upon the 10-year-old Lan Yu. This youngster was Chang Yuchun's brother-in-law, the legendary little brother-in-law. Others might not know Lan Yu's situation, but Chen Mu did. This kid would grow up to be a capable warrior, but he'd also be a troublemaker. Your Excellency. Noticing Chen Mu's gaze, Lu Bowen smiled immediately. Young Master Zhu and young Master Li are natural-born military talents. They will be invaluable in the future. Though young Master Mu is still young, he knows how to repay kindness. No wonder he has earned your favor. But this Lan Yu, the lad, has a rebellious streak. He'll need some polishing. He certainly needs refining. Chen Mu nodded and smiled. Alright, you lot should head down quickly. The Yuan forces will be attacking any moment now. As they spoke, outside the city, Chang Yuchun had already returned in defeat. Behind him, the swarming Yuan forces, their morale soaring, pressed relentlessly forward in pursuit, determined to seize the city in one decisive push. Alas! All of this had already been calculated by Lu Bowen. The Yuan forces arrived riding high on their recent victory, their momentum at its peak. Chen Mu and his men were poised to deliver a crushing blow, making it clear that the Ming's fortresses would not fall so easily. August, year 2 of the Great Ming Dynasty, facing the Yuan dynasty's million-strong army advancing with overwhelming force, you dealt them a crushing blow at Gaoyu Prefecture. The small city of Baoying held out for half a month against the Yuan assault, refusing to fall. On another front, Suda easily held off Wang Baobao's assault at Haozhou. But the campaign in Yangzhou Prefecture has suffered defeat. Chancellor Tok'taway Timur's left flank forces captured Lian and Liuhe in succession, now advancing directly toward Chuzhou. Should Chuzhou fall, the Mongol forces could advance directly to seize Jiqing Road in Jinling City, or retreat to encircle Haozhou and Gaoyu, or even strike straight for Luzhou and Wuwei, severing one of the Ming dynasty's foundational pillars. Inside Class 2 of Senior 3, Zhao Chenshan and Zhang Balan both watched with hearts in their throats. Old Su, however, perked up visibly and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Well, told you so. I always said the Yuan dynasty wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Don't forget this is a hell-tier dungeon. For a mere high school student to have come this far is already remarkable. Undoubtedly. Mr. Su's words once again drew the collective resentment of the crowd. Even the numerous viewers in the livestream couldn't sit still anymore. I've already reported him. I suspect this old Su was a foreign spy planted in our Longsha, otherwise, why would he be so jealous of our own people's success? Damn it, that old geezer is both stupid and evil. He kept quiet when Chen Mu won so many matches earlier, but now he's jumping out to show off. I'm in Luo City, already on my way. I'll risk a few years in jail just to beat the crap out of that old bastard. Don't worry, bro, beat him up for me too. I'll donate to your family later. Go Chen Mu. Beat the crap out of him. Perhaps hearing the voices of his livestream viewers, Chen Mu responded swiftly. The Great Ming of today was no longer what it once was, and Chen Mu now commanded more than just Su Di and Chang Yuchun. In fact, after the Battle of Haozhou, the historical Zhu Yuanzhang's 24 generals of Huaishi were nearly all assembled. Not only that. Due to Chen Mu's premature rebellion, several commanders originally aligned with other factions had already returned to the Ming's fold. By now, these men had gained ample experience through repeated battles, further honed by the veteran Taoist Zhang Zhong, who had personally sought out military treatises to explain them one by one. September, year 2 of the Great Ming Dynasty, Tang He and Fu Yud led troops to recapture Lian County. October, year 2 of the Great Ming, Zhou Dexing and Gungdingzhong, coordinating with the Chuzhou naval forces, recaptured Liuhe City. November, year 2, Wang Baobao besieged Haozhou, launching over 100 assaults all ending in failure. That same month, Chancellor Tokto personally led forces to the left route, capturing Shi Fort and Fan Water Fortress in succession, severing your supply lines to Chang Yuchun. By the end of the second year, you withdrew your forces from Baoying City, yet against all odds, seized Huai and Shanyang in one decisive move. That same month, Chang Yuchun led his forces eastward and captured Yancheng. In the spring of the third year of the Great Ming, Yuan forces recaptured Shanyang and Yancheng. You withdrew calmly and fortified Gaoyu. Summer of the third year of the Great Ming era, Yuan forces besieged Gaoyu, while the Chuzhou naval fleet controlled the Grand Canal. You effortlessly broke out of the encirclement. Subsequently, you redeployed troops westward and captured Tianshan County in Huaiyan. Autumn of the third year of the Great Ming, Su De withdrew from Haozhou to Dingyuan. Though Wang Baobao breached the city walls, his forces suffered heavy casualties. In the winter of the third year of the Deming era, Chancellor Tokto finally arrived at Yanzhou Road. Yet what awaited him was the Deming's newly trained army of 200,000 soldiers. As message after message popped up, the worries of Zhao Chunshan and the others completely vanished. Anyone could see that despite the Yuan dynasty's overwhelming numbers, they had failed to gain decisive superiority on the battlefield. Instead, they were frequently locked in a stalemate with the Ming, trading blows back and forth. But this stalemate had clearly been broken. Such a prolonged war had given the Ming ample time to train sufficient troops and firmly pin down the Yuan's advance. Had the Yuan dynasty been at its zenith, such a war would have posed no problem. But unfortunately, the Yuan dynasty now lay riddled with wounds, its edifice teetering on collapse. Yet the newly born Ming dynasty, like the rising sun, has only just begun to reveal its brilliance. Time is on the Ming dynasty's side. Chapter 30, The Might of the Ming. It's settled. Inside Class 2 of Senior 3, Principal Zhang Belan's eyes burned with intensity as he scanned the stream of simulated data. He couldn't help but exclaim, 100,000 troops. How did Chen Mu assemble such a massive army in such a short time? What's so difficult about that? Zhao Chunshan chuckled softly. Principal, have you forgotten the population distribution at the end of the Yuan dynasty? Based on existing historical records, the population at that time was at most around 90 million. The provinces of Zhejiang and Fujian alone accounted for one-third of that. Especially Jiang Shicheng's territory, it may not seem large, but it's densely populated. I think that must be why Chen Mu targeted Jiang Shicheng first. That makes sense. Zhang Belan nodded. After scrutinizing the simulation data, he suddenly chuckled. If that's the case, the population of the Great Ming founded by Chen Mu must already be at least tens of millions, possibly even reaching 20 or 30 million. With such a massive population, yet the simulation data hasn't shown any governance issues. And this is just the situation immediately after the initial clashes. Seems that Li Shanchang isn't an incompetent fellow after all. Indeed. Zhao Chunshan chuckled softly, glancing at Elder Su. Not long ago, old Su had claimed Li Shanchang was executed by a later emperor. Yet now it seemed if not a capable minister, who else could possess such prowess? Even in a company of a few hundred people, there's constant scheming and backstabbing every day, let alone managing a population of tens of millions. In truth, Zhao Chunshan had truly overthought this matter. Even with extraordinary talent, Li Shanchang could not have stabilized the rapidly expanding Ming Empire within mere months. What truly made a difference was the Ming sect. After the founding of the Ming dynasty, the ranks of the Ming sect disciples not only failed to diminish but surged dramatically. Especially among the impoverished peasants suffering exploitation across the land, every one of them looked forward with bated breath, awaiting the arrival of the Ming king. And so, after Chen Mu seized the territories of Jiang Shicheng and Fangguizhen, he conquered the surrounding villages and towns with almost no effort. As for the cities, the Great Ming was now recruiting troops and horses across the land. In every city, large numbers of wounded and disabled soldiers had stepped back from the front lines to train new recruits. While this practice might deter some recruits, it unexpectedly retained the true seeds of warriors. For from their very first day in the army, they knew they might not only be wounded or maimed, but very likely die on the battlefield. Influenced by figures like Chen Mu and Chang Yuchun, and bolstered by storytellers led by Zhang Zhong who weave myths and history to forge their faith, Ming soldiers emerged from training with formidable combat prowess. What could possibly stand in the way of an army that fears not even death? Charge! Charge! Outside Jiangdu City, the future Yangzhou, the Ming army formation stood firm against the onslaught of Yuan cavalry. Once upon a time, The Yuan dynasty's iron cavalry swept across Eurasia, virtually unopposed. Yet after nearly a century of indulgence and pleasure, the once feared cavalry had long since crippled its own strength. Ironically, the Ming dynasty's cannons and matchlock guns had become the Yuan cavalry's worst nightmare. Ready, fire. Boom! The musket squad unleashed a torrent of fire, mowing down the Yuan cavalry like wheat before them. After discharging their weapons, the squad immediately retreated several paces, clearing the firing positions for the next group of musketeers. Ready, fire. The second squad lit their fuses. Ready, fire. The third squad, the fourth squad. Amidst the deafening roar of successive explosions, the Yuan cavalry had already charged to the front of the formation. But what awaited them was a dense, layered forest of spears, already set up in readiness. Bang! Along the lengthy battle line, many defensive positions were shattered by the cavalry's brutal charge. But fresh spearmen quickly filled the gaps. Behind them, arquebusiers and archers unleashed a hail of fire, relentlessly reaping the enemy's lives. Your Excellency, how is the situation? On the ramparts of Yangzhou City, Lu Bowen looked at Chen Mu with palpable tension. No major issues. Chen Mu chuckled softly, handing the telescope in his hand to Lu Bowen. This device had been specially crafted by artisans at his request and was now widely adopted throughout the Ming army. The only regret was, the firearms currently produced by the Ming were still relatively primitive matchlock guns. Although flintlock guns had been developed, mass production was not yet feasible. But that was sufficient. For the soldiers engaged in battle at this moment were mostly new recruits, with only the frontline spearmen and junior officers being veterans. Today's battle serves to demonstrate to all Ming soldiers that even without the protection of fortified walls, they can still defeat the enemy. Excellent! Excellent! After observing through his spyglass for a moment, Lu Bowen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Your Excellency, look at the left wing formation, the cavalry hasn't breached it at all. Why not? Let General Chang seize this chance to charge and strike? And let those new recruits from the Great Ming witness the might of our cavalry. I'd been waiting for you to say that. Chen Mu laughed heartily, then turned and ordered, send word. Have Chang Yuchun lead his troops into battle. Attack from the left flank and drive those Tartars back. Aye, sir. Signal flares immediately shot skyward from the ramparts, soon bursting into brilliant crimson across the heavens. Red smoke. Left flank. Chang Yuchun, who had been waiting below the city walls, brightened at the command. He bellowed, brothers. The commander-in-chief has spoken. Follow me into battle. Charge. Charge. Compared to the Mongol cavalry, the Ming cavalry was clearly far outnumbered. However, their equipment was superior. As a latercomer, Chen Mu fully understood the importance of weaponry and equipment. Thus, wherever he went, he would instruct Li Shanchang to seek out skilled craftsmen. Under strict management and a well-designed reward system, these craftsmen unleashed unprecedented enthusiasm, delivering many pleasant surprises to Chen Mu. Take the heavy cavalry before him, for instance. Calling them heavy cavalry might be a slight misnomer, as the stamped steel armor worn by Chang Yuchun and his men wasn't exceptionally heavy, yet its defensive capabilities were formidable. Moreover, every weapon carried by the cavalry was forged from the finest steel. They were like a sharp blade. A blade sharp enough to tear through anything. Charge! Chang Yuchun lived up to his reputation as a fierce warrior. Leading the charge, he swept through the enemy lines as if unopposed, charging headlong at the very forefront of the cavalry. Chancellor! Chang Yuchun has entered the fray. Should we open fire? Though it may injure our frontline soldiers now, if it eliminates Chang Yuchun, it'll be worth it. Within the Yuan army, numerous commanders turned their gaze toward Tofta Timur. No need. Toktoe shook his head. Our cavalry has already been defeated. Firing the cannons now would be too late. Order them to fall back. Soon. The once fierce Yuan forces abandoned their fallen comrades and retreated in disarray. Not long ago, the Ming soldiers could only defend their cities before him, never daring to face him head-on in the open field. But how long had it been? Now, not only could the Ming forces withstand the Yuan army's frontal assault, but their combat prowess had surpassed their foes. Chang Yuchun was indeed formidable, but weren't these ordinary soldiers, fearless in the face of death, even more terrifying? Chapter 31, 10 Days of Bloody Combat, One Battle Decides the Fate of the Realm. The battle for Yangzhou suddenly fell into an eerie calm. Originally, Chancellor Toktoe had divided his 800,000 troops into two columns, advancing southward on the left and right flanks. And now, the remnant army of just 700,000 had gathered in full force beneath Yangzhou's walls, locked in a standoff with the Ming forces. They had long since witnessed the Ming soldiers' formidable fortress defense capabilities. It could be said that even a tenfold force launching a frenzied assault would struggle to breach the defenses swiftly. Not to mention that the Ming now possessed the capability to engage the Yuan in open battle. With the added advantage of holding the fortified city, it would become an even tougher nut to crack. Chancellor, shall we not attack? Inside the Yuan army's command tent, the assembled generals all wore expressions of fury. They were itching to slaughter every soul in Yangzhou city. Yet Chancellor Tokto was holding them all back, forbidding any rash moves. We will not attack. Tokto Timur's response was as unwavering as ever. As if sensing the tension in the air, he turned and added calmly, have Shigan Timur and Huokwa Timur captured Dingyuan City? They are currently besieging it. An official nearby hastily replied. Koko Timur was none other than Wang Baobao, while Chahan Timur served as the nominal commander of another Yuan army contingent and also happened to be Wang Baobao's uncle. Compared to the latter, however, Chancellor Tokto favored the fiercely ambitious Wang Baobao. He was getting old. Perhaps this man could shoulder the future of the great Yuan, perhaps he alone could stand toe-to-toe with the Ming. I know everyone is anxious. Chancellor Tokto addressed the assembled generals, but the combat prowess of the Ming forces is now clear to all. I had assumed these new recruits were weaklings, but it turns out they're all tough nuts. They're at their peak now, brimming with morale. This is not the time to launch a full-scale assault. Let us bide our time a little longer. If Wang Baobao's forces can push to Chuzhou, then we can launch a full-scale counterattack, forcing the Ming army to spread their defenses thin. Only when Yangzhou's defenses are weakened will we have a chance. Many Yuan generals sighed softly. The issue raised by Chancellor Tokto was one they all understood well. But as commanders, they understood the Yuan army's internal situation even more keenly. A million-strong army sounded formidable. Yet if victory couldn't be achieved swiftly, the logistics of supplying such a massive population would become a colossal problem. Compounding this, the Ming and other rebel forces had already severed supply routes across Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and the Two Lakes regions, forcing grain shipments to come solely from the north. Should any turmoil arise in the north, the situation would become highly unpredictable. And yet, Liu Bowen had long since identified this very vulnerability. Your Excellency. Liu Bowen hurried into the Yangzhou city general's mansion, his face beaming with excitement. Our spies have sent back news. The Yuan army's supplies are all transported via the Grand Canal, yet their naval forces have suffered devastating losses and are now nearly depleted. If we could dispatch a naval force to advance upriver, then Toto's 70,000-strong army would find itself in a dire predicament. Good news. Chen Mu's face lit up. He turned and asked, what did the Liao brothers and the Yu family say? Your servant inquired specifically. Liu Bowen replied with a smile, General Liao mentioned the canal's shallow waters large vessels may struggle to navigate. But we only need to sever their supply lines. Therefore, we need only dispatch a fleet of small boats to sink those grain transport vessels. This will block the waterway, leaving the Yuan army without provisions. Excellent. Chen Mu nodded. So be it. Tell Liao Yong'an. Should this operation succeed, every soldier who participates shall be awarded a first-class merit. Aye, sir. Liu Bowen laughed heartily and hurried off to deploy the forces. Year 4 of the Great Ming Dynasty, Chancellor Tokto gathered a 700,000-strong army to besiege Yangzhou. After a prolonged stalemate, following Liu Bowen's counsel, you dispatched small naval units into the canal to sink Yuan supply ships, blocking the waterway. This caused panic in the Yuan camp, as 70,000 troops required incalculable supplies daily. Their current provisions would last only 15 more days. Chancellor Tokto had intended to besiege Yangzhou city, awaiting coordination with Wang Baobao. But now he must make a choice. Either capture Yangzhou and resolve the issue with Ming forces' supplies, or withdraw swiftly. Tokto decided to go all in. The Yuan forces, fighting with their backs to the river, launched their assault on Yangzhou. On the very first day, with no retreat possible, the Yuan forces concentrated their artillery fire to breach the city walls and briefly stormed into Yangzhou. Yu, alongside Chang Yuchun, Tang He, and others, led the soldiers in desperate counterattacks, repelling the enemy wave after wave. At dawn the next day, the Yuan forces launched another assault. Liu Bowen urged Yu to mobilize reinforcements from Jinling, but both Yu and Chang Yuchun believed it was best to wait, for reinforcements would signal weakness, provoking even fiercer attacks from the Yuan forces. That day, the 10,000-strong garrison suffered 30,000 casualties. On the third day, through relentless rotating assaults, the Yuan forces finally gained ground, capturing the North Gate, only to have it retaken by fearless Ming warriors within the span of a single incense stick. On the fourth day, dwindling supplies sparked panic within the Yuan ranks. Only by executing thousands on the battlefield did Tug Timur quell the internal chaos. They launched another assault. Fifth day, sixth day. On the 10th day, knowing the Yuan army's supplies were nearly exhausted, yet with only 20,000 defenders remaining of the original 100,000, you resolved to reinforce the city. That night, after brutal combat, a fresh contingent of 100,000 reinforcements arrived at Yangzhou city with the assistance of the Ming Navy. On the 11th day, Tokto gazed upon the Ming soldiers who had refilled the city walls and was overcome with despair. After 10 consecutive days and nights of assault, the Yuan forces suffered at least 200,000 casualties, with another 50,000 fleeing. Crucially, their supplies were about to run out. Chancellor Tokto fell gravely ill, throwing the Yuan army into chaos. They retreated. On the same day, Su De on the western front abandoned Dingyuan city and withdrew to defend Chuzhou. And in an even greater coincidence, within these 10 short days, the Yuan dynasty exhausted every means to clear the canal, restoring their supply lines. Yet without Chancellor tucked away, the Yuan forces had lost all will to fight. Chang Yuchun led the pursuit, slaughtering countless foes. Yu swiftly recaptured Yanzhou Road and Gaoyu Prefecture, even seizing Huayan in the process. Whoa! Inside Class 2, senior year. Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Bilan both stared wide-eyed. They had expected Chen Mu to win, but neither had imagined such a decisive victory. This was an army of 800,000. Even if they were 800,000 pigs, rounding them up one by one would likely take half a year, wouldn't it? But Chen Mu? Beginning in the second year of the Ming era, both sides had repeatedly contested control of various cities. Then came the 10-day bloody battle at Yangzhou, where he seized the moment when the Yuan army's supplies were cut off to crush them completely. It's foreseeable. After losing their chancellor, tucked away, the Yuan forces would likely struggle to mount an effective counterattack. Even Wang Baobao's remaining 300,000 troops would be of little use. Chuckling softly, Zhao Chunshan glanced at the grim-faced Elder Su and couldn't help but laugh. Elder Su, you just said the Yuan dynasty isn't finished yet. But after this battle, even if the Yuan dynasty survives, it will be nothing but a dying gasp, right? Old Su gritted his teeth, yet not a single word escaped him. Everyone knew. Chen Mu's performance in this battle had already sealed the fate of the Yuan dynasty. One battle, and the heavens and earth were settled. Chapter 32, The Death of Chen Yuliang. Who approves, who opposes? Is this still a hell tier instance? At this moment, Old Su stared at the simulation data with a look of utter disbelief. Without a doubt. The Yuan dynasty was the ultimate boss in the late Yuan era dungeon. And now, this ultimate boss has already had half its health depleted by Chen Mu. Consider this, from the moment Chen Mu began his simulations to the founding of the Great Ming, and up to the present only 4 or 5 years have passed. At this pace, how much longer will it take Chen Mu to complete the Great Unification? Probably no more than 3 to 5 years at most? Old Su? Seeing the old codger sink into self-doubt, Zhao Chunshan clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook. Old Su, how long do you think it will take Chen Mu to complete the unification? And how vast will the Great Ming's territory be by then? How should I know? Old Su simply gave up, sneering coldly. The Yuan dynasty may have fallen, but who can say for certain he'll have the last laugh? Don't forget there's still Chen Yuliang. Right now, Chen Mu may have defeated the Yuan, but he'll soon face all the pressures the Yuan faced. He won't be able to launch a northern campaign anytime soon. Once Chen Yuliang grows powerful, he will become a threat to the Ming. The Yuan dynasty, Chen Yuliang, and other rebel forces might even join forces to besiege the Ming. The outcome remains far from certain. If this had been earlier, Zhao Chunshan might have worried. But now. He had no ulterior motives. He simply wanted to see Old Su stubbornly clinging to his stance, for it reminded him so much of his former self. However, Zhao Chunshan had already decided to apologize to Chen Mu, yet Old Su was still putting up a front. And every word he uttered now would eventually come back to haunt him. After all, they were still live on camera, every word and action scrutinized by countless netizens. And in fact, Luocheng First High School's livestream had indeed gone viral. A large group of netizens had just heard that the Yuan dynasty endgame instance was about to be cleared, only to walk in and hear Old Su spouting nonsense. Once they understood the full story, the chat inevitably turned into a one-sided barrage of criticism. Especially when the new simulation data promptly exposed Su Lao's blunders. Year 4 of the Great Ming Dynasty, news of your defeat of the Yuan dynasty's 800,000-strong army has spread across the land, filling countless people with joy and celebration. After the defeats of Han Shantong and Lu Futong, the rebel armies across the land had been living in constant fear. But now they have risen again. To prevent these rebel forces from attacking each other or preying on the people, you issued a proclamation demanding they all pledge allegiance to the Great Ming and unite to destroy the Yuan dynasty. Su Shouhui of the Tianwan regime was the first to respond. After all, following Han Shantong and Lu Futong, he had become the strongest rebel force under the Great Ming. To demonstrate his sincerity, Su Shouhui personally journeyed to Jinling City. Pangingyu, known as Monk Pang, also chose allegiance. As neighbors to the Ming, they fully understood its might. Even the fugitives Lu Futong and Han Liner chose allegiance, keenly sensing this was a prime opportunity to avenge Han Shantong. More and more rebel forces chose to submit, swiftly adopting the Ming banner. In the spring of the 4th year of the Great Ming era, you met Su Shouhui in Jinling. He brought several young guards, one of whom was named Chen Yuliang. Because he stepped in with his left foot first, Chen Yuliang died. Inside the exam hall of Class 2, Senior 3, everyone present exchanged bewildered glances. What the hell? Because he stepped in with his left foot first, Chen Yuliang just died? Ha ha ha. Zhao Chunshan couldn't hold it in any longer. Just a moment ago, Old Su had been swearing up and down that Chen Yuliang might stab Chen Mu in the back, only to get killed the instant he turned his head? And in such a careless, casual manner. Likewise, countless viewers in the livestream couldn't hold back their reactions. Bro, Chen Mu is way too ruthless. No matter how much Chen Yuliang might have been a future powerhouse, he just gets killed like that. Seriously, isn't Chen Mu worried about uprisings from rebel forces across the land? After all, he's already killed Zhang Shicheng and captured Fangguozhen. He'll definitely come up with some excuse, like Zhang Shicheng exploiting the common folk. The question is, did Chen Yuliang deserve it? At least come up with a better excuse. Don't forget Chen Yuliang is still under Su Shouhui's command. I suspect Chen Mu is deliberately sending a warning to Su Shouhui. After all, he's declared himself emperor. You know what? That netizen was actually right. Given the Ming Dynasty's current territory and military strength, as long as Chen Mu didn't do anything too outrageous to these rebel leaders, anyone who came would have to put on a smiling face. Su Shouhui of the Tianwan regime was certainly no exception. Your Highness, the Ming Prince. Su Shouhui couldn't care less about Chen Yuliang. Instead, he beamed as he raised his cup. The Great Ming's victory over the remnants of Yuan is cause for celebration across the land. For this alone, we should drink this cup dry in honor of the occasion. Indeed, indeed. Pang Yingyu responded without hesitation, rising solemnly, Your Highness, you commanded us to change allegiance, and we obeyed. Henceforth, in any campaign against the Yuan, the disciples of the Maitreya sect shall provide whatever is demanded, be it money or men. Are you two still harboring ambitions to establish your own kingdoms? Lu Futong chuckled softly, Old Han has already fallen in battle. From now on, only the Ming king can stand against the Yuan dynasty. Given that, why shouldn't we all rally under the Ming king's banner? Why continue fighting each other and tearing ourselves apart? A single sentence instantly froze the atmosphere to a deep freeze. Especially since Chen Mu didn't speak immediately, instead watching the reactions of those present with keen interest. It was clear. Most of the rebel forces weren't genuinely loyal. They were merely riding the wave of the Ming dynasty's rising prestige to recruit troops and gather resources under its banner. Chen Mu, however, felt not the slightest concern. For the Great Ming now feared no one. Even if the Yuan dynasty and all rebel forces united, they might not be able to shake the foundations of the Great Ming. After a moment of silence, Chen Mu rose slowly, his expression solemn. The people of this land have suffered too long under the Yuan dynasty's tyranny. They cannot endure much more turmoil. If anyone here wishes to oppose the Great Ming today, they may leave now. Rest assured, everyone. However you arrived, that's how we'll send you back. But once you step through this door, don't ever think of using the banner of our Great Ming to commit crimes and prey upon the people. When we meet again, we may well be mortal enemies. A deathly silence fell over the area. Even regional powerhouses like Su Shouhui and Pang Yingyu dared not openly oppose the Great Ming now. Are you kidding me? The Ming sect had thoroughly disrupted the world order, otherwise, where would they have found their opportunity? And now, having just crushed the Yuan dynasty's 800,000-strong army, the Ming was at the peak of its military might. Who would dare step forward to court death? Chen Mu glanced around the room. Chen Mu chuckled softly, since none of you wish to withdraw, let us discuss the Ming dynasty's terms. We care not whether you are emperors or generals, nor whether your domains are vast or small. But if you wish to fight under the banner of our Great Ming, you must accept Ming law and Ming officials. You may retain your soldiers. Your provisions and supplies, the Great Ming will dispatch personnel to handle them. But all must obey military law, including this Zhu Yuanzhang himself. After the Yuan dynasty falls, we'll reward each rebel army according to their merits. At that time, even granting each of you a kingdom would be no problem. My words are done. Now, who is in favor? Who opposes? In that instant, no one dared meet Chen Mu's gaze. All the heroes of the land bowed their heads in submission. Chapter 33, Lu Ziang, the man who always puts his foot in his mouth. Summer of the 4th year of the Great Ming Dynasty, you meet with various rebel forces in Jinling City. The vast majority chose to submit, willing to accept officials dispatched by the Great Ming and its established laws. Yet a small faction harbored ulterior motives. You paid it no mind, for as the equal land distribution campaign unfolded across the land, the Great Ming's strength was growing by leaps and bounds. Publicly, you now control the 2 Huai regions, Huguan, Jiangsu Zhejiang, Fujian, and other territories. Though your appointed officials faced resistance from local rebel forces and occasional clashes erupted, the Great Ming was steadily winning the hearts of villagers and townsfolk across the land. The grain once monopolized by landlords now flows steadily into the treasuries of the Great Ming, easily supporting your military expansion plans. Beyond this, the thriving commerce of the Jiangsu Zhejiang region offers you boundless advantages. Your bulk procurement of diverse materials fuels rapid expansion in industries like gunpowder and steel. You recruit another 200,000 soldiers and commit them all to training. With your backing, rebel forces across the land rapidly expand, eager to stake their claim in the final decisive battle. These few brief updates sent chills down Zhao Chunshan and the others' spines. Just moments ago, they were celebrating Chen Mu's effortless elimination of Chen Yuliang, their greatest threat. Yet, turning their attention elsewhere, they now face the reality of other rebel forces. Shouldn't Chen Mu be sweeping aside all rivals at this critical juncture? Why would he suddenly start recruiting rebel forces? Wasn't this just indirectly helping his opponents grow stronger? If this trend continued, wouldn't Chen Mu truly face a pincer attack from both the Yuan dynasty and the rebel forces? What on earth is he thinking? Zhang Bilan was utterly baffled and couldn't help but turn to Zhao Chunshan. Has Chen Mu ever mentioned anything like this before? How the hell should I know? Zhao Chunshan felt a twinge of guilt. He had always dismissed Chen Mu's words as nonsense. Every time he saw the other's achievements, he nearly exploded with rage. Why would he ever listen to what Chen Mu had to say? But the mock exam had been underway for over 10 minutes now. Based on past patterns, some students should be nearing completion. Take Chen Mu's best friend, Wang Yang, for instance. Given his performance, Wang Yang would be lucky to last 5 or 6 years in the simulation dungeon. Converted to real-world time, that was a mere 12 minutes at most. Sure enough, among the Class 2 seniors, a student slowly regained consciousness. But to everyone's surprise, it was Lu Ziang, the class monitor with consistently strong grades, who woke up. Teacher. Lu Ziang looked dejected. I finally picked Xiao Chao, but then Lu Bu killed me while I was trying to assassinate Dongjua. Zhao Chuanshan's face darkened. Glancing at the livestream camera, he quickly pulled Lu Ziang aside and whispered, Class monitor, has Chen Mu ever mentioned the Great Ming to you guys? Did he ever mention how to deal with the various rebel armies or anything like that? He has. Lu Ziang's words made Zhao Chuanshan's heart leap with joy. But the next second, Lu Ziang sneered. Chen Mu said Chen Yuliang and Zhang Shicheng were nothing but common fools. Only that Zhu Yuanzhang fellow was the true king. He also said that if he were in charge, even if he gave them 20 years to grow, these guys wouldn't stand a chance against him. Oh, master, why did you ask him that? Could Chen Mu have woken up already? I knew it. Based on all his nonsense, entering any dungeon would be a dead end. As he spoke, Lu Ziang's voice grew louder, making Zhao Chuanshan's expression grow increasingly grim. What do you mean, a dead end? Right now, Chen Mu was the hope of their entire Class 2, Senior 3 indeed, of all Luocheng No. 1 high school. And yet, Old Su, standing nearby, suddenly perked up. He grabbed the photographer and rushed over, smiling as he said, Young man, don't be afraid. Tell us all about Chen Mu's situation. You're Mr. Su? Lu Ziang's face lit up. He sat up straight and said, Greetings, Senior. I've had the honor of reading your comprehensive history of the West. Many of your insights have been incredibly enlightening. Enough with the formalities. Professor Su was practically beaming with delight. First, tell us how Chen Mu plans to handle the rebel forces at the end of the Yuan dynasty. Well, Lu Ziang glanced toward Chen Mu's seat. Though he hadn't had time to review the simulation data, he couldn't be bothered to guess the other's strategy. He immediately sneered, Master Su, you're unaware that my classmate has undergone a drastic personality change since that incident earlier. He keeps insisting that Emperor Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang, is the true founding monarch of the Ming Dynasty. He even claims the Ming is already in a critical phase of its capitalist stage and has even met the conditions for colonial expansion. Do you think any of that makes sense? Forget everything else, just founding the Ming Dynasty alone is something no one could possibly achieve, right? Old Su's face darkened instantly. Why does this kid have to talk so much nonsense? Chen Mu had already used Zhu Yuanzhang to establish the Ming Dynasty. He was practically ready to proclaim himself emperor to the world. And you still doubt this? You were asked to discuss how Chen Mu handled the rebel forces, yet this kid keeps going off on tangents? Before Old Su could ask anything further, new simulation data appeared. Winter of the 4th year of the Great Ming, you personally led your forces to capture Huaiyan, Shuzhou, and Guide Prefecture, linking up with the Shandong rebel army. Troops were dispatched to garrison Shandong. Simultaneously, Su Di and Chang Yuchun arrived in Hunan with their forces, seizing Yingzhou, Keizhou, Xinjiang, and other territories, establishing a standoff with the Yuan army. On the western front, you ordered Tang He, Lu Futong, and others to advance directly on Hanyang, Dayan, and the strategic stronghold of Xiangyang, completely blocking the Yuan forces' path southward. Righteous armies in other regions also coordinated with the Ming forces, achieving notable successes. But restlessness eventually brewed. Ai Wenjun, chancellor of the Tianwan regime, brazenly rebelled. He placed Su Shouhui under house arrest and colluded with the Yuan dynasty to launch a sudden attack against the Great Ming. Within mere days, Hanyang fell. In the same month, the monk Pang Yingyu suffered heavy casualties when his forces were ambushed by Yuan troops in Ruizhou, Jiangxi. Overnight, the western front of the Great Ming teetered on the brink of collapse, while Tang He's 100,000-strong army found itself caught in a brutal pincer attack. Zhao Chunshan felt a sudden chill in his heart. See? He knew these rebel forces couldn't be relied upon. Even if Chen Mu knew the course of history, the late Yuan dynasty now was unrecognizable. In such circumstances, who could say whether the Ming would ultimately prevail? See? I told you so. Old Su began gloating once more. Patting Lu Ziang on the shoulder, he chuckled, Young man, you mustn't follow Chen Mu's example. Don't think that winning a few battles and founding a kingdom means you can rest easy. Just look. If he messes up now, won't all his previous efforts go to waste? He might not even scrape by with a D-grade evaluation. Although Old Su's advice made Lu Ziang happy, why couldn't he understand a single word the man was saying? What the hell? He'd slogged through that dungeon for 6 or 7 years, only to get chopped down by Lu Bu, that cheater, right at the start. And now you're telling him Chen Mu has already founded the Ming Dynasty? This is ridiculous. After scrutinizing the simulation data, Lu Ziyang immediately reached a conclusion. Teacher Zhao, Elder Su. Is Chen Mu using Han Liner here? Look at the territories he sees, they're either disaster zones, strategic strongholds, or Yuan Dynasty strongholds. Isn't this like an egg hitting a stone? Is he afraid the Yuan Dynasty won't send troops? He's finished. I'm certain he won't survive the year. Zhao Chunshan and the old master Su both darkened in expression. The difference was that Zhao Chunshan felt ashamed to have such an ungrateful student. Old Su, however, wore a stiff smile. Hey, young man. Whose side are you really on? Finally seeing Chen Mu suffer a setback, why bring up the Yuan Dynasty out of nowhere? Are you afraid people will forget how Chen Mu defeated the Yuan army before? You really know how to rub salt in the wound. Chapter 34, Chen Mu's Open Strategy. The silence in the exam hall made Lu Ziyang realize something was off. After all, his homeroom teacher's gaze was downright intimidating, and the principal's look at him felt off too. And those proctors? They seemed to be mocking him? After a long while, Lu Ziyang finally grasped the situation. When he heard that Chen Mu had used the Ming sect to stage a rebellion in such a short time, swiftly establishing the Great Ming and defeating the Yuan Dynasty, Lu Ziyang was utterly shocked. In just over 10 minutes, equivalent to 4 or 5 years in the simulation, he had barely begun using Cao Cao to assassinate Dong Zhuo, yet Chen Mu had already mustered hundreds of thousands of troops to confront the Yuan Dynasty head-on? What the hell kind of god is this? Despite his rant, Lu Ziyang didn't forget to check his livestream to see if anyone had noticed his embarrassing slip-up. What greeted him was a deluge of abuse. Who the hell is this Lu Ziyang? Some trash who can't even clear the Three Kingdoms dungeon, and he dares question my godly skills? This is hilarious. Chao Mingda starts with a god-tier scenario and dies trying to assassinate Dong Zhuo. And he has the nerve to criticize Chen Mu? How infuriating is that? Seriously, what kind of weirdos are in our livestream? First it was old Su, now this Lu Ziyang pops up. Just here to ruin everyone's mood, huh? Honestly, Chen Mu's moves have been downright weird lately. What's he even trying to pull? Wild guess, Chen Mu must have dug a trap for the other rebel forces to fall into. I just know he wouldn't pull this stunt for no reason. No doubt about it. There are sharp minds among the netizens. At this very moment in the simulated world, Chen Mu had indeed raised this very issue with figures like Lu Bowen and Li Shanchang. Your Excellency. Li Shanchang's face was clouded with worry. Though the rebel forces across the land have nominally pledged allegiance to us, some harbor ulterior motives. Su Shouhui and Ni Wenjun have already defected to the Yuan Dynasty. More will likely follow suit. Perhaps. Should we pull back some of our frontline troops to prepare for defense? No need. Lu Bowen, seated nearby, calmly dismissed Li Shanchang's suggestion. Bowing slightly to Chen Mu, Lu Bowen murmured with a low chuckle, Your Excellency, back when the warlords gathered, I couldn't quite fathom your intentions. But now I see this move of yours is truly brilliant. Su Di and Chang Yuchun, standing nearby, were both speechless. Is this really the same Lu Bowen who always detested evil? How did you learn to suck up like this? Couldn't you just state things plainly? Master Lu understands us. Chen Mu nodded. Since you've already figured it out, I'll tell everyone. As you command. Lu Bowen straightened his back, turned to Su Di and the others, and asked, General Su, what do you think is the foundation upon which our great Ming was built? Is it military strength? Or the people's hearts? Of course it's the people's trust. Su Di grasped the meaning instantly and exclaimed, I see. So when the Grand Marshal commanded the warlords to accept our officials and laws, it was for the land redistribution? Precisely. Lu Bowen then turned to Chang Yuchun and asked, General Chang, in warfare, what is more crucial, logistical support or numerical superiority? Logistics, of course. Chang Yuchun answered without hesitation. Has Mr. Lu forgotten how the Yuan Dynasty's 800,000 troops were defeated last time? Whoa, I get it now. No wonder the commander-in-chief insists on supplying grain and fodder to all rebel forces. If they unite with us, having more forces to oppose the Yuan is certainly advantageous. But once they decide to rebel, all we need to do is cut off their supplies, and we'll have them by the throat. And that's not all. Lu Bowen sighed deeply. After the land redistribution, the people's hearts will surely turn toward our great Ming. If we resist the Yuan, no one will raise objections. But if someone were to submit to the Yuan and continue oppressing the people, what do you think would happen? Whoa. Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath, even Li Shanchang was left speechless. Similar events had actually occurred during the Ming Dynasty. After defeating Zhang Shicheng, the Ming Dynasty went to war with the Yuan Dynasty, engaging in repeated battles for control of various cities. At that time, some officials, intimidated by the Yuan's million-strong army, groveled and opened the city gates to surrender. Only to be beaten to death by the local populace before the surrender could even be finalized. In short, If you stand with the Ming, everyone will hail you as a righteous rebel army, and the Ming will supply you with provisions and weapons to aid your fight. But if you choose to oppose the Ming, wouldn't you risk turning from a righteous rebel into a pariah overnight? This is a strategy that leaves no room for counterplay. For the Ming is sufficiently powerful, so powerful that neither the Yuan nor the rebel forces can afford to ignore it. Your Excellency. Li Shanchang hurriedly bowed. Your humble servant has erred, nearly jeopardizing the Ming dynasty's cause. I beg your Excellency to mete out punishment. Mr. Li, there is no need for self-reproach. Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. Without your strategic brilliance and masterful coordination, how could the great Ming have achieved what it has today? Enough. Everyone heard what Mr. Li just said. Tian de Bo Ren. With Wenjun colluding with the Yuan in the south, and Tang He and Lu Futong still trapped in Xiangyang to the west, what course of action do you propose? We must fight. Chang Yuchun immediately spoke up. Commander, why not have General Su hold the Hunan front? I'll lead troops to reinforce General Tang He. Then we'll join forces and march south to eliminate Wenjun first. What do you think? Hold your horses. Su Di, observing Chen Mu's smile, mused thoughtfully. The commander-in-chief poses this question precisely because he doesn't want us to provide reinforcements. Besides, the commander certainly won't abandon the Central Plains. After all, the Yuan dynasty has already mobilized their defenses and continues to reinforce their troops there. Precisely. Chen Mu nodded. Our new recruits are nearly trained. It's time to send them out to see blood. We can hand Wenjun in the south over to the new recruits for practice. It'll give them a taste of the people's hospitality. As for Xiangyang in the west. At this point, Chen Mu turned to look at Lu Bowen. The latter smiled knowingly. General Su and Chang, how about the commander-in-chief personally takes command in the Central Plains while you two lead the Eastern Army on a secret mission? This journey must begin by water. Upon arrival, do not rush to provide immediate reinforcements. Xianyang's walls are formidable, and our Ming soldiers excel at defense. The Yuan forces will find breaching them no simple task. We must wait. Wait until Wang Baobao commits sufficient forces, then we can annihilate them in one decisive blow. Su Di and Chang Yuchun both brightened at this. Though the army of the Yuan Chancellor Tokto had been defeated last time, the main forces of Shogun Timur and Wang Baobao remained intact. In truth, Su Di and Chang Yuchun had already felt the enemy's tenacity in recent battles across the Central Plains. After all, sieges inevitably entail casualties. Yet the Yuan forces, holding each city one by one, had severely slowed the Ming's advance. If they could annihilate the enemy at Xiangyang in one decisive blow, who in the entire Yuan dynasty would then dare challenge the Ming? Chapter 35, Zhu Yuanzhang, defending Xiangyang. In the fifth year of the Great Ming, the Yuan dynasty in Wenjun launched multiple assaults on Xiangyang, all of which were repelled. Enraged by his failures, Wenjun launched an attack from Chuzhou against your territories of Luzhou Road and Anqing Road, attempting to threaten Jilin City. To guard against the Yuan, your armies in the Central Plains could not be redeployed. Thankfully, you still have your well-trained recruits. After enduring the baptism of battle, Wenjun's offensive was swiftly crushed, and the Ming dynasty began shifting from defense to attack. However, the Yuan forces on the western front received reinforcements, putting Tang He and his men in even greater peril. You dispatched Su Di and Chang Yuchun to provide support, but they did not engage. These sparse simulation updates drew a collective sigh from the examination hall. What the hell is going on here? Zhao Chunshan was at a loss for words. It's one thing that Wenjun coerced Su Shohui into rebellion, but how could Su Di and Chang Yuchun also have issues? Their foundations are unstable. Old Su chuckled with a hint of satisfaction. There's no denying that Chen Mu shows some military talent, otherwise, he couldn't have conquered such vast territory in such a short time. But he's still too young. Sometimes, too much territory isn't a blessing. After all, a loose coalition is no match for a united front. Look at what he's facing now. The newly subdued rebel forces are ready to revolt at a moment's notice, and his long-serving subordinates are defying orders without hesitation. If you ask me, this is merely the beginning. Once the Battle of Xiangyang concludes, do you think Tang He will harbor resentment toward Su Di and Chang Yuchun? Will he remain utterly loyal to Zhu Yuanzhang? And Lu Futong? On the surface, Chen Mu entrusted him with important responsibilities, but if he dies over this incident, won't the other rebel forces lose heart? It's tough. Tough. Looking at Chen Mu, I'd say there's an 80% chance he's headed for a fall. Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Bilan both shook their heads in unison. Old Su's words seemed reasonable enough, but the old codger had been sitting crooked from the start. Meanwhile, Lu Ziang beside them gazed at old Su with utter admiration, his eyes practically glowing with awe. Master Su. Lu Ziang whispered, if everything you said is true, will Chen Mu even make it to next year? How should I know? Old Su's expression instantly turned wary. Was this little rascal trying to trick him? Didn't he see how every one of his predictions had been proven wrong? The live stream camera was still pointed at them. What if he got it wrong again? Wouldn't he get roasted by that bunch of idiotic netizens again? His eyes darted around, and old Su chuckled. Teacher Zhao, your student here says Chen Mu won't live to see next year. What do you think? He doesn't know. Zhao Chunshan shot Lu Ziang a disapproving glance. He used to think this class monitor was quite competent, but now he found him increasingly unbearable. Damn it! Their school had finally produced a genius capable of getting direct admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, and this jerk was practically rooting for everyone's hopes to be dashed? Don't worry. Zheng Bilan chimed in with a smile from the side. Whether Chen Mu succeeds or fails this time, I believe he'll secure a guaranteed admission spot at Peking or Tsinghua. Don't forget, he's the first person to unravel the mystery of the founding of the Ming Dynasty. You could even say, once this chapter of history is fully unraveled, Chen Mu's name might just end up in the textbooks. Lu Ziang's face twisted in disbelief. Why the hell should he? Sure, Chen Mu used to be a top student, but hasn't he become a complete academic failure? Why did his own mock exam fail after just 10 minutes, while Chen Mu secured a spot for direct admission to Peking or Tsinghua? What a shame. No matter what raging storm surged within Lu Ziang's heart, he dared not reveal even a shred of jealousy. He could only glare venomously at Chen Mu, hoping the simulation ended notification would pop up any second. Reality, however, ultimately disappointed Lu Ziang. It was nothing short of despair. Summer of the 5th year of the Great Ming Dynasty. No one could have imagined Shenyang City would hold out this long, but you had foreseen it all along. For accompanying Tang He on this campaign were not only Lu Futong and others, but also Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Wenzhong, men you had personally trained for days. You placed great expectations on them, subjecting them to exceptionally rigorous military instruction and training. They did not disappoint your expectations. After the Battle of Shenyang began, Tang He and Lu Futong were both wounded. The remaining generals argued endlessly over whether to fight or retreat. Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Wenzhong stepped forward. With Tang He and Lu Futong's backing, the two quickly distinguished themselves, even becoming commanders and vanguard generals of the Shenyang campaign. During the siege lasting over 3 months, the 18 or 19-year-old Zhu Yuanzhang maximized the city's defenses to the utmost, even retaining sufficient strength to hold Fancheng and other outposts. Meanwhile, the 16-year-old Li Wenzhong, naturally fierce and courageous, rapidly earned the respect of his fellow soldiers. Some privately dubbed him Little Chang Yuchun. The prolonged siege of Shenyang enraged the Yuan Dynasty and Wenjun. Desperate, they gambled everything by massively reinforcing their troops, aiming to crush Shenyang's defenses. Su De and Chang Yuchun, who had been lying low for so long, finally made their move. This simulated intelligence caused everyone in the examination hall to stare wide-eyed. Lying low? Zhao Chunshan pondered these two words carefully, then suddenly his eyes lit up. He laughed heartily. I get it. I get it. Where exactly did Su De and Chang Yuchun have conflicts with Tang He and the others? They've clearly been deliberately hiding near Shenyang City, waiting for the Yuan Dynasty and Wenjun to reinforce their troops. Was this all part of Chen Mu's plan? Zheng Bilan was equally astonished. Old Zhao looked. Chen Mu deliberately assigned Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Wenzhong to the Western Route Army. Could he have known Shenyang would be besieged? But why didn't these two appear in the Jingnan campaign? Did they also die fighting during the founding of the Ming Dynasty? Zhu Yuanzhang? Lu Ziang, standing nearby, stared in disbelief, suddenly recalling something his classmates had discussed. Just a few weeks ago, some artifacts were unearthed in Nanchang, Jiangxi province of the Longsha Kingdom. Research indicated an extremely brutal battle had occurred in that area. Back then, Chen Mu had mentioned the Battle of Hongdu to Wang Yang. And Zhu Yuanzhang was the central figure in that story. With just 20,000 troops, he had held off Chen Yuliang's 600,000-strong army for 85 days. And now, Shenyang City stands taller and more imposing than Hongdu ever was, and Zhu Yuanzhang commands an army of 100,000. If what Chen Mu said about the Hongdu defense was true, then, with Zhu Yuanzhang as the ultimate human shield, could the Yuan forces breach Shenyang even without Su De and Chang Yuchun's reinforcements? The answer is obviously no. For soon, new simulation data emerged. The arrival of Su De and Chang Yuchun completely disrupted the Yuan army and Wenjun's plans. What was even more unbelievable was that after such a prolonged siege, Shenyang still retained a fighting force of 40,000. The Yuan forces suffered a crushing defeat. Wang Baobao was severely wounded under the relentless assaults of Chang Yuchun and Li Wenzhong, and nearly half of his 400,000-strong army was decimated. Wenjun perished while fleeing, and the Tianwan regime disintegrated overnight. With the local populace's aid, you swiftly seized control of Su Shouhui's former territory without breaking a sweat. Upon receiving the news, you launched an offensive in the Central Plains, uniting rebel forces across the land for a bold northern campaign. Chapter 36, Ministers urge ascension to the throne. What kind of god is this Xu Wen? Inside the exam hall of Class 2, Senior 3, Li Chunshan and the others were all stunned. 300,000 versus 500,000. Among them, the Yuan forces commanded by Wang Baobao numbered as high as 400,000, while Wenjun's army alone reached 100,000. On the surface, the Ming forces weren't exactly small. But don't forget the 200,000 troops under Su De and Chang Yuchun had been lying in wait until the final counterattack to commit their full force. In reality, the early stages of the Shenyang siege had been held together solely by the 10,000 troops commanded by Tang He and Zhu Yuanzhang. They fought 5-1. Even in a defensive battle, this achievement stands head and shoulders above the rest. Especially under such immense pressure, Zhu Yuanzhang managed to preserve the combat effectiveness of 40,000 troops, enabling a formidable counterattack in the final stages of the war. That Li Wenzhong seems quite capable too. Zheng Bilan remarked, Chang Yuchun's prowess is beyond question. The simulation data already confirmed he's a natural-born vanguard commander. Under these circumstances, Li Wenzhong keeping pace with Chang Yuchun already marks him as a capable general. Who would have thought such a young man could coordinate with Chang Yuchun? Old Zhao, it seems we both underestimated Chen Mu and the Ming Dynasty itself. Zhao Chunshan nodded heavily, neither confirming nor denying. They hadn't just underestimated him. Just before the exam, Zhao Chunshan still believed the Ming Dynasty never had an emperor Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang. But now? Whether it was the capable statesman Li Shanchang, the brilliant strategist Lu Bowen, the master commander Su De, or the natural-born vanguard general Chang Yuchun, these men were the very generals every emperor throughout history had dreamed of deploying. And that alone would have been astonishing enough. Now, two obscure young men had actually turned the tide. What does this signify? It proves the Ming Dynasty's foundations run far deeper than they imagined. It's even possible that Chen Mu still holds other talents waiting to shine. On this point, Zhao Chunshan was spot on. Lan Yu. Muing. Simulation time. Li Wenzhong looked at the half-grown boy and the little brat who used to trail behind him, smiling as he said, Brother here just cut down tens of thousands of enemies. How about that? Pretty impressive, huh? Awesome. Awesome. Now 6 or 7 years old, Muing clapped enthusiastically, his face full of admiration. Lan Yu, however, seemed a bit unconvinced. Brotherly, he said, even though you're really impressive. I'm definitely going to be able to do that too someday. The general himself said it that I'm just like my brother-in-law Chang Yuchun, a natural-born commander. My uncle said that? Li Wenzhong looked skeptical. But deep down, he knew how much their uncle, Zhu Yuanzhang, valued them. Their food, drink, and daily needs were never lacking. Their reading and writing were personally reviewed, and periodically, they were even sent to military camps for training. Otherwise, how could a mere 17 or 18-year-old like Li Wenzhong dare lead a group of veteran soldiers into battle? Lan Yu. Li Wenzhong suddenly remembered Zhu Yuanzhang and immediately lowered his voice. Being a commander isn't that impressive. Being a commander-in-chief now, that's truly remarkable. Look at General Su De, then look at our brother Wenxiang. During this defense of Shenyang, how many men did brother Wenxiang command? How many enemies did he personally slay? Nearly 100,000 Yuan dogs were slaughtered, and Ni Wenjun lost tens of thousands more. Whoa! Lan Yu, barely 14 or 15, was utterly awestruck. He couldn't even kill a single man during his military training, yet Zhu Yuanzhang had already slaughtered so many? No way! He had to redouble his efforts from now on. Otherwise, the general would surely scold him for slacking off again. As the young lads chatted, Zhu Yuanzhang, clad in armor, rode slowly toward them on his tall steed. Upon reaching them, he dismounted, lifted Muing onto the horse's back, and smiled. Little Muing, your big brother is going out to lead the troops. Will you miss me? Yes. Muing nodded earnestly. Brother Wenxiang. Is this real? Li Wenzhong's face lit up with joy. What about me? Can I go with you? No. Xu Wenjing shook his head and chuckled. Uncle said that although you performed well this time, you still lack a bit of polish. However, you and Lan Yu may report to General Chang's camp for further assignments. Really? Lan Yu nearly jumped 3 feet in the air. I get to go to the battlefield too? Muing watched the three of them longingly, his heart filled with envy. He too yearned to join the army, but alas, he was far too young. The commander-in-chief would never consent. But little Muing probably hadn't considered that his destiny had already been sealed long ago. Because Chen Mu was being pressured to marry. In truth, it wasn't just marriage pressure, it also included ascending the throne as emperor. Your Excellency. Within the Grand Marshal's residence in Jinling City, Li Shanchang led Hu Weiyong and others in a solemn triple bow and 9 kowtows, proclaiming, Your Excellency, the Yuan court's days are numbered, while our great Ming Dynasty rises ever stronger. The tyrannical Yuan regime has long misled our Chinese nation. Now, warlords rise everywhere, bandits run rampant, and the common people cry out in unison, yearning for a new dynasty to take its place. Nearly 100 officials of our great Ming have jointly petitioned, earnestly beseeching Your Excellency to inherit the imperial mandate and ascend the throne as emperor. We implore Your Excellency to give an answer to the officials and to the people. As the words fell, the officials prostrated themselves in unison, their voices rising as one. We beseech Your Majesty to ascend the throne without delay and bring peace to the hearts of the people. Chen Mu stared at the crowd, somewhat speechless. He knew this moment would come sooner or later, but he hadn't expected Li Shanchang to deliver such a surprise. Ironically, Xu Shang, who had previously urged him to accumulate grain and delay proclaiming himself king, now stepped forward as well. Your Excellency, times have changed. In the early days of our Ming Dynasty, heroes across the land proclaimed themselves kings and lords. Surrounded by hostile territories, our great Ming must prioritize self-preservation. But now, the heroes of the realm have already pledged allegiance, and the common folk everywhere are eagerly awaiting your leadership. Moreover, the Yuan court is now weak, oppressing the people without governing or nurturing them. Why not take one more step, Your Excellency? With proper legitimacy, our soldiers will know for whom they fight. Therefore, this humble subject dares to beseech your majesty to proclaim to the realm your ascension to the imperial throne. Chen Mu silently glanced at Lu Bowen, only to find the latter wearing an equally broad smile. Your Excellency. Now that our great Ming has been set upon the right path, all that remains is for you to ascend the throne and restore the glory of the Han and Tang dynasties. Therefore, this humble subject not only urges your majesty to ascend the throne without delay, but also to establish a family as soon as possible. After all, the matter of the heir concerns the very foundation of the nation. It cannot be overlooked. General. Sudi, Chang Yuchun, and others stepped forward, their faces aglow with fervor. General, please grant this request. Tang Yi, Li Ernio, and others also spoke up. Seeing this, Chen Mu couldn't be bothered with any more polite refusals. He laughed heartily and declared, "Fine. Then I'll ascend the throne. As for settling down, leave that to old Taoist Zhang. He knows who I've set my sights on." Li Shanchang, Lu Bowen, Su Di, Chang Yuchun, and the others exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with wild joy. Soon, everyone present knelt in unison, pushing the golden mountain and toppling the jade pillars. Their heartfelt shouts of acclamation began to echo throughout the entire realm of the great Ming. Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live! Summer of the 5th year of the great Ming. After securing victory in the Battle of Shanyang, the Yuan dynasty is now incapable of launching an offensive against you in the near future. Similarly, the restless rebel forces across the land were cowed by the great Ming's formidable combat prowess. Some slipped away quietly, others chose to surrender, while still others rushed straight to Jinling, seeking to prove their loyalty. That August, you proclaimed your ascension to the throne in Jinling, declaring it to the world. The entire realm erupted in celebration. Countless citizens poured into the streets, each finding their own way to honor you. Chapter 37, The Era named Hongwu. The Empress Consort Mai is in theft. He's ascended the throne. He's finally ascended the throne. In the classroom of Senior 3, Class 2, Zhao Chunshan couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Under normal circumstances, such behavior would have earned him a charge of disrupting exam order. But now, the proctors all wore warm, anti-like smiles, genuinely sharing Zhao Chunshan's joy for Chen Mu. And in the livestream chat, countless netizens were just like the common folk of the Ming Dynasty. Though they weren't there in person, they had witnessed every step of Chen Mu's journey. This was the Great Ming. The Great Ming, the era countless hearts yearned for, the dynasty that haunted their dreams. The last Han Chinese dynasty, the Ming, a realm steeped in countless regrets and untold tales. Within Longxia, countless simulators continuously entered the Ming Dynasty simulation. Even the hellish Yuan to Ming transition period drew thousands attempting to unravel its mysteries each year. They yearned to know what truly happened in that era, yet due to the scarcity of historical records, no one ever imagined the Ming Dynasty was founded by a beggar. And now, Chen Mu has opened a new door for everyone. It's foreseeable that from this day forward, those who cherish the Ming Dynasty will follow in Chen Mu's footsteps, gradually uncovering every detail of the Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, and finally bringing that chapter of history back into the public consciousness. Some rejoiced, others grieved. While Zhao Chunshan, Zheng Balan, and countless netizens celebrate with fervor, Old Su and Lu Ziang wear grim expressions. What kind of dog luck did that kid get? Old Su's eye twitched. At this critical juncture, even if he wanted to nitpick, he'd find nothing to criticize. Lu Ziang, however, his eyes darting, couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Old Su, have you ever heard of the title Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang? Never heard of it. Old Su snorted, eyeing Lu Ziang warily. Truth be told, he'd initially taken a liking to Lu Ziang. Unfortunately, the youngster seemed mentally off-kilter, with poor social awareness that left him utterly oblivious to others' expressions. Stuck with such a useless teammate, Su Lao felt he could be dragged down at any moment. Sure enough, Lu Ziang's eyes narrowed as he sneered, Old Su, if even you've never heard of the Hongwu Emperor, then could it be that Chen Mu's claim about this title is simply wrong? Consider this, what if he made a mistake when establishing his reign title after ascending the throne? Su Lao's heart skipped a beat, yet he couldn't help but cling to a glimmer of hope. Thanks to Chen Mu, he'd already been humiliated multiple times today. If Chen Mu truly succeeded in clearing the Yuan dynasty's final chapter, if he genuinely used Zhu Yuanzhang to establish the Ming dynasty, wouldn't that nail him, the so-called expert, to the pillar of shame? You make a very good point. Old Su chuckled softly, his gaze turning kindly toward Lu Ziang. Your name is Lu Ziang, correct? Actually, I've heard about you from your teacher before. He also mentioned your exceptionally earnest attitude toward learning and your courage to argue your case when faced with truth. Do you have the courage to say what you just said on live stream? Absolutely. Lu Ziyang seemed greatly encouraged and immediately replied, Professor Su, if even you haven't heard of it, how could Chen Mu possibly know? Even if he guessed right earlier, success isn't guaranteed now. Just you wait. With that, Lu Ziyang charged toward the livestream camera like a warrior, unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of his theories. Don't let victory cloud your judgment. Chen Mu may have ascended the throne, but don't forget the era name is still pending. If he uses the wrong era name, it could lead to all sorts of disasters at best, or end the simulation outright at worst. He might even die in a hell-tier instance. Lu Ziyang completely failed to notice the murderous glare shooting from Zhao Chuanshan's eyes beside him. Similarly, Principal Zhang Belan was left red-faced. By now, anyone could see Chen Mu had been in complete control all along. Would he have rashly ascended the throne without confidence? A cold snort escaped him. Zhao Chunshan snapped, Lu Ziyang, your exam is over. Have you forgotten the exam room rules? Do you want to be permanently barred from taking exams? Lu Ziyang was struck dumb, as if by lightning. His sudden outburst hadn't stemmed solely from old Su's encouragement, he'd also wanted to prove himself to Zhao Chunshan. After all, he was the class monitor. Surely the old teacher would give him some face? Alas! In Zhao Chuanshan's eyes, Lu Ziyang's so-called face was nothing more than a worn-out shoe insole. Because Chen Mu's simulation now involved more than just securing a recommendation, it held the hopes of countless netizens and the truth behind the mystery of the founding of the Great Ming. Fortunately, the sudden simulation notification captured everyone's attention. On the second day of your reign, dozens of era names were presented by your ministers. You rejected all suggestions and insisted on choosing Hongwu. Much like your own name, these two characters carry profound significance. You envisioned the soldiers of the Great Ming sweeping away all opposition like a raging flood, crushing every enemy with unmatched military might. Surprisingly, these two characters earned unanimous praise from all officials. For they embodied both the grandeur of the Great Ming and the spirit of Zhu Yuanzhang himself. On the third day of your reign, you crowned Ma Xiuying as empress. Following council, you abolished the ritual constraints of past dynasties, banned foot binding for women, and permitted all brides to wear imperial robes and phoenix crowns. This decree spread rapidly among the people. Countless citizens shouted, "Long live the emperor," while countless women regarded Empress Ma as the mother of the nation. You triggered the entry effect, earning the title Emperor Hongwu. This title will effectively intimidate officials and boost the morale and faith of Ming soldiers. You triggered the entry effect, gaining +1 offspring. Empress Ma is pregnant. Another entry triggered? Zhao Chunshan burst into laughter, turning to Lu Ziyang and chuckling, "Squad leader, what did you say earlier? An era name error? That it could lead to minor disasters or even end the simulation? What about now?" Lu Ziyang felt sick to his stomach, as if he'd swallowed a fly. Who could have imagined Chen Mu was telling the truth? How could something not even recorded in history books suddenly become reality? Speechless, Zhang Belan suddenly exclaimed, "Old Zhao, did you notice the timing of these two entries appearing? One is that after Chen Mu ascended the throne, he adopted the era name Hongwu, and the other is the events where Empress Ma persuaded Chen Mu. And don't forget, even today, brides in our Longsha kingdom still wore phoenix crowns during traditional weddings. So, this actually happened in history? And it was really Empress Ma and Zhu Yuanzhang who changed it. It's not real, is it?" Zhao Chunshan looked utterly convinced. "Principal, since Chen Mu went all the way to Haozhou to find Empress Ma so early on, it proves she must have been Zhu Yuanzhang's original wife in history. And I feel, this Empress Ma must be different from the other consorts, which is why Chen Mu treats her with such solemnity. Including the offspring rewarded by that entry, they must be different too. Hold on." The cameraman, who had been watching the live chat, suddenly spoke up, "Professor Zhao, Principal Zhang. Do you remember the ancient tomb and documents unearthed in Jilin City before? They contained records about Crown Prince Zhu Biao, even calling him the first crown prince of the Ming Dynasty, but historians have never been able to confirm his identity. Could this child be Zhu Biao?" Chapter 38, Zhu Biao's birth, Northern Campaign begins. Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Belan were naturally aware of the matter the cameraman mentioned. It was said that this crown prince died young, and most crucially, his eldest son also passed away at an early age. Unfortunately, beyond these details, no further information was available. Therefore, historians unanimously speculate that this must have been a tragic power struggle for the throne during the early Ming Dynasty. After all, the Qing Dynasty later frequently witnessed similar struggles among the imperial sons. Of course, Chen Mu had seen this news as well, but he merely scoffed at it, not even bothering to comment. For the bond between emperors and their crown princes throughout history, none could ever surpass the relationship between Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao. Other emperors lived in constant fear of their crown princes rebelling. But if Zhu Biao had rebelled? Given Zhu Yuanzhang's temperament, he'd probably have given him a thumbs up and said, "Well done, son." Perhaps it was precisely this reason that Chen Mu harbored a peculiar affection for Empress Ma's womb. At times, he couldn't even tell whether he was Zhu Yuanzhang or Chen Mu. Or perhaps, a fusion of both? Chongba. Within the newly constructed imperial palace of the Great Ming, Empress Ma, her belly prominently swollen, made her way to the imperial study. From the very first day she met Chen Mu, she knew his original name was Zhu Chongba. She had jokingly called him that a few times back then, and the name had since become her exclusive nickname for him. Stepping into the imperial study, Empress Ma immediately spotted Chen Mu, who was speaking at great length. She paused to consider. Instead of urging him further, she found a spot nearby and waited patiently. Though called the imperial study, this room functioned more like a conference chamber. Lu Bowen, Li Shanchang, Zhu Shang, Zhang Zhong, and others were all present. Unlike historical accounts, Chen Mu never intended to inherit the previous dynasty's systems from the outset. After all, the current Ming Dynasty already possessed certain characteristics of its later incarnation. Take the equal field system, for instance. Throughout history, emperors ruled by leveraging Confucianism, which in turn relied on local gentry, collectively governing the laboring masses. Thus, sayings like "the sky is high and the emperor is far away" or "imperial authority doesn't reach the village" were common across the land. But the Ming Dynasty was different now. After implementing equal land distribution, the Ming Dynasty's grassroots support skyrocketed, leading directly to one consequence: imperial authority extended to the countryside. Every edict of the Great Ming could now be implemented directly from the top down to the villages, and in most cases, it was supported by the people. With the two major intermediaries, local gentry and bureaucrats, eliminated, the Ming's tax revenue has steadily climbed. But this is still far from enough. The slave registry must be abolished. Chen Mu looked at those present and declared solemnly, "Though we cannot yet determine the exact population of our Great Ming, the calamities of recent years have claimed countless lives. People are everything. I know you desire a stable, trouble-free Ming Dynasty, but that is not the Ming we seek. Our people should not live in fear and submission, they should stand tall and proud. Only then will they not be bullied, and only then will corrupt officials know fear." Li Shan sighed deeply, his gaze shifting to Lu Bowen and the others. He would love to play political games with them, but the problem was, they were all members of the Ming cabinet now. That's right. Chen Mu couldn't be bothered debating whether the chancellor system should be abolished. Instead, he bypassed it entirely, establishing the Grand Secretariat and the 5 Armies Command. The 5 current Grand Secretaries of the cabinet were Chief Minister Li Shanchang, Second Minister Lu Bowen, Zhu Shang, Zhang Zhong, and the newly joined Confucian scholar Song Lian. Chen Mu had thought more hands would make light work, but he never imagined the first agenda item would stall. "Your Majesty." Surveying the room, Song Lian rose to pay his respects, speaking with reverence. "Your Majesty's compassion for the people is known to all. Yet the status of serfs concerns matters of rank and hierarchy. It cannot be abolished lightly. If those bearing crimes lose their sense of reverence, who can say what calamities might ensue?" "Precisely." Li Shanchang chimed in, "Your Majesty, please consider this carefully. During the previous land redistribution, many corrupt officials were conscripted into servitude, and countless commoners applauded the decision. Reversing such policies overnight risks undermining public trust." Chen Mu instinctively glanced at Lu Bowen, only to find him shaking his head slightly. Sighing, he realized he had been a bit too hasty. But this matter was merely a test Chen Mu had brought up. Because what came next was the real crux of the matter. The matter of slave registration can be set aside for now, but shouldn't the northern expedition be put on the agenda? Chen Mu looked at Li Shanchang. "Chief Minister Li, Mr. Li. You're not going to say we lack provisions again, are you?" "We have." Li Shanchang wiped his brow. "Your Majesty need not worry. Since last year's renaming to Hongwu, our Great Ming has received continuous good tidings from all regions. Grain yields have steadily increased. Everyone says this is a sign from heaven. Even the heavens are aiding our Great Ming. That's good enough." Chen Mu turned to Zhang Zhong. "Master Zhang, what is the status of the reorganization of the rebel forces?" "Completed." Zhang Zhong stroked his beard with a smile. "Your Majesty. I mean, no self-praise, but since the Battle of Shangyang, the rebel forces across the land no longer resist our storytellers. As for now, they are indistinguishable from our Ming soldiers. They await only your command to reclaim our lands and restore the glory of the Han and Tang dynasties." "Excellent." Chen Mu's face lit up with delight. Turning to Lu Bowen, he smiled. "Mr. Lu, you shall go to the 5 Armies Command headquarters. Have General Su and the others draft a plan without delay. Our soldiers have been bottled up for half a year. It's time to drive the Yuan court back north." "As you command." Lu Bowen immediately rose to relay the orders. Only after concluding this cabinet meeting did Chen Mu turn his attention to Empress Ma, who had been patiently waiting by the door. "The food has gone cold." Empress Ma sighed. "Are we going to war again?" "We absolutely must." Chen Mu nodded and smiled. "We've been waiting for this day for so long. Don't worry. I'll have Su Di and Chang Yuchun hurry things along. They'll try to return before our child is born." "You're always so reckless." Empress Ma, her belly heavy, frowned with worry. "The imperial physicians say the baby kicks so strongly I fear it might be a boy. If it really is a boy, what name should we give him?" "Call him Zhu Biao." Chen Mu answered without hesitation. "If it's a son, he must be named Zhu Biao." Empress Ma was instantly dumbfounded. Equally bewildered were the students of Class 2, Senior 3. In the first month of the 6th year of the Hongwu era, you did not recalculate the years as other emperors had done, but instead directly applied the Hongwu era name to the time following the founding of the Great Ming. Though officials murmured discontent, none dared challenge such a decision. For in the 6 months since your ascension, you have demonstrated sufficient iron-fisted authority, judging officials solely by their competence and integrity. Scholars skilled in flattery were met with cold indifference, while technical officials and those with genuine competence rose rapidly through the ranks. In the second month of the 6th year of Hongwu, your directive gained unanimous approval within the cabinet and was swiftly implemented by the 5 armies command. Countless supplies and provisions began their journey northward. In the third month, Zhu Yuanzhang was dispatched to the south to lead 100,000 troops in reclaiming lost territories. In April, Tang He, Lu Futon, and others set their sights on Sichuan. In the 5th month, Crown Prince Zhu Biao was born. On the same day, you launched the Northern Expedition, leading an army of 500,000 northward alongside Su Di, Chang Yuchun, Li Wenzhong, Lan Yu, and others. The campaign for unification has commenced. Chapter 39, Outmaneuvering the Enemy, sword pointed at the capital. The War of Unification. The brief simulated message sent Zhao Chunshan and the others into wild jubilation once more. They knew Chen Mu would inevitably move against the Yuan dynasty, but never imagined it would happen so swiftly. After all, Chen Mu had only just secured victory in the Battle of Shangyang upon his ascension, and the various rebel forces were already in turmoil due to the Tianwan regime's defection. Most crucially, waging war required provisions. Previously, with only tens of thousands of soldiers under his command, Chen Mu could easily borrow enough grain from the common people to sustain his forces. But now, with hundreds of thousands of troops, the daily consumption for both men and horses amounted to astronomical sums. Unfortunately, within the borders of the Great Ming, numerous disaster-stricken areas remained. Even with Li Shanchang assisting in relief efforts, reclaiming barren land demanded ample time. Unless some region had increased its grain output. It seems the Hongwu era name must have played a significant role. Zhao Chunshan couldn't help but remark, "Principal, do you recall that online post that surfaced earlier? The theory of simulated world national fortune specifically manifested in how the emperor's selection, the national title, and the era name influenced the simulated world. Chen Mu's ability to launch the Northern Expedition so swiftly must stem from peak national fortune. Otherwise, mobilizing such vast armies to strike on multiple fronts would have been impossible." That must be it. Zhang Bilan nodded, then suddenly turned to look at Elder Su and asked, "Elder Su, what are your thoughts?" Well, Old Su felt awkward for a long moment. Just moments ago, he had been egging Lu Ziang on to use the Hongwu era name as a talking point, only to be caught off guard and thoroughly humiliated. He thought the matter was settled, but now this old fox Zhang Bilan had suddenly thrown him a curveball. Damn it! This guy had been all respect and deference in front of him just moments ago, and now he'd flipped on him in an instant? Angry as he was, Old Su still had to analyze the situation seriously. After all, if he said something wrong again, this so-called expert professor would likely become a pariah, shunned by everyone. The concept of national fortune may be popular online, but there's no direct evidence to prove it. However, Professor Zhao's point earlier wasn't entirely wrong either. Population declines throughout history were primarily caused by natural disasters and man-made calamities. Now that Chen Mu has risen above all rivals to ascend the throne, and the rebel armies have fully submitted, there are naturally fewer wars. With the end of warfare, more people naturally turn to farming, and grain production will inevitably increase. You know what? Old Su's conjecture was spot on. Back when Chen Mu seized Jinling and founded the Great Ming, he had already adopted the advice of his strategist Zhu Shang. Among those strategies was the accumulation of grain through water conservancy projects and agricultural development. Later, when Chen Mu subdued Zhang Shicheng and Fangguizhen, swallowing the entire Jiangsu Zhejiang region in one go, he implemented equal land distribution while simultaneously promoting farming and urging cultivation. This northern expedition followed the same pattern. Wherever the Great Ming army passed, landlords and powerful figures who had committed atrocities were swiftly brought to justice. Even bandits holed up in various regions were eradicated along the way. With every city captured, Chen Mu implemented measures like land redistribution and restoring production. However, this was an unavoidable necessity. For the entire northern region had been plagued by frequent disasters over the past few years. To be precise, the Ming sphere of influence had also been affected, but through measures like land redistribution, tax reductions, and opening granaries to distribute grain, the threat of disaster had been greatly mitigated. But the north was different. From the late Tang Dynasty through the Song era, and later under the humiliating southern Song regime, the northern lands lay perpetually under the iron hoof of nomadic tribes, their population dwindling year by year. The lands traversed by this northern expedition could truly be described as a wasteland stretching for thousands of miles, littered with corpses of the starved. After all, while disasters might merely make survival difficult, the brutal rule of the remnant Yuan regime could literally take your life. After the devastating defeat of Chancellor Toktoe and Wang Baobao's failure at Shenyang, the Yuan dynasty vented its fury entirely upon the common people, with reports of entire villages being massacred and households annihilated becoming all too common. It was precisely these atrocities that drove Chen Mu to launch his northern campaign so hastily after ascending the throne. His resolve was unshakable. No matter how grueling the battles ahead might be, they must be fought. And the first step of this northern campaign would naturally be the vast plains of Shandong and Hunan. Your Majesty! A soldier dashed into the tent, panting heavily. Dongping, Taiyan, and Zhu Prefecture have all been captured. However, the Yuan forces have mobilized over 200,000 troops to Jinan Road. It seems they intend to defend it to the death. Only 200,000? Chen Mu frowned and turned to ask, this absolutely cannot be the Yuan dynasty's main force. Inquire with Master Zhang, has the Ming sect received any intelligence? We do. A general quickly stepped forward to report, Your Majesty, the Imperial Preceptor mentioned yesterday that the Yuan main force appears concentrated in Bianliang. It's said the Commander-in-Chief remains Wang Baobao. Now that's more like it. Chen Mu let out a cold laugh. In the 6 months since his ascension, he hadn't idled away his time. Not only had he managed the various affairs of the Great Ming, but he'd also found time to shift the Ming sect's operations underground. This was precisely why, despite the haste of the Ming's northern campaign, intelligence flowed in steadily. His deliberate avoidance of immediate sieges and conquests served two purposes: to stabilize the populace and to pinpoint the Yuan's main forces, forcing them into a decisive battle. The Yuan had already suffered 2 consecutive major defeats. Another defeat could shatter their morale completely, leaving them powerless to halt the Ming army's advance. Inform the generals and summon them here. Aye. Soon. Su De, who had been inspecting the front lines, swiftly returned. Though Chen Mu participated in this northern campaign, he was merely the nominal supreme commander. Routine military deployments were largely decided by Su De, Chang Yuchun, Lu Bowen, and others. To be fair, the Su De of today already possessed some of the bearing of the later Duke of Su. He could often effortlessly discern his opponent's psychological states and swiftly devise countermeasures. This was something even Lu Bowen had personally acknowledged. Upon learning of the Yuan army's main force, Su De swiftly unfolded a map, his gaze fixed intently on the locations of Bianliang and Jinan Road, remaining silent. After a long moment, he slowly raised his head and said, Your Majesty, Wang Baobao intends to attack Shenyang once more. In your opinion? The Yuan court's naval forces have long been destroyed by us, but they still possess considerable cavalry. From Shenyang, they can push north to reclaim the central plains, south to control Chuzhou and Hanyang, and even sail down the Yangtze. He intends to lure our main forces to Jinan Road, then exploit our exposed rear to sever our supply lines in one decisive blow. Not only will he sever our supply lines, but the Western army under Tang He and Lu Futon will likely be compromised as well. That makes sense. Chen Mu nodded, then asked, so how should we respond? Should we attack Bianliang? Chang Yuchun tentatively suggested. Not advisable. Su De shook his head. If we march on Bianliang, Wang Baobao will surely slip back to Jinan Road ahead of time. We'll just be running back and forth, wasting provisions for nothing. Quite right. Lu Bowen nodded in agreement from the side. Your Majesty, since they wish to exploit our vulnerability, why can't we do the same? This humble servant suggests that General Chang should lead 100,000 troops in a feint, pretending that the main force of our Great Ming is besieging Jinan Road. Once Wang Baobao's forces have departed, we should then dispatch Generals Li Wenzhong and Lan Yu to lead a flanking force in a surprise attack on Bianliang, cutting off their retreat. Our main force, commanded by General Su De, shall bypass Jinan Road, march northward through Dezhou and Haijian, and advance directly upon the capital. All present were stunned, then turned to Chen Mu with faces burning with fervor. Dadu. If we breach Dadu, the Yuan dynasty will truly collapse on the spot. But would Chen Mu agree to such a reckless military plan? Yes. Chen Mu abruptly stood up, his expression solemn. Su De, I will join you in this battle. Tell the soldiers, victory is the only option, defeat is not permitted. Chapter 40, Wang Baobao's surprise attack, the strategy to break the stalemate. In the 6th year of Hongwu, during your northern campaign, you keenly discerned the Yuan dynasty's ploy to lure the tiger away from its lair. Following Lu Bowen's counsel, you countered their scheme by ordering all armies to continue their original offensive, while secretly mobilizing forces to strike the Yuan capital at a moment's notice. Early in the 7th year of Hongwu, Wang Baobao made his move. He led 400,000 troops from Bianliang, striking Shenyang with lightning speed. This time, the Great Ming failed to hold Shenyang, nor could they defend the surrounding cities of Suizhou, Anlu, Hanyang, or Dayan. In less than a month, the Yuan army captured 13 cities in succession, advancing eastward along the Great River with an air of marching straight toward Jinling. This development sent shockwaves throughout the Ming Empire. Rumors suggest some officials within Jinling have secretly formed alliances, poised to defect to the Yuan dynasty at any moment. Meanwhile, you have only just bypassed the 200,000 imperial troops stationed along the Jinan route, still hundreds of miles from the Yuan capital. Each simulated report sent hearts racing in the examination hall. Zhao Chunshan had initially rejoiced at Chen Mu's swift launch of the northern expedition, but now he found himself utterly unable to smile. Ironically, two figures in the hall wore expressions of delight, their upward turned corners of the mouth impossible to suppress. These two were none other than Old Su and Lu Ziyang. Having learned from his previous mistake, Lu Ziyang had grown wiser. He immediately whispered, "Master Su, do you think Chen Mu can pull through this time?" "Not necessarily." Old Su let out a cold laugh. "Look at these simulation data." Although Chen Mu has already seen through the enemy scheme, he certainly didn't expect the Yuan dynasty's attack to be so swift. Both armies are currently deployed at the front lines. There's simply no time to redeploy them in the short term. So it all comes down to who can capture the enemy's capital first. If Jinling falls, all Chen Mu's previous efforts will be for naught. And once the Yuan capital falls, the remnants of the Yuan dynasty will likely collapse immediately, leaving them incapable of continuing their resistance against the Ming. Lu Ziyang's eyes flickered as he pressed further. "So you're saying Chen Mu might actually die in this hell-tier dungeon?" "Quite possible." Old Su shifted his gaze and gestured toward the cameraman beside him. "Why don't you go ask the netizens? See what they have to say?" "I could certainly ask." Lu Ziyang felt a surge of curiosity. But he quickly turned back. "Mr. Su, if I say that, the homeroom teacher and principal definitely won't be happy. I heard you own a private school that's always recruiting students with outstanding character and academic performance. Would you consider letting me repeat the year there?" "Of course you can." Mr. Su laughed heartily. "Our school loves diligent, obedient students like you. Go ahead with confidence." Without another word, Lu Ziyang took a few steps forward. At the same time, within the simulated world, Chen Mu was charging forward with cavalry alongside Li Wenzhong and Lan Yu. This time, he wasn't merely staying with the Northern Expeditionary Army, he'd bypassed Chang Yuchun entirely to seize command of the vanguard forces. Chen Mu was also eager to see for himself just how splendid the Yuan dynasty's capital truly was, that it had inspired foreigners to write entire books extolling its splendor. "Your Majesty." Lan Yu spurred his horse alongside Chen Mu and blurted out, "We only have cavalry. Even if we reach the capital ahead of time, we won't be able to attack the city. What if the Yuan mobilizes their main forces to besiege us? With just our small contingent, we might not be able to protect you." "Who said you were here to protect me?" Chen Mu chuckled softly. "We're here to fight enemies, not play house." "Exactly." Li Wenzhong chuckled beside them. "Brother Lan Yu, you've likely never witnessed how the general himself leads the charge in battle, have you? Let's put it this way. Even your brother-in-law Chang Yuchun would have a tough time holding his own against His Majesty on the battlefield." "Nonsense." Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. Most of the entries he'd triggered lately were functional in nature, but over the past few years, Chen Mu's strength had not only held steady but actually grown. "Your Majesty, we've reached our destination." A scout reported from the side. "The vanguard has confirmed that the town ahead is Haijin. Only 200 li from the capital. We've finally arrived." Chen Mu exhaled in relief and slowly ordered, "Send word to all men to dismount and rest immediately. We'll march straight for Haijin in half an hour." "Aye, sir." The assembled troops rejoiced. Because of Chen Mu's presence, though they were the vanguard, they had barely captured any cities along the way. Instead, they had been skirting fortified settlements at every turn. This approach was actually a major military blunder. After all, any garrison could easily sever their supply lines with just a token force. However, Chen Mu's vanguard force had no logistics whatsoever. Their sole purpose along the way was gathering intelligence from various regions to relay to Chang Yuchun and Su De in the rear for their sieges. As for their objective? Only the capital of the Yuan dynasty. And now, that target lay within reach. At the speed of the cavalry Chen Mu now commanded, the 200 li distance could be covered in a single day. His immediate task was to use this elite of elites to seize Haijin town in one decisive move. Once that fell, Su De and Chang Yuchun in the rear would immediately redeploy their forces to join Chen Mu in encircling the capital. In the 7th year of the Hongwu era, you bypassed numerous cities in a mere 10 days, charging straight toward the Yuan capital and seizing the adjacent Haijin town with thunderous force. This caused immense panic within the Yuan court. Rumors spread that the Yuan-Shan Emperor fled the capital that very night, though others claimed he vowed to defend it to the death and had dispatched reinforcements to come to the emperor's aid. Meanwhile, Wang Baobao appeared to have devised a similar strategy. Leveraging the high mobility of his cavalry, he breached over a dozen cities in succession before charging straight toward Jinling, raising fortresses and camps along the way unopposed. The next day, as you arrived at the gates of Dadu, Wang Baobao also reached Jinling through his relentless advance. Tisk. Lu Ziyang, who had just rushed to the camera, grew increasingly certain of his thoughts. Glancing at the encouraging expression on old Su's face, Lu Ziyang cleared his throat and deliberately asked, "Teacher Zhao, do you think Chen Mu will survive this time? If Jinling falls, Chen Mu's entire scheme will come crashing down." "Don't talk nonsense." Zhao Chuanshan's face darkened instantly. Damn it! How had he never noticed before that the class monitor in his own class was a double agent? Judging by how they were whispering with old Su earlier, they'd probably already hooked up, right? He cursed inwardly. Lu Ziang pressed his advantage again, sneering coldly, "Teacher, you once taught us that after establishing power, the best strategy is to continuously build strength. But look at Chen Mu. Barely 6 months into his reign, he's already waging endless wars. Now he's committing the mistake of radicalism. If he proceeded steadily without haste, even if he couldn't conquer the Yuan dynasty quickly, he wouldn't be facing this peril now, would he?" Zhao Chunshan was momentarily speechless. The simulation data laid it out crystal clear. Even if he wanted to argue, what could he possibly say? As he hesitated, Zheng Bilan patted Zhao Chunshan on the shoulder and chuckled, "Old Zhao, worry clouds your judgment. Have you forgotten the Chaohu Navy we discussed earlier? As the imperial capital of the Great Ming, Jinling City is inevitably garrisoned by the most elite troops. Add to that the naval forces protecting it. Even if Wang Baobao brought an army of 10,000, he'd likely be left with nothing but frustration." "That's true." Zhao Chunshan snapped out of his daze. He'd been so preoccupied with finding a way out that he'd completely forgotten about the Ming Navy. Wait a minute. Could it be that Chen Mu dared to launch a surprise attack on the Yuan capital precisely because he had already planned to use the Ming Navy as his ceremonial escort? Chapter 41, The Ming Sect and the Imperial Guard. Navy, ha ha ha. Zhao Chunshan looked at his former student, Lu Ziang, and couldn't help but laugh. "Squad leader, after all that time seeking guidance from old Su, you've forgotten something this crucial? Don't forget Nanjing has the Yangtze River as its natural barrier. Even if Wang Baobao's forces could cross the river to fight, with water routes for supply, Jinling could easily wage a war of attrition against them. But what about the Yuan capital? Do they have the Great River as their ceremonial escort? Do they have elite naval forces like the Ming Navy at their disposal?" Lu Ziang was instantly dumbfounded. Beside him, old Su's eyes flickered slightly. He couldn't help but sneer coldly, "Professor Zhao, don't make baseless accusations. The views expressed by your student represent only himself. What do they have to do with me?" "Master Su, how could you?" Lu Ziang flared up, turning to glare at Master Su. Unfortunately, old Su merely shot him a mocking glance, not even bothering to respond. This infuriated Lu Ziang to no end. But when he saw the stream of mocking and abusive comments flooding the live chat, his anger boiled over. In the end, Lu Ziang steeled his resolve and gritted out, "Teacher, are you so certain Chen Mu will win? Don't forget this is the capital of the Yuan dynasty. The most elite troops of the Yuan must be defending it. I'd say if Chen Mu can't take it quickly, the outcome might be far from certain. After all, the simulation data mentioned earlier that some people in Jinling City are already preparing to open the gates and surrender." Having blurted out his thoughts in one breath, Lu Ziang fixed his gaze intently on Chen Mu. He had thrown caution to the wind. So what if Chen Mu knew the historical outcome? He was equally well versed in the Three Kingdoms, yet hadn't he just prematurely ended the simulation? As long as Chen Mu failed this time, he would most likely die right there in the Hell Tier dungeon. Who would even remember Lu Ziang's minor setback then? With this thought racing through his mind, Lu Ziang desperately hoped the simulation interface would suddenly flash the word end. But unfortunately, Chen Mu's simulation data not only failed to conclude, but began rapidly shifting. Year 7 of the Hongwu era, you have begun your assault on the capital. Simultaneously, Wang Baobao leads the Yuan army in an attempt to besiege Jinling. Unfortunately, the Ming Navy firmly controls the Yangtze River, leaving them no opening. Left with no choice, the Yuan-Shan Emperor rallied troops near Dadu, attempting to fortify the city for defense. But you had already made your preparations. You dispatched Jinyui spies, secretly infiltrating a contingent of Ming soldiers disguised as Yuan troops into the city. Though their numbers were small, at the critical moment, these men would play an unimaginably pivotal role. Upon seeing these simulated messages, Zhao Chuanshan's heart finally settled, while Lu Ziang's heart sank completely. He stared fixedly at the words in the simulated message, his face filled with bewilderment. The Imperial Guards? The Ming Dynasty's Imperial Guards existed at this time? How could that be possible? Why not? Zhao Chunshan shot a sidelong glance at his former student and couldn't help but sneer coldly, "Have you forgotten what your teacher taught you? As long as it doesn't defy the laws of historical development, even if you invent mushroom eggs, it counts as your achievement." Exactly. Zheng Bilan chuckled beside him. "I knew Chen Mu wouldn't skip the Imperial Guard. After all, his Ming sect disciples are practically born spies. Think about it, how many people pay attention to beggars on the street? And who cares what they're observing?" But, Lu Ziang stammered for a while but couldn't come up with a coherent response. Though he didn't know the specifics of Chen Mu's earlier maneuvers, he'd already uncovered some information online. It seemed Chen Mu had pulled off similar operations before. The problem was, you're already the emperor, yet you hang out with a bunch of beggars every day. Don't you feel embarrassed? Chen Mu certainly didn't feel humiliated. In fact, he didn't care about the scent clinging to the Ming sect disciples at all because he'd been through the same thing himself. "Your Highness, the Ming Prince. Unlike others who addressed him as Your Majesty, most Ming sect disciples preferred to call Chen Mu Your Highness, the Ming King. At first, Chen Mu had insisted they change their address, but seeing no effect, he eventually stopped bothering. After all, from village gossip to city intelligence, even whether the Yuan-Shun Emperor was in the Yuan capital, it was these Ming sect disciples who uncovered it all. Oh, they weren't Ming sect disciples anymore, they were undercover agents of the Imperial Guard. Truth be told, even Chen Mu never imagined he'd one day blend the Jinui and beggar's two professions as different as heaven and earth into one. Yet damn it actually worked like a charm. Slow down. Chen Mu served some food to his companion before smiling. Tell me about the situation inside Dadu while you're at it. The capital is finished. The Ming sect disciple, his mouth dripping with grease, chuckled, Your Highness, you're unaware last night, a pack of Yuan dogs dragged me into the palace to carry corpses. Inside, there were several dressed in royal noble attire. I heard from the old eunuchs in the palace that these Yuan dogs were plotting another rebellion and nearly killed that dog emperor. Rumor has it was some prince from the Imperial Guard, apparently from the Mongol side. Later, as we were leaving, we saw a cavalry unit charging into the imperial city. Soon after, we heard the sound of guns and cannons. Chen Mu exchanged glances with Su De, Lu Bowen, and the others. No doubt about it. This was absolutely an opportunity. As for the veracity of the intelligence, they had already obtained corroboration from multiple Ming sect disciples. Bowen, what's your take? Chen Mu looked at Lu Bowen. Should we deploy our infiltrators? Absolutely. Lu Bowen nodded emphatically. Your Majesty, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. If we miss it, it may be difficult to find another. However, the Yuan forces have sealed the city gates, and the narrow paths used by the Imperial Guards and Ming sect disciples are too constricted. If we cannot break through swiftly, the soldiers hiding within the city may not hold out much longer. What's there to fear? Chang Yuchun immediately laughed. Has the military strategist forgotten the explosive charges His Majesty devised just days ago? If we transport enough gunpowder to the city gates and coordinate with our brothers inside, who could possibly hold the gates of this great capital? Let's do it! Su De sprang to his feet, bowing deeply to Chen Mu with clasped fists. Your Majesty, issue the order now. Who knows when these Yuan dogs will cease their internecine slaughter? We must seize this opportunity. Agreed. Chen Mu rose as well, his voice deep and resolute. Issue the order immediately. The army is to assault the city from all sides, regardless of casualties. Additionally, have the Imperial Guards and Ming sect disciples prepare to lie in wait near the east gate. The explosion will be their signal. Upon hearing the blast, seize the gate immediately. Understood. All present roared their acknowledgement. Even the Ming sect disciples, who had been preoccupied with eating and drinking moments ago, scrambled to their feet and awkwardly saluted in military fashion. Seeing this, Chen Mu merely patted the man's shoulder and laughed heartily. Little Liuzi, take this brother downstairs and make sure he's well taken care of. Once we breach the city, let him be the first to return and claim his reward. Got it. Xiao Liuzi, now promoted to Imperial Bodyguard, promptly acknowledged the order. Chapter 42, The Yuan Dynasty Falls, Lan Yu imprisoned. In the 7th year of the Hongwu era, you launched an assault on the Yuan capital, Dadu, after days of siege. Meanwhile, internal strife erupted among the imperial clan within the Yuan court. This coup nearly cost the life of Emperor Shun of Yuan. Upon hearing news of your opportunistic assault, the Yuan-Shun Emperor sensed impending doom and attempted to flee through secret passages beneath the palace. Yet he never imagined you could seize the capital's gates within half an hour and charge straight into the inner city. The over 100,000 Yuan troops garrisoned in Dada fled in panic, utterly unaware their emperor had been trapped by you in the secret passage beneath the palace. That night, guided by an elderly eunuch, Lan Yu led your troops in pursuit and easily captured Emperor Shun of Yuan. The Yuan dynasty fell. The sudden news caught everyone in the examination hall completely off guard. What the hell? How long has this simulation even been going on that the Yuan dynasty has already fallen? Whoa! Zhao Chunshan sucked in a sharp breath, unable to contain his shock. Principal, at this rate, what do you think Su Bai's final evaluation will be? In a standard dungeon, collapsing an empire within 7 or 8 years would at least earn a B-grade evaluation. This is a hell-tier dungeon, it's gotta be an A-grade evaluation, right? Not just that. Zheng Bilan declared with confidence, military might and civil governance. Military strength is the most crucial factor in a dynasty's early development, but civil governance becomes equally vital later on. But judging by the current development of Chen Mu's territory, that aspect is already beyond worry. Maybe he might get a higher S rank this time. Zhao Chunshan was utterly speechless. Throughout his entire life, he had only managed to achieve an A rank evaluation a few times in the simulated world, and those were all in thoroughly researched, low-reward instances. But now, his student, a high school senior preparing for college entrance exams, had a chance to earn an S rank in a hell-tier dungeon? How could he possibly face the media as her teacher if this came out? After all, when asked how he had taught her, he couldn't very well cite his own mediocre achievements as proof, could he? For a moment, Zhao Chunshan felt both joy and worry. The joy stemmed from the certainty that this student would have a bright future ahead, potentially soaring to become a simulation engineer influential enough to shape textbooks. His worry, however, was that his past would be laid bare for all to see. How humiliating would that be? Similarly, among the gathered crowd, two others were deeply troubled. Lu Ziang was utterly devastated. He never imagined the Yuan dynasty would fall so easily. Wait. You're supposed to be a hell-tier instance, how could you be so easily defeated? He couldn't help but recall the Three Kingdoms instance he'd just entered, where Lu Bu felt like a cheat code. No matter how hard he fought, he couldn't defeat him. If Chen Mu knew what Lu Ziang was thinking, he'd definitely give him a thumbs up. After all, such fools are a rare breed. The Yuan dynasty fell? At the same moment, old Su stared at the simulation data in utter disbelief, utterly baffled. That doesn't make sense. Even if Chen Mu could defeat the Yuan dynasty, even if internal strife broke out within the Yuan. But didn't the Yuan-Shun Emperor escape through the secret passage? How did he get captured? Exactly. Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Belan exchanged glances. Logically speaking, even at its weakest, the Yuan dynasty shouldn't have collapsed so easily. In many simulation scenarios, historical figures were cunning as devils. Sometimes, even after you defeated them, new factions would spring up again within a few years. Unless. I know. Zhao Chuanshan's heart skipped a beat. It's that Lan Yu. The problem lies with him. Does everyone remember Li Zicheng from the late Ming Dynasty? Online, everyone calls him the Terminator of the Ming Dynasty, because only he could effortlessly reduce the Ming to a state of utter ruin. And only he had the chance to force the Ming Dynasty's last emperor to his death. So, could this Lan Yu be the very general who ended the Yuan dynasty in history? Zhang Belan's eyes lit up instantly, while old Su's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! Why the hell did that damn mouth of his bring this up? This only proved Chen Mu's foresight and his own ignorance of this historical period. Teacher Zhao, your conjecture is very likely true. Zhang Belan declared solemnly, once Chen Mu completes the dungeon, we absolutely must question him thoroughly. Only then can we help more people clear the Great Ming dungeon and bring that history to light. Ha! I knew Chen Mu had his reasons for valuing Zhu Yuanzhang, Li Wenzhong, Lan Yu, and Muing so highly. Now it seems this Muing is no ordinary figure either. Absolutely. Zhao Chunshan was brimming with confidence. Little did they know. Within the simulated world, Chen Mu was also somewhat surprised by Lan Yu's performance this time. You actually managed to catch him? Chen Mu looked at the young man before him, barely 15 or 16, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Well done. Well done, Lan Yu. Someone, send word back to Jinling. Let the world remember Lan Yu's name. He is our Great Ming's champion marquis. Lan Yu's grin stretched almost to the back of his head. Don't ask. Ask and you'll find his luck was simply too good. Not only did that Yuan dynasty dog emperor flee, but he actually took a bunch of women with him. And as luck would have it, this Lan fellow's most reliable asset was his nose. After all, because of Chen Mu, he and Zhu Yuanzhang, Li Wenzhong were always kept under extremely strict discipline. While other privileged sons of the elite frequented brothels, Lan Yu could only gaze from afar, inhaling the soul-stirring scent of rouge. But if Lan Yu had to choose, 100 brothels couldn't compare to today's battle. Because it felt so damn good. Watching the former emperor tremble at his feet, Lan Yu's pride swelled to the brink of bursting. And now, Chen Mu's praise had him practically walking on air. Just listen, the Hongwu Emperor of our Great Ming Dynasty said it himself. He is none other than Hua Zubing, the champion marquis of Ming. Let's go. Within the capital city, Lan Yu, fresh off his great victory, was brimming with confidence. Brothers, tonight I'm buying. We're taking over the entire home courtyard. Every man gets his share. General Lan is mighty. Many soldiers rejoiced and followed without hesitation. Unfortunately, they had barely reached the Yihong pavilion when they were blocked by a squad of soldiers clad in brocade uniforms. After a brief scuffle, Lan Yu, his pride wounded, flared with rage and charged forward without a word. The result? Merits earned in the early hours of the night, brothels frequented at dawn, and prison cells occupied by noon. At this very moment, Chen Mu stared grimly at Lan Yu inside the cell, unable to suppress a cold sneer. Lan Yu, he sneered, did you truly believe our military law was merely for show? Did I not tell you that the Son of Heaven is subject to the same laws as the common people? Did I not teach you that during wartime, drinking is forbidden, and visiting brothels is even more so? Looks like you're asking for a beating. Your Majesty. Chang Yuchun, standing nearby, turned green with anger. Don't waste your breath on him, Your Majesty. Punish him according to military law. Not a single stroke of the 40 lashes should be spared. I'll see to it myself. Lan Yu felt like crying but had no tears left. Chapter 43, Food Shortages at the Front? After settling Lan Yu's matter, Chen Mu rode straight to the Yuan Imperial Palace without delay. According to the original plan, forcing the Yuan Emperor out of Dadu would suffice to achieve their strategic objective. Who could have imagined Lan Yu would deliver such a surprise? Historically, Lan Yu failed to eliminate the northern Yuan Emperor, but he did destroy their stronghold at the Battle of Bufur Lake, with only the Yuan ruler and his crown prince escaping by the skin of their teeth. This time, however, Lan Yu had captured the entire Yuan Shun Emperor's family, old and young alike, without fail. This was an unquestionable victory. Yet at the same time, Chen Mu and his men now faced immense peril. For instance, although Emperor Shun of Yuan was captured, scattered Yuan forces still remained across the land. Should a formidable leader unite them, then Yuan Dadu, where Chen Mu and his men were stationed, would become the focal point of contention between the two sides. Even without such a leader, the scattered Yuan forces would inevitably stir up trouble across the land, inevitably bringing more suffering to the common people. Thus, Chen Mu now faced a critical choice. Should he continue the pursuit to reclaim the ancient lands of Han and Tang, or first consolidate his current territory, waiting to regroup and build strength before launching another offensive? Your Majesty. Bai Yuzhang spoke solemnly, though our great Ming has now decisively defeated the enemy at Dadu, this prolonged campaign has left our soldiers and horses exhausted. It would be unwise to press forward aggressively. The northern territories already suffer from grain shortages. Forcing local requisitions risks provoking popular uprisings. Moreover, due to Yellow River flooding and the disruption of grain transport, future provisions will also be severely impacted. Furthermore, Wang Baobao remains near Jinling. Therefore, this humble servant believes we should withdraw our forces and swiftly eliminate this threat. I disagree. Su Di immediately stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. Your Majesty, Dadu has already fallen to us. We should now press our advantage and reclaim the 16 states of Yenyun. Moreover, the regions of Hunan, Hebei, Shaanxi, and Shanxi are now militarily vulnerable. With the Yuan Emperor captured by our Ming forces, their morale is surely shattered. This is the perfect moment for reconquest. As for Wang Baobao's forces, we can send Tang He's 100,000 troops back to support him. Absolutely not. Lu Bowen shook his head firmly. General Su, have you considered the logistics? The four provinces have suffered repeated disasters in recent years. Even after recapturing them, vast quantities of grain will be needed for disaster relief. We cannot simply seize cities and territories while disregarding the people's survival. His Majesty once said, preserve the people and lose the land, preserve the land and lose the people. If we advance recklessly without regard for the people, would we not lose both? Mr. Lu. Chen Mu suddenly interjected, what if we could solve the supply issue? Lu Bowen and Su De froze in surprise. The supply routes for this northern campaign had been meticulously planned by the Five Armies Command Headquarters, with Lu Bowen personally overseeing every detail. According to the original plan, they would gradually encroach upon the Shandong Peninsula before setting their sights on Hunan, Shaanxi, and other regions. But plans couldn't keep pace with reality. The successful surprise attack on Dadu had stretched their supply lines thousands of miles, posing severe logistical challenges. Yet now, Chen Mu claimed he had a solution? This wasn't merely about provisions for hundreds of thousands of troops, it also involved grain needed for disaster relief in the reclaimed territories. After a moment's thought, Lu Bowen suddenly recalled the wealthy merchants Chen Mu had met along the way and exclaimed in surprise, Your Majesty, are you suggesting merchants participate as well? Precisely. Chen Mu nodded. Inform Li Shanchang's faction that grain is scarce in the north. A single measure of rice now commands tenfold its usual price. Lu Bowen and Su De froze again. The former pondered thoughtfully, vaguely grasping Chen Mu's intent, but Su De grew visibly anxious. Your Majesty, raising grain prices tenfold. I fear not only the common folk will suffer, but even our own army will struggle to afford it. What if we offer a discount? Let the army first retake the 16 states of Yenyun near the capital, and we can gradually take the rest later? General Su. Lu Bowen immediately smiled, let's proceed as Your Majesty suggests. If this succeeds, we'll never have to worry about provisions again. Then our great Ming will not only have ample provisions to reclaim the four provinces of the mountains and rivers, but we might even sweep across the grasslands and wipe out the remnants of the Yuan Dynasty. Ha! Su De was utterly baffled. Alas, Chen Mu and Lu Bowen merely exchanged knowing smiles, saying not another word. Soon, the corresponding simulation data slowly materialized. News of the Ming Dynasty's capture of the Yuan capital spread rapidly across the land. Lan Yu's name became known to countless people. However, that young man was imprisoned by you for violating military law due to arrogance and overconfidence, and he also suffered physical punishment. Su De and Lu Bowen clashed over whether to pursue the enemy while victorious, with the root of the dispute lying in the logistics of transporting provisions. The massive demand for provisions caused grain prices in the Yuan capital to skyrocket tenfold, drawing countless merchants from the south like moths to a flame. These brief updates left the examinees in the hall exchanging bewildered glances. Whoa! Zhao Chunshan grimaced in frustration, that doesn't add up. Didn't Lan Yu earn great merit? Why was he imprisoned and punished by Chen Mu? Arrogance and complacency. Zheng Belan was deeply puzzled. This Lan Yu is only 15 or 16, the age when youthful vigor runs high. And I recall a historical research paper mentioning him. Could he have actually defiled one of the Yuan Emperor's concubines? That's a major taboo in ancient times. Even if Chen Mu favors this general, some punishment is inevitable. Little did they know. Zheng Balan's conjecture was remarkably close to historical accounts. Except, in the simulated world where Chen Mu existed, Lan Yu had long been thoroughly disciplined into submission by Chen Mu. Even now, after being punished for violating military law, Lan Yu dared not harbor the slightest resentment. Instead, he felt it was the emperor showing concern for him, otherwise, anyone else might well have faced decapitation. While Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Balan racked their brains in confusion, old Su on the other end lit up with delight. Under normal circumstances, he might have already boasted about it. But today, he'd been proven wrong far too many times. After pondering for a while, old Su could only turn his gaze toward Lu Ziang. This kid was quite something, just a few goading words and he'd be ready to be used as a pawn. Mr. Lu. Professor Su chuckled softly. You were a bit too impulsive just now, but I happen to have a historical document here. Would you like to hear about it? No thanks. Lu Ziang refused decisively. He wasn't stupid, why would he fall for the same trick over and over? Even if he disliked Chen Mu, he certainly didn't enjoy being insulted either. But then, when he saw the words Blue Jade Case on old Su's phone, Lu Ziang's attention was completely captured. The Blue Jade Case? Similar to Hu Weiyang's rebellion? Whoa! Does that mean this Lan Yu might rebel in the future too? And Chen Mu dares to employ such a general? Military officers rebelling would cost him his final evaluation. Doesn't he fear? Before he could finish, Lu Ziang suddenly perked up again. Chen Mu must be unaware of this intelligence, otherwise, how could he so confidently entrust Lan Yu with such a crucial position? Before Lu Ziang could fully process this, old Su spoke again. This Chen Mu really is getting a bit too cocky. Just look at the last few simulation data points. Grain prices skyrocketed, and merchants flocked like bees to honey. If I'm not mistaken, he's clearly trying to emulate Fan Zhongyan's approach from the northern Song dynasty, using price hikes to lure merchants into transporting grain, only to dump it from the granaries later. But Chen Mu seems to have forgotten that his earlier land redistribution has already stirred merchant discontent. If he keeps stirring the pot like this, without merchant participation, his great Ming Dynasty will find development tough going. Chapter 44, Merchant Rebellion. Did Hu Weiyang participate? I have to admit, old Su really had some insight. At least in Lu Ziang's view, everything the old man said made perfect sense. First there was Lan Yu, who might rebel in the future, and now merchants. Remember, the simulation evaluation is extremely strict. Not only will a military commander's rebellion lower your score, but a poor economy will do the same. Take historical golden ages, for instance. If you fail to simulate comparable prosperity, economic evaluation points are deducted. Not only would the final overall score plummet, but the post-scenario evaluation would take a massive hit too. Lu Ziang couldn't wait for Chen Mu to fail the simulation immediately, becoming a laughingstock for everyone. But this time, he didn't dare rush out to spout nonsense, especially with Zhao Chuanshan's murderous glare locked firmly on him. Soon, new simulation data appeared, and Lu Ziang couldn't help but grin. Due to skyrocketing grain prices in the capital, countless merchants were transporting grain day and night. But upon arrival, they discovered no one would buy the high-priced grain, because the army's provisions were still sufficient, and the common folk had no immediate need for more. Days later, you suddenly announce that the army's grain shortage has been resolved. Millions of sure of provisions are en route. Grain prices plummeted, even falling below normal levels at one point, allowing you to easily secure vast quantities of grain. This action sparked widespread discontent among merchants, though they dared not voice their grievances. Rumors spread that some merchants began colluding with high-ranking officials in Jinling City, even making contact with Wang Baobao. It's here! It's finally here! Lu Ziang beamed with delight, exclaiming excitedly, Master Su, your prediction was spot on. Chen Mu has just captured the Yuan capital. If his own stronghold at Jiling falls to Wang Baobao, the Ming Dynasty will lose all face. What's the big deal? Old Su chuckled softly. Don't forget those wealthy merchants who backed Zhang Shicheng at the start. If they could support Zhang Shicheng then, they'll certainly support Wang Shicheng or Li Shicheng in the future. If you ask me, Chen Mu would be wise to withdraw his forces now and consolidate his core holdings. Otherwise, the faster the Ming expands, the faster it may perish. Lu Ziang's eyes lit up. Given the current situation, could Chen Mu possibly halt his advance? Nonsense! With provisions already secured and so much ancestral land yet to be reclaimed, how could Chen Mu possibly halt his advance? Soon enough, the simulation data confirmed Lu Ziang's assessment. The previously halted northern expedition resumed. Su Di, Chang Yuchun, and others led troops to recapture the 16 states of Yin, while Li Wenzhong, Lan Yu, and others marched straight for Hunan, aiming to raid Wang Baobao's stronghold. Upon learning that Tang He's Western Expeditionary Force had returned to reinforce Jiling, Wang Baobao reluctantly withdrew his troops, preparing to retreat to Hunan for defense. You renamed the Yuan capital Beiping, signifying the pacification of the north, though the people preferred to call it Yanjing. Originally, you planned to remain here, but intelligence from the Imperial Guard and the Ming sect compelled your return to Jiling. Rebellion was brewing, fueled by merchants who had suffered losses during the northern grain transport. These reports caused both Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Balan's expressions to darken. After glaring at Lu Ziang, who was gloating, Zhao Chunshan finally couldn't hold back. Principal, what on earth is Chen Mu thinking? Couldn't he just wait a little longer before reclaiming his ancestral lands? He's still too young and impetuous. Zhang Balan shook his head as well. At best, the Great Ming had existed for only a few years since its founding, constantly engaged in expansion and warfare. If this timeline stretched to decades, Chen Mu could have tackled each problem one by one. But now? The sudden collapse of the Yuan dynasty acted like some catalyst, causing all sorts of problems to surge forth at once. Take the military discipline and morale issues symbolized by Lan Yu's imprisonment. Or the growing discontent among merchants. Overall, however, the Ming dynasty's foundation remained remarkably stable. After all, the national policy of equal land distribution ensured the Ming would command the support of the majority. It all depends on how Chen Mu navigates this crisis. After a moment's thought, Zhang Belan spoke. These merchants' discontent likely didn't arise overnight. After all, the equal land policy has also harmed their interests. If this cannot be rectified, it may tarnish his reputation in governance. Not necessarily. Zhao Chunshan pondered for a moment before speaking. If Chen Mu can swiftly achieve unification, he could then use military achievements to compensate for economic losses. Or perhaps Chen Mu has already made preparations. After all, he's so intelligent he surely wouldn't have overlooked these possibilities. Chen Mu had indeed made preparations long ago. Long ago, when he invited Lu Bowen to join the Great Ming, the two had already discussed the empire's future. At that time, Lu Bowen had been profoundly impressed by Chen Mu's visionary ideas, which is why he had wholeheartedly accepted the invitation. However, such endeavors could not be accomplished overnight, and their impact remained exceedingly limited. Consequently, after experiencing the recent sharp fluctuations in grain prices in Yanjing, a portion of the merchants had already effectively drifted away from the Ming dynasty. But such developments could never escape Chen Mu's notice. For he had the Jinui and disciples of the Ming sect spread across countless regions. Compared to the Ming sect disciples within the Yuan dynasty, beggars are now scarce within the Ming Empire. After all, with water conservancy projects and agricultural development underway everywhere, labor is in short supply. Who has time to beg? Beyond that, following the land redistribution, the wealthy landlords and merchants grew sullen and melancholy. They spent their days indulging in taverns and market stalls, and were particularly fond of lavishly spending their gold and silver in places of pleasure. These corresponding industries absorbed large numbers of displaced people. Among them were a considerable number of Ming sect disciples. In the original historical timeline, Zhu Yuanzhang rose to power with the aid of sects like the White Lotus Society, though their paths diverged later. But Chen Mu need not worry about such matters. Even today, many Ming sect disciples firmly believed he was the heaven-sent Ming king. Why else could the Ming dynasty be so formidable? Therefore, upon learning of the wealthy merchants' plot to rebel, the Ming sect disciples immediately presented a detailed list, having thoroughly investigated even the rebels' family backgrounds, household sizes, and addresses. Your Majesty! Li Ernio, now transferred to the Imperial Guard, knelt on one knee and declared gravely, "Our investigation confirms that 3 out of every 10 merchants transporting grain northward are involved in this plot. Some claim to be supporting the establishment of local militias back home, but in reality, they were recruiting troops and horses to plot rebellion. Others have provided funds and labor, colluding with the garrison commander in Jinling City. The highest-ranking official involved is a deputy commander at the East Gate. Even within the Imperial Guards, some have been corrupted. It appears certain figures in the court have also been swayed. Here is the detailed list for your Majesty's review." Chen Mu casually opened the list presented by Li Ernio. The numbers weren't large, only about 100 individuals. Yet many held crucial positions as 100 house commanders or 1,000 house commanders. For the merchants, detailed information was provided, including household members and approximate assets. As for the Ming officials, not only were the number of times they had contact with the other party recorded, but the specific times and locations were also meticulously noted. After a quick glance, Chen Mu tossed the list to Li Shanchang and asked, "Chief Minister Li, you handle this matter." This. Cold sweat poured down Li Shanchang's brow as he stared at several names on the list, his heart boiling with fury. For among these names were none other than a group he had personally recommended. Especially Hu Weiyong. Had this fellow grown a heart of steel? How dare he rebel? Chapter 45, A Turning Point. Return from the Seas. Your Majesty. The crime of treason is unforgivable. All those implicated, including Hu Weiyong, were recommended by this old servant. I bear the blame. I beg your Majesty to punish me instead. Li Shanchang knelt trembling on the ground. If he were tasked with handling this, what could he possibly do? If the punishment was too lenient, discontent would surely arise, and it might even be used to attack him. But if he imposed a harsh sentence, how would his other followers react? Would they see him, Li Shanchang, as someone who cuts the bridge after crossing it? Logically, since he had recommended these men, the emperor would surely assign someone else to preside over the trial. But given the current circumstances, rise. Chen Mu smiled indifferently. We trust you, Li Shanchang. After all, when we first met in Chuzhou, you promised us you would never form factions or engage in private dealings. Li Shanchang's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't tell if the Hongwu Emperor's words held some hidden meaning. Or could it be true, as the common folk claimed, that their sovereign was born with the gift of foresight? Otherwise, who else could have overthrown the Yuan Dynasty and founded the Ming within such a short span of years? Lost in thought, Chen Mu spoke again. Go forth. I will have the Imperial Guard and the Ming sect cooperate with you. This matter must be handled with utmost urgency and severity. Execute those who deserve it. Exile those who must be banished. Oh, and has the naval force established a base on the island yet? If exile is warranted, send them there. Understood. Li Shanchang promptly bowed. As the chief minister of the Ming cabinet, he naturally knew many secrets. For instance, the island the Hongwu Emperor held in such high regard. Though it was clearly just a barren wasteland, His Majesty valued it exceptionally. However, from what Your Majesty said, it seems you'd rather have him execute fewer people and exile more. After pondering for a moment, Li Shanchang grew even more certain of his assessment. For he knew this Hongwu Emperor well. If he entrusted you with a matter, it signified his absolute trust in you. Coincidentally, Li Shanchang's greatest skill lay precisely in reading minds. Thus, whenever major decisions arose, he could invariably align himself with the emperor's stance. This occasion was no exception. Halt! Li Shanchang, who had been flustered before Chen Mu moments ago, now regained the composure befitting the chief minister of the Ming Dynasty. His face flushed with anger as he barked, "Summon the Imperial Guards and the Shuntian Prefecture Office. Arrest every single person on the list, not one to be spared. Summon the Supreme Court. Form a joint tribunal of the three departments immediately. Severely punish the ringleader. Exile all others to the island. Summon all county offices and military camps to apprehend every single offender, leave no one behind. Also, inform the household. Effective immediately, the Li residents will refuse all visitors. No exceptions. Soon." Squad after squad of the Imperial Guard streamed out, heading straight for every address on the list of rebels without a word. Overnight, thousands were arrested and imprisoned, with tens of thousands implicated. Officials once recommended by Li Shanchang dispatched envoys to the Li residents seeking aid. Yet upon learning Li Shanchang refused all visitors, they knew their fate was sealed. In the 7th year of Hongwu, you dispatched Li Shanchang to handle the treason case. Over 700 were beheaded, and tens of thousands were exiled overseas. This incident sparked immense panic among the populace, particularly unsettling grain merchants suffering losses. They all believed you were seizing the opportunity to slaughter merchants. After all, you'd done this repeatedly during the equalization of land. Li Shanchang reported this situation to you and took measures to calm the populace, but the effect was minimal. You paid it little heed. After all, intelligence from the Ming sect and the Jinui indicated the populace despised these rebels, viewing them as forces seeking to restore the old system and reclaim land. Commercial activity in the Great Ming gradually slumped, and supply issues at the front lines resurfaced. The turning point you've been waiting for has finally arrived. A series of simulated messages left Zhao Chunshan and his men utterly bewildered. Over 700 beheaded, tens of thousands exiled. Su Lao carefully weighed the implications, unable to suppress his astonishment. This kid really pulls no punches. Doesn't he fear a collective revolt from the other merchants? Chen Mu had no other choice. Lu Ziang spoke with a hint of excitement. Using slaughter to intimidate people might work in the short term, but it will definitely leave hidden dangers. Master Su, consider this, the Ming's commercial activities have already hit rock bottom. Even the frontline army supplies are being affected. And you call this a turning point? I'd like to see what kind of turning point he could possibly have. A turning point? Zheng Bilan and Zhao Chunshan also scanned the messages. A moment passed. Zhao Chunshan's eyes suddenly lit up. He exclaimed softly, "Principal, look at the first message, exile overseas." Given the Ming Dynasty's current territory, where could possibly be considered overseas? It must be the East Sea. Zheng Bilan was puzzled. Surely not somewhere like North America? No sooner had the words left his mouth. Zheng Bilan froze, then gasped in realization. No! This doesn't add up. Exile overseas? That means Chen Mu had already sent people out to sea? Exactly. Zhao Chunshan excitedly opened a map of the Ming Dynasty and said solemnly, "Principal, look. If I'm not mistaken, Chen Mu should have already seized the island. Don't forget, he already commanded the Ming Navy. And when he defeated Zhang Shicheng and Fang Guozhen, he absorbed their naval forces too. Could it be that the turning point Chen Mu mentioned is actually setting sail?" Zheng Bilan was stunned. According to known historical records of the Ming Dynasty, the empire had consistently enforced maritime restrictions yet suffered relentless raids by Japanese pirates. Everyone had assumed Chen Mu would keep this aspect under wraps, yet he had prepared for it long ago. If he could exile people to the island, didn't that mean Chen Mu already possessed the capability for large-scale maritime operations? Indeed, that was precisely the case. It must be noted that Chen Mu had not only secured the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region but had also conveniently incorporated Fujian into his domain. Though unmentioned in the simulation data, Chen Mu had long dispatched Zhu Yuanzhang to oversee southern affairs. It was foreseeable that the Guangdong and Guangxi regions would eventually return to the embrace of the Ming. With such an extensive coastline, coupled with the naval strength Chen Mu had long prioritized. Your Majesty! Within Jinling City, Li Shanchang gazed with delight at the fleet slowly returning in the distance. His gamble had paid off. In this rebellion case, Chen Mu had highly commended Li Shanchang's handling of the situation. After all, with the families of these rebels in hand, the development and utilization of the island could finally be put on the agenda. And now was the day the merchant caravans he had dispatched long ago were finally returning. Your Majesty! Yutanhai, leading the caravan, hurried forward. He knelt with the force of a mountain collapsing and a pillar toppling, proclaiming, "Your servant, Yutanhai, pays homage to your Majesty. Rise." Chen Mu raised his hand and smiled. "General Yu, with merchants from all regions gathered here, tell me first of your findings on this journey." "As you command." Yutanhai promptly rose. With a wave of his hand, soldiers swiftly presented the inventory. Yutanhai recited aloud, "Your Majesty, this voyage yielded 30,000 porcelain pieces, over 20,000 tea cakes, along with silk, cloth, gold, and silverware. Upon our return, we secured 170,000 taels of gold, over 1 million taels of silver, and countless pieces of agate and ivory. Your servant had it specially calculated. This voyage has netted us at least tenfold returns. And it could very well be even more." Chen Mu burst into laughter. But the numerous merchants he had specially invited were utterly stunned. Good heavens! Last time in Dadu, they didn't make any money on the tenfold grain prices, they actually lost money. And now, just like that, the Hongwu Emperor pulls this move again? Just as they hesitated, someone suddenly shouted, "Your Majesty, are you suggesting we seek profits overseas? My Shen family is willing to invest 1,000,000 taels of silver." Chapter 46, Maritime Trade, Investment Shares Based on Grain Transport Quantity. The Shen family? Chen Mu looked at the speaker with surprise. Unfortunately, he hadn't encountered any Shenwansan in the simulated world. However, the Shen family did exist in Jiangnan, and they were immensely wealthy. Back when Chen Mu led his troops to capture Jinling, wealthy merchants in Jiangnan trembled in fear, dreading that the Ming sect army would expel them to force local landlords to fight among themselves. In reality, though many merchants owned substantial landholdings, they also controlled more lucrative businesses like taverns and tea houses. Thus, they were more restrained than ordinary landlords and wealthy merchants, at least not murdering for a few plots of land. This is precisely why these individuals survived the sweeping land equalization campaigns across the land, miraculously preserving their fortunes. Initially uncertain, the Shen family had allied with dozens of powerful clans to propose assisting the Ming court in repairing Jinling's city walls. Yet their offer was flatly rejected by Chen Mu. His reasoning was straightforward: the Ming Dynasty had not yet sunk so low as to rely on extorting merchants to survive. After all, the Ming Dynasty at that time was like a rising sun, though not yet shining alone across the heavens, its future brilliance was evident to all. For this very reason, the Shen family and other far-sighted merchant clans lay low, conducting their business diligently and avoiding trouble. At least regarding the land redistribution policy, none of these powerful families dared to raise a voice. Resentment naturally simmered, especially after being swindled during the last frontline grain transport. Any clear-eyed observer could see this was Chen Mu's trap. But one couldn't blame Chen Mu for this. After all, these merchants had been driven by their own greed. Besides, profit and loss were simply the nature of business. If one lacked skill, one couldn't blame others. But because Chen Mu had been preoccupied with military affairs in recent years and consistently showed leniency toward the people of the Great Ming, some merchants developed a false impression that this newly enthroned Hongwu Emperor of the Ming Dynasty might not be all that formidable after all. So they rebelled. And then they died. Originally, this incident dealt a heavy blow to the powerful clans of Jiangnan. Yet unexpectedly, Chen Mu swiftly gathered these merchants together, leading to the scene just witnessed. "Your humble servant, Shen Yu, pays his respects to your Majesty." The head of the Shen family stepped forward briskly, bowed respectfully, and then declared in a clear voice, "If your Majesty permits us to sail the seas, this humble subject pledges to contribute 1,000,000 taels of silver from my own coffers." 1,000,000 silver? Chen Mu was quite surprised. "Master Shen, aren't you afraid we're deceiving you? Afraid we'll just take all your money?" "Not afraid." Shen Yu laughed heartily. "Our great Ming Dynasty has stood for 7 years now, and His Majesty has reigned for half a year. Though I am no court official, I have heard many tales of His Majesty's deeds in the streets. This humble subject believes His Majesty is an unparalleled sage ruler, a saintly monarch. After all, had anyone else commanded 1,000,000 mighty troops, a plump lamb like this humble subject would likely have been swallowed whole long ago. How could I have attained today's prosperity? Moreover, when treacherous merchants plotted rebellion, your majesty distinguished clearly between guilt and innocence, executing those deserving death and punishing those deserving punishment. With such discernment, why should I fear you would deceive me? Chen Mu's eyes lit up instantly. He hadn't intended to orchestrate this scheme. After all, beyond state-controlled industries like salt, iron, and tea, excessive government intervention in commerce could trigger all manner of consequences. But with the frontline grain supply crisis still unresolved, Chen Mu had no choice but to offer these merchants some incentives first. He hadn't anticipated anyone would actually be willing to invest such a massive sum in overseas ventures. 1 million taels of silver. Even during the peak of tax revenue in the later Ming Dynasty, this would be an immense sum impossible to ignore. And this was during the early days of the Ming Dynasty, when the realm was far from unified? To be perfectly honest, Chen Mu had genuinely considered playing the role of a tyrant for a moment, binding these merchants and demanding to know if they all possessed such wealth. Fortunately, he restrained himself. After all, today's events hold implications for the Ming Dynasty's future. A much longer-term future. He gave Xin Yu a deep look before smiling and saying, "Well done. Well done, the Xin family. You have both vision and courage." With that said, Chen Mu turned to Li Shanchang and smiled, "Chief Minister Li, you will oversee this matter personally. All goods produced within the Great Ming may be traded overseas. We have only one requirement: no matter where this voyage takes you, you must document the local goods, specialties, and geographical features. Should any minor nation dare to cause trouble, send troops to subdue them." The merchants present instantly saw red. What? Wasn't this supposed to be a business voyage? How did this turn into such an earth-shattering achievement of conquering nations and quelling rebellions? This isn't just business. This was clearly a golden opportunity to rise to the top. After all, military merit holds the highest prestige in the Ming Dynasty today. Anyone who fights bravely in battle will receive better training and greater responsibilities. If merchants can also eradicate nations and earn military merits, doesn't that mean they too could be infafed as marquises or appointed as ministers in the future? Amazement aside, some present still harbored doubts. Fortunately, Xin Yu voiced the collective question. "Your Majesty." Xin Yu was also startled and immediately bowed low. "Your Majesty, did you not say you were going to sea for trade? Why is this now about conquering nations? General Yu, you should explain this." Chen Mu turned to Yu Tonghai, who was in charge of the maritime expedition. The latter nodded emphatically and sneered coldly. "Household head Shen is unaware that our voyage departs from Songjiang Prefecture, sailing along Fujian and other regions straight to the South Seas. Countries like Annam and Siam still recognize the might of the Great Ming and are naturally willing to trade goods. But the lesser states are ignorant and barbaric, some even attempt to plunder us. Were it not for our sturdy ships, powerful cannons, and thousands of soldiers on this voyage, you might well have been left behind in the South Seas. Thus, on this southern expedition, besides selling goods to alleviate His Majesty's burdens, we have also subdued 13 minor states and slain over 10,000 foes." Listening to Yu Tonghai's matter-of-fact tone, those present couldn't help but shudder. But upon reflection, they suddenly felt a sense of relief. What do merchants fear most? Naturally, these small states. Even if some maritime merchants maintained their own retainers and sailors, their combat strength paled in comparison to the Ming Dynasty's regular army. And that is precisely why oceanic trade has never been a simple commercial venture. It's always been a blend of commerce and piracy, accessible only to those pirates with genuine strength. But now, the Great Ming has granted everyone an unprecedented, sky-high path. With the Ming army clearing the way, why fear those barbarian petty states? One comes, one is crushed. 10 come, 10 are crushed. Once all these petty states are brought to heel, who would dare stand in the way of these merchants making their fortunes? Without a doubt. Even if they cannot share in the glory of conquering nations and slaying enemies, this venture of overseas trade holds immense potential. Realizing this, the crowd's gaze toward the Shen family shifted noticeably. Damn it! The Shen family patriarch is truly shrewd. He must have grasped this crucial insight long ago. Now that they've invested 1 million taels, would anyone else still have a chance to board this ship sailing with the Ming Dynasty's tailwind? The answer was undoubtedly yes. As if sensing the crowd's confusion, Chen Mu turned to Li Shanchang and smiled. "Chief Minister Li, show them the list I gave you." "As you wish." Li Shanchang retrieved a ledger and announced with a smile, "The Su family of Yangzhou has contributed 400,000 shur of military grain and 400,000 taels of silver. The Zhang family of Hongzhou has contributed 280,000 shur of military provisions and can invest 280,000 taels of silver. The Zhang family of Songjiang has contributed 170,000 shur of military provisions. The Wang family of Jianbei has contributed military provisions." Chapter 47, Chen Mu wants to start a colony? No one expected Chen Mu to pull this stunt out of nowhere. After all, the last time grain was transported to Yinjing, the more they sent, the heavier the losses. Because of this incident, some merchants colluded with Zhang Shiqing's former followers and connected with officials within Jilin City. In the blink of an eye, they were wiped out completely, their families exiled overseas. If these merchants learned their losses would be compensated here, their coffins might not stay shut. And now, the merchants whose names were called were utterly subdued. Your Majesty. The head of the Su family of Yangzhou wept bitterly, this humble subject is guilty. I previously accused your Majesty of ingratitude, deliberately setting traps to harm us. I truly deserve death. Is this true? Chen Mu's expression darkened instantly. He roared angrily, Li Shanjiang, cut the Su family's quota from 400,000 taels to 300,000. Let this be his punishment. This. Not only was Li Shanjiang utterly bewildered, but the Su family head was completely dumbfounded. In his heated moment, he had let slip something he shouldn't have. He had expected such an incident to provoke the Hongwu Emperor's furious wrath, yet to his astonishment, the Emperor merely raised his hand high and then let it fall lightly. What was losing 100,000 taels? As long as he was aboard the Hongwu Emperor's ship, would he ever need to worry about wealth and honor again? In an instant, many merchants followed suit, and Chen Mu dutifully punished each one in turn. Finally, he waved his hand impatiently and sighed, Headshin, come have tea with me. Listening to this any longer will drive me mad. As you wish. Xin Yu hurried to keep pace with Chen Mu. As they walked, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the other's back. Suddenly, he felt as if he stood before a towering mountain, a majestic peak whose summit was utterly beyond sight. The Hongwu Emperor truly was a sage ruler for the ages. With a pang of emotion in his heart, Xin Yu soon heard Chen Mu's voice. Headshin, I summoned you for no other reason. Though you've invested in this maritime venture, the necessary troops and vessels must still be provided by the Ming Navy. Moreover, we've recently been working with Premier Li and others to draft new commercial taxes. We'll certainly need your input in the future. I'm being completely open today. Later, you'll lead the others in discussing a proportion. But remember this. For goods essential to the people's livelihood, we can reduce or even waive taxes. But for luxury and extravagant items, we believe higher taxes are warranted. The greater the profit, the higher the tax should be. What do you think? Precisely. Xin Yu promptly bowed, though his heart was filled with deeper reflections. How do merchants make money? Of course, through the profits of various goods. Take Chen Mu's earlier rumor of skyrocketing grain prices, it drew countless merchants like moths to a flame. In the past, with uniform taxation on all goods, merchants naturally amassed fortunes. This naturally aroused the envy of many emperors and nobles, who then sought every means to squeeze profits from the merchants. But if taxation changes, on the surface, it might seem like they earn less. But once the laws are established, they actually provide merchants with protection. Thus, even if the Shin family couldn't guarantee generations of wealth, at least they wouldn't have to fear being slaughtered without cause. Soon, under Chen Mu's direction, Xin Yu informed the merchants involved in overseas trade about the changes to the commercial tax. Unsurprisingly, this news sparked considerable anxiety among many. However, after Xin Yu's explanation, quite a few gradually calmed their nerves. Just as Xin Yu had stated earlier, the Great Ming had left them untouched for so many years, it was highly unlikely they would turn against them now. Moreover, the Hongwu Emperor's willingness to discuss the commercial tax matter itself signaled something profoundly nuanced. He was willing to engage in dialogue, willing to hear their perspectives. Wasn't that far superior to simply issuing decrees outright? Swish. Images flashed rapidly through the simulated world. Simulation data streamed continuously across the exam room of Senior 3, Class 2. The shortage of supplies at the front lines has been resolved. This is because Yu Tonghai, whom you dispatched overseas, has recently returned with valuable cargo. This voyage has yielded at least tenfold profit. You gathered the wealthy merchants of Jiangnan. They were thrilled by this feat and delighted at the prospect of securing their own overseas voyage quotas. You raised millions of taels of silver, investing it in warships, maritime trade, and other ventures. You established new commercial taxes, earning unanimous praise from merchants of all sizes. Grateful for the opportunities you provided, merchants raced to transport grain and supplies to the front lines, determined that the Ming soldiers would never go hungry or suffer the cold. Seizing this opportunity, Su Di, Chang Yuchun, Li Wenzhong, Lan Yu, and others launched a massive offensive, reclaiming the 16 prefectures of Yanyan territories that had been detached from the Central Plains dynasty for centuries. The brief simulation update sent waves of excitement through the assembled crowd. Just moments ago, it seemed like a turning point, yet now, with a single decisive move, the situation was resolved? And the results appeared remarkably effective? Going to see, it really is about going to see. Zhao Chunshan roared with laughter. I knew that kid wouldn't abandon such a lucrative avenue as maritime trade. Who'd have thought he'd accomplish it so swiftly? And it's not over yet. Zheng Belan studied the simulation data intently before suddenly pointing out, Old Zhao, take a closer look. Chen Mu had already arranged these merchants' escape routes long ago. My guess is that the rush of merchants scrambling to transport supplies to the front lines afterward is most likely connected to this very matter. Exactly. Zhao Chunshan was equally perplexed. It was certain that the grain merchants had been driven to desperation at first, otherwise, none would have risked rebellion. But now? That light-hearted phrase, jostling for position, probably says it all. What exactly had Chen Mu done to stir such fervor among these merchants? It must be sweet talk. Lu Xiang, sitting in the same examination hall, was green with envy. What gives him the right? He'd toiled endlessly in the Three Kingdoms dungeon, finally seizing his chance to assassinate Dong Zhuo only to have Lu Bu kick him so hard his ribs snapped. He struggled for ages but couldn't get up. But Chen Mu? Rebellion was already brewing, yet the moment he turned his head, this bunch of merchants were fawning over him, singing his praises? Got it. Lu Xiang suddenly had a flash of insight and exclaimed excitedly, Master Su, you don't think Chen Mu is selling off the assets of the great Ming, do you? That's why these merchants are so delighted? After all, for profit, these merchants wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice their dignity. Old Su shot Lu Xiang a blank stare, inwardly cursing him a dumb pig. The simulated information was already crystal clear. Did this guy not recognize a single word? But Lu Xiang was mostly right about one thing. To get merchants singing praises and even voluntarily endorsing tax reforms, they must be lured by massive profits. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, Old Su couldn't come up with any particularly brilliant ideas to achieve this. Unless... could this kid be thinking of starting a colony? A sudden jolt of alarm shot through Old Su. But soon, after carefully re-examining the simulation data, he chuckled, Professor Zhao, Principal Zhang, it seems your star pupil is eyeing overseas colonization. But... he hasn't even reclaimed the ancient Han Tang territories yet. Isn't he afraid of losing both ends by rashly launching a colonial system? Chapter 48, Rapid Unification, Surrendering Wang Baobao? Su Lao's remark left Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Bilan momentarily stunned. They had indeed discussed this possibility earlier, but both agreed it was premature. After all, Chen Mu was still in the midst of his northern expedition. Yet given the current circumstances, it seemed suspiciously similar. This prospect stirred excitement within Zhao Chunshan. Similar gameplay mechanics, such as colonization, had indeed been attempted by simulators before. But every civilization possessed its own unique characteristics and strengths. The Central Plains dynasty's advantage lay in the economies of scale achieved through unification. Even as an agricultural nation, they could easily crush any neighboring power that dared defy them. Rushing into colonization under such circumstances would likely result in a thankless effort. There were far too many examples of such disastrous failures for Zhao Chunshan to even bother listing them. Fortunately, after this overseas expedition, Chen Mu seemed to have lost interest in such matters. He had now returned to the imperial palace within Jinling City. Though called a palace, it wasn't the grand, elaborate structure of historical accounts. Instead, it resembled a massive military encampment within Jinling City. Historically, Zhu Yuanzhang had indeed taken many concubines, but Chen Mu's rebellion had been preemptive and his journey had been fraught with hardship, leaving him little mind for such matters. He may not have considered it, but Empress Ma certainly did. There was no other way. That's just how ancient times were. If an emperor had too few heirs, it could genuinely spark widespread chaos. Though Empress Ma had absorbed many new ideas from Chen Mu, at her core, she remained a traditional woman. Chongba. Within the imperial harem, Empress Ma held the infant Zhu Biao in her arms as she spoke softly, the child is still so young. Though other wet nurses tend to end daily, I can't help but feel uneasy. After much thought, I decided to find you a few more consorts. That way, you won't be without attendants. After all, he is the emperor of our great Ming Dynasty. How could we let others outshine him? As you wish. Chen Mu nodded with a smile. He didn't know if other imperial harems were filled with jealousy and rivalry, but with Empress Ma by his side, he never had to worry about such matters. Even now, Chen Mu merely gave a casual reply before shifting his focus back to Zhu Biao. It was a strange feeling. Chen Mu knew full well he wasn't from this simulated world, yet he couldn't shake the illusion that he and this child were bound by blood. Especially, while most infants cried incessantly over diapers and hunger, Zhu Biao remained utterly still and quiet, his large, dark eyes observing everything around him with curiosity. What a remarkable Zhu Biao! Chen Mu felt a surge of emotion. He knew that one day, he might just have to follow Zhu Yuanzhang's path. Your Majesty! A timid voice came from nearby. He turned his head. Chen Mu noticed Muing standing at the doorway, staring at him with wide, hopeful eyes. Startled, Empress Ma explained beside him, Wenjiang, Wenzhong, and Lan Yu have all been on the front lines lately, haven't they? Seeing young Muing so listless day after day, I brought him to the palace to keep Biao company. You know what? Biao actually enjoys playing with him. Then I thought, since you hold young Muing in such high regard anyway, why not just adopt him as your godson? When he grows up, he'll help our Biao rule the empire. Chen Mu was speechless. Back then, it was because of little Muing that he met Empress Ma. And now, through a twist of fate, everything had returned to the historical norm. Perhaps many things were destined from the very beginning? Good son. Chen Mu quickly came to terms with it all, flashing a smile at Muing. Li Wenzhong and Lan Yu were still worrying about you just the other day. Looks like they don't need to anymore. Alright, since you've become our adopted son, you'll keep Biao company from now on. Really? Muing beamed instantly. I adore the little emperor. He even whispered to me yesterday. What do you mean, little emperor? Chen Mu was both amused and exasperated. From now on, you'll call me your adoptive father. As for Biao, he'll have to call you brother from now on. Forget it. Might as well take Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Wenzhong as adopted sons too. And Lan Yu, that kid needs a good scolding every now and then. In the 7th year of Hongwu, you did not return to the Northern Expeditionary Army but chose to remain in Jinling. You took Muing as your adopted son and had him accompany Crown Prince Xu Biao as he grew up. You also took your nephew Zhu Yuanzhang, your nephew-in-law Li Wenzhong, and Lan Yu as adopted sons, a decision that delighted all three immensely. General Chang Yuchun was displeased upon learning of this, believing the emperor was taking advantage of the situation. After all, Lan Yu would now have to call him brother-in-law. At the end of the 7th year of Hongwu, upon Empress Ma's suggestion, you added several more consorts. By this time, beyond the coastal regions of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Fujian, the Ming Empire had expanded its territory to Hunan, Hebei, the two lakes regions, and the two Guang provinces. You dispatched Tang He and Lu Futong once more to lead the Western Army in conquering Sichuan and Chongqing, demanding they conclude the campaign with utmost speed. You issued orders to Zhu Yuanzhang, demanding he swiftly conclude the southern campaigns. You issued orders to Su De, instructing him to contact Wang Baobao and explore the possibility of persuading him to surrender, thereby swiftly achieving unification. Several consecutive simulated messages brought a delighted smile to Zhao Chunshan's face. Accelerating. Zhao Chunshan perked up. It seems Chen Mu also recognizes the conflict between colonial expansion and the unification campaign, so he wants to accelerate the unification process. Great news. Zhang Belan also breathed a sigh of relief, sighing, as long as unification is achieved, even if Chen Mu doesn't accomplish anything else, he'll at least secure a B-grade evaluation, more than enough to earn a special admission spot at Tsinghua or Peking University. If he can initiate colonization, and a grade evaluation might even be within reach, then Peking and Tsinghua will be begging us. It's not that simple. Old Su snorted coldly from the side. Don't forget the A-grade evaluation has a time requirement. Even if he completes unification quickly, what if rebellions break out later? What if neighboring nations unite to attack him, disrupting his colonization plans? Don't forget our Dragon Summer Nation is surrounded by what's known as East Asia's Monster House. It's always been that way. Su Lao's words truly poured cold water on Zhao Chunshan and his companion. After all, the great Ming Dynasty was indeed surrounded by troublesome powers, the island nation that had brought immense calamity to Longxia, the restless little brother to the north, the southern Vietnamese monkeys, and the Filipino maids across the sea. For various reasons, successive dynasties found it exceedingly difficult to maintain stable rule over these regions. Even when conquered, control proved short-lived. Ironically, diplomatic relations with neighboring nations also carried significant weight in the simulation evaluation. Judging by Chen Mu's current situation, if he wished to pursue colonization, he could not follow the traditional tribute system. But doing so would inevitably clash with the interests of neighboring nations. Even with the Ming's formidable military might, long-range expeditions have never been easy throughout history. However, if Chen Mu could achieve rapid unification, these concerns would become less pressing. After all, the faster unification is achieved, the more time Chen Mu gains, and the greater the likelihood of successfully conquering neighboring states. The immediate problem is that Wang Baobao has clearly become a pillar of the Yuan dynasty. Would he be willing to defect to Chen Mu? Chapter 49, The Divide and Conquer Strategy, Mao Xian's Arrest. Half the realm is already in my grasp. Now it all depends on whether these remnants of the Yuan dynasty are willing to submit. Within the imperial palace of Jinling City, Chen Mu looked at Lu Bowen, who had just returned. The Northern Expeditionary Army was now unstoppable. Even without Lu Bowen's counsel, it could subdue the north. Instead, it was the myriad affairs of the court that required his expertise as the second minister of the cabinet. Bin Gwen. The court is deeply divided over the matter of surrendering Wang Baobao. They argue fiercely every day. What are your thoughts? Chen Mu turned his gaze toward the other man. Lu Bowen did not rush to answer, instead lowering his gaze as he fell deep in thought. After a long pause, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, since you already have your answer, why put your minister through this ordeal? What you truly seek to surrender is not Wang Baobao, but the Yuan dynasty's imperial authority itself. Precisely. Chen Mu nodded. According to the rules of our Central Plains dynasties, whoever seizes the realm becomes the legitimate ruler. But the remnants of the Yuan dynasty see it differently. They place greater emphasis on bloodline, especially the golden lineage of Genghis Khan. The Yuan-Shun Emperor is dead, yet Wang Baobao and his followers have installed another member of the Borjigin clan as emperor. If we cannot persuade them to surrender, we will eventually have to venture deep into the northern wilderness to engage them in battle. Only then can we eliminate this threat once and for all. That's why I thought we should try. Your Majesty is wise. Lu Bowen bowed deeply. After a brief pause, he sighed again. But this is no trivial matter. Wang Baobao likely won't trust us so easily. Therefore, Your Majesty must have prepared contingency measures, correct? For instance, Wouldn't you consider using this opportunity to sow discord between the so-called remnants of the Yuan royal family and Wang Baobao, the chancellor of the Great Yuan? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Chen Mu burst into laughter. The surrender was a ruse, but sowing discord was the real objective. Regardless of whether the Ming court truly held any sincerity, simply considering the remnants of the Yuan dynasty's current state, they could scarcely endure much more turmoil. The Great Ming had now seized the most prosperous regions of Jiangnan and Jiangbei, while its million-strong armies continued conquering cities and territories across the land, steadily devouring Yuan territory. Though nominally holding the northeast, Henan, Shaanxi, Sichuan, Tibet, the western regions, and the grasslands, the Yuan dynasty's actual population under its control had drastically declined. Especially, to counter the Ming's pressure, the remnants of the Yuan dynasty resorted to ruthlessly plundering the people's wealth, sparking widespread discontent and frequent uprisings. Moreover, the Ming's recent capture of Dadu and recovery of the 16 states of Yanyan dealt a visible blow to the Yuan. At the very least, many Mongol princes and nobles had already begun transporting treasures to the grasslands, clearly preparing a retreat for themselves. However, some Mongol nobles remained determined to hold their ground to the bitter end, prepared to fight the Ming to the death. In such circumstances, if news suddenly arrived that the Ming sought peace, the Yuan court would likely be torn apart. The faction advocating retreat would seize the opportunity to call for a ceasefire, while the hawks would inevitably grow more radical. Caught in the middle, Wang Baobao would find himself in a very uncomfortable position. To fight? His current forces were no match for the Ming. Peace? He'd likely face immediate accusations of selling out his country for personal gain. In truth, Wang Baobao saw through Chen Mu's clumsy scheme almost the moment it was hatched. But no matter how crude, it still had its takers. At this very moment within Bianliang City, Wang Baobao stared at the noisy nobles and aristocrats with a headache. Perhaps the sheer noise had enraged the newly enthroned 5-year-old new emperor, who promptly began to cry. Chancellor! A general sighed, looks like we won't get anything accomplished today. Enough. Let's return. Wang Baobao raised his hand weakly, informed the princes that we'll reconvene this afternoon. If we still reach no resolution, I'll return to defend Shaanxi. Soon. Wang Baobao departed the new imperial palace within Bianliang City. Walking down the street, observing the desolate trade along the road, he felt nothing but a splitting headache. He'd heard that the great Ming Emperor had effortlessly compelled the merchants of Jiangnan to submit, willingly supplying provisions for his armies, which explained why Su Di and his forces had grown increasingly aggressive lately. In stark contrast, the great Yuan dynasty. The former glory of the Golden Family had long faded, replaced by a group of princes and nobles who knew only pleasure in power struggles. Under pressure from the Ming dynasty's nationwide land redistribution policies, Wang Baobao had proposed reducing taxes and freeing slaves to win popular support. But his suggestion immediately drew opposition from everyone. To these Mongol nobles, the southerners were their slaves, merely keeping them alive was already a favor. How could they possibly reduce taxes? To be perfectly honest, when news of the surrender offer reached him, Wang Baobao did, for a fleeting moment, consider capitulation. He yearned to witness the radiant presence of the great Ming Emperor. He yearned even more to understand how this ruler had wrought so many miracles in mere years. Chancellor! A soldier hurried up and whispered, "The matter you ordered has been taken care of." Oh? Wang Baobao's eyes lit up. Quickly, take me to see it. Following the soldier's footsteps, Wang Baobao soon arrived at a dungeon. Imprisoned within was a Ming general, his body covered in wounds. Originally, Wang Baobao intended to extract information about the Ming army from him, but instead, he heard news far more terrifying. This commander was the head of the Imperial Guard. Wang Baobao had only recently heard of this spy agency of the Ming dynasty. Rumor had it that the Jianhui was filled with masters skilled in concealment and infiltration, aided by millions of disciples of the Ming sect. This was precisely why the Ming often gained advance intelligence on the Yuan dynasty's movements, enabling them to adopt more advantageous tactics in battle. This matter had been causing Wang Baobao headaches for quite some time. "You are Mao Xiang?" Wang Baobao eyed the man. "Were you the one who betrayed our Yuan secrets during the last battle for Dadu, leading to its fall?" "So what if I did?" Mao Xiang sneered coldly through gritted teeth. "Too bad I failed this time. Otherwise, even your Bianliang city wouldn't stand against the might of the great Ming's army. Whether it can hold or not is a matter for the future." Wang Baobao chuckled softly. "What brings you here now? Didn't your great Ming Emperor want to recruit me? He must have prepared for failure all along, waiting for my power to wane before besieging Bianliang?" Mao Xiang fell silent. His mission this time was to corrupt Yuan officials, using gold and silver to pave the way and create trouble for Wang Baobao. Once this last great general of the Yuan was gone, the remnants would pose little threat to the Ming. But he hadn't anticipated. His opponent had already seen through the Ming dynasty's intentions. What surprised Mao Xiang even more were Wang Baobao's next words. "General Mao." Wang Baobao raised his hand, and his personal guards immediately withdrew from the dungeon, leaving only the two men facing each other. A moment of silence passed. Wang Baobao sighed, if I were to submit to the Ming Dynasty, what benefits might I gain? Benefits? Mao Xiang stared at him in disbelief, utterly baffled as to why this illustrious chancellor of the Yuan dynasty would ask such a question. But before his departure, the Hongwu Emperor had indeed entrusted him with a personal letter, instructing him to deliver it to Wang Baobao when the time was right. Clearly, that moment had arrived. Without hesitation, Mao Xiang gritted his teeth. Under the third row of bricks in the well at the inn where you captured me lies a letter written personally by His Majesty to you. Everything you wish to know should be inside. Wang Baobao sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing. Chapter 50, Going to the meeting alone? Has Chen Mu lost his mind? Let's be clear. In any dynasty, correspondence between a chancellor and the opposing emperor would be considered treason. But Wang Baobao wasn't afraid. As a frontline commander, he knew full well that the balance of power between the Yuan dynasty and the Ming had fundamentally shifted. Their downfall was only a matter of time. That's why he turned a blind eye to Mongol nobles transferring their wealth to the grasslands. After all, he might need to return there himself someday to make a living. Yet who would willingly abandon these splendid lands of the central kingdom if given the choice? Beyond that, Wang Baobao's curiosity about the Ming emperor had reached its peak. After all, the Ming now held the upper hand. Should news spread of the emperor colluding with the hostile forces of the chancellor, even the literati would likely condemn Zhu Yuanzhang to death with their words. How confident could he possibly be in that letter to dare defy the entire world so brazenly? Burdened with countless questions, Wang Baobao swiftly led his troops to seal off the area where Mao Xiang was captured and soon found the letter. Its contents were sparse, its message straightforward. It was Chen Mu's false claims about how he intended to seize the realm and wipe out the remnants of the Yuan dynasty. It could be roughly divided into 3 phases. First, seizing all regions of the Central Plains to achieve unification, a goal clearly within reach. The second involved counterattacking the grasslands, detailing how to set fires to destroy Mongolian production bases and how to use firearms and cannons to counter Mongolian cavalry. The third stage outlined how to govern the grasslands. When Wang Baobao saw Chen Mu's plans to replace land redistribution with equal division of grasslands, to use commerce to dissolve tribal alliances, and even to slaughter the nobility to grant equal status to all common tribesmen, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. This was a blatant, open strategy. The people of the Yuan dynasty were strictly divided into 3 tiers. Yet even among Mongols, a strict hierarchy prevailed. Take Wang Baobao himself, not being of the Golden family's bloodline meant he could aspire to no higher position than chancellor. Wang Baobao knew this well. Once the contents of this letter reached the grasslands, once those hard-working tribal slaves learned of it, they would likely throw themselves into the embrace of the Ming dynasty. Who would choose to be someone else's slave if they could rise up and become masters themselves? He drew a deep breath. Wang Baobao burned the letter to ashes, then carefully crushed the remains and scattered them. Only after completing these actions did he sink into deep thought. Fight? They certainly couldn't win. Escape? Not necessarily possible. A single act of setting the grasslands ablaze would be enough to turn the entire expanse into a wasteland. By then, the Yuan dynasty would be even weaker. How could it possibly stand against the Ming? But should he really surrender? Wang Baobao quickly dismissed the thought. In this dire situation, if even he surrendered, the great Yuan dynasty would truly be finished. Though he had made up his mind, Wang Baobao did not take things to the extreme. He released Mao Xiang and even instructed him to deliver a message to the great Ming Emperor Hongwu that perhaps they might meet in the future. But Wang Baobao never imagined that shortly after releasing Mao Xiang, Chen Mu would already be leading his army straight toward Bianliang City. Lu Bowen had suggested a plan to Chen Mu. With the court still squabbling over whether to accept Wang Baobao's surrender, Chen Mu might as well lead his troops to attack directly. This would both shut the mouths of those meddlesome censors and provide crucial support for Su Di and the others' new offensive. As for the troops, this time, Chen Mu's forces were mostly composed of new recruits. Following the tradition of the Great Ming Army, each veteran was paired with 4 new recruits. Through siege warfare or low-intensity combat, these new soldiers would rapidly gain experience. Exactly. Chen Mu was here to train his troops. Another 200,000 recruits nearing the end of their training would push the Ming's total troop strength firmly into the 7-digit range. Thus, alongside Su Di and Chang Yuchun's Northern Expeditionary Army, Tang He and Lu Futong's Western Army, and Zhu Yuanzhang's Southern Army, a central army now joined the ranks. Chen Mu's mission was straightforward. By bolstering troop numbers and launching multifaceted harassment and offensives, he would pressure Wang Baobao, who was defending Hunan, forcing him to withdraw forces. This would accelerate Su Du and others' progress in clearing the north. Once Shandong and Hebei were secured, Su Du would immediately lead his forces to join the campaign. Then, the two armies would unite for a decisive strike, sweeping through Hunan, Shaanxi, and Shaanxi. It's so much more satisfying to lead troops in the field. Lu Bowen gazed wistfully at the central command tent, his voice heavy with emotion. Your Majesty, once this battle concludes, there will be little major conflict remaining. When that time comes, I humbly request permission to retire to my hometown and live out my days as a leisurely old man secluded in the mountains. Granted. Chen Mu nodded with a smile. In history, Lu Bowen met an untimely end, but in this simulated world, he needn't worry about such fates. After all, Chen Mu had already decided where he would go. Retirement? That was out of the question. Instead, he could establish a school or something similar, allowing Lu Bowen to contribute his remaining wisdom and pass down his skills. And when he grew restless, they could establish more overseas colonies for him to tour and experience foreign cultures. Amidst the casual conversation, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. After listening carefully, Chen Mu's expression shifted slightly. So you're saying, Wang Baobao captured Mao Xiang and then released him? That's correct. The soldier bowed respectfully. General Mao is receiving treatment in the field hospital. His wounds have become infected. The army physician said if he'd arrived any later, he might not have survived. Chen Mu and Lu Bowen exchanged glances. Mao Xiang's condition wasn't the critical issue, it was Wang Baobao's situation that mattered. Could it be? Could this fellow genuinely be considering surrender? Great news. Lu Bowen immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, our attack was merely a feint. But if Wang Baobao defects at the critical moment, the remnants of the Yuan will be utterly powerless to fight. Then, Your Majesty could sweep across the land with thunderous force and unify China. Where's Mao Xiangren? Chen Mu looked up. Let's go. We'll go see him and ask if this is true. Truthfully, there was no need to ask. Chen Mu already knew the answer. If Wang Baobao truly intended to fight to the bitter end, why would he release Mao Xiang? After all, once news of this spread, his scheme to sow discord would likely take effect immediately. In the 8th year of the Hongwu era, you led 200,000 troops of the Central Army straight to Hunan, assisting the Northern Expeditionary Forces in forcing Wang Baobao to withdraw his troops. Unexpectedly, you encountered Mao Xiang, who had been captured and then released by Wang Baobao. Then, you instructed Mao Xiang to return to Bianliang City and establish contact with Wang Baobao. Wang Baobao invited you to a solitary meeting near Qixian County, which you readily accepted. Just a few lines of simulated information instantly put Zhao Chunshan and the others on edge. Even old Su sucked in a sharp breath, unable to contain his words. Has that kid lost his mind? Meeting alone. Doesn't he fear Wang Baobao ambushing him with hidden forces? With the great Ming now boasting a million-strong army, why would he do such a thing? Chapter 51. Capture Wang Baobao, advance the army. Too reckless. Zheng Bilan paced anxiously back and forth, utterly helpless. Don't be fooled by all those historical accounts of emperors meeting alone, leaving behind legendary tales. But in reality, in the simulated world, such encounters usually ended with being hacked to death. In truth, Wang Baobao had done just that. Your Majesty, Hongwu truly possesses remarkable courage. You actually dared to come? On a small hill outside Qixian County, Wang Baobao stood in the pavilion, his face filled with astonishment. Why wouldn't I? Chen Mu gestured toward the silent army formation in the distance and laughed. Our troops are right here. If you dare to make a move, they'll tear everything here to shreds in an instant. Chen Mu wasn't exaggerating. After all, he was not only the emperor of the Ming Dynasty but also the Ming king of the Ming sect. Every soldier who joined the ranks had heard the legendary tales and knew the heroic deeds of history. It was precisely because of this that their reverence for the Ming king grew ever more fervent. Those heroes were legends of their time, while their sovereign was the legend of this era. You're not afraid of death? Wang Baobao stared at Chen Mu, his gaze unfocused. Beneath this pavilion lies gunpowder produced by your great Ming. When you attacked Qixian last time, it rained, so I specifically had these things stored away. You should know the destructive power of this gunpowder once ignited. All I need to do is kick over this brazier. Chen Mu sat calmly within the pavilion, not even bothering to glance at him twice. If Wang Baobao truly intended to act, he would have done so long ago. In fact, the moment the meeting location was set, Ming sect disciples had thoroughly searched the area and already knew about the gunpowder. This stuff had been soaked by rain in the Ming army. It would be considered defective goods. Chen Mu wasn't the least bit worried it would explode. Truly worthy of the title Emperor Hongwu. Wang Baobao acknowledged his admiration, cutting straight to the point. I've seen your letter. Since you've revealed your strategies against the Yuan dynasty to me, aren't you afraid I'll find countermeasures? So what if I do? Chen Mu laughed. The methods to seize the empire are written in history books, many know how to do it. But what about now? Wang Baobao fell silent. Methods for governing the realm are also recorded in history books, yet few possess the ability to execute them well. The tide of history rolls on relentlessly. Not even he, the chancellor of the Yuan dynasty, could stand against it, let alone the emperor, who appeared so imposing. How many could truly withstand it? After a long silence, Wang Baobao finally spoke. I cannot surrender. If I surrender, the great Yuan will truly be lost. I never expected you to surrender. Chen Mu laughed heartily. But since you buried gunpowder here, did you not consider that I might have my own contingency plan? What? Wang Baobao's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly scanned his surroundings. In the distant woods, the banners that had been hung long ago had been replaced, no one knew when. Vaguely visible. Wang Baobao saw the character Ming on the crimson banners. That was his personal guard unit, every man a warrior capable of facing 10,000 foes alone. Yet now they had been silently eliminated? They're not dead. Chen Mu spoke calmly, but the food they ate today was laced with sleeping potion. They'll be out cold for 3 to 5 hours before waking up. The Imperial Guards and the Ming sect had planned to deploy this hidden sentry later, but they never expected it would be needed so soon. Wang Baobao was rendered speechless, his face turning an ugly shade of grim. He suddenly realized. The current Yuan dynasty had become a sieve riddled with holes, allowing the Ming to infiltrate with alarming ease to the point where his very life was now in jeopardy. But if the Ming had already reached this level of capability, why hadn't they made their move against him? Tamerlane. Chen Mu looked at Wang Baobao and spoke slowly. You must be wondering why we didn't kill you, right? To be honest, this undercover agent was only bribed by the Imperial Guard a few days ago. His condition for defecting was that he wouldn't harm you. That's not the point. After all, whether you're in the Yuan dynasty or not, it won't change the Yuan's fate. It's merely a matter of 2 years earlier or 2 years later. I came to see you today to discuss something else entirely. What is it? Wang Baobao watched Chen Mu's every move with wary eyes. But Chen Mu merely pulled a map from his robe and tossed it onto the stone table inside the pavilion. The Great Ming Geomancy map? Wang Baobao froze in surprise. But after a closer look, he suddenly lost his composure. This map was far too detailed. Not only did it mark the continents of the Great Ming and Yuan dynasties, but it also outlined 2 continents across the sea, along with the European continent, Central Asia, and Africa to the west. Certain areas were shaded in color, clearly labeled as Mongolian homeland. Another section was circled, detailing the territorial boundaries of the Qin, Han, Sui, Tang, and Song dynasties. He studied it intently for a long time. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Wang Baobao's mind. In years past, the Mongol Empire had swept across Eurasia, conquering thousands upon thousands of miles to the west and achieving unparalleled military glory. Could it be that this emperor of the Ming dynasty before him? Exactly. Chen Mu seemed to sense Wang Baobao's thoughts and chuckled lightly. The Yuan dynasty has perished, the Ming dynasty shall rise. Since ancient times, each dynasty has reaped the benefits of its predecessors' labors. Thus, the Han inherited the Qin systems, the Tang inherited the Sui systems, and the same holds true today. Since our great Ming inherits the Yuan dynasty's legitimacy, it is now our duty to carry forward Genghis Khan's unfinished legacy. Not only shall we launch Western campaigns, but we shall also thoroughly explore these seas, securing countless prime locations for our Ming subjects. Wherever suitable for grazing, we shall raise horses and sheep. Wherever suitable for cultivation, we shall reclaim wasteland. What the Yuan dynasty conquered, our Ming dynasty shall claim. What the Yuan dynasty failed to conquer, our Ming dynasty shall likewise claim. In short, wherever the sun and moon shine, wherever rivers and seas flow, all shall be Han territory. Wang Baobao stared at the man before him in horror. Had these words come from anyone else, he might not have believed them, he might even have laughed them off. But this was the Hongwu Emperor standing before him? Consider this, just 8 or 9 years ago, this man was nothing more than a beggar. And now, he had led the mighty million-strong army of the Great Ming with overwhelming force. Could the Yuan dynasty truly withstand such a formidable ruler? The answer was clearly no. When the old Chancellor Tofta Timur was alive, they couldn't stop him. Now, Wang Baobao can't stop him either. And what about the future, after he's gone? What will those greedy princes and nobles use to defend themselves? Indeed, Wang Baobao has come to understand his own fate. Since the enemy had already secretly neutralized his personal guards, his decision to attend this meeting alone looked more like walking straight into a trap. He knew he wouldn't die, but this time, the great Yuan dynasty might truly meet its end. And so it came to pass. Just as Wang Baobao was lost in thought, Lu Bowen arrived breathlessly with his troops. Your Majesty, our forces have captured Qishan. Now is the prime moment to attack Yanliang. Send the order, the entire army advances. Chen Mu abruptly rose to his feet, no longer bothering to glance at Wang Baobao's expression, leaving only his imposing silhouette behind. Chapter 52, The Golden Skill Strikes Again. Hongwu Year 8, Wang Baobao, who intended to control you during your meeting, failed due to intelligence leaks. You effortlessly seized the Yuan dynasty's last pillar of statecraft and seized the opportunity to lead your forces against Yanliang. Deprived of Wang Baobao, their new chancellor, the remnants of Yuan could no longer muster sufficient strength to oppose the Great Ming. They couldn't even withstand the 200,000 fresh troops under your command. You have reclaimed Hunan. Ming generals Su Di and Chang Yuchun have launched their assault on Shaanxi. Ming commanders Li Wenzhong and Lan Yu have led their forces into northern Hunan, forming a pincer movement with you, their sights set on Luoyang. Ming generals Tang He and Lu Futong have seized Sichuan and Chongqing, advancing relentlessly with unstoppable momentum. Ming general Zhu Yuanzhang subdued the south within half a year, swiftly seizing control of Jiangxi, Fujian, Guangzhou, and other regions at an astonishing pace. Your territory now encompasses the core of China. You have triggered the golden effect, defy heaven and alter fate, gaining +1 national fortune. Your fame spreads throughout neighboring nations, and you earn the title Emperor Hongwu. Hongwu the Great Emperor, exclusive title. While you reign, all neighboring nations will fear your authority even more. Some of your unreasonable demands will be accommodated. The sudden simulation notification left Zhao Chunshan and the others stunned. Moments ago, they had been worried that Chen Mu had fallen into Wang Baobao's trap and would be controlled during the one-on-one meeting. But, unexpectedly, Chen Mu had instead subdued Wang Baobao. Moreover, he triggered 2 additional skill effects in quick succession. Zhao Chunshan was momentarily at a loss for words. But soon, he couldn't help but exclaim with delight, "It's settled. Now the great Ming Dynasty won't just restore China, it might even revive the golden age of the Han and Tang dynasties." How did he manage that? Zheng Bilan was equally baffled, but soon lost interest in the mystery. He merely chuckled. Seems the Yuan dynasty's fortune began its decline after Emperor Shun of Yuan was captured. Otherwise, how could Wang Baobao have been captured so easily by Chen Mu? Could this kid be cheating? Su Lao and Lu Ziang were also startled by this simulated intelligence. They had hoped Wang Baobao would succeed, but now it seemed this legendary general, regarded by countless as the ultimate villain of the late Yuan era, was proving rather useless. If Wang Baobao knew people in later generations were mocking him like this, he'd probably sigh in utter exhaustion and say, "If you think you can do better, go ahead and try." After all, had Chen Mu not prepared multiple contingency plans this time, Wang Baobao might very well have seized the opportunity to capture him, the emperor of the Ming Dynasty. But now, the captured Wang Baobao found himself somewhat impressed by his opponent. He had wavered, but the Hongwu Emperor across from him showed no hesitation whatsoever. For the Yuan dynasty to fall at the hands of such an adversary, it wasn't entirely undeserved. After all, he had established the Ming Dynasty in such a short time, effortlessly subdued those greedy merchants, and used the Ming sect to infiltrate the Yuan dynasty until it was riddled with holes. Not just Wang Baobao, but even Genghis Khan or Kublai Khan would likely have been powerless to turn the tide in such a situation. And what's more, the Ming also possessed a million-strong army renowned for its prowess in battle. How on earth did you manage this? Standing within Bianliang City, Wang Baobao surveyed the disciplined soldiers around him and exclaimed in astonishment, "I heard it takes half a year just to train your new recruits. But could half a year truly transform them so drastically? Why not?" Chen Mu, standing nearby, smiled calmly. "Our Ming soldiers have faith and hope in their hearts. Naturally, they emerge victorious in every battle and are unstoppable wherever they go." "That's not it." Wang Baobao shook his head and sighed. "How did they manage to resist looting? This is even simpler." Chen Mu beckoned, and the soldiers by the street immediately rushed over excitedly. "Your Majesty!" The soldier's voice trembled slightly, and his military posture grew even straighter. Seeing this, Chen Mu smiled and said, "All right, no need to be so tense. You tell this Grand Chancellor of the Yuan why our Ming soldiers don't plunder, and why they mustn't oppress the people?" "Ha?" The soldier scratched his head hesitantly. "Your Majesty, haven't you always said the people are like our parents? Today we protect others' parents, so in the future, someone will protect mine. Who would ever harm their own parents?" Wang Baobao was instantly speechless. He never imagined such an answer. Wasn't joining the army all about climbing the ranks and making a fortune? Why bring protecting the people into it? Suddenly, Wang Baobao recalled the historical texts he had once read. It seemed that 100 years ago, on this very land, there had once been such an army. Back then, the land was in ruins and the weak Song dynasty was on the brink of collapse. Yet that suddenly emerging army had appeared like a savior, rescuing countless lives. Alas! Later, the Song court, obsessed with peace, deliberately destroyed that very army. Yet now, that very army stood before him once more. Countless sons of the Han race marched proudly, heads held high, into their ancestral homeland with smiles on their faces. "Fellow countrymen!" At the end of the street, a soldier stood atop a platform and proclaimed loudly, "You've all heard of the policies of our great Ming dynasty. Wherever we go, the first thing our great Ming will do is distribute land equally. Form orderly lines. Soon, officials will ask about your household members and addresses answer truthfully. Do not even think of concealing anything, or you'll receive less land. Additionally, those without surplus grain may speak up. Before next year's planting season, the government will provide you with work. While it won't make you rich, it will at least ensure you have enough to eat and wear. Families with many children should also speak up. Our great Ming now offers free elementary education. Children receive a meal while studying, and those who excel may even gain admission to prestigious schools. Young and able-bodied men willing to enlist, come this way. Specific terms of service will be explained by designated personnel." Wang Baobao grew increasingly alarmed as he watched. Over the years, he had crushed numerous rebel armies. Even the uprisings led by Han Shantong and Lu Futong had fallen to his forces. Yet he had never witnessed such a masterful way of winning the people's hearts. At first, the villagers had responded to the soldiers' demands with timid hesitation, fearful of accidentally angering the officials. But when sack after sack of life-saving grain was placed in their hands, waves of sobbing began to rise from the streets. It was the sorrow of a century suppressed and the joy of being reborn. A long silence fell. Wang Baobao suddenly asked, Your Majesty, if one day the great Ming conquers the grasslands, will it be like this today? Yes. Chen Mu nodded. The struggle between the grasslands and the central plains has lasted for millennia, from the Chuanrong to the Xiongnu, from the Tuzhou and Khitan to the Mongols. If the people there need the great Ming, then the great Ming will do as I've told you. Everyone will have pastures, children will be able to study. But what if they don't need it? Wang Baobao hesitated. But Chen Mu answered without hesitation, Then we fight. We fight until the Ming is utterly destroyed, or until not a single soul remains on the grasslands. Wang Baobao was rendered speechless. Throughout history, the conflicts between the Central Plains dynasties and the northern nomadic tribes seem to follow this pattern, endless and without end. Yet Wang Baobao couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps the glory of the steppes would meet its end at the hands of the Ming. For the emperor before him was far too young. How old was he this year? Only 26 or 27, it seemed. Even if he only reigned for 30 years. Given the current momentum of the Ming dynasty's development, would the Mongols even exist 30 years from now? Chapter 53, Wang Baobao surrenders, foreign tribes pay tribute. After Wang Baobao's capture, you conquered Bianliang city without lifting a finger, returning this millennia-old capital to the embrace of the Great Ming. Thanks to the Great Ming's various policies, as the army prepared to depart, countless citizens spontaneously took to the streets to bid farewell to the soldiers. Wang Baobao was profoundly moved by this scene. In truth, every day during this period had been filled with profound emotion and deep reflection. He felt a duty to preserve the bloodline of the steppe peoples. For he knew that if things continued this way, the Yuan dynasty might truly face complete extinction. Wang Baobao had defected to you, allowing you to easily control the surrendered Mongol cavalry and pursue the fleeing new Yuan emperor, though sadly, he was merely a child. Whoa! If the initial simulated information had merely surprised Zhao Chunshan and the others, this particular piece of intelligence sent shockwaves through the entire group. What the hell? Wang Baobao was the chancellor of the Yuan dynasty and he just surrendered? How did he manage that? Zheng Bilan repeated his bewilderment. Capturing Wang Baobao during a one-on-one meeting makes sense, but how did he persuade him? Who knows? Zhao Chunshan chuckled. Don't sweat the small stuff. Chen Mu's really hit the jackpot this time. This is a decisive victory. We might even counterattack the steppes in the future. It's not a possibility. Zheng Bilan pondered. Chen Mu has already captured the Yuan-Shan emperor. Now he's persuaded Wang Baobao to surrender and captured the new Yuan emperor. Even if the remnants of the Yuan dynasty install another emperor, it won't make a difference. Wang Baobao must have lost all hope in the Yuan dynasty. Zhao Chunshan scrutinized the simulation data. Principal, look, he wants to preserve a bloodline for the grassland tribes. This suggests he believes Chen Mu could potentially subdue the entire grasslands. That's hardly surprising. Zheng Bilan shook his head. Chen Mu must have developed firearms. Otherwise, the Ming army wouldn't be this formidable. And based on earlier intelligence, he's likely expanded maritime trade. But can that solve the horse shortage? Probably not. Zhao Chunshan hesitated. Apart from the grasslands and the Kanzong region, other areas shouldn't be able to breed warhorses in large numbers, right? There is. Su Lao, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Professor Zhao and Principal Zhang, have you forgotten about the island nation? Though their warhorses are few, they're very close to Chen Mu's territory. Moreover, trade with the island nation has always followed this route since ancient times. Could it be that he colluded with the island nation to obtain large numbers of cavalry, enabling him to swiftly defeat the Yuan dynasty? Zhao Chunshan and Zheng Bilan stared at old Su as if he were an idiot. Has this old codger lost his mind? Admittedly. The island nation holds some standing internationally today, but at best it's merely a lapdog of the lighthouse nation. In ancient times, though the island nation launched several wars, they all ended in defeat. After all, during the feudal era, the Central Plains dynasties held a natural advantage in sheer size over their neighboring nations. To put it plainly, the Ming dynasty now boasts a million-strong army. Even if only 1/10 of that force were cavalry, it would require tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands of horses. Could that tiny island nation possibly supply such a vast number of horses? The answer is obviously no. In fact, Chen Mu had recently noticed the army's slowdown in close combat speed. After all, during the earlier campaigns against the two Ys, Shandong, Hebei, and Yanjing, he at least had the canal transport and maritime shipping to assist him. As for the southern campaigns, Chen Mu had only granted Zhu Yuanzhang 100,000 troops from start to finish. Yet, leveraging the superiority of the Ming Navy, Zhu Yuanzhang was now advancing at an astonishing pace. Tang He's Western Expeditionary Force, however, didn't require many cavalry units. After all, the Sichuan-Chongqing region had always been rugged and mountainous, unfavorable for cavalry operations. Conversely, the Northern Expeditionary Army and the Central Army now face an increasingly urgent need for cavalry. And that's precisely why Chen Mu did not immediately execute Wang Baobao. Instead, he gladly accepted his defection and permitted him to retain command of his cavalry. Currently, the Ming's forces were primarily acquired through warfare, but due to massive losses, there was already a danger of expenditure exceeding income. Fortunately, countless common folk still remain in the Great Ming. Upon learning of the army's arduous grain transport, countless commoners drove ox carts and donkeys, forging a supply line for the Ming forces through sheer determination. This deeply moved Wang Baobao. If the Yuan dynasty had such a foundation of support among its people, how could it ever have fallen? Now he found himself thinking. If one day the people of the grasslands no longer suffered from hunger and cold, it might just be a decent solution. After all, no one truly enjoys war. The nomadic tribes' predilection for raiding ultimately stemmed from their inability to survive. That was why new tribes continually emerged on the steppes, time and again launching invasions southward. Tamerlane, how is the reorganization of your cavalry progressing? Chen Mu found Wang Baobao. Progress is slow. Wang Baobao sighed with frustration, they're so used to their lax ways. They'll follow battle orders, but when it comes to military discipline and helping the people, they're still very resistant. Take your time. No need to rush. Chen Mu smiled. Though they had defected to the Ming, Chen Mu had no intention of making them an exception. In truth, these captured cavalrymen, like the former rebel forces before them, needed to undergo transformation before they could truly become part of the Ming. For this purpose, Chen Mu had specially invited several Lama priests and asked old Taoist Zhang to assist them in adapting various myths and legends. He cared little about offending any deities as long as the elements of ethnic integration were incorporated. As for whether this would prove effective, if ready-made cavalry could be utilized, that would certainly be advantageous. If it didn't work, Chen Mu believed the Ming could still train competent cavalry. After all, the Great Ming lacked only horses, not warriors capable and willing to fight. Your Majesty. Bai Yuzhang hurried into the military tent and bowed deeply. Generals Li Wenzhong and Lan Yu have arrived. Should we rest and regroup in Luoyang, Your Majesty, or press straight on to Tongling Pass in Shaanxi? Rest and regroup. Chen Mu pondered briefly. What is the status of the Western Army now? General Tang He has secured control of Hanzhong. Lu Bowen stated solemnly, your servant has already informed Generals Su De and Tang He. When we launch our assault on Shaanxi, both the Northern Expeditionary Army and the Western Expeditionary Army will each detach a force to assist Your Majesty. Good. Chen Mu nodded. Then rest and regroup for 5 days. After 5 days, we'll take Shaanxi in one decisive push. Oh, and have Zhu Yuanzhang speed up his operations. Once the south is pacified, remember to join forces with Tang He to take Yunnan. Understood. Lu Bowen nodded emphatically. As he was about to leave, something suddenly occurred to him. He turned back abruptly and said, Your Majesty, there is another matter concerning Jinling. Chief Minister Li reports that envoys have arrived from Joseon, Namviet, Ryukyu, and Siam. The Jurchen tribes of the northeast and the Lamaist sects of Kangzong also wish to pledge allegiance. However, the island nation to the east has heard of our thriving trade and wishes to petition Your Majesty to dispatch ships there. Island nation? A cold gleam flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. Among the simulation masters of Longsha Kingdom, an unwritten rule circulated. Simulations could fail, but the island nation must die. And Chen Mu was no exception. And long, long ago, when the Ming sect was first founded, Chen Mu had already begun scheming how to deal with this tiny nation. He let out a cold laugh. Chen Mu declared, if the island nation desires maritime trade, let them earn that opportunity themselves. Only those who slay their so-called emperor will gain the chance to trade with our Great Ming. Also inform Korea, Annam, and other nations, the Great Ming no longer acts as the Heavenly Kingdom. If they wish to pay tribute and seek favors, they must be prepared to give back tenfold, 100-fold. Chapter 54, Black Tide. Colonization. No tribute? Even Lu Bowen was startled by Chen Mu's words. The tribute system between the Celestial Empire and its vassal states had existed for ages. Could it simply be discarded? Even the Yuan dynasty, after conquering the Central Plains, had adopted this system and wielded it with great skill. From the Emperor Hongwu's tone, could it be he was preparing to take action against neighboring nations? Your Majesty. Lu Bowen, unable to think through the implications, immediately interjected, the realm has only just been unified. This is precisely the time for recuperation and restoration. If we launch consecutive distant campaigns, it may. What is there to fear? Chen Mu arched an eyebrow, sneering coldly, are we not already at war? Can our people not survive? Well. Lu Bowen was momentarily speechless. Before he could speak again, Chen Mu snapped, Mr. Lu, have you forgotten the words we exchanged when we first met? Our Ming Dynasty's land is finite, yet our population multiplies generation after generation. Though we now distribute land equally and exempt taxes, who can guarantee these policies won't change in the future? Even if this policy endures for hundreds or thousands of years, when the Ming population grows tenfold or 20-fold, do you truly believe these lands will suffice for distribution? Though Goryeo is barren, it can sustain millions, even tens of millions. Though Namviet, Kampa, and Siam lie beyond our borders, they yield rice twice, even thrice a year. And those island nations? These little creatures are nothing but a pack of wolf cubs, constantly coveting our vast and fertile land. Even now, with the great Ming at its zenith, they show no reverence. If the central plains were to sink beneath the waves, do you think these beasts wouldn't rush in to exploit the vacuum? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Lu Bowen's brow. Well versed in ancient and modern affairs, he knew Chen Mu's words held no exaggeration. On the contrary. Throughout history, successive dynasties have shunned military expansion and war, sometimes even deliberately devaluing those frontier regions. Yet no one had ever considered. Had the Qin dynasty not unified the land, where would the divine realm of China be today? Had Emperor Wu of Han not pursued relentless military campaigns, how could the Han dynasty have established its empire? Truth be told, if every dynasty had followed the example of the Han and Tang seizing a city today, conquering a nation tomorrow, even in death, it would be a death lived with glory. A moment of silence fell. Only then did Lu Bowen speak up. Your Majesty, if you insist on proceeding with this matter as you wish, it will be exceedingly difficult to gain approval from the court. It matters not. Chen Mu chuckled softly. Tell Li Shanzhang to abolish the tribute system first. Our Confucian teachings let them learn if they wish. If not, we'll personally instruct them in the future. Regardless of Lu Bowen's inner thoughts, Wang Baobao standing nearby had just witnessed the true majesty of the Hongwu Emperor. In truth, the Yuan dynasty had also once sought to deal with the island nation to the east. But heaven did not favor their ambitions. The Yuan fleet repeatedly encountered storms, and in the end, the campaign came to nothing. Upon reflecting on this, Wang Baobao couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, Korea and Nam Viet are manageable enough. Our great Ming forces could march overnight and easily subdue them. But this island nation. I've heard the Ming navy is formidable, but that's on great rivers and seas. Could they possibly sail all the way to the land of the rising sun? Of course they can. Chen Mu glanced at Lu Bowen, who had yet to depart, and smiled as he spoke. Mr. Lu, the court hasn't received word yet, has it? Yu Tonghai and the Shin family have already discovered the Kuroshio current during this voyage. The Kuroshio current? Both Lu Bowen and Wang Baobao froze in surprise. Chen Mu then produced the Great Ming Geomancy map, pointing to the isolated Ryukyu Islands offshore. It lies roughly 60 li east of the Ryukyu archipelago. This black current originates from the depths of the ocean, passes through Luzon and the Treasure Island, then flows northward along the Ryukyu Islands and the island nations. Ships sailing within it glide as smoothly as great rivers, yet can cover 1,000 li in a single day like swift steeds. Whoa! Lu Bowen's eyes widened instantly. He knew everything from astronomy to geography, yet he had never heard of such a thing. Yet upon reflection, it seemed utterly plausible. After all, though underwater currents leave no visible trace, they have long been documented in numerous ancient texts. After a moment's thought, he recalled some passages and couldn't help asking, Your Majesty, does this Kuroshio current yield abundant fish? Indeed. Chen Mu nodded and smiled. This black current flows through the Southern Ocean, where the climate is hot, so the water temperature is higher. Whereas the north is cold, so ordinary fish encountering the black current would be more than happy to live in it. Rest assured. Yu Tonghai and his men have already dispatched explorers. I'm confident we'll have news soon. Once we've secured the island nation, we can then venture across the ocean. Bai Ying's heart skipped a beat. He didn't truly believe Chen Mu was the reincarnation of the Ming king. Yet the man had mentioned a continent across the Great Ocean, describing its western regions as mountainous, its central areas as arid, yet its eastern plains stretching for thousands of miles. The Hongwu Emperor had also mentioned a crop called corn, which could be planted in summer and harvested in autumn, yielding 1,000 caddies per mu. There were also crops like sweet potatoes and potatoes, which could produce 10,000 caddies per mu even on barren land. Though these claims sounded utterly preposterous, what if they were true? With such crops, the common folk would finally bid farewell to an era of hunger and cold. By then, wouldn't the population truly explode? A thought seemed to occur to him. Chen Mu's gaze shifted downward toward the map below. He spoke, Tamerlane, do you recall the promise I made to you back then? The northern grasslands may be lush and fertile, but they pale in comparison to the continent below. This land is called Australia, home to kangaroos, thylacines. Endless grasslands stretch across the land, perfect for large-scale cattle and sheep farming. We'll establish a dedicated herding unit here to raise horses and cattle. Then every soldier of our great Ming dynasty will have a horse of their own, never again suffering the hardships of travel. Wang Baobao stared wide-eyed at the vast continent Chen Mu pointed to, silently comparing it to the central plains in his mind. Good heavens! All this land just for raising horses and cattle? Even at its zenith, the Yuan dynasty couldn't muster 1,000,000 cavalrymen. If the great Hongwu Emperor truly accomplished this, wouldn't it mean another Western campaign could be launched? For some inexplicable reason, Wang Baobao's heart surged with excitement. No! He must push forward the transformation of the Mongol cavalry still in training. Then he'd lead them to the land Emperor Hongwu called Australia, to show them the vastness of the world. Never mind the shock Wang Baobao and Lu Bowen felt within the simulated world. In the real world, Zhao Chunshan and his companions were also stunned by the newly revealed simulation data. Summer of the 8th year of Hongwu, disciples of the Ming sect brought joyful news, reporting the discovery of the Kuroshio current off eastern Ryukyu. You know the opportunity to launch the colonial era has arrived. You described the glorious vision of colonization to Lu Bowen and Wang Baobao with such enthusiasm that their hearts surged with excitement. You abolished the tribute system that had been practiced for 1,000 years by the Central Plains dynasties, designating Korea, Nam Viet, island nations, Siam, and others as targets for conquest. Half a month later, upon hearing the news, Li Shanchang dismissed envoys from various nations, citing the demands of war. He dared not dissuade you, instead quietly stockpiling provisions in preparation for future expeditions. Beyond that, your second maritime trade expedition achieved tremendous success, attracting even more merchants to join. You returned to Jinling and secretly summoned maritime merchants like the Shin family, instructing them to establish overseas networks alongside their trade operations. Chapter 55, Might Makes Right. Colonization. We're actually starting colonization. Inside the exam hall of Class 2, Senior 3, Zhao Chunshan trembled with excitement. Good lad. Zheng Balan's spirits soared as well, he even pulled off colonization. Looks like Chen Mu's evaluation in this simulation will be at least A grade or S grade. It's not that simple. Old Su, standing nearby, felt a pang of envy and couldn't help but interject, fighting abroad is different from reclaiming territory. Don't forget the fate of the Sui dynasty. Right. Lu Ziyang's eyes lit up as he quickly chimed in, just Goguryeo alone sank the Sui dynasty. The Yuan dynasty waged wars everywhere from its founding, yet ultimately stalled at the tropics. Chen Mu wants to subjugate the grasslands and annex neighboring nations. If he overreaches, it could spell utter ruin. Irreparable disaster? Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Balan exchanged a glance, unable to suppress a cold laugh. If anyone else had uttered those words, they might have carried some weight. But Lu Ziyang? You, who can barely simulate a Three Kingdoms scenario for 10 minutes, have the nerve to lecture Chen Mu on simulation? Do you even have the qualifications? Shooting Lu Ziyang a sideways glance, Zhao Chunshan sneered coldly, Class Leader Lu, it seems you're not exactly rooting for your classmates to do well. Young people who harbor too much jealousy won't get far. Instead of wasting time on that, you'd be better off studying more historical materials and perfecting your own simulation. Besides, I recall Professor Su once published a book titled On Why Western Colonialism Was a Great Enterprise. You don't seriously think Professor Su's views were wrong? Lu Ziyang was speechless, while old Su beside him shook his head repeatedly. Damn it! He shouldn't have spoken to this kid. He didn't even need to look to know the live chat was flooded with mockery and insults again. I can't guarantee anyone else will succeed. Zheng Balan spoke up slowly from the side, but this great Ming dynasty that Chen Mu has established, I actually think it has a very good chance. After all, he's on the verge of unification. This is the peak of popular support and surging national power. He absolutely won't let such a golden opportunity for expansion slip away. Why did the West flourish in modern times? Wasn't it precisely because of its vast colonies, which could be plundered to continuously replenish the motherland? Yet for various reasons, the great dynasties of Longxia history showed little interest in colonization. After all, their sheer scale made maintaining stability an immense challenge. Moreover, with Confucianism in place, any grand expansion would face constraints from the civil officials. Do not underestimate these civil officials. The stability of a dynasty hinges entirely on the competence of these civil officials. But all that was in the past. The simulated world Chen Mu inhabited had long since diverged from the original historical timeline. To name just one example, the current foundation of the Ming dynasty's rule lies in its countless common people. Moreover, due to policies like the equal field system and other reforms, the prestige of Emperor Hongwu Chen Mu in the people's hearts has even surpassed that of their own blood relatives. After all, even within the same clan, there are degrees of closeness and distance, and distinctions of rank and status. But now, whether you're a lofty sovereign, a battlefield commander, or an eloquent scholar, everyone's land is equal. If you choose not to farm it, you may lease it to others, but rental rates are strictly regulated with upper and lower limits. Private sales or transfers are strictly forbidden. In truth, many powerful landlords and thugs have dared to challenge this. And they were promptly beheaded by the Ming army. Because land redistribution wasn't overseen by the Ming government at all, it was always personally handled by Ming soldiers themselves. When it came to these thugs and ruffians, the soldiers were only too eager to lead the charge. After all, these were real military merits. Of course, this rule has now changed. Troublemakers and thugs have been rounded up from all regions and exiled to places like the Treasure Island in Ryukyu. Yes, Ryukyu. This chain of islands is now firmly under the control of the Ming Navy. This is precisely why the Ryukyu kingdom hastily dispatched envoys to pay tribute to the Ming dynasty, only to be rejected. Are the Ryukyu envoys still in Jinling? Within the imperial palace, Chen Mu listened to Li Shanchang's report without so much as lifting an eyelid. Beside him, numerous merchants looked uneasy. After all, a small number among them had been up to no good outside. Take Ryukyu, for instance. Its proximity to the Kuroshio current made it obvious to anyone with foresight that it could become a key transshipment point for long-distance trade. Consequently, wealthy merchants led by the Shen family had already begun land-grabbing operations there. After all, while the Ming Dynasty implemented equal land distribution, these small kingdoms certainly did not. Even if the land wasn't immediately needed, once the Ming Empire secured control of the region, these holdings could be presented to the Hongwu Emperor. Perhaps they might even earn a word of praise. If it led to a noble title or some other reward, that would be even more delightful. Your Majesty. Li Shanchang glanced at the assembled merchants and murmured, the Ryukyu envoys claim some merchants deceived their king into selling land. They now demand we return several islands. Rumor has it the ocean-going fleet even clashed with them over this matter. Oh? Chen Mu slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the assembled merchants, taking in each of their expressions. After a moment, he finally asked, Mr. Shen, were there any casualties among the merchant caravan? Have your interests suffered any losses? None, Your Majesty. Shen Yu suppressed his inner joy and hastily bowed in respect. Truth be told, when they undertook this venture, he hadn't been entirely sure it would succeed. After all, His Majesty had only promised the fleet would ensure their safety, never mentioned aiding them against the vassal states. But now it seemed His Majesty's allegiance was clearly on their side. Which meant, this sort of thing could be done again in the future and done more often. Sure enough. Upon hearing Shen Yu's response, Chen Mu merely nodded and said calmly, then that's settled. Business deals are based on mutual consent, no one backs out at the last minute. Chief Ministerly, such matters must be quite common within our Great Ming borders. Now that our Great Ming has completed the equalization of land, and the interests of the farmers are secured, shouldn't we turn our attention to commerce? Without commerce, there is stagnation. Without trust, there is no foundation. I believe we should establish specific laws to regulate commercial transactions. Local authorities could also serve as intermediaries, overseeing the drafting and enforcement of contracts. This principle applies both domestically and internationally. Li Shanchang opened his mouth. He had prepared a stack of grand principles to persuade His Majesty, as this represented the collective will of many court officials. But when the words reached his lips, he found himself utterly speechless. Don't forget. His student, Wu Wei-yong, was still out there cultivating wasteland on the island. The Hongwu Emperor before him trusted him implicitly. Yet the moment he showed any hint of forming factions or pursuing private interests, he would surely face immediate retribution. After a moment of silence, Li Shanchang bowed respectfully and said, Your Majesty may rest assured. This servant will handle the Ryukyu envoys appropriately. As for the commercial contracts and legal codes, this servant will implement them as soon as possible. Very well. Chen Mu nodded, then turned to the assembled merchants and smiled. As long as you're not committing crimes, don't be afraid if you encounter such matters again in the future. Honesty is the cornerstone of trade. How can they simply renege on their agreements? If reason falls on deaf ears, then let our Great Ming Navy intervene. Might makes right. Chapter 56, Establishing Commercial Laws, Annexing Ryukyu. Chief Ministerly? Chief Ministerly? Within the Manhwa Hall, seat of the Ming cabinet, several ministers gazed curiously at the dazed and disoriented Li Shanchang. After a long moment, Li Shanchang snapped back to reality and sighed, Gentlemen. His Majesty is determined to abolish the tribute system. I have done all I could. This. The great scholar Song Lian sighed, the tribute system has been the most cherished institution throughout the dynasties, crucial to the security of our borders. His Majesty has built a lifetime of illustrious fame, why must he stubbornly cling to this folly? It's all because of those merchants. Li Shanchang sighed helplessly. After what the Shin, Su, and Wang families did in Ryukyu last time, His Majesty not only refrained from reprimanding them but actually inquired whether their interests had been harmed. If this continues indefinitely, foreign nations may grow estranged from the Great Ming, even turning into sworn enemies. Alas! Another cabinet minister, Zhu Sheng, shook his head in dismay. Glancing at the indifferent expression on Zhang Zhong's face, he could only turn his pleading gaze toward Lu Bowen. It was common knowledge. His Majesty had once likened Li Shanchang to Xiaohe, but he had also compared Lu Bowen to Zhuge Liang. The widely recognized notion that Zhuge Liang divided the realm into three parts while Lu Bowen unified the empire originated from the mouth of their Hongwu Emperor. Unfortunately, Lu Bowen was a man of few words who spent most of his time campaigning with the armies. In fact, he seemed more like a man of the 5 armies command. Just as he pondered how to broach the subject, Li Shanchang also turned his gaze toward Lu Bowen. Master Lu. Li Shanchang pondered, you've been with His Majesty in the Central Army's command tent lately. Has he mentioned this matter? I have. Lu Bowen nodded and smiled. Gentlemen, there's no need to trouble yourselves. Focus on fulfilling the tasks entrusted by His Majesty, and the deeper meaning of His Majesty's intentions will become clear in time. Oh? Zhu Sheng and Song Lian instantly perked up, and even Li Shanchang's eyes lit up. After a moment's thought, Li Shanchang rose promptly, bowed respectfully to Lu Bowen, and said earnestly, Bowen, though we have disagreed, we both act for the sake of the nation and its people. This tribute mission concerns the very security of the Great Ming. I implore you, master, to enlighten us all. This. Lu Bowen looked at Li Shanchang with some surprise, only to suddenly notice that his old rival seemed to have aged considerably. It made sense. While he and Chen Mu were constantly out on the battlefield, the Grand Secretariat bore the brunt of the Ming's affairs, especially Chief Minister Li Shanchang, who worked non-stop day and night handling every matter. Hastily returning the bow, Lu Bowen sighed, Chief Minister, I am unworthy of such a profound gesture. However, His Majesty's intentions are actually quite straightforward. Small foreign states fear our might but feel no gratitude. Merely offering them benefits may make them yearn for us, but it does nothing to address the root of their threat. His Majesty once shared his vision with me, and I find myself in strong agreement with his perspective. Ultimately, it boils down to a simple principle. Those near our great Ming shall be assimilated through education and integration. Those distant from our great Ming shall be expelled and banished. If any dare commit atrocities, their nations shall be annihilated. Whoa! A collective gasp echoed through the entire Wenhua hall. Li Shanchang stared in stunned silence for a long moment before slumping into his chair. He excelled at reading people's expressions and intentions. Sometimes, just a few casual words were enough for him to discern their true motives. He had long sensed what the Hongwu Emperor intended to do, but had never dared to confirm it. Now, Lu Bowen's words had effectively set the tone for this matter. Especially Chief Minister Li. Bai Yuewen spoke slowly, truthfully, His Majesty does not dislike the tribute system. Rather, our great Ming is not yet prepared to initiate it. Our sacred land is on the verge of reunification, and His Majesty, in the prime of his life, harbors ambitions to expand our borders. As his subjects, our duty is to alleviate his burdens, not become obstacles. Just watch. The Ryukyu Kingdom will be His Majesty's first target. His Majesty has already declared, our great Ming may sustain these vassal states, but their territories must be governed by our own people. And Goryeo, Nanyue, the western regions, the northeast, the northern steppes, and Kam, these lands were once the ancestral territories of the Han and Tang dynasties. They must be reclaimed, sooner or later. And that continent across the sea, that great island south of the South Seas, and India. Ah, yes. What I most admire about your Majesty is his perspective on population and territory. Gentlemen, do not be impatient. Allow me to explain in detail. Without a doubt. The revelations from Lu Bowen left the members of the Ming cabinet utterly stunned. The great Ming had only been established for a few years, yet His Majesty was already contemplating matters centuries into the future? Indeed. Though the land was now equally distributed, who could guarantee it wouldn't once again concentrate in the hands of landlords? Throughout history, periods of population boom have invariably been accompanied by resource inequality, leading to boiling public discontent. In such circumstances, the consequences range from severe national decline to outright dynastic collapse. Moreover, which ruler throughout history hasn't yearned to expand their empire? In the Han and Tang eras, limited by naval transport capacity, they were confined to the central plains. Now, spurred by merchants, the Ming Dynasty's ocean-going fleet has grown ever larger, with vessels becoming increasingly formidable, some ships boasting over a dozen cannons, veritable fortresses upon the water. To halt such progress now would be to betray both nation and people. Mr. Lu. Li Shanchang abruptly rose to his feet, the gloom in his heart swept away. After another bow, he declared solemnly, please convey to His Majesty that Li Shanchang will never betray the great Ming nor become an obstacle to our nation's progress. We feel the same. Song Lian, Zhu Shang, and the others rose in unison. It was clear that Lu Bowen had come to deliver a message from the Hongwu Emperor. The message was straightforward: if the cabinet could resolve these matters, their names would undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of history. But if they failed, the Ming court was teeming with talent. If you could handle it, do it. If not, there were plenty of others ready to step in. In the autumn of the 8th year of Hongwu, at your behest, the Grand Ming cabinet unanimously passed the new commercial code. This law emphasized the protection of merchants' private property and overseas assets, eliciting cheers from countless merchants. That same winter, the king of Ryukyu personally journeyed to the Great Ming. Yet, due to improper etiquette during his audience with your Majesty, he was punished. To atone for his offense, the Ryukyu king expressed his willingness to become a vassal state of the Great Ming. Delighted, your Majesty specially granted the Ryukyu king an iron seal pardon and bestowed upon him a mansion, courtyard, and hundreds of servants. By the end of the 8th year of Hongwu, your army swept through Hunan, Hebei, Shaanxi, and Sichuan Chongqing. Their advance now targets the grasslands south of the Gobi Desert, the Liaodong Plain, the Heshi Corridor, the Kangzhong region, and Yunnan Guizhou. Upon learning this, the king of Joseon was filled with dread. He personally dispatched his prince to seek an audience, hoping to continue as a tributary state of the Great Ming. You refused them once more, citing their prior subjugation under the Yuan Dynasty. Upon learning of the immense profits the Ming Dynasty reaped from maritime trade, the island nation dispatched envoys once more. You expelled them outright, declaring that as long as the emperor lived, trade between the Ming Dynasty and the island nation would never resume. The nations of the South Seas now recognize the might of the Great Ming. The kings of Manhwa and Kampa personally journeyed to the Ming court, only to be halted at the frontier. The Kampa king departed unharmed, while Manhwa vowed to wage war against the Ming. You ordered Zhu Yuanzhang to remain stationed in the south and demanded preparations for a southern campaign to annihilate the kingdom. Chapter 57, His Majesty's Command, Destroy Nam Viet. Whoa! It must be said. Though they had long anticipated Chen Mu would inevitably launch colonization, Zhao Chunshan and the others never imagined his actions would unfold so swiftly. They could scarcely fathom how far the Great Ming had advanced. Ryukyu was just wiped out like that. Zhao Chunshan was doubting his own understanding. Wait, didn't Chen Mu send troops there? Did the naval forces alone handle it? It must be connected to those merchants. Zheng Bilan mused thoughtfully. Old Zhao, take a closer look. That new merchant law places heavy emphasis on protecting merchants' overseas holdings. Doesn't that sound exactly like a colonial model? You call that colonialism? Old Su snorted coldly. He was an expert in this very field. What exactly is colonization? Supporting a locally autonomous government, then dispatching a governor to exploit the colony through military force, legal systems, and taxation. That's proper colonization. But what about Chen Mu? He swallowed the Ryukyu kingdom whole the moment he arrived as if he feared no one would recognize his ambitions. That makes sense. Zhao Chunshan nodded in agreement, but Old Su, what if Chen Mu intended to swallow up the nearby small states whole from the start? Well, Old Su was instantly speechless. The simulation data clearly revealed Chen Mu's immense ambition and even greater appetite. Having just completed the unification war, he wasted no time preparing to reclaim the ancient territories of the Han and Tang dynasties. If he were to swallow up Southeast Asian nations like Korea, South Vietnam, Siam, and Laos as well, how immensely powerful would the Great Ming become? Such a colossus, if it were to establish a colonial system. Wouldn't it dominate the world within 3 to 5 decades? Old Su. Lu Ziang lowered his voice. Could it be that Zhu Yuanzhang was short-lived? Otherwise, why would such an extraordinary figure leave behind absolutely no clues? That makes sense. Old Su's eyes lit up. History has never lacked wise rulers, but sometimes fate just loves to toy with them. Take the first emperor, who yearned for immortality yet never attained it. Or Emperor Chai Rome of the Great Zhou, who laid the foundation for the Song dynasty. If Zhu Yuanzhang was like that too, then things would get really interesting. In simulated worlds, unless you encounter some special event, you can break through their original lifespan limits. However, the two probably never imagined that Zhu Yuanzhang's lifespan wasn't merely long, it was exceptionally long. In the original historical timeline, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't ascend the throne until 1368, ruling for 31 years and living to the age of 71. But now, Chen Mu had rebelled prematurely in 1348. He was still young now, and unlike old Zhu, he hadn't yet seized absolute power and become overwhelmed with daily responsibilities. Even if he couldn't break the lifespan barrier, this nearly half-century of reign would allow Chen Mu to accomplish far more. For instance, develop the Northeast Plains. Is grain still insufficient? Chen Mu frowned at the memorial presented by Li Shanchang, sighing with a headache. I'd almost forgotten how much our territory has expanded. Our grain requirements keep growing. What's Su Da's report? Can he secure Liaodong before spring arrives? He can, yes. Li Shanchang sighed. But reclaiming the wasteland requires a massive workforce. Our Great Ming already has 1 million troops, plus hundreds of thousands of new recruits in training. And water conservancy projects and land reclamation are underway across the realm. So mustering enough manpower in the short term will be exceedingly difficult. It always comes back to population, doesn't it? Chen Mu sighed. The Great Ming had already completed its land redistribution, gaining immense stability and public support as a result. But the downside was that vast numbers of people were tied to the land. Mobilizing these farmers for water conservancy projects was already pushing the empire to its limits. After all, the Longxia people had always possessed an exceptionally strong sense of homecoming. Even in old age they valued the idea of returning to one's roots. This deep-rooted attachment made large-scale migration to frontier regions extremely difficult for any dynasty, even when development was desired. Your Majesty. Li Shanchang, a true statesman, had already devised a solution. The Supreme Court recently reported to the cabinet that tens of thousands still languish in prisons across the land. Among them are unrepentant former Yuan soldiers, thugs and rogues who exploited the chaos, and local gentry and corrupt officials whose crimes are not particularly severe. They still require grain supplies in prison, and releasing them without cause could easily unsettle the populace. What if? Chen Mu fell silent. Was this the inevitability of history? Or the flaw of the colonial system? Consider that the future land down under was founded by convicts and outcasts from the British Empire. Could it be that the Great Ming was now emulating the former sun never sets? Agreed. Chen Mu nodded. Besides criminals, we can also send those in servitude. Tell them this: we care not a whit about their origins or past misdeeds. They must diligently cultivate the wasteland. The Great Ming will provide food and shelter, and they may regain their freedom in time. But if anyone dares to conspire with those Jurchen barbarians, they will be executed without mercy. This Li Shanchan's expression shifted slightly. He had been about to suggest that once the Liaodong plains were sufficiently developed, they could attempt to civilize those Jurchen tribes. But judging by His Majesty's tone, he seemed to harbor deep resentment toward those Jurchen tribes? Weren't those tribes quite obedient? Unable to make sense of it, Li Shanchang decided to ask directly, Your Majesty, these Jurchen people live close to our sacred land. They were deeply influenced by our Han culture in the past. What are you? Has Mr. Li forgotten the Jin dynasty of old? Chen Mu made no mention of the Qing dynasty of later generations, only sneering coldly, a grudge spanning 100 generations, it's about time it was avenged. Inform Su De that any Jurchen tribe willing to submit must shave their heads and change their attire. Those who refuse shall have their courtyards plowed and their graves swept clean. Any who refuse to submit anyone taller than a chariot wheel shall be executed. Li Shanchang shuddered. He always felt that his own Emperor Hongwu sometimes harbored excessive bloodlust toward the island nation, for instance, or toward the Jurchen tribes. Silence fell. Chen Mu suddenly spoke up, hasn't the king of Goryeo been wanting to send a prince as a hostage? Send someone to inform them privately, if Goryeo sends men to help us develop Liaodong, we'll allow them to retain a portion of the land in the future. Li Shanchang froze. His own Hongwu Emperor had previously insisted not an inch of Ming territory could be relinquished. Why this sudden generosity? No. His Majesty was deliberately creating an excuse. If Goryeo simply helped develop the Liaodong plain without causing trouble, there would be no issue. But if they dared to climb the ladder. TSK. Once General Su Da's forces finish subduing Liaodong, it should be just about time to turn their attention to Goryeo, right? He shook his head and smiled. Li Shanchang, not revealing the emperor's subtle intentions, immediately bowed and said, Your Majesty is most insightful. This humble servant shall deliver the imperial decree at once. Go. Chen Mu waved him off. Just as Li Shanchang was about to exit the door, he suddenly called out, Oh, and give Zhu Yuanzhang another nudge. Ask him when he'll be ready? The king of Manhwa dares threaten our great Ming. Can he, as a general, swallow his pride? Li Shanchan paused in his steps, turned back, and bowed deeply, though a faint smile tugged at his lips. Just look at that. He knew the Hongwu Emperor of our great Ming wouldn't be so kind. But it wasn't so bad. A mere remnant of the ancient Nanhua dares to utter such insolent threats against the Celestial Empire. Do they truly believe tribute is the only means the Ming has to deal with them? Returning briskly to the cabinet, Li Shanchang swiftly drafted a document. Attendant. Deliver this missive to the 5 armies command headquarters and present it to General Zhu Yuanzhang. Remember to convey His Majesty's command, South Yu has committed the crime of rebelling against its sovereign, deserving execution. It shall be annihilated with thunderous force. Chapter 58, Sword pointed at Goryeo, 4th-class citizens. In the 9th year of Hongwu, Su De advanced into Liaodong, gathering 100,000 criminals and enslaved people to cultivate wasteland on the Liaodong plain. Facing severe manpower shortages, one commander drunkenly suggested ceding Liaodong's eastern territories to Goryeo. Upon hearing this, the Goryeo king gladly dispatched troops to assist. That same year, General of the South Zhu Yuanzhang led his forces southward, coordinating with the Ming Navy to target Nanhua. Wherever the 200,000-strong army passed, the southern Yu forces collapsed into disarray. Zhu Yuanzhang advanced unopposed, sweeping through as if entering an empty land. Within just half a year, he captured the southern Yu capital of Chiang Mai. Summer of the 9th year, with Nam Viet pacified, the Ming re-established the Jiuzhi provincial administration and incorporated the Red River region into the administration of the Liangwan province. In the autumn of the 9th year of Hongwu, millions of acres of fallow land were reclaimed on the Liaodong plain. Though sowing was rushed, yields proved astonishing, far exceeding initial projections. Such achievements aroused the envy of the king of Goryeo, who once again demanded the eastern regions of Liaodong. This matter caused immense shock within the Ming court. Many ministers deemed Goryeo's actions treasonous, declaring they had chosen their own path to destruction. Upon the advice of Chief Minister Li Shanchang and Second Minister Liu Bowen, Yu issued an ultimatum to the Goryeo king, demanding he bind his hands and plead guilty. Goryeo flatly refused. That winter, Su De led his forces into battle, setting his sights on Goryeo. In the exam hall of Class 2, Senior 3, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, what? Didn't the Ming Dynasty just abolish the tribute system? And didn't one of Su Da's generals say they could give Goryeo land? How did this turn into treasonous intent and a death wish? Teacher Zhao, doesn't this whole setup feel a bit familiar? Zhang Belan stifled a laugh and blurted out, doesn't it remind you of that shameless eagle's face? It is. It really is. Zhao Chuanshan's expression turned peculiar. Damn it! So Chen Mu was deliberately setting a trap? And this Korean king actually took the bait like a fool. You gotta hand it to them. The nicknames the Longsha people give other nations really do hold some truth. They conquered Nanhua in just half a year? Old Su and Lu Ziang exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Especially Lu Ziang, already consumed by envy beyond recognition, blurted out, that's ridiculous. Isn't this southern Yu known as the little bully of Southeast Asia? How could they be so weak? Could there be another possibility? Zhao Chunshan smiled and said, it's not that Nam Viet wasn't strong enough, it's that the Great Ming was simply too powerful. Take a close look at Zhu Yuanzhang's troop strength now, then think carefully about how many men he had when he first marched south. Lu Ziyang was instantly speechless. When Chen Mu dispatched Zhu Yuanzhang to stabilize the south, Zhu commanded only a force of over 10,000 men. Over the years, the Great Ming's 4 major armies have expanded relentlessly. How is it that their numbers not only haven't decreased, but have doubled instead? Could the grain supply possibly keep up? Where did the weapons and equipment come from? And didn't waging war require immense funds? Countless questions swirled endlessly in Lu Ziyang's mind. But old Su had long since discerned the answer. If Chen Mu could pacify the merchants, even persuading them to willingly engage in long-distance trade, then his tax revenues and military expenditures were absolutely no problem. In fact, merchants would undoubtedly participate in this expedition. After all, with every inch of land conquered, merchants stand to profit first. Of course. Su Lao would never voice these thoughts aloud. After a moment's thought, he feigned deep agreement and remarked, Teacher Zhao, your student truly is remarkable. However, conquering a realm is different from governing it. The kingdom of Manhwa has been detached from the Central Plains dynasty for far too long. It's likely that stubborn local factions have already taken root. The same goes for Goryeo. These two nations aren't insignificant little states like Ryukyu. Their scale would place them among the quasi-hegemonic powers even in Europe. If we fail to govern them properly, chaos will surely erupt in both places. Suppressing them later would be far more difficult. Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Belan exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. They didn't know what Chen Mu intended to do, but based on the known simulation data, it wasn't hard to deduce. The land redistribution alone would likely be enough to give the nobles and officials of these small states a run for their money. However, Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Belan never imagined Chen Mu had no such intention at all. Second-class citizens? Within the Great Ming Palace, Lu Bowen and Li Shanchang stared at Chen Mu in utter astonishment. Chen Mu, however, looked up in puzzlement. What's the matter? Our Great Ming inherits the old system of the Yuan Dynasty and also implements a policy of tiered governance. Is there a problem with that? Li Shanchang and Lu Bowen exchanged a glance before forcing themselves to speak. Your Majesty, this absolutely cannot be done. The southern Yu region has only recently submitted to our rule, and the people's loyalty remains fragile. If we treat them as second-class citizens, rebellion could erupt at any moment. Then let them rebel. Chen Mu remained expressionless. Then why did I order Zhu Yuanzhang to expand the army? Are those 200,000 men just eating for free? Li Shanchang was instantly speechless. Lu Bowen sighed helplessly. Your Majesty. Annam is distant and remote, plagued by tropical diseases. Prolonged occupation risks demoralizing our troops. Moreover, the Yuan dynasty has fallen. Since we aim to restore the legitimate rule of China, we certainly cannot govern with such barbaric methods as they did. I know. Chen Mu nodded, then shook his head. But what can we do? Now Liaodong needs manpower, the island is pushing for more new immigrants, and to top it off, a major coal mine has been discovered in Shaanxi, requiring a huge workforce. Whoa! Li Shanchang instantly understood. Good grief! So His Majesty was planning to drag people from Nanyue over to mine coal? Similarly, Lu Bowen wore an equally peculiar expression. Chen Mu had long mentioned coal mines to him, and historical records of their extraction existed. In short, Suda's hundreds of thousands of troops maintaining combat readiness in the freezing snow depended heavily on the coal mines developed by Ming merchants. Although Chen Mu's early rebellion prevented the chaos from unfolding, the Ming Dynasty now boasted a population of 70 to 80 million. Yet spread across the vast land of China, such numbers were truly insufficient. Especially as the Ming continued its relentless expansion. There was no doubt about it. If Li Shanchang and Lu Bowen rejected the Hongwu Emperor's proposal today, they would be the ones left to solve this dilemma. With no other choice. Li Shanchang could only ask, Your Majesty, what about Goryeo? Same as them. Chen Mu nodded. We've already decided. Since they refuse to become subjects of the Great Ming, they are our enemies. And as enemies, they forfeit even second-class citizen status. Currently, as second-class citizens, they may still benefit from the equal land distribution policy, though their taxes shall be slightly higher than those within the Ming's borders. As long as they behave themselves, those who wish to farm may still farm, and those who wish to study may still study. Once third-class and fourth-class citizens are established, they too can live quite comfortably. Your Majesty. After pondering for a moment, Lu Bowen spoke softly. Since you have this plan, it might be better to grant them fourth-class status outright, than let them gradually strive for second-class status. Those destined to rebel will rebel regardless. Better to first let them despair, than offer them a glimmer of hope. Chen Mu froze, and Li Shanchang beside him also wore a look of astonishment. But soon, the three exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles. Especially Li Shanchang, who couldn't help but sigh deeply. Lu Bowen. The world calls you loyal and honest. How did you come up with such a wicked idea? Chapter 59, Reclaiming the Southern Desert and Solving the Horse Problem. Early in the 10th year of the Hongwu era, Suda conquered all of Goryeo, forcing the Goryeo king to flee by sea. Simultaneously, the Ming cabinet enacted new laws establishing a four-tier citizen status system. This new code continued the Yuan dynasty's governance model, dividing all citizens into four classes. Regions like Jiuji and Goryeo were designated as fourth-class citizens. This caused massive upheaval in Annam and Goryeo, where hundreds of rebel forces rose up in fierce revolt. However, under the suppression led by Su De and Zhu Yuanzhang, all rebel forces were swiftly crushed. In the summer of the 10th year of the Hongwu era, you captured 300,000 rebel prisoners and deployed them entirely to cultivate wasteland in Liaodong and the island of Formosa, as well as to work in Shaanxi's coal mines. To appease the people of Goryeo and Jiuji, you personally issued an edict permitting them to become self-reliant. Those who obeyed the law could be elevated to third-class citizens, while those who made contributions could be promoted to second-class citizens. This policy gained significant popular support, as the people also yearned to receive land allotments and become true subjects of the Great Ming. Another barrage of simulated data left Zhao Chunshan and his companions with their scalps tingling. Especially old Su. He had just warned that Goryeo and Jiaoji might rebel, and now it had come true. But the problem was, why did this simulated information look so odd? Why did it feel like Chen Mu was deliberately sending people to mine coal and reclaim land? That kid. Principal Zheng Belan glanced at the live camera with a headache, muttering helplessly, "Why do I feel like this kid has a tendency to become a tyrant? Old Zhao, is this what you've been teaching them?" "I didn't." Zhao Chunshan hastily waved his hands. "Principal, you know me. I've always taught my classes diligently and conscientiously. I often talk to the students about humanitarianism and such." As he spoke, Zhao Chunshan shot a meaningful glance at Lu Ziyang. Unfortunately, the latter was as thick as a brick and completely missed the hint. Old Su, however, caught the look and couldn't help but chuckle. "Teacher Zhao, it seems your student has quite the opinion about Korea and Vietnam. While the simulation world doesn't prohibit such views if it leads to diplomatic incidents. Professor Su, there's no need to paint such a dire picture." Zheng Belan scoffed coldly, "In today's world, simulation reigns supreme. As long as Chen Mu can unlock the Great Ming founding quest, our Longsha kingdom will inevitably gain new historical relics and records. Then more people will clear the Great Ming quest and will gain even more resources. Diplomacy is important, but it doesn't mean everything. After all, if diplomacy were truly that effective, would our Longsha nation even exist today? The fate of our Longsha nation must remain in our own hands." Without a doubt, Zheng Belan's words sparked widespread resonance online. In fact, the livestream chat was now absolutely buzzing. Why isn't that old Su dead yet? Can someone just throw him out? He's so annoying. Ignore him, just some old, rotten bastard. Chen Mu is the man. Look at this now, that's professionalism, that's what a simulation master does. Honestly, even as a 3-star sim master, I couldn't pull off moves like this. First baiting him, then crushing him, that's pure god tier gameplay. Chen Mu has mastered the art of inner virtue and outer kingship. Now I'm even more eager to see how brother Chen Mu will deal with the island nation. Fourth-class citizens? They don't even deserve that. Citizens? Those beasts in the island nation aren't even human. Too bad the Ming Navy isn't strong enough yet, otherwise we'd start the walk slave trade right away. If Chen Mu could see these comments, he'd surely sigh in admiration. Great minds think alike. Because he truly intended to launch a slave trade. For the Longsha civilization, slave trade was undoubtedly a step backward in history. But damn, it was just so damn tempting. At this very moment, Chen Mu stood within Yanjing City, observing Su Da's face twisted with anxiety. "Your Majesty." Su Da knelt on one knee and said, "Our land reclamation area has doubled again this year. But we still don't have enough people. I heard you were planning to transport 100,000 slaves to Shaanxi last time. Why not bring them here first?" "Nonsense." Chen Mu shook his head inside. "The northeast needs far too much coal, and consumption in other northern regions is skyrocketing. If we don't send men to mine coal soon, your northern expeditionary army will run out of fuel." "But..." Su Da's face darkened with distress. "Your Majesty, it's not that I refuse to share your burdens, but leaving all this land uncultivated is simply too wasteful. Our soldiers have already begun scaling mountains and capturing wild tribesmen everywhere, but these savages are far less productive than the people of Nanyue or Goryeo. Perhaps your Majesty could demote them to fourth-class citizens? See if that stifles any further rebellion?" Chen Mu was left speechless, torn between laughter and tears. Great. This is practically turning General Su De into a slave trader. But these rebel prisoners of war were indeed cost-effective. Originally, the Northern Expeditionary Army numbered a full 500,000 people, requiring vast quantities of grain annually. But since they began reclaiming wasteland, they've met their daily needs. And now, with hundreds of thousands of slaves assisting in large-scale farmland development across the regions, grain production has steadily increased, even enough to supply other areas. This is precisely why Chen Mu made this special trip. Tian Da. Chen Mu turned to Suda. The matter of the slaves can wait. I want to know the current situation of the various Jurchen tribes. They've been subdued. Suda stated solemnly, last year, a few stubborn tribes resisted, but our forces crushed them. Those who could fled, and the rest scattered. The nearby Jurchen tribes are now well behaved and have accepted their status as third-class citizens. Many of those who fled couldn't be pursued. After all, our horses are still insufficient. The horse issue will be resolved soon. Chen Mu nodded. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Wang Baobao and the others will be back in 2 months. This Wang Baobao. Su Di's expression turned peculiar. Is he truly willing to serve our great Ming Dynasty? What else could it be? Chen Mu chuckled softly. Rest assured. Fu Yud, Tang Xingzong, and the others are keeping a close watch. Besides, those Mongol cavalrymen have been integrated into our Ming units. Even if they wanted to escape, they might not be able to. Last time they sent word back, they said they'd already finished dividing the pastures equally among the tribes, and captured Mongol nobles and prisoners. We'll send that lot over to you first for labor reform. Their future depends on their conduct. Whoa. At the mention of tens of thousands of free laborers, Su Da's eyes lit up instantly. The Ming Empire wasn't limited to just Su Da's army. In fact, while Su Da's northern army garrisoned Yanjing, the original central army nominally commanded by Wang Baobao had been campaigning south of the Gobi Desert from Shanxi, and other regions. Meanwhile, Tang He commanded the Western Army, controlling the Hushi Corridor in the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau while training troops specialized in high-altitude warfare. As for the Southern Army, Zhu Yuanzhang was now permanently stationed in Manhwa, keeping a watchful eye on neighboring nations. Originally, Chen Mu had intended to allow the various armies to rest. But now it seems expansion must continue. Chapter 60, Annihilating the Eastern Japan, Wag Trade. When Chen Mu returned to Jinling from Yanjing, news from the Central Army arrived just in time. The royal court of the steppes no longer exists. Thus, the Yenyun region, once perpetually threatened by nomadic tribes, no longer needed to fear the specter of war. Moreover, the Western Army also brought back numerous pieces of good news. Essentially, due to the overwhelming number of fronts requiring troops and the urgent need to build an army adapted to the plateau, Tang He's forces have now swelled to 250,000. Add to this the garrison troops recruited from various cities and the militia forces spontaneously formed by villages and towns across the land. The Ming Dynasty's current troop strength has reached a truly formidable figure. The Grand Council of the Great Ming. Alongside the 5 cabinet ministers, several commanders from the 5 armies command were also present. Today's small court meeting had only one objective: where to strike next. Bin Gwen, you speak. Chen Mu looked toward Lu Bowen. The latter cleared his throat, glanced at the newly revised edition of the Great Ming Geomancy map, and began, Your Excellencies, our Great Ming has reclaimed the land south of the desert and successfully completed the task of dividing the grasslands equitably. Now, every soul south of the desert knows of His Majesty Hongwu. The remnants of the Yuan Khan are no more. In this campaign, Generals Wang Baobao, Tang Xingzong, and Fu Yu together seized 70,000 warhorses, 140,000 head of livestock, and untold quantities of furs. Beyond this, over 30,000 surrendered soldiers and former Yuan officials have been sent to Liaodong to cultivate the land. However, Liaodong still requires a great many people, especially those skilled in farming. With sufficient manpower, Liaodong's grain output could double, quintuple, or even increase tenfold or 100-fold. Those present exchanged stunned glances. Initially, the imperial court paid little attention to developing Liaodong. After all, the region was bitterly cold and inhospitable, despite its vast fertile plains. But after discovering coal mines, the Ming army implemented centralized heating. Though it was merely a rudimentary system of boiling water for warmth, it was sufficient to get people through the harsh winters. Thus, over the past few years, Liaodong's development progressed increasingly smoothly, yielding ever more astonishing harvests. You see, for centuries, those living on this land have held a special passion for farming. Even amidst the steel and concrete skyscrapers of later generations, people still cherish tending small gardens of vegetables and fruits on balconies and in corners. And this was the fertile black soil of Liaodong. 100-fold. Li Shanchang stared at Chen Mu, his mind drifting. After a moment, he clenched his teeth and said, Your Majesty, it seems we must dispatch a contingent of commoners from various regions to develop it as soon as possible. Your servant concurs. Zhu Sheng's expression was equally grave. Food is the foundation of the people. With Liaodong's vast fertile lands, our great Ming dynasty will never again need to worry about food shortages. And that's not all. Zhang Zhongzhang, the old Taoist, eyes gleaming, with surplus grain, we could brew wine. Then this humble Taoist, then the commerce of our great Ming dynasty would surely flourish even more. The others shook their heads in silence. Chen Mu chuckled softly, Master Zhang isn't wrong. With more grain, we could certainly use it for brewing wine. Then our great Ming subjects living in Liaodong will find life more comfortable. However, the people of our great Ming alone are insufficient to develop the Liaodong region. We must find sufficient free labor to continuously cultivate more farmland and support a larger population. The others froze in surprise, yet instantly grasped Chen Mu's meaning. His Majesty is preparing for war once more. Last time it was Goryeo and Manhwa. Who would it be this time? Gentlemen. Lu Bowen tapped the Great Ming Geomancy map and declared, several directions present themselves. First, we could conquer the northern desert and reclaim the former Yuan territories. Second, reclaim the western regions and restore the glory of our Han and Tang dynasties. Third, we could advance southward to conquer nations like Lanzhou, Kampa, and Siam. And finally, the island nations. At this point, Lu Bowen deliberately tapped the map. Without hesitation, Li Shanchang declared, Your Majesty, the island nation of Japan disregards propriety and lacks enlightenment, it must be conquered. Indeed. The old Taoist Zhang Zhong immediately chimed in, a mere speck of a nation dares to call its ruler emperor and even aspires to stand equal with our great Ming Emperor. Such vile creatures are unworthy even of fourth-class citizenship. This. Song Lian hesitated slightly. Gentlemen, in years past, the Yuan dynasty once attempted to conquer the island nation, only to be swallowed by the stormy seas. Could our Ming navy safely cross the ocean? Of course it can. Chen Mu nodded with a smile. We've long had them chart the seas and conducted numerous trials. While we can't guarantee absolute safety, we can at least reach our destination without incident. Then what are we waiting for? Zhu Sheng abruptly stood up. His Majesty has long declared that such barbarian nations must be eradicated, their people exterminated, their culture destroyed, their roots severed. Excellent. Chen Mu felt an immediate surge of satisfaction. Then it's settled. The 5 armies command headquarters shall issue the order. Su Di, Chang Yuchun, Li Wenzhong, and Lan Yu shall lead the troops into Goryeo. Depart from Busan and advance directly to the eastern Japan. Inform General Su, any island in the Japanese archipelago that dares resist shall be slaughtered. The rest shall be enslaved, women as prostitutes, men as laborers to till potatoes for our great Ming dynasty for generations. Everyone froze in shock. What on earth are potatoes? Confusion or not, the Ming cabinet's execution was swift and decisive. Soon, the 5 armies command presented a plan meticulously rehearsed countless times, while the cabinet began allocating provisions and military supplies. The Ming navy also set sail directly for Goryeo to assist in the campaign. At the same time, Zhao Chunshan and his classmates in Class 2, Senior 3, finally saw the simulation data they'd been waiting for. Summer of the 10th year of Hongwu, Wang Baobao led his forces to conquer the southern steppes, implementing plans including the equitable distribution of pasture lands. From that day forward, the southern steppes knew no royal court. Simultaneously, you led the Ming cabinet in resolving to immediately mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops to invade Japan. With the assistance of the Ming navy, Su De and Chang Yuchun departed from Jiangsu in southern Goryeo and seized Tsushima Island. Subsequently, Li Wenzhong and Lan Yu led forces to attack Kyushu Island, swiftly seizing the Heizan region. The Great Ming Dynasty officially lands on the Japanese archipelago. Here it comes, here it comes. Zhao Chunshan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Camera guy, get a clear shot. Let the netizens see this properly. Ha ha ha. Principal Zhang Belan was equally beaming, though he added with restrained humor, Mr. Zhao, don't get too excited, mind your image. Ahem. Zhao Chunshan immediately straightened his posture, though the smile at the corners of his mouth remained utterly uncontrollable. Unexpectedly, new simulation data quickly popped up, causing the expressions of everyone present to grow increasingly peculiar. Winter of the 10th year of Hongwu, all of Kyushu and Shikoku Islands in eastern Japan have been conquered. You have acquired 600,000 Japanese slaves, including 400,000 women and children. Merchants everywhere rejoiced, for the development of various mineral resources and colonies demanded slaves. Summer of the 11th year of the Hongwu era, you conquered the capital of Japan, capturing the so-called shogun. You gained 800,000 slaves, including 700,000 women and children. Development of the northeast plains accelerated once more. By the end of the 11th year of the Hongwu era, you had conquered all of Japan, securing over 1 million more slaves. The Shin family spent a fortune to purchase 100,000 slaves and established a new colony on Luzon Island. In the 12th year of Hongwu, garrisons stationed across Japan captured another 1 million slaves. You marveled that Japan was truly an inexhaustible treasure trove of slaves. A series of simulated messages made everyone's eyebrows twitch in disbelief. Suddenly, someone burst out laughing, setting off a chain reaction that had everyone in the room doubled over, laughing until tears streamed down their faces without stopping. At that moment, a realization dawned on everyone. Chen Mu's S-rank evaluation in this simulation was now a foregone conclusion. In fact, could it be even higher? Chapter 61, 3 Armies Advance, Expansion continues. When did conquering the island nation become so easy? If you think about it, isn't this precisely the island nation's northern and southern dynasties period? After so many years of war, you'd think the various factions in the island nation would have developed formidable combat capabilities. Inside Class 2 of Senior 3, Old Su's face was ashen. He desperately wanted to declare that Chen Mu must be cheating, but the words froze on his lips, not a single syllable escaped. Zhao Chunshan swiftly answered his unspoken question. Mr. Su, have you forgotten the sheer scale of the Ming Dynasty compared to the island nation? Zhao Chunshan spoke eloquently. By launching his uprising early, Chen Mu has avoided the internecine wars among regional warlords, minimizing population losses to the greatest extent possible. Moreover, the strategies of equal land distribution and open trade have granted the Ming Dynasty considerable national strength. Not to mention, the island nation is likely still stuck in the cold weapon era, right? Whereas the Great Ming has most likely fully entered the age of firearms. Old Su opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words. That's how simulation worlds work. Once technological or industrial reforms were completed within a simulated instance, even minor factions could often unleash formidable combat power. And given the sheer scale of the Ming Empire in this era, it was practically unstoppable. Dealing with a small island nation should be a piece of cake, right? Old Su, don't forget about culture. Lu Ziang, standing nearby, had a sudden insight. Even if Chen Mu defeats Japan now, if he can't eradicate their culture, it will inevitably leave hidden dangers for the future. That makes sense. Su Lao's eyes lit up. Unfortunately, before he could elaborate, Principal Zhang Belan sneered coldly. Student Lu certainly has a sharp mind. But haven't you noticed Chen Mu never intended to preserve Japan in the first place? With the Japanese slave trade already underway, did you really expect Chen Mu to let them preserve their cultural heritage? Lu Ziang fell silent instantly, while the surrounding proctors couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle. At this juncture of the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties, the island nation's population barely reached 8 or 9 million, at most a mere 10 million at the very most. Yet in the simulation data alone, how many Japanese slaves had Chen Mu already captured? 4 to 5 million Japanese slaves. Nearly half the island nation's population. If one factored in the casualties from various regional forces across the land during the war, the entire nation's remaining population was likely under a million now, wasn't it? And indeed, that was precisely the case. During the 2-year war in Japan, Chen Mu suddenly realized he could no longer capture slaves. At this moment in Jilin City, members of the Ming cabinet, the 5 armies command, and the Maritime Trade Bureau gathered together, arguing fiercely over this very issue. Silence. General Su Di, rarely losing his temper, snapped. Slamming his fist on the table, he coldly declared, His Majesty summoned us here to deliberate, not to engage in mutual recriminations. Summon the Imperial Guards. Whoever speaks nonsense next will be dragged out and beheaded. Yes, Your Excellency. Lan Yu cheerfully opened the meeting hall doors, and waves of Jinui guards streamed in. Seeing this, Li Shanchang and Lu Bowen exchanged glances. Xin Yu and the other Ming merchants shrank back, their eyes darting helplessly toward the empty dragon throne. Without the backing of the Hongwu Emperor, how could these merchants dare to act up in front of a military powerhouse like Su Di? Fortunately, Chen Mu appeared just in time. Enough bickering. Chen Mu swept his gaze across the assembled crowd. Premier Li and General Su have already briefed us on the specifics. The Japanese pirates are nearly all captured, but our Great Ming still needs many coal mines and reclaimed lands across the land. Mr. Shen, please share your thoughts first. As you wish. Xin Yu promptly rose, bowed with clasped fists to the assembly, then addressed them solemnly. Distinguished officials and generals, His Majesty has in fact already informed us of today's matter. The northeastern plains require Japanese laborers now, as do road construction and canal digging projects across the land. Our overseas estates likewise need their hands. Yet Japan is a land of limited territory and sparse population, with rugged mountains and treacherous roads. Even if any remain, most likely hide deep within the forests, afraid to show themselves. Continuing their capture would be difficult to sustain. However, though the Japanese slaves are exhausted, there remain vast numbers of savages on Luzon Island. These people know no civilization, understand no humanity, and repeatedly attack the estates and mines established by our Great Ming. Beyond that, General Zhu Yuanzhang faces remnants of the southern Yu regime hiding in the forests of that region. Further west lie Siam and Lansong, and still further south are numerous smaller kingdoms, not to mention the distant lands of India. Moreover, our Great Ming has yet to reclaim the western regions, and beyond them lie numerous remnants of the Yuan Dynasty. In Shen's humble opinion, if the Japanese are considered slaves, why should these others be any different? Those who are not of our kind must harbor different hearts. Rather than watching them grow stronger, it would be better to capture them and put them to use for our Great Ming. Xin Yu's words left many present deeply astonished. Although the Hongwu Emperor had declared the tribute system temporarily suspended, it was only temporary. Yet judging by Xin Yu's tone, if they enslaved everyone from neighboring nations, how could any tribute system possibly endure? Let's do it. Chang Yuchun spoke first, rising abruptly. Your Majesty, our soldiers have been itching to act on the eastern Japan islands. As long as we have enough horses, the northern army will supply all the slaves the Great Ming needs. No. Tang He also stood up. Your Majesty, my western army has been training and preparing for years. With your command, we can charge straight into the highlands and march all the way to that so-called India. Uncles. Xu Wenjiang spoke with a smile. His Majesty has already transferred Li Wenzhong and Lan Yu to my southern army. It's clear he intends to take action against the nations of the South Seas. Therefore, this matter should be entrusted to us younger officers. As the commanders of the three armies spoke one after another, the ministers of the cabinet could no longer remain seated. Your Majesty. Song Lian looked troubled. Although grain production in Liaodong has surged in recent years, our Great Ming has only just stabilized, and the common folk don't have much surplus grain to spare. If we were deploying a single army, it wouldn't be an issue. But launching attacks on 3 fronts, I fear the supplies won't keep pace. Oh? Chen Mu raised an eyebrow, turning to Li Shanchang and asking, Chief Minister Li, what are your thoughts? We can advance. Li Shanchang pondered briefly before replying, the southern route is supported by our naval forces, there's no need to worry about supplies. The northern army boasts numerous cavalry, and though the terrain they traverse, grasslands and deserts, poses supply challenges, it is far from insurmountable. It's the western army that poses the real challenge. General Tang He, the terrain in Kongzang is rugged and winding, unsuitable for large-scale troop movements. Do you have a detailed plan for your sector? I do. Tang He's face lit up. Disciples of the Ming sect are now scattered across the plateau. Everyone knows that submitting to the Great Ming will restore their freedom. Though some lamas still cling to desperate resistance, it's nothing more than a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. With His Majesty's command, our western army will immediately mobilize 50,000 mountain troops. Within a year, we shall sweep across Kham and Tibet. As for the remaining forces, they can march west through Yuan-Ming Pass and strike directly at the western regions. All present felt a jolt in their hearts, their gazes involuntarily turning toward Chen Mu seated upon the dragon throne. But unexpectedly, Chen Mu did not respond at that moment. Instead, he beckoned toward the side chamber behind him. Soon, a child of 4 or 5, Muing, came running over. Reaching Chen Mu, the child called out in a clear, high-pitched voice, Father. Biao! Chen Mu laughed heartily as he lifted the child onto the dragon throne. Now our Great Ming must decide whether to wage war, he said. Should we deploy all 3 armies, or play it safe and send just one? Definitely all 3. Xu Biao looked at the assembled ministers and generals and said earnestly, Father, haven't you always said the world is vast? If we fight them one by one, how long will it take us? Excellent. Chen Mu's smile broadened. He looked up and declared, then all 3 armies shall advance. We'll only halt when our soldiers can fight no more. Chapter 62, The Birth of Zhu Di. Thus, the tone for a meeting concerning the grand strategy of the entire Ming Dynasty was swiftly set. Such matters were traditionally debated only among the nobles in the imperial court. But times had changed. Now, the common people of the Great Ming also had the chance to glimpse the inner workings of the court. Good news! Good news! On the streets of Jinling City, a mischievous schoolboy sprinted along carrying a bulging bundle of newspapers, shouting, His Majesty's decree commands the northern, western, and southern armies to mobilize in full force and sweep away the rebels. The Commerce Bureau has issued another recruitment notice. All willing to relocate to Luzon shall receive 100 acres of land, 10 Japanese slaves, and 10 Japanese slave geisha as complimentary gifts. Liaodong is recruiting officials. Those skilled in military affairs, agriculture, crafts, or clerical work may apply. Hey, young man. Give me one. A passerby quickly pulled out copper coins, not forgetting to ask, when was this news printed? Is it today's edition? Of course. The newsboy gratefully pocketed the coins and whispered, Judging by your attire, sir, you're likely headed for Liaodong? If you plan to go, you'd best report to the 5 armies command headquarters soon. If you've genuine skills, you might even be summoned to the cabinet. Liaodong, you say? The man sighed. In his youth, he had joined Zhang Shiqing's rebellion, only to have it crushed by the Ming Dynasty before he knew it. Wounded in battle, he couldn't join the Ming army. Instead, his education led him to become a village schoolmaster. Now that his 3-year term was up, he was free of obligation and could finally pursue his ambitions. But his eyes lit up again when he spotted a small notice tucked away in the corner of the newspaper. Bingwen Academy? Seeking a scribe? Adaptations of mythical tales, supernatural lore, or historical sages are all welcome? Amidst the bustling street, the young man muttered excitedly to himself, a bold idea long buried in his mind suddenly surfacing. Back when the Ming Dynasty rose unexpectedly, heroes emerged from all corners of the land. That scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the late Han Dynasty. You're the one. Luo Guanzhong, already in his 20s, carefully folded the newspaper and made his way, asking about the location of Bingwen Academy along the way, arriving there dusty and weary. And soon, new simulation data slowly materialized above Chen Mu's head. Year 13 of the Hongwu era, with the drastic decline in Japanese pirates, the Ming Dynasty must once again embark on an expansion campaign. This is what you most wanted to see. Merchants began turning their gaze overseas, where boundless land and mineral resources lay waiting. Farmers now owned their own land and could take on odd jobs during their free time to supplement their household income. Coincidentally, because the Ming Dynasty valued commerce, handicraft industries across the land had already taken shape and were developing rapidly. Moreover, scholars no longer aspired solely to official positions. For instance, a certain renowned novelist had returned to his true calling, brimming with ambition as he prepared to pen romance of the 3 kingdoms. With the threat of war receded, the great Ming Dynasty flourished at an astonishing pace, already showing signs of a golden age. You triggered the effect of the golden entry, earning the achievement, Hongwu Golden Age. This achievement accumulates over time, with longer duration yielding higher ratings. It also brings greater benefits to the Ming Dynasty. These few lines of simulated information left Zhao Chunshan and the others utterly stunned once more. Especially the countless viewers in the livestream chat, they were absolutely ecstatic. I declare it from this day forward, Brother Chen Mu is my eternal idol. I'm blown away. Totally blown away. To usher in a golden age in just over a decade, is this even humanly possible? Holy crap. Luo Guanzhong has appeared, so the next steps must be Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties, and Water Margin, right? Hilarious. The Japanese slave trade only lasted a few years before collapsing. Did Brother Chen Mu squeeze every last drop out of those Japanese devils? It all comes down to handicrafts. Didn't some scholars speculate that capitalist had already emerged in the Song dynasty? If the Ming Dynasty keeps expanding trade, they might just pioneer capitalism. Netizens are the real deal. Zhao Chunshan grinned as he scanned the stream of comments, making sure to share the highlights with Principal Zheng Bilan. Seeing the two of them like this only made old Su and Lu Ziang feel even more frustrated. Damn it! Every time they finally found a loophole to salvage their pride, Chen Mu would swiftly deliver a resounding slap in the face. By now, old Su had given up trying to predict anything. Even Lu Ziang was consumed by nothing but endless jealousy. Why? He knew the Three Kingdoms campaign inside out, so why did he die at Lu Bu's hands? How could Cao Cao be so pathetic? Could he really be worse than some mud-legged beggar? Complaints aside, Lu Ziang knew exactly where the problem lay. It wasn't these historical figures who were weak, it was him, the simulator. Because in the simulation world, the moment Lu Ziang saw Lu Bu radiating murderous intent, he was so terrified he couldn't move. Master Su. Lu Ziang gritted his teeth fiercely. You mean Chen Mu, is he really going to succeed in this simulation? How should I know? Old Su rolled his eyes, exasperated. You're his classmate and you don't know? How am I supposed to know? Forget it. Even though Daming is developing rapidly now, who can predict how it will all end? What if he meets an untimely end along the way? What if another major disaster strikes? At this point, old Su could only console himself with such thoughts. But unfortunately, Chen Mu showed no signs of aging whatsoever. On the contrary, his energy seemed to grow ever more robust. After all, over these past years, Empress Ma had given birth to several children, and now, it was already the fourth. At this very moment, Chen Mu stood within the palace, his expression complex as he gazed toward the delivery room ahead. Father! Xu Biao, only 4 or 5 years old, seemed to sense Chen Mu's anxiety and couldn't help asking, is father worried about mother? Yes, but not exactly. Chen Mu sighed, crouching down to speak patiently. Biao, if one day we were to give the throne to someone else, would you resent us? The throne? Xu Biao froze, then shook his head. The throne belongs to father. Mother said, whoever father gives it to, it's theirs. No one can fight or take it by force. Your father, second brother, and third brother have all agreed. Whoever inherits the throne will be granted the title of Grand General. Then we'll all lead armies into battle together. Chen Mu chuckled helplessly. He was grasping at straws, seeking advice from a 5-year-old child. But if things unfolded as expected, this newborn boy would most likely become the future Emperor Yangla, Zhu Di. Chen Mu finally understood why Zhu Yuanzhang had favored Zhu Biao so much. Because this child was simply too well behaved. At just 4 or 5 years old, he could already read and write. He never complained about the daily rigorous training, instead approaching everything with a tenacious determination. Most importantly, under Chen Mu's guidance and example, Zhu Biao seemed like a miniature version of himself. Chen Mu had even wondered more than once, what if the Ming Dynasty were passed into his hands? And now, he had reached the moment when he must confront this very question. Zhu Biao or Zhu Di? Chapter 63, Founding Military Academies, Cultivating Artisans, and Valuing Heritage. Wah! When the piercing cry rang out, Chen Mu felt an unexpected calm wash over him. What choice was there? He already knew the course of history and had now laid an unshakable foundation for the Ming Dynasty. All that remained was to nurture these two diligently. Regardless of who ascended the throne, the Great Ming would continue along its destined path. Biao! As he left the delivery room, Chen Mu turned back and called out, starting today, all of your studies are doubled. Especially you, fourth son. You must keep a close eye on him for me. Father, rest assured. Xu Biao bowed respectfully like a miniature adult, though confusion lingered in his heart. Why did he feel his father was deliberately singling out his fourth brother? He had only just been born. Could it be true, as others claimed, that his emperor father was the reincarnation of the Ming king, capable of foreseeing the future? Chen Mu certainly knew. For instance, after welcoming the birth of the future Emperor Yangla, he had rushed without pause to the outskirts of the palace to greet the arrival of another future great war god of the first generation of the Ming Dynasty. Don't get the wrong idea. The Ming Dynasty had only just been founded. That Oirat student was still decades away. The child born now was Zhu Yuanzhang's nephew, the son of Li Wenzhong, the current deputy marshal of the Southern Army, the future Duke of Chao of the Ming, Li Jinglong. How to describe this child? He was a complete disaster. Chen Mu doesn't need a smooth-talking war god for the Ming, nor a general skilled at opening city gates to welcome the Prince of Yen. He'd much rather see Li Wenzhong produce a reliable heir who can contribute more to the Ming. Therefore, Wenzhong. Seated at the head of the Li family residence, Chen Mu addressed Li Wenzhong, Zhu Yuanzhang, Lan Yu, and others. You're all aware of that Bowie Academy Mr. Liu established, right? Many court officials are now sending their children there to study. On one hand, it allows them to be steeped in our nation's myths and the deeds of our sages. On the other, they hope these children will grow into great figures. After much consideration, we realized scholars alone shouldn't educate children. The children of our Ming commanders and soldiers also need a dedicated military academy. Those with talent can stay in the military as strategists or advisors, or be assigned as officers. Those without aptitude will learn military discipline. At least they won't be causing trouble everywhere. What do you think? Your Majesty, what a brilliant idea! Li Wenzhong's eyes lit up. Just the other day, Brother Wenjiang mentioned there's a shortage of capable men in the army. If the descendants of our generals could all attend military academies, that would be splendid. Your Majesty, look at my chubby son here. He's destined to become a fierce general someday. Then father and son will fight side by side on the battlefield, expanding our great Ming's borders together. Excellent! Chen Mu burst into laughter. In that case, let us have the 5 armies command headquarters make preparations. Not only your children, but the offspring of all officers and soldiers, any with talent, shall be admitted for advanced training. And yes, the commanders in the field too. Whoever violates military law will not only face punishment but must also enter the military academy for retraining. For some reason, Lan Yu beside him couldn't shake the feeling the emperor was targeting him. But he was being perfectly obedient now. Little did he know. Chen Mu was now thoroughly satisfied with the current state of the Ming Dynasty. Militarily, the Great Ming now boasted a constellation of military stars. Not only did it possess super-powerful commanders like Su Di and Chang Yuchun, but also the talents of the 24 generals of Huaishi and other rebel forces. Furthermore, it had second-generation gods of war like Zhu Yuanzhang, Li Wenzhong, and Lan Yu. Culturally, under the stewardship of Zhang Zhong and Liu Bowen, the empire could not only spread its influence to neighboring ethnic groups but also solidify military loyalty and morale. In commerce, the Maritime Trade Bureau established in recent years was already showing remarkable promise. These merchants were exceptionally bold, with some even daring to secretly control small overseas nations to flex their power. Chen Mu chose to turn a blind eye to such matters. After all, the greed of capital may be distasteful, but in certain respects, this very greed drives societal transformation. Take the current expansion of the Great Ming, for instance. At its core, it stems from the immense demand for slaves driven by the Maritime Trade Bureau, led by the Xin family, compelling the Ming Dynasty to shift its strategy. Otherwise, in the minds of figures like Song Lian, they would have preferred the Ming to halt its advance and focus on recuperation. But halting was simply not an option. After all, Chen Mu still has far too many unfinished tasks. For instance, despite investing considerable manpower and resources, and even implementing multiple maritime reforms, the Great Ming has yet to reach North America or Australia. Perhaps advance parties had reached those shores, but without the ability to return and report, large-scale colonization remained impossible. Such endeavors cannot be rushed. After all, the Ming Dynasty hasn't even finished developing the reclaimed lands of the Han and Tang dynasties yet, so there's no need to rush. In the 14th year of the Hongwu era, your 4th child, Zhu Di, was born. To prevent future generations of the Ming from being ignorant, you vigorously promote educational reform. You establish military academies in Yanjing, Chang'an, Jilin, Tianfu, Guangzhou, and other regions to cultivate outstanding commanders and junior officers. This initiative inspired civil officials and merchants to follow suit. With your tacit approval, academies teaching various schools of thought began springing up across the land, alongside schools training sailors and imparting colonial knowledge. You noted the precarious status of artisans, desperately needed across the land, yet subjected to exploitation by merchants and heavy taxation by the court. You ordered the cabinet to reform tax laws and elevate the status of artisans, which consequently spurred numerous new technological innovations. One artisan, drawing on foreign techniques from the Mongol Yuan era, crafted a flexible soft sail vessel. You were immensely pleased and rewarded him. The artisan declined the reward, instead requesting a school dedicated to craftsmen. Recognizing the vital importance of technology, you allocated special funds and mandated that all regions prioritize the training and education of artisans. As the next wave of simulation data appeared, Zhao Chunshan and the others no longer sighed repeatedly. The hardest part was already behind them. Now was the season of harvest. The only question remained. What kind of Great Ming did Chen Mu ultimately want to forge? And could he fully realize his vision? The Eastern Japan campaign has concluded, and the Western expedition has commenced. Zhao Chunshan declared with confidence, Principal, do you think Chen Mu's educational reforms might catalyze something like an industrial revolution? Unlikely. Zheng Balan shook his head. An industrial revolution requires absolute technological innovation. While Chen Mu has already started mining coal and such, we're still far from an industrial revolution. I suspect all these schools he's building are actually preparations for the upcoming age of exploration. Especially that last one. Western soft sail ships may be technically inferior to the hard sail ships from our Longsha history, but they win out on cost. Once these become widespread, the cost of maritime trade could drop even further. By then, people's interest in colonization might grow even stronger. What do you think, Old Su? Glancing at Zhang Balan, Old Su reluctantly nodded, his smile forced and insincere. Let's continue watching the simulation. After all, it's all about seeing how far this great Ming created by Chen Mu can go. Chapter 64, The Fated Slaughter. How far the great Ming could go was precisely what intrigued Chen Mu most. The great Ming's various endeavors were now firmly on track, sometimes requiring little intervention even from its Hongwu Emperor. But this Ming Dynasty still had its limits. For instance, the campaign in the northern wilderness led by Su Di and Chang Yuchun had not yielded the expected results. After Wang Baobao's previous conquest of the southern steppes, the remnant Yuan tribes in the northern steppes began migrating, or rather, fleeing. Of course. Just over a decade ago, the Mongol tribes were still the Iron Crown princes of the Yuan dynasty, able to lord it over everyone and act with unchecked power. But how long has it been? The Mongol tribes had now disintegrated into scattered sand, incapable of resisting the Ming, yet unwilling to be controlled by them. So escape is their only option. And that's precisely why. In this northern desert campaign, Su Di and Chang Yuchun achieved little in terms of military glory. Though they seized vast territories, without herders to tend them, these grasslands could yield no profit whatsoever. What a loss. Within the Jinling Imperial Palace, Lu Bowen scrutinized the northern army's expenditures and returns, his brow furrowing as he remarked, Your Majesty, though this northern desert campaign has showcased the might of our great Ming, the losses incurred have been immense. If we continue, the losses will only grow worse. Never mind. Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively. Since those Mongol tribes have fled, we'll simply recruit more people skilled in herding and horsebreeding. I recall there are still quite a few Jurchen tribes in Liaodong, aren't there? Tell them, only those who behave themselves will have a chance to become second-class or first-class citizens. That's true. Lu Bowen shook his head and gave a wry smile. He was well versed in both Confucian and Taoist teachings, and had once firmly believed in benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and integrity. But now? Confucius' teachings proved less effective in this regard than the Mongols' brutal methods. At least outwardly, the assimilation of many ethnic groups accelerated rapidly. What about the western regions? Chen Mu turned to Lu Bowen. The latter flipped through the military reports and shook his head. Progress in the western regions has been quite smooth, but it too is becoming unsustainable. General Tang He has already reached Ili, where he can replenish supplies locally. But to advance further, we'd have to emulate the Mongols' methods from back then. Then let's hold off for now. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. In the past, the Mongols swept across Eurasia during their western campaigns, but at its core, it was merely the plundering and destruction typical of nomadic peoples. The Great Ming needed to firmly control these regions. Indiscriminate slaughter was clearly not the way to go. Of course, the necessary slaughter would still happen. Progress in the Kongsong region has been quite favorable. Bai Ying spoke up, that region still operates under a prehistoric serfdom system. Wherever our Ming armies pass, it feels like celestial soldiers descending from the heavens. Based on current progress, it should be pacified within 3 years. No need to rush. Chen Mu nodded with a smile. In truth, even centuries later, the system on this plateau remained largely unchanged. So much so that the future plateau people would regard the martyrs of Longsha as the sun. That was already the highest praise they knew. But now, all of this had come to pass prematurely. Though the plateau region was extremely barren and not particularly suitable for human survival, it possessed endless glaciers and was the source of Longsha's great rivers. This strategic position must remain firmly in the hands of the Great Ming, never to be relinquished. For only by occupying the plateau can one launch attacks from a position of dominance against the nations of Tianzhu. That land is the chosen colony, a super healing pack. However, we must wait until the South Seas are pacified before moving against India. What's the status of the Southern Expeditionary Army? Chen Mu inquired. This time, a hint of a smile appeared on Lu Bowen's face. The Southern Seas campaign has achieved a resounding victory. The strongest regions Lanzang, Siam, Kampa, and Cambodia have been subdued. In southern Yunnan, Lana, Mengna, Toungou, and Ava are also under intense assault. Many descendants of our Chinese ancestors dwell there, and some tribes are the very lands entrusted to Mr. Zhuge to guard our borders. One wonders how they have survived for centuries in such barren lands. Your Majesty, this old servant believes we should win over these tribes. What do you think? Agreed. Chen Mu nodded. Yet recalling events from before his transmigration, he coldly snorted, though the nations of the South Seas profess to revere Buddhism, their deeds are no better than beasts. Except for those tribes near our Chinese lands, the rest may all be enslaved and handed over to Chen Mu and his men to deal with. This. Lu Bowen paused in surprise. But he was already accustomed to such matters. After all, this was not the first time the Hongwu Emperor had harbored murderous intent toward people from a particular region. Mentioning merchants like Chen Mu made Lu Bowen hesitate slightly. After a brief pause, he spoke up, "Your Majesty, the Maritime Trade Bureau has been getting a bit too close to the cabinet lately. Moreover, some officials in the court are also involved. If left unchecked, it may." "I know." Chen Mu pondered for a moment, then produced a confidential document and handed it to Lu Bowen. With a sigh, he remarked, "Our chief minister Li has begun to stir trouble once more." Lu Bowen stared blankly at the contents of the secret document. The matter was minor, even insignificant. Li Shanchang had merely informed Chen Yu, hoping he might assist Hu Weiyang and others exiled to the island. Clearly, such a matter had already caught the attention of the Hongwu Emperor. He shook his head. Lu Bowen put the secret document away, determined to keep this matter buried within himself. He refrained from further persuasion. After all, the emperor was already aware, which meant countermeasures were undoubtedly in place. Perhaps. He wanted to see how far Li Shanchang would go? "I did my best." Within the Wenhua Hall, the seat of the cabinet, Li Shanchang sighed deeply and burned the note Chen Yu had passed him to ashes. He knew this was risky, but he had to prepare early. After all, the current development of the Great Ming had far exceeded his expectations. He couldn't even fathom the thoughts of the Hongwu Emperor anymore. Therefore, he had discreetly provided support to his former student, hoping that one day he might be able to bring him back to the court to band together for mutual protection. Alas, from the very beginning, Chen Mu had held everything firmly in his grasp, silently observing all developments. Year 15 of the Hongwu reign, all three armies achieved victories. Due to the large-scale migration of Mongol tribes, the northern army achieved minimal results. However, you promptly mobilized nomadic peoples to take over, ensuring the Ming Dynasty's supply of warhorses. The Western Army has secured the western regions and the Kangzong area, steadily advancing its expansion. The Southern Army achieved a resounding victory, capturing vast territories. Yet beneath the surface of this seemingly rapid expansion, hidden dangers lurked for the Ming Dynasty. Your keen insight detected the close ties between the Ming cabinet and the Maritime Trade Bureau, yet you held back from immediate action, for the Ming still needed them. Yet in the stillness of night, one question constantly weighs on your mind. Is there truly such a thing as destiny? Will the slaughtering blade be raised once more? Chapter 65, News of the Expedition, Corn Seeds. Slaughter? What slaughter? Inside the Senior 3, Class 2 exam hall, Zhao Chunshan and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Wait. Wasn't the Ming Dynasty developing just fine? Even if the Grand Ming cabinet had connections with merchants from the Maritime Trade Bureau, that wasn't exactly news, was it? How did this get mixed up with the slaughterhouse? So that's how it is. Old Su, who had remained silent all along, suddenly understood. He pulled out his phone and reopened the document he'd shown everyone earlier. I understand now. Su Lao waved his phone and said solemnly, "Do you all remember what I mentioned earlier? Li Shanchang and Hu Weiyang attempted rebellion, so the emperor had them executed. If that's the case, Chen Mu must have known Li Shanchang's treacherous intentions long ago, which is why he seized the opportunity to exile Hu Weiyang to the frontier. But, he must have underestimated the collusion among officials in ancient times. Since Li Shanchang was Hu Weiyang's teacher and served as the chief minister of the Ming cabinet, if he couldn't even save his own disciple, how could anyone trust him? In my view, Li Shanchang might well be a figure akin to Wang Mang or Sima Yi. Chen Mu is likely in grave danger now. That can't be. Principal Zheng Bilan looked taken aback. Chen Mu currently commands over 1 million troops. How desperate would Li Shanchang have to be to dare rebel? Besides, your historical records state the emperor then had him executed. Doesn't that mean Li Shanchang was killed by Zhu Yuanzhang? Who can say? Old Su shook his head and smiled. Everyone should know by now that in the history of our Longsha kingdom, the fewer the words, the greater the events. The emperor then had him killed, who's to say it refers to Zhu Yuanzhang or some other Ming emperor? Don't forget. Right now, it's the 15th year of the Hongwu era, over 30 years before the Jingnan incident. Who can guarantee Zhu Yuanzhang will even survive that long? Zhao Chunshan and the others all fell silent. Throughout history, short-lived emperors were not uncommon, and many of them evoked deep regret and lamentation. Yet deep down, they hoped that the Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang simulated by Chen Mu could reign longer and further. But Li Shanchang, simply by his ability to hold the position of chief minister of the cabinet, it was clear this man possessed formidable capability. The Ming Dynasty had only just been established. If a figure like Wang Mang or Sima Yi were to emerge, it would be utterly repulsive. If Chen Mu knew what people were thinking now, he'd surely laugh out loud 3 times. Historically, old Zhu wielded absolute control over the Ming Dynasty, and the 4 major cases of the Hongwu era saw heads rolling throughout the court, leaving officials cowering in fear. Had any other emperor dared such actions, rebellion might have erupted long ago. Yet throughout the entire Hongwu era, figures like Hu Weiyong or Li Shanchang appeared as near greenhorns before Zhu Yuanzhang. And the Chen Mu of today held even greater advantages than the historical Zhu Yuanzhang. To say nothing of other factors, the Ming sect alone stood as an insurmountable barrier for every official of the Ming Dynasty. Chen Mu never flaunted the Ming sect's formidable intelligence network, but Lu Bowen knew it well. Whether it was military intelligence, public sentiment, rumors, or business opportunities, the disciples of the Ming sect could swiftly gather and synthesize it all. The Jinyui's unstoppable success over the years owed much to the Ming sect's invaluable contributions. As for the finer details of the Ming sect, Lu Bowen was not entirely privy. After all, such matters had always been handled by Chen Mu and the old Taoist Zhang Zhong, which was precisely why Zhang Zhong maintained his firm position within the cabinet. At this very moment, the old Taoist Zhang Zhong approached Lu Bowen with great secrecy, handing him a confidential report. Xin Yu and his group have taken Hu Weiyong to the South Seas? And they've even let him control a small country? Lu Bowen stared at the contents in stunned disbelief, a headache already forming in his temples. There was no doubt about it. Such actions had already touched upon His Majesty's most sensitive nerve. But, Master Taoist. Lu Bowen hesitated slightly. Has His Majesty already been informed of this? Yes. Zhang Zhong nodded and smiled. His Majesty wishes to hear your opinion. Lu Bowen shook his head and sighed helplessly. As subjects, how dare we overstep our bounds in such matters? But with the cabinet's affairs so pressing lately, if we were to abruptly remove Li Shanchang, I fear there would be no one to take his place. His Majesty said the same. Zhang Zhong nodded and smiled. But His Majesty also wishes to ask, what do you think of Wang Guangyan? Unsuitable. Lu Bowen shook his head and sighed. Though talented, he is inherently lazy and unfit for great responsibility. If placed in high office, he would likely be accused of idling in his post. What about Yang Xian? Zhang Zhong inquired again, the one transferred from the Ming sect to the Jinyui, then later entered the imperial court. Him? Lu Bowen shook his head again. He possesses the talent of a chancellor, but lacks the magnanimity of one. If he were to lead the cabinet, bloodshed would surely follow. This one won't do, that one won't do. Zhang Zhong chuckled darkly. How about, you take the position of chief minister? Lu Bowen fell silent. He finally understood the Hongwu Emperor had deliberately sent old Taoist Zhang to probe his intentions. He shook his head. Lu Bowen sighed, Master Zhang, now that the realm is pacified and the military no longer requires my counsel, I've been contemplating seclusion lately. Your Majesty personally promised me years ago that you would select a prime feng shui site for me. You. Zhang Zhong shook his head but said no more. After a few more casual words, Zhang Zhong left the cabinet. Not long after, Lu Bowen was summoned by Emperor Chen Mu. Retirement? That's out of the question. Chen Mu stared at a map, his face alight with excitement. We can put Li Shanchang's matter on hold. Our expedition team has returned. Returned? Lu Bowen paused, then exclaimed with delight, did they find the sweet potatoes and potatoes His Majesty mentioned? Not exactly. Chen Mu chuckled softly, then reached up and pulled out a silk pouch. But they found corn. Mr. Lu, look, our Empress has already planted a patch in the Imperial Garden. They should sprout within days, and in a few months, they'll be ripe. Lu Bowen's heart skipped a beat. He'd heard Chen Mu rave about it countless times, especially that yield of 1,000 caddies per mu, truly unforgettable. But the most crucial point wasn't merely that. The return of the expedition meant they had secured the sea route to North America. According to the great Emperor Hongwu, that land held vast plains stretching for 10,000 li. Once developed and utilized, it could easily feed 10 million people. That was 10 million. If the Great Ming possessed such a vast population, could any force ever threaten it again? They could drown their enemies with just a mouthful of spit. Chapter 66, Colonizing North America, Ruling and Subjects Drift Apart. If Chen Mu knew Lu Bowen's thoughts, he would surely dismiss them with a laugh. While numbers bring strength, they are not absolute. He had already experienced firsthand how painstakingly slow technological progress was in this ancient era. Take the simplest example. When he first led his band of beggars to raid landlords, Chen Mu had already encountered firearms. Yet over these past decades, while the Ming army had switched to matchlock muskets, progress on flintlock muskets remained agonizingly slow. The principle itself was sound, and all components were produced on an assembly line. Yet, problems kept cropping up during actual use. Issues ranged from inconsistent flintstone quality to unstable gunpowder batches, not to mention subpar steel for the barrels. Even after Chen Mu invested considerable resources, these problems persisted and resurfaced. It was precisely for this reason. He had previously invested heavily in building schools, pinning his hopes on a new generation of craftsmen. But right now, Chen Mu's foremost concern, of course, remains colonization. That's the North American continent. Even if we could only seize half of it, it would be enough to double the Ming Dynasty's national strength once more. Someone, summon the Maritime Trade Bureau and Li Shanchang. Chen Mu exclaimed excitedly, Bingwen, come see this route. It turns out the Kuroshio Current alone can't reach North America. And it easily gets swept toward the Arctic Ocean. Our expedition team was incredibly fortunate this time. They even survived an iceberg encounter unscathed. But they drifted out there for months, and many sailors froze to death. These warriors deserve generous rewards. Without their perseverance this time, who knows when the great Ming would have discovered North America. Though His Majesty spoke calmly, Lu Bowen could vividly imagine the hardships and terrors they endured. He was no bookish scholar. In truth, during his years accompanying Chen Mu in campaigns across the land, Lu Bowen had also traveled by sea along the coast. That sense of isolation, surrounded by water on all sides, was truly not something just anyone could endure. Is Your Majesty planning a large-scale migration? After a moment's thought, Lu Bowen inquired, this matter will likely face opposition from the cabinet. After all, we are in dire need of manpower everywhere. Then have Li Shanchang devise a solution. Chen Mu chuckled softly. Wasn't he hoping to favor Hu Weiyong? If Li Shanchang handles this well, I'll give him 10 Hu Weiyongs. Your Majesty's wisdom is unmatched. Lu Bowen couldn't help but chuckle. Well. No wonder His Majesty wasn't the least bit worried. Turns out he'd been planning all along to use this very matter to keep Li Shanchang in check. TSK. Thank goodness he didn't aspire to be chief minister, otherwise he'd be pitiful indeed. As they spoke, Li Shanchang had already hurried over with Xin Yu and others from the Maritime Trade Bureau. However, upon hearing Chen Mu's description of the North American continent, Xin Yu and the others no longer shared the same fervor as before. Your Majesty. Li Shanchang hesitated, his expression troubled. Venturing out to sea is inherently a matter of life and death. Though the North American continent is vast, the voyage is simply too distant. It's unlikely the populace would willingly undertake such a journey. Moreover, signs of slave shortages are already emerging across the realm. Even if that land truly holds fertile fields stretching for miles, we may have the will but lack the means. And let's not forget that provisions must precede the troops. Transporting grain over such a vast distance would be exceedingly difficult. This makes large-scale migration impossible. Not only Li Shanchang, but Xin Yu and others also used the excuse that their funds were already invested in the South Seas colonies to decline. This outcome did not surprise Chen Mu in the least. He was the emperor, but he was not a god. In truth, this pattern repeated itself throughout history. This is precisely why reform has proven so arduous throughout the dynasties. Because you must accommodate the interests of everyone, or possess the power to make them willing to relinquish their interests. Fortunately, the current Ming Dynasty possessed both. But under normal circumstances, Chen Mu preferred not to wield it. Chief Minister Li. Chen Mu looked at Li Shanchang and said, I'm not asking you to immediately relocate hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. My proposal is for each family to contribute funds, while the Great Ming provides manpower. We'll first establish several thousand or 10,000 person immigrant teams to conduct exploratory missions. Don't worry about grain supplies. Our expedition teams have already communicated with the local descendants of the Yin and Shang dynasties and even helped them hunt wild buffalo. There are vast herds of wild buffalo there, more than enough to sustain the initial settlers. Once they've established a foothold there, we can gradually increase the number of settlers. What do you think? Well, Li Shanchang and Xin Yu exchanged glances, already intrigued. Seeing this, Chen Mu decided to fan the flames, smiling as he said, Chief Minister Li, I know you've been swamped with work lately. How about we recall Hu Weiyong to assist you? And Mr. Shin, how's the bank we discussed last time coming along? Or how about this, we issue each of you a license? Well, Xin Yu and the others all lit up with delight, and Li Shanchang wasn't much better off. For a fleeting moment, he even felt a pang of guilt. After all, His Majesty had treated him so generously, yet he had secretly and covertly favored Hu Weiyong. With just a little maneuvering, the meeting passed smoothly. Yet Lu Bowen, who had attended the entire session, couldn't help but feel uneasy. Your Majesty, merchants operate without restraint. You clearly know this, why still? Why the rush? Chen Mu chuckled softly. They think they're clever, that they can deceive us and hide their schemes from all the civil and military officials. If that's the case, let them continue to think they're clever. We'll let them grow fat before we slaughter them. Lu Bowen shuddered to his core. Human hearts can never withstand such testing. Perhaps after this incident, Li Shanchang would be eternally grateful and remain utterly loyal to the Ming Dynasty. But it was also possible he would come to believe he possessed the power to challenge the Hongwu Emperor himself, setting him down a path of no return. Year 16 of the Hongwu era, your expedition discovered the North American continent and successfully brought back corn seeds. Amidst the great celebration, you summoned Chief Minister Li Shanchang and the merchants of the Maritime Bureau, but they all made excuses to avoid their duties. You secured Li Shanchang's support by offering Hu Weiyong a pardon, and gained the merchants' backing with a banking license. Soon, 10 colonial expeditions of varying sizes set forth on their new journey. They would explore the North American continent, seeking places suitable for development and settlement. In the 17th year of the Hongwu era, 8 of the 10 colonizing teams found habitable land, and some had even begun constructing cities there. The entire court rejoiced at this news, with many crediting Li Shanchang and the Maritime Bureau for the success. Li Shanchang himself often took pride in this achievement. You silently observed it all, for you knew your chief minister had already begun to drift away from the Ming Dynasty. Chapter 67, Preparing to Strike. It seems Hu Weiyang is as good as dead. Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Bilan stared at the simulation data, both shaking their heads in disbelief. But soon, both men shifted their focus to other data. Colonizing North America. Zhang Bilan's face lit up with excitement. Damn, even 5-star or 6-star simulators wouldn't dare claim they could pull that off. Chen Mu actually did it. That kid's execution was rock solid. Zhao Chunshan was equally overwhelmed. I suspect he's accomplished so much more than this, it's just that only this one feat has surfaced yet. Absolutely. Zhang Bilan chuckled. Geopolitically speaking, exploring the Australian region was actually far easier for the Ming Dynasty than exploring North America. Still, it's odd. The Great Ming has colonized the South Seas for so many years, did they really never discover anything about Australia? Hard to say. Zhao Chunshan pondered thoughtfully. Principal, look at the last sentence. Chen Mu believes Li Shanchang has already become disloyal to the Ming Dynasty. Could that also mean the merchants participating in the Maritime Trade Bureau are just like Li Shanchang? Or perhaps they've discovered Australia but refuse to relinquish their current status and honors, or harbor other motives and thus conceal it? That makes sense. Old Su, listening nearby, suddenly perked up. He chuckled. Do you two recall that student who simulated the Qing dynasty last year? He did establish a colony, but it ended up benefiting other princes instead, causing his efforts to collapse at the last moment. His score was deducted entirely. Examine the simulation data closely. Isn't Li Shanchang starting to become a liability now? Otherwise, why would Chen Mu trade Hu Weiyang for their support? And why use banks to lure merchants into the colonization? I'd say Chen Mu's probably been sidelined already. After all, this simulation data doesn't even show any military operations. Don't forget, in feudal dynasties, if a general decides to carve out his own fiefdom, there's little anyone can do to stop him. The group felt a sudden tightening in their hearts. Though Old Su might be exaggerating, Chen Mu was simulating a hell-tier scenario. That level of intensity. You know what? It's actually quite plausible. But, yet the crowd forgot one thing. That was the faith-building Chen Mu had always held in his hands, never forgotten. Despite the immense prestige enjoyed by Su De, Chang Yuchun, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Li Wenzhong within the military ranks, should swords ever cross, Chen Mu needn't utter a single word. Merely standing there would be enough to inspire countless soldiers to fight for him. Even the old Taoist priest Zhang Zhong sometimes couldn't help but marvel. Had Chen Mu not already ascended to the imperial throne, he would likely have entered temples across the land, worshipped and revered by the masses. Perhaps even deified as the true lord of Hongwu or the imperial lord of Hongwu. The reason no military intelligence was available this time was because Chen Mu had forcibly ordered all units to halt their advance. The Great Ming Empire had now expanded to its absolute limits. The entire Mongolian plateau, the northeast plains, the western desert, and the Kangxan plateau were all firmly in its grasp. The current priority was to intensify efforts to fully assimilate these territories. Meanwhile, the myriad small states in the Burmese region have been largely subdued. Those remaining have bowed their heads in submission, obeying the officials dispatched by the Great Ming without question. This region had become the empire's second major source of slave labor. Any ethnic group refusing assimilation was forcibly conscripted for mining, coal extraction, land reclamation, or colonial construction. Beyond this, numerous islands in the Luzon region had been transformed into colonies. Their sugarcane production had become a best-selling commodity throughout the Ming Empire. Moreover, numerous nations across the Malay archipelago now fall under the control of merchants from the Maritime Trade Bureau. Some kings even prostrate themselves before Ming merchants upon sight. Perhaps this is somewhat exaggerated, but for those indigenous kings, the Ming Navy was an absolute force not to be trifled with. After all, these small nations, some no larger than a county town, with populations of mere tens or hundreds of thousands, how could they possibly compare to the Ming Empire with its nearly 100 million people? Indeed. As the Ming Empire expanded relentlessly, its population surged at an astonishing rate. This surge wasn't solely due to ethnic groups in newly conquered territories, but also stemmed from a dramatic increase in birth rates following social stabilization. Especially after the equal land distribution policy ensured basic sustenance, many families eagerly began having children. After all, people today no longer need to worry about so many things, and the education they receive from childhood emphasizes the simple idea of carrying on the family line. The greatest benefit of this population surge was the recruitment of the Ming army became remarkably easier. By this time, the Great Ming now commanded an army of 2 million soldiers. The northern, central, western, and southern armies maintained their original sizes, while the remaining nearly 1 million troops were assigned to garrison cities, suppress banditry, and defend the colonies. As early as the founding of the Great Ming, Chen Mu had established a reserve system. After over a decade of accumulation, the Great Ming now boasts a reserve force of 4 to 5 million personnel. In short, If Chen Mu so desired, he could muster millions of troops at any moment to crush all dissent. But he could not do so. For the prosperity of the Great Ming continued to flourish, and the golden age of Hongwu kept building upon itself. Though the simulation world offered no warnings, Chen Mu had discerned clues from numerous memorials. For instance, the Great Ming had originally been in a minor ice age, with the climate growing increasingly cold. The late Yuan Dynasty period was also plagued by frequent disasters. Yet now, the land enjoyed favorable winds and abundant rains, and even disasters seemed far less frequent. Even when occasional local disasters occurred, the Ming's current national strength could handle them with ease. Therefore, Chen Mu decisively shifted his focus to the colonies. The results of this strategy soon became apparent. In the 17th year of the Hongwu era, the North American colonies entered a phase of rapid development, with the Great Ming having established 8 cities along its western coast. Li Shan once again complained to you about the difficulties of immigration and proposed assigning Hu Weiyong to oversee the matter. You agreed. Citizens reported that merchants' banks were engaging in forced buying and selling, but due to insufficient evidence, the matter was dropped. In the 18th year of Hongwu, Ming sect disciples operating in the South Seas discovered Australia, but merchants concealed this information, as they held little interest in that barren land. You summoned the Ming sect disciple privately and tasked him with leading an expedition to explore Australia. In the 19th year of the Hongwu era, the Australian colonization plan was formally initiated. Li Shanchang and the Maritime Trade Bureau once again chose silence, hoping you would offer a better deal to secure their cooperation. But this time, they miscalculated. You personally announced the plan in newspapers, drawing the support of countless retired soldiers. They were willing to leave their homes and families behind to willingly fulfill His Majesty Hongwu's command. The Royal Colonial Regiment's soldiers defeated the formidable Maori on islands near Australia, earning their respect. With Maori assistance, the Australian colonization plan progressed remarkably smoothly, swiftly giving rise to a vast livestock industry. Merchants grew envious and clamored to join the venture. Li Shanchang led the entire court in exerting pressure, using the pretext of not competing with the people for profit to seize control of Australia. Under their instigation, even young princes like Zhu Biao and Zhu Di began urging you. You knew you couldn't let this continue. You dispatched heavy troops back to the capital and prepared to act. Chapter 68, The Great Case Unfolds, Heads Roll. Whoosh. Inside the Senior 3, Class 2 exam hall, Zhao Chunshan and the others were stunned by this simulated intelligence. Principal, you were right. Zhao Chunshan couldn't help but look at Zhang Bilan. But the latter showed no sign of joy, instead sighing, I knew these merchants couldn't be trusted. Never thought it would actually come to this. I just hope Chen Mu's actions this time won't affect the final mock evaluation. Absolutely not. Zhao Chunshan clenched his fist. Chen Mu has already mobilized his main forces to return. With the heavenly army of the Great Ming behind him, who could possibly resist? Who can say? Old Su, standing nearby, sneered coldly. I always said this Li Shanjian wasn't so simple. If he were easy to deal with, why would Chen Mu mobilize such a large force? The real worry is that the troops he's recalled might defect to the enemy. After all, even several princes have chosen sides. Doesn't that speak volumes? Don't forget the Maritime Trade Bureau maintains close ties with the Ming Navy. What if the Navy rebels? The examination hall fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes was fixed intently on the space above Chen Mu's head, awaiting the next simulation update. But, at that very moment within the simulated world, Chen Mu couldn't care less about the matter. He even found time to play chess with Liu Bowen. Bin Gwen. Looks like you're destined to become the chief minister whether you like it or not. Chen Mu chuckled, you're still young, this is the prime time to pursue your ambitions. You can't spend every day dreaming of seclusion. Your Majesty. Liu Bowen looked utterly helpless. Your humble servant's temperament truly isn't suited for the position of chief minister. After all, that role demands skill in navigating complex relationships and considering interests from every angle. Who said that? Chen Mu shook his head and sneered coldly, I happen to think you're quite suited for it. Haven't you always disliked how merchants get too close to court officials? Perfect. Once you become chief minister, you can investigate them freely. Regardless of who they are, their rank, or their proximity to you, those guilty shall be punished, and the innocent shall be promoted. If that doesn't satisfy you, I can establish a new department just for you. We'll handpick personnel from the Ming sect, the Imperial Guard, and the Imperial Academy. We'll call it the Integrity Bureau. What do you think? Liu Bowen froze. He suddenly realized that the Hongwu Emperor sitting across from him had seemingly already considered all this, even paving the way for him. Under these circumstances, could he refuse? Dare he refuse? Your Majesty. Liu Bowen hastily rose to his feet, bowed respectfully, and declared solemnly, when the sovereign commands death, the subject must obey. How much more so for merely serving as chief minister? Rest assured, Your Majesty. As long as this humble servant stands, I shall never tolerate any vermin within our Great Ming. Good. Chen Mu nodded firmly. The reason he hadn't followed the historical precedent of Zhu Yuanzhang and unleashed a wave of executions was precisely to wait for this moment. Every dynasty, in its early days, possessed certain advantages. Yet, as time wore on, corruption and abuse of power inevitably took root. The Great Ming was no exception. Hadn't Premier Li, now at the height of his power, dared to join forces with the Maritime Trade Bureau to pressure the emperor himself? If his actions were for the good of the Ming, Chen Mu would not only not resent him, but would treat him with courtesy. But if it was merely for personal gain, then don't blame him for becoming the real Emperor Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang. Soon after, Chen Mu and Liu Bowen settled the matter with a laugh. An earthquake involving countless officials of the Great Ming Dynasty began to gather momentum. In the 20th year of the Hongwu era, your secretly established anti-corruption bureau officially opened its doors. On its very first day, it launched impeachment proceedings against Li Shanchang, the chief minister of the cabinet, and numerous merchants from the Maritime Trade Bureau. The Anti-Corruption Bureau accused Li Shanchang, numerous merchants, and local officials of colluding in corruption. They even directly distributed blank documents to various regions, allowing recipients to fill in arbitrary figures. The intercepted funds were then laundered through the merchants' banks and money houses. Enraged, you immediately stripped Li Shanchang of his position as chief minister and ordered the new chief minister, Liu Bowen, to conduct a thorough investigation. This case became known as the Blank Seal Scandal. In the 21st year of the Hongwu era, the Blank Seal case implicated over 1,600 officials, along with their families and clans totaling more than 460,000 people. You had all the guilty officials beheaded, exiled their families and clans to various colonies, and decreed that no one from these families could hold official positions for 3 generations. In the 22nd year of the Hongwu era, the Anti-Corruption Bureau uncovered that Hu Weiyong had committed numerous crimes in the South Seas, even implicating commanders within the Ming Navy. Following a joint trial by the Anti-Corruption Bureau and the Military Tribunal, over 10 naval commanders were imprisoned and subsequently exiled to various colonies. In the 24th year of the Hongwu era, the Hu Weiyong case saw another breakthrough. Investigators uncovered that numerous merchants from the Maritime Trade Bureau had long colluded with certain officials, with some even harboring ambitions to establish a nation overseas. For a time, the entire Ming commercial world was gripped by fear and panic. You did not act rashly. Instead, you meticulously documented these merchants' crimes in newspapers across the land, ultimately sentencing them to decapitation, confiscation of property, and exile. The maritime trade case implicated over 1 million people, resulting in 7,000 beheadings and the exile of 1 million. You triggered the effect of the golden entry, gaining +1 to your lifespan. Line after line of simulation data made everyone's eyes pop. Holy crap! No wonder they mentioned raising the slaughtering blade earlier. Turns out it was the real deal. That's ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. Zhao Chunshan paced back and forth anxiously, unable to contain himself. Principal, what on earth is Chen Mu thinking? Doesn't he fear pushing these people to the brink? What's there to fear? Zheng Balan's eyes flickered, a hint of excitement in his voice. They're already preparing to secretly establish a nation overseas. Do you really think these people don't want to rebel? It's not that they don't want to, it's that they don't dare. Whether they dare or not doesn't matter anymore. Old Su chimed in from the side. Killing so many people will inevitably impact the Great Ming's politics, economy, and military. Judging by his performance this time, I doubt he'll reach S rank. A rank is the absolute best he can hope for. How could that be? Zhao Chun grew visibly flustered. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't think of a better argument to counter them. Zheng Balan, however, spoke calmly. Mr. Su, are you so confident? Didn't you notice the effect of that final golden entry? Extended lifespan. What does this prove? It proves that what Chen Mu did aligns perfectly with the character of Zhu Yuanzhang. Otherwise, how could it trigger the effect, especially the most unique reward type of all, extended lifespan? Old Su froze for a moment. He'd been so preoccupied with counting how many people were killed and implicated that he hadn't noticed the final simulation data. But now it seemed. Could it be that Zhu Yuanzhang was a murderous maniac all alone? He'd slaughtered thousands of people, yet not only did his reputation remain untouched, he actually triggered a reward entry? Chapter 69, Chen Mu's Regret. If Old Su knew the true history, he might slap himself. Because in the original history, Old Zhu slaughtered the majority of his founding heroes. Some deserved it, while others were innocent victims caught in the crossfire. Take Lan Yu and the others, their deaths were purely to pave the way for Zhu Yunwen. Of course. The Chen Mu of today needed to pave the way for no one. He even maintained sufficient rationality in dealing with the imperial princes. Father, I was wrong. Xu Biao, now a teenager, stood in the grand hall alongside Zhu Di and others, his expression earnest as he spoke. Where did you go wrong? Chen Mu looked up at him. Xu Biao was already 16, and his apology now stemmed from having spoken on behalf of Li Shanchang and others several years prior. Behind Xu Biao, the 11-year-old Zhu Di shifted his gaze nervously, half concealed behind his elder brother. Fourth brother Zhu, you speak. Chen Mu instantly felt his temper flare. Now he understood why Zhu Yuanzhang favored Xu Biao over Zhu Di. Because this kid was just too mischievous. Several years prior, Li Shanchang and Song Lian, under the pretext of competing with the people for profit, had set their sights on Zhu Di, who was then learning to read and write. They deliberately had Zhu Di recite a famous historical quote to rub salt in Chen Mu's wounds. And what happened? Not only did Zhu Di recite it, but he also defiantly pointed his finger at Chen Mu, turning the tables completely. And now, Zhu Di has copied that famous passage over 1,000 times, fully realizing what a foolish thing he did back then. Father, if you say we were wrong, then we were wrong, no excuses needed. Zhu Di's eyes twinkled as he chuckled. The heavens and earth may be vast, but they're no bigger than father, right? You brats skinching for a beating again. Chen Mu gritted his teeth. Speak properly. Father. Zhu Biao sighed helplessly. Your son and fourth brother were foolish back then. We were used as pawns by others. Rest assured, father. We will never make the same mistake again. Good to know. Chen Mu nodded. If something like this happens again, first ask yourselves, why would they act this way? Sacrificing one's life for righteousness, as Confucianism teaches, not everyone can achieve that. Most people only consider their own interests. For common folk, such matters are no big deal. But for officials of our great Ming Dynasty, this is deadly serious. Biao, if you ever encounter figures like Li Shanchang or Hu Weiyang in the future, how do you plan to handle it? Execute them all, of course. Zhu Biao answered without hesitation. Father, I've uncovered some individuals exploiting those Japanese slaves for their own ends. I've already had a group executed in Liaodong. And in Goryeo, I've already dispatched the Jinyui and Ming sect disciples. If they dare to be disloyal, we'll wipe them out completely, leaving no trace. Well said. Chen Mu nodded. Glancing at Zhu Di, he sneered coldly. Zhu Laosi, what about you? What have you been up to lately? Zhu Di quickly plastered on a smile. Father, I've been learning a great deal from General Su and General Chang lately. I also went to train with the naval forces alongside my military academy classmates. Is that all? Chen Mu raised an eyebrow. That's all. Zhu Di wiped his brow, feeling utterly guilty. To this, Chen Mu saw no need to expose him. With the Ming sect and the Imperial Guard at his disposal, he could track the whereabouts of every prince at any time. Don't be fooled by Zhu Di's lofty rhetoric. What was the real reason? They claim it's for military training, but isn't it really about pursuing Su Da's daughter? Ironically, General Su seemed quite pleased with this arrangement, even secretly encouraging the match. Under these circumstances, Chen Mu saw no point in interfering. As for the naval training, that was genuine. But that kid secretly took men out to sea and nearly sailed straight into a storm. If not for his incredible luck, the young Emperor might have met an untimely end. Shaking his head, Chen Mu chose not to expose the truth. Instead, he resolved to intensify their training. As for the other imperial princes, the second son, Zhu Cheng, and the third son, Zhu Ji, had already been sent to the military, one serving under Zhu Yuanzhang, the other under Tang He and Lu Futong. Speaking of Zhu Yuanzhang, this great nephew of Zhu Yuanzhang has become quite formidable. After conquering the nations of the South Seas, the Great Ming had secured both maritime and land routes to launch operations against India, along with the highland passages through the Kangzong region. With a steady supply of warhorses, the Ming forces swept through the Indian subcontinent like a whirlwind, conquering one kingdom after another. They were now rapidly advancing across the entire Indian peninsula. However, in its governance, Chen Mu did not adopt the British model. He certainly did not wish to leave a unified, Therefore, the numerous states of the Indian peninsula were further fragmented and dismantled, then reorganized and governed according to local ethnicity, language, and faith. While the southern Tibet region was directly incorporated into the Ming Empire, Chen Mu implemented a proxy system for the remaining territories. The same approach applied to the western regions. At this juncture, the Tamerlane Empire of later history had yet to emerge. With the intervention of the Great Ming Army in the western regions, the territorial boundaries of the various states there began to shift rapidly. The remnants of the Mongol forces did resist for a time, but they were soon overwhelmed by the more powerful and technologically advanced Ming forces. Regrettably, the Ming's equal field system failed to yield significant results here. After all, Central Asia was often characterized by barren land. Without crops like sweet potatoes or potatoes, large-scale development was difficult, and the region simply couldn't sustain a large standing army. The Ming's current campaign in the western region still relies heavily on merchants transporting supplies and grain, making even self-sufficiency a struggle. By comparison, the development of the various colonies was far healthier. Take the North American colonies, for instance. During these turbulent years within the Ming Empire, the colonies significantly expanded their actual control. They now occupy the region personally named California by the Hongwu Emperor and have even established direct administrative offices and other facilities. The Australian colonies have also progressed smoothly, perhaps even more so. After the Li Shanchang empty seal case and the Hu Weiyang case, no one dared to challenge the authority in the South Seas region, much less oppose the Royal Colonial Corps composed entirely of retired military officers. Australia had now become the second largest source of livestock after the grasslands, with its diverse furs and meat products rapidly entering the Ming market. Not enough. Still not enough. Within the imperial palace, Chen Mu gazed at the freshly printed Great Ming geomancy map and sighed repeatedly. Seeing this, Zhu Biao, standing nearby, immediately laughed. Father, do you think our Great Ming's territory is too small? Exactly. Chen Mu tapped the North American continent. California alone is insufficient. The heartland of North America lies to the east. What a pity. Our Great Ming's national strength is limited. Though our population is substantial, we lack the means for large-scale migration and the capability to build a canal through Central America. Otherwise, if we could just build a canal here, our expedition teams could head straight for the eastern part of the Americas. Then vast tracts of fertile land and countless treasures would await us. Xu Biao and Zhu Di both looked up, following Chen Mu's finger toward the Central American region. Exchanging a glance, they silently committed the information to memory. From childhood onward, they had encountered countless similar situations. Like their father's talk of steam engines, or his mention of hot air balloons, and countless other things. Chapter 70, Simulation Ends, 10,000 Years of Great Ming. Hongwu 24th year, you surveyed the latest Great Ming map within the palace, marveling at the limitations of the era. Your two sons quietly committed to memory the unfulfilled ambitions you harbored, vowing in secret to realize them. Your eldest son, Zhu Biao, foiled the conspiracy of Japanese restorationists and, emulating your actions, launched a massacre that successfully intimidated the enemy. In the 25th year of Hongwu, after weathering several major scandals and high-profile cases, the Ming court regained stability, and the various armies began to exert their strength once more. The Northern Army had already subdued the entire North Sea region, establishing the North Sea Protectorate. Simultaneously, the Central and Western armies joined forces to launch multiple major campaigns in the western regions, utterly crushing the remnants of the Mongol Empire and dealing a devastating blow to the Timurid dynasty. On the southern front, Zhu Yuanzhang had become the de facto ruler of the entire Indian subcontinent. Acting on your instructions, he divided northern India into over 100 small kingdoms. Your Australian colony developed rapidly, becoming the second stable livestock production area within the Great Ming and was soon to be elevated to a directly administered province. Your North American colony has fully occupied the California region and commenced further exploration northward, southward, and eastward. However, progress remains limited due to the surrounding rugged terrain and treacherous mountain passes. Each piece of information left Zhao Chunshan and his classmates in Class 2, Senior 3 utterly spellbound. Stable. So stable. Slaughtering so many people not only failed to hinder the Ming Dynasty's progress, it actually propelled it forward. So, Chen Mu's move wasn't a mistake, it was actually the right choice? Or perhaps, since the historical Zhu Yuanzhang actually did such things, this outcome was inevitable? Looks like once Chen Mu finishes his exams, we'll have to seek his insights on Ming history. Zhao Chunshan mused, his thoughts running deep. There was a time when he had glared at this student, wishing he could erase the wild notions from his mind. But now? He wanted to slap himself twice. If he were to destroy all the history Chen Mu knew, wouldn't he become a criminal in the eyes of Lonxia? Lost in thought. A timid voice suddenly broke the silence beside him. Teacher, didn't you say Chen Mu's account of the Great Ming's history was all nonsense? Why would you seek his guidance now? And, didn't Chen Mu choose the Hell Dungeon? Has he still not finished yet? He looked up. Zhao Chunshan realized several students had already finished their exams. The one who had just spoken was none other than the class monitor he had personally appointed, Lu Shuer, the young lady from the Lu family. He opened his mouth. Zhao Chunshan was momentarily at a loss for words. Zheng Bilan, however, laughed heartily. Miss Lu, once you've finished your exam, please keep quiet. Don't distract Chen Mu from his work. As for your questions, we'll explain everything once the exams are over. Lu Shuer was instantly speechless, turning to Lu Ziang for help. Unfortunately, the latter was merely glaring at Chen Mu with a grim expression, showing no intention of responding whatsoever. Instead, a low exclamation suddenly erupted from the back rows, drawing the collective attention of many. Bro Chen's awesome. Wang Yang, who had just regained consciousness, chuckled and looked up excitedly. Teacher, did Chen Mu succeed? Did he really use Zhu Yuanzhang to establish the Ming Dynasty? That's right. Zhao Chunshan nodded emphatically, his tone sincere. Wang Yang, I misunderstood you all before. I owe you an apology. At that moment, Zhao Chunshan suddenly noticed the simulation information above Wang Yang's head and exclaimed in surprise, wait, you've already received your evaluation? Yep. Wang Yang nodded emphatically. I followed Brother Mu's advice and had Chang Yuchun defect to Prince Tang immediately. Then I successfully completed the Chaos Demon King achievement. And I feel this time I'll get at least an A-grade evaluation. Whoa. Zhao Chunshan stared at him with a pained expression. Grade A. That should get him into any top-tier university, right? Who would have thought that just because of Chen Mu's reminder, Wang Yang, that academic underachiever, could pull off such an impressive score? But Zhao Chunshan chose to believe it immediately, but someone in the exam hall couldn't help but break down. Wang Yang, you must be dreaming. Lu Shuer stared in utter disbelief. I worked so hard just to get a B-level evaluation, and now you're telling me you got an A-level? No sooner had the words left her mouth. A message slowly appeared above Wang Yang's head. Simulation concluded. Final evaluation, grade A. Lu Shuer was utterly dumbfounded, while Lu Xiang was consumed by jealousy beyond recognition. What the hell? It was bad enough that pervert Chen Mu had cleared the hell dungeon, but how could Wang Yang, that academic failure, also get an A-grade evaluation? And what about him? He, the eternal runner-up of Class 2, Senior 3, got wiped out within minutes of entering, not even earning the lowest rating? And to make matters worse, the simulation data floating above Chen Mu's head seemed to be deliberately taunting Lu Xiang, suddenly spewing out a long string of information. Beside him, Zhao Chunshan and the others also wore tense expressions. The simulation world's start time has been accelerated. Now it all depends on whether Chen Mu's Great Ming can keep expanding and how much potential it can unleash. Simulation acceleration, playfully dubbed garbage time by netizens. The gist is, the simulation world doesn't let you simulate endlessly. Instead, it activates acceleration mode at specific stages. During this process, the simulated world maintains its existing momentum while introducing appropriate unexpected events to test the simulated figures. If it collapses, your evaluation will plummet drastically, potentially leading to total failure. But if you weather the storm, your created faction will unleash its full potential, potentially outlasting and surpassing the original historical timeline. To sum it up in one phrase, weak foundations lead to earth-shattering consequences. Soon, new simulation data appears. In the 28th year of the Hongwu era, you relocated the capital of the Great Ming to Yanjing and established 4 secondary capitals in Jilin, Chang'an, Tianfu, and Guangzhou to oversee affairs in the 4 directions: the Great Ocean, the Western regions, the Plateau, and the South Seas. In the 30th year of Hongwu, Crown Prince Zhu Biao formally joins the cabinet and begins engaging with and handling affairs of the Great Ming. In the same year, Empress Ma passed away. Consumed by grief, you never took another consort. In the 38th year of Hongwu, the Goryeo and Japanese colluded to rebel. Prince of Yanzhou Di personally led the suppression. Not a single prisoner was taken in this campaign. 70,000 heads were severed, and 18 mounds of skulls were erected. In the 40th year of the Hongwu era, Crown Prince Zhu Biao died unexpectedly while inspecting steam engine research. You were utterly devastated. Ministers urged you to appoint Zhu Biao's son as crown prince, but you refused. In the 43rd year of Hongwu, Prince of Yanzhou Di returned from North America. During his campaign, he conquered over 10 nations across Central America, spanning thousands of miles. Your North American colony finally discovered the Mississippi River. In the 45th year of Hongwu, you conferred the title of crown prince upon Zhu Di and entrusted him with the reins of state affairs. In the 48th year of Hongwu, you passed away. That same year, your son Zhu Di ascended the throne as emperor, adopting the era name Yangla. History records him as the Great Emperor Yangla. Simulation ended. As Chen Mu slowly awoke from the simulated world, everything within it continued to unfold. That day, after returning to the imperial palace, Zhu Di remained silent for a long time, staring intently at the map left behind by his father and elder brother. After a long while, he finally turned his gaze to the portrait hanging on the wall and spoke slowly. "Father, I will help you dig that canal. I will also fulfill my eldest brother's dying wish. Our great Ming Dynasty shall endure for 10,000 years." Chapter 71 Simulation Evaluation, SSS Class. Chen Mu. Inside Class 2 of Senior 3, Zhao Chunshan and the others all wore delighted expressions as they rushed over to Chen Mu in unison. Even the cameraman brought by Old Su was no exception. He was now jostling his way over with his camera, shoving the lens right in front of Chen Mu and eagerly asking, "Mr. Chen Mu, netizens are all eager to hear your thoughts. Is there anything you'd like to say?" Netizens? Chen Mu stared blankly at the camera. After a moment of silence, he finally managed, "Hello everyone, I'm Chen Mu, Chen from Chen Mu, Mu from Chen Mu. Ha 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 ha." The netizens instantly went wild with laughter. If any other student had pulled this stunt, they might have been dragged out by the teacher for a scolding. But Zhao Chunshan showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he beamed and said, "Chen Mu, stop fooling around. I was wrong to misunderstand you before. I'll treat you to a meal later and properly apologize." Chen Mu glanced at Zhao Chunshan with surprise. He actually preferred his homeroom teacher's previous rebellious attitude. All right. Principal Zheng Bilan stepped in to smooth things over. "Chen Mu, your homeroom teacher has been feeling guilty the whole time. And when others were speaking ill of you, he stepped in to clear your name. Regardless, the school sincerely hopes your simulation succeeds, contributing to the historical endeavors of our Longsha nation. I believe you feel the same way, Chen Mu, right?" "Yes." Chen Mu's eyes lit up as he replied earnestly, "Teacher Zhao, I've already successfully simulated Zhu Yuanzhang. I'm confident our Longsha nation will soon unravel the mysteries of this historical period." "I know." Zhao Chunshan sighed. I watched your entire simulation. You kid, just how many hidden gems have you been keeping from your teacher? Chen Mu instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been dreading encountering someone who valued face above all else. After all, he'd deliberately chosen the Yuan-Ming Transition period dungeon precisely to prove this historical period. And, judging by the surroundings, had his entire simulation just been broadcast live? Brother Mu. Beside him, Wang Yang, clutching his phone, gasped, "Brother Mu, you're famous. Look, the internet is flooded with your simulation data. Everyone's discussing Emperor Hongwu Zhu Yuanzhang now, and tons of people say they're planning to start with Zhu Chongba too. Let me see." Chen Mu instantly perked up. After a quick glance, he was utterly stunned. You gotta hand it to netizens, they sure know how to make things happen. For instance, some open threads analyzing Chen Mu's simulation process, then worship the Ming sect like gods, believing the Ming Dynasty originated from this very concept. They plan to start their own religious movements just like Chen Mu. Others argued that figures like Tang He and Chang Yuchun were too overpowered, so they planned to rebel outright. Others dismissed Empress Ma as unremarkable, suggesting forming alliances through marriage with major factions to reach the pinnacle of power in one fell swoop. After just a quick glance, Chen Mu felt his blood pressure skyrocket. Without pausing to think, he quickly turned to the livestream camera and declared, "Everyone, the Yuan-Ming Transition period scenario is, after all, a hell-tier challenge. Don't attempt it lightly. If you absolutely must enter, you could become a monk, patiently await Tang He's letter, and then use Empress Ma to turn your fortunes around." Zhao Chunshan and the others were utterly baffled. What the hell? So did the historical Hongwu Emperor start his career by living off women? Feeling their stares, Chen Mu hastily clarified, "Don't get the wrong idea, the Hongwu Emperor wasn't a freeloader. Empress Ma saved his life, but old Zhu essentially built his empire from scratch. As for figures like Gui Zixing, they were at best icing on the cake and at times, even a bit of a liability." He rattled off a few more sentences. Chen Mu realized he couldn't possibly explain it clearly. After all, the historical records of this world were frustratingly sparse, making it impossible to delve into many details. Moreover, Chen Mu couldn't even explain the origins of this thing. Even if you could explain it, whether it would function in a simulated world was another matter entirely. Take the steam engine dilemma he faced this time, for instance. Even though Chen Mu understood the principles, he never managed to make it practical during his reign. Because a crucial rubber material was missing. This material, like potatoes and sweet potatoes, originated in South America. Although the Ming Dynasty Chen Mu simulated had explored North America, their activities were primarily confined to the western regions. Expeditions venturing further south mostly lost their way, with only a handful of teams returning. Only, Chen Mu hadn't noticed. On the simulator interface he had just started using, several lines of small text flashed by rapidly. In the first year of the Yongle era, Zhu Di inherited the aspirations of his father and elder brother, resolving to launch larger-scale expeditions and expand the scope of colonization. In the second year of the Yongle era, the shipping industry which had rapidly developed since the Hongwu era received strong support, leading to rapid technological breakthroughs. In the third year of the Yongle era, leveraging Zhu Di's knowledge of Central America, the expedition reached South America via land and successfully brought back rubber seeds and sweet potato seeds. In the fourth year of the Yongle era, Zhu Di began promoting sweet potatoes, which quickly gained success in northern regions. That same year, rubber plantations were successfully trial planted in the South Seas region and subsequently promoted. In the seventh year of the Yongle era, breakthroughs in steam engine technology significantly boosted the Ming Dynasty's coal mining industry. In the 10th year of the Yongle era, breakthroughs were achieved in hot air balloon technology. In the 13th year of the Yongle era, steam-powered vessels successfully returned from North American colonies, ushering in the age of exploration. In the 15th year of Yongle, the Central American Canal commenced excavation. In the 17th year of the Yongle era, South American colonies rapidly took shape, granting the Great Ming new territories. Yongle 20th year. Simulation data streamed through the simulator, its pace accelerating relentlessly. Finally, all the data crystallized into a single sentence. This simulation lasted 3,731 years. Reign duration, 600 years. Current civilization level, interstellar age. Simulation evaluation initiated. As this message appeared, new information began to materialize above Chen Mu's head. For a moment, everyone present held their breath, waiting patiently for the final evaluation to be released. Similarly, Chen Mu felt a twinge of anxiety. He believed his performance was solid enough to at least secure an S-rank evaluation. If he could stack that with the Hell-tier dungeon and the golden attribute, he might even snag a guaranteed admission spot to Tsinghua or Peking University. However, simulation concluded. Final evaluation, SSS tier. Whoa! A series of gasps echoed around the room. This left Chen Mu somewhat speechless. Wait. You can see it, but couldn't you at least tell him? Fortunately, Chen Mu quickly discovered the contents within the simulator. SSS tier? Chen Mu glanced at it in surprise. Before he could confirm whether this was real, Zhao Chunshan beside him couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. At that moment, Zhao Chunshan was yanking the cameraman, shoving his face right up to the lens before swiftly pulling it back to focus on Chen Mu. He bellowed, "Did you all see that? This is my student. His name is Chen Mu. Chen as in Chen, Mu as in Mu." Chapter 72, rating 280,000. To be perfectly honest, for the first time, Chen Mu felt his homeroom teacher was being a bit presumptuous. But it was clear the man's joy was genuine, untainted by any ulterior motives. After all, the smiles on the faces of several others in the classroom were forced, almost like they were giving the wrong answer just to make Zhao Chunshan look good. Take old Su, for instance. At that moment, old Su wished he could sink through the floor. After all, he'd deliberately belittled Chen Mu throughout the entire exchange, all to flaunt his own knowledge. But what was the result? Chen Mu's SSS tier evaluation shone like a blazing sun, instantly blinding old Su's eyes. Likewise, Lu Ziyang's state of mind was even worse. Though he still wore a smile, inside he was wailing like a child. Damn it! Why the hell not? Why did others get a rank evaluations and SSS rank evaluations, while he got killed by Lu Bu the moment he entered the simulation dungeon? What the hell kind of scumbag is Lu Fengxian? Utterly shameless. Never mind the devastated Lu Ziyang. Lu Shuer, who just finished her simulation, wasn't faring much better. Heaven help her, she worked her ass off as a spy in Republican China, even sacrificing herself multiple times for the party and the nation, only to encounter a bunch of freaks and end up with a B rank? Unfair. This damn simulation world is so unfair to women. She refused to accept it. She'd take this all the way to Zhengyang. Beyond this trio of disheartened souls, many other students who'd completed the simulation now stared blankly at Chen Mu. Among them were those who had once mocked Chen Mu, and now their hearts felt just as heavy. Others could build the Ming Dynasty even with a beggar class, but what about them? A bunch of D rank evaluations, occasionally getting a C rank was like winning the lottery. How could they possibly compare to someone's SSS? Chen Mu. A female classmate suddenly spoke up, "Brother Chen Mu, we were deskmates back in elementary school. Do you remember?" "Forgot." Chen Mu chuckled softly, revealing 8 teeth. "All I remember is you mocking me before the exam." "Oh my." The girl looked utterly speechless. "Why are you being so petty about this? I was just trying to motivate you." "Oh?" Chen Mu glanced at the simulated evaluation above her head and shook his head. "You, a straight-up F-grade underachiever, think you have the right to push me? Fa ha 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 ha." Never mind that the female classmate was rendered speechless by the retort. The netizens watching the entire exchange couldn't hold back any longer. "This is hilarious. That green tea girl actually tried to flirt with Chen Mu after mocking him? What nerve! Brother Chen Mu is seriously. How can someone be this bold? No kidding. If you could pick a hell tier exam and still get an SSS rating, forget being brave. Even if you took a dump on livestream, everyone would praise you for doing it with style. And that's not all. Haven't you heard the saying? With an S rank, you walk tall. With an SS rank, you can fly however you want. But an SSS rank? Simple, just one phrase, do whatever the hell you want. Just wait and see. I bet the admissions directors from Tsinghua and Peking are already on a plane. They might be here any minute. Just as Chen Mu and Wang Yang caught sight of the live chat comments, a deafening roar erupted above the school grounds. Through the exam room window, Chen Mu spotted the helicopters in formation. That's right. A formation. To secure top talent from across the nation, major universities in Longxia had established regional offices and could deploy helicopters directly in emergencies. And clearly, this situation qualified as an emergency. No kidding. This is an SSS level evaluation. What does that signify? It signifies that the simulator holds absolute authority over that historical period and has maximized the potential of the simulated figures throughout the simulation. In short, achieving an SSS tier evaluation transcends conventional star ratings. Within the industry, such individuals typically possess the qualifications to found their own school or lineage. Especially since the one who achieved this miracle is merely a high school student. This means that whichever university secures them will gain a future heavyweight in their field. Even if they have no interest in academic research, the very name SSS rated is a golden brand in itself. Old Zhao. Inside Class 2 of Senior 3, Principal Zhang Belan spoke urgently, his face flushed with excitement. Quick! Quick! Call the vice principal. Get our entire leadership team here immediately. Hey! I just saw Qingbei University, Shanghai University, and the 7 defense universities all show up. Principal. Zhao Chunshan, though equally moved and stunned, remained surprisingly composed. Grabbing Zhang Belan, who was about to act rashly, Zhao Chunshan hurriedly said, "Principal, calm down. This isn't the time for us to be begging them, it's the time for them to be begging us." But Zhang Belan's face flashed with bewilderment. After a moment of stunned silence, he nodded emphatically and exclaimed excitedly, "Right. You're absolutely right. We can't be too proactive, or Chen Mu will be at a disadvantage later." Chen Mu, whatever you do, don't make a hasty decision. Listen to their terms first, then decide. No problem, principal. Chen Mu nodded with a smile. Once upon a time, he too had dreamed of attending various universities like other students. But now, Chen Mu didn't place such importance on it anymore. Because this mock exam had not only given him the confidence to take action, but also an unparalleled sense of assurance. If this world's history was incomplete, then he would personally fill in the gaps. No matter where he went next, no matter what challenges lay ahead, he would follow the path he had envisioned long ago, proving everything step by step. His battlefield was solely the simulated world. Lost in thought, helicopters in the sky began landing one after another. One after another, figures rushed out and swiftly headed towards Senior 3, Class 2. Beside them, Zhao Chunshan, pacing back and forth, suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly pulled out a box and announced, "Everyone, we were so caught up in the excitement earlier that we completely forgot to let you check your simulation scores." Class President. Never mind. Wang Yang, you distribute them to everyone. I hope everyone will use their scores wisely and not squander the benefits the simulated world offers. Oh, Chen Mu, just share your score with me and the principal later. Got it. Chen Mu took the simulation terminal Wang Yang handed him and connected it to the simulator according to the textbook instructions. Before he could even check his results, Wang Yang already gasped, "Holy crap! Mu, check this out, my simulation score is over 10,000. Chen Mu froze, staring hesitantly at the simulation terminal in his hand. Only a single, unremarkable line of numbers appeared on the screen. 288,800. Chapter 73, Scores Rise Again. The Battle for Elite Schools. 280,000 points. This was a number Chen Mu had never dared to imagine. While textbooks mentioned SSS tier evaluations could potentially yield scores exceeding 200,000, achieving such heights was practically unheard of. Scores weren't just used to exchange for resources in the mall, they could also be traded for entries and special items from the simulated world. Consequently, high-level simulators typically secured strong evaluations, yet their scores remained relatively low due to leveraging entries and special items. Under normal circumstances, an S rank achieving 50,000 points was already impressive, while an SS rank reaching 100,000 points earned widespread acclaim. And his current situation. Buzz. The simulation terminal in his hand vibrated slightly. The original score of 288,800 suddenly changed to 288,810. Another 10 points? The problem was, he had already exited the simulation world, yet his score was still increasing. Before he could ponder further, Zhao Chunshan leaned in, a smile playing on his lips as he whispered, "Chen Mu, what's your score? Hit over 100,000 yet?" "It has." Chen Mu nodded, not daring to say more. Zhao Chunshan chuckled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Excellent. Getting an SSS rating on your first simulation, even if it's just over 100,000 points, is more than enough. Don't rush to make a decision just yet. Let's see what offers Qingbei University and Shanghai University can put on the table." "Got it." Chen Mu nodded. Without a doubt, an SSS level evaluation meant he was already a guaranteed special admissions candidate. In other words, it was no longer about what these universities could offer, but rather what terms Chen Mu demanded and whether they could meet them. To be honest, Chen Mu himself didn't know what kind of conditions to ask for. Here they come. At the entrance, the camera operator keenly captured the swarm of admissions officers from major universities rushing in, perfectly presenting the scene to the online audience. Inside the livestream, the previously jubilant netizens suddenly felt a pang of heartbreak. Wait, isn't that Director Wang from Peking and Tsinghua University charging to the front? That old fart crushed my dreams of getting into Peking and Tsinghua with a single sentence back then. I hate him. Dude, you got rejected by Tsinghua Peking too? It's laughable. That Director Wang was so arrogant back then, and now look, his shoes even come off. Hold up, bro. What's so great about his shoe flying off? People came here for Chen Mu. Wait, is that my old professor back there? Ha! Chen Mu just got an SSS rating, what are you guys freaking out about? What? They're carrying scholarships? Holy crap. First time I've seen top universities act so pathetic. Is that foreigner from some American Imperial University? What are they doing here? It wasn't just the livestream viewers who were blown away, the students in Class 2 of Senior 3 were even more stunned. What the hell? They'd been grinding away in the simulation world, barely scraping by with D or C level evaluations, just hoping to celebrate after the exams. But now? Staff from top universities, the ones who usually look down their noses at everyone, were now crowding the classroom door. Each one craned their neck to look at Chen Mu, their eyes filled with pleading. "Chen Mu, I'm from Qingbei University. Our president just called, personally ask for anything you want, absolutely anything. Brother Chen Mu, please remember to choose our Mountain River University. After all, our campus is close to home, you can come back anytime. Mr. Chen Mu, the Fudan Alliance awaits you." Upon enrollment, you'll receive a spacious villa, a dedicated vehicle, and top-tier simulation equipment. Chen Mu, the National Defense 7 Alliance will always welcome you. Mr. Chen, choose us. Choose us. Eagle Empire University can grant you permanent residency. One heart-racing offer after another was laid out as if money were no object, all for Chen Mu to choose from. Inside the classroom, Zhao Chuanshan's grin stretched from ear to ear, yet he still pressed down on Chen Mu, his voice trembling. Chen Mu, don't rush. Wait a little longer, they'll definitely offer even better terms. Chen Mu nodded with a hint of resignation. He genuinely wasn't in a hurry, it was his homeroom teacher who was clearly losing his composure. Meanwhile, Principal Zhang Bilan beamed at the group. Now, everyone, no need to rush. We've just finished the exams. Why don't you all head to our school conference room for a cup of tea? No thanks, we're not thirsty. Someone laughed and chimed in, oh, Principal Zhang, my teacher and you are actually fellow disciples. Remember? He's Professor Lin from Peking University. I remember. Zhang Bilan beamed. It's been over 20 years since I last saw Brother Lin. Don't go digging up old stories. Another man beside him burst out laughing. Old Zhang, it's me, remember? Back in the day, we both chased after the same girl and got dumped by her. It's you, you rascal. Zhang Bilan froze for a moment, then shook his head firmly. All right. No need to try to change my mind. I fully respect Chen Mu's choice and will absolutely support him with all my strength. The exams have just concluded. Everyone should refrain from disrupting the exam hall order. With that, even the most agitated crowd had no choice but to comply. After all, this was still Luochang No. 1 High School's territory. While Principal Zhang Baolin couldn't influence Chen Mu's decision, he certainly had the authority to escort everyone out. To be kicked out during the recruitment of prodigious students? That would surely become a laughingstock across Longxia Nation by tomorrow. Soon, the admissions officers from various universities were escorted away by Zhang Bilan, and Class 2 of Senior 3 finally regained its calm. Though it wasn't entirely calm. After all, some couldn't hold back tears of envy and jealousy. Enough already. Zhao Chunshan strode confidently to the podium and declared solemnly, enough talk. Everyone can now submit their evaluation scores. I'll print them out and post them around campus shortly. Before he could finish, Chen Mu had already located the score upload option on the simulation terminal and clicked confirm directly. Total score, 288,880 points. That's right. In just the past few minutes, his score had jumped up by 70 points. Though he couldn't fathom why this had happened, it was undoubtedly a good thing. Scores could be exchanged for resources. In other words, this thing can be turned into cash. He just roughly calculated that it was increasing by about 10 points per minute. Even at a rate of 1 point per dollar, he could earn over $1,000 extra daily. Just as he was considering looking it up online, Zhao Chunshan let out a wail and stumbled, crashing to the ground. Luckily, the camera operator at the door acted quickly, grabbing him by the arm and preventing Zhao Chunshan from smashing his head into the corner. Mr. Zhao, are you okay? Several proctors hurried over. Zhao Chunshan glanced at Chen Mu with a dazed expression, then shook his head hastily. I'm fine. Though his words were calm. But inside, his mind was already churning with turmoil. Just moments ago, he had casually glanced at the uploaded student rankings. And there, he saw Chen Mu's score. 288,880 points. Was this really a student he had taught? Could Zhao Chunshan possibly possess such extraordinary ability? Chapter 74, Shanghai University. The Great Qin Simulator. Students, due to special circumstances, this year's scores will be delayed in their release. Alright, everyone, please patiently await your university admission letters. Even if you don't succeed this time, don't lose heart, we can take the college entrance exam again next year. After hastily delivering these words, Zhao Chunshan hurriedly departed with Chen Mu. This left many students puzzled, and even the remaining elder Su and several proctors exchanged bewildered glances. Professor Su. Lu Ziang's eyes darted around before he suddenly spoke up. Do you think Chen Mu's scores might be too low? That's why Teacher Zhao lost his composure like that? Hiding the scores to fuel competition among universities, with Teacher Zhao and Principal Zhang skimming some benefits off the top. Professor Su couldn't help but shoot the fool a withering glance. What the hell benefits? Didn't you see the photographer he brought has already followed them? But Lu Ziang's words did give him pause. Pulling out his phone, old Su opened an app. As an expert, he naturally had access to such tools. He was also curious just how many points had Chen Mu scored. Beside him, Lu Ziang plucked up his courage and edged closer. Then, he caught sight of that string of 6-digit numbers. Nearly 290,000? Su Lao's face flushed crimson. Gritting his teeth, he shut off his phone, let out a muffled grunt, and stormed off. Lu Ziang returned to his seat in a daze, refusing to speak despite his classmates' inquiries. Not far away, Wang Yang sneered coldly, what's there to ask? Brother Mu just gave me a few pointers, and I scored over 10,000 points. If he did it himself, wouldn't he score 100,000 or 200,000 points? Let's go home and wait for the acceptance letter. Wang Yang's words shattered countless fragile egos. Meanwhile, Chen Mu had finally decided which university to choose. Chen Mu. In a conference room at the school, Zheng Belan waved enthusiastically, shoving the compiled materials into Chen Mu's hands and whispering, "I've noted down all their requirements. See if there's anything else we need to add." "Thank you, Principal." Chen Mu nodded and began reviewing the documents patiently. It must be said. Just looking at the terms offered by these prestigious universities, it was no wonder so many people were eager to secure special admission spots. The terms were simply too generous. Take the most prestigious Qingbei University, for instance. They offered a direct annual scholarship of 1 million yuan, requiring only the completion of one S-level simulation evaluation per year to receive it. Then there was the financially robust Fudan Alliance, which not only provided simulation specialists with exclusive villas but also offered dedicated transportation, cleaning services, and nanny teams, all while boasting a staggering 5 million yuan scholarship. The National Defense 7 universities open all military-themed historical simulations, providing full guidance and training, with top-tier scholarships and dormitories. Even the seemingly less ambitious Mountain River University matches Fudan Alliance's scholarship levels, grants full access to all simulation instances, and naturally includes villas and private transportation. Even Eagle Empire University, which Chen Mu couldn't be bothered to glance at, offered scholarships worth millions of Eagle coins and various other perks. But what truly concerned Chen Mu wasn't any of this. "Chen Mu." Zhao Chunshan took a deep breath and said gravely, "Don't forget your score. If there are any additional conditions, you must bring them up immediately." "I know." Chen Mu nodded, then turned to the admissions officers from the various prestigious universities present. His expression turned serious as he stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, I actually have only one question. I want to enter the late Warring States period's Great Qin Dungeon as soon as possible. I'd like to know which of your schools has a dedicated simulator?" Ah, well. The admissions officers present were all taken aback. They'd seen students demand exorbitant scholarships and others seek every possible perk for personal enjoyment. But a dungeon simulator? Normally, after completing a dungeon, wouldn't a simulator need a month or so to rest and recover? Who would be thinking about simulating the next instance right after finishing the college entrance exams? Amidst their hesitation, Director Liu of Shanghai University chuckled, "Well, it seems only Shanghai University can meet Chen Mu's requirements. As everyone knows, the 4 provinces of Shanghai have always been the most crucial foundation in the history of our Longxia nation. The specialized simulators Chen mentioned are mostly produced right here. Mr. Chen Mu, I won't dwell on scholarships and such, but I believe we can add one more condition. Whatever era's specialized simulator you require, Shanghai University will spare no effort to provide it. And we firmly believe you will crack even more historical archives, making significant contributions to the history of Longxia." The entire audience froze in shock, some even muttering curses under their breath. Damn it! That bastard old Liu has no sense of martial ethics. The higher the simulator's randomness, the easier it is to create. That's precisely why the college entrance exam opted for a comprehensive, full history random simulation. As the 4 provinces with the most historical relics in Longxia, they undoubtedly held a unique advantage in this regard. "Chen Mu, are you really not considering our prestigious universities?" Director Wang hesitated. "I can guarantee we'll secure you a dedicated Warring States Qin Dynasty simulator within a month." "Look, old Wang." Director Liu of Shanghai University immediately chimed in with a laugh, "Don't even mention a month. I can have the dedicated simulator delivered immediately with just one phone call." As he spoke, Director Liu actually pulled out his phone and made the call right in front of Chen Mu. Initially, the person on the other end seemed to be stalling and making excuses. But when Director Liu mentioned the college entrance exam candidate, SSS tier evaluation, golden skill slot, and 280,000 rating, the line fell silent. Finally, only one sentence came through. "Hello, Chen Mu. This is Zhang Mingyuan, president of Shanghai University. The specialized Warring States Qin Dynasty simulator you requested is already on its way. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should arrive today. On behalf of all faculty and students at Mountain River University, I extend our warmest welcome to Chen. I hope we can explore simulated instances together in the future and contribute to the historical cause of Longxia." Without a doubt, the competition among major universities has now drawn to a definitive close. Though they failed to recruit the prodigious Chen Mu, admissions officers from all colleges still beamed with smiles as they celebrated. After all, even after enrolling, one could always transfer schools. If Chen Mu ever finds himself unhappy at Mountain River University, wouldn't that mean they still have a chance? Meanwhile, Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Belan had considered organizing a farewell gathering for Chen Mu on campus, but given his urgent need to obtain the Warring States Qin Dynasty simulator, the university ultimately decided against it. At that moment, Chen Mu had already boarded Shanghai University's private helicopter, bound for the Zhengzhou branch campus. Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Belan stood nearby, silently watching it all unfold. They exchanged a few words of reflection. Zhang Belan suddenly asked, "Old Zhao, Chen Mu is so eager to enter the Warring States Qin Dynasty instance. Could it be he's also studied this period of history? Warring States Great Qin." Zhao Chunshan froze, suddenly recalling the tip-off Lu Ziang had once given him. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but speak up. "Principal, is it possible that the information in our textbooks is all wrong? Like, it wasn't the Han Dynasty that unified the Warring States, but the Qin Dynasty, the first emperor." Zhang Belan's expression shifted slightly. Chapter 75, Simulation Mall. On the road. Chen Mu finally understood why all the major universities could rush over in such a short time. To be honest, to compete for top-tier simulators, these universities were truly willing to spend big. Take Zhengzhou, for instance. Shanghai University alone had prepared over a dozen helicopters, ensuring every region could be reached within 20 minutes. However, in most cases, these helicopters only transported recruiters to the locations. The students they recruited would report to the university on their own after half a month. Being whisked away directly by Shanghai University like Chen Mu was a once-in-a-blue-moon privilege. No wonder. That 280,000 rating is simply staggering. Shanchuai University was terrified Chen Mu would be poached by another institution. Fortunately, after this brief interaction, Director Liu had already confirmed. Chen Mu's eyes were fixed solely on simulation. This truly leaves no other option. Any descendant of China would make the same choice as Chen Mu when witnessing their nation's history being buried. And what's more, glancing at the devastation outside the helicopter, Chen Mu let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Due to severe resource scarcity and a rapidly growing population, the environment in Longxia had been steadily deteriorating in recent years. The landscape stretching before him was a desolate expanse of withered yellow. Perhaps in a few decades, this land would turn into a desert like other regions, no longer suitable for human survival. The only way to change this was through historical simulation. Rumor had it that clearing each simulation instance could slightly alter a nation's climate. Given the countless historical instances scattered across Longxia like stars, clearing them all would yield a cumulative effect of immense magnitude. Naturally, Chen Mu alone could never accomplish such a feat. But he only needed to unlock each Hell-tier instance to restore historical truth. He believed that once that happened, Longxia's simulation masters would naturally discover the underlying patterns and conquer every instance. Lost in thought, the helicopter had already arrived at Shanghai University. After meeting with the university president and others, Chen Mu declined their invitation to dine together. Instead, he headed straight for the detached villa assigned by the university, intending to first inspect the simulation mall. The villa wasn't particularly large, featuring only 2 small gardens at the front and rear and a 3-story structure. The living conditions were nothing to write home about, but the most important feature was the full suite of simulation equipment installed inside. A constant temperature simulation chamber, life support systems, simulated mall projection equipment, breakpoint simulation and resume capabilities, even remote classes and attendance tracking were included. In short, one could complete their entire academic journey without ever stepping outside these walls. These devices were all cutting-edge gadgets Chen Mu had never even seen in this world. And their origins? Mostly items simulated by simulators and exchanged from the simulated mall. Connecting the Crimson Great Ming simulator to the array of devices, Chen Mu wasted no time opening the simulation mall. At this moment, his evaluation score had already surpassed 290,000 and continued to rise steadily at a rate of 10 points per minute. He had briefly searched during his journey here but found no answers. Even Shanghai University had never encountered a similar situation. Regarding this, Chen Mu couldn't be bothered to dwell on it further. After all, he was a transmigrator. After struggling so hard in the simulated world for so long, couldn't he at least enjoy himself a little? Let's check out the simulation mall first. Chen Mu activated the mall's projection device, and an array of dazzling items instantly filled his vision. Ming Specialty Pure Grown Corn, 1,000 points per ton. Ming Specialty Pure Mountain Spring Water, 1,000 points per 10 tons. Ming Specialty Premium Coal, 1,000 points per 5 tons. Ming Specialty. No doubt about it. The items in the simulation mall are closely tied to the simulation instances connected by the simulators. Take Chen Mu's current simulation marketplace, for instance. Most items were products of the Great Ming era. From poultry and fish to grain resources, along with diverse weaponry, gunpowder, and more. Yet as he browsed, Chen Mu suddenly sensed something amiss. Hongwu-class aerospace mothership, 500,000 points. Mingwang Type 1 nuclear fusion engine, 1.2 million points. Yanla-class interstellar vessel, 1.8 million points. Chen Mu stared dumbfounded at the items, taking a long moment to realize he couldn't possibly afford any of them. But the problem was, why would the simulation mall even have these things? Was it because of the Ming Dynasty dungeon he simulated? There was no time to ponder further. The villa's doorbell began ringing insistently. Chen Mu shut down the simulated mall and hurried to open the door, only to find Director Liu from the admissions office standing outside with Principal Zhang Mingyuan.
Mr. Chen. Zhang Mingyuan smiled. Here's the Warring States Qin Dynasty simulator you requested. May I ask, are you planning to run the simulation today?
Yes. Chen Mu accepted the simulator, politely ushering both men into the living room before voicing his confusion. Principal Zhang, I actually have something I'd like to ask you. Specifically, have any other simulators marketplaces ever listed interstellar-themed products?
Yes. Director Liu interjected. Chen, you're familiar with dragon horse science from Eagle Country, right?
He simulated a European imperial power back then and earned an SS grade evaluation. After that, Starship technology appeared in his simulation store.
What a pity. Due to institutional constraints, our dragon summer nation's historical dynasties struggle to undertake colonial ventures.
By the way, we've thoroughly reviewed your simulation data.
How did you achieve this?
Well, Chen Mu scratched his head helplessly. I think I just simply lured those merchants, and it worked.
That's right, Chen.
Zhang Mingyuan, president of Shanghai University, spoke up. Actually, it's not just our faculty and students who are interested in your simulation data. Other universities and netizens are equally fascinated.
We were wondering if you might be open to doing a live stream or something.
That way, other students and netizens could learn from your experience.
It might be helpful to them.
Of course, if you're not comfortable with it, Shanghai University will fully support your decision.
A live stream?
Chen Mu thought for a moment, then nodded with a smile. I don't mind those things at all, but I have no experience with how to actually stream it.
What do you think? Don't worry about that.
Zhang Mingyuan and Director Liu exchanged a glance and immediately chuckled. You know the college is pretty quiet right now since the college entrance exams just wrapped up. And the Warring States, Great Qin Dungeon you need happens to be a hell tier instance. During simulations, we'll need someone on standby to assist.
Why wait?
Let's just go for it today and try a live stream.
Agreed. Chen Mu nodded.
Soon, under Principal Zhang Mingyuan's direction, Academy staff swiftly set up the live streaming equipment. Chen Mu entered the temperature-controlled simulation chamber early and connected the Warring States Qin Dynasty simulator.
He didn't rush to enter the simulation.
Instead, he opened the simulator mall within the chamber, intending to exchange some items before beginning the simulation. Beyond the resources and technologies he'd just seen, the simulator store offered numerous items and privileges usable only within the simulated world.
For example,
Divine Protection Physique, additional trait granting immunity to all damage sustained within the simulated world.
Requires 50,000 points.
Golden Legend, greatly increases the probability of obtaining golden attributes and offers a chance to acquire the most suitable attribute for the target character.
Requires 20,000 points. Blessing of Fortune, grants a chance to obtain additional attributes. Requires 10,000 points.
Unexpected Windfall, grants additional funds, connections, or abilities at the start of a simulation.
Requires 10,000 points.
Immunity to all illnesses, a golden attribute that directly locks this effect, granting immunity to most diseases within the simulation world.
Requires 50,000 points. Health Pill, a one-time orange item. Upon entering the simulated world, you gain an extra health pill that can cure most illnesses. Requires 8,000 points. Photographic Memory, an orange tier trait granting the ability to memorize information instantly upon entering the simulated world. Requires 9,000 points.
Chapter 76, Splurging 100,000 points. Warring States, Great Qin.
Should I buy it?
Chen Mu surveyed the hundreds of golden and orange entries and special items.
As for other tiers, don't even joke about it.
He was now a tycoon wielding 280,000 points, and he was facing a hell tier dungeon.
What use would items or attributes of any other tier be besides gold and orange? No question about it.
With these attributes boosting his simulation, Chen Mu's run would be safer, and his chances of completing it would increase. But the thought of potentially lowering his rating.
Forget it. Chen Mu shook his head.
Just as he was about to close the simulation shop, another item caught his eye.
Gambler's Heart, golden special item.
Upon successfully clearing a dungeon, grants immunity to all negative effects from shop items and attributes, and offers a chance to earn double scores. Conversely, if the simulation fails, all scores from that dungeon will be confiscated, with an additional deduction of the same amount.
Price, 20,000 points. Note, actual effects depend on selected attributes and item usage count.
Truth be told, this was the first time Chen Mu had ever heard of such a special item. This damn thing is practically a gambler's dream come true.
After pondering for a moment,
Chen Mu couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle.
No wonder people online say they lose points even during simulations. They must be using this thing, right?
I'll take it. Chen Mu gritted his teeth and decisively selected this special item. Its effects depend on the selected entries and the number of times the item is used.
In other words, if he chose survival-focused entries, it probably wouldn't trigger.
That way, even if he failed in the end, at worst he'd just lose his initial investment. The penalty shouldn't be too severe.
But if he succeeded, the double or even multiple score rewards would be an absolute jackpot. After all, Chen Mu had just earned a whopping 280,000 points this time. Even if his simulated scores shrink from here on out, as long as he reaches 100,000 points, Chen Mu could leverage this gambler's heart to earn multiplied rewards. After exchanging for the special item, Heart of the Gambling God, Chen Mu promptly selected 3 additional traits: Golden Legend, Blessing of Fortune, and Immunity to all illnesses. This simulation placed him as the first emperor. As long as he didn't foolishly pursue immortality, the greatest threat would likely be various diseases. The Golden Legend and Fortune's blessing traits would ensure his initial luck wouldn't be too poor. With just 1 or 2 golden traits secured, Chen Mu was confident he could lead the Qin Empire to greater heights and a longer reign. After a series of actions, 100,000 points vanished into thin air. If Principal Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu outside were to find out, they might just call him a spendthrift. After all, other simulators toiled away for ages, only to snag in a grade evaluation or a score barely over 10,000. But Chen Mu, oh boy. Before the warmth of those 280,000 points had even settled, he'd already blown through a third of them. "Mr. Chen, are you ready?" Zhang Mingyuan's voice echoed outside the temperature-controlled simulation chamber. "Ready!" Chen Mu shouted, his gaze fixed on the specialized simulator connected to the chamber. This thing was a rare item. Didn't everyone know that among all the top universities in Dragon Nation, only Mountain River University possessed one? Because this simulator inevitably featured the Warring States late-period scenario and inevitably offered characters from the Qin Dynasty for selection. In other words, Chen Mu's ability to secure Zhu Yuanzhang in the late Yuan early Ming dungeon during his college entrance exam actually involved a tiny bit of luck. He pressed the simulator's power button, and that familiar sensation slowly washed over him. The next second, a dazzling radiance enveloped Chen Mu once more. Selected historical era, late Warring States period. Please select the historical figure you wish to simulate. 1. Qin State hostage Prince Ying Zhang. 2. Wei State merchant Lu Buwei. 3. Zhao State war god Li Mu. 4. Legalist pioneer Han Fizi. 5. Shu State general Xiang Yin. Select 1. Qin, the first emperor. Setting aside Chen Mu's situation, outside the temperature-controlled simulation chamber, Shanghai University's president Zhang Mingyuan and director Lu couldn't help but exchange a glance. Just as expected. On Chen Mu's way here, they had already contacted Zhao Chunshan and Zhang Bilan, meticulously gathering every detail. When they learned that Chen Mu had initially shouted the name of the Hongwu Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhang Mingyuan had already sensed something was amiss. And now, everything was confirmed once more. This is it. Zhang Mingyuan clenched his fist and couldn't help but exclaim, it seems Chen Mu isn't just exceptionally knowledgeable about Ming Dynasty history, he also knows the inner workings of the Warring States period. Old Lu, hurry and notify the teachers and professors at our school who specialize in Warring States history. This is the perfect opportunity to produce academic achievements. Oh, right. Make sure to tell them that all findings must include Chen Mu's name. If they're unwilling, they might as well not come at all. Got it. Director Lu chuckled softly, pulling out his phone to contact the faculty. He was already envisioning his future. With a gem like Chen Mu on board, Shanghai University was bound to achieve even greater academic milestones, perhaps even rise to become a leader in the academic world. Then, as the man who brought Chen Mu back to the university, wouldn't he be rewarded with promotions, raises, and the pinnacle of his career? But not everyone shared the same perspective as Zhang Mingyuan or Director Lu. Take this very moment, for instance. Old Su, who had left Luocheng No. 1 high school with his tail between his legs, grew increasingly furious the more he thought about it after returning home. So he deliberately contacted his old friend at Shanghai University. Since Chen Mu wanted to make a name for himself in the Warring States dungeon, he'd find an expert in that field to knock some sense into the arrogant brat. After all, Chen Mu is nothing but a greenhorn. Even if he somehow stumbled upon the true history of the Ming Dynasty, does that make him all-knowing and all-powerful? If he truly possessed such abilities, wouldn't the state have long since declared Chen Mu a national treasure? How could he possibly be attending a trash school like Luocheng No. 1 High? Old Jiang, you've got to help me out this time. Old Su sighed heavily into the phone. You haven't seen the comments online, they're infuriating. These netizens blindly believe Chen Mu. I bet if he claimed the Warring States period was unified by some other dynasty, they'd swallow it hook, line, and sinker. You're the expert in this field, the textbook author, no less. How can you stand by while this kid tries to overturn your academic achievements? Don't worry. A cold chuckle came from the other end of the line. I've got to go. Lu just sent a message saying that Chen Mu is preparing to launch the Warring States simulation project. Zhang Mingyuan must have lost his mind. He actually wants us to study the other guy? And we have to put Chen Mu's name on the academic papers we publish. Poof. He's just a young man who got lucky. Does he deserve such treatment? Just you wait, Old Su. I'll expose his true colors to the online community and clear your name. Chapter 77, Exclusive Entry, Mandate from Heaven. Zhang Yunha arrived at Zhongzhou University swiftly. He didn't immediately show hostility toward Chen Mu, choosing instead to assess the situation first. After all, he was, a professor at Zhongzhou University, an authority on warring states history and one of the textbook's compilers. How could he possibly stoop to debating with a student who had just finished the college entrance exams? Thus, under the pretext of academic exchange, Zhang Yunha arrived accompanied by several of his disciples. Professor, what exactly is this Chen Mu's background? Outside Zhongzhou University's villa district, several students gazed enviously at the mansion before them. They had all been specially recruited into Zhongzhou University back in the day, but the best perks they received were merely higher scholarships. Who among them had ever gotten a standalone villa? What background could he possibly have? Zhang Yunha scoffed coldly. Just some lucky bastard who snagged a golden skill and an SSS rating by sheer luck. Come on, we're here to learn from him. Principal Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu from admissions made it clear whatever research findings come out of this, Chen Mu's name must be credited. So you'd better take this seriously later, don't embarrass our Warring States History Research Group. These few simple sentences instantly left the students exchanging bewildered glances. What the hell? Their Professor Jiang was one of the textbook authors and a widely recognized authority in the academic world. Has the school lost its mind? They actually want the professor to learn from some greenhorn who just finished the college entrance exams? And the research findings would even have to be credited to that guy? Even before meeting him, Zhang Yunha's students had already developed hostility toward Chen Mu. And soon, 7 or 8 professors and scholars from Zhongzhou University also rushed over, all entering the villa with a hint of curiosity. At the same time, President Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu had already set up the live streaming equipment and were personally promoting the event. Hello, everyone online. I'm sure you've all seen Chen Mu's performance on the college entrance exam online. He has now officially joined our Zhongzhou University. Before Zhang Mingyuan could finish, a barrage of comments flooded the screen. Holy crap! I didn't catch the live stream today, but I've heard it all: Hell tier dungeon, SSS tier rating, and golden attributes? What kind of god is this Chen Mu? The key point is Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. Scholars have now confirmed Chen Mu's simulation was entirely accurate. And it's highly likely the Ming Dynasty was founded by Zhu Yuanzhang, a beggar. Holy crap, this world really is a massive farce. Even Pulp Fiction wouldn't dare write such a plot twist, and it's actually true? By the way, Luocheng No. 1 High School said Chen Mu's condition for joining Shanghai University was the Warring States Great Qin Dungeon. He just finished simulating it this morning, and now it's starting again? They wouldn't even work a production team donkey this hard. Shanghai University, I advise you to be kind, don't waste such a gifted student like brother Chen Mu. Ah, well. Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu exchanged glances and hurriedly explained, Dear viewers, Chen Mu has indeed begun the simulation. But rest assured, though he's still tackling that hell-tier late Warring States dungeon, we just confirmed he's purchased the necessary safety protocols to ensure his survival. Moreover, our university has a fully equipped simulation support team. Even if the simulation fails, they can help Chen Mu quickly recover. After several rounds of explanation, the netizens finally stopped bringing up the matter. Immediately after, some began urging Zhang Mingyuan to focus the camera on Chen Mu. After all, following the previous Hell-level instance, everyone was eager to see how Chen Mu would tackle the Warring States period's unification battle instance. At the same time, Chen Mu had already completed his initial selections and entered the simulated world. On the temperature-controlled simulation pod, lines of simulation data rapidly materialized. Selected dungeon, late Warring States period. Selected character, Qin State hostage Prince Xinjiang. Your golden special item, Heart of the Gambling God, has activated. Your golden trait, Golden Legend, has activated. You have gained the character-specific trait, Mandate of Heaven. Each time you accomplish a predestined event, you will receive additional bonuses and rewards. Your golden trait, Immunity to Illness, has activated. You are now immune to most diseases and possess a healthier physique. Your golden trait, Blessing of Fortune, has been activated. You have a chance to obtain a third trait. These simple simulated messages left not only the on-site crowd stunned, but even the viewers in the livestream couldn't contain themselves. 3 gold traits? Plus a special item? Wait, how many points would you need to afford that? How much? I just checked the simulated shop. These 4 alone cost 100,000 points. Whoa! Has Chen Mu lost his mind? How many points did he get from the damning instance today? He didn't blow it all, did he? Calm down, everyone. I just checked the Gaokao internal network. Chen Mu's previous points far exceed 100,000. He hasn't even spent half of them. Not even half? How many points does brother Chen Mu have anyway? No doubt about it. This seemingly ordinary string of gold nearly broke the defenses of countless netizens. Heaven have mercy. Most people grind away in the simulation world, and even with good luck, a B grade rating only nets a few thousand points at best. But Chen Mu? He just blew through scores equivalent to dozens, even hundreds, of B rank evaluations. What's even more infuriating is this 100,000 points? It's barely even half? No wonder top universities are scrambling for him. Brother Chen Mu's achievements are downright terrifying. Speaking of which, did anyone notice the terms Chen Mu purchased? One for guaranteed gold, one for extra terms, and one for immunity to all diseases. Could this mean that Zhang, the great Qin hostage prince, might actually fall ill? That makes sense. I recall someone simulating this before and nearly succeeding, but that guy ate something bad and croaked midway. The real question is that gambler's heart he picked. Use it right and it's a score-boosting powerhouse, mess it up and you'll lose your pants. Could it be that Chen Mu has absolute confidence in the Warring States campaign? Or perhaps this Qin hostage, Zhang, is actually the first emperor to achieve unification? Watching the flood of discussions, Principal Zhang Mingyuan and Director Liu exchanged a glance and wisely chose to remain silent. Netizens' curiosity was a good thing, it meant more attention for Mountain River University. After all, the college entrance exams had just ended. If Chen Mu performed well, perhaps this year's enrollment wouldn't be a concern. However, Zhang Yunhe and several students nearby wore expressions of disdain. Zhang Yunhe had always adhered to the principle of not using simulated mall items. After all, only by doing so could history be reproduced to the greatest extent possible, allowing the truth to be uncovered. Glancing at the pile of golden entries, Zhang Yunhe sneered coldly, seems our student Chen Mu isn't so confident after all. Otherwise, why would he spend so many points buying these attributes? Is he afraid of failing? Chapter 78, Simulation begins. If Chen Mu knew what Zhang Yunhe was thinking, he'd simply ignore it. Are you kidding me? Does he need to worry about failure? What he fears is failing to unleash the full potential of the Qin Empire. After all, if asked to name the most regrettable dynasty, the Qin Empire would undoubtedly be among Chen Mu's choices. For it was the first dynasty in Longxia history to achieve unification. The Qin dynasty that unified writing systems and standardized rail gauges. Alas! After achieving unification, the first emperor, consumed by his quest for immortality, departed this world with unfulfilled regrets. He left behind only the terracotta warriors standing in darkness for millennia before finally seeing the light of day once more. Great Qin, here I come. With countless thoughts swirling within him, Chen Mu plunged once more into the simulated world. Simulation commencing. Age 0, you are born. Your father is Yuan Zichu, grandson of the Qin king. He fathered you with Lady Zhao while held as a hostage in the state of Zhao. At that time, Qin and Zhao were bitter enemies, placing you in grave danger. Age 1, your father brought a merchant from the state of Wei named Lu Buwei. He took great delight in you and showered you with toys and gifts. Age 2, Qin besieged Handan in Zhao. Defeated, Zhao sought to kill your father in vengeance. Fortunately, Lu Buwei bribed Zhao's commander with a large sum of money. Your father escaped back to the Qin camp, while you and your mother remained in Zhao. Age 3, to survive, your mother, Lady Zhao, took you to hide at her family home. With Qin and Zhao at odds, your situation was far from easy. At age 4, you were constantly bullied and tormented by the Zhao people. You secretly vowed that one day you would exact tenfold, 100-fold revenge. At age 5, Lu Buwei provided you with abundant food and toys, and hired tutors at great expense to teach you. You proved exceptionally bright, quickly mastering reading and writing. At age 6, you became fascinated with various schools of thought, filled with longing and curiosity about the reforms sweeping across the states. At age 7, you became deeply engrossed in all forms of learning, especially military strategy. At age 8, news reached you that your father had been given a prominent position in the Qin state. Your mother wept tears of joy. Swish! The torrent of memories abruptly halted, and Chen Mu's perspective shifted to a wooden cottage. The furnishings were modest, yet the room was piled high with bamboo slips and silk scrolls. Even the desk before him was covered with books. This was Handan, in the state of Zhao during the Warring States period. And now he had taken his father's place as a hostage in Zhao. Zhanger. Zhao Ji, clad in crimson, hurried in. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Chen Mu. My dear son, put down your books. Your father has become the crown prince of Qin. Once he becomes the ruler of Qin, won't we have whatever we desire? Quick! Your grandfather has prepared a banquet. Let's go celebrate. A feast? Chen Mu shook his head, speechless. Mother, shouldn't we be rushing to escape at a time like this? Do you think the state of Zhao will let us off so easily? Zhao Ji's face paled. Before she could decide what to do, Chen Mu's voice grew grave. What about that merchant Lu Buwei left behind? Hurry and find him. The city gates aren't closed yet. We can slip out under the guise of a merchant caravan. We must act swiftly, delay invites disaster. Right. Zhao Ji hurried off in a flurry. Yet as she stepped outside the room, hesitation suddenly gripped her. Was this still her obedient, docile son? How could he suddenly understand so many things? Though she couldn't fathom it. To her, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Moreover, she feared the state of Zhao might seize them at any moment, which would prevent her from returning to Qin to enjoy its splendor and riches. Simulation Day 1, you learn your father has become crown prince of Qin and fear Zhao will seize this opportunity to place you and your mother under house arrest. Fortunately, your mother Zhao Ji heeded your advice and sought out the merchant left behind by Lu Buwei, preparing to seize the chance to flee Zhao. That afternoon, you and your mother disguised yourselves and joined a merchant caravan, departing Handan City before the city gates closed. Ha! Inside Chen Mu's villa, Zhang Mingyuan, the president of Shanghai University, scrutinized the simulation data with suspicion. After a moment's thought, he asked uncertainly, "Old Lu, this great Qin hostage. I recall there was a tutorial on safely leaving the state of Zhao?" "Correct." Director Lu turned to look at Jiang Yunha and smiled. That tutorial was actually written by Professor Jiang. But he analyzed back then that Ying Zheng was too young at the time, making it highly unlikely he could accomplish the task of unifying the warring states. Exactly. Hearing his name mentioned, Jiang Yunha smiled indifferently and spoke up. "Director Lu, since you already know all this, why did you still let this Chen Mu student choose Ying Zheng? Qin is indeed formidable. But because of its excessive greed, Qin has drawn the united opposition of the other states, especially Zhao and Chu, whose strength isn't much weaker than Qin's. I heard he's using a specialized simulator this time? Our Mountain River University is one of the 4 prestigious institutions in Longsha. When did we become so desperate?" "Ah, well." Director Lu's face instantly turned awkward. As the head of admissions, not some academic heavyweight like Zhang Yunha, how could he dare challenge the other's viewpoint? But Director Lu had absolute confidence in Chen Mu. After all, that 280,000-point score in SSS tier evaluation spoke volumes. Professor Jiang. Principal Zhang Mingyuan, standing nearby, smiled and interjected, "As a scholar of warring states history, you surely understand that our university's philosophy is one of 100 flowers blooming and 100 schools of thought contending. Regardless of whether Chen Mu succeeds, this represents an important experiment for our university. I believe we should give young people more opportunities. Wouldn't you agree?" "That's true." Jiang Yunha nodded, unwilling to argue further. He simply said, "Alright, let's hurry and see how this Chen Mu student plans to simulate it. I'm curious to see what an 8-year-old Qin hostage could possibly accomplish in the chaos of the Warring States period. What can he do? Get himself killed, that's what." One of Jiang Yunha's students suddenly chimed in with a cold laugh. "Principal, you probably don't know this. In this Warring States scenario, if the Qin hostage escapes, he'll inevitably draw the pursuit of the state of Zhao. I reckon Chen Mu's 100,000 points spent this time will mostly go down the drain." Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu instantly grew tense. It was no wonder they reacted this way. After all, Jiang Yunha held immense prestige and standing within the academic world. And the student who had just spoken was none other than Huang Xiaoyan, one of Jiang Yunha's most outstanding disciples. Though barely in his early 20s, he was already a 5-star simulator. In other words, Huang Xiaoyan might not have Chen Mu's extravagant achievements, but he was undoubtedly a top student. So, if the other party claimed Chen Mu's actions would invite danger, could Chen Mu navigate it safely? Chapter 79, Escape from Zhao. Run. Within the simulated world, Chen Mu stared speechlessly at the long line of torches snaking down the mountain. He never imagined that, having just left Handan and Zhao with Zhao Ji's help from the merchant caravan, they'd be discovered so quickly. Come to think of it, his current status was that of a Qin hostage prince, imprisoned in Zhao as collateral. With their hostage attempting to escape, how could the state of Zhao not panic? "Zhenger, you've nearly killed your mother." Zhao Ji was clearly terrified too, clutching Chen Mu tightly as she urgently pleaded, "Mr. Wei, can we go any faster? The Zhao forces are catching up." "I'm afraid it's impossible, madam." The caravan manager looked equally helpless. "We're traveling by carriage in the dead of night. It's unlikely we can evade Zhao's pursuit. Perhaps, you and the young master could ride ahead on horseback while we delay them from behind?" This. Zhao Ji hesitated for a moment. She knew how to ride a horse, but Ying Zhang was only 8 years old. Could he endure such jostling? Besides, once they broke away from the caravan, encountering even a handful of bandits could cost both mother and son their lives. In that case, being captured by Zhao would be preferable. After all, her husband Ying Iran had now become crown prince of Qin. Surely Zhao wouldn't dare harm them. Lost in thought, Chen Mu, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, "No need for horses. Mr. Wei, I recall there's a road outside Handan that leads south to Chu, correct? Have the caravan turn back immediately. We'll head straight toward the Zhao army. Even if we encounter them, don't panic. Once we reach the outskirts of Handan, we'll simply detour south." But the caravan manager hesitated, then exclaimed with delight, "Young master, what a brilliant idea. The Zhao troops arrived in haste and surely don't know our identities. They'll likely focus their searches on caravans heading toward the Qin kingdom. They'd never suspect we turn back. Quick! Everyone, turn around immediately." After a long while, the caravan finally turned its wagons around and proceeded steadily toward Handan. Before long, the Zhao cavalry, torches blazing, came riding toward them. Spotting the caravan, the refined-looking commander at the head pulled back his reins and bellowed, "Caravan ahead, halt immediately." "Where do you come from?" "From Wei and Han." Mr. Wei from the caravan hurried forward, smiling apologetically. General, we were delayed on the road. Has the gate to Handan already been closed? Long closed. The commander shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the caravan. On your journey here, did you encounter a caravan heading toward Qin? Yes, we did. Mr. Wei quickly interjected, but were there any suspicious individuals in that caravan? We were puzzled why they suddenly split into two groups and departed one after the other. Split into two groups? The refined-looking commander's eyes flickered, then suddenly turned to Chen Mu and Zhao Ji. Who are these two? We've come to study. Chen Mu spoke without flinching. I wish to study military strategy so I may serve my country in the future. A fine young man, full of ambition. The commander gave Chen Mu a surprised look before nodding with a smile. Judging by your appearance, you must be from our state of Zhou. If you wish to serve in the military when you grow up, seek me out at the northern border. Remember, my name is Li Mu. With that, Li Mu paid no further attention to the stunned Chen Mu, leading his cavalry squadron away. Just as Chen Mu and his companions were secretly relieved to have escaped danger, more cavalry returned. From a distance, they tossed a token and called out, "Young master, our general says that since your caravan came to Zhao for trade, there's no reason to bar you from the city. The commander guarding the south gate and our general Li Mu are sworn brothers. Simply mention his name, and no one will trouble you." With those words, the horseman swiftly departed, torch held high. What a man, Li Mu! Chen Mu watched the Zhao cavalry vanish into the distance, his heart filled with profound emotion. On his very first day in this simulated world, he'd already encountered a historical figure? This journey to the great Qin Empire was shaping up to be quite the adventure. Zhang. Zhao Ji looked at Chen Mu with surprise, rubbing his cheeks with delight. My Zhang has grown up. How did you think to turn the caravan around? And when you faced that General Li Mu just now, weren't you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Chen Mu gently pulled away from Zhao Ji's hands and said earnestly, Mother, we'll be taking a detour through Chu from here on out. There will likely be many difficulties. If anything goes wrong along the way, you'll have to bear with it. I know. Zhao Ji shrugged nonchalantly. I'm your mother, not a child. Why should you worry about me? Don't worry. I'm no stranger to hardship. If we suffer on this journey, we'll make your father compensate us properly when we return. Have him bestow upon us a mountain of gold, silver, and jewels. Chen Mu couldn't help but sigh. Possessing the first emperor's memories from childhood onward, he knew full well just how unreliable his mother truly was. To put it bluntly, she was the ultimate free spirit of the Warring States period. Otherwise, the future Zhao Ji wouldn't have done all those outrageous things after her husband kicked the bucket. Ah well, we'll take it slow. Chen Mu pondered for a moment, already sketching out a parental development plan in his mind. Under the dim night sky, the caravan took a wide detour around Handan, the capital of Zhao, swiftly heading south along the road. Elsewhere, after a long pursuit, Li Mu suddenly realized his mistake. But when he turned back toward Handan City, the caravan had already vanished without a trace. Simulation Day 2, you have escaped Handan City. General Li Mu of Zhao lost your trail after a prolonged pursuit and soon realized he had fallen into your trap. Simulation Day 3, enraged and humiliated, the king of Zhao ordered all border passes sealed. Yet by then, you had already slipped into the southern state of Wei. Simulation Day 6, upon learning of this, the state of Wei dispatched troops in force to hunt you down. Yet you pressed southward straight toward Chu, with the caravan continuing its trade as usual along the way so no one ever suspected you. Simulation Day 11, you entered the state of Chu. Within the villa district of Shanghai University, everyone present watched the stream of simulation updates with hearts pounding. That takes some nerve. Director Liu couldn't help but exclaim, Li Mu was a renowned general of the Warring States period. How did Chen Mu manage to escape right under his nose? A feint to the east, strike to the west. Principal Zhang Mingyuan examined the simulation data with amusement. The straight line distance from Zhao to Qin shouldn't be that great, but Chen Mu took quite a detour. No wonder Zhao and Wei couldn't find him. Who would have thought he'd head straight for Chu? Chu isn't exactly a safe haven. Beside them, Wang Xiayang, Zhang Yun's star pupil, spoke up leisurely, Principal, Director Liu, haven't you heard the saying? Though Chu may be reduced to 3 households, it will surely be Chu that brings down Qin. Though I'm not sure exactly when in the Warring States period that saying originated, the Qin and Chu states have a blood feud. Chen Mu may have slipped into Chu easily enough, but getting out will be another matter entirely. Chapter 80, third entry, heroes appreciate each other. It must be said. Huang Xiaoyan's words sent a wave of tension through the assembled crowd. After all, Chen Mu had just spent 100,000 points on this mission. If he were to die carelessly in Chu, it would be a massive loss. After all, entries and special items exchanged in the simulation mall were essentially one-time use. Even if you simulated for just 1 second, these things couldn't be refunded. Fortunately, Chen Mu's luck wasn't that bad. In fact, he could already sense just how ridiculously powerful the purchased attribute was. Because on just the 20th day of simulation, Chen Mu triggered the effect of the item. Day 20 of simulation, you reach the Qin-Chu border by waterway. The instant you set foot on Qin territory, you feel as if destiny is calling. You triggered the effect of the Heaven's Mandate item, gaining +1 to your lifespan. Whoa! Just these two simple simulation messages made Zhang Mingyuan and the others gasp in shock. After all, Chen Mu had also obtained a golden entry in the Yuan-Ming Transition dungeon, yet he'd only triggered the lifespan increase effect once throughout the entire run. But now? After just 20 simulated days, less than a minute in real time, the entry had already triggered a skip, and for the extremely rare lifespan effect? Not bad. Within the simulated world, Chen Mu felt the effect of the attribute with a hint of excitement. The immunity to all illnesses had already made his body exceptionally robust. Even after enduring rough conditions on the road, Chen Mu hadn't suffered a single headache or fever. And now, the triggered Mandate of Heaven, truly worthy of being the first Emperor's exclusive entry, its effect was nothing short of earth-shattering. The increase in lifespan was truly profound. This isn't like attributes such as strength or stamina, where you can immediately feel physical changes. Yet the increase in lifespan wasn't merely an extension of life, it felt more like becoming healthier at a genetic level. Chen Mu couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed, but he truly sensed that subtle shift. Zhang. From the caravan wagon weathered by wind and frost, a disheveled Zhao Ji called out lazily. He sighed. Chen Mu pulled out a crispy pastry and offered, "Mother, are you hungry? Have something to eat?" "I don't want this." Zhao Ji felt like crying. "I want hot soup made by your grandmother. I want a hot bath. I want a change of clothes. I stink to high heaven. If your father saw me like this, he'd surely despise me." Chen Mu shook his head helplessly, but could only offer comfort. "Mother, please stop crying. We've already entered the territory of the Great Qin. And Mr. Wei has sent people to the nearby cities. Someone will come to greet us soon." As they spoke, the distant sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed through the air. But upon catching sight of them, the caravan members froze in shock. It was a squadron of Chu soldiers. At that very moment, the leading commander held aloft a severed head, none other than the member of the caravan sent out by Master Wei. "Ha ha ha ha. So the young Master Zhang of the Great Qin is indeed here. Men, surround them." Clang! 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 Amid the clanging of weapons, hundreds of cavalry swiftly encircled the caravan. The leading commander spurred his horse directly before Chen Mu, his eyes burning as he stared intently at the youth. With a cold sneer, he demanded, "You are Prince Zhang?" "Indeed." Chen Mu raised an eyebrow slightly. "The Chu army dares to enter the territory of Great Qin. Are you seeking to provoke war? So what if we do?" The commander drew his blade without haste, sneering coldly, "Our Great Chu and your Great Qin have clashed before. Yet today, does not our Great Chu still stand tall in the world? But you, dying so young, aren't you afraid? What good would fear do?" Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. "Kill me, and you may indeed return to claim credit and rewards from the Chu king, but the Great Qin will never let you off the hook. Let me guess, will your Chu state cede 500 li of territory, or 800? What a sharp-tongued young upstart." The Chu commander's eyes narrowed dangerously as he raised his blade high. "Since you fear no death, I, Xian, shall grant you your wish." "No!" Zhao Ji cried out in alarm, clutching Chen Mu desperately. "You cannot kill my son. My husband is Ying Yiren, Crown Prince of Qin. If you dare lay a finger on him, the Great Qin will never let you off." "Mother!" Chen Mu sighed helplessly. "He's just trying to scare us." "Ha?" Zhao Ji stared blankly at the Chu general, only to notice he had indeed sheathed his weapon. After studying him closely, Chen Mu said solemnly, "General Xiang. Could you be General Xian Yan of Chu? You know me?" Xian Yan glanced at Chen Mu with surprise, curiosity evident on his face. "And how did you know I was scaring you? Could it be, you think this head is fake?" "Not at all." Chen Mu shook his head calmly. "General, though you've been shouting threats of battle, the soldiers around you look terrified. If I'm not mistaken, the armies of our Great Qin state will arrive soon, won't they? You're quite sharp." Xian Yan glanced at Chen Mu with a hint of emotion, then suddenly grew stern. "But precisely because of that, I cannot allow you to remain here as a potential threat. Otherwise, once you ascend the throne, won't you pose an even greater threat to Chu? You won't need to lift a finger." Seeing his opponent about to draw his weapon, Chen Mu swiftly snatched a small knife and pressed it against his own throat, sneering coldly, "I hear General Xiang Yan cherishes his soldiers like sons and enjoys considerable prestige in Chu. I'd be curious to know if you'll have the guts to watch your Chu kingdom run red with blood, littered with 1,000,000 corpses?" Xiang Yan froze instantly. The mere thought of the scene he described sent waves of rage surging through him. But then, Chen Mu's small knife had indeed sliced through the skin on his neck, and now streaks of blood were rapidly trickling down. There was no doubt about it. If this Qin hostage died on the border, regardless of whether Xiang Yan was responsible, war between Qin and Chu would inevitably erupt. Xiang Yan certainly wasn't afraid. But he also knew that present-day Chu was no match for Qin. Especially now, as the distant clatter of hooves grew louder once more, and dust clouds could even be seen rising with the naked eye. That was the Qin army. Once they arrived, once Xing Zhang met his end, it would be too late. Well done, Prince Shang. Xiang Yan shot Chen Mu a piercing glance, tossed the merchant's severed head onto the ground, and ordered coldly, "Men, let's move. Bullying the weak is not the way of Chu's sons. If we must fight, we shall wait until this Prince Zheng ascends the throne and then engage them in open battle. When that time comes, I, Xiang, will personally march to Xianyang. We wish to follow the general." The Chu cavalrymen spoke in unison, then charged off with the same roar as when they had arrived. Soon, new simulation data drifted from the temperature-controlled simulation chamber. Simulation Day 20, you encountered the Chu general Xiang Yan at the Qin-Chu border. You threatened him with war and your own life, forcing him to retreat. Your deeds became known to the Qin soldiers, who deeply admired you despite being only 8 years old. You have luckily triggered the third golden trait, heroes appreciate each other. All heroes and warriors influenced by you will develop varying degrees of admiration and respect, some may even pledge complete loyalty. Chapter 81, Meeting Wang Jian. 3 Golden Traits. At this very moment, Zhang Mingyuan, Director Liu, and the others were utterly stunned by this simulation information. While the lucky blessing in the simulation mall offered a chance for simulators to gain extra attributes in the simulated world, it was merely a chance. In reality, even if you spent a huge amount of points, if you failed to unlock the character's potential during the simulation, it was actually very difficult to gain the bonus of extra attributes. Even if someone was fortunate enough to trigger this effect, it almost always happened after simulating for years, or even decades. But Chen Mu? In just 20 days, he'd collected all 3 major entries? First, right at the start of the simulation, he directly activated the effect of Golden Legend, obtaining Ying Zheng's exclusive trait, Mandate of Heaven. Zhang Mingyuan and Director Liu had just discussed this in hushed tones, unanimously agreeing that this trait's effect was absolutely no weaker than the Defying Fate trait Chen Mu had obtained in the Great Ming Dungeon. Then came the Immunity to All Illnesses entry, which took effect immediately. This entry is also one that many simulators greatly covet. Though it merely prevents illness, in reality, in ancient times with primitive medical technology, any disease could easily prove fatal. Therefore, this skill was absolutely god tier. And now, the triggered, heroes appreciate each other, trait directly grants Chen Mu another terrifying ability. First Li Mu, then Xiang Yan. Director Liu sighed deeply. Chen Mu's luck, should we call it good fortune or ill fortune? The crucial point is that this kid survived in their hands. Principal Zhang Mingyuan said solemnly, perhaps it was precisely because of these 2 individuals that Chen Mu obtained the heroic mutual respect trait? At the very least, it signifies some form of recognition from Li Mu and Xiang Yan toward Chen Mu, doesn't it? Exactly. Director Liu's eyes lit up as he scrutinized the simulation data. Suddenly, he exclaimed with delight, Principal, you mentioned, since Li Mu and Xiang Yan's squad have acknowledged Chen Mu, do you think Chen Mu might have a chance to recruit them in the future? After all, this heroes appreciate each other trait has the potential to make other heroes pledge direct allegiance. The entire assembly felt a jolt of realization. Although historians still cannot definitively confirm which dynasty unified the Warring States period, many points of consensus have emerged. For instance, Zhao's Li Mu possessed military prowess that bordered on game-breaking. In fact, some have attempted simulations with the Qin state, but as long as Li Mu remained alive, Qin could never easily breach Zhao's defenses. Prolonging the conflict too long even risked a coalition attack from rival states, allowing Li Mu to stage a stunning comeback. Beyond that, Xiang Yan of Chu was also an absolutely formidable general. Moreover, evidence suggests Xiang Yan is the grandfather of Xiang Yu, the overlord of the Chu Han War. As the saying goes, a tiger father begets no dog son. If his grandson Xiang Yu was fiercer than the heavens, Xiang Yan himself couldn't be far behind. But now, if Chen Mu could harness the effect of the golden trait heroes appreciate each other to recruit these formidable warriors under his banner, who in the world could stand against him? Master. Beside him, Huang Xiaoyang glanced at the simulation data with a look of exasperation and couldn't help but complain, this kid's luck is off the charts, isn't it? What's the rush? Professor Zhang Yun scoffed coldly. The trait is decent, but does the simulated world only care about traits? If that were the case, why would anyone need simulations? We could just grind for points to swap traits and see the outcome right away. Exactly. Huang Xiaoyang and the other students' eyes lit up. While the quality of entries might influence simulation outcomes, it wasn't absolute. It's like an unparalleled warrior. Even without a good weapon, he remains an unparalleled warrior. On the contrary, if you're inherently weak, would wielding a divine weapon suddenly unlock its full power? The answer is obviously no. Take Chen Mu's previous simulation of the Ming Dynasty instance, it didn't heavily rely on item effects. In fact, he barely triggered any throughout the entire run. But this time, this is a sure thing. Chen Mu chuckled softly as he examined the item's effects. From the very first day he arrived in the Warring States era, he'd been contemplating how to approach the simulation, and a vague direction had already taken shape in his mind. The emergence of heroes appreciate each other now solidified his resolve. The year was approximately 251 BC. At this time, King Zhaoxiang of Qin, the great-grandfather of the future first Emperor Ying Zhang, had suddenly passed away. His son, Prince Ngui Yingzhang's grandfather, King Xiaowen of Qin, ascended the throne. Tragically, after observing a year of mourning, Prince Ngui passed away just 3 days after ascending the throne. Yingzhang's father, Ying'eran, had now been designated crown prince. He would later become King Zhuanzhang of Qin, whose reign would last a mere 3 years. At that time, the 12-year-old Yingzhang would ascend as ruler of the Qin state, marking the beginning of the grand campaign for unification. Or rather, the Qin state had actually commenced its unification campaigns much earlier, but the strategic maneuvering of the early years had caused them to temporarily miss the optimal window of opportunity. But regardless, though Chen Mu had now returned to Qin, the time left for him was actually running out. At most, he has 4 years before ascending the throne. And within these 4 years, Chen Mu still has so much he wishes to accomplish. But the prerequisite is, he must first secure the support of his father, Ying'eran, and his grandfather, the Prince of An. Lost in thought, the distant Qin army was already galloping toward them. As they drew near, a Qin commander spurred his horse forward, bellowing from afar, "Guards! Seize these spies colluding with Chu and behead them." The caravan members were instantly terrified out of their wits. Qin's harsh laws were notorious among the states, especially the charge of treason and collaboration with the enemy. Once labeled as such, even royal descendants would likely suffer severe punishment. Fortunately, Chen Mu had returned this time fully prepared. "Mr. Wei, bring my father's token and declare my identity." Amidst the panic, Chen Mu's voice inexplicably calmed the entire caravan. By this day, the caravan members had long since been utterly awed by this Qin hostage. After all, whether facing Zhao's General Li Mu or Chu's Xianyan, Chen Mu had displayed a composure and steadiness utterly incongruous with his age. Sure enough, when Mr. Wei, the caravan steward, presented the token of the Crown Prince of Qin, the arriving Qin soldiers had already begun to believe him. After all, with Zhao and Wei in an uproar lately, everyone knew the Qin hostage Zhang had secretly fled. Who could have imagined he would appear at the Qin-Chu border? "Your humble servant, General Wang Jian, pays his respects to your highness." The leading commander hastily dismounted and bowed deeply. "Earlier, Chu forces invaded our border. I just witnessed them besieging your highness. Are you unharmed?" "How could I be unharmed?" Zhao Ji, standing nearby, saw Wang Jian's respectful demeanor and wiped away tears. "Look at my Zhanger's neck. If he hadn't driven off those Chu bandits just now, they might have killed us both." "Mother!" Chen Mu sighed with obvious annoyance, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Jian as he smiled. "General Wang needn't worry, it's merely a superficial wound. That Xiang Yan never truly intended to harm me. He merely sought to intimidate us with threats to abduct us to Chu. But they departed now, so there's no need for concern. For now, we must trouble the general to escort us a bit further. It would be best if you could prepare some hot water and food." "Understood." Wang Jian's face lit up with delight as he promptly accepted the request. Chapter 82, Books Hidden in Fish Belly? 6 Kings Vanish, or Seas United? On the return journey, Wang Jian seemed increasingly intrigued by this grandson of the Qin king. As it happened, Chen Mu also wished to cultivate a relationship with his future commander-in-chief of Qin. Along the way, Wang Jian learned of Chen Mu and his companions' experiences along the journey, while Chen Mu gained a rough understanding of Wang Jian's lineage. The Wang family's ancestors were descendants of Prince Qin, the crown prince of Qingling of Zhou. They had been stripped of their noble status and demoted to commoners for crimes related to flood control. Yet, as descendants of the royal lineage, they retained the surname Wang. Wang Jian's father had long served in the Qin army, and Wang Jian himself possessed immense strength from childhood and a passion for military strategy. Thus, despite his youth, he had already become a commander guarding the Qin-Chu border. It must be said, Wang Jian was exceptionally clever, brilliantly so, and possessed an uncanny talent for reading people. Often, Chen Mu would barely utter a few words before Wang Jian delivered precisely the response he craved. This emotional satisfaction was off the charts. "Young master." Within the Qin border fortress, Wang Jian gazed at Chen Mu, freshly bathed and dressed, and spoke sincerely. "These past days, I've heard many tales of your exploits. Some say Zhao secretly had you killed, others claim Wei placed you under house arrest, and yet others insist it was Prince Zichu's spies who betrayed you after he was named crown prince. I never imagined you would return by way of Zhao, Wei, and Chu. I heard from Mr. Wei that you made all the decisions along the way?" "You could say that." Chen Mu nodded and smiled. "Does General Wang not believe me? How could this humble general harbor such thoughts?" Wang Jian sighed deeply. "Your servant simply marvels that at but 8 years of age, your highness already possesses such strategic acumen. Should he ascend to the throne of Qin in the future, he will surely become a wise ruler. Then our great Qin shall be truly blessed." Chen Mu couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Honestly, this future war god of Qin's flattery was actually quite pleasant. In truth, Chen Mu never imagined he would encounter Wang Jian at the great Qin border, nor did he expect the two men separated by more than a decade could hit it off instantly. "General Wang," Chen Mu said earnestly, "while I was bathing earlier, Mr. Wei inquired about your situation for me. It seems General Wang treats his soldiers well too." That Chu General Xiangyan was famed for loving his soldiers like his own children. With your abilities, General Wang, your future achievements will surely surpass even Xiangyan's. Why not accompany me back to Xianyang? I'll have father request a favorable assignment for you before grandfather? Absolutely not. Wang Jian's expression instantly darkened. He shook his head hastily. I deeply appreciate your kindness, young master. Young master, you have only just returned. Remember, you must not rashly attempt to win over hearts. With the new king ascending the throne and your father only recently named crown prince, should word spread of your attempts to win over generals, it would surely arouse the king's suspicion. If villains seize the opportunity to sow discord, it could spell disaster. Chen Mu nodded non-committally. Indeed. Those who leave their names in the annals of history are never easy to deal with. Take Wang Jian before him, for instance. Though young, he already possessed an exceptionally keen political instinct. No wonder the first emperor later entrusted him with such crucial responsibilities, even mobilizing the entire nation's forces to place a 600,000-strong army under Wang Jian's command to subdue Chu. If anyone else had been in his place, wouldn't the first emperor have worried they'd grow too powerful? Though the practice of bestowing the yellow robe hadn't yet emerged in this era, the cautionary tale of the Tian clan usurping Qi was known to all. Without political acumen, how could Wang Jian possibly earn the first emperor's trust? Your Highness. Wang Jian leaned in with a hint of mystery, murmuring, your servant is profoundly honored by your favor, young master. Yet I am a subject of Great Qin, while you are its future sovereign. You are still young, there is no need to rush. Should the day come when your Highness ascends the throne, this humble servant will be at your command. Even if it means climbing mountains of blades or crossing seas of fire, at your word, I shall not flinch. Good. Very good. Chen Mu chuckled softly, finding Wang Jian more and more to his liking the longer he observed him. He wasn't so conceited as to believe his personal charm could easily win someone over. Even with his golden trait, heroic mutual admiration, it was utterly impossible to win someone over at first sight. But it was clear Wang Jian was also making a bold gamble, betting that this Qin hostage would one day become the ruler of Qin. By that time, thanks to their current heart-to-heart exchange, Wang Jian would surely be given important responsibilities by Chen Mu. General Wang's intentions, Ying Zhang takes note of them today. Chen Mu looked at Wang Jian with solemn earnestness and declared, then it is settled. Should I one day ascend to the throne of Qin? I implore you, General, to sweep away all enemies of our Qin state. Ha, that is precisely what this humble one desires. Wang Jian burst into hearty laughter. He had truly witnessed the prowess of this Prince Shang, who was merely 8 years old. Only 8 years old. When he was 8, his father's glare alone could terrify him into wetting himself. But this boy? Even just hearing about it, Wang Jian could imagine the hardships Chen Mu and the others had endured along the way. Yet whether it was encountering Li Mu at the outset, soothing Zhao Ji during the journey, or remaining unflappable in the face of Xiang Yan, all these feats were accomplished by Chen Mu. By the time they returned, rumors were already spreading among Wang Jian's soldiers that Prince Shan was a divine being sent from heaven, destined to save the Qin state. As for these rumors, well, those were undoubtedly Chen Mu's doing. What could be done? In a few decades, 2 men would stumble upon the fish belly edict and the wild fox's night howl. Later still, an old rogue named Lu Ji would slay a white serpent with a single sword stroke, forging the 400-year Han Dynasty. Not to mention, after experiencing the Ming Dynasty scenario, Chen Mu had grown increasingly fond of this religious opening tactic. Surprisingly, the rumors about Chen Mu weren't spread solely by Mr. Wei of the merchant caravan. After their candid conversation, Wang Jian also joined in. This fellow told everyone he met that a purple aura shrouded Chen Mu's head, that his every movement and posture defied the ordinary, that he bore the mark of a born extraordinary being. Alas, such mystical signs were invisible to common folk, discernible only to the most loyal soldiers of the Qin Empire. Then, thousands of soldiers in this border town began claiming they'd witnessed the phenomenon, terrified of being labeled disloyal. Soon, simulation messages began to appear. Simulation Day 21, you enter the border town under the command of Qin General Wang Jian. Your journey of escape has finally ended. The caravan members now have the chance to bathe, change clothes, and drink a bowl of hot soup. You and Wang Jian hit it off immediately, wishing you had met sooner. The Qin soldiers are fascinated by your exploits and deeply admire you at just 8 years old, convinced you will become a wise ruler in the future. Rumors spread that you possessed an extraordinary aura, the very mark of an emperor born, a claim confirmed by Wang Jian. These whispers grew increasingly fantastical. That very night, while dining with the soldiers, you discovered a strange stone within a fish's belly. Inscribed upon it were the words, "The 6 kingdoms shall perish, the 4 seas shall unite." Everyone regarded this as a divine miracle, an auspicious sign bestowed upon the great Qin by heaven. And you, the bringer of this blessing, would undoubtedly become the brightest star in the Qin sky. Simulation Day 23, escorted by Qin soldiers, you set straight for Xianyang. Chapter 83, the Zhao Ji Transformation Project. The brief simulation report left Zhang Mingyuan and the others with peculiar expressions. Because even a fool could guess that the so-called mysterious stone was most likely arranged by Chen Mu. Don't forget. When Chen Mu chose the Yuan Dynasty late period scenario for his college entrance exam, he started off by using the Ming sect as his opening move. That doesn't add up. Director Liu looked skeptical. But hasn't Chen Mu already become a member of the great Qin royal family? Why would he still be messing with this stuff? Could it be he's planning a rebellion? That's laughable. Zhang Yun has snorted coldly beside him. Rebellion in the Warring States period? Does he think his own country died too slowly? But now that you mention it, you've reminded me. Chen Mu chose to be this Qin hostage and deliberately rushed back to Qin ahead of schedule. Could it be he's plotting to seize the throne early? Otherwise, why would he go out of his way to win over Wang Jian? Don't forget those documents unearthed recently. This Wang Jian might very well be a legendary general of the Qin state. The assembled crowd exchanged stunned glances. Months prior, scholars had uncovered an ancient scroll detailing several generals from the Warring States period who were considered war gods. Beyond the widely known slaughter god Bai Qi, war god Li Mu, and Lianpa, the final name listed was none other than Wang Jian. Unfortunately, the Longxia kingdom possessed no further historical records concerning Wang Jian, and even his life story remained largely unknown. Wang Jian. Zhang Mingyuan, the president of Shanghai University, his eyes gleaming with excitement, couldn't help but turn back and exclaim, "Everyone, take note. This Wang Jian is definitely not someone to be underestimated." If Chen Mu can break through the Warring States period, this Wang Jian will undoubtedly play a pivotal role. Break through the Warring States? Huang Xiayang, seated beside Zhang Yunhe, scoffed coldly, "Principal. You haven't forgotten what happened when our school sent a 6-star simulator, have you?" Zhang Mingyuan froze. As one of Longxia's premier institutions of higher learning, Shanghai University naturally had students who had previously tackled the Warring States campaign. Moreover, that 6-star simulator had also chosen the Qin dynasty and similarly gained Wang Jian's favor right from the start. But no one could have predicted that just as that simulator was poised to make his mark, he was killed by his own younger brother. It wasn't until later that people came to understand. Securing the throne in any of the 7 warring states was no simple feat. Beyond evading overt smears and accusations, one must guard against hidden daggers from internal factions. As for who these internal enemies were and how to deal with them, that remained a mystery to all. Therefore, even though Chen Mu had now returned to the Qin state ahead of schedule, he still faced the same problem. That is, identifying the internal traitor and eliminating the threat before they could act. However, to others, this was a monumental challenge, but Chen Mu had known the answer from the very beginning. Who were the enemies within the Qin state? Who else could it be besides his half-brother Cheng Jiao? Lu Buwei might be considered one, as he would inevitably become an obstacle after Chen Mu ascended the throne. Lao Ai could be counted as half an enemy at most. With merely 2.5 internal threats, did Chen Mu really need to worry so much? Moreover, hadn't he deliberately orchestrated the hidden books in Wang Jian's belly precisely for this purpose? Zhang. Inside the spacious carriage, Zhao Ji gazed at Chen Mu with concern, hesitating as she asked, "Won't your father discover what you've been doing? If he finds out you've been deceiving him and playing tricks, he'll be furious. What if he then disowns you as crown prince?" Enough. Chen Mu sighed helplessly, then patiently reassured her, "Mother, don't worry. Even if father finds out I fabricated it, he'll definitely be delighted." Really? Zhao Ji still seemed skeptical. Seeing this, Chen Mu simply lifted the curtain of the carriage and called out, "Mr. Wei, please come here." Before long, Mr. Wei of the merchant caravan hurriedly climbed aboard the carriage, kneeling at the doorway and inquiring, "Young master, is there anything you require?" "Nothing." Chen Mu pointed at Zhao Ji and chuckled, "Mother's worried our little charade might be exposed. What do you think, Mr. Wei?" Well, Mr. Wei's face immediately darkened with unease. He hesitated to answer, but Chen Mu voiced the answer himself. With something this big, Mr. Wei would surely tell Mr. Lu Buwei, wouldn't he? If Mr. Lu knows, then my father must know as well. Then the question arises. Even if my father found out, do you think he'd be angry? Of course not. Mr. Wei sighed in relief and smiled. "Madam, there's no need to worry. What the young master has done is a perfectly legitimate strategy. Just think. What has been the greatest desire of every ruler throughout the history of our great Qin dynasty? Was it not to sweep across the 6 states and unify the realm? Well, now it's done. The young master has laid out what they crave in plain sight. How could His Royal Highness the Crown Prince not be pleased?" Zhao Ji listened in stunned silence. Having spent all these years in the state of Zhao, she rarely encountered matters of such national significance. How could she possibly understand? But one thing she did grasp. Master Wei said her son was quite talented. At this thought, Zhao Ji's face lit up with joy. "Master Wei, does this mean my husband will surely take a liking to my son Zhenger? He won't just like him." Master Wei sighed deeply. "Madam, consider all that the young master accomplished on this journey. How many in this world could match such deeds?" When facing Zhao's great general Li Mu, the young master remained fearless and cleverly escaped danger. When confronted by Chu Xiangyan, he handled the situation with composure, effortlessly driving the enemy back. And now, this latest feat of hiding the imperial edict in fish bellies. I dare say, if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince knew of these deeds, he would surely groom the young master to be the next ruler. Really? Zhao Ji was instantly overjoyed. Even after Master Wei had departed, she remained there, grinning foolishly. But before long, the woman began to feel anxious and insecure again. Zhang. Ah. It's been so many years since your father left the state of Zhao. After such a long time, could your father have forgotten us mother and son? Of course not. Chen Mu shook her head. Besides, didn't father write you letters often when we were in Zhao? That's true. Zhao Ji sighed in relief, then quickly retrieved her bronze mirror and examined herself from every angle. Soon, she sighed dejectedly, mother has grown thin from hunger these past years, and now I'm getting older and older. Do you think your father would still find me appealing? Of course he will. Chen Mu remained non-committal. Truth be told, his stepfather had indulged in nightly revelry after Zhao Ji returned home. No wonder his health couldn't keep up. Truth be told. Even by the standards of later generations, Zhao Ji was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Surprisingly, in Chen Mu's recollections, Zhao Ji hadn't done anything particularly scandalous during her time in the state of Zhao. Alas! After King Yuanzhang of Qin passed away, Ying Zheng ascended the throne, and Lu Bui seized power, Zhao Ji's behavior began to gradually change. But now that Chen Mu had arrived, Zhao Ji could forget about ever cuckolding his father. The Empress Dowager transformation project must commence ahead of schedule. Mother! Chen Mu produced several boxes of items. These are soaps I brewed during my free time, infused with plenty of pollen. Just use them freely. They'll surely enchant my old man. Oh, and once we're back in Xianyang, I'll have someone secretly produce more. Later, we'll find people to sell this stuff. We'll definitely make a fortune. Then you can buy any jewelry or clothes you want. Really? Zhao Ji's eyes lit up instantly. Jewelry, clothes? These were her absolute favorites. Chapter 84, 3 Generations of Rulers, First Encounter. Mother, would you like to become a great merchant like Mr. Lu? Think about it. Though father is the crown prince of Qin, the things he gives you are ultimately just gifts. How could they compare to the satisfaction of spending money you've earned yourself? Besides, if you could rake in a fortune daily, father would surely look at you with newfound respect, wouldn't he? Conquering men with beauty is never as reliable as doing it with talent and ability. After all, beauty fades with time, but talent and skill only grow more brilliant. Inside the carriage traversing the Great Qin's borders, Chen Mu once again began his brainwashing campaign on Zhao Ji. At first, Zhao Ji remained unconvinced. But as Chen Mu repeatedly brought up the subject, Zhao Ji gradually began to waver. Zhang. Zhao Ji looked at her beloved son hesitantly, her voice filled with doubt. Do you truly believe mother could become a great merchant like Mr. Lu? Of course. Chen Mu nodded. Women may seem delicate, but motherhood makes them strong. Think about it, mother. If I become crown prince of Qin, or even emperor, won't the wealth you earn then also contribute to our Qin state's glory? Exactly. Zhao Ji's eyes lit up instantly. But soon, she sighed dejectedly, but Zhenger, your mother doesn't even know how to balance accounts. Just looking at ledgers gives me a headache. We can hire someone. Chen Mu chuckled, Mr. Lu Bui's business isn't managed by him alone, is it? Besides, is the current strength of our Qin state solely due to the ruler's efforts? All you need to learn is how to manage talent. You don't even need to worry about that. You just need to leverage your influence to promote the products. Think about it, if you use these soaps, won't other women want to use them too? If everyone knows how good this stuff is, will you still worry about not selling it? Zhao Ji's eyes lit up instantly. She knew nothing about business, nothing about accounting, and certainly nothing about managing talent, but she knew she loved the feeling of being the center of attention. Just imagine. Upon returning to Xianyang, if her husband took her to meet the nobles of the Qin royal court, and among all the noble women present, she alone shone the brightest, perfumed from head to toe, wouldn't those women be green with envy? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ji nodded emphatically. Zhenger, mother will listen to you. You're so clever, you wouldn't harm your mother. From now on, mother will be a great merchant, providing you and your father with an endless stream of wealth. We'll even outshine Mr. Lu. Good. Chen Mu smiled immediately. Wealth and power in any era, these are the things that move people's hearts most deeply. Once Zhao Ji plunged into the vast currents of commerce, many things would no longer be within her control. For instance, would she still care about her reputation? Would she even have time to cuckold her own cheap old man? And would she still find him worthy of her attention? As for power, give me a break. Though Chen Mu harbors no patriarchal biases, throughout history, imperial consorts meddling in state affairs has never ended well. And besides, Chen Mu had no intention of handing over the reins of the Qin Empire to anyone else in 4 years. Lu Bui was unfit, and the likes of Li Si and Zhao Gao were even less acceptable. Of course, the prerequisite remained the same. He needed to secure the Qin state's recognition now, at the very least cementing his position as the future ruler of Qin. Heralds. A mounted scout swiftly returned from the long convoy. Upon reaching Chen Mu's carriage, the horseman dismounted and exclaimed urgently, "Young master, we've arrived at Xianyang. Look quickly." Lifting the curtain of the carriage, Chen Mu indeed saw the towering city walls in the distance. Though he had long since entered the Qin Empire, at this very moment, as the ancient, unadorned aura spanning millennia washed over him, Chen Mu still felt his blood boil. This was the Qin dynasty, the first empire in history to achieve national unification. And he would recreate the first emperor's legacy in this simulated world and surpass it, achieving perfection. "Mr. Wei!" Chen Mu called out. Mr. Wei, who had been accompanying them, hurried over and bowed. "Young master, what are your instructions? Is my father aware of our itinerary?" Chen Mu inquired. "Are there any rules or etiquette we must observe?" "None." Mr. Wei quickly interjected. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has already sent word that His Majesty the King will be joining him today to pay respects at the Royal Mausoleum. Young master, you may proceed directly to meet His Majesty." He paused. Mr. Wei lowered his voice further. "Mr. Liu also sent word earlier. He has arranged for splendid attire to be delivered to you. He said this is the only way to make a favorable impression upon the king and the crown prince." "Well, then change." Chen Mu nodded, though a flicker of curiosity about this Mr. Lu Buwei stirred within him. Had this fellow deliberately sent new clothes as a gesture of goodwill? Unfortunately, whether it was the first Emperor Zhang of history or the present-day Chen Mu, neither was someone Lu Buwei could easily manipulate. Soon, Mr. Wei delivered the garments to the carriage, and with Zhao Ji's assistance, Chen Mu began changing into the attire. It must be said, the attire of the Warring States period, though intricate, carried an undeniable air of valor once worn. Especially, the face of the first emperor that Chen Mu now wore was undeniably handsome from childhood onward. "Zhang-er." Zhao Ji gazed at her son with a dazed look, suddenly wiping away tears as she said, "My Zhang-er has truly grown up. You look more and more like a member of the Qin royal family now." "What do you mean resemble?" "I am." Chen Mu chuckled softly. As they spoke, the carriage rolled into the city of Xianyang. Through the slits in the curtain, Chen Mu could still glimpse the bustling streets and soon spotted an enormous royal tomb complex. When the carriage halted, a long flight of steps appeared before them, flanked by hundreds of fully armed soldiers standing in perfect formation, like terracotta warriors. By the great king's command, Prince Shang is summoned to audience. An elderly eunuch bellowed from the steps, his voice strained and shrill. Beside him, Mr. Wei hurriedly helped Chen Mu down from the carriage, saying joyfully, "Young master, hurry. The king and the crown prince are both waiting for you." "Very well." Chen Mu strode forward. But after a few steps, he suddenly felt his robe getting in the way. Perhaps because it was slightly too long, Chen Mu kept tripping over the front hem with every stride. After a moment's thought, Chen Mu decisively stripped off his ornate outer garments, leaving only his white undergarments. He hurried to the foot of the steps, knelt without a word, and proclaimed loudly, "Ying Zhang, descendant of the 26th generation of Duke Xiang, the founding ancestor of the great Qin, great-grandson of the benevolent and wise King Huiwen, great-grandson of the illustrious King Zhao Xiang, grandson of the current King of Qin, King In Guo and son of Crown Prince Ying Yi returns from Handan in the state of Zhao to pay homage to our ancestors." Atop the long staircase, the current ruler of Qin, King Xiaowen, and the future ruler, King Zhuangxiang, appeared side by side, their gazes fixed upon Chen Mu below. Behind them, from the tombs of past Qin rulers, it seemed as if wisps of spirits, dormant for a century, were rising to silently witness this scene. "Aaron!" Qin Xiaowen Wang chuckled softly, "Hurry and bring my fine grandson up. I'd like to ask him what exactly he meant by that 6 kingdoms conquered, for seas united hidden in the fish belly." Chapter 85, Grandfatherly Affection and the Old Man's Jealousy. Zheng. On the royal tomb mound, Chen Mu ascended the steps one by one. At the top of the steps, the future King Zhuangxiang of Qin, now Crown Prince Aaron of the Great Qin, watched him with a smile. Ying Zhang pays his respects to father. To be honest, Chen Mu's memories of Ying Yi were extremely hazy, even less vivid than those of Lu Buwei. However, on the way back, Lu Buwei had specifically instructed Master Wei to show Chen Mu portraits of his stepfather, as well as the current ruler of Qin, King Xiaowen of Qin. Thus, after Ying Yiren gave him a bear hug, Chen Mu quickly brushed the dust off his clothes, performed a formal bow with utmost precision, and proclaimed, "Your humble son, Ying Zhang, pays his respects to grandfather." "Good. My good boy." The middle-aged King Xiaowen of Qin laughed heartily and said, "Zheng, tell me first, is it true that the 6 kings are finished, and the 4 seas are united?" "Of course it is." Chen Mu rose and declared solemnly, "Grandfather, I witnessed this with my own eyes. I even brought back the strange stone hidden within the fish's belly. Grandfather, look." Carefully extracting a small, exquisitely crafted wooden box from his bosom, Chen Mu presented it with both hands. When King Xiaowen of Qin opened it, he indeed found a beautiful jade inside. The only flaw was that the jade bore twisted, crooked cracks that formed several characters. The 6 kings are vanquished, the 4 seas united. These 6 simple characters caused both Qin Xiaowenwang and Qin Yiren's eyes to light up. What did the rulers of the Qin dynasty yearn for most? Was it not to sweep away all rivals under heaven and achieve the unprecedented feat of unifying the realm? And now, Ing Zheng. King Xiaowen of Qin's voice was stern. It is said you have deceived the people by invoking spirits and ghosts. Do you know your crime? Your son is innocent. Chen Mu stood tall without hesitation. This son believes the words inscribed upon this jade are the will of heaven and an inevitable achievement for our great Qin. If this is a crime, then I willingly accept that I am beyond redemption. Excellent. Truly unforgivable. Beside them, Qin Yiren could no longer contain himself. Without another word, he pulled Chen Mu to his feet, laughing heartily. My good son, rise. This was your grandfather testing you on purpose. Come now, father will take you to pay homage to our Qin ancestors so they may all witness what kind of future sovereign our Qin dynasty has produced. To be fair, Qin Yiren's words already bordered on presumption. But strangely enough, the current ruler of Qin, King Xiaowen, showed no displeasure whatsoever. Instead, he stood cheerfully on the other side, clasping Chen Mu's hand and laughing heartily. 8 years old. Such ambition at merely 8 years old. Our ancestors manifest their divine presence. It is destined that the Qin shall reign for 10,000 generations, unifying the realm. Chen Mu's expression instantly turned peculiar. Good heavens, anyone unaware might think King Xiaowen had turned to some martial arts cult. But truth be told, the reactions of these two Qin rulers far exceeded Chen Mu's expectations. The affection in their eyes was undeniable, and the fervent gazes of countless Qin soldiers and officials surrounding them were equally genuine. Suddenly, it dawned on Chen Mu. Qin's conquest of the 6 states relied not only on the will of its successive rulers, but also on the hopes of countless Qin people. And 4 years hence, he would inherit the unfinished mission of Qin's rulers, leading the Qin state unwaveringly into its final campaign. But that alone would not suffice. Though history in this world was fragmented, Chen Mu could guarantee one thing. If others learned that the Qin dynasty, which had conquered all 6 states, had lasted only a little over a decade, many would surely lament its short-lived glory alongside Chen Mu. Or perhaps some would question whether the Qin dynasty was truly brutal, or if its laws were excessively harsh. But no matter what, you cannot erase the Qin dynasty's glorious achievements. Chen Mu hoped this brilliance would endure. He yearned to know what civilization this land would nurture if a Qin dynasty lasting decades or even centuries were to emerge. Weak states perish through conquest, while the mighty Han perishes through its own strength. If even the mighty Han met such an end, what fate awaited the even more formidable Qin? It took Chen Mu several hours to complete the ritual at the royal tomb. Afterward, he was escorted back to the Qin palace by King Xiaowen of Qin and Ing Yiren. On the way back, his stepfather Ing Yiren wore a look of concern, as if trying to make up for years of separation. Zhenger, didn't Master Lu send you some clothes? Are they uncomfortable to wear? They're a bit cumbersome. Chen Mu nodded. That robe was a bit too big. I kept tripping over it while walking, so I took it off. You. Ing Yiren shook his head. Regardless, it was Mr. Lu's thoughtful gesture. To discard it in public, it reflects poorly on Mr. Lu. What's so embarrassing about it? Qin Ziyuanwang snorted. Lu Buwei is nothing but a mere merchant. It's his honor to be able to give clothes to our Zhenger. Sheng, you did the right thing. If a garment is uncomfortable, it should be discarded. Our Qin kings throughout history have all possessed iron wills. Don't emulate your father's social niceties. As the sovereign of Great Qin, I have no need for such things. Chen Mu shot Ing Yiren a slightly amused glance. Clearly, his stepfather held Lu Buwei in high regard, otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted him with governing the state and assisting him later on. But what was even more apparent was that even in ancient times thousands of years ago, the power of a bond formed across generations was not to be underestimated. It was plain to see. King Xiaowen of Qin grew increasingly fond of his great-grandson, even asking repeatedly along the way how Chen Mu and the others had managed to return. Most crucially, whenever he heard of a perilous moment, he couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. Zhang truly possesses innate brilliance. That General Li Mu of Zhao holds considerable renown at the frontier and has even clashed with our great Qin. Yet Zhenger, at only 8 years old, managed to completely outmaneuver that Li Mu. Well done. And that's Xiang Yan. He has repeatedly violated the borders of our great Qin. It seems Chu has grown restless once more in recent years. Rest assured, Zheng. One day, I will avenge you. Then Xiang Yan will bind his own hands and beg your forgiveness. Amidst their banter, the 3 grandfather, father, and son had arrived at the Qin royal palace. Within the vast hall, a throne lay quietly upon the elevated platform at its center. Unnoticed, King Xiaowen of Qin had already taken Chen Mu's hand and led him to the throne's side. Just as he was about to pull Chen Mu down to sit, Ing Yiren hurriedly interjected, "Father, this is your throne." Zheng. What do you mean yours or mine? The previously smiling King Xiaowen's expression turned stern. Do you perhaps think Zhenger is unworthy to be the ruler of our great Qin? This. Ing Yiren froze for a moment, then burst into wild delight. He even felt a twinge of jealousy toward his own son. What the hell? He too had fled Zhao, enduring hardships all the way back. Yet upon his return, not only did he dare not make a sound, he had to hide in prison. It wasn't until Lu Buwei later bribed Lady Huayang, the consort of King Xiaowen of Qin, with a fortune that Aaron finally became Crown Prince of Qin. But now? Although Chen Mu had returned without great pomp and ceremony this time, Ying Yi knew. His father, the king, had deliberately gone to pay homage at the royal tombs today specifically to bring Chen Mu along. And what's more, how long had they even met, grandfather and grandson? And now they'd decided to have Chen Mu succeed as the future ruler of Qin? Unfair. Father is biased. Chapter 86, Chen Mu's decision, traveling among the states. Setting aside Ying Yiren's complex inner turmoil, Chen Mu was also somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected this. Qin Ziyawenwang didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he beckoned Chen Mu over and had him sit upon the royal throne. Zhenger, how does it feel? Not bad. Chen Mu's expression remained composed. Having ruled as emperor in the Great Ming for decades, he naturally remained composed. Yet this very reaction deeply pleased King Xiaowen of Qin. Excellent. Well done, Zhang. King Qin Xiaowen's expression turned serious. I ask you, if one day an enemy nation invades, how shall you respond? We must annihilate them. Chen Mu answered without hesitation, our great Qin now boasts formidable troops and horses. If we don't seek trouble with them, that's one thing, but to dare attack our great Qin? Rest assured, grandfather. I shall never give them any opportunity. There's no need to wait for them to invade Great Qin. I shall personally wipe them out, one by one. Ha ha ha. King Xiaowen of Qin roared with laughter. Then I ask you this, if generals or ministers in the court rebel and defy authority, how would you handle it? Execute them. Chen Mu sneered coldly, for subjects to dare rebel that is disloyalty. Such men are a plague if spared. They must be executed to warn the rest, teaching them a lesson they won't forget. Well said, kill one to warn 100. Beside him, Qin Yiren's eyes lit up. He chuckled, Zhenger, what if in the future you encounter a woman like your mother, one who clings to you daily, preventing you from attending to state affairs? How would you handle that? A woman? Chen Mu shot him a peculiar look. After a pause, he shook his head and chuckled, what's so fun about women? Besides, I once read in a book that if one has no woman in their heart, governing the state comes naturally. This time, both King Xiaowen of Qin and Ying Yiren burst into hearty laughter. Patting Chen Mu on the shoulder, King Xiaowen finally said with satisfaction, Zhenger, you mustn't spout such nonsense in the future. The union of man and woman is the will of heaven, and the royal lineage and its offspring are the very foundation upon which our great Qin was built. If you become the ruler of Great Qin in the future, how could you let our old Ying family die out? When that time comes, you must not only have women, but also expand the Qin royal lineage. Only then will you have enough kin to command. I remember, father. Chen Mu nodded vigorously and chuckled, then I'll have 100 children. Ha ha ha. For a moment, the vast palace echoed only with the joyful laughter of the three generations. Soon after, at the Shanghai University Villa Complex, President Zhang Mingyuan, Director Lu, and others also received the updated simulation data. Simulation Month 2, you arrive in Xianyang, Great Qin. Due to the incident of the fish belly books, your grandfather, King Xiaowen of Qin, holds you in high regard. Your father, Ying Yiren, also eagerly anticipates meeting you. At the Great Qin Royal Mausoleum, you pay homage to the ancestors alongside the current ruler and the future ruler of Qin. During your conversation in the Qin Palace, King Xiaowen is highly satisfied with you and has already decided you are the unquestionable choice for the future ruler of Qin. That night, the Qin king kept you in the palace, while your father could hardly wait to reunite with your mother. News of your exploits spreads throughout Xianyang. Everyone now knows that the Qin state has produced a young prince Zhang who, at just 8 years old, can already match wits with Li Mu and Xiangyan. The simple simulated information left Zhang Mingyuan and the others momentarily stunned. This counts as success? Director Lu was taken aback. Didn't they say inheriting the throne in the Warring States dungeon was extremely dangerous? Why does it feel like Chen Mu didn't face any real danger at all? Because of that fish belly manuscript? Zhang Mingyuan also looked puzzled. Seems these mysterious methods were far more effective in ancient times than anyone imagined. It's not that exaggerated. Jiang Yunhe, standing nearby, looked thoughtful as he turned to his students. Xiaoyang, you should explain the drawbacks of the religious opening to the principal and Director Lu. The drawbacks are actually quite obvious. Wang Xiaoyang chuckled softly. There's a saying, when you stare into the abyss also stares back at you. Chen Mu was clearly influenced by the Great Ming instance, which is why he chose to use these mysterious events to accelerate the instance's progress. But this approach has both advantages and disadvantages. Simply put, leveraging religion and mystical events can indeed rapidly accumulate reputation. But once people believe in these things, they'll be drawn further and further into similar events under the guise of unity. In ordinary times, this might be harmless. But if faced with natural disasters or man-made calamities, someone might well rise up shouting, our lords and generals born of a special breed, or the heavens have perished, let the yellow heaven rain. Zhang Mingyuan felt a sudden chill in his heart. Though Longxia's history was riddled with holes, much still remained. Take Qin Shang and Wu Guang, for instance. Historians universally recognize them as the first to launch a peasant uprising. Or the Yellow Turban Rebellion, which brought down the Han Dynasty. Even during the transition from the Yuan to the Ming dynasties, similar events abounded. And it was abundantly clear. The more ancient and technologically primitive the era, the greater the impact of religion in mysterious events. And the Warring States period fits perfectly into this category. It probably wasn't that terrifying, right? Director Lu cast a worried glance at Chen Mu inside the temperature-controlled simulation chamber. What's there to fear? Principal Zhang Mingyuan spoke with characteristic nonchalance. Chen Mu has a 280,000 rating. Even if he fails this time, he still has nearly 200,000 points to fall back on. He's just finished his college entrance exams. This is precisely the time for trial and error. Even if he stumbles occasionally, our school will fully support him. Besides, I don't think Chen Mu would make that kind of mistake. Didn't he establish that Ming sect during the Ming Dynasty? Wasn't that quite impressive? As he spoke, new simulation data rapidly materialized. Simulation Month 3, you meet with King Xiaowen of Qin once more at the Qin Palace and present your ideas. You wish to travel to other states to study abroad, both to learn more advanced systems and doctrines, and to recruit talent for the Qin Empire. Your father, Aaron of Qin, vehemently opposes this, deeming it far too dangerous. You could be seized by foreign states at any moment. Upon hearing this, your mother, Lady Zhao, burst into tears. She felt the family had only just reunited and should not be separated again. You assured your parents this journey held no peril, for should any harm befall you in any realm, Great Qin would unleash utter destruction upon that nation. Thus, not only would the other states dare not harm you, but they would carefully protect you. King Xiaowen, however, praised your reasoning highly and offered his full support. He selected hundreds of elite warriors from the Qin army for you to choose as personal guards, and you instantly picked the brothers Meng Yi and Meng Tian. Though the Meng brothers deeply admired your remarkable achievements at such a young age, they did not understand your choice. You explained to them, traveling among the states was merely a pretext. Your true purpose was to gather military intelligence. As the future ruler of Qin, you must understand everything about enemy nations, and now was the perfect opportunity. Only thus could you spare Qin's soldiers from unnecessary bloodshed. The Meng brothers were moved by your words. You triggered the effect of the golden text, heroes appreciate each other, gaining the loyalty of Meng Yi and Meng Tian. Chapter 87, Departure, escorted by Wang Jian, encountering Cheng Jiao. Traveling among the states? Within the villa district of Shanghai University, Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu exchanged bewildered glances. Those around them stared blankly at the simulation data, utterly baffled by Chen Mu's intentions. Wait. Hadn't Chen Mu just escaped back from the state of Zhao? Why is he trying to leave again? Doesn't he fear being harmed by some nation? Arrogant. Zhang Yun has sneered coldly. This Chen Mu fellow is trying to exploit that heroes appreciate each other clause effect, isn't he? But while talent and intelligence are important, personal safety matters far more. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Chen Mu clearly doesn't hold the major powers of the warring states in any regard. And crucially, he actually triggered the effect. Huang Xiayang shook his head in disbelief beside him. Teacher, this Chen Mu's luck is just too good, isn't it? What he told Meng Yi and Meng Tian was clearly nonsense to anyone with eyes. How could those two brothers possibly believe it? Is that heroes appreciate each other effect really that game-breaking? Mentioning it was a mistake. The moment the card effect came up, Principal Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu perked up. They exchanged a glance. Director Lu whispered, Principal, why don't we check the live chat? Maybe the viewers can figure out Chen Mu's intentions? That's a good idea. Zhang Mingyuan quickly pulled out his phone. They'd been so focused on Chen Mu's simulated messages that they'd completely forgotten the livestream was still active. Entering the livestream, Zhang Mingyuan immediately saw a flood of comments. Bro, Chen Mu is the real deal. He's only been simulating for a short while, yet he's already triggered so many item effects. Holy crap! 100,000 points, a golden special item, Gambler's Heart, 3 golden entries, one of which is exclusive. That's way too extravagant. What exactly is brother Chen Mu trying to do? Is he really planning to gather intel while touring the world? Wouldn't it be dangerous if he got caught? Everyone, just relax. If brother Chen Mu dared to use the Warring States Dungeon Simulator as a condition when choosing his university, he must have a foolproof plan. Just sit back and watch his moves. Exactly. I also sense brother Chen Mu has ulterior motives. Maybe he's planning to establish an organization like the Ming sect and secretly infiltrate the Warring States powers? If Chen Mu could see the netizens' comments, he'd surely shake his head and smile. Because he truly had no ulterior motives this time. He simply wanted to explore the customs and cultures of various nations and pay visits to those historical figures along the way. In fact, throughout history, the first emperor had always been a ruler who knew how to recognize and utilize talent. However, constrained by the limitations of his era, many of his actions appeared overly aggressive to later generations, even bordering on brutal. There's no way around it. The spring and autumn and warring states periods had been fragmented for far too long, and the hostility between states had festered for far too long. Since its reforms, Qin had grown accustomed to governing everything through high-pressure tactics, inevitably encountering all manner of problems down the line. Chen Mu never underestimated the wisdom of the ancients, and countless simulations had already proven modern management concepts transplanted into ancient times would mostly fail to take root. This is precisely why Chen Mu avoided adopting systems like constitutional monarchy in the Ming Dynasty scenario. After all, the very roots of Chinese civilization lie in centralized authority, and the only governance model suited to that era was centralized power. However, this time with the Qin dynasty, Chen Mu intends to attempt new reforms. In such circumstances, seeking out the era's renowned scholars and intellectuals to explore through debate was undoubtedly the most suitable approach. Before he knew it, it was already the 5th simulated month. At this moment, Chen Mu once again boarded Mr. Wei's merchant caravan, preparing to embark on a diplomatic mission to Korea. That's right. An envoy mission. To ensure Chen Mu's safety, King Xiaowen of Qin had specially assigned him a retinue of over 100 men. Among them were security personnel like Meng Yi and Meng Tian, commercial representatives like Mr. Wei, as well as scholars and artisans dispatched by the Qin state. An embassy of this scale would not be easily detained or obstructed by the other side, even during wartime. After all, Qin was already struggling to find a pretext to attack the 6 states. If someone were to stick their neck out, wouldn't that be playing right into Qin's hands? Young master. Within the procession, Meng Yi and Meng Tian approached side by side, bowing in unison. The delegation is fully prepared and ready to depart at any moment. Then let's go. Chen Mu nodded. After a moment's hesitation, Meng Yi asked softly, "Young master, won't you wait for the crown prince and the lady? They said they would come to see you off." "No need." Chen Mu shook his head with a wry smile. Over the past few days, his stepfather and mother had been showering him with affection daily. He'd seen more than enough of that. With Chen Mu's command, the envoy party slowly moved forward. They hadn't gone far when a swift horse suddenly caught up from behind. The commander atop it called out loudly, "Young master. I, Wang Jian, have come to pay my respects and see you off on your journey." "Wang Jian?" Chen Mu leaned out of the carriage, jumping down hastily without even bothering to put on his shoes to meet the rider. Only when Wang Jian drew near did he notice Chen Mu's predicament. Swiftly dismounting, Wang Jian knelt on one knee. "Forgive me, young master. My rash pursuit has caused you to travel barefoot." It's fine. Chen Mu laughed heartily. "What brings you here? No longer guarding the border?" "Ha ha." Wang Jian scratched his head sheepishly and whispered, "Thanks to your favor, your highness, the king specially summoned me and praised me highly. I've been transferred to serve under General Meng Ao. That's wonderful news." Chen Mu turned to look at Meng Yi and Meng Tian, smiling. "You two young Meng generals, remember to write home later and ask your grandfather to keep an eye out for General Wang Jian." "Aye." Meng Yi and Meng Tian both acknowledged the order, glancing at Wang Jian with curiosity. They knew Chen Mu had taken a detour through Chu on his return to Qin, and Wang Jian happened to be the commander guarding the Qin-Chu border. But judging by their expressions, why did it seem like they'd known each other for ages? "Young master." Wang Jian helped Chen Mu back into the carriage, brushing away dirt from his socks as he murmured, "Young master, traveling thousands of miles like this. I can't help but worry. But His Majesty said 2 young generals from the Meng family would protect you. Surely there can be no danger. If you ever face a situation beyond your strength, you must not harm yourself as you did when you encountered Xiangyan. The king has said it plainly, you are destined to be the ruler of Great Qin. You must take care of yourself." "Understood." Chen Mu nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, General Wang. On this journey, I'll fight when I can and retreat when I can't. Besides, I'll be back soon, no more than 2 or 3 years at most." "Truly?" Wang Jian's face brightened. "Then this subordinate shall await news of your return." After escorting him over 20 li, Wang Jian finally remounted his warhorse and rode away reluctantly. Chen Mu felt the same way. The only regret was, this conversation still failed to trigger the heroes appreciate each other effect, nor did it fully win Wang Jian's allegiance. But that was merely a matter of time. No sooner had he seen Wang Jian off than 2 swift horses galloped up behind him. The moment they met, Chen Mu's current stepfather, the future King Zhuangxiang of Qin, looked thoroughly displeased. "Zhenger, didn't I say I'd come to see you off? Why did you run off first? What's there to see?" Leveraging the affection his grandfather, King Xiaowen, held for him, Chen Mu wasn't the least bit afraid of his father, Ying. He laughed as he asked, "Where's mother? Didn't she come with you?" "Your mother couldn't bear to part with you, she fainted from grief." Ying's expression was peculiar. "Unfortunately." Chen Mu saw right through him in an instant. "Father, I see you haven't even washed your face or brushed your teeth. Could it be that you two just got out of bed?" "Don't talk nonsense." Ying's face darkened. He quickly pulled another youth beside him forward and declared, "You've been staying in the palace since your return and haven't had a chance to meet your younger brother. Cheng Jiao, quickly call your elder brother." Chapter 88, Han Fizi. "So you're Qing Jiao?" Chen Mu looked at his half-brother. Compared to his own hardships endured in Zhao during childhood, the other's skin was smoother and more delicate, clearly untouched by hardship. Especially. The guy was glaring at Chen Mu with obvious displeasure. After a moment's thought, Chen Mu suddenly spoke up, "Father, though this is our first meeting, I've heard Cheng Jiao has been hot-tempered since childhood. Why not let him accompany me on my travels?" "No way am I going." Cheng Jiao's expression instantly darkened as he shook his head vehemently. "Father, I have no desire to suffer hardships. I am your son, a member of the royal family of Great Qin. How could I endure roughing it day after day?" "You." Ying Yiren shot his youngest son a helpless glance before sighing. "Enough about Cheng Jiao. I came to see you off to deliver a message to the king. Father says, Zhenger, your primary focus on this journey should be your studies. Many states now harbor grievances with our Great Qin, so you must be cautious along the way. However, we may not seek trouble, but we also fear no trouble. Should anyone dare to wrong you, the soldiers of Great Qin will see justice served in the future." "Thank you for your guidance, grandfather." Chen Mu hastily bowed in respect. Yet the more he did so, the more sour Cheng Jiao's expression grew beside him. Seeing this, Chen Mu couldn't resist teasing him. "Father, Cheng Jiao has learned to envy others at such a young age. This is a path to disaster. He should be strictly disciplined." Seeing his eldest son repeatedly mention his younger son, Ying Yiren couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. In recent times, he had witnessed firsthand just how formidable this son of his truly was. His composure under pressure during the return from Zhao to Qin was beyond reproach. Nor was it worth mentioning how he'd immediately devised the fish belly book concealment upon his return. But the most crucial thing was, the soap formula Chen Mu had given Zhao Ji was now in such high demand throughout Xianyang that even King Xiaowen couldn't put it down after trying it. Especially Zhao Ji, the mere thought of her fragrant body made Ying Yiren yearn to return for another night with her. Beyond that, originally, Ying Yiren often relied on Lu Buwei for financial support. But with the soap business, his coffers had swollen considerably, making his affairs far more manageable. In short, Ying Yiren had Zhao Ji as his beauty, Lu Buwei as his strategist, and a naturally gifted son. He was truly a winner in life. And now, his eldest son had mentioned Cheng Jiao several times. There was little doubt about it. Ying Yiren shot Cheng Jiao a glare and snapped, "All you do is eat, drink, and play. Looks like I really need to discipline you properly. Zhenger, rest assured. When you return from your studies, if he dares to act like this again, I'll have him tied to a tree for you to whip." "Agreed." Chen Mu raised an eyebrow at Cheng Jiao and chuckled, "Brother Cheng Jiao, then this elder brother of yours will be waiting for that day. You'd better behave yourself, or I won't show any mercy when the time comes." Cheng Jiao shrank his neck and dared not utter another word. After exchanging a few casual words with his stepfather, Chen Mu's envoy party slowly departed once more. As he turned back, he caught Cheng Jiao glancing over, still visibly shaken. To this, Chen Mu merely shook his head and smiled. Regardless of whether Cheng Jiao had historically betrayed Qin, even if he hadn't, Chen Mu would never tolerate anyone threatening his position. What could he do? The struggle for succession had always been this way. Soon, simulation data began to appear. Simulation Month 5. After months of preparation, you finally set out on your diplomatic tour of the states. Your first stop, the state of Han, bordering the Great Qin. Your objective is clear, to pay homage to the pioneer of legalism, Han Fizi. Before departure, Wang Jian unexpectedly came to see you off, which delighted you greatly. Your father, Ying Yiren, brought your half-brother Cheng Jiao to see you off, along with a message from King Xiaowen. You used words to intimidate and threaten Cheng Jiao, leaving him with lasting psychological trauma. You triggered the effect of the entry mandate from heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan. Ha! Within the Mountain River Academy, everyone stared blankly at the simulation data once more. What the heck? Chen Mu triggered an entry effect again? Wait, are the entries Chen Mu obtained really that overpowered? How come he triggers them every other day? Whoa! Zhang Mingyuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air before suddenly speaking up. Old Lu, could it be that it's not that Chen Mu's chosen entries are so useful, but rather that there's something off about Ying Zhang himself? Ha! What's wrong with him? Director Lu looked utterly bewildered. Principal, isn't this a good thing? He's already gained 2 extra lifespans. Wouldn't anyone else celebrate for days over such a blessing? That's not it. Zhang Mingyuan said gravely, what I mean is, the entry mandate of heaven is exclusive to Ying Zhang. So, could he be the one destined to unify the warring states? After all, during the warring states period, the Qin state's military strength was indeed superior. If they could break the alliances and counter-alliances among the states, they truly had a chance to achieve unification. Director Lu suddenly felt his brain struggling to keep up. Beside him, Jiang Yun's eyes flashed as he couldn't help but sneer coldly, Principal, is this the research outcome you had us seek? No historical records, no ancient texts, just baseless speculation to claim Qin achieved unification? Have you forgotten how utterly pathetic Qin was in the Chu Han campaign? How many years separate that scenario from the late warring states period? At most, it's only about 50 years from the Qin state Chen Mu is currently in, right? Zhang Mingyuan was instantly speechless. He'd only made a casual guess, so why was old Jiang getting so cocky? But he, Zhang Mingyuan, was after all the president of Shanghai University, and he held Chen Mu, this exceptionally gifted student, in the highest regard. At this moment, he found himself increasingly convinced of his own judgment. Because Chen Mu clearly shared that assessment. Professor Jiang. Zhang Mingyuan cleared his throat and said solemnly, I know you proposed the theory unifying the Warring States period under the Han Dynasty. But scholarship should not be a one-man show. Truth is found through discussion and debate. I do trust Chen Mu's judgment, and I'm increasingly sensing that the Qin state is no ordinary force. Principal, you're being foolish. Beside him, Wang Xiang, a student of Zhang Yuna, shook his head and sighed deeply. We're still live streaming. Spreading such erroneous views, how many people will that mislead? What if someone dies in a hell-tier instance because of this? Can you bear that responsibility, Principal? Zhang Mingyuan suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Damn it! This student of Zhang Yuna's was just as irritating as his teacher. While he had some academic achievements, all he did was morally blackmail others day in and day out. If Chen Mu really proves that the Qin state unified the Warring States period, then it's time to kick that old fossil Zhang Yunhe and his student out of Mountain River University. At least then the other teachers and students won't have to put up with his nonsense every day. Lost in thought. New simulation data rapidly surfaced. Simulation month 6, you arrive in the state of Han and successfully meet Han Fizi. Upon learning your identity and age, Han Fizi vehemently refuses contact, convinced this is merely a Qin ploy to humiliate Korea. Yet upon meeting you, Han Fizi realized what kind of freak he had encountered. You and Han Fizi engage in deep discussions about legalist philosophy, often debating fiercely. Yet Han Fizi's regard for you grows ever deeper. Alas, all good things must come to an end. You must eventually depart. Before leaving, you present Han Fizi with a calligraphy scroll. It bore only 2 characters, the world. Chapter 89, The World. The world. The world. Perched atop a mountain within the state of Han, Han Fizi gazed at the painting inscribed with vigorous seal script characters. The characters themselves were unremarkable, the magical technique behind them ordinary, and the fabric used for the painting equally unpretentious. Yet the meaning of these 2 characters left Han Fizi lost in thought for a long time. Young master. Han Fizi turned to his 8-year-old friend beyond years, asking with some curiosity, you gave me these 2 characters, are you referring to the world as it is today? Yes. But not entirely. Chen Mu gazed at this pioneer of legalism, now only in his 30s, and remarked with deep emotion, Master, what do you think of the state of the world today? This. Han Fizi sighed. The last thing he wished to discuss with the boy was the state of the warring states. After all, while he knew little of other states, Korea was on the brink of being swallowed by Qin. In ancient times, when the 3 families of Zhao, Wei, and Han divided the state of Jin, they rose to become powerful principalities on the central plains, each having shone with dazzling brilliance. But now? Zhao had been crippled in the Battle of Chongping, Wei had lost half its territory to Qin, and Han fared even worse, enduring brutal beatings from Qin every 3 to 5 years. As a member of the royal family, Han Fizi naturally harbored deep hatred toward Qin. Yet he felt little hatred toward the 8-year-old Prince Sheng before him. Even now, faced with the boy's question, he remained uncharacteristically calm, lost in deep thought. After a long pause, Han Fizi sighed and said helplessly, Young master, you and I both share the bloodline of the royal houses of Qin and Han. We should understand the enmity between our 2 states. If you ask for my honest opinion, I find the Qin state far too greedy. Especially in its relentless encroachment upon the territories of other nations. That much I admit. Chen Mu nodded and smiled. The reforms of Lord Shang in years past were undertaken precisely to strengthen our great Qin. For military merit, Qin soldiers had no choice but to fight to the death, seeking to gain more land. That is why our Qin has been encroaching upon other states. This fault lies neither with the Qin state nor its people. If we must assign blame, it lies with the world itself. Quite so. Han Fizi let out a bitter laugh. What was the purpose of his painstaking study of legalism? Was it not to make the state of Han powerful, capable of conquering cities and territories like Qin? Alas! The vision was beautiful, but reality was cruel. In his youth, Han Fei had hoped to drive reform in the state of Han. Yet the ruler was only concerned with weakening Qin, never considering domestic reform. Such an approach was merely treating the symptoms rather than the root cause, leaving Han Fei utterly disappointed. He had recently been preparing to return to his teacher Sun Sheng to continue his studies, but unexpectedly encountered Chen Mu. To be precise, it was Chen Mu who had specifically sought him out, hoping to learn from him. But Han Fei couldn't fathom why Chen Mu insisted on preserving the word world in his name. Did this have anything to do with their recent discussion? The world. Han Fizi fixed his gaze once more upon these 2 characters. The characters were written in Qin seal script, slightly different from the Korean script, yet the rhythm of the brushstrokes was equally elegant. As he stared, Han Fizi suddenly grasped the meaning, his voice trembling with dread. Did the prince leave these 2 characters to signify his ambition to swallow the world whole? Yes, and yet no. Chen Mu's reply remained as ambiguous as ever. Yet Han Fizi knew this was precisely the answer. A moment of silence passed. Chen Mu sighed, Master, if you were the ruler, would you be willing to set aside your hatred and restore peace with the great Qin? Impossible. Han Fizi shook his head immediately. Though we feel an instant kinship, the deep-seated animosity between Qin and Han runs too deep. How could it be set aside so easily? Even if the ruler were willing, would his ministers consent? Even if the ministers and generals consented, would the common people agree? Precisely. Chen Mu nodded. Therefore, even if I were to become the ruler of Great Qin in the future, whether Great Qin should swallow the 6 states, or whether it would actually do so, would still be beyond my control. This. Han Fizi was rendered speechless. Indeed. Even a sovereign of a nation can find himself powerless to act. If one day the people of Qin harbored ambitions to devour the entire world, could Chen Mu, even as ruler, truly stop it? Clearly not. And what's more, Chen Mu himself seemed unwilling to stop it. Otherwise, why would he deliberately preserve the very word world in the name? The world. Chen Mu gazed at those two characters and sighed, the tide of the world rolls on relentlessly, it cannot be stopped by you or me. People yearn for peace. If people could eat their fill and keep warm, who would choose war? Yet without war, it would not suffice. After all, one is born in adversity and dies in ease. Conversely, it is the path to self-destruction. Born in adversity, perish in ease? Han Fizi paused, staring intently at Chen Mu. In their interactions lately, the other man kept dropping profoundly thought-provoking lines. Take this moment, for instance. After a moment's contemplation, Han Fizi shook his head and sighed, Your Highness speaks wisely. If an entire nation indulges only in pleasure, its downfall is not far off. Yet a nation like Qin, having endured such suffering, has instead risen step by step to become the strongest power of its age. Is it fate? Is it destiny? Neither. Chen Mu smiled at Han Fei and delivered another powerful argument, this is the natural law of survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest? Han Fei opened his mouth, then quickly retorted with a touch of irritation, Are you implying, Your Highness, that the destruction of our state of Han was deserved? There is no such thing as deserved or undeserved. Chen Mu shook his head as well, tigers have sharp claws, jackals have fangs. Even cattle and sheep grazing low have hooves and horns. The cycle of cold winters and hot summers, the succession of life and death all are outcomes of universal competition. The same holds true for the states. In ancient times, how many feudal lords existed? Back then, one could devour another and another could devour that one. Why should it be any different now? Han Fizi instantly fell silent. He could see clearly now, Chen Mu had already developed his own set of theories and was determined to conquer the world. This infuriated him somewhat, for his original purpose in discussing scholarship with Chen Mu had been to mutually validate their ideas and thereby strengthen their nation. But now? Korea remained stagnant, while Qin had produced a future ruler who defied the heavens. What was most infuriating was, he, Han Fizi, had likely even contributed to the other's growth. Are you still angry, sir? Chen Mu gave Han Fei a half-smile, half-sneer before bowing respectfully. I must take my leave. Should your anger subside, perhaps ponder the meaning of the world. After all, the world isn't limited to just the 7 states of Qin, Zhao, Han, Wei, Qi, Shu, and Yan. We are merely the outcome of natural selection, not the final destination. Since we're destined to keep fighting, why must we be like tigers tearing each other apart, rather than transforming into dragons and soaring to the heavens? With that, Chen Mu showed no lingering attachment, boarding his carriage and departing. Behind him, Han Fizi watched the departing figure, lost in thought. Indeed. In years past, the feudal states devoured one another, giving rise to the 7 warring states we know today. Since the competition between states had not yet concluded, an outcome was inevitable sooner or later. Whether he wished it or not, whether the world accepted it or not, this outcome would inevitably come, and it was highly likely to be Qin. The world. Could it be that the future ruler of Qin wished him to contemplate matters after unifying the realm? Very well. Han Fizi shook his head with a bitter smile, carefully storing away the scroll. After completing these tasks, he straightened his robes and headed straight for the Han royal palace. The future ruler of Qin had already begun his actions, so he too must do everything in his power to stop him. He had made up his mind, this time, he would persuade the sovereign to implement reforms at all costs. If that proved impossible, then he would simply follow the natural laws. Chapter 90, The King of Wei Summons. As you parted, your discussion with Han Fizi about the meaning of the world sparked deep contemplation in him. He showed great interest in your concept of survival of the fittest, yet his primary desire was to save his own country. You understood his thoughts, but took no action. Your interactions over this period have revealed Han Fizi's true character. You believe that after Qin unifies the realm, he will surely be willing to assist you in governing the world. Simulation Month 6, you departed from the state of Han and journeyed to the state of Wei. Within the Villa district of Shanghai University, everyone present stared dumbfounded at the simulation data. Well, did Chen Mu just completely fool Han Fizi? Many simulators had sought out Han Fizi during the Warring States period, but he was solely focused on serving the state of Han and showed no interest in other factions whatsoever. But Chen Mu. Despite Qin and Han being sworn enemies, the two actually hit it off. Judging by the current situation, even if Chen Mu didn't trigger the heroic mutual admiration effect, Han Fizi's favorability must be maxed out by now. Good heavens! Zhang Mingyuan, the president of Shanghai University, burst out laughing. How did that kid Chen Mu pull this off? Getting Han Fizi to set aside centuries of enmity is already remarkable enough, but he actually intends to conquer the world and then enlist him as an ally? Why not? Director Liu, standing nearby, shared in the pride, chuckling heartily. Principal, it seems to me Chen Mu is aiming to gather all the heroes under one banner. First Li Mu and Xiang Yan, then Wang Jian, the Meng brothers, and Han Fizi. Who's next on his list? Off to the state of Wei. He wouldn't be heading to Yunmeng Mountain to seek out Gaguzi, would he? If he actually succeeds. Watching the two of them get more and more out of hand, Zhang Yunha beside them suddenly snorted coldly. Director Liu. Chen Mu's simulation is set around 250 BC. It's uncertain whether Gaguzi was even alive at that time. Don't forget we're live streaming. Don't mislead the students. Exactly. Huang Xiaoyang sneered from the side. Professor Liu, haven't you noticed these simulation theories are just Chen Mu's self-important delusions? He even believes Han Fizi will aid him after unifying the realm. Qin may be powerful, but they're hardly strong enough to swallow all 6 states in one go, are they? If they truly possess that capability, what were they doing all this time? Zhang Mingyuan and Director Liu both couldn't help but glance at Huang Xiaoyang. It was obvious. This guy was merely speaking for Zhang Yunha. After all, Zhang Yunha's research concluded that it was the Han Dynasty that unified the Warring States period. But if Chen Mu used Qin to achieve unification, that conclusion would likely be overturned. Mr. Huang. Director Liu immediately chuckled. I recall your graduation thesis argued how the Han Dynasty could be established during the Warring States period and then unify the realm, correct? Are you afraid that others will uncover the historical truth, rendering all your efforts futile? Afraid? Huang Xiaoyang scoffed coldly. Professor Liu, I recall your expertise in historical research is rather mediocre, isn't it? For instance, if someone had actual research achievements, who would want to work in the admissions office? Running around all day trying to convince students from all over, and risking being played by those college entrance exam takers. You. Director Liu was instantly struck at his weak point. Except for recruiting Chen Mu this year, the admissions office at Mountain River University had been consistently outclassed by prestigious institutions in previous years. That's why many students on campus had nicknamed him Liu the Incompetent. Old Liu, ignore them. Zhang Mingyuan sneered coldly, lowering his voice. Once Chen Mu finishes the mock exam, the truth will come out. As long as his performance shines brightly enough, the credit for this will undoubtedly go to you as the admissions director. Why are you comparing research achievements with them? Director Liu nodded hastily. Right. He wasn't a researcher, all he needed was to recruit good students. What did he need research achievements for? And now? As long as Chen Mu's simulation sparked attention again this time, it would inevitably attract a flood of brilliant students to choose Shanghai University. At that point, he'd be curious to see who would have the last laugh. He let out a few cold laughs. All eyes turned back to Chen Mu's temperature-controlled simulation chamber, awaiting the emergence of new simulation data. However, while the others need only wait patiently for the simulation data, Chen Mu truly must traverse vast distances within the simulated world. After leaving Korea, Chen Mu led the envoy directly to the state of Wei, where he was granted an audience with the king of Wei in the capital city of Daliang. Thinking back to the past, the state of Wei had once enjoyed its glory days. Unfortunately, it had now been beaten black and blue by the Great Qin. That was why, after Chen Mu's escape from Zhao, Wei had mobilized its forces in a massive operation, determined to capture him and use him to humiliate Qin. Yet no one anticipated that Chen Mu would bypass them entirely, circling through Chu to return to Qin. This left the state of Wei utterly humiliated. Thus, King Anshi of Wei summoned Chen Mu. Chen Mu had a vivid impression of this man. First, because this fellow was enamored with Lord Longyang, yes, that very Lord Longyang of the affection for Longyang's story. Second, it was in Wei that Fan Zhu had been humiliated by the Wei Chancellor, prompting him to defect to Qin and present the strategy of making distant allies and attacking nearby enemies. Third, the Marquis of Xinling, who famously stole the imperial seal to rescue Zhao, was originally this great king of Wei's own brother. Yet, due to his unauthorized actions, he fell under the king's suspicion and remained in Zhao, delaying his return. In short, under this great king of Wei's rule, the state of Wei grew weaker by the day, declining year after year. And now, this king of Wei was putting on airs, attempting to intimidate Chen Mu, an 8-year-old child. Ying Zhang, do you know your crime? Within the Wei royal palace, the king of Wei glared coldly at Chen Mu and demanded, did you sneak into our great state of Wei when you left Zhao? Since you've come, so be it. Had you shown some sense and come to pay your respects properly, this king would not have held it against you. But no, you dare show such contempt toward this king. So what? Chen Mu couldn't be bothered with the other's nonsense. He sneered coldly, "Is the king of Wei seeking to kill me? You." The Wei king hadn't expected this brat to confront him so directly. He slammed his fist on the table. "Ying Zhang, do you truly believe I wouldn't dare kill you? You're merely a distant relative of the Qin king, not even the crown prince. Do you really think Qin would go to war for you?" "They would." Chen Mu nodded. "I won't hide it from your majesty. When I left Qin, my grandfather said, if anyone dares touch a single hair on my head, the soldiers of Great Qin will trample their capital to dust and slaughter every last member of their clan. Not only will we kill them, we won't spare a single chicken, duck, fish, or goose in their homes. Even the rats will get kicked twice, and the eggs will be shaken until the yolks spill. You." The king of Wei was instantly overcome with rage, yet all he could do was point at Chen Mu and roar, "You insolent brat. Utterly insolent. Thank you for the compliment, King Wei." Chen Mu laughed heartily, raising his hand again. "Since your majesty dislikes me, I shan't keep you any longer. Oh, and by the way, Great Qin has specially sent a gift for your highness, a soap designed for bathing. It's infused with abundant pollen, releasing a captivating fragrance. I'm certain your highness will find it most delightful." With that, Chen Mu took his leave. King Wei, however, glared at the gift from Qin with a mix of anger and resentment. Resentful that this Qin upstart, sharp-tongued and quick-witted, dared humiliate him before so many. His fury stemmed from the fact that his mighty Wei state was now so weakened that it could not possibly stand against Qin. Forget killing Chen Mu, he dared not even lay a finger on the man, fearing Qin would seize the opportunity to attack Wei. But soon, the king of Wei found his attention drawn to the gift Chen Mu had left behind. "You know what? These soaps actually smell pretty nice. I'll try them tonight." Chapter 91, Wei Liao's heart stirs, ending war through war. After leaving the Wei capital of Dalian, Chen Mu rode straight to Yuan-Ming Mountain without pause. Legend had it that Gigu Zi taught disciples here, having once instructed the likes of Sun Bin, Pang Wan, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi. But those events had occurred over a century ago, and Chen Mu couldn't be sure if Gigu could have lived that long. But the answer would soon be revealed. The thought of meeting such a legendary figure filled Chen Mu with excitement. But when one is feeling most triumphant, a setback is bound to occur. Perhaps due to days of relentless travel, Chen Mu had fallen ill. Even with the golden trait, immunity to all illnesses, it couldn't suppress this bout of sickness. Thus, throughout the journey, Chen Mu remained in a daze, unaware of when they had even reached Yuan-Ming Mountain. All he knew was that when he finally came to, he was already on Mount Yuan-Ming. "Young master." Inside a mountain hut, an elderly man carrying a medicine chest smiled warmly as he remarked, "That you survived such a severe illness, young master, is truly a blessing from the heavens. If it were anyone else, they might have breathed their last and passed away." "That bad?" Chen Mu was startled too. It was more than frightening. Meng Yi and Meng Tian, the brothers guarding the doorway, were still visibly shaken. They whispered, "Young master, do you remember how long you were unconscious?" "I don't remember." Chen Mu shook his head, guessing, "I feel like it was only 3 or 5 days? Half a month." Meng Tian's eyes reddened as he said, "It's all our fault for not roasting the food properly that day, nearly costing the young master his life. We beg you to punish us, young master. My brother and I will accept it without complaint." "Enough, enough." Chen Mu shook his head with a wry smile. "Isn't everything fine now?" Seeking confirmation of his condition, he turned to the elderly gentleman and asked, "Please enlighten me, senior. Is my illness truly cured now?" "Cured." The old physician stroked his beard and chuckled. "Young master, you must be famished now, probably ready to devour an entire ox, right? This is common after recovering from a serious illness. It usually indicates a strong constitution. Just take it easy and recuperate. The real danger lies in lingering melancholy after illness. Though symptoms may seem gone, hidden risks often remain. Who knows when they might flare up again." "You're right." Hearing this, Chen Mu suddenly felt ravenous, his stomach growling loudly. Seeing this, Meng Yi hurried out to fetch rice porridge. Only after downing several bowls did Chen Mu finally feel satiated. Along with that, his previously weakened body seemed to have fully recovered, as if he now possessed boundless energy. "Young master." The old physician, seeing he was no longer in distress, bowed his hands and smiled. "You've come to visit Master Gigu, haven't you? If you'd like, this old man could escort you there?" "Certainly." Chen Mu was overjoyed, yet curiosity got the better of him. "Old man, is Master Gigu still alive?" "Master Gigu has passed away." The old physician chuckled. "But the current Master Gigu is still alive. I reckon he'll hold on for a few more years." Amidst their casual chat, Chen Mu followed the man along the winding mountain path. Before long, several thatched cottages came into view. Outside the huts, several disciples appeared to be studying books, the occasional rustle of bamboo slips turning audible. Beneath the eaves of one hut, an old man lay with his eyes closed, seemingly dozing. As Chen Mu approached, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, staring intently at him. Clapping his hands, he laughed. "Well now, a descendant of the Qin prince, a young hero indeed." "Master." Chen Mu bowed respectfully. "Have you heard of me?" "Heard of me? A flicker of approval passed through the murky eyes of Master Gigu. Before you arrived, an old friend came to visit me. He said that Prince Sheng of Qin possessed extraordinary talent, a divine being rarely seen in this world. Now that I see him today, it seems the reputation is well deserved. Your bearing is that of an emperor incarnate, with dragon energy rising faintly behind you. This old man even senses other peculiar things. What a splendid youth, truly splendid. Chen Mu froze for a moment. Good heavens! Wasn't this man said to be the successor to Geguzi? And he sees right through me? The strange things he mentioned. Could it be because of the simulated world? Unfortunately. No matter how much Chen Mu pressed him, the other party refused to say another word. He merely lifted his gaze to the scholars studying before the house and suddenly declared, Liao, accompany the young master on his journey. The scholar named Liao paused, then rose and bowed his hands. Master, I have yet to complete my studies. How could I dare go forth and bring shame upon your reputation? I humbly request you reconsider, master, and allow me to remain in the mountains. No need. Master Gigo pointed at Chen Mu and smiled, he came here for you. After all, he called your name while unconscious. Master. The student shook his head hastily. I was present at the time, master. The name the young master called out was Wei Liao. What does this have to do with me? Then we must ask this young master Zhang. Master Gigu turned his gaze back to Chen Mu and smiled. What is your interpretation, young master? Chen Mu felt a headache coming on. He knew Wei Liao's given name was Liao, but he didn't know his original surname. In truth, Wei Liao's surname was derived from the position of state commander in Qin. Taking one's occupation as a surname was not particularly unusual in this era. Therefore, Chen Mu could only grit his teeth and say, Master, I have heard of Master Liao's great reputation. I wish to honor him by appointing him to the position of state commander, hence. State commander? The assembled scholars collectively sucked in their breath. The state marshal of Qin was an immensely powerful official, overseeing both military and civil affairs, ranking only slightly below the chancellor. Yet this young Master Zhang was merely a scion of the Qin royal family. Where did he get the audacity to promise such an exalted position? Ha ha ha. While others remained skeptical, Master Gigo clapped his hands and laughed. Exactly. That's exactly how it should be. Wei Liao, since the young master has extended such a sincere invitation, why haven't you thanked him yet? Wei Liao felt his resolve waver. Why had he come to Yunmeng Mountain to study the art of diplomacy and military strategy? Was it not to sell his knowledge to the imperial courts someday? Compared to Han Fizi, Wei Liao held fewer notions of loyalty to country and family. After all, the state of Wei was truly beyond redemption, and he couldn't be bothered to look at the face of the great king of Wei. But Qin. Never mind that Qin now boasted formidable military might as a first-rate power there, he'd never lack opportunities to prove himself. Most crucially, Chen Mu nearly died on the journey this time and it was all for him? Faced with such devotion, what strategist wouldn't risk his life to repay such a debt? He remained silent. On the other end, Chen Mu, fearing Wei Liao might refuse, hurriedly interjected, Master Wei Liao, I come here with sincere intentions. Though I am currently only the Prince of Qin, both my grandfather and father have already acknowledged me. Please rest assured. Within 4 or 5 years at most, I will ensure you ascend to the position of state commander. I earnestly hope you will dedicate yourself to assisting me, so that great Qin may swiftly unify the realm. Wei Liao's eyes suddenly lit up. The world. The world. For those 2 words alone, spoken by the 8-year-old grandson of the Qin king, he must journey to Qin. Why? Because the purpose of military strategy is to stop war through war. If the realm enjoyed lasting peace, what did it matter if his skills found no use? Chapter 92, triggered again? Another lifespan? Young master. In the Yunmeng Mountains, Chen Mu did not rush to depart. Instead, accompanied by Wei Liao, he began to explore the scenic beauty of the area. It must be said. Chen Mu sometimes felt a strange illusion as if these simulated worlds were the true reality, while the Blue Star world he had crossed over to seemed like a peculiar place. After all, Blue Star's environment had long since deteriorated, yet the simulated worlds remained lush and picturesque everywhere. Plucking a fruit and taking a bite, Chen Mu savored the sweet tart flavor blossoming in his mouth. Beside him, Wei Liao spoke slowly, though I do not know why you have chosen me, young master, I have a few humble requests. First, should you truly appoint me as the national marshal, you must enforce military law upon the Qin army. They must not commit unjust acts. Second, should war erupt, it will affect the entire body, there must be no contradictions or internal conflicts. Therefore, my lord must not micromanage the war effort. Either lead it yourself or leave it to me. Third. Agreed. Chen Mu didn't wait for the full response. He merely turned and smiled, rest assured, sir. Since I sought you out, I've already resolved to entrust these matters to you. However, merely preventing injustice is clearly insufficient. I believe the military shouldn't just fight wars, it should also be present during natural disasters and man-made calamities. After all, they are sons of our great Qin, disciples of the common people. Naturally, they should do something for the people. Wei Liao's eyes lit up once more. He had never imagined that centuries later, certain armies would truly achieve such feats. Take the Yu family army, for instance, or the Ming sect disciples led by Chen Mu in the Ming Dynasty scenario, or the founding martyrs of the Longsha Empire. And now, Chen Mu sought to infuse the cold, relentless tide of the Qin Empire with a shred of warmth through this very method. They were children of the people to begin with. It was only right that they exist for the people. If heaven decreed that the Qin Empire could not endure for 10,000 generations, then at least, upon the foundation of unified script and standardized chariot tracks, a little something more might endure. Young master. Wei Liao abruptly halted his steps, bowing deeply to Chen Mu. With a sigh, he remarked, "No wonder the master calls you a divine being. Born into wealth and privilege, yet you understand the hardships of the common folk. Though you harbor ambitions to conquer the heavens, you never forget your roots. With such resolve, it is enough. Thank you for your kind words, Master Wei Liao." Chen Mu laughed heartily, then added, "By the way, if you wish to stay here longer, there's no reason you can't. I plan to travel to other states to study. Rather than have you accompany me and waste your time, it would be better for you to stay here and learn more from Master Gigu. Let us agree upon 3 years. After that time, I shall send for you." "That sounds splendid." Wei Liao was overjoyed. He bowed deeply once more and sighed, "I beg your forgiveness, young master. My teacher, Master Gigu, is advanced in years. Not long ago, he suffered a serious illness, much like yours. Wei Liao feared something might happen to him, so he wished to remain by his side to serve. Your Highness's willingness to grant my request fills me with profound gratitude. You are too kind, sir." Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. He had seen through it. People in this era weren't as cunning as one might think. You could even say that in this era, sincerity truly served as a killer move. Take the present moment, for instance. When Chen Mu showed genuine sincerity, Wei Liao made his choice without hesitation. Others might find it laughable to pledge loyalty to an 8-year-old child, but only Wei Liao understood how rare and precious a ruler of such character truly was. Soon, a simulation notification appeared above Chen Mu's head. "Simulation Month 7, you fell gravely ill on the journey to Yuan-Ming Mountain and nearly lost your life. Fortunately, the divine physician of Yuan-Ming Mountain intervened, saving your life. You triggered the golden trait, immunity to all illnesses, and have fully recovered. Simulation Month 8, you met Master Gigu and, with his support, invited Wei Liao to the Great Qin. However, due to Master Gigu's advanced age and frail health, you and Wei Liao agreed to reunite in the Great Qin 3 years later. After an in-depth conversation, Wei Liao expressed profound admiration for you, who was only 8 years old. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, heroes admire each other, gaining Wei Liao's loyalty. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, mandate of heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan." The simulation message was unusually brief, yet it contained far too much information. Another trait effect triggered. Director Lu's lips curled upward, an expression he couldn't suppress no matter how hard he tried. Glancing back at Zhang Yunha and Huang Xiaoyang, he couldn't help but sneer coldly, "Gentlemen, it seems this great Qin hostage truly is heaven sent. Merely visiting one figure, and it triggered 2 golden entries. What does this mean? It shows that this Wei Liao is clearly an extremely important figure, and Chen Mu's actions have evidently altered the original course of fate." These words instantly darkened Zhang Yunha's expression. Beside him, Huang Xiaoyang's eyes darted about as he couldn't help but sneer coldly, "Director Lu, Chen Mu clearly possesses the golden trait, immunity to all illnesses, yet he still fell ill and nearly lost his life. How do you explain that? Could it be that this Qin hostage, Ying Zhang, was destined to be a short-lived figure in history? Who said Chen Mu nearly died from illness?" Principal Zhang Mingyuan scrutinized the simulation data before stating solemnly, "The major illness recorded here could occur either at the end of a natural life or during some other unexpected event. For instance, could Chen Mu have accidentally eaten something poisonous? Or perhaps he encountered tetanus, snake venom, or something similar that nearly cost him his life? Look closely. After Chen Mu was treated for his illness, the immunity to all diseases effect immediately activated and he made a full recovery. What does this prove? It proves his time hadn't come. Short-lived ghost, my foot. He survived something this serious. Does that look like a sign of a short life to you?" Huang Xiaoyang was instantly speechless. "You know what? There really have been simulation masters who encountered this situation. For instance, someone might have exchanged for the immunity to all diseases trait, yet still end up poisoned or killed. And in fact, Chen Mu encountered a similar situation this time. He wasn't poisoned by the fish grilled by the Meng Yi and Meng Tian brothers, but by a venomous insect. The problem was that the bites left only tiny marks, and they happened to be under his armpits, precisely because of the immunity to all diseases effect. The bitten areas weren't as obvious. Chen Mu's safe passage this time was largely thanks to the intervention of that divine physician from Yuan-Ming Mountain. Truth be told, the first emperor truly lived up to his reputation as the dragon ancestor. His constitution was terrifyingly resilient. After all, Chen Mu was not only bouncing around full of energy, but without even a trace of lingering harm. He seemed healthier than ever. After all, this entry effect granted him another point of lifespan. Chen Mu himself couldn't help but wonder. If he kept triggering this effect indefinitely, might the first emperor truly become an immortal old monster? Of course, true immortality might be a bit of an exaggeration. But what if he could live to be 100? An extended life version of the first emperor, how about that? Chapter 93, Returning to Zhao, Reuniting with Li Mu. In the blink of an eye, 10 days slipped away unnoticed. During this time, Chen Mu spent a few more days at Yunming Mountain before heading straight for the state of Zhao. Remember when he first started the simulation? He fled with Zhao Ji, setting out from Handan in Zhao, bypassing Wei and Chu, only to finally return to Qin. This incident had utterly disgraced the state of Zhao, enraging King Zhao to no end. And now, Chen Mu once again strode in with his envoy delegation. Young master. Amidst the long procession, the merchant Mr. Wei, who had been attending him all along, sighed, King Zhao has already ordered your audience. They will surely make things difficult for you at the royal palace this time. How about saying you're unwell and unable to attend? That won't be necessary. Chen Mu shook his head. He had already met the war god Li Mu. But he still wished to meet the legendary Lianpa and Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji. Come to think of it, in a few more years, that old Zhang, Lianpa, would be pushed out of Zhao. I wonder if Great Qin would have a chance to welcome him then. As for the Marquis of Xinling, he was originally the younger brother of the King of Wei. However, after falsely claiming divine intervention to save Zhao, he fell under the King of Wei's suspicion and remained in Zhao for years without returning. This man was no ordinary figure. In fact, had he not led the coalition of the 6 states to defeat Qin in the years to come, Chen Mu's stepfather, King Yuanzhang of Qin, might well have completed the unification. Whether we can win him over or not, meeting him first certainly can't hurt. Therefore, Chen Mu not only had to come to the state of Zhao, but also had to appease the king of Zhao before he could even hope to meet these people. And soon enough, he arrived at the king of Zhao's palace and entered its halls accompanied by Meng Yi and Meng Tian. Ying Zhang, do you know your crimes? Within the palace, the current king Zhao Xiaocheng stared at Chen Mu with an imposing presence that commanded respect without needing anger. Chen Mu, unhurried and composed, bowed slightly and said with clasped hands, Your Majesty, Ying Zhang acknowledges his guilt. Oh? The king of Zhao seemed somewhat surprised, then coldly sneered, Very well. Since you admit your guilt, state your crimes and suggest your punishment. Well. Chen Mu's eyes flickered, then he looked up and laughed. Ying Zhang is guilty. His crime lies in failing to recognize your majesty's brilliance, in listening to the slander of petty men, and in mistakenly believing your majesty to be a man of petty mind. However, upon returning, my grandfather the king severely reprimanded me, declaring that his majesty King Zhao is a hero of this age. How could he be such a person? Later, my father admonished me, saying my sudden departure without farewell was unjust. Thus, Ying Zhang comes today to beg forgiveness. Chen Mu's words caused King Zhao's expression to shift repeatedly. He had tried desperately to suppress the smile tugging at his lips, but in the end, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Good heavens! The newly enthroned ruler of the Qin state actually praised him like that? And this Ying Zhang, so young yet already capable of acknowledging and correcting his mistakes. If he continued to hold a grudge against the other, wouldn't that make him appear narrow-minded? As he pondered, a minister stepped forward, bowing respectfully, Your Majesty, Ying Zhang was originally a hostage left by the Great Qin in our state of Zhao. But considering his youth and ignorance, it's only natural he might occasionally err. Yet this youth has shown proper attitude, acknowledging his fault and willingly accepting punishment, which is truly commendable. Since he has admitted his fault, Your Majesty might consider a light punishment, but it must not be excessive, lest other states mock Zhao for lacking magnanimity. In this old minister's opinion, confining him to his quarters for 3 days would suffice. Ha ha ha! King Zhao's face lit up with delight. Nodding, he chuckled, Wakai, you truly understand my thoughts. Ying Zhang, since you have confessed your guilt, are you willing to accept your punishment? I do. Chen Mu bowed slightly and chuckled, Grandfather did not deceive me. King Zhao truly is a divine being. Oh, and one more thing. Our Great Qin has recently produced a new soap for bathing. This is a token of Ying Zhang's sincerity. I hope Your Majesty will not refuse it. Excellent. Excellent. King Zhao was already beaming with delight. Look at that, this youngster sure knows how to play the game. First he confessed his guilt and accepted punishment, now he's presenting gifts. Though it was inappropriate to reciprocate publicly, Chen Mu had barely left when the king of Zhao's rewards followed hot on his heels. At that moment, Chen Mu stepped into the house where he and Zhao Ji had once lived. Upon hearing of his impending arrival in Zhao, Zhao Ji's maternal family had already restored the place to its former glory, with many furnishings arranged exactly as before. As he pondered the passage of time, Huakai, the Zhao minister, entered. Your Highness. Huakai's face was lit with a smile. Your Highness, the king is deeply gratified that you have acknowledged your mistake and made amends today. Yet with so many ministers in court, His Majesty cannot openly show favoritism. Moreover, a gift from you demands a return gift. Please look, young master, this is 100 taels of gold bestowed by His Majesty. The king heard of your travels through the states and feared you might lack sufficient funds, so this is a token of his goodwill. King Zhao is too generous. Chen Mu forced a smile and hastily had his attendants collect the gift. But when he was alone with Guo Kai, their expressions instantly changed. Minister Guo, my deepest gratitude. Chen Mu bowed with clasped fists. Should Great Qin face hardship in the future, I implore your steadfast support, Minister Guo. No problem. No problem. Guo Kai laughed heartily. Before this trip to Zhao, Qin had already arranged everything. The idea to have Chen Mu confess and curry favor was proposed by none other than this fifth war god of the warring states. He was dubbed the fifth war god precisely because of his significant contributions to Qin's unification of the realm. For instance, among the four great war gods of the warring states period, Qin had Bai Qi and Wang Jian, while Zhao boasted Lian Pa and Li Mu. Yet the fates of Zhao's two war gods were inextricably linked to this very Lord Guo Kai. First, Lian Pa was driven out by Guo Kai. Later, when Zhao sought to reinstate him, Guo Kai deceived the emperor, replacing the phrase "is the old general still capable of eating" with "the old general defecates multiple times a day." Later, when Li Mu stood alone at the helm, forcing Qin to employ a scheme of sowing discord, it was Guo Kai who executed it. Without Li Mu, Zhao collapsed in no time. A man like Guo Kai should be despised by all. Yet from Chen Mu's perspective, he was a crucial asset to their faction. Therefore, not only must he not be offended, but he must be heavily relied upon. Minister Guo. Chen Mu paused briefly before speaking. Though the king of Zhao has confined me to my quarters, he has imposed no other restrictions. In these days, I happen to wish to meet with General Li Mu, General Lianpa, and Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji. What do you think about this matter? Leave it to me. Guo Kai nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, Chen Mu could only chuckle softly. He exchanged a few words with Meng Tian, who was stationed at the door, and the latter promptly retrieved the king of Zhao's reward. This. Guo Kai was suddenly overwhelmed by the honor, hastily refusing. Young master, please don't humiliate me like this. Take it away, take it away, take it away. Though he protested, Guo Kai allowed Chen Mu to slip the 100 taels of gold into his embrace. It was rather comical, really. After all, Chen Mu was merely an 8 or 9-year-old child. Could Guo Kai truly refuse him if he wanted to? After a long while, Guo Kai departed, satisfied and content, while Chen Mu waited patiently. That very afternoon, a swift horse galloped straight toward him. The rider was none other than Li Mu. Upon hearing the news, Chen Mu, who had been taking a nap, leapt up from the soft couch in delight and once again dashed out barefoot. Well done, young Master Zhang. Outside the door, Li Mu looked at Chen Mu with an odd expression and chuckled. Young master, you pulled off such a clever deception that day. Weren't you afraid I might see through it? It's rather embarrassing to admit. Chen Mu bowed his hands and sighed. I knew the general was a kind-hearted man. Even if you had discovered the truth, I believe you would never have troubled us. Ha ha ha. Li Mu burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 94, Imitating Chen Mu. Is that even possible? Once inside the room, Li Mu asked curiously, Young master, Lord Guo said you most wished to see me. But Qin and Zhao are sworn enemies. Could it be you wish me to betray Zhao? Not at all. Chen Mu shook his head. Though he desperately wanted to recruit Li Mu, he knew such a figure wasn't easily swayed. Hadn't Han Fizi still failed to trigger the heroes appreciate each other effect? If even he couldn't manage it, Li Mu was out of the question. As the saying goes, in this era, sincerity remains the ultimate trump card. Coincidentally, Chen Mu had no intention of persuading Li Mu today. Instead, he merely wished to engage in casual conversation. General. Chen Mu summoned Meng Yi and Meng Tian, smiling as he said, after returning to Qin this time, I obtained several jars of fine wine from my grandfather. I've been meaning to apologize to you in person, General. But I'm still too young to drink. So let the Meng brothers drink heartily with you in my stead. Today, let's set aside state affairs and past grievances. We'll just drink and feast. What do you say? I couldn't ask for more. Li Mu was quite surprised. He knew exactly what kind of person Guo Kai was. If Guo Kai were lobbying on someone else's behalf, he wouldn't even bother to lift an eyelid. But this hostage prince of Qin. You know what? Chen Mu's current actions were exactly what Li Mu wanted. The banquet stretched from afternoon into evening. Chen Mu shared his journey's observations with Li Mu, mentioning figures like Xiang Yan and Han Fei. Li Mu listened with rapt attention. Until finally, already thoroughly drunk, Li Mu forced himself to ask the question weighing on his mind. Young master. When I came, the king of Zhao specifically instructed me not to trouble you. Young master, possessing such cunning and skill at your age, you will surely become a great threat to the state of Zhao in the future. How frustrating. How frustrating that I, Li Mu, am too weak to even muster a shred of intent to kill you. My general. Chen Mu shook his head and gave a bitter smile. Though we've met only twice, Ying Zhang has long admired your reputation. I swear I never once intended you harm. Moreover, since our last parting, I have kept your admonitions close to heart, regarding you as a brotherly figure. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that while I, Li Mu, held you in such high regard, you would play mind games with me? Penalty drink. You must drink a penalty drink. Agreed. Li Mu tilted his head back and drank heartily. By the time he finished, Chen Mu had already dipped his finger in the spilled wine and written 2 characters on the tabletop. The world? Li Mu, who had been hazily drunk, sobered instantly. Chen Mu tapped the tabletop and sighed, General, should the day ever come when we stand as enemies, I implore you to remember these 2 words. Should the day come when the land is laid waste, I pray you do not grieve, General. This is neither our fault nor the fault of war. This is the fault of all living beings under heaven. That night, Li Mu drank himself into a stupor and was sent back by Chen Mu's men. But in the dead of night, sobered up, Li Mu demanded an audience with the king of Zhao without a word. He then rode through the night, racing straight for the frontier. Before his departure, he gazed into the darkness toward Handan City, yet it seemed as though he saw the rising sun slowly ascending over the former residence of that Qin hostage prince. On the battlefield, Li Mu had never known fear. Yet now, he fled in panic. Because he refused to face the outcome. To be intimidated by an 8-year-old child. And twice at that. Li Mu lifted his gaze to the dazzling starry sky above, letting out a self-mocking chuckle. Very well. We'll settle this properly when our hands meet in battle someday. With that, he raised his horsewhip and charged straight toward the border. He knew that the great Qin kingdom to the west had grown sharp fangs and claws, and he too must act swiftly. As Li Mu departed, Chen Mu, too, lay awake. Gazing at the scattered starlight atop a small hill outside Handan City, he shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. Beside him, Mr. Wei, looking puzzled, asked, Young master, are you regretting not recruiting General Li Mu? Recruit? Chen Mu shook his head and sighed, don't insult him with that word. But if the opportunity arises in the future, we could have General Li Mu lead troops north to sweep away the foreign tribes. Soon. Relevant simulation data flashed across the interface of the constant temperature simulation pod Chen Mu was using. Simulation Month 8, you returned to the state of Zhao. When you departed last time, the entire state of Zhao was filled with indignation, eager to intercept and eliminate you immediately. But this time, under the guise of offering apologies, you expressed gratitude for Zhao's years of support before the king of Zhao, saving them immense face. King Zhao was overjoyed, bestowing upon you 100 pieces of gold and permitting you to meet with old friends and acquaintances. You hosted a banquet, inviting renowned generals of the era Li Mu, Lian Pa, and the Marquis of Xinling. Alas, before the feast began, General Li Mu received orders to depart. He could only rush to see you briefly. You made no overtures to recruit him, and Li Mu understood perfectly. After drinking heartily together, you parted ways beneath the starlit night. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, longevity bestowed by heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan. Inside the Mountain River University Villa, everyone present was stunned. Glancing at Zhang Yunhe, Wang Xiayang, and the others, President Zhang Mingyuan burst into laughter, lifespan again. Ha ha ha. Is Chen Mu treating these golden entries like an ATM? Who says otherwise? Director Lu beside him was equally thrilled. Wow, is he showing mutual admiration for Li Mu? Too bad he didn't trigger, heroes admire each other. If he could take down Li Mu, Zhao Guoli would be finished in no time. It's not that serious. Zhang Yun has scoffed coldly, don't forget Zhao still has Lian Pa. He's famed as the toughest man around. And now Lord Xinling of Wei is in Zhao. If he can assemble a coalition of the 6 states, wouldn't Qin retreat 3 encampments? Though Zhang Yunhe expressed doubt, the others present paid it no mind. Reflecting on Chen Mu's latest simulation, though he hadn't yet ascended to the throne of Qin, his gains were already substantial. Wang Jian, Han Fei, Wei Liao, Li Mu. Just imagine how formidable Qin would become once Chen Mu took the reins. Soon. New simulation data rapidly surfaced. During your days in Zhao, you have successively met Lian Pa and Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji. Unfortunately, the veteran General Lian Pa harbors no goodwill toward you, believing instead that you have bewitched King Zhao. Nevertheless, the cook you trained proved exceptionally skilled. The old general feasted heartily at your table and even drained all the fine wine you brought. You saw him off with a mix of laughter and tears. Subsequently, you received an invitation from Lord Xinling and proceeded to his residence for a banquet. Wei Wuji's guests took turns challenging you, but you effortlessly defused every provocation and even landed a few counterattacks. Wei Wuji was greatly impressed and declared outright that you would become the nightmare of all the states. Knowing there was no chance to recruit him, you retorted without hesitation. You and Wei Wuji exchanged a heated verbal duel. You emerged victorious. This news left everyone present utterly stunned. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream went absolutely wild with laughter. Ha 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 ha. General Li Mu's side was still pretty normal just now. How did things get so absurd over at old General Lian Pa and Wei Wuji's end? Dying laughing. The old general doesn't like you, but he loves your family's food and wine. After trading insults with Wei Wuji, it's gotta be brother Chen Mu. Forget it. I'm heading to the simulation world right now. I'm gonna have a verbal showdown with some historical figure too. Hold up, bro, Chen Mu is now the Prince of Qin's grandson. He's got nothing to fear from Lord Xinling. If you show up without any status and start trash-talking him, watch out, you might get beaten to death. Hilarious. Didn't someone just say they copied Chen Mu by entering the Ming Dynasty instance, founded the Ming sect, and got thrown in jail? Has that guy gotten out yet? Shut up. Just watch your simulation. Chapter 95, Entering Yen Kingdom Jing Ku in a Coup. Gotta say, this generation of netizens sure knows how to stir things up. If Chen Mu knew about this situation now, he'd gladly join in. After all, life in ancient times without phones or the internet was just too dull and boring. Young master. Within the borders of Zhao, a long convoy made its way northward. Beside it, Meng Tian bowed his hands and asked, "Are we truly heading to Yen? It's bitterly cold there. I fear something might happen to you, young master." "What's there to fear?" Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. Did they really think his golden trait, immunity to all illnesses, was just for show? He'd pulled through that last severe illness unscathed. What could a common cold possibly do to him? Chen Mu was certain, as long as he didn't go out of his way to take risks, illness would be a distant memory for the rest of his life. His journey to Yen wasn't about meeting anyone. After all, Jing Ku, the assassin who had tried to kill him, was now hiding who knew where, and the mastermind behind it all, Prince Dan of Yen, might not even have been born yet. Chen Mu's trip was merely a detour, a chance to wander around before visiting the Jisha Academy in Qi. After a final detour through Chu, he could return to the Qin Empire. After several days of travel, Chen Mu entered the territory of Yen. Among the 7 warring states, Yen had always been a minor player. Its only notable moment was when General Yue briefly conquered Qi. But present-day Yen? A complete non-entity, utterly invisible on the grand stage. Ironically, it was in this very Yen that Chen Mu unexpectedly encountered several people. Jing Ku, ache. Come on. Brother Bochan's family has brewed some fine wine again, let's go taste it. Really? The young man and woman, a year or two older than Chen Mu, beamed with delight and hurried off. As they passed Chen Mu's carriage, the girl glanced over curiously and caught sight of him just as he lifted the curtain. The next second, she froze in place as if struck by lightning. Had she ever visited the Blue Star world of the future, she would undoubtedly have used the phrase "a gentleman of peerless grace," a peerless young master, to describe Chen Mu at that moment. After all, though Chen Mu was only 9 years old now, he already showed the first signs of a dragon's aura. That innate air of nobility in his gaze that seemed to look down upon the world added even more charm to his presence. Thud. Ouch. The distracted girl accidentally bumped into some nearby clutter, instantly gouging a deep gash on her knee. Blood gushed forth in a torrent, startling the onlookers into a chorus of gasps. Meng Yi, stop the carriage. Chen Mu, who witnessed the entire incident, shouted for the convoy to halt. Glancing at the puzzled Meng brothers, he ordered, Meng Tian, have the accompanying physician tend to those people. Yes, sir. Meng Tian obeyed without hesitation. At the same time, Jing Ku also noticed his younger sister's condition. Now, he couldn't care less about the fine wine. He hurriedly hoisted his sister onto his back, preparing to seek medical help at an infirmary. But the more he did so, the faster the wound on Ake's leg bled. It was clear. The artery had been severed. In this era, without prompt treatment, this little girl would likely be crippled. Fortunately, Chen Mu's accompanying physician arrived just in time. As a military physician trained in the Qin army, this doctor's specialty wasn't rare or complex illnesses, but rather all kinds of external injuries. It only took a little time. Ake's wound was staunched and bandaged, and she could even stand up despite the pain. Brother! Ake looked at Jing Ku with a hint of hurt. I might not be able to go. You should go instead. All right. Jing Ku didn't press the matter. He instructed, be careful on your way home. I'll bring father some fine wine. Oh, and don't forget to thank them. Only after Jing Ku had left did Ake hastily express her gratitude to the physician accompanying Chen Mu's convoy. To this, the accompanying physician merely gave a faint nod before the convoy departed once more. However, Chen Mu had barely taken a few steps when he saw a squad of soldiers apprehending Jing Ku, who had just departed, with several corpses lying beside him. Nearby, a crowd of commoners murmured in discussion. Oh dear, that poor boy. How could his parents have died? Rumor has it some big shot in the royal city took a fancy to his sister. The Jing family refused to give her up, even at the cost of their lives, and now look, it's brought disaster upon them. Oh, how tragic. What about the Jing family's little girl? After overhearing a few sentences, Chen Mu ordered the convoy to halt once more and immediately turned back. Not long after, a limping young girl joined the passengers in Chen Mu's carriage. Your brother has been captured. Chen Mu lifted a corner of the carriage curtain. Your parents were the ones killed? Wah! Ake had already been crying her eyes out. But she knew she couldn't give herself away now. She clenched her teeth, forcing herself to remain utterly silent. Both parents dead, brother captured. For a 10-year-old girl, it felt like the sky had fallen. Fortunately, Chen Mu was still there. Stop crying. Chen Mu sighed as he spoke. I've already asked Mr. Wei to help bury your parents. Later, Meng Yi and Meng Tian will come to rescue your brother. But you can't stay in Yen. Otherwise, why not come with me back to Qin? To be perfectly honest, Chen Mu felt he was starting to resemble a strange old man. But the truth was, at just 8 or 9 years old, he was younger than Ake across from him. Yet their circumstances were completely reversed. Chen Mu looked childish yet carried himself with an unnatural maturity, while Ake beside him was innocent and carefree, utterly unaware of the world. Still, she knew how to show gratitude. "Thank you, young master." Without another word, Ake knelt inside the carriage. "I can never repay this life-saving favor. Ake is willing to be your servant, to serve you faithfully." Chen Mu's expression grew increasingly peculiar. If Jingke's family background was so wretched, why would he still be willing to sacrifice himself for Yen? Could it be that Gao Jianli or Crown Prince Dan had helped him, fostering a sense of gratitude? But regardless, this future assassin of the first emperor had been intercepted by Chen Mu. Especially Ake. After Chen Mu buried Jingke's parents and rescued him, Ake immediately and without hesitation took on the role of Chen Mu's maid. Jingke did voice some reservations about this, but he knew the debt of gratitude was too great to ever repay. As for this fellow, Chen Mu naturally had other plans. Jingke. By the campfire under the night sky, Chen Mu spoke slowly as Ake stepped away. "I am Ying Zhang, the grandson of the king of Qin. Originally, we were sent as envoys to the state of Yen. But since we saved you, then we probably can't stay here much longer. Do you wish to avenge your grievances? If you do, I can find you a master teacher to learn the skills." "Why did you?" Jingke, only 10 years old, stared at Chen Mu in astonishment. He couldn't understand why the other person was being so kind to them. Could it be that he had his eye on his sister? "Stop imagining things." Chen Mu smiled lightly. "My willingness to help comes with conditions. Those who bear a blood feud often achieve what ordinary people cannot. I'll avenge your family, and in return, you'll serve me faithfully in the future. What do you think?" "Agreed." Jingke hesitated no longer, but couldn't resist adding, "What about my sister? For now, we must keep up appearances. This will have to do." Chen Mu chuckled softly. "Once we return to Qin, I can give her back her freedom then." Chapter 96, Jishao Academy. All 3 key entries triggered. Clearly, going to Yen was out of the question. So Chen Mu turned back immediately, entering the territory of Qi. Along the journey, Jingke and his sister gradually recovered from the grief of losing both parents. Now Jingke followed Meng Tian daily, learning basic weapon handling and combat techniques. Ake, meanwhile, devoted herself wholeheartedly to her role as maid, tending to Chen Mu's every need with meticulous care. You know what? No wonder ancient emperors produced so many incompetent rulers. Even this comfortable life had already made Chen Mu somewhat content to forget his homeland. 10 days later, Chen Mu and his companions arrived at the capital of the state of Qi. After the customary audience with the king of Qi, he plunged headfirst into the Jishao Academy, eager to explore it thoroughly. To be fair, this place truly had a certain flavor reminiscent of universities in later eras. In fact, their attitude towards scholarship seemed even more intense. What astonished Chen Mu was that quite a few people had actually heard of him. "Young master." A student of legalist philosophy stopped beside Chen Mu, bowing his hands in greeting. "Senior brother Han Fei says you are a rare genius in the land. Is this true?" "Not at all." Chen Mu laughed heartily. "Master Han Fei is merely paying me undeserved praise." "Young master, you're too modest." The other students shook their heads in unison. That single phrase, "born in adversity, perishing in ease," alone proves your mastery. Well, even though Chen Mu had already gone through one mock session, he couldn't help but blush a little now. Being a plagiarist really isn't as easy as it seems. At the very least, you need a thick skin, otherwise, you'll show your weakness in no time. "Young master." Another military academy student hurried over, asking curiously, "I heard you visited Yunmeng Mountain and even earned praise from Master Gigu. Is that true?" "I suppose so." Chen Mu nodded and sighed, "But that praise was likely just Master Gigu sparing me scolding because of my youth." "Young master, you're too modest." The gathered military scholars shook their heads in unison. They had all heard that the renowned Master Wei Liao had been recruited by this young master. There was no doubt about it. Chen Mu's attitude of respecting talent and being humble and courteous had won the favor of many. Of course, there were also those who sought to seize the opportunity to put others down, hoping to prove their superiority in scholarship. But if Chen Mu could hold his own in debate with Han Fizi, why would he fear these mere pretenders? It was just unfortunate that Chen Mu had intended to visit Sun Xing, Han Fizi's teacher, but the scholar had long since departed the Jishao Academy and was now likely teaching in the lands of Chu. Even so, Chen Mu reaped immense rewards from this journey. For instance, he met the legendary Grand Master of the Mahist School. "Young master." Within a library hall of Jishao Academy, Su Mengzi, a man of about 40, gazed at Chen Mu and sighed. In the past, our MO school split into 3 factions. One remnant branch sought refuge in the Great Qin, believing they could implement their ideals. Little did they know they would only aid the tyrant. Observing your bearing, young master, I foresee you becoming a wise ruler like Duke Shao of Qin and King Zhaoxiang of Qin. With Qin's current might, the suffering of its people will be unavoidable. I have but one question for you, young master. Is this truly unavoidable? Indeed. Chen Mu nodded. Your moist school advocates non-aggression, yet the world refuses to embrace such principles. Even if Great Qin were to disarm itself, what would you do if others refused to abide by this and sought to destroy our state? The disciples of the MO school will stand ready to assist. Su Meng's expression shifted. If your highness is willing to adopt our Mozi principles, our school will offer our full support. The Mahists. Chen Mu shook his head with a smile. With or without your Mahists, the Qin state will continue to thrive. I acknowledge your doctrine of universal love, but I cannot endorse the principle of non-aggression. For centuries since our founding, the Qin state has walked on thin ice, advancing cautiously to reach its present stature. How could we abandon this path merely because of your words? Not having a sword is entirely different from having one and choosing not to use it. This. Su Mengzi opened his mouth. Before he could retort, Chen Mu spoke again. Regardless of whether others choose to attack our Qin, we must ensure we possess the strength to crush them with a single blow. Only then can we truly end warfare and lay down arms. Moreover, if you truly wish to spare the people from suffering, why not consider another approach? Let the Qin Empire swallow the 6 states whole, thereby eliminating the scourge of war entirely? Su Mengzi stared at Chen Mu in utter shock. He had intended to use this opportunity to engage in philosophical discourse with the future ruler of Qin, hoping to persuade him to embrace the teachings of the MO school and thereby resolve the conflicts between the states. But this fellow before him. He had no intention of resolving the conflicts between the states at all. Instead, he planned to wipe them all out with a single blow. Watching Su Mengzi depart in a daze, Ake, who had remained by Chen Mu's side, chuckled softly and exclaimed with delight, "Young master, you're so formidable. Another great scholar has been sent packing." "Don't talk nonsense." Chen Mu shook his head firmly. Master Su is truly formidable, and the Mahist school is equally remarkable. Though he hadn't paid much attention during his time in Qin, Chen Mu knew full well how formidable the Qin state's artisans were. In fact, as early as the Qin dynasty over 2,000 years ago, craftsmen had already mastered standardized production and assembly lines. And it was a highly stringent system of 9-clan selection. When the Qin state was weak, such a system was certainly justified. But maintaining it after unifying the realm? That felt unnecessarily harsh. Thus, Chen Mu's journey through the states was not only to seek out talent, but also to find answers for this era. A stone from another mountain can polish your own jade. The doctrines of various schools each had their merits, but how to apply them, how to use them, and how to use them well, these were profoundly deep studies. Once he unified the realm, he must establish more such academies throughout the Qin and beyond, and best of all, make education accessible to all. Would the Qin Empire then still need to worry about a shortage of talent? Glancing at the hourglass, Chen Mu turned to Ake beside him and sighed. "All right, you've been with me for ages. Aren't you tired?" "Not at all." Ake smiled sweetly. "Being with you broadens my horizons. So you're enjoying this?" Chen Mu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Then why were you secretly playing with your sleeve while Mr. Su was speaking?" Go on. I know you want to learn swords and spears from the Meng brothers. Since you like it, you can practice with your brother from now on." "Really?" Ake's face lit up with joy. With a graceful bow, she skipped out joyfully. Shaking his head, Chen Mu sought out Mr. Wei and began engaging with scholars from other schools of thought. Confucianism, Moism, legalism, agrarianism, medicine, logicians. He stayed for nearly half a month. Only then did Chen Mu reluctantly depart from the Jixia Academy. He had stayed far too long. It was time to move on. Soon after, relevant simulation data materialized within the villa at Mountain River University. Simulation Month 9, you arrive in Yan and rescue the Jingke siblings. Having witnessed their parents' brutal murder, they harbor deep hatred toward Yan and are willing to follow you back to Qin. You triggered the golden trait, heroes appreciate each other, gaining the loyalty of Jingku and Aku. After leaving Yan, you journey to the Jixia Academy in Qi. The people here speak with remarkable eloquence, and you learn countless useful things, even concepts that astonish your future self. Their dedication to scholarship captivated you. Immersed in daily discussions with scholars on diverse subjects, you gained profound insights. During this time, countless scholars marveled at your unconventional thinking and gradually recognized your erudition. You triggered the golden trait, Mandate of Heaven, earning the title, the Heaven-Sent Genius, Prince Sheng. While this title remains active, you effortlessly earn the respect of all major schools of thought and find it easier to recruit talented individuals. After departing Jixia Academy, you journeyed tirelessly to the state of Chu. Yet, due to extreme exhaustion, you triggered the golden trait, immunity to all illnesses, narrowly escaping a severe illness. Chapter 97, Entering Chu, Seeking Master Sun. Good heavens! Within the Mountain River Academy, Principal Zhang Mingyuan and the others had long ceased to be surprised. They had finally grasped it. The 3 golden traits Chen Mu had chosen this time were nothing short of god tier. With such trigger rates, who wouldn't utter a word of envy? This is a sure thing. Director Lu sighed in awe. Given the trigger rates of these traits, how many years would Chen Mu have to reign once he becomes the ruler of the Great Qin? He's only 8 or 9 now. If he rules for 50 or 60 years, how terrifying would Great Qin's power become? Zhang Yunhe and Huang Xiang exchanged glances beside them, both seeing terror in each other's eyes. Their academic research focused primarily on the Warring States period, and they had been scheming to prove how the Han Dynasty rose to power. But if Chen Mu unified the realm under Qin, all their research would go down the drain. After all, just look at the Ming Dynasty. Ever since Chen Mu conquered the hell-level challenge of the late Yuan early Ming transition in the college entrance exams, a wave of Ming Dynasty simulations had swept across the internet, with many achieving significant results. Especially, these individuals suddenly realized that several figures Chen Mu particularly valued had played indispensable roles in the founding of the Ming Dynasty. Take Empress Ma, for instance, or figures like Su Di, Chang Yuchun, and Tang Yi. And now, Chen Mu was clearly poised to create another miracle. A miracle that could potentially undermine the scholarly achievements of Zhang Yunhe and Huang Xiaoyang. Director Liu. Zhang Yunhe paused thoughtfully before speaking. This man, he shouldn't get too carried away. During the Warring States period, while Qin's military might was stronger, it was only relative. Even if Chen Mu recruits many talents, the true test lies on the battlefield. Not to mention, he hasn't resolved the issue of Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji. Don't forget the rankings in the Warring States campaign. Principal Zhang Mingyuan and Director Liu exchanged a glance. The rankings Zhang Yunhe referred to were actually created spontaneously by netizens, essentially comparing players based on evaluations and final scores. In the Warring States campaign, the top-ranked scores almost exclusively belonged to Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, and a highly stable playstyle had already solidified around him. For instance, lie low at the start, secretly laying plans. Once the allied forces were fully assembled, they would swiftly breach Qin's defenses. Seizing this opportunity, they would then seize control of Wei's government and devour the greater part of Qin's territory in one fell swoop. This would instantly elevate Wei to a major power capable of rivaling Zhao and Chu. Such maneuvers typically earn high ratings and scores. Even if only partially completed, it could garner tens of thousands of points and 80 grade or higher evaluation. Of course, to Chen Mu, this whole scheme was nothing but a crooked path. Why choose Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, instead of the first emperor? Even following historical developments, once the first emperor took personal control in his 20s, Qin would immediately launch campaigns to conquer the 6 states. But doing it this way would certainly not earn high praise, and the ratings would likely be low. And that's precisely why Chen Mu chose to travel among the states. Though he repeatedly triggered entry effects, Chen Mu knew such actions wouldn't significantly boost his reputation or score for now. But once his vision materialized, the Qin Empire would become utterly terrifying. With the special item Gambler's Heart in his possession, even if Chen Mu's current rating remains low, he would still reap double the rewards when the time came. At this moment, Chen Mu was plotting his strategy while traveling through the state of Chu. Compared to the previous states, Chu's territory was clearly much larger. Fortunately, Chen Mu had now mastered horseback riding, significantly accelerating the mission's pace. As before, Chen Mu was granted an audience with the king of Chu. Compared to other states, Chu's talent pool fell short in both quantity and quality. However, it had produced literary giants like Chu Yuan and Song Yu. It was a pity that both were no longer among the living, and Chen Mu would never have the chance to meet them. Yet, one great figure remained in Chu. The teacher of Han Fizi, the apostate of Confucianism, the founder of legalism. Xu Wenzi. Perhaps due to Chen Mu's growing fame along his journey, the king of Chu feared Chen Mu might lure away this master scholar of unparalleled erudition. Thus, he specifically ordered Lord Chunshan, Huang Xie, to accompany him. This Lord Chunshan was no ordinary figure either. Alongside Lord Mengchang, Lord Pingyuan, and Lord Xinling, he was counted among the 4 lords of the Warring States period. Alas, Lord Mengchang had long passed away, and Chen Mu had even attended Lord Pingyuan Zhao Sheng's funeral during his time in Zhao. As for the remaining Lord Chunsheng Huang Xie and Lord Xinling Wei Wuji, both were no longer young. With Wei Wuji's cautionary tale fresh in mind, Chen Mu couldn't be bothered to court him. After all, King Chu placed immense trust in Lord Chunsheng. Even if he were willing to go to Qin, whether they would dare to use him and how they would use him remained a major question. This man was quite witty. Young master. From within the spacious carriage, Lord Chunshan spoke with a smile. What you said earlier about the 4 princes, I find it somewhat inappropriate. If we're counting, you, Prince Shang, should be included too. The Chancellor jests. Chen Mu shook his head. Both your lordship and Master Wei possess great talent, but Ying Zhang is merely an 8-year-old child. What merit or ability could he possibly have to stand alongside you distinguished gentlemen? That was the surface of his words. But Chen Mu's thoughts were elsewhere. He was currently portraying the first emperor of Qin, the ancestral dragon. If he were to become some minor prince of the Warring States period, wouldn't that be utterly beneath him? Amidst their casual conversation, the two had already arrived at Lanying County. Several years prior, when Xuanzi had fled to Chu, it was Lord Chunshan who had settled him here, granting him the position of county magistrate. Upon arriving at Xuanzi's residence, Chen Mu realized his living conditions were not particularly favorable. It was very simple, even somewhat austere. Seeing Chen Mu, Xuanzi seemed quite surprised. He sighed. A month ago, Han Fei wrote saying he met a young prince named Zhang, only 8 years old. He praised you to the heavens, claiming you were unparalleled. I was quite eager to see what you were made of. Sir, you flatter me. Though Chen Mu dared to boast before Han Fei and others, how could he be so presumptuous before a founding patriarch of a school of thought? Yet here was the venerable Master Sun, launching into his ultimate move without warning. Ing Zheng. I have been to Qin and witnessed the implementation of legalist doctrine there. Let me ask you this. Do you think the laws of Qin are perfect? They certainly had their shortcomings. Chen Mu hastily replied, our great Qin has been feeling our way forward all along. It's inevitable that there would be errors and omissions. This is unavoidable. After all, frequent policy changes are a major taboo in governance. Moreover, whether many laws can be effectively enforced after implementation requires time to prove. As the Tao Te Ching states, governing a great nation is like cooking a small fish. Should I succeed to the throne of Qin in the future, I shall certainly investigate this matter thoroughly and proceed with patience. Excellent. Xuanzi's eyes lit up. He laughed heartily, such insight and erudition at such a young age. No wonder my disciple speaks so highly of you. He also mentioned something about survival of the fittest in his letter. Is that also your teaching? Not at all. Not at all. Chen Mu hastily shook his head. That was from miscellaneous writings I read in my youth. I found it intriguing and committed it to memory. It's more than just interesting. Xuanzi sighed deeply. Tigers, leopards, cattle, and sheep follow this law, so do kings, princes, generals, and ministers. Even the feudal lords across the land, are they not all subject to the same principle? Chen Mu blinked, daring not to say more. He had no idea what kind of chemical reaction these later-era theories might trigger in the current simulated world, but judging by Xuanzi's reaction, he had clearly pondered this question. Enough, enough. Xuanzi suddenly seemed disheartened as he spoke. Since you've traveled so far, it's only right that I, as your host, should offer hospitality. Li Si, go fetch Lord Chunchen at once. We shall dine together. Li Si? Chen Mu froze, turning to look at the scholar standing outside the door. The man wasn't particularly old, but his features were quite handsome, his eyes gleaming with intelligence, clearly a sharp individual. Indeed. How could someone destined to become the chancellor of the Qin Empire be ordinary? Chapter 98, Li Si's request, Chen Mu's response. The meal was a thoroughly enjoyable affair for both host and guest. Though Master Sun spoke little, both Lord Chunchen and Chen Mu were skilled at keeping the mood lively, ensuring the atmosphere never grew stale. After the meal, Master Sun attended to official business, and Chen Mu waited patiently without haste. Next, Master Sun instructed his disciples, engaging in scholarly discussions. Even as an observer, Chen Mu gained profound insights. Truthfully, he had experienced this feeling many times during the Ming Dynasty. Even though he came from the future, many things were simply unusable in this era, including technology, culture, and ideology. Take the most basic technology. Even during the Ming Dynasty, Chen Mu hadn't managed to develop a steam engine. Prototypes existed, but the materials simply weren't widely available. Take the Warring States period, for instance. If you suddenly started ranting about liberating women, you'd likely get kicked in the shins and labeled a lunatic. On the contrary, the intelligence of ancient people actually holds its own against modern minds. After all, the enduring legacy of their classic works, standing the test of millennia, speaks volumes. Moreover, having lived and grown up within their era, they possessed a deeper understanding of their times, enabling them to adopt approaches that were far more suited to their circumstances. And that's precisely why Chen Mu dared not underestimate the ancients in the slightest. Instead, he was often genuinely impressed. Before she knew it, night had fallen. Chen Mu had no choice but to stay the night. She had thought that would be the end of the day, but no sooner had she lain down than Li Si came looking for her. Young master. Outside the door, Li Si lowered his voice. The master invites you to the front hall for study. Are you willing to go? Of course. Chen Mu jumped up immediately and hurriedly dressed. After walking a few steps with Li Si, the other suddenly spoke up. Young master, I actually have one more favor to ask of you. I humbly request your consent. Speak. Chen Mu feigned ignorance. Is there something you require of me, Mr. Li? Precisely. Even though they were alone, Li Si adopted an extremely humble posture. To be perfectly honest, I have devoted myself to scholarly pursuits precisely to realize my ambitions. Among the 7 states, only the Great Qin is truly mighty, possessing the ambition to unify the land. Therefore, I wish to join your cause, Prince. I humbly request your patronage. Oh? Chen Mu chuckled softly. Mr. Li, are you not concerned that you might not be given important responsibilities? Don't forget. In the future, Li Si and Zhao Gao would forge the first emperor's will, installing that fool Hu Hai on the throne. Given the choice, Chen Mu certainly wouldn't want to see such a tragedy repeat itself. You jest, young master. Li Si sighed without a flicker of emotion. I secretly read the letter senior brother Han Fei wrote to our teacher. That he would speak so highly of you, it must mean you are no fool, young master. I, Li Si, consider myself capable enough to assist your highness in resolving your troubles. Of course. Should I fail to deliver in the future, it will be my own fault. I'll deserve to be overlooked. Very well. Chen Mu nodded, then turned to Ming Tian beside him and instructed, "Inform Mr. Wei later to bring Mr. Li along when we depart."
Understood. Ming Tian bowed his hands in acknowledgement. As they spoke,
the group had already reached the front hall. Inside the somewhat austere room, old Master Sun sat by the oil lamp, carefully reading bamboo slips. Upon entering the room, Li Si quietly closed the door, leaving only Chen Mu and Xuanzi seated across from each other. Bowing slightly in respect, Chen Mu refrained from speaking and patiently waited seated beside him.
After a long while, Xuanzi finally spoke. "Li Si sought your help in securing an official post? Master, you have keen insight." Chen Mu nodded honestly.
Mr. Li possesses great talent. Our Qin state urgently needs such individuals.
Enough, enough. Xuanzi shook his head, saying little more.
After a pause, he asked with grave expression, "Han Fei claims you harbor ambitions to devour the 6 states.
Should Qin truly unify the realm in the future, by which school of thought would you govern? Confucianism? Legalism? Or perhaps Taoism or Moism?" Chen Mu froze for a moment.
But soon, he laughed and said, "Only children make choices.
I'm a big boy now. So I choose all of them." That's quite the bold claim. Xuanzi smiled slightly and pressed further. "Well then, I'd like to test you. These various schools of thought conflict with one another. How would you reconcile them? Synthesize and integrate them."
Chen Mu answered without hesitation, "Confucianism as my skin, legalism as my bones, Taoism as my heart. With the military strategist in my left hand and the diplomat in my right, I stand with one foot on Moism and the other on agrarianism. As long as it benefits the Qin state and the world at large, nothing is off limits."
Whoa!
Even Xuanzi was taken aback by Chen Mu's words. He rose and paced a few steps before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Excellent!
Truly an exceptional young Master Zhang. Truly one who knows no bounds."
He recalled his own days as Sun Xing, studying Confucianism, yet facing relentless criticism over moral disputes. It was precisely this that fueled his determination, driving him ever deeper down this path.
Even the clash between Confucianism and legalism was so intense. Yet now, Chen Mu dared to propose synthesizing all schools of thought? At this thought, Xuanzi suddenly felt 10 years younger, unable to suppress a laugh. "So many schools of thought, aren't you afraid of overreading? Why should I?"
Chen Mu retorted, "Anyway, it'll be the scholars from each school debating it out. I'll just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor."
"You sly fox."
Xuanzi burst into hearty laughter. "If scholars across the land heard such thoughts from you, they might just call you a..."
Moreover, while synthesizing doctrines is not wrong, you yourself have said that governing a great nation is like frying a small fish. You can't just switch from one doctrine to another every other day, can you? How do you explain this? It's quite simple."
Chen Mu pondered briefly before speaking. "Take Confucianism and Moism as examples.
Select several cities for experimentation.
This way, we can determine whether their doctrines hold water, understand how to refine them, and discover how to implement them."
"And who will implement them?"
Xuanzi pressed further. "If Qin conquers the 6 states, countless people will despise you.
Do you think they'll serve you wholeheartedly?
Then build more academies."
Chen Mu replied, "Just like the Jisha Academy where you once taught. If one academy fails, build 100 or 1,000. If 10 years prove insufficient, then 100 or 1,000 years."
In that instant, Xuanzi seemed to see the spirited version of himself from years past.
Alas, he was old now.
Perhaps he would never live to see it all come to pass. This thought brought a wave of melancholy over Xuanzi, and he couldn't help but sigh. If that day truly comes, what harm would it be if all the states were to submit to Qin?
"Li Si, fetch me my brush and ink. My teacher is in high spirits today. I wish to present Prince Shang with a painting." That night,
Xuanzi chatted excitedly with Chen Mu for a long time, even presenting him with numerous scrolls.
Early the next morning, Chen Mu reluctantly took his leave. At the same time,
new simulation data gradually materialized within the Mountain River Academy. Simulation Month 10, you have arrived in the state of Chu and presented yourself before the King of Chu, requesting permission to visit Xuanzi. King Chu assigned Lord Huang Xie of Chunshan to accompany you, fearing you might abduct Xuanzi. Upon arriving in Lanling, you and Xuanzi conversed warmly and shared a meal together. You had assumed this great scholar held little interest in you, but an all-night candlelit discussion unexpectedly brought you much closer. Xuanzi expressed great delight that Qin possessed a future ruler like you, presenting you with a calligraphy scroll. The calligraphy was simple, containing only 2 characters. The world. You departed Chu bearing the elder Xuanzi's hopes, and also took with you his other prized disciple, Li Si. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, Mandate of Heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan.
Chapter 99, King Xiuwen's Demise, Crown Prince. Holy crap, how much lifespan has this added? Is Chen Mu trying to become an immortal? Within the halls of Mountain River University, the assembled crowd was too stunned for words. Instead, the viewers in the livestream chat were buzzing with excitement. Only Chen Mu could pull this off. Absolutely incredible. He's the real deal. Holy crap, simulating this effect in a hell tier dungeon? What kind of god is Chen Mu anyway? I'm cracking up right here.
When I entered the Warring States dungeon, I tried visiting Xuanzi too only to get kicked out for saying the wrong thing. LOL, who do you think you are comparing yourself to brother Chen Mu? Look at him. Xuanzi gifted him calligraphy and paintings, even inscribing the characters the world. Need I say more? I can't take it anymore. I just finished my college entrance exams today and got an A-level evaluation. Shanghai University, hurry up and send me my acceptance letter. I want to meet brother Chen Mu. I want to suck up to him. All this buzz had Zhang Mingyuan and director Lu beaming with pride. This is a sure thing. With Chen Mu performing so brilliantly, Shanghai University is bound to gain prestige this time. As long as the simulated evaluations turn out well, it'll definitely attract a huge wave of students to choose Shanghai University. At that thought, Zhang Mingyuan immediately urged, "Hey, old Lu, give your admissions office a call right now. Tell them to step up their game. Don't let any college entrance exam students miss out on applying to our university." Got it. Director Lu eagerly grabbed the phone and walked out. Zhang Yunhe was also making a call. He was nearly furious. That damn old woman Su had pulled a fast one. What kind of demonic creature had he gotten himself mixed up with? Wasn't this just setting him up to run over and get humiliated? After a fierce tirade, the old woman on the other end finally gritted her teeth and said, "Old Zhang, cut the cursing. I just watched the livestream too. It nearly killed me. How could Chu be so stupid? They clearly know Chen Mu's simulation of Ying Zhang is way too clever, yet they show zero willingness to act. Don't they fear being swallowed up in the future? Couldn't they just be a little more ruthless? Fabricate some bandits or something to take out Chen Mu on the road?" Zhang Yunhe shook his head and let out a cold laugh. This old fool still tries to shift the blame onto others? How many fools were there among the rulers of the Warring States period? Even if they wanted to pull something like that, they'd have to consider the consequences. After all, openly speaking, following the Battle of Chongping, no single state could stand alone against the Great Qin. Lost in thought, Huang Xiaoyang beside him suddenly spoke up, "Teacher, isn't Ying Zhang's grandfather about to die? I recall it was around this time." At this point, Huang Xiaoyang froze in shock. Could Chen Mu already know about this? He arrived in Shu at precisely this moment and even visited Xuanzi. And if you factor in the time it takes him to return, wouldn't that mean he could just make it back to Qin? Zhang Yunhe's heart skipped a beat. He'd been careless. This Chen Mu truly has something special about him. So he's been carefully timing his visits to prominent figures all along? The thought barely formed in his mind. New simulation data suddenly appeared. Simulation month 11, you have successfully returned to the Great Qin and been summoned by the King of Qin. King Xiaowen of Qin and your father are highly satisfied with your actions during this tour of the states. After all, they have often heard tales of your deeds and take great pride in them. Yet you feel little joy, for you know King Xiaowen's time is nearly up. Sure enough. Simulation month 12, King Xiaowen of Qin passed away. Your father, Aaron of Qin, ascended the throne as the new king of Qin. On his first day of reign, your father formally designated you as crown prince. Your mother, Lady Zhao, wept with joy, and then you took a large sum of money from her. Upon hearing this, Lu Buwei, who had just been promoted to chancellor, sought you out and offered substantial funds to assist you, but you refused. Oh my Zhang. Within the Great Qin Palace, Qin Aaron, having just concluded the funeral rites for King Xiaowen, looked at you strangely. Master Lu is no stranger. If he's willing to offer you wealth to help, you should simply accept it. Why be so polite? I won't need that much. Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. If I ever need more in the future, I can always seek out Mr. Lu then. That was what he said. But Chen Mu's thoughts were elsewhere. This stepfather of his was truly far too ambitious. Why did Chen Mu refuse Lu Buwei? Wasn't it precisely to prevent Lu Buwei from framing his stepfather? Things were fine for now, but who could say what the future held? It seemed. The training program for business powerhouse Zhao Ji must be ramped up. Zhanger. Zhao Ji shot Chen Mu a disapproving look inside. Your father has only just ascended the throne. This is the time for us mother and son to enjoy our blessings. Why did you drag me out here? To make a fortune. Chen Mu chuckled softly. Mother, do you want to make a fortune? Make a fortune? Zhao Ji's eyes lit up instantly, as if she could see countless precious jewels and exquisite garments beckoning to her. During her time in Qin, she had come to understand one thing clearly. Although Lu Buwei had provided Qin Aaron with considerable wealth and goods, it was not limitless, and often had to be invested across various regions of Qin. By comparison, the soap business Chen Mu had taught her was a breeze. After all, Chen Mu's travels across the states weren't solely for learning and seeking talent, he'd also promoted soap along the way. Now, at least among the nobility of the 6 states, bathing with soap had become the fashion. Consequently, Zhao Ji's income had been steadily rising. Even when Chen Mu took a substantial sum from her, she didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. What's there to feel bad about? This money was earned by her beloved son in the first place. What harm was there in giving it all away? After all, next month would surely bring even more earnings, allowing her to buy even more jewels and finery. Zhang. Zhao Ji shook off her thoughts and asked curiously, our soap is already quite profitable. Do you have other ways to make money? Of course. Chen Mu nodded and smiled. Mother, tell me, what do you think is the most valuable thing in the world? Jewelry. Zhao Ji answered without hesitation. I bought a headdress last time that cost a fortune. Even Mr. Lu said I was being extravagant and wasteful. We're spending our own money, what business is it of his? Chen Mu chuckled softly. But jewels aren't the most precious things in the world. The most precious are actually objects that hold spiritual significance. Like rare books, like exquisite paintings, or like heirlooms passed down by ancestors. Then where should these things be kept? How can they be preserved? Well, Zhao Ji felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, as if new thoughts were sprouting. No matter how she pondered it, she couldn't fathom what Chen Mu was truly implying. Fortunately, Chen Mu soon revealed the answer. Mother, do you remember when we were in the state of Zhao? Back then, you read with me every day, always complaining that the bamboo slips were too cumbersome. Then father sent a letter, and you thought the cloth was so much more convenient. You wished all the books could be written on cloth. The business we're about to start is connected to that very thing. Ha! Zhao Ji grew increasingly bewildered. Zhanger, are you planning to trade in cloth? But we in Qin aren't suited to weaving. Not cloth. Chen Mu sighed helplessly, it's paper. Cheaper than bamboo slips, lighter than cloth, and easier to make than fabric, paper. Chapter 100, The Art of Papermaking. Though Longxia's history was fragmented, remnants of the four great inventions still lingered in historical relics and records. After all, materials like paper can be dated through technical analysis, allowing us to infer their historical origins. The origins of papermaking, however, have long been debated. Some attribute its invention to Kailuan of the Eastern Han Dynasty, while others credit him with refinement, tracing its true roots back to the pre-Qin and Western Han periods. One undeniable truth is that many technologies do not emerge suddenly, but rather evolve through prolonged iteration and refinement before taking the form we recognize today. This is particularly evident in Longxia history. For in Longxia history, it's rare for someone to suddenly invent thousands or tens of thousands of unrelated things out of thin air. Chen Mu didn't know when paper actually appeared in the real historical timeline. But in this simulated world, the moist craftsman had already mastered some similar techniques, only no one had ever connected them to papermaking. Therefore, what Chen Mu needed to do was essentially refinement and advancement. Zhang. Several days later, in a workshop within Xianyang City, Zhao Ji watched the craftsman bustling about, her expression puzzled. Didn't you say you were making paper for writing and recording? Why is there water everywhere? And all this bamboo, bark, grass roots, they're all soaked and ruined. Can they still be used? Of course they can. Chen Mu nodded with a smile. Mother, you see, papermaking requires precisely these discarded, seemingly useless materials. Otherwise, if a single sheet of paper costs more than silk brocade, who would buy it? Ha! Zhao Ji was a bit confused. But if it's too cheap, how will we make any profit? Making money isn't just about the selling price. Chen Mu sighed. After a moment of blankness, Zhao Ji finally understood. Alright. Even if the price is low, the costs are low too. Things like bamboo, bark, and weeds only required sending people to gather them. And thanks to the Qin dynasty's corvée system, they didn't even have to pay the craftsmen. As the two were talking, a sudden commotion erupted outside the workshop. Before long, Chen Mu saw the tightly shut workshop door being forcefully pushed open. Following closely behind, Chen Mu's stepfather, now the ruler of the Qin state, King Yuanzhang of Qin, Qin Yuan, strolled in with great swagger. Behind him, Lu Buwei stood smiling, curiously surveying the surroundings. Your Majesty! Zhao Ji let out a joyful cry upon seeing her husband. Only when he approached did she notice something amiss in Qin Yuan's expression. Zheng. Qin Yuan scanned the area. Rumors say you found extraordinary talents among the other states and hid them within Xianyang to practice demonic arts, plotting to seize the throne of Great Qin. Is this true? Demon magic? Chen Mu's anger flared instantly. Father, what decent person would need so many craftsmen to perform demonic arts? Besides, Father, you are already the ruler of Qin. After you reign for 30 or 50 years, the throne will naturally pass to your son. Why would I need to seize it? Ha! Clearly, Chen Mu's mention of 3 or 5 decades struck a chord with Qin Yuan. A faint smile touched his lips as he stepped forward, grabbed Chen Mu by the arm, and declared solemnly, I knew my son Zhenger was not such a person. Now then, what exactly have you and your mother been up to in such secrecy? Making paper. Chen Mu gestured toward the surrounding craftsmen. Grandfather and father have to review so many memorials every day, yet bamboo slips are heavy and cumbersome. But if we used silk cloth instead, our Qin state simply doesn't have the resources to sustain that. So I thought of creating a cheap and lightweight paper. Paper? King Yuanzhang of Qin froze in surprise. After a moment, he turned to look at Lu Buwei and coldly snorted, Minister Lu. That my son should harbor such thoughts, yet have them maliciously twisted into treasonous rebellion. I care not who that retainer of yours is, nor where he heard such rumors. In short, anyone who dares to slander my son Zhenger must be prepared to pay the price. Yes, your Majesty. Lu Buwei hastily bowed his head, performing a deep obeisance. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Upon my return, I shall have that man's tongue cut out as a warning to the world. I too bear some blame in this matter. This old servant once offered the crown prince a sum of money, which he refused. At the time, I assumed it stemmed from His Highness's proud nature. But now I see, it must have been that retainer's improper conduct when presenting the funds that provoked His Highness's refusal, thus inciting him to slander. Though Lu Buwei's demeanor was earnest, Chen Mu still sensed something fishy. This was ridiculous. His stepfather had just ascended as king of Qin, and Lu Buwei was now the Grand Chancellor of the Great Qin. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he dealt with countless matters daily. At such a critical juncture, instead of consolidating his power by winning over court officials, he was preoccupied with what this crown prince was up to? A low chuckle escaped him. Chen Mu looked at Lu Buwei and said, Father, there's no need to blame Chancellor Lu. With his hectic schedule, how could he possibly keep track of every single detail? If you ask me, it must be some rogue among the Chancellor's retainers. Otherwise, your son will help Father and the Chancellor investigate thoroughly. Let us uncover who harbors treacherous intentions, deliberately sowing discord between the ruler and ministers of our great Qin. Lu Buwei's eyes widened instantly. Even back when Chen Mu was traveling through the various states, Lu Buwei had sensed that this future ruler of the Qin state would be no easy partner to deal with. Therefore, after Chen Mu returned to Qin, Lu Buwei immediately sent money and goods to test Chen Mu's attitude, and the outcome perfectly matched Lu Buwei's expectations. But he never imagined. He had barely made his first move when the young crown prince had already countered. Their eyes locked. Countless blades and spears seemed to clash within their eyes. After a long moment, Lu Buwei finally bowed his head, respectfully curtsying in salute, and sighed, Your Majesty, your servant Lu Buwei is guilty. I beg your punishment. Forgiven. King Yuanzhang of Qin laughed heartily, then turned to Chen Mu. Very well. Since my son has such ambition, I shall entrust this matter to you. However, Minister Lu's retainers are all talents gathered with great effort. You must not insult or abuse them lightly, nor slander their good names without cause. I understand, Your Majesty. Chen Mu glanced at Lu Buwei and noticed his face had indeed darkened. After all, Lu Buwei had spent a fortune to recruit these retainers, many of whom possessed genuine talent and expertise. If Chen Mu were to scrutinize them under the guise of investigation, how many would remain loyal to Lu Buwei? How many would defect to the crown prince's camp? Silence fell. Suddenly, Zhao Ji beside him cried out in surprise, It's done. Your Majesty, look. Our Zhanger has truly made paper. Several hours later, a slightly yellowed, thick, and coarse sheet of paper was baked into shape and then spread out on the table by the craftsman. Beside him, Chen Mu took out the ink and brush he had prepared earlier and presented them with both hands. Father, this is the very first paper of our great Qin. It is only fitting that you, our king, leave your mark upon it. Once it's inscribed, I'll have it mounted and hung behind your throne. Excellent. Excellent. King Yuanzhang of Qin's mouth stretched into a wide grin. As the ruler of a nation, who wouldn't wish to leave behind more deeds worthy of being recorded in history? If he could leave behind the first paper calligraphy, surely his name would be remembered for centuries to come? Lu Buwei had the same thought. Unfortunately, Chen Mu had no intention whatsoever of inviting him, the Grand Chancellor of Qin. This single act alone was enough to cement the enmity between the two men. Chapter 101, Paper becomes precious in Xianyang, the light of Qin. Why hasn't the simulation data been released yet? Within the halls of Shanghai University, Zhang Mingyuan waited with growing impatience. They had only witnessed the passing of King Xiaowen of Qin, followed by King Xuanxiang ascending the throne and immediately naming Chen Mu as crown prince on his first day. Yet the simulation data hinted at friction between Chen Mu and Lu Buwei. Chen Mu had even refused the wealth Lu offered. This long delay in simulation updates, something must have gone wrong, right? Beside him, Zhang Yun's face hardened with coldness as he sneered, just as expected. One must never let success go to their head, otherwise, they're bound to stumble sooner or later. What exactly happened? Director Lu couldn't help but interject, Professor Jiang, are you actually hoping for Chen Mu's failure? Of course not. Zhang Yunha declared with unabashed confidence, but did you notice just now? Chen Mu seems to have provoked someone he shouldn't have. Let's not forget, besides Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, Lu Buwei is also a top contender. In fact, after weathering the initial years of the simulation, he might even become the de facto ruler of Qin. Do you think it would be difficult for such a figure to deal with Chen Mu? Perhaps all it would take is a few words of slander before the king of Qin, and Chen Mu would be finished. Principal Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu exchanged a knowing glance. In the Warring States campaign, the Qin hostage Ying Zhang was never the most popular choice. After all, expecting an 8-year-old child to unify the Warring States seemed downright impossible. In contrast, figures like Wei Wuji and Lu Buwei started with numerous retainers or substantial wealth, facing few constraints in their ambitions, making them easy targets for high ratings. But such evaluations were merely high, nothing more. In Chen Mu's view, to achieve the absolute top-tier evaluation, one must find the right person, do the right thing, and stand on the shoulders of giants to emulate their path. Only then could one achieve superior results. But unfortunately, even Director Lu, who had the utmost confidence in Chen Mu, couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. Lu Buwei was a cunning old fox. If he wanted to target an 8-year-old child, there were far too many methods at his disposal. What if something truly went wrong? Here it comes. Zhang Mingyuan's startled cry snapped everyone out of their thoughts. Sure enough, new simulation data rapidly appeared on the temperature-controlled simulation pod. Simulation Year 2, you used the wealth earned by Zhao Ji to develop papermaking techniques. Your father, King Yuanzhang of Qin, was extremely pleased. Ironically, Lu Buwei had previously advised your father against it, claiming it was a waste of money. This incident created a rift between your father and Lu Buwei. Though unspoken, you could already sense it. The success of papermaking brought you immense prestige, even subtly surpassing your father's. Yet he remained utterly unconcerned, even taking pride in it. From this day forward, you have taken your place beside the throne of Great Qin, and neither civil nor military officials raise any objection. Whoa! Even though those present had considered countless possibilities, none had imagined Chen Mu would achieve such monumental success. Even Jiang Yunhe, who had just boasted so boldly, now felt his face burning with embarrassment. Damn it! Was this kid deliberately humiliating him? After half a day without any simulation data, everyone thought something had gone wrong, and now he's just shot straight to the top? Holy crap! Director Lu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Professor Jiang, what were you saying just now? That Lu Buwei would have no trouble dealing with Chen Mu? Looks like he lost. Jiang Yunhe's face flushed crimson, but he could only grunt in response, forcing himself to swallow his words. Wang Xiaoyang beside him grew impatient, blurting out, how could that be? He's been traveling through the states, right? Why would the king of Qin trust him so much? Nonsense. Zhang Mingyuan snorted derisively from the side. Ying Yi and Ying Zhang are biological father and son. Who else would they trust? What's that supposed to mean? Are you some kind of fan of father-son bloodbaths, Mr. Huan? That's not the crux of the matter. Another figure nearby spoke thoughtfully. Does anyone recall the earlier intelligence? Zhao Ji seemed to place immense trust in Chen Mu, and the king of Qin trusted Zhao Ji implicitly. Clearly, Chen Mu has quietly solidified their relationship, which is why he remains favored even after returning from his studies. Because he truly accomplished much and greatly enhanced Qin's prestige. To say nothing else. Just consider this, among all those historical figures, how many could gain their recognition like Chen Mu did? Those present exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. One scholar even spoke up immediately, Principal, Director Lu, I believe Chen Mu's choice is most likely the correct one. The Qin state possesses formidable strength. Its apparent decline stems solely from the premature deaths of 2 successive rulers. But with a single wise monarch at its helm, Qin truly holds a high probability of unifying the realm. We were all misled by the age of that Qin hostage, Ying Zhang, assuming he was merely a puppet. But now it seems he might be the only viable option. Without a doubt. The remarks from these 2 professors and scholars struck Zhang Yunhe like a dagger to the heart. His entire academic success was built upon the premise that the Han Dynasty unified the warring states. If this gets overturned, he might not even be able to stay at Shanghai University anymore. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yunhe spoke again, don't forget the paper-making technique Chen Mu presented. Advancing technology has its benefits, but it also carries immense risks. For instance, could military factions expand massively, giving rise to even stronger powers? Or what if technology suddenly explodes, breeding a monster capable of launching a devastating attack against other factions? Without sufficient capability, it'll be incredibly difficult to contain all these changes. Just relying on Chen Mu. Hold on. Zhang Mingyuan interrupted Jiang Yunhe once more, his voice brimming with excitement. Hold your thoughts, the simulation data is coming in. He turned his head. Sure enough, Jiang Yunhe saw the simulated information materialize before him. Following your suggestion, the Qin state has begun vigorously developing its paper-making industry. Thanks to the groundwork laid by the soap trade and the contacts you established while traveling among the states, the paper business quickly spread across the nations and became immensely popular. Countless merchants flocked to Xianyang, Qin's capital, seeking to purchase paper for transport and resale. Their presence brought unprecedented prosperity to Qin, while also introducing a diverse array of goods. For a time, paper became a precious commodity in Xianyang. Your reputation resounded throughout the entire era. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, Mandate of Heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, Heroes admire each other, gaining the loyalty of numerous Qin officials and generals. The immense prestige you brought to Qin made them feel honored. They are willing to follow you, forging an even mightier empire even if it means facing boiling water and fire. You have earned the title Light of Qin. Those officials and soldiers loyal to you will strive even harder to carry out your will, fighting to the death. Chapter 102, Recommending Talent, Father and Son Laughing Together. Truth be told, This simulation data seemed tailor-made to rub Chang Yuchun's nose in it. After all, the moment he finished spouting his nonsense, Chen Mu immediately delivered a response in the simulated world. For a moment, everyone present stifled their laughter, casting peculiar glances at Chang Yuchun. Though no one uttered a word, those piercing stares alone were enough to drive Chang Yuchun mad. How had he become a laughingstock? In the silence, Chang Yuchun suddenly noticed his student, Wang Xiaoyang, nervously putting away his phone. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Xiaoyang, what are you afraid of? Is someone in the live stream insulting me? Hand it over, let me see." Wang Xiaoyang had no choice but to grit his teeth and unlock his phone. A barrage of comments flooded the screen, sending Chang Yuchun's blood pressure skyrocketing. "This is hilarious. Is Professor Zhang a mad dog? Why is he constantly chasing after my boy Chen Mu? With skills like this, he dares call himself a professor? Is Shanghai University going downhill? Hiring someone like this? Isn't this misleading students?" The old man just finished saying Chen Mu couldn't master papermaking, and then Chen Mu immediately triggered the skill. "You guys, isn't this a form of mysticism? Every time old man Zhang speaks, brother Chen Mu instantly succeeds. So Professor Zhang, please talk more. That makes sense. We're begging Professor Zhang on bended knees to keep roasting Chen Mu, the more, the better." Watching netizens cheerfully stir the pot, Chang Yuchun felt utterly helpless. He could only silently curse Chen Mu in his heart, wishing Chen Mu would die instantly in the simulation dungeon. But as luck would have it, it was as if the heavens were deliberately thwarting Chang Yuchun. Not only did Chen Mu survive, but he seemed to be enjoying himself a bit too much. Zhang. Within the Qin Palace, his stepfather, King Xuanzhang of Qin, spoke hesitantly, "Are you saying Master Lu is not entirely devoted to our Qin state?" Of course. Chen Mu, already over 9 years old, didn't even lift his head. "In this world, it all boils down to fame and fortune. Master Lu invested in my father early on to secure a stepping stone to transform from a despised merchant into an envied noble. Though he likely never imagined father's luck would be so extraordinary that he'd seize the throne of Great Qin outright. I imagine that Mr. Lu must be feeling quite pleased with himself. After all, he now possesses both prestige and wealth, plus a whole new realm of power, truly reaping a windfall." King Xuanzhang of Qin's expression shifted slightly. He trusted Lu Buwei, but that didn't mean he was willing to be manipulated. Now that he had just ascended the throne, it was precisely the time to lead Qin to strive for strength and prosperity. If even the Grand Chancellor of Qin was not aligned with him, then whom could he trust? His own son? Don't be ridiculous. No matter how bright his son might be, he was still only 8 or 9 years old, a time for growing and developing, not for being immersed in state affairs day in and day out. Yet if Lu Buwei were dismissed, he couldn't think of a better replacement off the top of his head. As hesitation lingered, Chen Mu spoke up with a smile, "Father, are you worried about finding a replacement?" "Of course I must consider it." King Xuanzhang nodded. "Now that you mention it, I do feel Lu Buwei has changed somewhat. Back in Zhao, I truly believed I'd found a kindred spirit. But now, sometimes, even when something clearly benefits our great Qin, Lu Buwei keeps dragging his feet. And lately, he keeps telling me he wants his scholars to compile a book. Isn't that just seeking fame and fortune?" "Precisely." Chen Mu nodded and smiled. Human nature is unpredictable, and desires tend to grow. Once the book is compiled, he'll naturally seek to realize his ambitions. If father were to obstruct him outright, it might even create a rift between them. But to let it go unchecked would be like raising a tiger to become a menace. What if the Tian plan ever takes over Qi again? How would father handle it then? King Xuanzhang's face paled. He abruptly rose to his feet. "Zhang, you must not speak such words lightly. Master Lu would never do such a thing. This is no idle talk." Chen Mu shook his head. "If your majesty were a minister holding great power and enjoying fame and fortune, and a retainer presented a plan to seize the throne, would you not be tempted? Consider the great Qin today. Regardless of your will, our nation must venture beyond the passes to wage war and seize more territory. Would this collective will truly bend to your personal desires?" Whoa! King Xuanzhang of Qin sucked in a sharp breath. Only after becoming sovereign did he realize he couldn't simply do whatever he desired. He must heed the opinions of his ministers, consider the views of his army, and heed the reactions of his people. Thus, in many matters, he must weigh his options carefully, making compromises and concessions. If Lu Buwei ever truly seized absolute power, could he still hold on to his original convictions? A long silence fell. King Xuanzhang of Qin suddenly shook his head and sighed. "Zhang, you came running to speak ill of Master Lu. What exactly is your purpose? Don't tell me you're just speaking off the cuff. You've never been one to do such things. Your Majesty sees clearly." Chen Mu laughed heartily, bowing deeply. "Your son wishes to secure an official post for one of my disciples. His name is Li Si, a student of the venerable Master's son. I see in him the talent of a chancellor. He is worthy of service." "You!" King Xuanzhang shook his head in exasperation. "Good heavens, no wonder the lad came to discuss this with me. He was waiting for me here." With a wry smile, King Yuanzhang inquired further, and what of that Han Feizi you keep mentioning? I hear he's defected to the state of Han? Master Han Fei has his own aspirations, he cannot be forced. Besides, he is a descendant of the Han clan, loyalty to his homeland is only natural. Chen Mu shook his head and sighed, talents like this cannot be forced. When the time is right, they will come of their own accord. Then what about this Li Si? King Yuanzhang pressed again, aren't you afraid he might harbor treacherous thoughts like Master Lu? I'm not afraid. Chen Mu chuckled softly, I recommended this man to father for 2 reasons. First, to show Lu Buwei he is not irreplaceable. Second, to pave the way for myself. Should Father King pass away in the future, at least I'll have a few people who can speak on my behalf. That way, I won't be left utterly alone. You unfilial son! King Yuanzhang erupted in fury, I am perfectly healthy. Are you already wishing for my demise? Though he raged, yet a trace of amusement lingered in his eyes. Compared to his other good-for-nothing younger son, Cheng Jiao, this eldest son was as sharp as a demon. Enough, enough! What harm is there in granting Li Si a mere official position? King Yuanzhang saw no point in arguing further and nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, Chen Mu did not immediately express gratitude. Instead, he leaned closer to his father and smiled, Father, I have a few more requests to make. I received word days ago that Master Digu has passed away. Consequently, Master Wei Liao is already en route to our Qin state. This man possesses extraordinary talent and should be given significant responsibility. When we were at Yunmeng Mountain, I promised him the position of state commander. Father, even if you cannot grant it immediately, you must not offer him a meager position. Otherwise, I shall have no face to meet Master Wei Liao in the future. And General Wang Jian, I see in him the prowess of the Marquis of Wuan by Qi. He will surely become a pillar of our great Qin in the future and must be given important responsibilities. And the Meng brothers have toiled alongside me through hardships. They should be given command to gain experience. Oh, and I encountered a commander named Li Xin in the army a few days ago. He seems quite capable as well. He should be given important responsibilities. King Yuanzhang of Qin listened in stunned silence as Chen Mu rattled off one name after another. After a long moment, he roared angrily, You insolent youth! What do you think you're doing? While I still live, you dare meddle in military affairs? Are you plotting rebellion against me? Father, please calm your anger. Chen Mu shook his head. Your son simply cannot bear to see you overworked. I only wish for you to spend more time with mother. Chapter 103, Lu Buwei comes calling? Set the dogs on him. Words are words, and quarrels are quarrels. Though King Yuanzhang of Qin wouldn't indulge Chen Mu's every whim, he'd at least grant his requests. What ruler wouldn't be delighted to have such a son? Achieving so much at just 8 or 9 years old, wouldn't he bring glory to the family and lead Great Qin to its pinnacle in the future? Yet, Chen Mu's age was deceptively young. King Yuanzhang felt no threat whatsoever. Instead, he often took pride in it. Take now, for instance. Instead of finding peace, King Yuanzhang now grappled with a headache-inducing dilemma, how to properly utilize the people Chen Mu had recommended. With no good ideas at hand, he summoned Li Si, Wang Jian, and others, intending to test these men first to see if they truly possessed the great talent Chen Mu claimed. Little did he know that upon seeing them, King Yuanzhang would suddenly realize his son had already assembled a team capable of governing the nation. Wang Jian. Within the palace, King Yuanzhang's expression was grave as he murmured, Though the crown prince recommended you to me, I believe you still require tempering. Now I ask you, to whom do you pledge your loyalty, to me, your sovereign, or to my son, the current crown prince? Your Majesty. Wang Jian bowed respectfully, neither humble nor arrogant, your servant pledges loyalty to the great Qin. If your Majesty reigns, then loyalty is to your Majesty. Should the crown prince ascend the throne, then loyalty is to the crown prince. What a sly fox! King Yuanzhang sneered coldly once more. Then now that I have ordered you to arrest the crown prince, what will you do? This general would gladly die to atone for his crime. Wang Jian declared without hesitation, Your Majesty is a wise ruler. You would never treat the crown prince so cruelly. But should the day ever come when the king becomes tyrannical and incompetent, even at the cost of my life, I must not jeopardize the future of Great Qin. Well said, Wang Jian. King Yuanzhang roared with laughter, So it seems your loyalty lies with the crown prince, not with me, the king of Qin? The crown prince has bestowed upon this humble servant the favor of recognition. Wang Jian replied, then knelt on one knee, head bowed in silence. Yet his response had already spoken volumes. Shaking his head, King Yuanzhang saw no point in further discussion. Enough, enough, he sighed. My son is too ambitious, it only makes me furious. Were it not for your unwavering loyalty to the great Qin, I would have ordered 20 military strokes upon you today to remind you who truly reigns supreme. Go now. Go find General Meng and request an assignment. Have him allocate some troops to you, ready for deployment. As you command. Wang Jian was overjoyed and hastily bowed in salute. He knew his future path would soar skyward, rising swiftly to the highest ranks. And all of this was thanks to the crown prince, who was only 9 years old. Upon leaving the Qin king's palace, Wang Jian headed straight for the crown prince's residence, only to encounter Li Si emerging from within. Mr. Li. Wang Jian clasped his fists in a slight bow, and Li Si returned the gesture with a deep bow of his own. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Jian watched Li Si head straight toward the palace, a pensive look crossing his mind. What's wrong? Inside the crown prince's residence, Chen Mu observed Wang Jian's distracted demeanor and inquired, "Did father not assign you a favorable post?" "Not at all." Wang Jian shook his head. "Serving under General Meng, I'm already content. Do your best and don't disgrace me." Chen Mu casually sat down at the tea table in the room and inquired again, "Did you just meet Li Si?" "Your Highness is perceptive." Wang Jian nodded. "This man seems somewhat similar to that Mr. Liu." "Indeed." Chen Mu nodded and smiled. "Both are deeply scheming individuals. Outwardly meek and submissive, but who knows what they're plotting inside." "Zhao Gao, you agree, don't you?" "Right. Right." The young eunuch beside him nodded repeatedly, his face plastered with flattery. Wang Jian silently sat down at the tea table, carefully observing Chen Mu's expression. The two men fell silent and the room grew quiet, save for Zhao Gao carefully brewing and pouring the tea. "Try some. I specially had it brought from Bashu." Chen Mu slurped a mouthful of the scalding tea, savoring the rich aroma as it blossomed in his mouth. He exclaimed with delight, "Fine tea. Truly fine tea. It truly is splendid." Wang Jian took a small sip. Though bitter on the tongue, it leaves a distinct fragrance in the stomach. "Your Highness, might you teach me how to prepare it? Perhaps you could spare some for me later, so I might bring it back for my father to taste." "You." Chen Mu tapped Wang Jian on the shoulder. The most astute quality of this Qin war god lay in his ability to reveal certain flaws at precisely the right moments, lulling you into complete complacency. It wasn't that Wang Jian harbored ambitions, but rather he had seen through the dynamics of ruler and subject, learning the rules of survival. "Don't try these little tricks on me again." Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively and Zhao Gao, standing nearby, sensibly withdrew. Once the room was empty, Wang Jian finally spoke up, "Since your Highness forbids me from playing tricks, then I shall speak plainly. You seem to harbor murderous intent toward Zhao Gao just now?" "Yes." Chen Mu made no attempt to conceal it. After all, Zhao Gao would bear at least half the blame for the future fall of the Qin Empire. But since he hadn't ascended the throne yet, killing someone without cause would tarnish his reputation. Chen Mu wasn't in a hurry to settle accounts with him. Wang Jian's eyes flashed as he sneered coldly, "Your Highness, shall I intervene?" "Cut it out." Chen Mu shook his head firmly. "You are the great general of our Qin, the future commander-in-chief of our armies. How could you stoop to such dirty work? Focus on your battles. Don't waste your mind on trivial matters. Oh, right. Bring some tea back for the Meng brothers and old General Meng too. You can't drink alcohol during battle, but sipping this to stay alert and focused is perfectly fine. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness." Wang Jian suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Though Chen Mu hadn't stated it explicitly, this was clearly paving the way for him. He was already quite familiar with the Meng brothers, so he doubted he would face any trouble from the old General Meng. Yet every place had its own ecosystem. For an outsider like Wang Jian to integrate and secure advancement would likely require considerable effort. But with Chen Mu's endorsement, General Meng might just have to reconsider Wang Jian's standing. After all, it was common knowledge that whenever the king of Qin attended court, he most enjoyed bringing the crown prince along. Sometimes he would even seek the prince's counsel and adopt his suggestions outright. It could be said, Chancellor Lu Buwei's authority in the court pales in comparison to Chen Mu's. But that's not all. Because Chen Mu holds the Mahist school in high regard, he has already intervened in military weaponry. While it won't immediately trigger a technological revolution in Qin, soldiers have clearly noticed their blades are sharper and their armor more robust. This single fact alone was enough to make countless generals willing to die for Chen Mu. Under these circumstances, Wang Jian, as the crown prince's most trusted general, held a status that spoke for itself. Just as he contemplated expressing his own allegiance, an unexpected guest suddenly arrived at the crown prince's residence. Lu Buwei. At that moment, Lu Buwei stormed into the residence with anger etched on his face, bellowing, "Where is Ying Zhang? I bear a letter from His Majesty. Why did the crown prince unjustly accuse me? The crown prince must give an explanation for this matter today, or else, this minister will ask the king, who truly rules the great Qin, or you, the crown prince?" Servants and maids throughout the mansion trembled in terror. Zhao Gao, guarding the entrance, glared and roared, "Lu Buwei, you audacious fool! You dare address the crown prince by his given name? Are you plotting rebellion?" Ha ha ha! Chen Mu and Wang Jian exchanged a knowing smile. Regardless of Zhao Gao's future fate, at least his current display of loyal protection was quite impressive. Stepping out of the room, Chen Mu immediately chuckled, "Zhao Gao, keep cursing. Give it your all." "Right." Zhao Gao instantly became ecstatic, striding forward like a cocky fighting rooster. Chapter 104, Five-Nation Alliance, Different Outcomes. Simulation Year 3, your slanderous accusations to the King of Qin have deepened the rift between him and Lu Buwei. Enraged, Lu Buwei stormed into the crown prince's residence to confront you, only to be thoroughly berated by the eunuch Xiao Gao. This incident became a laughingstock throughout the Qin court. Lu Buwei seethed with impotent rage, yet dared not take any action against you. Under your orchestration, Li Si, Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and others infiltrated Qin's military and political systems, swiftly rising to become rising stars wielding real power. This deeply unsettled Lu Buwei. He pleaded with your father, King Zhuangxiang of Qin, only to be brushed off. He spent a fortune trying to persuade your mother, Zhao Ji, only to find the woman who had become Qin's wealthiest female had already forgotten the entire affair. Ultimately, through the mediation of the ministers, you and Lu Buwei reconciled, jointly overseeing the compilation and revision of the annals of the Ying clan. Each simulated message left the crowd in the villa at Shanghai University staring at each other in silence. After a long moment of stunned silence, Director Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Spreading slander. That kid Chen Mu is a real dog, isn't he? What do you mean, dog? Zhang Mingyuan shot Director Lu a glare and snorted, live streaming, no less. Watch your language. If you ask me, Chen Mu already possesses the cunning and strategic prowess of a warring statesman. Don't be fooled by his age, he's barely 10. Once he ascends the throne, the entire Qin Empire will likely fall under his command. Ashed? Zhang Yun has snorted coldly from the side. Don't forget, Chen Mu still hasn't gotten past Wei Wuji yet. His simulation should be around 248 BC now. Before long, Wei Wuji will form a coalition army and deal a crushing defeat to Qin. Since Chen Mu placed his own man there, he must bear the corresponding responsibility. Should these forces falter in battle, Lu Buwei will seize upon his vulnerability to strike. At that point, whether he can maintain his position as crown prince remains highly uncertain. Exactly. Huang Xiaoyang chimed in from the side. Don't forget those on the rankings, they all used Wei Wuji, the Marquis of Xinling, who nearly destroyed Qin. Without Chen Mu's meddling, perhaps Qin could still function normally. But now, with him and Lu Buwei locked in internal strife, Qin's national strength will inevitably weaken. Under these circumstances, Qin's fate becomes highly uncertain. Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their laughter. It seemed this master and disciple had truly lost their composure, now speaking without restraint. Even the other professors nearby shook their heads and chuckled. They couldn't be bothered to argue with them. After all, the outcome would soon be clear. Sure enough. After everyone's patient wait, the new simulation data slowly appeared. Simulation Year 3, after securing Sanchuan Commandery in Taiyuan, Qin once again mobilized its armies eastward, displaying a formidable momentum to conquer the realm. In this campaign, the Qin forces proved unstoppable, capturing 37 cities including Gaodu, Jixian, Yuxi, and Xinqing. This move sent shockwaves across the land. Fearing Qin's unchecked rise to power, the other states rallied to the call of Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, forming a coalition army to oppose the Great Qin. Wei Wuji led the allied forces of Wei, Han, Zhao, Chu, and Yin to defeat the Qin army south of the Yellow River. Qin's commander Meng Ao suffered defeat. Wei Wuji pursued with his troops, advancing as far as Hongwu Pass. At this critical juncture, you dispatched Wei Liao to the front lines, where he discovered the allied forces were disorganized and vulnerable. That night, your generals Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and others led a surprise assault. This surprise attack shattered the allied forces' offensive momentum and reclaimed all lost territory. Ultimately, Qin and the Five-Nation Alliance reached a stalemate lasting several months before both sides gradually withdrew. Though Qin lost some occupied cities in this battle, its strength remained unshaken. Lu Buwei believed this was the moment to crush the Five-Nation Alliance once and for all, then swallow the world whole. But you know that even if Qin were to annex the 6 states, its current strength would be insufficient to suppress the relentless waves of resistance. Following your counsel, King Zhuangxiang resolved to consolidate the newly conquered territories before making further plans. During this process, Li Si demonstrated governance talents rivaling Lu Buwei's, earning him significant responsibilities from King Zhuangxiang. You triggered the golden trait, heroes appreciate each other, earning Wang Jian's loyalty. You triggered the golden trait, mandate of heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan. A barrage of simulation updates struck Zhang Yunha like a bolt of lightning. Damn it! He knew it. The moment he said anything, this Chen Mu would immediately slap him in the face with cold, hard facts. Could this kid actually hear their conversation? Was Chen Mu deliberately targeting him? Speechless. Director Lu, standing nearby, had already turned around with a cheerful grin. But instead of acknowledging Zhang Yunha, he turned to Huang Xiaoyang beside him and chuckled. Mr. Huang, what did you just say? I recall you mentioned something about the fate of the Qin state? Huang Xiaoyang's face flushed crimson, and he could only glare fiercely at Director Lu. If looks could kill, he would have already dismembered the man 1,000 times over. But alas, looks couldn't kill. So Director Lu's smile only deepened, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. I recall that you, Huang, were also specially recruited into our Shanghai University back then, weren't you? Young man, don't indulge in envy. While Chen Mu is indeed outstanding, does your jealousy mean he'll fail? No, it won't. Gold will eventually shine. Gold will eventually shine. But if it's just a hollow shell, a worthless piece of junk, that's what's truly painful. Huang Xiaoyang nearly choked on his anger. Even Jiang Yunhai's face darkened. This damn thing sounded like Director Liu was berating Huang Xiaoyang, but Wang Ti it really just a veiled criticism? One must consider the master when beating a dog, especially when it's a student he'd poured his heart into nurturing. He grunted under his breath. Jiang Yunha could only force himself to say, even if he somehow evades the encirclement of the 5 nations allied forces this time, Wei Wuji is still alive, he could strike again at any moment. And don't forget, King Xuanshang of Qin doesn't seem to have much time left. Once he passes away, Lu Buwei will seize control of Qin's government. With Chen Mu being only a teenager, how could he possibly stand against him? Those present shook their heads in unison. The simulation data had made it abundantly clear. The talents Chen Mu had recruited, Wei Liao, Wang Jian, the Mang brothers, and Li Si were all exceptionally capable, covering virtually every aspect of statecraft and military affairs. Don't forget, Chen Mu also possesses the golden trait, heroes appreciate each other, which has already earned him the recognition and loyalty of many officials. Moreover, his mother, Zhao Ji, had now been cultivated into a wealthy magnate. No matter how formidable Lu Buwei might be, he could never threaten Chen Mu, a man with righteous claims, vast wealth, and command over the Qin army. On the contrary, even if Chen Mu refrains from recruiting further talent, the capable individuals already under his command will suffice to easily overthrow Lu Buwei upon ascending the throne without risking political instability. In other words, Chen Mu's simulation this time is almost certainly a sure thing. Now it's just a matter of seeing what kind of evaluation he receives and how many points he scores. Chapter 105, The Great Qin Academy, the Mo Schoolboys. Zheng. Within the Great Qin Royal Palace, King Xuanxiang gazed at Chen Mu with a look of frailty. Don't misunderstand. His father's lifespan hadn't yet reached its end, he'd merely fallen gravely ill from the shock of nearly suffering defeat in battle. Yet even in sickness, King Xuanxiang couldn't shake the headache of Chen Mu's affairs. Zhang is there truly no possibility of reconciliation between you and Master Lu? Why should we reconcile? Chen Mu looked puzzled. Father, isn't the current situation perfectly fine? Even if I do nothing, Lu Buwei must strive to prove himself, or else he'll be the subject of gossip. That's a good thing for our great Qin. You. King Xuanxiang of Qin simply couldn't fathom why his brilliant son disliked Lu Buwei. But if he knew what Lu Buwei would do in the future, he'd probably be even harsher than Chen Mu. Enough, father. Chen Mu rose to his feet. Just rest well. Once you've recovered from your injuries, I still want you to attend the opening ceremony of the Great Qin Academy. You child. Zhao Ji couldn't help but interject from the side, your father is so ill, and you're still thinking about putting him to work? What academy could possibly be more important than our king's health? One bigger than the Jixia Academy. Chen Mu chuckled softly, we'll have to build it step by step, but we'll definitely get there. Zhang, you have such a kind heart. King Xuanxiang sighed. Were you not so young, I would entrust the entire Qin state to you already. Then I could spend every day with your mother, living carefree and blissful. Wouldn't that be like living as a god? Chen Mu shook his head. Though his stepfather might seem unreliable at times, he was still a visionary ruler with grand ambitions. Too bad his lifespan was so short. In truth, the first emperor's lifespan wasn't particularly long either, he lived to be just 49 years old at most. Of course, his pursuit of immortality through various elixirs played a part in this, but even without those, he likely wouldn't have lived long. But Chen Mu's situation was different. He had long since realized that the talent mandate of heaven seemed designed specifically to compensate for the first emperor's regret, relentlessly extending his lifespan. By now, Chen Mu couldn't even recall how much it had extended. In any case, it was a blessing. After exchanging a few casual words with King Xuanxiang and Lady Zhao, Chen Mu strolled leisurely toward the Great Qin Academy. Upon arrival, however, he spotted two familiar figures. Master Wei Liao. Chen Mu called out. In the distance, Wei Liao, who had been conversing with craftsmen, brightened at the sound and hurried over. Your humble servant greets the Crown Prince. Wei Liao bowed with utmost respect. Though he had yet to assume the position of state marshal promised by Chen Mu, Wei Liao was already deeply satisfied. Especially after facing the 5 nations allied forces last time when crisis struck, he received Chen Mu's authorization to join forces with Wang Jian, Meng Yi, and Meng Tian for a counterattack, turning the tide with a brilliant victory. This experience proved immensely valuable to Wei Liao. After all, he had previously devoted himself to scholarship, yet now he could constantly discern the shifting dynamics of the battlefield. Particularly, when he heard Chen Mu plan to establish an academy, Wei Liao casually mentioned his desire to write books for teaching. Chen Mu immediately allocated land for him and summoned craftsmen to construct the necessary buildings. How is it going? Chen Mu asked with a smile, have you recruited any students yet? Not yet. Wei Liao replied earnestly, General Wang Jian said he'd help me select suitable candidates. I trust his judgment. That's true. Chen Mu nodded with a smile. General Wang Jian's discernment is truly sharp. After chatting with Wei Liao for a few moments, Chen Mu turned his attention to the other man. The Grand Master of the Mo School, Su Mengzi. Mr. Su. Chen Mu looked at him, a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. Have you come to your senses, sir? Not at all. Su Mengzi shook his head and sighed. I came seeking the art of papermaking. Alas, the Crown Prince's paper mill bars all visitors. I happened to hear this academy was being built, so I came to lend a hand. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Chen Mu pointed towards several stone statues being carved on the distant hillside and smiled. There, the one on the left is your Mo School's founding patriarch, Master Mod. Su Mengzi stared somewhat dazed at the stone statue, its outline already carved. Perched atop the mountain, the statue stood at least several dozen zhang tall. Its expression was so lifelike it seemed as though the sages themselves were gazing down upon this world, a sight that never failed to stir the soul. Originally, Su Mengzi had planned to master papermaking and return to Jixia Academy to promote it. But now, he found himself strangely tempted. Perhaps staying in Qin might be a decent choice after all? At the very least, this future ruler seemed quite interested in the Mahist school. Your Royal Highness. After a long silence, Su Mengzi shook his head. This humble subject came seeking the art of papermaking. Such a technique could benefit all mankind. I wonder if your highness. Forget it. Chen Mu shook his head decisively. Outside the borders of our great Qin state, there is absolutely no possibility of imparting this knowledge. But Su Mengzi gritted his teeth and pressed on, Your Highness, do you not wish to see scholars across the land able to use paper? Why confine such a technique that benefits all people to a single land or nation? Precisely. Chen Mu nodded. Technology may have no borders, but those who master it do. Take you, Mr. Su, would you not also refuse to join our great Qin? Su Mengzi fell silent. Seeing his expression, Chen Mu shook his head and smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Moral blackmail? He'd seen far more of that than these ancient predecessors ever could. Surprisingly, though Chen Mu expected Su Mengzi to leave in shame, the man followed him once more. Your Highness. Su Mengzi took a deep breath and asked slowly, before coming here, I visited Master Sun Cheng. He mentioned the words you spoke and even said that the world belongs to no one but Qin. This humble subject dares to ask, are you truly planning to establish academies in every nation? Not in every country. Chen Mu corrected the other person's mistake with a smile, in every region, every city. If the might of our great Qin permits, we may even extend them to townships and mountain villages. Villages and hamlets. Su Mengzi was also startled by Chen Mu's vision. Wei Liao, however, harbored no doubts whatsoever. Instead, he chimed in, Your Highness, if this is truly the case, then you absolutely cannot let Master Su leave. Our military academy's main hall had issues, and Mr. Su resolved them with just a glance. With him here, wouldn't the construction of academies across the land proceed several times faster? Forget it. Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. A gentleman does not force others beyond their limits. Since Master Su is unwilling, I am willing. Su Mengzi immediately interjected, his tone solemn, if the Crown Prince can truly achieve this, then even if it means facing boiling water or fire, this Su would not hesitate. Excellent. Chen Mu burst into laughter. In that case, I invite you, Mr. Su, to oversee the construction of our great Qin Academy. I have only one request, this academy need not be exquisite, but it must be sturdy and durable, ideally standing here for 1,000, 10,000 years. Then, no matter when in the future, the descendants of great Qin may come here to learn knowledge and change their destiny. Without regard for status, kinship, gender, or school of thought. This is merely an academy, one that will provide countless talents for great Qin or future dynasties, an academy that will preserve the very foundation of our Huaxia civilization at all times. Can you truly achieve this? A cascade of words thundered in Su Mengzi's ears like the resonant chimes of ancient bronze bells. He suddenly realized. This crown prince, barely a teenager, had somehow grown into a towering tree, resembling the blazing sun high overhead, a sight that inspired awe and trepidation. Chapter 106, Jing Ke's skills, the premier assassin of the warring states? With Su Mengzi's arrival, the Great Qin Academy was practically changing by the day. After all, Su Mengzi was the Grand Master of the Mahist school. At his command, countless Mahist disciples would willingly come. Several months later, the Great Qin Academy, now taking shape, officially opened its doors. Wei Liao, thoroughly satisfied, moved in with his disciples. For many years to come, he would serve in the Great Qin, dedicating his spare time to teaching here with unwavering focus. Equally delighted was Li Si. This fellow even proposed secretly luring Xuanzi over. After all, the Qin state was already dominated by legalist thought. With an elder like Xuanzi presiding, they might just sweep up all the legalist talents in one fell swoop. Then there were Su Mengzi and the Mahists. As an academy they had built with their own hands, the Mahists naturally deserved a place here. And through their interactions during this period, Su Mengzi had become thoroughly convinced. Following Chen Mu's instructions, he categorized the Mozi disciples. Those proficient in scholarship were assigned to academic research, while those with a passion for technology were directed toward technical studies. He even established a dedicated Hall of Knights Errant, dispatching bold yet meticulous disciples with exceptional skills to travel the land. Could these be considered the first generation of martial heroes? To Chen Mu, a handful of chivalrous warriors could never threaten the Qin Empire's standing. Yet their very existence served as a wake-up call to the world. He certainly didn't want to see future generations of Qin descendants too cowardly to help an old woman. Beyond the schools of military strategy, legalism, and Moism, the Great Qin Academy naturally housed Confucianism, Taoism, Yin-Yang philosophy, diplomacy, and other schools of thought. Even Jing Ku and Ake found their place within the academy's walls, studying under reclusive masters Chen Mu had sought out for them. At this moment, Chen Mu stood outside this modest courtyard, watching the brother and sister practicing diligently in the distance. As if sensing his gaze, Ake suddenly let out a low cry and ran over excitedly, beaming, "Young master, you've come to see us again." "Yes." Chen Mu nodded and smiled. "How have things been lately? Still can't beat your brother?" "Of course not." Ake, in the bloom of youth, frowned slightly. "I beat him once just the other day. Too bad you weren't here to see it." "Enough." Jingku approached slowly, bowed respectfully to Chen Mu, then adopted a serious tone. "Your Highness, is there anything we siblings can assist with?" "Not at the moment." Chen Mu shook his head as usual. Seeing this, Jingku's face immediately fell with resignation, and he let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Ever since their rescue from Yan, Chen Mu had provided for all their needs: food, clothing, shelter, and more. Such immense kindness was a debt they could never repay in this lifetime. "Don't worry." Chen Mu saw through Jingku's thoughts and spoke up. "The sharpest sword must be saved for the crucial moment, and once drawn, it will inevitably spill blood 5 steps away. I only hope I never get that chance in this lifetime." Jingku nodded, yet his mind grew increasingly clear. He wasn't yet the sharpest sword, so his upcoming training would require even greater effort. The group chatted. A eunuch's shrill cry suddenly echoed from the distance. They turned their heads. Only then did Chen Mu notice a luxurious carriage slowly approaching, surrounded by a large crowd. No need to guess. In the entire Qin Empire, only his stepfather and mother could command such a grand procession. After all, one held the greatest power, and the other possessed the greatest wealth. "Zhang." From afar, Zhao Ji called out from within the carriage, "Hurry, hurry. Didn't you insist your father attend the ceremony? Ake, let's go. We'll go together." Chen Mu called to the siblings and hurried to catch up with the procession. Soon, relevant simulation data materialized within the campus of Shanghai University. At the end of the 3rd simulated year, the Great Qin Academy you oversaw the construction of officially opened. Your father, King Zhuangxiang of Qin, personally attended and cordially met with the esteemed scholars recruited by the academy. Your mother, Zhao Ji, saw the dedicated women's academy and expressed delight at your decision. Seizing the opportunity, you requested a large sum of money, claiming it was to improve the academy's meals. As Chancellor of the Great Qin, Lu Buwei also attended, though his expression was decidedly sour. For he had intended to emulate the 4 lords of the warring states by maintaining a large retinue of retainers to serve him, only to have you repeatedly poach his talent. Those very individuals now formed part of the academy. The emergence of the Great Qin Academy left the other states both stunned and perplexed. Yet, drawn by the allure of papermaking, many ambitious scholars have already resolved to come and see for themselves. You have earned the title First Dean of the Great Qin Academy. During your lifetime, the Academy's research will continue to flourish. You have triggered the golden trait, Mandate of Heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan. The barrage of simulation messages had Zhang Mingyuan and the others beside him stifling their laughter. What a move! Director Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Is Chen Mu planning to go head-to-head with Lu Buwei? Poaching talent from his own camp. What poaching? Zhang Mingyuan retorted indignantly, aren't they all serving the Qin state? Why distinguish between yours and mine? Besides, the Ying Zhang Chen Mu simulated is destined to become Qin's future ruler. So Lu Buwei's retainers are essentially talents for the Qin state, right? Ha 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 ha. The duo's exchange had viewers in the livestream chat rolling with laughter. Principal Zhang and Director Lu are hilarious. One keeps praising Chen Mu, while the other keeps defending him, as if afraid of being misunderstood. Hilarious. Chen Mu's move was absolutely brilliant. But didn't they just make up? Why are they at each other's throats again? Holy crap. Changing Lu Buwei's Lu Shi Chuanqiu to Wing Shi Chuanqiu was bad enough, but now he's poaching people? That's just bullying the honest. Let's be real, I've never been a fan of Lu Buwei. Plus, those online guides and walkthroughs are downright disturbing. A minister obsessing over sleeping with the Empress Dowager? That's straight up sleazy. Just don't underestimate our ancestors, they might have been even more extravagant than us. Various murmurs. This exchange brought a sigh of relief to Zhang Yunhe and Huang Xiaoyang. Thank goodness this time neither of them said a single extra word, and nobody in the comments was cursing them either. After a moment of silence, Huang Xiaoyang whispered, "Teacher, what should we do now? Chen Mu really looks like he's about to succeed. Let's see what happens." Zhang Yunhe snorted coldly. Even if he can handle Lu Buwei, the 6 states aren't pushovers. And assassinations were all the rage in the warring states period. Chen Mu might just get caught in the crossfire. Perhaps it was divine intervention. Zhang Yun's hunch proved correct this time. Within the simulated world, Chen Mu had barely left the academy when he stumbled upon an assassination attempt. Then, Chen Mu only saw Jing Ke darting out. Seconds later, he returned covered in blood. Don't get the wrong idea. That wasn't Jing Ke's blood, the assassin had been beheaded. Though Chen Mu had already endured the trials of battle in the Great Ming instance, witnessing a man's head severed and blood spurting like a fountain still unsettled him somewhat. His reaction only heightened Ake's concern beside him. Young master. Quick, look away. Don't let these things sully your eyes, she said. Ake shielded Chen Mu with her slender frame, her eyes darting warily around the area. Alright, there shouldn't be any more assassins. Chen Mu was somewhat speechless. Jing Ke, however, shook his head slowly and said in a deep voice, there's still someone. I just saw 2 sets of footprints on the ground, and over there, behind that stone mortar, I thought I saw the cold gleam of a crossbow. Chen Mu was utterly stunned. Damn, so Jing Ke remembered all that in the few seconds he ran out? Truly the greatest assassin of the Warring States period. Chapter 107, Seizing the Moment. It must be said. Jing Ke's judgment proved to be spot on. Without Chen Mu needing to give orders, soldiers from the guard beside the carriage charged straight out. Sure enough, they dragged an assassin clad entirely in black and armed with a crossbow from behind the stone mortar. But the guy seemed to have already scared himself into wetting his pants. Literally scared out of his wits. For this assassination, the 2 assassins had rehearsed hundreds, even thousands of times, all to ensure a single, decisive strike. Operating in tandem, one striking openly while the other remained concealed, they had planned that even if the first attacker colliding with the carriage was killed, the second could finish the job with the crossbow. But just then, in that split second when the first assassin charged forward, Jing Ke erupted like a leopard. His speed was so blindingly fast that the attacker didn't even register what was happening before Jing Ke's blade sliced clean through his neck. As crimson blood sprayed wildly into a mist, the second assassin was utterly petrified. For while dispatching the first assassin, Jing Ke had even turned to glance at him, a look that seemed to pierce through everything in an instant. Speak. Who sent you? Under the night sky, Chen Mu's gaze remained calm as he looked at the assassin before him, his voice icy. The assassin opened his mouth. The assassin took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Even if you kill me, I won't say a word. Oh? Chen Mu sneered coldly, then kill me. Right. Surrounding soldiers, their faces flushed with fury, dragged the assassin to the roadside without a word. Raising their great swords, they prepared to strike. Hold on. Jing Ke suddenly spoke up. Slowly approaching the assassin, he crouched down and sneered coldly, you deliberately glanced at me just now. Are you afraid of me? No. The assassin's eyes darted nervously. We came prepared to die. Even if you kill me, I won't speak. How convenient. Jing Ke sneered coldly. The Crown Prince once taught me over 100 methods to subdue without killing. Today, I happen to want to try one. Guards. First, pull out his fingernails. Then chop off his fingers. After that, hack off his limbs. If he still won't talk, let him taste 1,000 cuts. The assassin froze in shock. Though this era saw the collapse of propriety in music, the feudal states still valued their reputations. Who would dare impose such brutal punishment? Yet, when he saw Jing Ke's utterly emotionless gaze, the assassin instantly crumbled. He was terrified. Terrified beyond measure. I'll talk. The man swallowed hard. We were sent by Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji. He said the Crown Prince of Qin is a demonic fiend who brings chaos to the world. If he isn't eliminated, the realm will never know peace. Wei Wuji. Chen Mu's eyes narrowed. You know what? He really could pull something like this off. After all, back in the day, the 2 of them had gone toe-to-toe in a verbal brawl, though Chen Mu was only 8 years old at the time. To hold such a grudge against a child, especially in front of numerous witnesses, truly showed just how thick Lord Xinling's skin was. With a light chuckle, Chen Mu spoke slowly, remember, you're not here on Wei Wuji's orders. You're here as a merchant from the state of Wei. Got it? And mind your own business about whether this Crown Prince of Qin is a demon or not. But you must stick to your story that someone wants to take my place. Got it? The assassin froze in shock. Seeing the man still refusing to speak, Jing Ke sneered coldly from the side, seems he hasn't learned his lesson yet. Guards, bring on the torture. I remember. I remember. The assassin nodded frantically. Seeing this, Chen Mu paid him no mind. As the convoy slowly returned, Jing Ke shed his blood-stained outer robe and resumed his post by the carriage curtain. Inside the carriage, Ake asked in puzzlement, young master, that man was clearly sent by Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji. Why did you make him lie? What lie? Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. That was the work of Lu Buwei and my good-for-nothing younger brother. Don't worry. A mere assassin isn't enough to take down those 2 directly. But it's enough for people to know this incident happened. Ha? Ake tilted her head, pondering for a long while, yet still couldn't make sense of it. Yet she believed one thing. Whatever His Royal Highness the Crown Prince set his mind to doing was likely to be beneficial for the Great Qin and the realm. After all, Thanks to the efforts of King Yuanzhang and Chen Mu, father and son, the great Qin Empire now boasted strict laws and orderly governance. Not only murder and arson, but even brawling and fighting would be met with severe punishment. As the saying goes, harsh laws are necessary in turbulent times. In an era of restless hearts, harsh punishments may seem inhumane, but they do effectively stabilize society. If only Yan had been like Qin back then. This was what Jing Ku and his sister A Ku often lamented. But now, Jing Ku, why not move into the crown prince's residence with A from now on? Chen Mu paused briefly before speaking. Since we are of similar age, most people would likely mistake you for my scholar attendant and maid. This arrangement would actually offer me better protection. The next few years might be fraught with danger, but with you by my side, I'll feel much more at ease. Understood. Jing Ku bowed his hands in acceptance without hesitation. His life was given to him by Chen Mu, and he owed it to repay the favor. AKO, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel secretly thrilled for quite some time. After all, she loved being by Chen Mu's side most of all, though she'd had to leave earlier to study martial arts. She'd thought arriving at the crown prince's residence would mean constant companionship with Chen Mu, but unexpectedly, Chen Mu merely assigned them to rooms on either side before immediately beginning to summon people from all quarters. With assassins now surfacing, how could the crown prince's followers not declare their stance in the imperial court? The next day, as was customary, the Prince of Qin went to fetch Chen Mu to the palace, only to learn that Chen Mu was recuperating due to his injuries. Soon after, a wave of condemnation and curses erupted within the great Qin's royal palace. Dozens of military and civil officials stepped forward, demanding the king of Qin severely punish the perpetrators. Meanwhile, the so-called perpetrators, Lu Buwei and Shang Jiao, trembled in fear amidst the crowd. They would have gladly killed Chen Mu themselves. Yet the crown prince's prestige in Qin was at its zenith. Who dared to act? Moreover, most generals and officials in the court now recognized the future ruler's capabilities. The king of Qin had personally dispatched hundreds of elite guards to protect him at all times. Who could possibly get close to him? With just a moment's thought, Lu Buwei could discern the crown prince's intentions. But Shang Jiao? He had merely boasted a few words when meeting that big brother a few days ago. How could he possibly hold a grudge? Such a grave accusation if it provokes father's wrath. Shang Jiao. Within the palace, King Yuanzhang of Qin spoke coldly, his voice measured. I hear you have neglected your studies lately, pursuing only pleasure. It seems I have been too lenient with you these years, allowing you to grow arrogant and forget the very foundation upon which the great Qin was built. Leave. Our Qin has restored peace with the 6 states. Now we require a hostage prince to be sent to Zhao. Are you willing? Shang Jiao was struck dumb, as if by lightning. At the same moment, the residents of the Shanghai University Villa District also received the new simulation data. At the end of the 3rd simulated year, you returned to the Crown Prince's residence on the very night the Great Qin Academy opened, only to be ambushed on the way. Fortunately, you were protected by the assassin Jing Ku and escaped unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, you used the assassin incident as leverage to force Cheng Jiao to become a hostage envoy to another state, while also compelling Lu Buwei to feign illness and return home. Following this incident, King Yuanzhang compensated you by heavily promoting the talents you recommended and openly grooming Li Si as the next chancellor. Everyone knew the Great Qin now belonged to you. At that time, you were barely 11 years old. Chapter 108, Reuniting with Han Fei, meeting Li Bing and his son. Assassin? The crowd within the Mountain River Academy exchanged bewildered glances. Zhang Yunhai's face darkened, exchanging a glance with Huang Xiaoyang before quickly feigning normalcy. Yet within their hearts, a storm raged. What the hell was this Jing Ke business? Why did this guy have to go and intercept an assassin? If he'd just let those men kill Chen Mu, wouldn't everything have been fine? Amidst their hesitation, Director Lu, clutching his phone, suddenly gasped in delight. Principal, a research topic has surfaced. Look, a netizen just provided our college with a lead on an ancient historical text. He has a miscellaneous book from later generations at home, which records the story of Jing Ke's assassination attempt on Qin. So the line, the wind howls coldly over the Yi River, actually refers to the tale of Fan Yuqi, Gao Jinli, Jing Ke, and Prince Dan of Yen. So Jing Ke really existed in history. Principal Zhang Mingyuan was instantly filled with confusion. Are you even listening to yourself, Lu Sang? If Jing Ke never existed in history, would he appear in historical quests? But soon, Zhang Mingyuan realized something else, his expression turning peculiar. Wait a minute. Jing Ke assassinating Qin. Doesn't that sound like Jing Ke was trying to assassinate the king of Qin? Ha! Director Lu caught on too, looking utterly bewildered. So, Chen Mu moved him with his ideals and ambitions, causing Jing Ke to have a change of heart? Stop talking. Zhang Mingyuan's face flushed crimson. Damn it! Thank goodness he hadn't assigned Director Lu to teach students. With his wild imagination, that would have been a surefire recipe for ruining young minds. Carefully recalling the earlier simulated information, Zhang Mingyuan suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. Most likely, Chen Mu intercepted Jing Ke midway. Think about it carefully. When Chen Mu was traveling through the various states, wasn't it only in Yan that he turned back midway? The assembled crowd suddenly understood. Perhaps it was precisely because he encountered Jingke that Chen Mu left Yan immediately? Or perhaps there simply wasn't anyone noteworthy in Yan to begin with? If Chen Mu were to speak, his answer would indeed be, not many. However, Prince Dan of Yan had been sent to Qin ahead of schedule. Although Qin suffered a defeat in its last war against the Six States, it hadn't truly lost out. In fact, it had gained considerable territory. Especially with the emergence of figures like Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Meng Yi, they were downright terrifying. As for Wei Liao, who commanded and coordinated the forces, his mastery of military strategy rivaled any scholars, yet he was even more pragmatic and meticulous in his command. As for Li Si, well, he was in a league of his own. This man possessed genuine talent in governance, to the extent that even King Xuanxiang of Qin began to rely heavily on him. With the Qin Empire now thriving and seemingly poised to cast its gaze eastward at any moment, Chen Mu's assassination attempt came at the worst possible time. Everyone knew that facing an enraged Qin, anyone who dared to show their head at such a time would be instantly crushed. Thus, the other states scrambled to send hostages, hoping to restore peace with Qin. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Mu shamelessly forced the state of Han to send Han Fizi over. He could scarcely wait. King Xuanxiang of Qin had less than a year left to live. In the time remaining, Chen Mu had countless plans to execute. With Han Fizi, that master of scholarship, at his disposal, everything would become far easier. At that moment, within the legalist hall of the Great Qin Academy, Han Fizi gazed at Chen Mu with utter resignation, sighing, "Your Highness, you already have junior brother Li Si. Why must you persist in pressuring me?" "Because I fear you." Chen Mu shook his head with a bitter smile. "If you truly succeeded in reforming the state of Han, how many more soldiers would our Great Qin have to sacrifice? When would the world ever be unified?" "You?" Han Fizi turned his head away in irritation, seemingly unwilling to engage with Chen Mu any further. When they first met years ago, their interaction had been much the same. Yet as they conversed more, they found themselves increasingly in tune, developing mutual admiration and eventually regarding each other as kindred spirits. Later, when Chen Mu visited Xuanzi, Han Fizi received letters from him, learning of Chen Mu's ambitions. Then came Chen Mu's return to Qin, where he gained renown for soap and paper making. Now, the establishment of the Great Qin Academy and the assassination attempt had sent shockwaves across the realm. Han Fizi had no desire to engage with Chen Mu, but Chen Mu, too, saw little point in lengthy explanations. Instead, he chuckled playfully, "Mr. Han Fei, might I borrow this splendid place to entertain a few guests? Rest assured, they're all officials of my Great Qin. You should find them interesting too." With that, Chen Mu didn't wait for Han Fizi's response, turning instead to instruct his attendants to usher in several guests. Upon entering the room, the middle-aged man at the head of the group bowed deeply and respectfully declared, "Li Bing pays his respects to the crown prince." "Rise." Chen Mu gestured toward the seats nearby and smiled. "Prefect Li, today we gather privately. No need for formalities. I hear the Durjianjian irrigation system has been completed? It is now fully operational." Li Bing sighed with relief. "Your Highness's profound concern for the people's welfare is truly a blessing for our Great Qin Empire." "Cut it out." Chen Mu shook his head helplessly. "Your Excellency, please drop this charade, it only makes things awkward for everyone. We invited you here today to discuss another matter entirely. You think it's possible to connect the great rivers?" Not only was Li Bing stunned by Chen Mu's words, but even Han Fizi abruptly looked up, staring at Chen Mu in disbelief. Great rivers? She now controlled Bashu and Guanzhong, both traversed by great rivers. Yet the terrain varied vastly between them. How could they possibly be connected? Such an impractical notion, wouldn't it mislead the nation and its people? Just as hesitation filled the air, Chen Mu seemed to remember something. He slapped his forehead, pulled out a map, and laughed. "Prefect, don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about building it within Qin's borders, but in the Jianghuai region. The terrain there is flat, crisscrossed by numerous tributaries. If constructed properly, it should reach all the way to Yin." Whoa! Even Li Bing and his son, renowned for their achievements in water management, were stunned by Chen Mu's proposal. Han Fizi was equally stunned. He couldn't help but interject, "Your Highness, undertaking such a colossal project in another state? The other states would never consent." "You." Mid-sentence, Han Fizi froze. Did Chen Mu need to worry about the consent of other states? His concerns lay elsewhere entirely, for he had long regarded the entire realm as his personal possession and had already begun planning for the unification of the realm. Sure enough, once Li Bing grasped Chen Mu's intent, he strode swiftly before him, casting aside all formalities. His gaze fixed intently on the marked waterways across the map. After a long moment, he exclaimed softly, "Your Highness, this plan is feasible. This plan is truly feasible. With a canal crisscrossing north and south, no barriers would remain between the states. Transporting troops or grain would save both time and effort. And what about extending it further south?" Chen Mu tapped the Lingnan region south of Chu and gently guided him. "Prefect, observe this. Over the years, I've commissioned surveys of elevations across these lands and documented the courses and networks of every river. Li Bing stared intently at the waterway map in Chen Mu's hands, his mind churning with one bold idea after another. Chen Mu, however, waited calmly and patiently. His vision extended far beyond the Grand Canal linking the capital to Hongzhou and the Ling Canal connecting Lingnan. He sought to establish water conservancy as an immutable national policy, enduring for all time. For since ancient times, the people of this land had never bowed their heads to the heavens. They never had, they never would, and they never would. This is precisely what the mighty Qin Empire stands for. Chapter 109, Why is the Great Qin so powerful? Han Feizi never imagined he would unexpectedly become involved in planning the future of the Qin state. Though it wasn't his specialty in legalist philosophy, merely overhearing fragments of their discussion was enough to stir his heart with awe. Li Bing and his son were utterly consumed by their mission. One moment they were measuring and calculating distances on maps, the next they were debating how best to carve through mountains and divert water. Listening intently, Han Feizi's attention drifted to the map spread before them. The map was simple, devoid even of the borders of the 7 states, showing only various hydrographic features densely annotated with strings of numbers. Your Highness! Han Feizi couldn't help but ask in a low voice, this thick paper, why have I never seen it before? This is a new product. Chen Mu nodded and smiled. It's mixed with a lot of silk and fishing nets. Though the color isn't appealing, it's incredibly tough and durable, hard to damage. Then what about these numbers on the maps? Han Feizi grew even more curious. Chen Mu chuckled softly, these represent elevation. They're likely measured relative to sea level, calculating the elevation of each region. See, here is our great Qin kingdom, and over there are your states of Zhao, Wei, and Han. Han Feizi was momentarily lost in thought. Every major mountain and river marked on these maps came with detailed data. It was easy to imagine how crucial these detailed maps would be when Qin launched its future wars. Suddenly, Han Feizi finally understood. The youth who had debated him years ago, vowing to swallow the 6 states whole, now walked this path with unwavering resolve and might very well turn it all into reality. Beyond the canal Chen Mu had just marked, this map bore dozens of other annotations. Among them were mountainous regions, plains, southern territories, and northern frontiers. Your Highness! Beside him, Li Bing and his son finally concluded their argument and bowed in unison. Before digging canals and connecting rivers, we must first understand the geological conditions. Otherwise, perhaps your Highness could speak to the king and allow us to investigate these territories? No need. Chen Mu shook his head. What our great Qin truly lacks most is talent. Magistrate Li possesses extraordinary talent. To keep him out in the elements, exposed to wind and sun, would be a waste indeed. By inviting you both to the academy today, you must have guessed my intentions, right? We stand ready to serve the crown prince. Li Bing and his son exchanged glances, both wearing smiles. They weren't afraid of others learning their skills. On the contrary, though Li Bing had received full support from the Qin state during the construction of the Dujianjian irrigation system, the scarcity of skilled personnel remained a persistent headache. It was clear. The Crown Prince intended for them to cultivate a new generation of experts, ensuring the flame of flood control knowledge would endure. Then it's settled. Chen Mu nodded with a smile. Beginning today, you, Prefect Li, shall serve as the Dean of the Water Conservancy College at the Great Qin Academy. As for your current position, you may retain it for now or return to Xianyang. Choose whichever suits you best. I will explain this to Father Emperor when the time comes. I have only one request, water management is a legacy for the ages. Its transmission must never be severed, its governance must never cease, and its research must never be neglected. Only thus can we provide relief during droughts, drain floodwaters during inundations, and ensure the convenience of shipping, fishing, and hunting. In short, if you diligently manage local flood control and plan canal systems, I'll provide whatever funds or manpower you need. But if you fail, don't blame me for replacing you with someone else. Exactly. Li Bing and his son nodded emphatically. They finally understood what it meant to have a true patron. Though the Qin state had supported them before, there were still many constraints. But now, things were different. With the Great Qin Academy in place, they could continuously cultivate talent in hydraulic engineering. No matter how monumental the project, as long as sufficient manpower and resources were available, it would eventually be realized. After a long chat, after seeing off the Li family father and son, Chen Mu immediately welcomed General Li Xin. The current Li Xin was still young, barely in his 20s. Both his father and grandfather had served as Qin commanders, making him a true blue-blooded aristocrat. Chen Mu had long sought to connect with him, but Li Xin had been transferred elsewhere, and Chen Mu himself was bogged down in affairs. They had only met briefly before Chen Mu presented his recommendations to King Xuanzang of Qin. This encounter marked their second meeting. Compared to the mature and steady Wang Jian, Li Xin exuded the spirited vigor of youth. Your Highness! Li Xin strode boldly into the room, kneeling on one knee without a word. Your servant thanks the Crown Prince for his patronage. No need for thanks. Chen Mu waved his hand, and an attendant promptly brought in a bound volume of books. He inquired, General Li, are you free at the moment? Not at all. Li Xian replied, since our last engagement with the Five Nations coalition forces, this humble general has repeatedly requested permission to lead troops into battle, but each time has been denied. Your Highness, might you speak well of me to His Majesty? Let me test my mettle in battle. Why the rush? Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. To do a job well, one must first sharpen their tools. Study these first, then reconsider. As he looked at the books Chen Mu handed him, Li Xian couldn't help but feel uneasy. But when he saw the various mechanisms and weapons inside, Li Xian's eyes lit up instantly. This repeating crossbow, it doesn't require frequent arrow changes? Just swap out the quiver? These fish-scale armor plates, are they lighter yet offer better defense? And this catapult, does it truly have double the range? Why is the Qin Empire so powerful? First, its military laws are strict and military merits are richly rewarded, so soldiers dare to fight to the death. Second, the meticulous craftsmanship of their bows, crossbows, and weapons, any violation drew punishment, ranging from minor penalties to the annihilation of one's entire clan. With these two pillars, the Qin Empire stands virtually unassailable. Even if victory in battle proved elusive, its fortified cities and strategic terrain ensured formidable defenses. And when exceptional generals like Bai Qi or Wang Jian took command, the Qin army's combat effectiveness skyrocketed. And now, Chen Mu not only found Wang Jian and others, but also invited the military strategist Wei Liao. Even Li Xian couldn't help but admire these two. Especially Wang Jian, his words were persuasive, his actions meticulous, and his mind exceptionally sharp. Were it not for fear of arousing suspicion from the King of Qin and the Crown Prince, Li Xian would have been tempted to swear brotherhood with him. Crown Prince. Li Xian suddenly felt moved. With such a valuable asset, why did you entrust it to me instead of General Wang Jian? That's different. Chen Mu interjected with a smile, you and General Wang each have your strengths. He excels at command and strategy, while you shine in the thick of battle. So, with this formidable weapon at your disposal, do you have the confidence to subdue the 6 states? I do. Li Xian sprang to his feet, his armor clanking loudly. Your Highness! If only the weapons and equipment described within these pages could be realized, if only they could withstand the trials of war, then not just 6 states, but 100 or 1,000 states. Your servant would help you conquer them all. What Chen Mu thought didn't matter, but Han Fizi beside him was utterly convinced. Why were the talents of Great Qin all so ambitious? Was it merely because of the Crown Prince Zheng before them? No. A nation's strength lies in every aspect. Qin's strength lies in its comprehensive systems and laws, in its ability to unite the people's will, and above all, in the relentless governance of its successive rulers. In contrast, the state of Han. Shaking his head, Han Fizi sighed silently. He had exerted every effort, yet the king of Han not only ignored him but had begun to grow weary of him. Otherwise, how could the king of Han have so readily agreed when Qin proposed sending him as a hostage? Your Highness! Another veteran general arrived at the door. No introduction was needed. Han Fizi already knew the visitor's identity. Qin's great general, Meng Ao. Behind him followed the brothers Meng Yi and Meng Tian, who had distinguished themselves in the recent great battle. After some discussion, the veteran general Meng bowed his head, expressing his willingness to step aside in the future for younger, more capable successors. Once they departed, Han Fizi could not help but sigh. Today I finally understand why Great Qin is so powerful. Our nation is doomed. Chapter 110, Han Fizi, captured. To hear such words from a scholar of Han Fizi's stature, Chen Mu couldn't help but feel a touch of smug satisfaction. Yet he was equally aware. He had merely leveraged the might of the Qin Empire. No ruler, however formidable, could single-handedly annihilate the 6 states. Without a unified will, a nation would only descend into civil strife, consumed by endless internal conflict until its demise. And that was precisely why. Chen Mu immediately turned his sights on Chang Jiao and Lu Buwei the moment he faced the assassin. His good-for-nothing younger brother, though lacking in ability, still held the moral high ground. Should any unexpected turn of events occur, should Chang Jiao attempt to undermine Qin's efforts, there would truly be no better recourse if anyone else were in his place. But Chen Mu had already made all the necessary arrangements. After entering the simulated world, aside from King Xiaowen of Qin, King Zhuangxiang, and Lady Zhao, he felt little affection for the other royal heirs. Those like Chang Jiao were merely pawns. And the fate of pawns is to be discarded without hesitation when necessary, in exchange for greater gains. This was not merely a struggle for the crown prince's position, it was the cold, brutal reality of the empire. But Chen Mu had never applied this coldness to Han Fei and the others. Master. Chen Mu turned to look at Han Fei and asked with a smile, are you still angry with me? How could I still be angry? Han Fizi sighed helplessly, this fault lies not with you alone, nor with the great Qin. Alas, perhaps it is simply the will of heaven. Enough. Enough. Since I've come to Qin, I shall henceforth serve at the crown prince's command. I only hope that when our family and nation are destroyed in the future, the crown prince will show mercy and spare the Han royal clan a path to survival. Agreed. Chen Mu burst into laughter. Exchanging the entire royal house of Han for a scholar of Han Fizi's caliber, could there be a more profitable bargain? Indeed. Chen Mu possessed far more advanced ideas and technologies. But as the ruler of the Qin state, he had no time to promote, debate, or pass down these concepts. As the saying goes, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Rather than spoon-feeding others, Chen Mu preferred to foster healthy development within established frameworks. This applied to the legalists, the Mahists, the Taoists, and the Confucians alike. As for whether the future would see Confucianism alone reign supreme or 100 schools of thought flourish together, that depended entirely on their own destiny. Your Highness. Han Fizi sighed with resignation. Your Highness, do not become too complacent. I remain a hostage prince after all. It would be inappropriate for me to hold a high position in Qin. Besides, I refuse to become part of the force that destroys my own country. I humbly request the Crown Prince's permission for Han Fei to enter the Great Qin Academy. I aspire to follow in Master Sun's footsteps, teaching and researching scholarship here. That shall suffice. Chen Mu nodded emphatically. As long as you are willing to aid Great Qin, whether you choose to serve in court or live in seclusion, I shall respect your wishes. Should you choose to enter the court in the future, any position shall be yours for the taking. Though it was unclear how much truth lay in Chen Mu's words. But it must be said. Such words were deeply moving. And soon, new simulation data appeared within the university. In the 4th year of the simulation, you leveraged the assassination attempt to demand hostages from all nations to be sent to Xianyang. You specifically requested that the state of Han send Han Fizi. Originally, Han Fizi was somewhat resentful. Yet after personally witnessing your discussions and meetings with Li Bing and his son, General Li Xan, and the venerable General Meng Ao, he finally grasped the vast disparity between nations. From flood control to military equipment to personnel deployment, every Qin official and general showed you utmost deference, even willingly stepping aside to give younger talents more opportunities. Han Fizi lamented that his homeland was on the brink of collapse, yet despite his profound talents, he found no avenue to apply them. Disheartened, he chose to pledge his allegiance to you, hoping to seize this chance to secure a sliver of hope for the Han royal family amidst the impending national collapse. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, heroes appreciate each other, gaining Han Fizi's loyalty. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, mandate of heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan. The succession of simulation messages left everyone within the Mountain River Academy with peculiar expressions. Had Chen Mu truly become the golden skill line harvester netizens claimed he was? And this was only after 3 years of simulation. How many times had he triggered these effects already? Was it Chen Mu's extraordinary luck, or was the Yingzhang he simulated destined by heaven? Yingzhang! Yingzhang! Zhang Mingyuan suddenly recalled the name Chen Mu had shouted upon entering the late Warring States dungeon. Just as he had done when choosing the Ming Dynasty, Chen Mu didn't simply recite the name provided by the simulated world. Instead, he proclaimed, Great Qin, First Emperor. First Emperor. Zhang Mingyuan's eyes lit up as he turned to the other professors and scholars present, his tone turning serious. Colleagues, doesn't the title First Emperor roll off the tongue much more smoothly? Given Chen Mu's simulation this time, shouldn't we retain some key information as a breakthrough point for research? Already noting it down. The elderly professor with snow-white hair looked up and teased with a smile, Principal Zhang, thank goodness no one from other schools is here today, otherwise, our research findings would be snatched up in an instant. At that mention, Director Lu's face instantly paled. Oh no! Principal, we're still live streaming. Could our research findings really have been stolen? The remark sent a chill through everyone present. Unexpectedly, Zhang Mingyuan merely smiled faintly. So what if they've been stolen? Doesn't it still contribute to Longxiao's historical research? Xiao Lu. You need to broaden your perspective. Don't just focus on your own achievements, you should view these issues from a national standpoint. Director Lu stared at the principal in utter bewilderment. Wait. He didn't need research achievements. Forget everything else, just recruiting the genius student Chen Mu this year was enough to let him coast on his laurels. But soon enough, Director Lu realized the principal was speaking with hidden meaning. Turning back, he saw Jiang Yun, his face dark as night. That's right. Wasn't this the very person clinging desperately to his research findings? And it had to be the principal. This was a roundabout way of scolding someone, yet the target could only endure it. The thought made Director Lu's heart leap with delight. Rest assured, Principal, I'll correct my mistakes from now on. Professor Jiang, you agree, right? You're right. Zhang Yunhan nearly let loose with a string of expletives. But in the end, he forced himself to swallow the rest of the words. With a couple of snorts, he finally sneered coldly, the principal is absolutely right. A mere research achievement? How could it compare to the history of our Longxia? However, at this point, Zhang Yunha paused deliberately, turning to face the live camera before declaring, according to existing historical records, after Prince Wei Wuji of Zixing led the Five Nations coalition to attack Qin, the Warring States period came to an abrupt end. The subsequent history belongs to the Chu Han contention, decades later. This is precisely why I've dedicated myself to researching the origins of the Han Dynasty, firmly believing it was the Han that unified the Warring States era. I still hold this view today, for I trust my research and believe in my judgment. As for Chen Mu, perhaps he was merely a fortunate soul who stumbled his way to this point. Chapter 111, King Yuanzhang passes away, Chen Mu ascends the throne. Zhang Yun's remarks left everyone present somewhat baffled. Come on, old dang. At this point, you're still insisting the Warring States period was unified by the Han Dynasty? Are you blind? Can't you see the simulation data? Or has Zhang Yun completely lost his mind from the shock? But fair is fair. Zhang Yun's words still leave one feeling uneasy. After all, Chen Mu's simulation currently spans around 247 BCE, while the Chu-Han contention occurred around 206 BCE. 40 years is ample time for countless events to unfold. For instance, how the Han Dynasty rose to power, why the ruler of Chu became Xiangyu, and the fates of other feudal states. Yet undeniably, regardless of future shifts, the Qin dynasty simulated by Chen Mu now stood as the nation most poised to achieve unification. Do not forget. Even before ascending the throne, Chen Mu had already turned Qin's fortunes around from the brink of defeat by promoting figures like Wang Jian. Once Chen Mu ascends as king of Qin, given his proven capabilities, Qin will inevitably grow even more formidable. Could the 6 states possibly withstand it then? With you here, sire, the 6 states shall fall. Within the Qin royal palace, King Yuanzhang watched as Wei Liao and others conducted a military simulation. Nearly every Qin general participated, with rising star Wang Jian and veteran commander Meng Ao serving as opposing commanders, engaging in tactical maneuvers. Initially, Wang Jian's coalition forces proved remarkably resilient, even launching a counterattack that pushed back to Hongwu Pass. However, once Wei Liao took the reins, the situation began to shift rapidly. By now, even as Wang Jian fought desperately, he could not stem the tide of the world. Master Wei Liao. Wang Jian sighed helplessly, for a master strategist like you to join the fray like this, it's a bit too much. You. Wei Liao shot a glance at the old General Meng Ao beside him and sighed, you only know how to bully old General Meng. Had he been young, 10 of you wouldn't stand a chance against him. Wang Jian froze. Wang Jian finally realized Wei Liao was speaking up for him. But old General Meng Ao beside him burst out laughing. Mr. Wei Liao needn't worry, the Crown Prince has already conveyed everything to this humble general. Wang Jian is a promising young talent. I would feel completely at ease having him command the armies of our great Qin state. With that, he turned to look at King Yuanzhang of Qin beside him and said solemnly, Your Majesty, this old general is past his prime. I fear I no longer have the strength to uphold the ambitions of our great Qin. General, you flatter yourself. King Yuanzhang sighed deeply. Without veteran commanders like General Bai Qi and General Meng, how could our Qin have achieved its present territories? Rest assured, General. Your sons and grandsons serve in our ranks. They shall carry forward your legacy and complete the great unification of the realm. Enough. Beside them, Chen Mu surveyed the assembled men and laughed heartily, fine wine is ready. Today we shall drink our fill. Exactly. Meng Ao's eyes lit up instantly. He tugged at Wang Jian's sleeve and challenged, Wang Jian, dare you face me in combat once more? Why would I hesitate? Wang Jian roared with laughter. But I can't hold my liquor while I can only manage 2 jars with others. Yet with you, old general, I, Wang Jian, would gladly drink myself to death. Well said, Wang Jian. Meng Ao also burst into hearty laughter. Amidst this laughter, the transition between the old and new generations of Qin commanders was quietly completed. Simultaneously, the succession was also completed between King Yuanzhang of Qin and his son, Chen Mu. In truth, half a month prior, King Yuanzhang of Qin had already fallen ill, plunging directly into unconsciousness. Due to the primitive medical technology of the era, his condition showed no signs of improvement and only grew worse. Until today. King Yuanzhang of Qin suddenly regained consciousness, his entire countenance radiant and refreshed, appearing as though he had instantly grown 10 years younger. Everyone knew this was a sign of death throes. And so, Chen Mu promptly gathered a group of generals to fulfill this cheap old man's final wish. Zheng. Within the vast halls of the Qin royal palace, King Yuanzhang stared blankly at the throne in the center. Once upon a time, he too had been a hostage in Zhao, just like Chen Mu. With the 2 nations constantly at war, every day was spent living in fear. Later, Lu Buwei found him, helped him return to Qin, and secured his position as crown prince. Back then, King Yuanzhang, Qin Iran, suddenly harbored grand ambitions. He wanted to lead Qin to greater heights and further horizons. Alas! He sensed time was running out. Though he could not witness the unification of the realm with his own eyes, Chen Mu's arrangements today fulfilled his deepest wish. Zhang. King Yuanzhang of Qin's steps faltered slightly. Yet he forced himself to continue, gently nudging Chen Mu's shoulder as he urged, Quickly, sit down. Very well. Chen Mu did not refuse, striding purposefully toward the throne. After sitting upright, attendants and eunuchs presented the prepared crown adorned with pendants, gently placing it upon Chen Mu's head. Strands of jade and pearl pendants swayed gently before his eyes, as if sealing off a whole new world. Lifting his head slightly, Chen Mu saw King Yuanzhang standing before him. Ha ha ha. King Yuanzhang's face was now radiant with satisfaction as he proclaimed, "This is it. This is the true king of Great Qin, the one destined to unify the realm and reign supreme. Zhang, you must fulfill the unfinished wish of our Qin ancestors. You must subdue the 6 states and offer their rulers' heads as tribute to our ancestors. And you must ensure the eternal prosperity of our Qin dynasty, that it endures for 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Very well." Chen Mu nodded slightly. When he saw King Yuanzhang of Qin's body suddenly sway, Chen Mu sprang to his feet. Yet in that very instant, King Yuanzhang seemed drained of all strength, collapsing limply to the ground. Quick! Quick, someone! His Majesty has passed away. His Majesty has passed away. Simulation, winter of the 3rd year. Your father, King Yuanzhang of Qin, has passed away. Your mother, overcome with grief, sought to follow him in death, but you persuaded her to stay. Countless court officials wept uncontrollably, while countless soldiers sighed in deep regret. Yet hope endures, for all know the crown prince ascending the throne is a rare true dragon. After completing your father's funeral rites at the tender age of 12, you ascended to the throne of the Great Qin, becoming the new king of Qin. Envoys from neighboring states arrived in droves, offering condolences for King Yuanzhang while seeking peace treaties to avert war. You agreed to their terms. For Great Qin had endured a brutal war just last year and needed time to rebuild its strength. The longer you take to build your strength now, the more devastating your future blows will be. Many understood this truth. Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, lobbied tirelessly, yet his efforts came to naught without the king of Wei's backing. Li Mu of Zhao prepared in silence, regarding you both as a kindred spirit and an enemy of his homeland. Xiang Yan of Chu is filled with bitter regret, cursing his momentary mercy for letting you escape. Yet whenever he recalls that 8-year-old boy, he cannot help but feel profound admiration. Even Lu Buwei lived in constant dread. After much deliberation, he requested to resign as chancellor only to be refused by you. You triggered the golden trait, Mandate of Heaven, gaining +10 to your lifespan. When the final simulation message popped up, everyone was utterly shocked. What the hell? Others simulate dozens or even hundreds of times, and if they occasionally get a +1 to lifespan, they're already overjoyed. But Chen Mu not only went on a crazy life-boosting spree this time, now he's even pulling off a +10 life boost? Is there any justice in this world? Any sense of fairness? Report him. Someone's cheating. This simulation world is unplayable now. Chapter 112, +10 lifespan, outmaneuvering Lu Buwei. Lifespan +10. Director Lu sucked in a sharp breath, realizing he couldn't get enough air no matter how hard he tried. Zhang Mingyuan wasn't faring much better either. He was still staring intently at the final simulation message when he suddenly shouted, "Quick, quick, take a picture." This is the first time anyone has triggered the +10 lifespan option. Hey, Director Lu. Get in touch with Guinness later and see if we can set a world record or something. Everyone present was left speechless, torn between laughter and tears. But someone was genuinely crying. At that moment, Zhang Yunhao wanted nothing more than to open the temperature-controlled simulation chamber and kick Chen Mu twice. Damn it! This kid was deliberately rubbing salt in his wounds, wasn't he? Claiming to be acting on heaven's command? What kind of bull is that? And why should that mandate fall on this Zhang? The thought barely formed. Someone gasped, I get it. The issue isn't how much lifespan he gains, it's Chen Mu's exclusive golden trait, Mandate of Heaven. Think about it, everyone, what does Mandate of Heaven truly mean? Isn't it simply predestined? What was predestined in the Warring States period? That he would become king of Qin? Or that he would become the first emperor? The crowd gasped in shock once more. Zhang Yunha's expression darkened even further. Damn it! He had just stubbornly defended his research findings, even boasting live on camera about his firm belief that the Han Dynasty unified the warring states. But now, scanning the room, Zhang Yunha realized no one was paying him any attention. This situation only deepened the wound in his heart, as if someone had plunged a dagger into his chest. He, a distinguished professor at Shanghai University and one of the compilers of the history textbooks, was now being completely ignored by everyone? Not only the people present, but even the countless viewers in the livestream completely ignored Zhang Yunha's existence. Because the words First Emperor held such overwhelming power. First Emperor. First Emperor. So Zhang was the one who unified the warring states? Of course. He's been declared Mandate of Heaven, what's there to doubt? Honestly, the moment Brother Chen Mu chose Zhang, I knew only he could achieve unification. Holy crap. What kind of godly exclusive trait did Chen Mu get? +10 lifespan. I wouldn't even dare dream of that. Who says otherwise? Remember that guy who simulated other emperors? He got 5 longevity +1 triggers and was already bragging online. Compared to Chen Mu, that's not even worth mentioning. Enough chatter. I'm already watching the livestream on my knees. Just hoping Chen Mu will release a tutorial someday. Same here. Begging on my knees. A petition signed by 10,000 people. The online reactions mirrored the thoughts of everyone present. Especially Zhang Mingyuan. Turning to the assembled professors, he said solemnly, "Gentlemen, it seems that after the simulation concludes, we should all humbly seek guidance from Chen Mu. Especially regarding the Warring States period and the Ming Dynasty." Absolutely. The professors all turned their intense gazes toward Chen Mu inside the temperature-controlled simulation chamber. Just how many secrets does this kid know? How much academic achievement will he gain by then? No. Academic achievements no longer mattered. What truly mattered was uncovering the historical truth. If Chen Mu knew what these old professors were thinking, he'd surely keep his distance. Not that he wanted to monopolize history, it was simply that Longshia's history was too vast for him to possibly remember it all. His knowledge of Zhu Yuanzhang and the Qin dynasty stemmed from his childhood love of novels, which had unknowingly imbued him with all sorts of obscure facts. At this moment, within the simulated world, Chen Mu was observing Lu Buwei, the chancellor of the Qin Empire, also known as the second father to the first emperor in history. "Your Majesty." Lu Buwei bowed respectfully, his face haggard. "Your Majesty has just ascended the throne. Now is the time to boldly push forward with reforms. This old servant is now advanced in years. In handling state affairs, I inevitably find myself unable to keep up. Therefore, I humbly request your Majesty's permission to step down. This old servant asks for little, only to return home and live out my remaining years in peace." Chen Mu regarded him with a faint, ambiguous smile. Ever since he ascended the throne, Lu Buwei had immediately chosen to back down. After all, he hadn't anticipated that King Xuanxiang of Qin would pass away so suddenly, leaving Lu Buwei utterly unprepared to find a way to counter Chen Mu. How could he counterbalance him? Most ministers in the court were already under Chen Mu's command, and he held the moral high ground. Even the scholars Qin Xuanxiang had recruited were largely poached by the Great Qin Academy. Most crucially, ever since Chen Mu recommended Wang Jian, he had already begun steadily seizing control of the military. The tide had turned. This was the situation Lu Buwei now faced. No matter how vast his wealth, no matter how many strategies he possessed, they could not stand against this mere 12-year-old youth before him. At times, Lu Buwei even questioned the meaning of life. Was that 8-year-old hostage prince who returned from Zhao truly the same Ming Zhen? Minister Lu. Chen Mu's call snapped Lu Buwei out of his reverie. He looked up. Seeing the smile at the corner of Chen Mu's eyes, Lu Buwei immediately bowed deeply. "I humbly beg your Majesty's gracious permission. Minister Lu, it is not that I am unwilling, but it is truly impossible." Chen Mu looked at Lu Buwei with solemn expression. "Now that my father has just passed away, you seek to resign and return home. If others learn of this, how will they view our relationship as sovereign and minister? They'll say, look at Qin, they can't even keep a talent like Lu Buwei. It seems the Great Qin Academy's claims of seeking talent and nurturing scholars are all false." Minister Lu. If that were to happen, would not the reputation of our Great Qin be tarnished? Would we not be the subject of ridicule? Would you truly be willing to subject Qin to such humiliation? Lu Buwei suddenly couldn't hold back any longer. This is too much. He was already prepared to resign, yet this young upstart still pressed his advantage relentlessly? Could it be he wanted to drive him to his death, then seize his vast fortune? Wait. In that instant, Lu Buwei seemed to grasp something. He snapped his head up and declared, "Your Majesty, there's no need for such empty threats. The Great Qin has never feared anyone's accusations. During the late king's reign, everyone knew of the discord between Lu Buwei and your Majesty. By replacing Lu Buwei, you can promote Li Si to a position of power. Wouldn't that be a good thing? Or could it be, your Majesty, that you harbor other designs? What schemes?" Chen Mu flatly denied it. "I only wish to retain a talent like Chancellor Lu. Great Qin cannot do without you, and besides, our compilation of the Ying clan annals remains unfinished." "Ah, Minister Lu. I've heard from the scholars at the academy that when they were at your residence, they received substantial monthly stipends. The treasury is currently depleted, and the Qin state continues to seek funds everywhere. Minister Lu, what do you suggest?" Lu Buwei was utterly numb. Damn it. Stealing his scholars was bad enough, but now he wants him to foot the bill for their salaries? Even if you are the king of Qin, this is going too far. If it comes to it, we'll just part ways. Oh, right. Chen Mu stared at Lu Buwei, whose expression flickered between anger and gloom, and suddenly spoke up. "Minister Lu, there's a memorial accusing you of misconduct here. I can't be bothered to read it, just take it back and burn it. A pack of demons and goblins dared to try to drive a wedge between me and Minister Lu. I'll have them all beheaded later to vent my anger for you, Minister Lu. Minister Lu, what do you think?" Lu Buwei was utterly defeated. If he refused today, this impeachment memorial would become reality. But if he complied, then this memorial could truly be burned without a second thought. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Only those who recognize the times have a chance to become outstanding figures. Chapter 113, Lu Buwei's Retribution. Though Lu Buwei remained, his position as chancellor was gone. For Chen Mu had introduced the cabinet, with Lu Buwei as prime minister and Li Si as deputy prime minister. Unlike the Ming Dynasty, the Qin cabinet also included Wei Liao as state commander and Wang Jian as grand general. In the future, Chen Mu would select a great scholar to join its ranks, thus forming a cabinet encompassing 5 domains: domestic affairs, law, military affairs, warfare, and education. As for establishing additional ministers such as a Minister of Commerce, Minister of Rights, Minister of Engineering, Minister of Agriculture, or Minister of Waterways, that would have to wait until the realm was unified. For now, this cabinet is already sufficient to support the unification campaign. Qin King Zheng's first year, you summoned Lu Buwei, who had once again requested to resign, and persuaded him with an anonymous letter of denunciation. Moved by your sincerity, Lu Buwei willingly contributed substantial funds to improve the Qin Academy's provisions. For this, you publicly lavished praise upon him in court before proposing a cabinet reshuffle. Lu Buwei transitioned from the second highest official to prime minister of the cabinet. Li Si, a master of legalist doctrine, became deputy prime minister. The new cabinet also included Wei Liao as Minister of State and Wang Jian as Grand General. Court officials unanimously praised your wisdom, and countless soldiers sensed the difference under the new king's reign. Yet only Lu Buwei cursed in private, seething with rage. Yet he could do nothing, dare not even reveal a shred of his inner thoughts. For that incriminating letter was penned by his closest retainer. Lu Buwei has no idea how many more secrets you hold over him, so he can only endure, and endure some more. You triggered the negative effect of the golden trait, heroic mutual respect, earning Lu Buwei's hatred. Ha! Within the simulation world, Chen Mu stared curiously at the newly appeared prompt. This time it wasn't about lifespan? Or an extremely rare negative effect? He had seen this kind of effect in textbooks before. Essentially, it meant the trigger could no longer be affected by the heroic mutual respect clause. In other words, Lu Buwei had already turned traitor. This boy must not be spared. However, Chen Mu actually spared the man. After all, Lu Buwei still held vast wealth in his hands. Squeezing a few coins out of this old fox when bored was quite the amusing pastime. Zhang Mingyuan and director Lu were equally amused by the spectacle. What a move! Director Lu beamed with delight. Principal, just look at Chen Mu's maneuver. What do you call persuading Lu Buwei with a single denunciation letter? I'd say it's 80% pure blackmail. And then he was moved by sincerity and willingly handed over the money. TSK, Chen Mu is practically bullying people. What nonsense! Zhang Mingyuan cleared his throat twice. Under other simulators' control, Lu Buwei was already prone to manipulating Qin into committing atrocities. Chen Mu was merely doing the world a favor. Even that money, at most, can only be considered interest. At this point, Zhang Mingyuan realized his argument was starting to fall apart. He quickly laughed it off. Anyway, it's a good thing. It proves Chen Mu has absolute control over Qin after ascending the throne. Otherwise, how could that cabinet possibly earn the praise of all the ministers? If you ask me, Chen Mu truly has foresight. Someone nearby chuckled. If Chen Mu hadn't traveled to study in the other states from the very beginning, how could he have achieved what he has now? I bet he's been planning to gather all the heroes under one roof for ages. And then there's Lu Buwei. Another added, Chen Mu must have planned his move against Lu Buwei long ago, even blocking any chance for escape or counterattack. Otherwise, how could he have acted so swiftly? As the others exchanged praise, Jiang Yunhe and Huang Xiaoyang, also present in the villa, wore complex expressions. Moreover, their focus is different from everyone else's. Teacher. It seems Chen Mu can't kill Lu Buwei? Huang Xiaoyang was remarkably sharp in spotting the key point within the simulated data. See? Everyone knows Chen Mu has long been at odds with Lu Buwei, yet all he's done so far is swindle him out of some money and turn the chancellor into a prime minister, that's all. If given the choice, who would want someone who hates them holding such power? And could this very fact prove that Chen Mu simply lacks the power to eliminate Lu Buwei? It's possible. Jiang Yunhe forced himself to consider the most favorable possibility. After a pause, he actually found several points that could support this argument. After a moment's thought, he murmured in response, if Lu Buwei is still holding back, it means he must possess the means to subdue Chen Mu. This warring states tycoon is far more complex than anyone imagined. We'll see. Chen Mu won't find it easy to topple Lu Buwei. What a pity. My teacher's words today carry an unlucky aura. Whatever he says seems destined to be proven wrong by reality. What's there to fear? Huang Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. His chance to shine had finally arrived. He immediately spoke up, Teacher, I'll go live on camera right now and reveal all this. This time, we'll definitely win back your reputation. Had Huang Xiaoyang known Su Lao and Lu Ziang, he wouldn't have acted so rashly. After all, Lu Ziang had faced a similar situation before, only to be used as a pawn by old Su, ending up with egg on both sides of his face. The only difference was, Huang Xiaoyang's luck was far better. Because new simulation data surfaced quickly. First year of King Zheng of Qin's reign, you repeatedly asked Lu Buwei to front funds, deepening his resentment. With no other options left, he suddenly thought of Zhao Ji. It was Lu Buwei's matchmaking that allowed Zhao Ji to marry King Xuanxiang of Qin. Though you now reign as King of Qin, you still treat Zhao Ji with utmost respect, even assigning guards to protect her closely. As the former Grand Chancellor of Qin, Lu Buwei still knew certain secrets. He entered the palace where Zhao Ji resided through a hidden waterway, tearfully accusing you of how you treated him. Zhao Ji was furious. How dare Lu Buwei speak ill of her precious son? She angrily expelled him and now intends to have you banish Lu Buwei. Unfortunately, after King Li of Qin departed, Zhao Ji grew lonely and developed some compromising secrets that Lu Buwei now held over her. Faced with this threat, Zhao Ji had no choice but to conceal the matter. But Lu Buwei saw an opening. He bribed your attendant eunuch Xiao Gao with a fortune and secretly cultivated a man named Lu Ai. Lu Buwei's plan for revenge began. Upon reading the final simulated message, Zhang Yunha burst into laughter. Huang Xiaoyang couldn't hide his excitement, rushing to the live stream camera and shouting, "Did you see that? I just told the teacher Lu Buwei wouldn't sit idly by and look, he's already made his move." Lao Ai? Why does that name sound familiar? You idiot! Zhang Yunha was tearing his hair out in frustration, quickly reminding him, according to the incomplete historical records, this guy was once the Marquis of Changxin in the Qin state, and later he apparently rebelled. Right. Huang Xiaoyang's face lit up instantly. See? Lu Buwei brought Lu Buwei in, and he rebelled. And judging by the map during the Chu Han War, Qin was just a minor power huddled in a corner. Maybe Lu Buwei and Lao Ai teamed up to overthrow Qin. Chapter 114, Closing the Net. It must be said. This simulated information, combined with the insights from Zhang Yunha and Huang Xiaoyang, genuinely startled everyone present. But soon, Principal Zheng Mingyuan shook his head. The Marquis of Changxin? If it were a rebellion led by a military genius like Bai Qi, the Marquis of Wuan, he might have some cause for concern. But Lu Buwei couldn't even hold on to his position as chancellor, let alone lay a finger on military power. What kind of rebellion could he possibly stage? And how significant could it be? Did he really think the hundreds of thousands of Qin troops were just sitting around doing nothing? And besides, Chen Mu had even managed to bribe Lu Buwei's most trusted retainers. Do you really think he wouldn't know about this? Seeing Director Lu's blood boiling as he prepared to retort, Zheng Mingyuan quickly pulled him back, chuckling softly, "Old Lu, why bother with them? The simulation isn't over yet. Chen Mu has plenty of chances to deal with Lu Buwei. Don't let their nonsense ruin our mood." Exactly. Director Lu snapped out of it, quickly pulled out his phone, and flipped to the livestream. He chuckled, "It's enough that netizens are cursing them. If we argue back, wouldn't that just lower our standing?" Zheng Mingyuan smiled without comment. He desperately wanted to enter the simulation world to see how Chen Mu was handling things, and even more so, to know if Lu Buwei's actions were under Chen Mu's control. And the answer, of course, was yes. At that moment, Chen Mu sat within the Qin King's palace, examining the list Jing Ku had presented. All these people participated? Chen Mu frowned. The list contained over 100 names, many of whom were talents he had specifically poached from Lu Buwei's camp. Yet here they were, eating from the Qin Empire's table while plotting to destroy it? Not all of them were involved. Jing Ku replied in a muffled voice, only about 10 knew the full details. The rest were merely being used by Lu Buwei. That's still unacceptable. Chen Mu sneered coldly. If they can't even draw a clear line, it shows their loyalty to the Qin state is extremely limited. Issue the order, have Ake handle this swiftly. But Jing Ku hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. He was willing to shield the youth before him from crossbow bolts, but he refused to let his sister be exposed to such sordid affairs. Yet, Ake possessed not only extraordinary martial talent but also a remarkable aptitude for covert intelligence gathering. Take Lu Buwei's trusted retainer, for instance. It was Ake who secretly uncovered his vulnerabilities, leading him to betray Lu Buwei. Stop overthinking it. Chen Mu, sensing Jing Ku's hesitation, laughed immediately. She's far safer than you, and far smarter. At least Ake never gets bogged down by such worries. A competent assassin must cast aside irrelevant emotions and do the right thing at the right time. I don't need to teach you that, do I? Stick to the plan. Chen Mu added, if Lu Buwei's faction refuses to act, have Zhao Gao lend them a hand. Understood. Jing Ku bowed slightly, letting out an almost imperceptible sigh. He understood his sister's feelings all too well, but the youth before him was no longer the young Prince Sheng, he was the cold, ruthless King Zheng of Qin. For her to fall for someone like this, it must be agonizing, right? Truth be told, Jing Ku's judgment was completely wrong. His sister was thoroughly enjoying her current life and treasured every moment she spent with Chen Mu. Your Majesty. Ake returned to the Qin King's palace with light steps. Everything's taken care of. As a reward, can Ake stay by your side for a while? Of course. Chen Mu nodded with a smile. Since everything's settled, it's time to close the net. Let's go. That night, Chen Mu's expression darkened. After coercing Zhao Ji into keeping silent, Lu Buwei had trained Lu Ai into a walking hormone factory. He was certain no woman could resist the man's handsome face, muscular physique, and extraordinary assets. And so, Lu Buwei once again slipped into Zhao Ji's bedchamber. He must make Lu Ai conquer that woman, then step by step toy with, humiliate, and torment her. He intended to train this lofty Empress Dowager into a groveling beauty dog, for only this could he vent his resentment toward that young king of Qin. Yet despite all his meticulous planning, Lu Buwei never imagined this entire affair was nothing but a colossal trap from start to finish. Assassins! From Zhao Ji's chambers, countless heavily armed soldiers burst forth with a roar, startling even Zhao Gao, the guard specifically assigned to protect her. Just days prior, Zhao Gao had suddenly offended the young king of Qin and been demoted to this post. He had assumed this would be a grueling assignment, but then the former Grand Chancellor of Qin personally delivered a large sum of money, even humbly requesting Zhao Gao to speak favorably of him before Lady Zhao Ji to plead for his own pardon. In that moment, Zhao Gao reveled in the power. He had even contemplated aiding Lu Buwei in regaining his chancellorship, then returning to the great king's side to become the unchallenged power within the entire palace. But now, Zhao Gao felt his dreams shatter. He had just secured control over the security of Lady Zhao Ji's chambers, and now assassins had infiltrated? Quickly capture those assassins. Zhao Gao stormed out, fuming with rage. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, I'd love to see who's so blind as to dare this. Later, I'll personally test the king's promised 1,000 cuts and 10,000 slashes on them, making them wish they were dead. Minister Lu? When Zhao Gao saw Lu Buwei, his face covered in dust, his heart skipped a beat. Turning his head, Zhao Gao nearly lost his wits in terror. Well done, Lu Buwei. Chen Mu emerged slowly from the darkness. Behind him, Jing Ku and Aku followed closely, while Meng Yi and Meng Tian led soldiers who never left his side. Master Lu. I have treated you well. Why did you attempt to assassinate my mother? Assassinate? How could Lu Buwei not realize he'd fallen into a trap? But what terrified him even more was that he had no idea where he had gone wrong, not once, not throughout the entire ordeal. Had this young king of Qin laid all these traps from the very first day they met? He let out a cold laugh. Lu Buwei gritted his teeth. Yingzhang, Lu Buwei, have lost this game. But I advise you to let me go quietly. That way, we can all live in peace. Otherwise what? Chen Mu stared at him with keen interest. Glancing at the others, Lu Buwei suddenly sneered, Stop framing me. I, Lu Buwei, am a man of refinement. How could I possibly commit such an assassination? To be perfectly honest, I came here today to find a male companion for your mother. She's lonely and isolated in the palace, longing for a man. Last time she even begged me for help, crying. I felt pity for her and agreed. But I never imagined you'd exploit this and set an ambush here. How does that relate to what you just said? Chen Mu's joint sneer grew colder. With matters like this, once I kill you, no one will ever know. Why should I let you leave? You dare! Lu Buwei's eyes blazed with fury. My retainers are already en route to the other states. If you dare kill me, they'll expose this entire affair. Then everyone will know the queen mother of the great Qin is a promiscuous woman, and that even you, Yingzhang, are not of the royal Qin bloodline at all but my own seed, Lu Buwei's. Ha ha ha. When that day comes, you, the king of Qin, will become the laughingstock of the entire realm. Even if you manage to kill me, can you silence the endless whispers of the world? Can you block the scornful eyes of the 6 states? Chapter 115, Queen Mother, Die for Qin. If anyone were unaware of the truth, Lu Buwei's words might indeed mislead them. After all, gossip is human nature. Amidst all the sensational news, the more bizarre and shocking the story, the more it tends to captivate people. But unfortunately, every single person present already knew Lu Buwei's true nature. Even Zhao Ji, who had been hiding in the shadows, burst out tearfully, shouting, Lu Buwei, have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten how the late king treated you? You beast. You deserve to die. And you dare spread rumors about me. You. As she spoke, Zhao Ji's eyes rolled back in her head, and she fainted from sheer fury. To this, Chen Mu merely waved his hand dismissively. Palace maids promptly rushed to support Zhao Ji away. Turning his attention back to Lu Buwei, Chen Mu couldn't be bothered with idle chatter. He merely beckoned with a wave of his hand, and soon a chorus of shouts and curses erupted from behind. Hurry up, move! In the dimly lit corridor, over a dozen people were bound and gagged as they were escorted inside. When Lu Buwei saw their faces, his heart lurched and he couldn't help but lower his head. He refused to let that youth, the king of Qin, witness his panic. But, from the very beginning, he had been riddled with flaws, in Chen Mu's eyes every flaw a fatal wound. Meng Tian. Chen Mu spoke without emotion, betraying Qin, slandering his majesty. What punishment do you deserve? Death by execution. Meng Tian answered without hesitation, his voice loud and clear. Then behead him. Chen Mu let out a cold laugh. As the words fell, the sound of swords being drawn echoed in unison behind him. The next second, a dozen heads rolled to the ground, one of them tumbling right to Lu Buwei's feet. Its lifeless eyes stared straight at Lu Buwei. You. It took several agonizing seconds before Lu Buwei, his heart pounding in terror, stumbled backward in panic. But when he looked up, he realized the grand spectacle arranged for the young monarch had only just begun. Still in that dark corridor, one after another, his former retainers emerged, their expressions complex as they stared at Lu Buwei. Some wore expressions of disgust, sneering coldly. I wondered who could warrant such a grand display from the King of Qin. Who would have thought it would be our esteemed Chancellor? Your Excellency truly possesses great authority, skill, and cunning. I. Lu Buwei tried to protest, but the man who was usually so eloquent now seemed to have lost his voice. Chen Mu, however, sneered coldly. Would you gentlemen care to testify? We are willing. The numerous retainers spoke up in unison, and some even shouted loudly, Your Majesty. Lu Buwei is treacherous and malicious. He has slandered the sovereign. He should be punished for treason. Exactly. Another added, a minister who fails to serve his country yet schemes in such despicable ways shameful. Utterly shameful. We refuse to associate with the traitor Lu. Today's events must not be divulged, but Lu's treason is now undeniable. We beseech your Majesty to order the execution of this traitor. We must not allow these rumors to spread. Your Majesty, command the execution of this traitor to the state. Your Majesty, execute the traitor. One after another, the voices rose, coalescing into a deafening thunderclap that reverberated through Lu Buwei's mind, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Even the world before his eyes began to warp. In a daze, he seemed to see the young emperor's form contort, like a demon. But in the blink of an eye, the figure transformed again, now resembling a true dragon descended from the heavens, evoking an overwhelming urge to prostrate oneself in worship. Yet Lu Buwei forced himself to resist. He gave a bitter laugh. He struggled to speak. Zhang, even if you've bribed my retainers, but your Qin state first witnessed the death of Lord Shang, and now the downfall of Lu Buwei. If word gets out, who do you think will dare serve the Qin state? Plenty. Chen Mu chuckled softly, counting on his fingers as he spoke. Though Master Han Fei refuses to enter officialdom, he has agreed to teach at my academy. General Li Mu may be an enemy of Qin, but we share a close personal bond. Perhaps I can persuade him to defend our borders in the future. Oh, nearly forgot Master Wei Liao. I personally invited him back from Yunmeng Mountain. He's the prodigy of heaven the late Master Gigu spoke of. And then there's Li Si. Chancellor Lu should know him well, he was your right-hand man. Lu Buwei suddenly felt an urge to spit blood. He was the Chancellor of Qin. Had he not incurred Chen Mu's enmity, given King Yuanzhang of Qin's trust in him, he would undoubtedly have been entrusted with the regency. But alas! Due to Chen Mu's repeated contempt and provocation, Lu Buwei had lost his patience, leading to this dire situation today. He had lost. He had lost completely. Yet Lu Buwei still refused to concede. With a cold sneer, he retorted, Zhang, even if you have one. Can you be certain these retainers who betrayed me today won't betray you tomorrow? Then what happened today will spread like wildfire, known to all. Ha! The mighty king of Qin reduced to a laughingstock. How laughable. How utterly laughable. Chen Mu remained silent. After a moment, he sighed, Mr. Lu, you have already plotted rebellion and attempted assassination. How could my mother possibly have any reason to live? What? Lu Buwei's face paled with shock, as if he were seeing Chen Mu anew. Staring into the other man's eyes, he finally closed his own in anguish after a long moment, forced to speak. Ha! Who would have thought that a hostage prince from Zhao back then would grow into someone with such ruthless methods and a heart of stone? How despicable. How utterly despicable. What merit does this great Qin possess to deserve such a heavenly sovereign as you? By the end of his words, the hatred vanished from Lu Buwei's eyes. Instead, a strange admiration flickered in his gaze toward Chen Mu. Deeply scheming, covertly manipulative, ruthless and merciless. If such a man cannot become emperor, then who is worthy? In that instant, Lu Buwei seemed to recall the scene from years ago when he had visited Zhao Ji and her son on behalf of King Yuanzhang of Qin. How had that babbling infant transformed into such a terrifying force within a decade? Kill me. Lu Buwei closed his eyes in agony. Disappointingly, the surrounding soldiers merely hacked Lu Buwei's rival into mincemeat, leaving Lu Buwei himself completely unharmed. More crucially, two former retainers now supported the nearly exhausted Lu Buwei, following Chen Mu step by step toward Lady Zhao's bedchamber. Your Majesty! The palace maid guarding the door hurriedly curtsied. The Empress Dowager has awakened, but she is still weeping and furious. Understood. Chen Mu waved his hand, and the attendants wisely withdrew. Witnessing this scene, Lu Buwei suddenly found himself intrigued. He suddenly wanted to know how this young monarch would handle the matter of Zhao Ji. After all, even if he hadn't brought Luo Ai here today, given Zhao Ji's circumstances, this outcome would likely have been inevitable. And soon enough, Lu Buwei received his answer. With a creak, Chen Mu pushed open the doors to the Empress Dowager's chambers with resolute silence, stepping inside one step at a time. Zhang. Within the depths of the palace, Zhao Ji, her hair disheveled, rushed forward urgently. Zhang, don't listen to Lu Buwei's lies. Your mother is not that kind of woman. I truly am not. I know. Chen Mu offered a faint smile as he helped Zhao Ji settle into a seat within the chambers. Each time Zhao Ji tried to explain or rise, Chen Mu's gaze stopped her. Helplessly. Zhao Ji could only sit obediently. Seeing this, Chen Mu finally took his time adjusting his robes before bowing slowly with hands clasped. Though today's event stemmed from Lu Buwei's actions, Mother Empress also bears fault. As this concerns the reputation of the great Qin, I implore you, Mother, to die for the sake of the Qin. Zhao Ji was struck as if by lightning. All who had followed Chen Mu bowed in unison, their voices thunderous. We beseech the Empress Dowager to die for the great Qin. Chapter 116, Eliminating Internal Threats, Unleashing War. On what grounds? To everyone's surprise, Lu Buwei was the first to voice opposition. Since death was inevitable anyway, Lu Buwei cared not a whit about the consequences. So he raged. Ying Zheng. Have you forgotten who protected you back in Zhao? Have you forgotten how much suffering your mother endured back then? Ha! I thought you possessed some masterful scheme that would allow your mother to die in peace. Even a calf knows to kneel in gratitude for its nurturing, and a filial crow knows to feed its parents in return. Yet today you commit such an unfilial act, you are worse than a beast. The entire palace fell deathly silent. Only a former retainer tugged at Lu Buwei's sleeve, offering a wry smile. Minister Lu, do you truly believe His Majesty would do such a thing? Lu Buwei's momentum instantly dissipated as he turned to Chen Mu with a look of shock and doubt. Zhao Ji was also staring at Chen Mu. She could scarcely believe her ears, and even less that the youth before her could be her son. Die for the great Qin? Then who was it who, on the journey back to Qin all those years ago, had promised her a long and joyful life? And what about his promise to shower her with wealth and luxury, to make her the wealthiest woman in Qin? To let her buy any jewel she desired, even if it meant gilding an entire room in gold? Were those words nothing but bull? Zhang. Zhao Ji wiped away her tears, staring intently into Chen Mu's eyes. Say those words again. If you say them, Mother will agree to you immediately. Sigh. Chen Mu sighed, ultimately unable to bring himself to do it. After a moment's thought, he slowly rose to his feet and spoke. Mother, you have become the only weakness of my great Qin. Therefore, the Empress Dowager of Qin must die. But you may live. Lu Buwei, standing nearby, instantly understood. Indeed. Once the Empress Dowager of Qin is dead, there will be no more rumors. Could his meticulously orchestrated chain of schemes, even if executed flawlessly, be so effortlessly undone? What kind of divine favor had this old master accumulated to produce such a prodigious offspring? Amidst the hesitation, Zhao Ji finally grasped the situation. What's this about dead or alive? I don't understand. Zhao Ji feigned confusion on the surface, but inside, she was already grinning from ear to ear. She knew it. She knew her son wouldn't really do something like this. He was so clever, even if she, his mother, were to make a huge mistake, he would surely come to her aid. As for now, if she just cried a little more, it should be resolved, right? But this time, Zhao Ji had miscalculated. Mother! Chen Mu beckoned, and A promptly presented a waist token. After this journey, you will no longer be the Empress Dowager of Qin, but you will always remain Ying Zheng's mother. You may choose any place within the great Qin Empire. Whether you remarry or live freely in the future, it will have nothing to do with the Qin state. Oh, and you may oversee the soap and paper businesses, but you may only keep 1% of the profits for yourself. These funds are sufficient to purchase an entire kingdom or city. I trust Mother understands this well. Please rest assured, Mother. Your son has found a lookalike who matches your height and appearance. She will take your place in dying for the great Qin. Chen Mu's proposal left Zhao Ji no room to refuse nor any reason to do so. The so-called splendor and wealth may seem alluring, yet they are shackled by countless constraints that could drive a person utterly mad. A nature as ethereal as hers could never endure such constraints. While King Yuanzhang of Qin was alive, her days were relatively carefree. She enjoyed the emperor's favor and her son's filial devotion. But ever since Chen Mu ascended the throne as king of Qin, Zhao Ji had begun to feel profound loneliness. Even with her own son by her side, she felt so isolated it drove her mad. Soon, new simulation data slowly surfaced. Year 2 of King Zheng of Qin's reign. You've cast your net wide, waiting for Lu Buwei to walk right into it. He took the bait. When Lu Buwei deemed the timing ripe, he brought Laowai possessing special abilities into the Empress Dowager's chambers, attempting to control Zhao Ji through him. Then, witnessed by Lu Buwei's numerous retainers, you thwarted his plot. And ordered Lu Buwei's men to hack Lu Buwei's son into mincemeat. But the Empress Dowager of Qin, in a moment of carelessness, was struck by a poison arrow and died. You were overcome with grief and sank into despair for days. In reality, you hid in an ordinary courtyard outside Xianyang City, spending several days with a woman named Zhao Buwei. She continued managing your soap and paper-making businesses, appearing more lively and cheerful than ever, a sight that eased your mind, confirming your choice was right. But soon, you realized events were spiraling beyond your control. For Cheng Jiao, far away in another kingdom, somehow learned of this affair and attempted to conspire with neighboring states to seize the throne. Then, while traveling, Cheng Jiao met with an accident and died after rescue efforts failed. The 6 kingdoms collectively accused you of being cruel and bloodthirsty, but you countered by declaring it a conspiracy orchestrated by the 6 kingdoms. After several heated arguments, you boldly launched a war of vengeance. This war aims to devour the 6 states. A deathly silence fell over the Mountain River Academy. Wait, weren't we just scheming against Lu Buwei? How did we suddenly jump to a unification war? This doesn't make sense. Director Lu couldn't help but speak up. Is Chen Mu prepared? How could this be so rushed? Could he have been provoked by the other 6 states? Impossible. Zhang Mingyuan carefully analyzed the implications within the simulated data before speaking. I actually suspect Chen Mu is doing this deliberately, including everything that came before. The earlier ones? Director Lu froze, then suddenly turned to Jiang Yunhe. Professor Jiang, was it you who just said Lu Buwei and Lu Buwei would destroy Qin? Not me. I didn't say that. Don't make things up. Jiang Yunhe's expression shifted slightly. He promptly pushed Huang Xiaoyang forward and declared, it's commendable for young scholars to have their own perspectives. Even if they're mistaken, what's the harm? Are we to silence them entirely? Exactly. Huang Xiaoyang wiped the sweat from his brow. After a quick glance at the simulation data, his eyes suddenly lit up. He exclaimed urgently, look! Even though Lu Buwei and Lao Ai are dead, the Empress Dowager of Qin is dead too. And when she died, Chen Mu didn't even pay his respects. Instead, he went off to meet some other woman in secret. He's worse than a beast. Jiang Yunhe's face instantly darkened. Damn it! If only I hadn't pushed this disgraceful piece of trash out there as my pawn. Just as I thought. These students posed no threat to him in the academic world, but they could completely ruin his reputation in the education sector. He shot Huang Xiaoyang a glare before blurting out, Xiaoyang, look closely. Have you ever heard of any ancient figure named Bu Hui? This is clearly something Chen Mu copied straight from a novel. And running a soap and paper business? That's clearly Zhao Ji. Ha! Huang Xiaoyang grew even more confused, but teacher, it says here the Empress Dowager of Qin is already dead. Everyone present smiled without comment. Just as expected. This young man was still too green. Though no one knew why Chen Mu had orchestrated Zhao Ji's fake death, one thing was certain to all present. That was, after Lu Buwei, Lao Ai, Zhao Ji, and others met their ends in plain sight, the only threat remaining to Chen Mu's throne was Cheng Jiao. And yet, this fellow is dead too. Could such a coincidence really exist? Chapter 117, The Strategy for Unification. Just as everyone at the Mountain River Academy had speculated, Cheng Jiao's death was indeed connected to Chen Mu. This was the result of Jing Ke's personal intervention. Now, Chen Mu had truly become utterly alone. Lu Buwei and Lao Ai were both dead, Cheng Jia was dead, and Zhao Ji was also dead in the open. Even if Chen Mu, this mother, were to emerge in the future claiming to be the Empress Dowager of Great Qin, it would cause no harm whatsoever. For before the colossal collective will, individual power is utterly insignificant. Having swept away all internal threats within the Qin state, Chen Mu hesitated not a moment in declaring war. The first target, naturally, was the state of Han, the closest and weakest neighbor to Qin. Your Majesty. Within the Qin royal palace, Wei Liao stood before the vast map spread across the hall, speaking with conviction. In years past, our late king commanded his armies with a momentum that threatened to swallow the entire world whole. Yet the 6 states formed an alliance, pooling the armies of 5 states to block our path. Thus, our great Qin saw its triumphs crumble at the last moment, nearly suffering heavy losses in troops and commanders. In warfare, the highest skill lies in defeating the enemy through strategy, the next in severing their alliances, and the lowest in attacking their cities. Now all 6 states know our ambitions. Should Qin wage war, they will surely rise as one to oppose us. Though our Qin soldiers fear neither life nor death, and though we possess sturdy shields, sharp crossbows, and the catapults and battering rams forged by the Mahists, brute force ultimately yields less than cunning strategy, and cunning strategy pales before overwhelming force. Therefore, we must disrupt their alliance strategy. Use wealth to pave the way, bribe their key ministers, disrupt their governance, sow confusion in their hearts, and ensure neither ruler nor minister finds peace, nor their commanders gain trust. Thus, though all under heaven may know our Qin's designs, once the states are reduced to scattered sand, there will be no way to turn the tide. Then our Qin shall advance steadily from the weak to the strong, from the near to the far. Wei Liao dares to declare, by acting thus, within a decade, the entire realm shall fall within the grasp of our great Qin. Listening to Wei Liao's words, Chen Mu smiled as he looked at the assembled crowd. Wei Liao's strategy was essentially the same as the first emperor's conquest of the 6 states in his previous life. It must be said, the Qin state's execution in this era was nothing short of a game-breaking bug. Its only flaw might be its notoriously foul reputation in the historical records. But Chen Mu couldn't care less about that. From the moment he ascended as king of Qin until now, Chen Mu had made no changes to the Qin system. His sole purpose was to swallow the world as swiftly as possible, then address the lingering issues of the various states later. Such a feat couldn't be achieved by simply transplanting frameworks or theories from later eras. It demanded the united effort of the entire Qin state, identifying and rectifying flaws through practice, until everything finally fell perfectly into place. This was bound to be an extremely lengthy process, but Chen Mu believed he could achieve it. After all, he was still in his teens. Even if he followed the original lifespan of the first emperor, he could reign for over 30 years, not to mention the nearly 20 extra years granted by the golden attribute. 50 years, that's more than enough time to outlive countless heroes and great men. Gentlemen, any further remarks? Chen Mu's gaze swept across the assembled crowd, finally settling on Li Si, who was itching to speak. Your Majesty. Li Si bowed deeply before speaking. If we raise an army to attack, I suggest we strike first at the states of Zhao and Han. With Zhao's fall comes Han's demise. With Han gone, Jing and Wei cannot survive alone. Therefore, our great Qin may win over Qi and Yan, find ways to stabilize Wei, use troops to restrain Zhao, and then launch an assault to besiege Han. Zhao's territories must not be seized hastily, while Han's lands must not be delayed indefinitely. Thus, these two states must be devoured in succession. Even if the other states panic and form an alliance, they will be too late to react. For once Zhao and Han are devoured, Wei will become but a morsel in the mouth of our great Qin, ready to be bitten off at any moment. As for Qi and Yan, either their strength is too weak or they indulge in pleasure without thought for survival. Both can be easily subdued. Only Chu requires vigilance, but we can subdue it in one decisive blow after the other 5 states are pacified. Listening to Li Si's analysis, Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction. Truth be told, Li Si's scholarly abilities were undeniably exceptional. However, his jealousy ran deep and he was far too easily swayed, which is why he later conspired behind the first emperor's back to kill Han Fei, and later colluded with Zhao Gao to forge imperial edicts and plunge the nation into chaos. As an emperor, Chen Mu naturally didn't care about such dark pasts. Even Zhao Gao had been given a chance. But alas, Zhao Gao failed to seize it. Take this very moment, for instance. After a moment's thought, Chen Mu inquired, Gentlemen, since our goal is to encircle Zhao, isolate Han, and divide the states to sow discord between their rulers and ministers, how do you propose we proceed? The others exchanged glances, their minds already made up. Seeing no one readily speak up, Chen Mu turned to Zhao Gao and asked with a smile, Zhao Gao, you seem to have something to say? Ha! Zhao Gao froze, then beamed with delight. He bowed urgently, Your Majesty, this servant believes we should begin with Zhao. That General Li Mu's reputation is so formidable he's become a thorn in the side of our great Qin. Why not send Master Jing Ke to infiltrate their ranks? He could eliminate him as stealthily as last time. As the words fell, Chen Mu's expression instantly turned icy. Even Wang Jian beside him snorted in disapproval, sharply reprimanding Zhao Gao. What right does a eunuch like you have to spout such reckless words here? Master Jing Ke was merely traveling abroad last time. What business is that of His Majesty? Besides, General Li Mu is the king's closest confidant. How could he be someone to be killed indiscriminately? Zhao Gao's heart skipped a beat. He hastily knelt down, begging for mercy. Chen Mu paid him no mind, pressing on with his question, Wang Jian, since you oppose Zhao Gao's proposal, do you have a better solution? Has your Majesty forgotten someone? Wang Jian chuckled darkly. I've heard Generals Meng Yi and Meng Tian mention that during your Majesty's travels through the states years ago, you received assistance from Guo Kai, the minister of Zhao. This servant has heard that this year, the king of Zhao passed away and a new monarch ascended the throne. Alas, that Zhao Yan heeded Guo Kai's slanderous words, foolishly attempting to replace the venerable General Lianpe with Yu Chang. This caused the two generals to turn against each other, leading to mutual hostilities. Now that Lianpe has fled to the state of Wei, only General Li Mu within Zhao remains a threat to our great Qin. If that is the case, why not have Guo Kai stir up trouble for General Li Mu? It requires no loss of life, yet brings benefit to our Qin. Why not? Guo Kai? Chen Mu nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Turning to the man who had replaced Lu Buwei, he said to Mr. Wei, I entrust this matter to you. I recall that among Lord Lu's retainers, there are many skilled in persuasion. After all this time under Qin's patronage, it's time for them to stretch their wings. As you command. Mr. Wei promptly bowed deeply. He himself had once been one of Lu Buwei's retainers, but now he had become Chen Mu's personal moneybag, specifically responsible for managing the numerous businesses of Zhao Ji and Lu Buwei. Enough! Chen Mu turned to the assembled ministers and generals, his expression stern. All that needed saying has been said. Effective immediately, all commanders are to set out at once to sharpen their weapons and feed their horses. The provisions and equipment required by each army must be secured without delay. The targets of this campaign are the states of Zhao and Han. For the Zhao front, General Wang Jian will command. Remember, as long as Li Mu remains, our great Qin should not launch a full-scale assault. For the Han front, Li Xian shall serve as Grand General. Focus on encirclement, reject any peace overtures. Understood. All present bowed in unison, their expressions radiant. All knew. After this battle, the realm would know no more feudal lords, only the great Qin. Chapter 118, Chen Mu's Hidden Hand? Has this day finally come? Within the Great Qin Academy, Han Fizi gazed at the empty military academy hall, suddenly overcome with a sense of loss. Even though he had long prepared himself, facing this moment still stirred unease within him. He had done everything within his power, yet he still felt he had failed his family and his country. But to simply stand by and watch. Master! Chen Mu's voice snapped Han Fizi out of his reverie. Lifting his head, Han Fizi suddenly realized that the once young prince now stood nearly as tall as he did. Master Han Fei, are you missing your homeland? Chen Mu gazed at Han Fizi's room, where he stood gazing into the distance, and spoke slowly. Actually, this is for the best. Better to endure a short, sharp pain than a long, drawn-out agony. A tangled knot must be cut clean through. Once everyone adapts, once the people's lives improve, they'll naturally forget all about kings and homelands. Han Fizi froze. Earlier, when he and Chen Mu had discussed legalist philosophy, they had touched upon the strategy of keeping the people ignorant. According to Han Fei's understanding, the simpler and more ignorant the populace, the more advantageous it was for those in power. But precisely. As a ruler himself, Chen Mu vehemently opposed this very principle. Han Fizi still remembered Chen Mu's words, the people must not be toyed with, must not be deceived, and must never be abandoned. For the people are like water, and the ruler is like a boat. Water can carry the boat, but it can also overturn it. Your Majesty. Han Fei temporarily set aside his worries and hesitated. I pondered what you said last time at length, yet I still cannot agree. Human nature is wicked. When sated and warm, they crave sensual pleasures. If every household were wealthy, who would still wish to repay the sovereign's kindness? And who would willingly guard the borders in barren solitude? That is precisely what your legalists and Confucians must resolve. Chen Mu shook his head. That is your concern, not mine. Very well. Han Fizi shook his head and gave a bitter smile. The principle that the ruler is insignificant while the people hold value was fundamentally a Confucian doctrine. The Qin king before him merely possessed a deeper understanding of it. Yet, within the current framework of human understanding, no commoner had ever succeeded in rebellion. Such was the limitation of the times. After all, Han Fizi likely never imagined that within mere decades, someone would rally the masses with the cry, "Our lords and ministers born of a special breed," thus toppling the aristocracy from their pedestals across the land. But Chen Mu had no intention of waiting for others to do this. Once the realm was unified, he would personally end the aristocratic system. Ah, yes. Han Fizi turned back into the room, retrieved a letter, and sighed. My teacher has written to me, saying the paper you send is most convenient. He's advanced in years now, and flipping through bamboo slips is quite taxing for him. This paper has saved him a great deal of trouble. I've heard the Mahists are developing some kind of printing technique. If successful, it could produce thousands of books in a single day. Is that true? Not quite that exaggerated. Chen Mu shook his head. What the Mahists have developed so far is merely a collection of stamps, hardly printing technology. But if they find a better method in the future, producing 10,000 or even 100,000 books a day shouldn't be beyond them. But that would require the combined might of 7 unified states to achieve. You're saying that just to get my attention, aren't you? Han Fizi sighed. Chen Mu remained silent. After sitting opposite each other for a moment, Han Fizi sighed again. Enough, enough. I implore your Majesty to ease your mind. Now that Han Fei has dedicated himself to the academy, he will no longer concern himself with the wars between the two states. I only hope your Majesty will not forget your former promise to preserve a path to survival for the royal clan of Han in the future. Rest assured, sir. Chen Mu laughed heartily. I have already found an excellent place for the descendants of the king of Han. Though he did not spell it out. Han Fizi keenly sensed the Qin king's dark amusement. Still, it was no great harm. For when he wore that particular smile, it usually meant he harbored no murderous intent. With Han Fei's side confirmed secure, Chen Mu felt secure enough to unleash his full military might against the states of Han and Zhao. Historically, Qin had only attacked Zhao while Yan and Zhao were at war. But now Chen Mu had a far superior justification. This was the justification his sworn brother Cheng Jiao had risked his life to secure for Qin. Originally, Cheng Jiao had been sent by Chen Mu to Zhao as a hostage, but the rascal defected to Korea to stir up trouble, only to meet a tragic end there. Qin now denounced both states as harboring sinister intentions, plotting to ally with Cheng Jiao to plunge Qin into chaos. Such a justification for military action was utterly beyond reproach. Soon, relevant simulation data slowly materialized. Year 3 of King Zheng of Qin's reign, you discussed the order of conquering the 6 states with Wei Liao, Li Si, Wang Jian, and others. After weighing multiple opinions, you adopted the strategy of first attacking Zhao and Han, stabilizing Yan and Qi, while simultaneously lulling Wei into complacency. Since Cheng Jiao, held hostage in Zhao, died in Han, you used this as a pretext for war, causing little stir among the other states. Though the Qin army's deployment was formidable, it adopted a protracted warfare strategy besieging Han while continuously harassing Zhao. Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, sought to revive the alliance against Qin, but failed to gain support from the other states since Qin gained nothing from this campaign. Meanwhile, Li Mu was entrusted with crucial responsibilities in Zhao and repeatedly repelled Qin's raids, greatly enhancing his prestige. All states unanimously deemed you a mere figurehead. Upon ascending the throne, not only did you fail to maintain Qin's military prowess, but policies like establishing the Qin Academy and undertaking water conservancy projects further depleted the nation's strength. Yet all this was merely an illusion you crafted. After a thorough discussion with Han Fizi, you patiently awaited the right moment. After careful selection, Qin has identified Guokai, a key minister of Zhao, as the breakthrough point. You personally chose Yao Jia and others to conduct the persuasion. The Great War has begun. You triggered the effect of the golden trait mandate of heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan. Just as I suspected. Within the Mountain River Academy, Principal Zheng Mingyuan, Director Liu, and others all wore expressions of delight. They had already suspected Cheng Zhao's death was linked to Chen Mu, and now it seemed this was more like a brilliant move Chen Mu had orchestrated in advance. After all, Chen Mu had only just ascended as king of Qin, and the Qin state had been severely weakened by the Five Nations coalition in the previous war, leaving it utterly incapable of swallowing the world whole. How could Qin have prepared everything in just a few short years? This Chen Mu. Zhang Mingyuan sighed sincerely, he truly never ceases to surprise us. It seems only Qin can truly unify this warring states era. Not necessarily. Huang Xiaoyang, who had already given up hope, hesitated and said, Principal, even if all this was Chen Mu's plan, it only proves he's skilled in scheming. What does that have to do with Qin's ability to unify the realm? Merely skilled in intrigue? Director Liu beside him chuckled. Mr. Huang, I recall you entered the Warring States dungeon too, right? According to the widely accepted online guides, treating scholars with respect is basic strategy. I'm curious who exactly have you managed to win over? I? Huang Xiaoyang opened his mouth, speechless. Principal Zhang Mingyuan chuckled softly and spoke slowly. You say Chen Mu excels at covert schemes, but I sense he favors overt strategies. From his return to Qin, to hiding books in fish bellies, to traveling among the states and recommending talent. Every move he made struck precisely at the heart of the Qin state. It was because the Qin sovereign first harbored the ambition to unify the 6 states and bring the 4 seas under one rule. It was because the talents he sought were not mere pretenders. Only then could Chen Mu rightfully ascend the throne. Take Cheng Zhao's death. If he'd stayed quietly in Zhao, would we even have this pretext for war? We shall see. Chen Mu's backup plans absolutely cannot be limited to this. He must be hiding many, many more things. Chapter 119, The Divide and Conquer Strategy, The Battle for the War Godly Mu. Hidden many things? Zhang Mingyuan's words sent a sudden chill through everyone present. Given the current situation, even if Chen Mu only conquered the states of Zhao and Han, it would significantly boost Qin's national strength. Even if the simulation ended right here, Chen Mu would undoubtedly receive a favorable evaluation. But factoring in the extended lifespan gained from triggering golden entries throughout his journey, he could likely conquer all 6 states with ease over such an extended period. At that point, an S-rank evaluation would be the bare minimum. If he truly had hidden more potential, as Zhang Mingyuan suggested, what rating would he achieve then? SSS? A student who just finished the college entrance exams, completing 2 consecutive Hell Tier scenarios both passed with flying colors and SSS Tier evaluations? If this were real, he'd be nothing short of a prodigy. It wasn't just the crowd feeling this way. Even Jiang Yunha had to admit that Chen Mu's simulation this time was downright outrageous. Teacher. One of Jiang Yunha's students looked puzzled. Could it be that the Warring States period was actually ended by the Qin dynasty? No wonder we've never found evidence of the Han dynasty existing after 250 BCE. Could it be that the Han dynasty only emerged after the Qin dynasty? How could that be? Jiang Yunha shook his head firmly. Chen Mu's simulation is currently around 245 BCE. Even if he unified the Warring States within a decade, that would still place it around 235 BCE. Moreover, the Han dynasty's territory included the Lingnan region, which remained undeveloped during the Warring States period. How could such a place be conquered in less than 10 or 8 years? Every dynasty experiences a period of prosperity after its founding. You can't possibly claim the Qin dynasty lasted only a mere decade or so, can you? The students exchanged glances, their minds suddenly drifting to another similarly short-lived dynasty, the Sui. At first, they thought Jiang Yunha had a point. But now, the more they thought about it, the more Chen Mu's choice seemed the wiser. Chen Mu's choice was undoubtedly correct. Even if the first emperor had unified the nation in history, recreating such grandeur would be no simple feat. And Chen Mu had pushed this timeline forward by over a decade. In actual history, after Lu Bui's governance, the Qin state took another decade or so to gradually develop the strength to unify the 6 states. Now, with the Qin Academy, papermaking, and Maya's technologies, Chen Mu has drastically accelerated this timeline. At least on the main battlefields, the Qin army now possesses overwhelming superiority over all rival states. But war is far more than mere slaughter. After all, the populations of these states would eventually become subjects of the Great Qin. To expand Qin's territory once more, this war could never be won through mere slaughter alone. Chen Mu, however, was in no hurry. After all, the sudden collapse of the historical Qin state was largely due to its overly rapid absorption of the 6 states. In truth, had the Qin been granted sufficient time to gradually subjugate the 6 states, all territories would have been assimilated and unified. Even if latent threats remained, they would pose negligible danger to a centralized imperial dynasty. Of course, this was merely one of Chen Mu's conjectures. To guard against future collapse, he had indeed hidden quite a few contingency plans. But for now, Chen Mu's primary concern was the state of Zhao and Li Mu. What's the latest? Within the Qin King's palace, Chen Mu leafed through the memorials AKO had organized. The once heavy bamboo slips had now been replaced by lightweight paper. Moreover, with the Mozi School's assistance, Qin had perfected a complete waterproofing system using bamboo tubes, wax, and wooden seals, making information transmission simpler and faster. Not only that, but the secret guards under Jing Kuan-aik's command had begun developing homing pigeon and cryptography techniques, thereby gaining the means to transmit top-secret intelligence directly from other nations. At this very moment, Chen Mu had just received top-secret intelligence relayed from the state of Zhao. Opening a slender bamboo tube, Chen Mu drew out a small slip of paper. It contained only a few words. Mr. Xing wants to drink tonight. Ake, translate that. Chen Mu ordered. Got it. A quickly retrieved the code book and substituted each character one by one. Moments later, she gasped softly, got it. The message means, the bond between ruler and subject is severed. Chen Mu's face lit up with delight. Which ruler? Of course, it was the newly enthroned King Daoxiang of Zhao. And who was the minister? None other than Zhao's great general, Li Mu. Should one say King Zhao was too foolish to easily abandon even a war god like Li Mu? Or should one say Guokai truly lived up to his reputation as the fifth greatest war god of the Warring States period, managing to pull off even this? Consider this, not long ago, Guokai had just planted slanderous accusations, driving General Lianpe to leave in anger and defect to the state of Wei. And now, with the Qin army already at the city gates, not only did King Zhao fail to utilize Li Mu, but he actually fell for the scheme to sow discord? After a moment's reflection, Chen Mu understood everything. If he were in the King of Zhao's position, perhaps he too would be filled with worry. After all, Qin's advance had been fierce in appearance but weak in substance. Though there were constant border skirmishes, they never launched a full-scale assault. Under these circumstances, Guokai need only sow discord between Chen Mu and Li Mu to easily manipulate the King of Zhao. And indeed, that was precisely the case. At this very moment, Li Mu sat at home, drowning his sorrows in wine, his mind replaying the events of the day. He had been training his troops and stockpiling supplies along the border, preparing for a life-or-death battle against Qin, only to be unexpectedly recalled to Handan without warning. Upon arriving at the King of Zhao's palace, accusations surfaced questioning Li Mu's relationship with King Zhang of Qin. Some claimed that while the two appeared to be at odds, they were secretly colluding. Li Mu immediately refuted these accusations with fury. But what was utterly disheartening was that instead of reprimanding the accuser, the King of Zhao actually rebuked Li Mu for being disrespectful. Though he did not state it explicitly, Li Mu had already begun to suspect. Someone had planted slanderous words in the King of Zhao's ear, seeking to undermine the trust between ruler and minister. Though he couldn't pinpoint the source, Li Mu had already identified the mastermind behind it all. That young King of Qin whom he had met twice before and conversed with warmly. He's been delaying his attack on Zhao, all because of me? The drunken Li Mu gazed westward, as if seeing that youth standing in the Qin palace. After a long while, he sighed, King of Qin. If you had defeated me in open battle, Li Mu would still serve you. But resorting to such underhanded tactics? It's utterly despicable. Just wait. Once I break your Qin army, the king will surely believe in my loyalty. Even if I am defeated, I, Li Mu, would rather die on the battlefield than bow to you. As Li Mu steeled his resolve, the second wave of Qin's offensive had already begun to unfold silently. That night, after Li Mu became intoxicated, Guokai was immediately ambushed and nearly lost his life. Enraged, he scrambled into the Zhao King's palace, tearfully denouncing the treacherous plotting of those rogues and subtly pointing the finger at Li Mu. Startled and fearful that someone might target him, the King of Zhao hastily ordered a thorough search of the palace, and indeed discovered several assassins. Witnessing these assassins shout "We die for General Li Mu" as they charged to their deaths, the King of Zhao was terrified. That very night, King Zhao issued an edict to arrest Li Mu. Almost simultaneously, Chen Mu issued orders to rescue Li Mu. Thus began a covert battle for the war god Li Mu, unfolding silently within the borders of Zhao. Chapter 120, Li Mu enters Qin, Zhao's downfall begins. Let me go. On a narrow road in Zhao, inside a swaying carriage, bound hand and foot, Li Mu glared furiously at Jing Ku. Two men who had never crossed paths in the original history now found themselves locked in confrontation here. General. The dagger in Jing Ku's hand fluttered like a butterfly. I can release you, but you must promise to cooperate with us. In your dreams. Li Mu sneered coldly. Did Ying Zhang send you? What a masterstroke, what cunning. Truly a cruel, bloodthirsty, and ruthlessly vicious king of Qin. How the king is fares is not for the general to judge. Jing Ku's expression remained impassive. Once we reach Qin, General, you may inquire freely. You will find the answer soon enough. Poof. Li Mu let out a cold laugh, knowing that further words were futile now. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Tell your Qin kingness, I, Li Mu, would rather die than set foot in Qin. Very well. Jing Ku nodded. His Majesty has specially established a small state for you. You may go there, it does not count as Qin territory. You. Li Mu felt utterly powerless, as if punching cotton. But then, Jing Ke pushed the wine and food before him and said, "General, you've been starving in Zhao's prison for days. Shouldn't you eat something?" "I won't eat." Li Mu turned his head away, sneering coldly, "Even if your king of Qin possesses extraordinary abilities, does he have the right to dictate whether I eat or not? Are you certain, General?" Jing Ke stared at Li Mu for a few moments before turning to give an order. "Send word back. Tell them General Li Mu will not eat." With that message, General Wang Jian can unleash a slaughter. First slaughter a few cities, then we'll ask General Li Mu if he's hungry. Li Mu's heart trembled. He had long suspected the Qin state's delay in mobilizing troops was because of him, but he never imagined that young Qin king would be so utterly ruthless. Threatening him with the slaughter of cities? Gritting his teeth, Li Mu roared, "King Zhao has already stripped me of my title. Zhao has nothing to do with me anymore. Slaughter the city if you wish. What business is it of mine, Li Mu?" "No, no, no." Jing Ke actually laughed. His Majesty specifically instructed that this massacre is solely because the general refuses to eat. He also said that for every day you go without food, he will slaughter one city. Once Zhao is completely wiped out, then you, General, will be free. Oh, and His Majesty will bestow upon you 10,000 taels of gold to live out your days in peace. Put. Li Mu felt an urge to spit blood. He had imagined countless scenarios of clashing with Qin, and had long prepared himself to die on the battlefield. Yet he never imagined that the young Qin king would play his cards so unpredictably. When Jing Ke scribbled "General Li Mu refuses to eat" on a small note, Li Mu suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over him. What was the purpose of leading his troops into battle? For high office and generous rewards? For gold and jewels? He fought to protect his homeland and ensure the safety of Zhao's people. If his actions led the Qin king to unleash a bloodbath, he couldn't predict how others would react, but Li Mu would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Without a doubt, Chen Mu's seemingly brutal and ruthless tactics had, in fact, struck precisely at Li Mu's Achilles' heel. "General, have you regained your appetite?" Jing Ke nudged the wine and dishes toward him once more. After a moment of silence, Li Mu grabbed the wine jug and downed it in one gulp, then tore into his food with several fierce bites. Seeing him like this, Jing Ke felt an almost imperceptible sense of relief. For beyond the words he and Li Mu had exchanged earlier, Chen Mu had actually entrusted Jing Ke with one final instruction: should General Li Mu refuse to comply at all costs, find a place for him to depart peacefully. But for Jing Ke, if the other party refused to enter the Qin state, he would rather defy Chen Mu's opinion than allow him to become an obstacle to the conquest of the 6 states. Fortunately, things hadn't yet reached the worst possible outcome. Before he knew it, several months had slipped by unnoticed. Due to Zhao's extensive blockade, Jing Ke and his men were forced to detour through Qi before finally making their tortuous return to Qin. As the majestic city of Xianyang drew ever closer, Li Mu felt a surge of rage welling up inside him. He wanted to confront that young Qin king himself and demand an explanation. He yearned to know whether the threat of slaughtering the city was mere intimidation or a genuine intent to carry it out. "We've arrived." Jing Ke gazed at the long-absent city of Xianyang and exhaled a barely perceptible sigh of relief. In the distance, Chen Mu had personally come to greet Li Mu. Alas, the moment they met, Li Mu unleashed a barrage of questions. "Your Majesty, do you not fear the ridicule of the world for winning through such means?" "I am not afraid." Chen Mu nodded and laughed. "Years ago, envoys from the 6 states came to our great Qin, spreading the same rumors that Generals Wang Jian and Li Xian were plotting rebellion. Those men were executed by this sovereign, and their bones were cast into the great river to feed the fish. But..." Li Mu gritted his teeth and pressed on, "While in Zhao, I heard many rumors that you murdered your father and mother, and drove Cheng Jiao to his death. And Lu Buwei, despite his immense contributions, met a tragic end like Xiangyang before him. And they also say you..." "General." Chen Mu cut Li Mu off, raising his hand. "Whatever you have to say, we'll discuss it back at the camp. There are too many people here, and who knows if there aren't spies from your Zhao state among them." Li Mu was instantly speechless. Silently following Chen Mu's lead, the group did not return to the Qin king's palace but instead headed to an estate outside Xianyang city. Before long, Zhao Ji, dressed in luxurious attire, hurried over, beaming with joy. "Zhenger, you've come to see your mother again?" Sort of not." Chen Mu sighed. "I just happened to be passing by and came with General Li Mu to visit." "Mother, you needn't mind us. I'd like to borrow this place to speak with General Li Mu for a moment." Watching Zhao Ji depart, Li Mu turned back in disbelief. After a stunned silence, he finally blurted out, "But your mother? I distinctly recall the Qin envoy stating she was poisoned by treacherous men." "That's correct." Chen Mu nodded with a smile. "The Qin Empress Dowager is indeed dead. But my mother is still alive. She now goes by Zhao Buhui and is the wealthiest woman in the Qin Empire." This. Li Mu was momentarily at a loss for words. Was this still the same young monarch he had imagined, brutal, murderous, quick to slaughter entire cities and annihilate nations? "General." Chen Mu suddenly spoke up, "Zhao has already been defeated. After you departed, our Qin forces advanced on 3 fronts simultaneously. We have now seized the greater part of Zhao's territory. Moreover, the state of Han has been swallowed by our Qin. The king of Han and his clan are on their way to Xianyang. You shall see them soon. General, do you recall the two characters the world that I inscribed when we first met? Now I offer you a chance. You may return to Zhao to regroup and wage war against my Qin until one side is destroyed. Or, after Zhao's fall, I shall grant you a general's command to lead troops against the Xiongnu and safeguard the peace of this land. Li Mu felt only profound helplessness and sighed, what if I choose neither? Nan. Chen Mu's expression hardened as he snorted, since you dare defy my bounty, then I shall slaughter every last soul in your Zhao. Facing this Qin king, barely 14 or 15 years old, Li Mu found himself at a loss for words, partly amused, partly exasperated. He knew the other side had never intended to massacre the city from the start. Because he was still the same youth who had left Zhao all those years ago. Only now. Li Mu finally grasped the true meaning of those two words. The world? The future belongs to the great Qin, but it also belongs to all under heaven. Without people, what is the world? Chapter 121, Unifying the Six Realms. Is it his destiny? In the fourth year of King Zheng of Qin's reign, you employed a scheme of discord to sow distrust between King Zhao and his general Li Mu, resulting in Li Mu's imprisonment. Subsequently, you dispatched agents to abduct Li Mu, transporting him 1,000 miles to Qin via a circuitous route. Throughout the journey, Li Mu protested by refusing food, determined to die rather than submit. But you had already identified his weakness. Threatening to massacre his city, you demanded Li Mu's cooperation. Faced with the lives of millions of his people, Li Mu had no choice but to yield. You triggered the negative effect of the golden trait, heroic mutual respect, earning Li Mu's hatred. Deprived of Li Mu, Zhao had no one left to withstand Qin. Qin's troops, long poised for action under General Wang Jian, swept through Zhao's lands with unstoppable momentum, seizing over half its territory within mere months. Moreover, General Li Xian, who had previously besieged but not attacked, suddenly launched an offensive to swallow the state of Han. You met Li Mu in Xianyang and presented him with two choices: return to Zhao to fight to the death, or join Qin to defend its borders. You did not demand an immediate answer, instead granting Li Mu ample freedom to ponder his options. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, heroes appreciate each other, regaining Li Mu's favor. You annihilated the state of Han, triggering the golden trait, mandate of heaven, granting you +1 to your lifespan. The crowd within the Mountain River Academy was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Didn't Li Mu already trigger the opposite effect of heroic mutual respect, developing hatred toward Chen Mu? How the hell did he manage to flip it back like that? Never mind the reactions of the school crowd. Right now in the livestream chat, a bunch of netizens had completely lost it. Only brother Chen Mu could pull this off. Seriously? So can war god Li Mu really handle this so easily? Get real. How can you compare yourself to a legend like Chen Mu? Could you breeze through a hell tier dungeon? You'd probably die in the first episode. Seriously, guys. Is Chen Mu treating this hell tier dungeon like a game? Playing like this makes us look like complete losers. Upper floor, have some confidence. Drop the like. Compared to brother Chen Mu, we really are trash pastries. Holy crap. Chen Mu is seriously insane. How did he develop Qin like that? Crushing Zhao in just a few months. Won't the rest of the states be even easier? Watching the stream of comments scroll by, Zheng Mingyuan and director Lu found themselves both amused and exasperated. It had to be said Chen Mu had delivered more surprises than they could have imagined. For instance, threatening to massacre a city to secure Li Mu's loyalty? Director Lu looked utterly incredulous. What kind of divine maneuver is that? Has anyone ever tried this before? Of course. Zhang Mingyuan snapped irritably, don't go copying Chen Mu blindly. To pull this off, you absolutely need certain prerequisites. Like Li Mu already having a high regard for you, or you actually possessing the capability to wipe out a city. Forget that if another country threatened to slaughter the city, even if you dared to do it, would Li Mu be scared? The other states might just band together and send you packing. Chen Mu pulled this stunt because back when King Yuanzhang of Qin was in power, he only needed to deploy a few men to halt the Qin army's advance against the five-nation coalition. Without the strength to back it up, no matter how ingeniously crafted the threat, it's nothing but a joke to others. But when you've got the power, even just a glance can terrify people to death. Principal Lu blinked. Come on, Principal, he was just tooting Chen Mu's horn. Why take it so seriously? But as his gaze shifted, Director Lu caught sight of Zhang Yunha and Huang Xiaoyang, master and apprentice, standing nearby. Recalling how they'd been spouting off earlier, Director Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Huang, what was it you said just now? Didn't you say Chen Mu only knows how to scheme? And now? Do you still stand by your opinion? Huang Xiaoyang looked utterly speechless. Can't you see he's already hiding in the corner pretending to be dead? How annoying is this guy? It wasn't just Huang Xiaoyang cursing inwardly. Zhang Yunha wasn't feeling much better either. Especially when he saw the live broadcast feed, his blood pressure shot up in waves. Regardless of whether Chen Mu could complete the simulation today, his academic research and reputation in the education field were likely to be utterly ruined. The bleak, hopeless future ahead made Zhang Yuanzhang curse inwardly. Why did this damnable Chen Mu know more about the Warring States period than he did? And why the hell did that old dog Zhang push him into this fire pit? Wasn't this deliberately trying to ruin his reputation? But enough about Zhang Yuanzhang's feelings. At that moment, within the simulated world, Chen Mu watched Li Mu depart. He didn't demand an immediate answer from Li Mu. Instead, he gave him ample freedom to explore and observe before making a decision. And so, several days later, the two exiled ministers unexpectedly crossed paths at the Great Qin Academy. Is that General Li Mu ahead? And you are Master Han Fei? Perhaps because they had both endured the agony of their nation's downfall, the two unexpectedly found common ground. At times, they could sit together for hours, sighing and lamenting without uttering a single word. Master Han Fei. Li Mu finally couldn't hold back. I heard that when the king of Qin was young and traveling among the states, he once paid you a visit? Indeed. Recalling those days, Han Fei smiled bitterly. Had I known he would become such a ruler, I should have simply turned him away at the door. It would have spared us this endless torment now. Who could disagree? Li Mu felt a mix of emotions. Unbeknownst to them, the once brilliant Prince Zhang had transformed into the Qin King Zhang who now ruled the world. But what of the future? Could this ruler, barely a teenager, truly shoulder the weight of the world, a realm comprising millions of people across 7 states? General. Han Fei suddenly spoke up. What do you think of Qin? Qin. Li Mu paused, then after a moment of thought could only manage a few words. It's a good place. But alas, it is not Zhao. Indeed. Han Fei sighed deeply. If only our state of Han had such a ruler, if only our ministers and generals were united in purpose, if only our people were as devoted. How wonderful that would be. Though Han Fei left his sentence unfinished, Li Mu understood the unspoken meaning. During his time in Qin, he had seen no evidence of people suffering in dire straits or rampant exploitation everywhere. Instead, he witnessed a prosperous nation thriving with flourishing commerce and a populace living in relative affluence. Perhaps remote corners of Qin still harbored pockets of poverty, but which of the warring states was without such? And how many truly cared about these ordinary people? If Great Qin could transform Zhao into such a realm, would Li Mu still feel compelled to pledge his life to King Zhao? Or perhaps, did those so-called rulers truly deserve the people's expectations? The answer is no. Since the Zhou Heavenly Sun's feudal enfeoffments, the realm's feudal states dwindled from over 100 to today's 7. If the states of old could devour smaller nations, why couldn't Qin devour the entire world? Suddenly, Li Mu recalled the words Chen Mu had once spoken. The mandate of heaven has its constant principles, only those of virtue shall dwell in it. Could it be? Could sweeping away the 6 states and unifying the realm be the mandate of heaven for that young king of Qin? Chapter 122. Li Mu bows his head, bestowed with the emperor's sword. After meeting Han Fei, Li Mu shut himself away. He could not bear to face himself in this state. It was as if his once held beliefs crumbled silently, every conviction forcibly rewritten. He began to hate his own weakness, which had allowed Chen Mu to seize the upper hand. And what if he had discerned the king of Zhao's true intentions sooner? What if he had built sufficient trust with him in time? Would Zhao still have fallen? Countless questions, like curses, tormented Li Mu, robbing him of sleep yet leaving him with no one to confide in. Until that day, when news of Zhao's fall finally arrived. Your Highness. Within the Qin King's palace, A clutched the intelligence report delivered by the secret guard and inquired curiously, General Li Mu got drunk again today. He was pounding his chest and stamping his feet in the direction of Zhao. If the guards hadn't found him in time, he might have. Perhaps you should go persuade him? It won't do any good. Chen Mu shook his head. He insists on taking all the blame upon himself. What can anyone do? Rest assured, King Zhao has already been captured by Wang Jian. Soon enough, Li Mu will understand what kind of ruler he swore allegiance to. Also, from now on, don't call me young master, address me as Your Majesty, the King of Qin. Got it, got it. A covered her mouth and giggled softly, suddenly finding her young master exceptionally alluring. Suddenly, a bold thought sprang to mind. The king was already 15 or 16, yet he still hadn't taken a consort. What if she took the initiative? Quiet. Chen Mu tapped A on the head. Next time you're plotting, remember not to say it out loud. Ow. A clutched her head, her eyes sparkling with amusement. After flipping through various reports for a while, Chen Mu summoned a high-ranking official from Qin. Your humble servant, Wang Wan, pays his respects to your majesty. No need for formalities. Chen Mu raised his hand and asked directly, Minister Wang, you oversee the affairs of the commanderies and counties. How has the cabinet handled the territories of the Zhao and Han families? The division is complete. Wang Wan bowed deeply. The territory of Han is small. Yingchuan Commandery has been established, and the commandery governor along with all corresponding officials have been selected. We await only your majesty's command to execute immediately. Very well. Chen Mu nodded. Proceed swiftly with the Zhao territories as well. Local laws may initially follow the old system, no forced changes are necessary. This. Wang Wan paused in surprise, exclaiming, implement the commandery county system without altering the laws? Does your majesty intend to continue bestowing fiefs upon the various regions? That must absolutely not be done. If we grant fiefdoms across the land like the Zhou kings did, who can guarantee that centuries from now, our mighty Qin won't crumble into chaos like today? When the descendants of the Ying clan turn their swords against each other, won't we be repeating history? This is not a matter of bestowing fiefs. Chen Mu offered no further explanation. Enough. I'll handle this with Li Si later. You just focus on managing the counties properly. Soon. Li Si hurried into the grand hall. After performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows, he urgently inquired, Your Majesty, I heard from Master Wang Wan that the lands of Zhao and Han will only establish counties and prefectures without altering their laws. If this is the case, won't these 2 regions become states within a state under our great Qin? Why the rush? Chen Mu shook his head. Later, find the officials in charge of laws in Zhao and Han. Have them compare their legal codes with those of Great Qin to identify common ground. These laws needn't be overly detailed, just outline the main provisions. Such as, those who kill shall pay with their lives, those who insult others shall be exiled, or thieves shall be punished with caning. Li Si paused for a moment before suddenly understanding. The king fears that Zhao and Han may not yet be accustomed to Qin's laws, hence proposing a provisional agreement first? After all, many legal provisions were similar across states, differing only in the severity of punishments. Above all, keep it simple. Chen Mu added, keep it simple and straightforward. I have named this the Constitution. After we subdue the 6 states, it shall serve as the model for all. As you command. Li Si hastily bowed and exited the hall, his expression oddly unsettled. He couldn't help but wonder if his sovereign was truly a reincarnated deity, otherwise, how could his mind be so sharp? In truth, the lands previously conquered by Qin had all experienced conflicts between the laws and the people. Now, even if Qin were to swallow all 6 states in one fell swoop, the lives of their people would remain largely unaffected. The laws they were bound to obey would still stand, though they would gradually evolve over time. This made the implementation of various laws remarkably straightforward and significantly weakened the people's resistance across the regions. To be safe, Li Si made a special trip to the Qin Academy to consult his senior classmate Han Fizi. Upon learning of Chen Mu's approach, Han Fizi was delighted. He pulled Li Si into a grand feast of wine, and the next day, he eagerly began teaching his disciples. Meanwhile, Li Mu soon met with the king of Zhao, who had been captured by Wang Jian and brought back to Xianyang. General. King Daoxiang of Zhao wore a look of deep regret. I regret ever heeding slanderous words. It was I who harmed you, General, and harmed the state of Zhao. Your Majesty. Li Mu wept openly, feeling all the grievances he had endured during this period vanish into thin air. After a heartfelt outpouring, both ruler and minister fell into silence. Your Majesty. Is there truly no hope left for Zhao to be restored? Li Mu's face twisted with bitterness. What of Wei? What of Chu? I recall Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, always advocating for the vertical alliance to attack Qin. How could he? Don't even mention Wei. King Zhao looked utterly exasperated. The Qin king gave them 10 cities, and Yan and Wei joyfully abandoned us. These short-sighted vermin. If even our mighty Zhao cannot withstand Qin's armies, do these 2 petty states not fear being swallowed whole? Li Mu fell silent. In that moment, the last shred of hope shattered within him. Zhao had lost. Lost utterly and completely. Your Majesty. Li Mu couldn't help but turn to King Zhao, his voice filled with concern. Did the king of Qin mention how he intends to treat you? He did. King Zhao sighed. They said that after conquering the 6 states, they would set aside a territory overseas for the royal families of the defeated states. At that time, we may choose whether to stay or leave. Those who remain will become subjects of Qin. Therefore, I believe. General, you will help me, won't you? Li Mu opened his mouth but no words came out. Without the people of Zhao, without the land that had nurtured him, even if he rebuilt a Zhao, would it truly be Zhao? Returning to his quarters in a daze, Li Mu soon heard news of the Constitution. Without a word, he shut himself in his room once more. Early the next morning, Chen Mu encountered Li Mu within the Qin king's palace. Your Majesty. Li Mu bowed his head slightly, his voice weak. Li Mu is willing to serve the great Qin, but I have 3 demands. First, as a former general of Zhao, I wish to return to Zhao to command troops. Second, Li Mu will only engage in warfare against foreign tribes and will not participate in conflicts between the states. Third, I implore your Majesty to pardon the captured Zhao soldiers. I pledge my life as surety that they will not rebel. Agreed. Seated upon the throne, Chen Mu expressed his satisfaction and granted the request on the spot. Not only that, he immediately declared, attendants, notify Minister Wei Liao and General Wang Jian. Effective immediately, General Li Mu assumes full command of operations against the Xiongnu. All units must strictly obey military orders, no defiance. Li Mu, this is the Emperor's sword. Should anyone refuse to obey orders and delay the war effort, this sword may be used to execute them first and report later. Chapter 123, Lifespan plus 10. In the 4th year of King Zheng of Qin's reign, the Qin Empire fully annexed the states of Zhao and Han. Unlike the original historical account, you did not execute the royal families of these states. Instead, you kept them in Xianyang under strict confinement. To reassure the common people of Zhao and Han, you also refrained from immediately altering their laws as in the original history. Instead, you proposed drafting a new constitution that synthesized the circumstances of all nations. All future nations conquered by Qin will be governed based on this constitution, including territories within Qin itself. This pleased Han Fizi greatly, for the Qin chariot of war was willing to yield to the people. Though this conflicted with his own doctrines, it at least proved you to be a rare and enlightened ruler. You did not slaughter the rulers of other states, even permitting Li Mu to meet with the ruler of Zhao. After their meeting, the ruler of Zhao requested Li Mu's future assistance in restoring his kingdom overseas, hoping to continue living above others, but Li Mu refused. The next day, Li Mu entered the Qin king's palace and expressed his willingness to lead troops against foreign tribes. You annihilated the states of Zhao and Han, triggering the effect of the golden trait, Mandate of Heaven, granting +10 to your lifespan. Here we go again. Within the Mountain River Academy, all present were startled. This marked the second time the +10 lifespan effect had been triggered. If doubts lingered last time, this time everyone acknowledged the first emperor's status. Unless one truly bore the mandate of heaven, what ruler could withstand such overwhelming fortune? First Emperor, Ying Zhang. Principal Zhang Mingyuan murmured these words slowly, then suddenly turned and declared, "Colleagues, I entrust the future research in this field to all of you. No matter the cost, we must uncover the secrets of the first emperor as soon as possible. Ideally, we should find historical records or relics to prove all this. Rest assured, Chancellor." A white-haired professor laughed heartily. "To witness the life of such an emperor is our honor." Exactly. Another professor added with deep emotion, "If it weren't for wanting to learn more from Chen Mu, I'd be itching to dive into the simulated world myself and see it all firsthand." Ahem. Beside them, Director Lu spoke with feigned restraint, "Everyone. I suddenly feel like having a drink today. Any takers for hosting? As the saying goes, don't forget the well digger when you drink the water. Let's not forget who brought Chen Mu back. We'll take care of it." Principal Zhang Mingyuan waved his hand generously. "I'll have the cafeteria prepare a banquet for you later. You can eat whatever you want." "No, please don't." Director Lu immediately panicked. He was just trying to show off a bit. Why was the principal taking it so seriously? This scene had everyone bursting into laughter. However, not everyone was amused. After all, Jiang Yunhe and Huang Xiaoyang had already retreated to a corner, and even Jiang Yunhe's other disciples kept their distance from them. Damn it! Huang Xiaoyang fumed indignantly, "Master, how could my senior brothers be so disloyal? They only showed up after seeing Chen Mu's simulation succeed. But will the principal and Director Lu even take them seriously? At best, they're just lapdogs. Ignore them." Jiang Yunhe stared at the simulation data, his face ashen. After a long moment, he finally managed to say, "He's already swallowed 2 countries so quickly. Doesn't this Chen Mu fear bursting his stomach? We'll see. Conquering a kingdom is easy, but holding it is far harder. Who knows when his great Qin will collapse? Otherwise, why would there be a Chu Han campaign later?" Exactly. Huang Xiaoyang's eyes lit up instantly. This time, however, he'd learned his lesson and didn't rush to the live stream camera to spout nonsense. After all, he'd been scolded enough last time to be a bit scared. The two probably didn't expect it. At that very moment, Chen Mu in the simulated world was echoing the same sentiment. It's easier to conquer a kingdom than to hold it. Chen Mu looked at the generals Wang Jian, Meng Yi, Meng Tian, Li Xian, and others and declared, "Zhao and Han have fallen. Our most urgent task now is to swiftly integrate their territories and populations. Only then can they become assets to our great Qin, rather than burdens. If we rashly launch another campaign setting aside the stability of our rear, what solution do you propose for the sheer exhaustion of our troops?" This. Li Xian, Meng Yi, and the others exchanged glances. Wang Jian, however, seemed to have anticipated this, smiling as he said, "Generals, whatever the king decrees, we shall execute. As for the common soldiers clamoring to prove themselves and fight on the battlefield, first, we must see if they've truly mastered the skills of combat. Remember what His Majesty said, sweat more in peacetime, bleed less in war. Why not? Let each army compete in a grand contest. It will boost morale and reward the entire army." Agreed. Seated upon the throne, Chen Mu gave a slight nod and smiled. "Proceed as General Wang suggests. The cabinet shall draft the regulations without delay." "Yes, Your Majesty." The assembled civil and military officials bowed in unison. After the council concluded, civil officials like Li Si and Wan Wan departed, but military commanders such as Wang Jian and Li Xian remained behind. "General! That's not fair." Li Xian and the others shook their heads in unison. This was clearly a double act you pulled off with His Majesty. Next time something like this happens, let us brothers have our moment in the spotlight. Don't even think about it. Wang Jian chuckled. "I can't get enough of these kinds of things. How could I possibly share them with you lot? But, you really won't come with me to ask the king for rewards? It's not that we don't want to, we just dare not. Meng Tian sighed, our grandfather specifically warned us brothers last time, and our father was present today. If our family finds out, we'll both get a beating when we return. I'd like to, but I'm a bit afraid of the king. Li Xian admitted frankly, you two at least conquered Zhao. I only took down the tiny state of Han, it's nothing to brag about. What's there to fear? Wang Jian chuckled softly. If you trust me, come with me. The king won't be angry, he'll be delighted. After all, if we generals had no flaws, how could His Majesty trust us to lead armies into battle? That's true. The men exchanged glances before speaking in unison. In that case, we shall boldly request the king's bounty of 2 beauties. I wish to request the king's finest wines. I hear they were meant as a gift for the old lady. I'll keep it simple, just some gold. I heard Lady Zhao sent a huge amount last time. After a few moments of discussion, the men gathered their courage and approached Chen Mu. But before they could speak, Chen Mu sneered coldly, Wang Jian, are you lot planning to rob this king? The gold sent by my mother is meant to reward the entire army, none of it is for you. Though I have recently acquired several fine swords. The moment weapons were mentioned, everyone present instantly forgot their pre-arranged plans. And in truth, Chen Mu never disappointed them. In an open space within the Qin King's palace, several brand new suits of armor were displayed on wooden stands, their gleaming plates so bright they hurt the eyes. Beside them, on a stone table, lay several swords enough to captivate anyone at a single glance. It must be said, ever since the Mahists fully aligned with the Qin, the empire's technological advancements had been advancing at a breakneck pace. Take these weapons, for instance, each forged using the 100-fold tempering technique. Both their toughness and sharpness far surpassed the bronze swords used by ordinary soldiers. Not only that, Chen Mu had specially crafted superior steel fish scale armor for several commanders. Unfortunately, time was limited, and the 100-fold tempering technique had yet to be widely adopted. Otherwise, Qin's million-strong army would truly have delivered a devastating blow to other nations. Chapter 124, Assassination of Qin, the king circles the pillar. Your Majesty, this one desires this sword. Wang Jian's gaze immediately fixed on the 7-foot-long sword at the very center. Unexpectedly, Chen Mu's face darkened as he snorted, General Wang also desires the Emperor's sword? Ah, well. Wang Jian hastily picked up another sword nearby, then asked curiously, Your Majesty, are these the same swords you gave General Li Mu? Not yet. Chen Mu shook his head. These swords were only completed today. I had them delivered immediately. As for General Li Mu, I'll have one sent to him later. All the generals present wore looks of envy. Wang Jian and Li Mu were arguably the two generals most favored by the king of Qin. Especially Wang Jian, he had known Chen Mu for many years and often chatted with him informally. Their interactions rarely felt like those between sovereign and subject, but rather like lifelong friends. Take this moment, for instance. Wang Jian spoke with a smile, it's a pity General Li Mu declined to join the campaign against the allied states. Otherwise, with his abilities, he might have snatched away quite a few military merits from us. By the way, Your Majesty, by assigning General Li Mu to defend the frontier, are you planning to take action against the Xiongnu in the future? Of course. Chen Mu nodded. How can we tolerate others snoring beside our bed? When our Qin state was founded, we were constantly raided by the grassland tribes. Now the northern states suffer the same plight. With General Li Mu in command, things should improve. Ah! Chen Mu beckoned to his side, and Zhao Gao promptly led out a tall, sturdy horse. Upon closer inspection, Li Xian noticed a peculiar object strapped to the saddle and asked in confusion, Your Majesty, is this for human use? Indeed. Chen Mu nodded with a smile. This is called a saddle. It allows one to ride as if on level ground and enhances power transmission. Wang Jian, why don't you give it a try first? That suits me perfectly. Without a word, Wang Jian swung himself onto the horse. At first, he felt slightly uncomfortable, but he soon discovered the ingenious utility of this small contraption. The Central Plains peoples were fundamentally different from nomadic tribes. Even their cavalry required years of training just to maintain balance. This made even basic movement and speed a challenge, let alone rapidly forming combat effectiveness. But with the saddle, all that would change. In an instant, the generals couldn't put them down, testing them repeatedly. They finally understood why Chen Mu had kept them behind this time. Your Majesty. Wang Jian spoke up first, you wouldn't be suggesting we go assist General Li Mu, would you? Precisely. Chen Mu chuckled softly. We need not conquer the entire grasslands. Seizing a portion of the pastures to provide sufficient horses, cattle, and sheep for our great Qin will suffice. Moreover, this will allow our Qin warriors to gain experience in cavalry warfare and the distinct tactics of crossbow formations. I give you 1 year. Can you accomplish this? Absolutely. Wang Jian and the others nodded in unison. The Qin Empire was now at the peak of its power. Had Chen Mu not restrained them, Yan and Wei might well have been swallowed by Qin by now. Chen Mu's primary reason for holding back was to await the Mozi School's large-scale steel production. Though the conquests of Zhao and Han proceeded smoothly, Qin's troops still suffered significant casualties. Under these circumstances, forcing a continued advance was feasible, but it would further deplete Qin's military strength. It would be better to proceed step by step. Coincidentally, when Qin had previously gone to war with Zhao and Han, the Xiongnu tribes on the northern steppes had been stirring restlessly, repeatedly raiding Qin's borders. Therefore, this time, Chen Mu intended to teach them a lesson. Soon, the eager crowd within the Mountain River Academy saw the new simulation data. In the 5th year of King Zheng of Qin's reign, after annexing the states of Zhao and Han, you did not rush to wage war again. Instead, you turned your spear toward the nomadic tribes of the north. Under the successive command of General Li Mu and Qin's renowned generals, vast swaths of grassland were swallowed into the Qin Empire. This development delighted Chu, Wei, Shi, and Yan, who unanimously believed Qin had halted its expansion. In reality, however, you had once again collaborated with the Mahists following soap and papermaking to develop hundredfold tempered steel and the saddle. These new technologies caused the Qin army's combat effectiveness to skyrocket. The war horses seized from the steppes enabled Qin to establish cavalry units. In the 5th year of King Zheng's reign, you once again summoned your civil and military ministers to deliberate on advancing the plan to swallow the 6 states. This matter came to the attention of Prince Dan of Yen, who secretly selected men to prepare an assassination attempt. Within the University of Mountains and Rivers, everyone exchanged glances. Assassination? Such a warning appeared in the simulation data. Could there be danger? Prince Dan of Yen? Principal Zhang Mingyuan paused, then exclaimed, "This is the very same Jingko assassination of Qin we discussed earlier. Jingko has already been recruited by Chen Mu, but this Prince Dan of Yen is still alive. And there's another one. What was his name? Gao Jianli? Fan Yuqi? Why did Chen Mu spare these men?" Director Lu beside him voiced his concern. Could it be he hasn't found them yet? Or does he think they can't cause any harm? Oh dear. The Qin Empire is at the height of its power right now. If something were to happen to Chen Mu at this critical moment, who knows what might unfold? Seeing everyone's anxious expressions, Zhang Yunha and Huang Xiang, standing nearby, suddenly lit up. Exchanging a glance, Huang Xiang quickly opened his phone, summoned a wishing well, and began murmuring to himself with his eyes closed. Though Zhang Yunha didn't show it as obviously, he still let out a cold chuckle, silently wishing in his heart that Chen Mu would die in this assassination attempt. Unfortunately for them, Chen Mu had already learned of this plot. Gao Jianli was your childhood friend? Within the Qin palace, Chen Mu stared at Jing Ku and ache, surprise etched across his face. He couldn't recall if history had unfolded this way, but the current simulated world clearly presented this scenario. Unlike the historical account, however, Fan Yuqi had not fled Qin. After all, Chen Mu's early promotion of Wang Jian and others had led to many talents being overlooked. He shook his head. Chen Mu sighed, in that case, you two should avoid any appearance of impropriety to prevent any future complications. Jing Ku and Aku exchanged glances. They understood Chen Mu's meaning perfectly well. It wasn't that he doubted them, but rather that he didn't want them to witness the death of their childhood friend. After a moment's silence, Ake spoke up, young master, I'll stay by your side. I can too. Jingke said quietly, Your Majesty, please grant me a little time. I will persuade him to stop. Chen Mu nodded in agreement, watching the other depart with a hint of a smile in his eyes. He trusted Jingke's loyalty, but doubted his ability to persuade him. In truth, when the Qin state embarked on its journey to unify the warring states, it was destined to face dangers of all kinds. Yet Chen Mu remained utterly unconcerned. After all, he was no longer the 8-year-old child of yesteryear, but now a 16-year-old Qin king of imposing stature. At least now, Ake stood significantly shorter than him, having to tilt her head upward whenever she spoke. Several days later, Prince Dan of Yen dispatched envoys to present a map within the Qin Palace. The Qin Palace, usually guarded with extreme vigilance, deliberately refrained from inspecting the maps or luggage of the Yen envoys that day. As for why this was done, the answer, of course, was that they needed a reason to go to war. After all, in this era, a good pretext for war was sometimes more crucial than an entire army. And so, that very afternoon, news suddenly spread from Qin. While presenting a map as tribute, the envoy of Yen suddenly drew a dagger from its folds and brazenly attempted to assassinate the king of Qin. It was said the king was forced to circle around a pillar, looking utterly disheveled. In an instant, the entire world was in an uproar. Chapter 125, Great Victory, Yan's Demise. Chen Mu certainly wouldn't resort to circling a pillar like the first emperor did in history. After all, he wasn't facing a natural-born assassin like Jing Ku. Though blessed with the trait, immunity to all illnesses, Chen Mu placed great emphasis on diet and exercise. While he wouldn't claim invincibility in battle, his stamina and strength far surpassed the average person. Moreover, with Jing Ku and his sister Ake guarding his side, not even Gao Jianli alone, let alone 10 or 8 elite assassins, could likely touch the hem of his robe. Jing Ku. Within the Qin king's palace, Gao Jianli glared furiously, Are you still a man of Yen? No wonder you warned me against risking my life last time you'd already defected to Qin. Traitor! You traitor! My apologies.
Jing Ku offered no further explanation, silently binding his opponent.
He remembered their past bond, but Ake did not.
Brother! Why didn't you tell him about our parents? What kind of country is Yen?
Wearing an official robe gives them the right to slaughter innocents.
How could such a state compare to the mighty Qin?
A string of words.
Gao Jianli froze in place.
He had heard of Jing Ke's parents' tragic deaths years ago, but having never witnessed it himself, how could he know the details? As hesitation gripped him, Ake turned to Chen Mu seated upon the throne and coldly declared, "Your Majesty, simply execute this man. Let all under heaven know the fate awaiting those who dare attempt assassination against you."
This.
Jing Ke's expression flickered slightly beside him, yet he made no move to intervene. Glancing at their expressions, Chen Mu shook his head and smiled.
No need to kill him. Attendants. Summon Prince Dan of Yen to me. Also, summon all the envoys from the other states as well. Yes, Your Majesty.
The armored guards flanking him saluted and obeyed.
Soldiers concealed throughout the hall lowered their bows and crossbows. Truth be told, even without the Jing siblings, Gao Jianli couldn't have gotten anywhere near Chen Mu. In fact, if he'd wanted to, he could have ensured no living soul remained in this hall besides himself. Though Chen Mu had lived here for 7 or 8 years, he never forgot that survival remained the paramount law of the simulated world. First, you must survive. Only then can you crush all enemies. Soon, new simulation data appeared. In the 5th year of King Zheng of Qin's reign, you summoned envoys from various states and the hostage prince, Dan of Yen, to the royal palace. Under your interrogation, Prince Dan of Yen vehemently denied orchestrating the assassination through Gao Jianli. Yet when you presented piece after piece of evidence, Prince Dan was left speechless. Simultaneously, you announced another piece of news to the other states. Wei's Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, has once again attempted to forge an alliance against Qin. Reports indicate their efforts are nearing success. You threatened the Chu envoy, demanding that Chu refrain from sending troops, or else you would retaliate with tenfold, even hundredfold, force. You praised the envoy from Qi, declaring that as long as Qi behaved properly, the friendship between our two states would endure forever. That very day, you declared war on Yen and Wei. The long-prepared iron cavalry of Great Qin thundered forth, advancing toward both nations at an astonishing speed. You triggered the effect of the golden trait mandate of heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan. Only +1 to lifespan? Within the Mountain River Academy, the assembled crowd couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment. Having witnessed 2 consecutive instances of the lifespan +10 effect, they now looked down upon this mere +1. Especially Director Liu, who impatiently exclaimed, "The war has already begun. How can it only add 1 year? We're talking about 2 nations here, shouldn't it be at least +2 or +5? Be grateful." Principal Zhang Mingyuan laughed heartily. Haven't you counted how much Chen Mu's lifespan has increased already? Just from the skills effects alone, he's gained at least 30 years. Even if the Yingzheng Chen Mu simulated was a short-lived ruler, those 30 extra years alone would allow Chen Mu to accomplish so much. And what's more, the Yingzheng Chen Mu simulated is only 17 now. Even if he only lives to 30, that's still a full 40 years on the throne. That's true. Director Liu nodded in agreement, then quickly shook his head. Principal, who would ever complain about too much lifespan? If you ask me, it should be extended to 100 years. If we had an extended life version of King Zheng of Qin, no, an extended life version of the first emperor, would there even be a Chu Han contention later on? Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Even Jiang Yunhe couldn't help imagining what a ruler who reigned for 100 years might be like. But soon, he snorted coldly and declared, "Director Liu, don't bite off more than you can chew. The effect of extending lifespan is inherently rare and hard to come by. Chen Mu has already obtained 30 points of lifespan, he should be content with that. The Great Way has 50 aspects, heaven manifests 49, and man hides 1. Even heaven and earth are incomplete. One should not be too greedy in all things, lest they invite heaven's wrath." Exactly. Huang Xiaoyang chimed in from the side, "They say fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Chen Mu triggering these effects so frequently is bound to affect his rating. He might even get targeted by the simulation world for being too overpowered. It's not like such things haven't happened before." The surrounding crowd shook their heads in disbelief. Good grief. He's already wiped out 1/3 of the 6 kingdoms, and is about to take down 2/3. And these 2 are still stubbornly denying it? Would they really rather bury the historical truth than let their academic research go to waste? As they shook their heads, all eyes turned expectantly toward the constant temperature simulation chamber. If Chen Mu successfully conquers Yan and Wei this time, the remaining states Qi and Chu will inevitably fall. At the same time, Chen Mu patiently awaited the frontline battle reports. By this time, the Qin state's pigeon relay system and encryption technology had reached considerable sophistication. Truth be told, history has never lacked intelligent minds. It was merely the constraints of ancient society that suppressed many technologies. The simplest example. The same technological innovations that were implemented smoothly within the Qin state would immediately provoke opposition from entrenched interests upon entering the conquered territories of Zhao and Han.
Even the transition from bamboo slips to paper sparked endless debate, let alone other innovations. However, Chen Mu possessed ample time, and he was confident he could reshape the former territories of the 6 states into the vision he desired. Your Majesty. Within the Qin Palace, Zhao Gao scurried forward with a fawning smile, presenting the frontline battle reports with both hands. A great victory. Another great victory, he exclaimed joyfully. General Wang Jian has annihilated the main force of Yen. Our Qin cavalry is now rapidly seizing city after city. Rumor has it the people of Yen are filled with resentment, blaming Crown Prince Dan for attempting to assassinate you. Chen Mu shot Zhao Gao a cold glance and sneered, "Who gave you permission to open the battle reports without authorization?" This. Zhao Gao froze in shock, hastily kneeling on the ground as he cried out, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. This servant deserves death. This servant deserves 10,000 deaths. You truly deserve death." Chen Mu shook his head and smiled, but he couldn't be bothered to deal with the man. Instead, he took the battle report and began reading it carefully. As he read, his brow furrowed. Yan's offensive was proceeding remarkably smoothly, but Wei seemed to be encountering problems? Chapter 126, Swallowing Wei. The Wei Kingdom's offensive wasn't actually a major problem. After all, the Wei Kingdom's territory was mostly plains, ideal terrain for cavalry to roam freely. What was surprising, however? After the initial clash between the two armies, the Wei forces retreated to their strongholds, digging in their heels and refusing to engage. Thus, if Qin wished to conquer territory, it would have to take each city one by one. This approach not only significantly prolonged the war but also forced the Qin state to expend far greater supplies. "Ache!" Chen Mu called out without looking up. Without a word, Ache retrieved the intelligence on the state of Wei and gently laid it before Chen Mu. "Wei Wuji again." Chen Mu let out a cold laugh. In the original history, after the alliance against Qin, Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, was suspected by the king of Wei and consequently fell out of favor, ultimately dying in frustration. Yet due to the flutter of this little butterfly's wings, Chen Mu's actions, Wei Wuji narrowly escaped Qin's scheme to sow discord. After all, with the examples of King Zhao and Li Mu fresh in his mind, the king of Wei dared not act recklessly. The predicament facing Great Qin now was the very work of this Marquis of Xinling, who should have perished long ago. "Your Majesty, perhaps." Ache made a throat-slitting gesture beside him, the implication clear. Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. "It's not as simple as you think. With Wei's military strength alone, they wouldn't dare attempt this. Most likely, Zhu has allied with them." "What about Qi?" Ache froze, then blurted out, "Don't tell me Qi is involved too? Qin wouldn't dare." Chen Mu shook his head again. "Back during the Battle of Chongping, they chose to stand idly by. As long as we don't bring the war to their doorstep, Qi will likely remain on the sidelines. Speaking of Qi, we could pressure them to open their borders, allowing Great Qin to launch an attack through their territory." He pondered for a moment. Chen Mu did not rush to summon the Qi envoy. Instead, he sought out Wei Liao to inquire whether securing passage through Qi was feasible. Coincidentally, upon receiving the frontline intelligence, Wei Liao immediately consulted with Li Si on countermeasures, and their focus similarly turned to Qi. "Your Majesty." Yi Liao's face lit up with delight. "Your Majesty often says that great minds think alike, and now we see it in action. Though our Great Qin boasts newly trained cavalry, invincible crossbow formations, and numerous capable generals, conserving our forces remains a wise course. Now that Yan's main force has been defeated, let General Wang Jian leave a contingent to reclaim Yan's territories, while another force bypasses Qi and strikes directly into the heartland of Wei. With this two-pronged assault, even if Wei possesses extraordinary prowess, it will be utterly unable to withstand it." "Agreed." Chen Mu nodded emphatically. Turning to glance at Jing Ku and Ache, he smiled and said, "Jing Ku, haven't you longed to return and avenge yourself these past years? This is your chance. Mount a swift steed and ride directly to Yan. Deliver these military orders into General Wang Jian's hands." "Yes, sir." Jing Ku was overjoyed and accepted the order without a word. Ache, however, glanced at Jing Ku with hesitation. Finally, she clenched her teeth and said, "Brother, avenging our parents' deaths is enough for you. I must stay behind to protect the king. What do you think?" "Then it's settled." Jing Ku, trusting her completely, hurried off with the orders. Several days later, Wang Jian's army quietly entered the state of Qi. News also reached Jing Ku that his great vengeance had been fulfilled. That very night, Ache specially obtained the latest jasmine soap from Zhao Ji, took a blissful bath, and then slipped into Chen Mu's bedchamber. That year, the young Qin king of yesteryear had just turned 18. Though now accompanied by a beauty, Chen Mu's life remained utterly unaffected. His eyes held only two words: the world. Just as he had gazed at the map of the 7 states with radiant enthusiasm during his debates with Han Fizi, the present-day Chen Mu had already left a bold and indelible mark upon this world. In the 6th year of King Zheng's reign, the Qin army once again split into 2 forces, advancing directly against the states of Wei and Yan. General Wang Jian led his ion cavalry to easily defeat the main force of the Yan army, launching a campaign of siege and conquest. However, Wei's defensive strategy under Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, severely slowed the advance. After consulting with Wei Liao, you decided to march through Qi, reinforce your forces, and annihilate Wei. Subsequently, General Wang Jian divided his forces to enter Qi, attacking Wei from the east and swiftly severing the connection between Wei and Chu. This move terrified the king of Wei, who began contemplating surrender. Yet Lord Xinling refused to withdraw his forces even at the cost of his life. In the 6th year of King Jing of Qin's reign, Yan was conquered. The king of Yan fled with his men to Liaodong, only to be overtaken by cavalry en route and thrown from his horse, meeting his end. In the 7th year of King Zheng's reign, generals Wang Jian and Li Xian united their forces at Dalian, besieging this last stronghold of the state of Wei. The state of Wei surrendered. To save his own life, the king of Wei shifted all blame onto Wei Wuji, claiming he had been stripped of power. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, Mandate of Heaven, gaining +10 to your lifespan. Within Shanghai University, Zhang Yunhe had completely lost all hope. He had spouted so many grand principles, only to be repeatedly proven wrong by Chen Mu. What perfection or imperfection? What was there to worry about being targeted by the simulated world? What the hell was Chen Mu trying to pull? This is a historical simulation. He wouldn't be planning to grind out a few hundred or even 1,000 years of lifespan, aiming for immortality, would he? I knew it. Beside him, Zhang Mingyuan chuckled cheerfully. Everyone, did you notice? The first time Chen Mu triggered the +10 lifespan effect was right after he ascended to the throne as king of Qin. The second time was after he conquered the states of Zhao and Han. And now that the states of Wei and Yan have also triggered this effect. Doesn't that mean, when Chen Mu conquers Qi and Chu in the future, he'll get another +10 years to his lifespan? Whoa! Even Director Liu felt a twinge of envy at that moment. For instances of +10 years to lifespan? That's a direct 40-year extension. If you factor in the scattered increases from before, wouldn't that add up to 50 extra years? What good is a long life? Besides Zhang Yunhe, Wang Xiaoyang felt like he was about to lose his mind. He no longer cared about academic achievements or anything else. All he wanted now was to see Chen Mu suffer. Therefore, without a second thought, Wang Xiaoyang sneered coldly, Director Liu, have you forgotten? With ancient medical conditions, any injury or illness could easily prove fatal. Even if Chen Mu gains an extra 100 years of life, what if? Before he could finish, Huang Xiaoyang suddenly noticed the strange looks on the faces around him. Even Zhang Yunhe covered his face and took a half step back. That tiny gesture instantly dealt Huang Xiaoyang a ton of damage. No way. Is this really his gentle and refined mentor? You sold out your own team? Besides, what was wrong with what he said? Why was everyone staring at him like he was mentally challenged? Ahem. Principal Zhang Mingyuan chuckled softly. Has Huang forgotten that Chen Mu possesses the immunity to all illnesses trait? And it's been activated once before. Huang Xiaoyang froze solid. Glancing at the live stream camera, he felt utterly defeated. What a load of bull academic achievement. He was probably ruined now, wasn't he? But, although Huang Xiaoyang had once again stepped forward to spout nonsense, the crowd in the venue couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. Even Principal Zhang Mingyuan turned his gaze toward the livestream camera and declared solemnly, everyone. I can now confirm with certainty that we are witnessing a historic moment. Every point where Chen Mu's Mandate of Heaven entry appears could potentially be a crucial historical turning point. Therefore, all simulators entering the Great Qin instance from here on out may use these points as breakthroughs to attempt uncovering the buried truth. Chapter 127, Meeting Lord Xinling Again. Ah, bliss. Within the simulated world, Chen Mu reclined upon the dragon throne, basking in the massage administered by Consort Ku. The reason she remained only a consort was because Chen Mu had once made a secret vow. Not a day would pass without establishing an empress until the 6 states were subdued. Of course. He was still merely the king of Qin, not yet the first emperor of Qin, the ancestral dragon. But all of this was now within Chen Mu's grasp. Your Majesty. Zhao Gao once again scurried into the hall with quick, small steps. Only when he reached the front did he whisper, the king of Wei and Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, have both been brought to Xianyang. What do you think? Have Li Si handle it. Chen Mu didn't even lift his head. After a pause, he added with a smile, just have Wei Wuji brought here. Not long after, a low table appeared within the Qin king's palace. Wei Wuji sat cross-legged on the floor, utterly unrestrained, devouring the delicacies before him. The once dashing young nobleman of Wei now bore a head of white hair, appearing frail and aged beyond his years. Yet he was barely in his 40s or 50s. Lord Xinling. Chen Mu chose his words carefully before sighing, do you recall the time we hurled insults at each other? What difference does it make if I remember or not? Wei Wuji didn't even lift his head, sneering coldly, it's just a matter of a single stroke of the blade. If you want to kill, just kill. Why all the nonsense? Well said, Lord Xinling. Chen Mu suddenly laughed, if you fear not death, what is there to fear in life? Life? Wei Wuji looked up, momentarily stunned. Only now did he realize that the youth who had once leaped up to point an accusing finger at his nose had grown into a towering figure, a sovereign whose very presence commanded respect without a word.
But how long had it really been? 10 years?
Back then, he was the renowned Marquis of Xinling, renowned throughout the land. Yet today, he had fallen to become a prisoner beneath the feet of another nation's sovereign.
Stay alive.
Chen Mu seemed afraid Wei Wuji wouldn't believe him, nodding as he said, enough people have already died.
Saving more lives will ultimately be beneficial.
I've heard that after Lord Xinling united the armies of 5 states to defeat our great Qin, he gathered talented scholars and extraordinary individuals to compile a military treatise. As it happens, our great Qin Academy is currently in need of scholars.
What if? Don't even think about it. Wei Wuji shook his head without hesitation. You want me, Wei Wuji, to teach you military strategy so you can slaughter more of my Wei people in the future? Then go teach the people of Wei?
Chen Mu's smile grew broader. I intend to establish an academy in each of the former states, teaching the teachings of the 100 schools of thought. Every 3 years henceforth, the academies across the lands shall hold a contest. Victory may be measured by the number of soldiers, superiority by strategic prowess, or achievements by governance.
What do you think, Lord Xinling?
Wei Wuji, who had been happily enjoying his meal, suddenly found the delicacies before him as tasteless as chewing wax. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind.
For instance, Zhao and Wei may have fallen, but who could guarantee they wouldn't rise again? As long as the hatred remained, as long as the spirit endured, as long as they could outlast this demon-like king of Qin, anything was still possible. Yet now, Chen Mu had presented a blatant scheme that sent chills down Lord Xinling's spine. If he accepted this mission, the former territories of the states would gradually be assimilated into Qin through one tournament after another. People's hatred and spirit would be worn down and diverted in each successive competition. But if he refuses, will the Qin king simply seek another? Not only would he, but he would inevitably find someone far less capable than Chen Mu. For he is Wei Wuji, the Marquis of Xinling, one of the 4 lords of the warring states. He abruptly raised his head. Wei Wuji stared straight into Chen Mu's eyes and sneered coldly, the king of Qin has great audacity. Are you not afraid that we will seize an opportunity to restore our state? Why should I fear?
Chen Mu tilted his head and laughed. When your state of Wei still possessed both army and horses, my great Qin could easily annihilate you.
Now that Wei has fallen, do you truly believe this sovereign has any reason to fear?
Humph. Wei Wuji sneered coldly, the king of Qin naturally fears nothing.
But can you be certain your descendants of great Qin will feel the same? That is their concern.
Chen Mu remained unmoved, speaking slowly. If the day comes when the Qin Empire must live in constant fear of rebellion from the former territories of the 6 states, then this Qin Emperor would rather not have such an empire.
Wei Wuji fell completely silent.
He didn't know if this was a trap set by the Prince of Qin or if the other party truly possessed such confidence.
But he knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gritting his teeth, Wei Wuji declared, very well, I accept. Since the Prince of Qin fears nothing, neither shall I, Wei Wuji. Not so fast.
Chen Mu watched as his opponent stepped deeper into his trap, the amusement in his eyes growing. To become the head of the academy, you must first agree to one more thing I ask of you, Lord Xinling.
What is it? Wei Wuji was genuinely curious. The Prince of Qin now held 5 kingdoms in his grasp, dominating the realm.
Whatever he desired could be achieved with a single command, and countless would flock to fulfill it.
Yet now, this man was actually seeking his Wei Wuji's opinion? Could it be? Could this matter be beyond even the mighty Prince of Qin? Lost in thought,
Chen Mu spoke slowly. Though the states of Zhao, Han, Wei, and Yan have been incorporated into our great Qin, their customs and scripts remain distinct. Therefore, I wish to emulate the deeds of Lord Shang from years past, uniting the strength of the 7 states to standardize writing and unify the gauge of chariot wheels. If the earlier academy had merely astonished Wei Wuji, then these words now filled him with dread.
What kind of demonic genius was he facing?
Using the academy to distract the states, to wear down the resolve of those seeking restoration. Then, under the guise of unifying writing systems and standardizing wheel tracks, forcibly merging the states into one where distinctions would vanish. After centuries of such rule, who would remember the 6 kingdoms of old? No. Perhaps not even centuries would be needed, perhaps just a single generation would suffice. Seeing Wei Wuji sink into deep thought, Chen Mu showed no urgency in urging him on. He had long since persuaded Han Fizi and Li Mu. With Wei Wuji's assistance, standardizing weights and measures would undoubtedly proceed much more smoothly. Do not underestimate this matter. These seemingly minor matters concerning people's livelihoods often hold the greatest sway over public sentiment. After all, people cling to familiar ways. No one wants to abruptly change their writing habits overnight, nor switch to another nation's script or language. Fortunately, Chen Mu possessed ample time, allowing him to implement these reforms gradually without haste. Gentle spring breezes and nourishing rain soothe the heart most deeply. Yet today's gentle breeze and soft rain left Wei Wuji feeling utterly chilled to the bone. He could no longer recall how he had left the Qin prince's palace. All he remembered were those man's serene eyes, as brilliant as a constellation, yet as awe-inspiring as the sun and moon. That very night, Wei Wuji visited the king of Wei, imprisoned outside Xianyang. Upon hearing the Qin king's decision, the brothers wept bitterly in each other's arms, then drank themselves into a stupor. Months later, the Wei king's palace was transformed into the Great Wei Academy. Wei Wuji, the head of the academy, watched the jubilant scholars with a dejected expression, as if he were in hell. Yet he still held on to a glimmer of hope. He refused to believe that Qin Wang could survive forever. He knew only this: as long as he kept even a single spark alive here, it could one day ignite a raging inferno. Even if it couldn't burn down the damned Qin palace, it should at least show the world the fiery spirit of Wei's sons. He was Wei Wuji, lord of Xinling, the last wall-facing man of the Great Wei Kingdom. Chapter 128, The Academy of Nations. Entering Qi to suppress the rebellion. In the 7th year of King Zheng of Qin's reign, after conquering the states of Wei and Yan, the Qin Empire's advance halted once more. You have received Wei Wuji. The once elegant Marquis of Xinling now appears disillusioned and frail. You roused Wei Wuji's ambition through reverse psychology, persuading him to accept the position of Grand Master of the Wei Academy. Yet upon hearing your plans to unify writing, standardize chariot tracks, and harmonize weights and measures, Wei Wuji instantly grasped your terrifying ambition and was once again deeply shaken. Yet he ultimately chose to return to Wei, seeking to plant seeds of resistance. You established academies across the former states, naming them after their ancient titles. You decreed triennial competitions, with only victors earning eligibility for military and civil service in the Qin state. Your actions sparked panic in the remaining states of Qi and Chu. Everyone knew of King Zheng of Qin's extraordinary talent and vision, yet they were utterly powerless. Yet a faction believed you were a ruler worthy of allegiance, convinced you alone possessed the right to unify the realm. You triggered the effect of the golden trait: heroes appreciate each other, gaining the loyalty of numerous talents from Zhao, Han, Wei, and Yan. You have triggered the effect of the golden trait, mandate of heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan. If the previous simulation data announcing the conquest of Wei and Yan had filled everyone with wild excitement, this latest simulation data plunged the Villa district of Shanghai University into complete silence. What the hell? Chen Mu knew Wei Wuji harbored rebellious ambitions, yet still appointed him as the Grand Master of the Great Wei Academy? What about the academies built on the former territories of other states? Could they be in the same situation? Whoa! Beside him, Principal Zhang Mingyuan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Hesitantly, he asked, is Chen Mu trying to express his magnanimity and broad-mindedness through this? It doesn't seem like it. Director Lu flipped through the pages several times before cautiously suggesting, Principal, could Chen Mu be planning to use Wei Wuji to lure out all those plotting rebellion against the Qin Empire, then strike them all down in one fell swoop? Ah, well. Zhang Mingyuan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Though he didn't believe Chen Mu would suddenly transform into a brutal, bloodthirsty ruler, who could guarantee such a thing? After all, simulators bear no real responsibility in the simulated world. And that's precisely why so many falter when faced with temptation. I reckon he simply got carried away by his own success. Jiang Yunha remarked in a low voice. Glancing at the silent Huang Xiaoyang beside him, he sneered coldly, Xiaoyang, did you do something similar back then? Because you carelessly let your mortal enemy escape, leading to your downfall? Huang Xiaoyang nodded somewhat speechlessly, sighing, that's right. I entered the Warring States dungeon that time too, and my opponent was Wei Wuji. Therefore, Jiang Yunha studied the simulation data, his gaze sharp. That's why Chen Mu believed victory was assured, especially with sufficient lifespan. He felt he could safely let the tiger return to the mountain, but he underestimated the ancients in the simulation dungeon. Perhaps their technology isn't as advanced as ours? But when it comes to faith, national duty, and mortal enmity, these ancient warriors could utterly outclass the vast majority of our Longxiao nation. And what's more, Chen Mu isn't just facing present enemies, he's facing future ones too. Take the soon-to-rise Han Dynasty, or the future Xiangyu. Everyone present felt a pang in their hearts. Please don't let Jiang Yunha's ominous words come true. But that doesn't make sense. That old codger Jiang Yunha still clings to his theory that the Warring States period was unified by the Han Dynasty. He's deliberately slipping in his own agenda. And besides, how many times has Jiang Yunha made predictions from start to finish? And how many times has he actually been right? Thinking about it this way, everyone's expressions turned peculiar. But if Chen Mu had known what Jiang Yunha was saying right now, he would have given him a thumbs up. Because Jiang Yunha had indeed guessed part of it correctly. This academy, which he had been planning and envisioning ever since entering the Warring States instance, wasn't merely about setting a tiger free to return to the mountain. It was also a preparation for the great chaos that would engulf the land in the future. Schools across the land wouldn't merely feature local scholars teaching their disciplines. Instead, they would adopt a rotating exchange system. Simply put, scholars like Han Fizi would rotate teaching across different academies, thereby attracting more talented individuals to attend. Only through such continuous integration and innovation could various schools of thought rapidly evolve. Under these circumstances, academies across the land would function like a giant sieve, pre-selecting promising young scholars. At that time, Chen Mu would implement a specialized brainwashing program to turn these individuals into staunch loyalists of the Qin Empire. Thus, even if rebellions still threatened various regions, the loss of their most exceptional talents would drastically reduce the likelihood of any uprising succeeding. Moreover, the current academies in the various states are merely the first step. In the future, secondary-level academies will be built in every county and prefecture. If possible, Chen Mu will even establish academies in rural villages. In short, investing in education has always been a surefire win in any era. Just look at Chiang Kai-shek, the renowned principal in Longsha's history. How did he ascend step by step to the pinnacle of power? Young master, it's time to rest. Within the Qin palace, Consort Ko once again urged Chen Mu to retire. Glancing over the final memorial, Chen Mu prepared for bed with a smile. Over a year had passed since his meeting with Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji. The soldiers of Great Qin had completed their preparations, rested, and learned from their previous battles. Having annexed Han, annihilated Zhao, crushed Yan, and swallowed Wei, Qin's territory had expanded from its initial isolated corner to dominate the entire northern frontier. Next, it was time to conquer the last remaining states, Qi and Chu. At this juncture, both Qi and Chu were well aware of Qin's intentions, yet their approaches to the matter differed vastly. Chu was frantically bolstering its forces, attempting a last stand. Meanwhile, Qi, having never engaged Qin in battle for years, has remained complacent in its indulgence, neglecting military preparedness and failing to reinforce its defenses. Even now, the king of Qi still believes that by submitting to Qin, he can avoid the ravages of war. Yet in the original course of history, Qi was indeed the last to fall. But now, Chen Mu had no intention of following history's course. After the Qin army last passed through Qi to attack Wei, Chen Mu had demanded that Wang Jian's forces remain stationed along the borders of Qi and Chu. Surprisingly, King Jian of Qi not only felt no shame but interpreted this as Qin's desire to protect them. Over the past year, many discerning scholars in Qi had grown utterly disillusioned with their king, choosing instead to dedicate themselves to the grand cause of unifying the realm. In other words, though Chen Mu had yet to swallow Qi whole, the greater part of the state was already practically his for the taking. And now, all he needed was to give it a gentle push. Kill. Outside the Qi royal palace, the fierce rebel forces had already fought their way to the very gates. Given the Qi palace's defenses, had the king remained composed in the crisis, he could have repelled the rebels' assault. But alas, the king of Qi had already fled, desperately fleeing toward the land of Qin. That very night, the king of Qi was slain by the rebels midway. Within days, Qin received the king's final blood-stained letter and immediately mobilized its armies to invade Qi and suppress the rebellion. Chapter 129, The Fall of Qi and the Arrival of Chu. The great king's banner shifts upon the city walls. Within mere days, Chen Mu had seized nearly every city and town within Qi's borders, most offering little resistance. During his travels through the states years ago, he had lingered longest at Yuan-Ming Mountain and the Jixia Academy. Now, unsurprisingly, the Jixia Academy had become the Great Qi Academy. At this moment, the academy's many scholars gathered together to discuss how to respond. Alas! Who could have imagined that the young Prince Zheng I knew at 8 years old would become such a stranger today? What's so strange about it? When the king of Qin arrived back then, I saw in this boy the ambition to swallow the heavens whole. It's a pity none of you believed me. The unification of the realm, the subjugation of all 6 states, this is heaven's mandate, beyond human power to obstruct. Enough of this sighing and lamenting. His Highness the King of Qin has always held teachers and learning in high esteem. He treated us with great respect in the past. Now that the Jixia Academy is to be renamed the Great Qi Academy, you must decide swiftly whether to stay or go. Where to? With the realm divided into 7 parts, 5 nations now fall under Qin's control. Only Chu stands alone, a lone tree struggling to hold its ground. I suggest we choose which academy to join. Opinions clashed fiercely, yet no consensus emerged. Yet, both openly and secretly, many harbored hope. Compared to others, the scholars of Jixia Academy were clearly more accustomed to the exchange and fusion of diverse ideas. And wasn't that precisely what the Great Qin Academy was currently pursuing? Moreover, when Chen Mu was establishing academies across the states, he had specifically sent envoys to Jixia Academy to recruit scholars. It was foreseeable. In the future, no school of thought would need to worry about its path forward. Whether remaining at Jixia Academy or venturing to academies across the land, their prospects would be bright indeed. Yet while some rejoice, others grieve. Within this simulated world, none were more troubled than the entire state of Chu. At this moment, within the Chu royal palace, both civil and military officials wore grim expressions. Today they received news of Qi's downfall. While many felt helpless over Qi's inaction, others were deeply anxious about Chu's future. General Xian Yan. Outside the palace, the now gray-haired General Lian clasped his fists and declared, "Only Chu remains in the land now. Yet I see no confidence in resisting Qin among our people. This cannot continue. The old general speaks wisely. Xiang Yan gave a bitter laugh. The Qin army is formidable. Their armor and weapons far surpass those of Chu. They have strategists like Wei Liao, and fierce generals like Wang Jian, Li Xian, and Meng Tian. It's a pity Zhao fell so swiftly. Had the 6 states united their strength, we might have stood a chance against them. Lian Po's face instantly darkened with bitterness. When the former king of Zhao passed away and the new monarch ascended the throne, he hastily stripped Lian Po of his military authority. In a fit of anger, Lian Po defected to the state of Wei. Yet behind closed doors, he yearned daily for his homeland, dreaming of the day he could return to Zhao and lead his troops once more. Yet heaven did not favor his wishes. Only a few years after Lian Po's departure, Li Mu fell victim to Qin's counterintelligence plot, and Zhao swiftly collapsed. At that moment, the aging Lian Po seemed to be jolted awake by a sudden blow. He sought an audience with the king of Wei that very night, hoping to be reinstated and contribute to the fight against the Qin forces. Later, when Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, regained military authority, Lian Po was appointed commander of a city. But alas! Even with Chu's backing, Wei couldn't hold out for long. After Wei's surrender, Lian Po quietly returned to Chu with Wei's envoys, determined to carry the anti-Qin cause to its end. But now, this veteran general suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. 5 of the 7 states have fallen, leaving only Qin and Chu. Can Chu alone withstand the might of Qin? General, His Majesty the King summons you. A swift horseman galloped out from the palace, shouting from afar, Generals Xiang Yan and Lian Po. His Majesty commands you both to enter the palace immediately for urgent counsel. Could the Qin army have moved so swiftly? Xiang Yan and Lian Po exchanged a glance, daring not to delay further, and hurried back to the palace. But upon arrival, they discovered King Chu had no intention of fighting to the death. He was actually seeking peace. Gentlemen. From the side, Lord Huangxie of Chunchen spoke with a look of resignation. It is not that His Majesty is solely seeking peace, but that our state of Chu needs time. Though the king of Qi is incompetent, he still has some discerning advisors willing to ally with Chu against Qin. Alas, that King Jian of Qi, greedy for life and afraid of death, was so easily killed. Thus, all our prior preparations have been utterly wasted. Generals! You both have fought against Qin forces in Wei and know well the strength of their armies. I ask only this, if Qin declares war today, do you have the confidence to defend the lands of Chu? Xiang Yan and Lian Po both remained silent. If it were the Qin army of old, Xiang Yan might have had some confidence, and Lian Po would have feared nothing. But the Qin army of today was utterly transformed. Their weapons were more sophisticated, their morale higher, and even their military discipline was exceptionally strict. Orders were obeyed without question. Generals! King Chu sighed awkwardly. Your Majesty and Lord Chunsheng have already dispatched envoys to Qin, but they report King Zheng of Qin is currently overwhelmed with affairs and has no time for audiences. If there are any old acquaintances familiar to the Qin king, they might be able to pay a visit to catch up. At this point, Chunxing Jun Huangxia added helplessly, the venerable Sun Sheng would have been the most suitable candidate, but he is advanced in years now. The journey might prove too taxing for him. Then there's Han Fei and Li Si, both highly esteemed in Qin now. Should anything happen to the venerable Master Sun, Qin would surely seize the opportunity to wage war against Chu. Therefore, after much deliberation with your Majesty, it seems only the 2 of you have had dealings with that Qin King Zheng. Xiang Yan froze in surprise, while Lian Po's face flushed crimson, clearly teetering on the brink of an outburst. But times have changed. In the past, Lian Po was Zhao's great general. Even when he stormed off in anger, other states vied to recruit him. But now? With only Qin and Chu remaining in the world, where could he possibly go? Your Majesty, you are being foolish. Xiang Yan could not help but speak up. It is not that General Lian Po and I are unwilling, it is simply impossible. If we go and the King of Qin seizes this opportunity to detain us in Qin, who will then defend the kingdom for your Majesty? Precisely. Lian Po also spoke up, Your Majesty, the King of Qin is deliberately creating difficulties, seeking to drive a wedge between you and your ministers. If we too were truly detained in Qin, would not you then surrender without a fight, just as Qi did? The Chu king sighed helplessly, turning his gaze toward Lord Chunchen. The latter shook his head and smiled bitterly. Both generals speak with great wisdom. Yet now, Chu has no choice. We've prepared everything we could over the years, yet we still fall far short of Qin's military might. The king of Qin is known for his courtesy toward scholars and even released Wei Wuji. I imagine that even if these peace talks prove fruitless, he should not cause trouble for the 2 generals. A heavy silence fell over the entire palace. If there were better options, who would willingly pin their hopes on the enemy? If there were sufficient time, why would Xiang Yan need to risk his life, facing the danger of being detained or killed by the Qin king, just to seek peace? Not long after, Chu dispatched an embassy composed of 2 great generals, heading straight for Xianyang in Qin. Upon hearing this news, Chen Mu was quite surprised. He had only made a casual suggestion, never expecting the other side to actually send Xiang Yan and Lian Po. Admittedly, Chen Mu could have seized the opportunity to detain the 2 generals. Had he done so, even if Chu had prepared defenses, they would likely have been ineffective. But Chen Mu had no intention of doing so. Just as he had released Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, he now possessed sufficient confidence in the Great Qin. If the future Qin Empire couldn't even handle a rebellion by a handful of men, what use would such an empire be even if it lasted for thousands of years? Soon, Zhao Gao's voice echoed through the Qin king's palace. By the Great King's command, summon the Chu envoys Xiang Yan and Lianpe to audience. Chapter 130, Unifying the Six Realms, the era belonging solely to Qin. Within the Qin king's palace, Chen Mu opted not for a more formal meeting, but instead met Xiang Yan and Lianpe in the garden pavilion. General Xiang Yan, it has been nearly a decade since we last parted. Do you recall the circumstances of that day? Of course I remember. Though he spoke thus, Xiang Yan could not reconcile the imposing figure of the 6-foot-tall Qin king before him with the 8-year-old child of yesteryear. He recalled that moment on the Qin-Shu border, when that 8-year-old boy had remained unflappable in the face of danger, using his own life as leverage to leave Xiang Yan utterly helpless. And now, that clever Qin prince had transformed into the Qin king, his ambitions set upon the entire world. Old General Lianpe, did the Chu cuisine suit your taste? Chen Mu turned his gaze back to Lianpe. Just as in the past, General Lianpe grunted in response before speaking. Your Majesty, this old man eats well and sleeps soundly. Life has been quite comfortable. That is good. Chen Mu gave a slight nod before continuing. Your visit this time is to secure more time for Chu, is it not? But have you two generals considered? Ever since Great Qin conquered Zhao and absorbed Han, the other states have been preparing. Years have passed since then. You've fortified your cities and replenished your troops. Even if Chu were granted another decade or two, could you truly prevail? Xiang Yan and Lianpe both wore bitter expressions. They knew full well this battle would be difficult to win. After all, Qin now held the lands of 6 states. How could Chu alone stand against it? Yet they must fulfill their mission. Your Majesty. Xiang Yan bowed with hands clasped. We have come this time to seek an end to hostilities between Qin and Chu, so that war may cease forever. After all, the royal houses of all the states share a common lineage. Why must they face each other with swords? Do you truly believe such words, General? Chen Mu shook his head and chuckled softly. Pushing a book before him, he finally spoke. This volume is the Ying clan annals, compiled by our Great Qin. It meticulously records the histories of all the states, even mapping the borders and territories of the ancient principalities. Of the 100 feudal states, only Qin and Chu remain today. If peace could have been achieved, do you think it would have taken this long? Times have changed. Lianpe, standing nearby, spoke with indignation. The king of Qin has already annexed the lands of Zhao, Wei, Qi, Yan, and Han 5 states. Is that not enough? It is not enough. Chen Mu opened the book of Ying's annals, flipping directly to the final pages. He smiled and said, this is a map of the entire realm. Both generals may take a look. The territories held by the 7 states are merely the tip of the iceberg. If Qin and Chu cease hostilities today, the other states will inevitably rise again in the future. When chaos engulfs the land and they tear each other apart, who will still dream of expanding their borders? Xiang Yan and Lianpe both froze in surprise. Though both were commanding generals, they were not illiterate. They knew at least something of the expansionist histories of the various states. Chu, for instance, had been expanding ever since its founding, with most of its territory once belonging to barbarian lands. The world belongs to all its people. Chen Mu rose slowly. Once the Qin-Chu conflict concludes, this sovereign shall unite the strength of the 7 states to expand southward, northward, and westward. Where mountains stand, we shall carve roads. Where rivers flow, we shall build bridges. Every fertile land must become part of our Huaxia domain. Even the most barren and inhospitable lands shall obey the laws of Great Qin. Those who submit shall prosper, those who resist shall perish. At this point, Xiang Yan and Lianpe knew further words were futile. The Qin-Chu war was now unavoidable. Then, would the king of Qin seize the opportunity to detain them both, then immediately march his forces south? Are you two generals concerned for this sovereign? Chen Mu seemed to read their minds, laughing haughtily. When you arrived, some suggested I seize this chance to detain both of you. Without you two, no commander within Chu's borders could possibly withstand the might of the Qin royal army. But I refuse. I shall grant Chu 3 months to prepare. Then, Qin and Chu shall meet in a fair and honorable contest. Yet I have one more demand. And that is, regardless of the outcome of this battle, both generals must survive. You may enter the academy to teach and nurture scholars, passing on your skills like Lord Xinling. Or you may follow General Li Mu's path, commanding troops at the frontier to safeguard the people of your homeland. Alternatively, you may join the Great Qin. Together, we shall forge a vast empire for future generations, expanding our horizons beyond the borders of China to encompass the entire world. Xiang Yan and Lianpe exchanged glances. Instead of answering Chen Mu's question, they both bowed deeply in unison, their hearts fully convinced. The world called the Qin king a ruthless ruler. Yet to earn the respect of such a wolf, how many dream of such an honor? Moreover, neither Xiang Yan nor Lianpe subscribed to the wolf-like characterization. This was no wolf-like ruler, this was clearly a true dragon descended from heaven. Soon, news of the 3-month deadline reached the state of Chu. Xiang Yan and Lian Pa spurred their horses back at full speed to prepare for the final decisive battle. At the same time, within the Mountain River Academy, the assembled crowd had grown impatient with waiting. In the 7th year of King Zheng of Qin's reign, you exploited internal turmoil in Qi to brazenly dispatch troops and seize the state. In this campaign, the Great Qin lost not a single soldier, effortlessly securing every city within its grasp. The people of Qi despised their king's inaction, yet they had no choice but to bow to Qin. Yet soon they realized their lives remained largely unaffected. Indeed, many even benefited from the refined constitution and Qin's efficient administrative system. The situation in Qi deeply troubled Chu. To buy time, King Chu, upon the advice of Lord Chunsheng, Wang Xie, dispatched Generals Xiang Yan and Lian Pa to Qin, attempting to secure more time. You saw through Chu's intentions at a glance, yet you paid it no mind, even granting them 3 months of respite. In the 8th year of King Zheng of Qin's reign, the Qin-Chu War formally erupted. Following the counsel of Wei Liao and others, Grand General Wang Jian led 800,000 troops directly against Chu, decisively defeating Xiang Yan's main force in their first engagement. Thereafter, Chu adopted a defensive posture akin to Wei's, attempting to resist to the bitter end. Yet the Qin army adapted, dividing its million-strong forces into 5 distinct fronts, each possessing strength beyond Chu's capacity to withstand. In the 8th year of King Zheng's reign, Chu was conquered. The realm was unified. In the same month, you ascended the throne in Xianyang as emperor, taking the title, First Emperor. You have acquired the title Ancestral Dragon of Great Qin. During your reign, this title will continuously influence the destiny of the Qin state. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, Mandate of Heaven, gaining +10 to your lifespan. Within the University of Mountains and Rivers, everyone stared wide-eyed at the simulation data. Unification of the realm. These 4 simple words brought tears of joy to everyone present. For they had finally discovered the roots of Longxia, the first emperor of Qin. Principal Zhang Mingyuan's voice trembled as he spoke, yet he was momentarily at a loss for words. Director Lu, however, burst into laughter. Indeed. Who could have imagined that the 8-year-old hostage prince of Qin would become the first emperor who unified the chaotic warring states period? Great Qin. So it wasn't the Han Dynasty that ended the warring states period, but Great Qin? What more is there to doubt? Other scholars nearby shook their heads in unison. Ing Zheng's exclusive trait is Mandate of Heaven, and after conquering each state, he triggers a special effect, +10 to lifespan. Even without historical records or relics to corroborate it, this information alone is sufficient evidence. The 6 kings are vanquished, the 4 seas united. So this was the true first emperor. This was the real history. Gazing at the stream of simulation data, many present felt their hearts surge with emotion, yearning to enter the simulated world themselves and witness that magnificent, tumultuous era. That era uniquely belonging to the Qin dynasty. Chapter 131, with the emperor's body, he secured the realm for a century. Who would have thought? A scholar, his hair and beard entirely white, sighed deeply. We've studied this for so long without uncovering the truth, and now Chen Mu has unraveled it so effortlessly. In just 8 years of reign, he swept across the 6 states. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. And that's just the beginning. Another voice echoed the sentiment. Look at that ancestral dragon of Great Qin title. As long as Chen Mu continues his simulation, he can keep influencing the nation's destiny. And don't forget, Chen Mu has already gained a huge amount of lifespan. Doesn't that mean his evaluations and ratings could potentially climb even higher? And don't forget the Great Qin Academy and the academies of the states. Another voice chimed in. I can't shake the feeling Chen Mu has some hidden ace up his sleeve. We might just find out soon. It wasn't just the faculty and students of Mountain River University who were thrilled beyond measure. Netizens in the livestream were equally hyped. Holy crap! Isn't Chu the largest state by territory? And Chen Mu just handled it so effortlessly? Bull! Have you seen how huge the gap is between them? Chen Mu alone took 6 of the 7 warring states, and the king of Chu not surrendering immediately is already pretty stubborn. It's gotta be my Great Qin. I declare from this moment on, I'm the first emperor's biggest fanboy. I just unlocked the warring states campaign and got the first emperor himself. Too bad I couldn't handle Lu Buwei at the start. Loser, hand over the simulator. I've memorized every move brother Chen Mu made. I'm unstoppable now. Hey, buddy upstairs. Let's not even talk about whether you have 100k points to buy entries. Even if you did, could you get the first emperor's exclusive entry, Mandate of Heaven? Watching the flood of comments in the livestream chat, Wang Xiaoyang felt his vision darken. He knew this time he was truly finished. Just for repeatedly targeting Chen Mu like this, he'd probably be torn apart by netizens. Don't ask why no one's criticizing him now, because no one even cares about him anymore. Professor. Huang Xiaoyan could only turn to Zhang Yunha and ask, Chen Mu has already unified the 6 nations. Could all our years of research have been wrong? Do we still have a chance? Yes. Zhang Yunha gritted his teeth. Don't forget Xiang Yu hasn't even been born yet. What if Chen Mu can't defeat Xiang Yu? As he spoke, Zhang Yunha found himself unable to continue. Calculating by the timeline, Chen Mu's ascension to the throne occurred around 239 BC. Xiang Yu's birth, however, occurred in 232 BC. If they waited until Xiang Yu came of age, that would take at least 20 years. A full 27 years. Provided Chen Mu refrained from committing any acts that would provoke the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people, this span of time would be more than sufficient to dull the hatred the six states harbored toward the Qin Empire. As the saying goes, heroes are born of their times. Without widespread chaos, would those heroes and warriors truly have the chance to emerge unexpectedly? The answer is both difficult and simple. General Xian Yan. Within the Qin imperial palace, Chen Mu didn't even bother to glance at the meekly bowing Chu king, instead turning his gaze once more to Xiang Yan. Your Majesty. Xiang Yan sighed softly, his voice tinged with resignation. I am but a defeated general. I am unworthy of your Majesty's gracious retention. Xian Yan is advanced in years and has resolved to return home to live out his days in peace. I humbly request your Majesty's gracious permission. I also hope your Majesty, out of consideration for our past ties, will treat the King of Chu with kindness. Though he had long anticipated this outcome, Chen Mu still felt a pang of disappointment. After all, Xiang Yan's decision to stay or leave would directly determine the future allegiance of Xiang Yu. As if sensing Chen Mu's disappointment, the King of Chu, standing nearby, quickly interjected, Your Majesty, though General Xiang Yan himself is unwilling, he has several sons who are willing to remain at the frontier, assisting the Great Qin in expanding its territories and defending the homeland. General Xiang Yan's sons? Chen Mu's expression brightened. You mean Xiang Liang and Xiang Rong? Precisely. Xiang Yan bowed deeply, clasping his fists. Years ago, Your Majesty graciously granted Chu 3 months respite and released me and General Lian Pa. Since Your Majesty honored that pledge, Xiang Yan naturally wishes to return the favor. Now that the 6 states have been subdued and the realm unified, we implore Your Majesty to refrain from further wars, granting the people a respite. Agreed. Chen Mu laughed heartily, and even the Chu king seemed more agreeable to him. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Gao scurried over in quick, short steps. Proclaim my decree. Infect the King of Chu as the Duke of Chu, bestow 10,000 taels of gold upon him, grant him command of 1,000 soldiers, and permit him to rebuild the state of Chu overseas. Infect General Xiang Yan as Marquis of Rui, bestowing 10,000 taels of gold. This. The King of Chu was overjoyed. He had long heard rumors that rulers of other states might yet rise again, never imagining it could be true. For a moment, King Chu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. If he could grow powerful overseas, might he one day launch a counterattack? Then he could proclaim himself the first emperor. Wouldn't that be splendid? Little did he know. The Chu king's current state was fully observed by Chen Mu and Xiang Yan. Chen Mu, however, was utterly unconcerned about the other party. Xiang Yan, on the other hand, sighed softly and bowed respectfully to Chen Mu. After seeing off this sovereign and his minister, Chen Mu soon encountered another individual. Only this time. This humble subject, Lianpa, greets Your Majesty. Lianpa made his stance clear from the very first word. As for this stubborn and hot-tempered old general, Chen Mu had little interest in recruiting him. But, with the 6 kingdoms newly subdued, the populace was restless. Executing a prominent general like Lianpa would inevitably stir public outrage. Better to keep him as a golden and nurture him. Attendants. Reward him. After a brief exchange, Chen Mu permitted Lianpa to retire to his hometown. After handling the follow-up matters concerning Chu, Li Si, who had remained by his side throughout, couldn't help but ask with a slight flicker of concern, Your Majesty, by sparing these men, are you not concerned they may become hidden threats? Why should I fear? Chen Mu gave a cold laugh. The 6 states have only just submitted. This is precisely when hearts are restless. Killing these royal families may be simple, but those harboring resentment toward Great Qin will only retreat into the shadows. It's the unseen arrows that wound deepest. As long as the royal families of the former states remain, and as long as they are willing to rebuild their kingdoms overseas, the remaining ambitious individuals will follow them of their own accord. It is not that I fear them. When the kingdoms were at their peak, Great Qin could still subdue them one by one. How much more so now? Ultimately, I simply find it tedious to engage with them further. Li Si was speechless. But Chen Mu hadn't finished his thought. The Qin Empire had only just unified, and the foundation of Huaxia remained incomplete. Rather than trying to please everyone and ending up pleasing no one, it was better to focus first on developing regions like Lingnan, the northeast, and the western regions. As for the royal families of the former states attempting to re-establish their kingdoms overseas, as long as they weren't too far from the Qin Empire, weren't they just juicy morsels within easy reach? Moreover, he had repeatedly triggered the golden trait, Mandate of Heaven, adding 40 to 50 years to his lifespan. By then, his reign would stretch close to a century. Under these circumstances, should Chen Mu truly fear rebellion from the royal houses of the former states? Don't forget. He was now emulating the Qin dynasty's founding emperor, Shi Huangdi. With the first emperor's stature, he'll rule over the land for a century. Just how iron-willed must one be to dare oppose the Qin? Chapter 132, Extending his lifespan? Is he seeking immortality? After meeting with Chu King Xiangyan, Lianpa, and others, Chen Mu summoned the generals returning victorious from battle. Exchanging glances, Wang Jian stepped forward first, bowing deeply as he reported, "Your Majesty, we have not failed your trust. We have seized all the lands of the 6 states. Your Majesty, you showed such mercy to the King of Chu and General Lianpa. Shouldn't you grant us greater rewards as well?" "Well done, Wang Jian." Chen Mu couldn't help but tap Wang Jian on the shoulder, though he wasn't truly angry. In history, it was precisely because Wang Jian openly admitted his shortcomings that he earned the first emperor's absolute trust. "Speak. What reward do you desire this time?" Chen Mu looked at Wang Jian. The latter didn't hesitate, chuckling as he replied, "Your Majesty, my son Wang Ben has graduated from the military academy. I wish to send him to the army for some hands-on training." "Get out! Get out!" Chen Mu erupted in fury. "You dare bother me with such trivial matters? As a great general, can't you handle this yourself?" "Right away." Wang Jian replied cheerfully, "Then Your Majesty, might you consider elevating my rank a bit?" "Promote." Chen Mu looked at the assembled men. "This time, I prepared 10 duke titles and 30 marquis titles for you all. We'll see if you're capable enough to get it in the future." "Ha!" All the generals present were taken aback. All 6 states had already been conquered. What major battle could possibly follow? When Chen Mu's gaze settled on Li Mu, everyone present instantly understood. Indeed. Though the 6 states had been subdued, the Qin Empire's march was far from over. "Your Majesty." Li Mu knew he must speak up. Clasping his fists, he said, "The grasslands are harsh and frigid lands, unsuitable for cultivation. Most tribes there rely on raising cattle and sheep for sustenance, moving with the water and grass. Without those familiar with the terrain, it would be exceedingly difficult to uncover their hidden settlements. Thus, some of the grasslands previously occupied by Qin have now been lost. This general willingly accepts punishment. This is not your fault." Chen Mu shook his head. In its campaign against the 6 states, the Qin state had drained nearly all its military strength. Li Mu's army was handpicked from Zhao's prisoners of war. Achieving what they have today is already remarkable. As for the prisoners of war from other states, Chen Mu had already made arrangements long ago. "General Li Mu." After a moment's thought, Chen Mu spoke, "The campaign to sweep the grasslands can be postponed for now. I now require you to head east of the Liao River in Yan to open up new territories. The climate there is bitterly cold, yet the soil is fertile. With proper cultivation, it will one day rival the prosperity of Qin's own Bashu and Guangzhou regions, and stand equal to the lands of the 6 states. Meng Yi and Meng Tian." Chen Mu turned his gaze to the Meng brothers and continued, "The various Xiongnu tribes remain divided. This is the perfect moment to sow discord and win their allegiance. Have Master Wei Liao draft a plan for this endeavor. You, Meng Yi, secure several guides. When the time comes, lead the cavalry lightly armed into battle. Any who refuse allegiance shall be executed." "Understood." The Meng brothers' faces lit up with joy. Li Xin. Chen Mu turned to Li Xin. "The Great Qin Academy is mapping the western regions. You must secure the Hushi corridor for me. It can be done. Your Majesty's command, I dare not disobey." Li Xin spoke with radiant confidence. "Should we fail in this campaign, I shall present my head before Your Majesty." "Excellent." Chen Mu nodded with satisfaction. Seeing everyone else assigned new missions, Wang Jian immediately grew discontented. "Your Majesty, what about me? Everyone else has work now. Surely you won't leave me alone in Xianyang to live off the state and wait for death? Why the rush?" Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. "Wang Jian, you must consider this mission carefully. The journey to Lingnan is long. Your greatest enemies won't be the Baiwei tribes, but plagues, venomous insects, and natural disasters. Your mission is straightforward. First, assist Li Bing and his son in completing the Ling Canal. Then, leverage the waterway's strategic advantage to secure Lingnan. Once you go, you may never return." Wang Jian froze in place. He had heard Chen Mu describe the Qin Empire's vast territory and knew full well how crucial Lingnan was. Without hesitation, Wang Jian bowed deeply and solemnly declared, "Your Majesty may rest assured. Wang Jian shall not fail in this mission. But this journey is so distant, my son, Wang Ben. Stay behind." Chen Mu nodded. "You've been worried about the remnants of the 6 states stirring trouble, haven't you? Let him command a garrison to protect Xianyang." "Understood." Wang Jian's heart was finally free of worry. For this duty had always been entrusted to the semi-retired General Meng, yet now it passed into the hands of his Wang clan. "Brother Wang Jian." From the side, Meng Tian chuckled softly. "Stop daydreaming. If my grandfather hadn't been unwell lately, this plum assignment would never have come your son's way." "Exactly." Meng Yi chuckled beside him. "You're definitely buying drinks for everyone tonight." "No problem." Wang Jian immediately pounded his chest with a thump, chuckling, "Your Majesty, how about bestowing some more fine wine upon me? I'll use it to treat everyone." "You're dreaming." Chen Mu shook his head and chuckled. Words aside, he still bestowed a great many rewards upon the generals, including the previously promised titles of duke. To prevent the Qin Empire from losing its promotion pathways after unifying the realm, as had happened in history, Chen Mu had already made certain modifications to the military merit rank system. Land grants and similar rewards were now converted into monetary equivalents, while noble titles, though still carrying stipends, had largely become honorary positions. Soon, new simulation data appeared. Year 9 of the first emperor, you received the captured king of Chu and Xianyang, demoted him to Duke of Chu, and permitted him to re-establish his kingdom overseas. Xianyan and Lianpa declined your invitation, though Xianyan's son expressed willingness to defend Chu's territories. You summoned the principal generals of the Qin army and informed them that the Great Qin was about to embark on a new journey. Li Mu led troops into Liaodong, preparing to develop the Liaodong plain. Meng Tian and Meng Yi led the Qin iron cavalry to sweep across the grasslands, disrupting the Xiongnu's unification efforts and causing them distress. Wang Jian led 300,000 troops to Lingnan to assist Li Bing and his son in constructing the Ling Canal, contributing to the Qin Empire's water transport system spanning the entire realm. Other commanders were dispatched to the highlands, the southwest. News of these developments swiftly reached the former territories of the 6 states. Countless commoners suddenly realized they no longer needed to live in constant fear of war, but could instead enjoy peaceful lives. Scholars began appearing in academies across the land, extolling your virtues. These individuals became the primary driving force behind the Qin Empire's unification of writing systems, standardization of vehicle tracks, and harmonization of weights and measures. In the 10th year of the first emperor's reign, progress was made in all frontier regions, yet no warfare occurred in the former territories of the 6 states. Your various policies bore fruit, propelling the Qin Empire into an era of prosperity ahead of schedule. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, mandate of heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan. Within the hall of mountains and rivers, all present were momentarily stunned. Logically, after unifying the realm, an accelerated phase should follow soon. Yet judging by Chen Mu's demeanor, it seemed this new journey had only just begun. Moreover, this time it was his lifespan that increased. Consider that Chen Mu had already gained over 50 points of lifespan in total. If this keeps up, won't he truly become immortal? Chapter 133, Bring in Zhang Liang. Unify the script, standardize the chariot tracks. An elderly professor exclaimed with excitement, no wonder. No wonder. I always wondered why each state used its own script during the Warring States period, yet suddenly unified under the Han Dynasty. Even if it were a government decree, it couldn't be implemented overnight. It would require time for adjustment and transition. Gentlemen, it seems Emperor Qin Shi Huang not only unified the 6 states geographically but also implemented numerous governance reforms. Had the first emperor not unified the realm, had the former states persisted in their separate ways, perhaps today's Longsha would have become a second Europe. And then there's the issue of weights and measures. Another professor sighed deeply. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, each state had its own system of weights and measures. Calculations were incredibly complex. Yet after the Han Dynasty, everything became standardized. Of course, the most crucial element was the written language. Even though local dialects differ entirely, the written characters we use are completely uniform, allowing seamless communication. This shows that the Qin's conquest of the 6 states meant far more than mere unification. It forged our Chinese nation into a solid, indivisible whole from its very foundations. Precisely. Another professor examined the simulation data and remarked gravely, have you noticed? The territory currently held by the Qin Empire precisely corresponds to the foundational base of future Chinese civilization. Dynasties may rise and fall, but holding these territories ensures the establishment of a powerful empire. Indeed. Principal Zhang Mingyuan couldn't help but interject, I find the title Ancestral Dragon far more fitting. Ancestral Dragon, Ancestral Dragon. Every emperor throughout history has proclaimed himself the true dragon. In times of chaos, warlords everywhere would fight tooth and nail to achieve unification. Why? Because with the first emperor's example before them, they had to achieve all this or else face the scorn of the entire world. I believe this is the greatest legacy left by the first emperor. He eradicated the possibility of division at its root, convincing everyone that only a unified empire was worthy of ruling the land. Without a doubt. Zhang Mingyuan's perspective resonated deeply with many. The only dissenters were likely Jiang Yunhe and his disciple Huang Shaoyang. They were now utterly despairing. Although no conclusive evidence had yet proven that the Qin dynasty unified the realm, Chen Mu's simulation alone had already revealed more than enough information. In short, all of Jiang Yunhe's academic research had now vanished into thin air. As for Huang Shaoyang, who had once spouted reckless claims before the cameras, he was destined to be branded with eternal shame. With graduation approaching, how could he possibly find employment under these circumstances? He couldn't very well rely on the simulated world for sustenance forever. He certainly didn't possess the skill to score hundreds of thousands of points on his first try like Chen Mu. It's settled. Not only did the crowded Mountain River University feel a sense of relief, but even Chen Mu within the simulated world finally relaxed a bit. Looking back on his journey, though it appeared effortless, it had been like walking on thin ice. The first emperor's life might appear to have been smooth sailing, but has any dynasty throughout history ever been simple? Every success you witness is merely the fortunate survivor after the waves of time have washed away the rest. As for those who faltered, they've all been weeded out. Therefore, to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Chen Mu initiated the first eastern tour during the first emperor's 10th year. It was unavoidable. The Guanzhong plain where the Qin state was located, though fertile, was not the wealthiest region in the land at that time. Yet precisely because the realm had just been unified, the people throughout the land still yearned for their former homelands. Thus, this was not the time to rashly relocate the capital. After careful consideration, an eastern tour was deemed the most prudent course. First, the eastern tour would allow him to inspect the hydraulic projects and roads constructed throughout the empire in recent years. Second, this eastern tour would reveal whether the imperial court would descend into chaos without his direct oversight, and which areas might deviate from their intended course. Third, the eastern tour would allow him to witness firsthand the customs and traditions of the former Six Kingdoms territories, as well as gauge their true sentiments toward the Qin Empire. Lastly, it would fulfill a mission the first emperor had pursued in his previous life: to perform the Fengshan ritual on Mount Tai. The great affairs of the state lie in sacrifices and warfare. In this era, belief in spirits and deities was still flourishing. As the religious leader who personally founded a sect during his time in the Great Ming realm, Chen Mu would never pass up such a means of stabilizing the populace. After all, you can't exactly force everyone to disbelieve in spirits and deities, can you? If you can't defeat them, join them. Thus, this time, Chen Mu immediately brandished the banner of the sacred mountain and sea rights, leading a mighty army eastward from the west. Yes, an army. Don't be fooled by the current unified realm, nor by Chen Mu's efforts to minimize hostility from the six states. The relentless wave of anti-Qin rebels to come must not be underestimated. Take, for instance, Zhang Liang, born in the state of Han, who later became one of the three heroes of the early Han dynasty. By today's reckoning, this would be around 237 BC. Though only 15 or 16 at the time, Zhang Liang already harbored grand ambitions. The Zhang family had long been nobles of the state of Han, with his father and grandfather having served multiple terms as chancellors. To secure the opportunity to assassinate First Emperor Zhang, Zhang Liang had squandered his entire family fortune. "Brother Zifeng, His Majesty the Emperor is truly coming to our place." A young companion rushed over, his voice urgent. "My father just received orders to sweep the streets, prepare food, and await His Majesty's arrival. My father also said the Emperor has already reached the neighboring county and will arrive tomorrow. Is this true?" Zhang Liang leapt to his feet in excitement. After questioning him thoroughly for a long while, Zhang Liang hurriedly left his home and headed straight for the river outside the city. Here lay a road stretching from west to east. By now, the news of the Qin Emperor's eastern tour to perform the Fengshan ritual at Mount Tai was common knowledge. If he came this way, he would inevitably pass through this spot. At that moment, a burly warrior now stood beside Zhang Liang. "Ah, no. Throw that giant hammer again. See those wooden planks I've set up over there? If you can hit every single one, I'll buy you as much meat as you want." "Really?" The burly, broad-shouldered man with a simple, honest expression scratched his head. The thought of having meat every day made him grin from ear to ear. He grabbed the hammer from the ground and tossed it effortlessly. Thud! The solid iron hammer slammed into the wooden plank on the road. Wood chips flew everywhere as Zhang Liang, beaming with delight, shouted, "Again! Again! We must hit every single one!" Thud! 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 With each throw from Ainio, the wooden planks by the roadside shattered into pieces. "Excellent! Brilliant!" Overjoyed, Zhang Liang stood on tiptoe, slapped Ainio's shoulder, and laughed heartily. "Let's go, Ainio. We're heading home for a feast. Eat as much as you want." "All right." Another crisp cheer rang out from nearby. Startled, Zhang Liang turned to look at the group of passers-by nearby. Leading the group was a tall, fair-skinned young nobleman, while the two men following him radiated a palpable aura of lethality, clearly seasoned warriors. Behind them stood several horses with glossy coats, their backs fitted with the newly popular saddles. Before Zhang Liang could guess their identities, the nobleman in the distance spoke up with a smile. "Is that Zhang Liang, Zhang Zifeng?" "That is indeed me." Zhang Liang's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively replied, "And you are?" "I am Zhang." The tall nobleman smiled indifferently, then raised his hand and commanded, "Guards, seize Zhang Liang but take care not to harm him." Chapter 134, The True Dragon of the Lu clan is imprisoned, Xiaoyi is deeply moved. Zhang Liang never dreamed that his plot to assassinate the Qin ruler would be so easily thwarted before it even began. He couldn't fathom how this had happened. He had never revealed a word of it to anyone, and even Anyo's identity was utterly incapable of arousing suspicion. So why did this first emperor, Zhang, know about it? Dinner is served. Within the military camp of Yanggu County, several soldiers pushed open the prison door, set out a few trays of food, and then untied Zhang Liang and Ainio. Glancing around, Zhang Liang keenly noticed dozens of soldiers armed with crossbows stationed outside the door. With a silent sigh, Anyo beside him had already lit up, devouring chunks of meat while mumbling something between bites. "You sure can eat and sleep." Zhang Liang sighed, finding himself unable to swallow a single bite. Just as he hesitated, a sudden commotion erupted at the doorway. Immediately after, Chen Mu re-entered the room, his gaze settling on Zhang Liang. Not eating? Chen Mu smiled. Wang Ben, you're here to witness this. If Zhang Liang dares to eat even one less bite, I'll wipe out his entire Zhang family, 9 generations of them. Understood. Wang Ben bowed in acknowledgement, then sat down with great flourish before Zhang Liang, staring intently at him. Zhang Liang froze. Zhang Liang erupted in fury. Ying Zhang, if you have a bone to pick, take it out on me. What kind of hero harms the innocent? Innocent? Chen Mu sneered coldly. You, Zhang Zifeng, were preparing to assassinate this ruler. How is that innocent? Wang Ben, record this next order. Starting today, for every meal Zhang Liang goes without, he will randomly execute 1 Korean. When the Korean homeland is utterly depopulated, only then will he be allowed to return. You. The young Zhang Liang trembled with fury. After gobbling down the meal, the cell door slammed shut once more. Zhang Liang had thought this meal would be his last before execution, but that very night he was transported to Xianyang and abandoned within the Great Qin Academy. Beyond being barred from leaving the academy and prohibited from intentionally harming others, no further punishment was imposed. This left Zhang Liang utterly bewildered. Wasn't it said that the first emperor, Ying Zhang, was ruthless and bloodthirsty, exacting revenge for the slightest offense? How could he have attempted assassination, yet the target still managed to endure, and even sent him to the academy? As hesitation gripped him, a figure suddenly appeared nearby. You are Zhang Zifeng? Han Fizi sighed with resignation. Come, I'll show you around the academy. If you wish to meet the King of Han, you may accompany him on his future overseas journey. His Majesty has already granted the Kingdom of Han to the southern peninsula east of Yen. If you wish to go, you'd better study diligently. Zhang Liang was dumbfounded. Wait, wasn't he the state of Han already destroyed? How could it be restored so effortlessly? What about all those years he'd spent toiling over plans to restore the kingdom? While Zhang Liang was lost in confusion within the Great Qin Academy, another man had encountered Chen Mu in the ancient capital of Wei, the city of Daliang. Your Majesty. Within the Great Wei Academy, the former Grand Master, Lord Xinling, had passed away. His successor was Zhang Er, once a retainer of Wei Wuji. In truth, behind the scenes, this man was also the chief leader of Wei's anti-Qin faction. Though Chen Mu had long obtained precise intelligence, he had yet to act. He was still alive. As long as this first emperor remained alive, these individuals dared not openly defy him, except for troublemakers like Zhang Liang, of course. The reason for coming to the Great Wei Academy was that Chen Mu wished to see another person. The Han Emperor Gaozu, Liu Bang. Come to think of it, Liu Bang was not much younger than the first emperor Ying Zhang, merely 3 or 4 years his junior. Having idolized Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, since childhood, Liu Bang journeyed to Daliang to become a junior aide to Zhang Er. He now oversees part of the academy's affairs. At this moment, Chen Mu was observing the figures at the rear of the procession. One of them was discreetly observing him, his face brimming with admiration as he murmured, "A true man should be like this." Lu Ji. Up ahead, Zhang Er suddenly called out, "Quick! Come quickly, His Majesty summons you." Ha! Liu Bang was utterly baffled, scrambling to run ahead to the front of the procession. When he saw Chen Mu's smiling face, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He couldn't shake the feeling that the first emperor's gaze toward him was oddly peculiar. Could it be? Could this first emperor, like the late king of Wei, have some peculiar inclination? The problem was, he wasn't exactly handsome either. Amidst his confusion, Chen Mu spoke slowly, "Mr. Zhang, even in Xianyang, I heard of how well you manage your academy. I imagine your ranks must be filled with heroes. As it happens, I am short-handed for my eastern tour. Why not have Lu Ji accompany me?" This. Liu Bang's unease deepened. Before he could speak, Zhang Er beside him exclaimed joyfully, "To receive the emperor's favor is Lu Ji's good fortune. Quickly, Lu Ji, thank the emperor at once." "Thank you, your majesty." Liu Bang reluctantly bowed his head. Just moments ago, he had been musing that a true man should aspire to be like the first emperor. But as the saying goes, serving the emperor is like walking with a tiger. If he remained by the emperor's side, he feared he would never have a chance to rise in this lifetime. With no better options available, Liu Bang could only grit his teeth and join the eastern tour. Along the way, he had considered escape, but the soldiers Chen Mu had brought seemed to have read his mind. Even when he tried to excuse himself to relieve himself in the wilderness, someone would accompany him. That night, Liu Bang had a strange dream. He saw himself transformed into a true dragon, poised to soar skyward. But just as he was about to soar through the heavens, countless Qin crossbows fired simultaneously. Each arrow carried a chain that violently yanked him back down from the clouds. Months later, the Eastern inspection procession raced relentlessly to Mount Tai. At the foot of Mount Tai, Chen Mu finally encountered the last person he sought on this journey. Xiao He. At this time, Xiao He was slightly older than Zhang Liang, just over 20 years old. He never dreamed that while studying peacefully at home, he would suddenly be dragged away by Qin generals. Deep down, Xiaoyi still resisted this fate. But luckily, he encountered someone who shared his interests and was quite fascinating. Lu Ji, what do you think the emperor really means? Xiaoyi was utterly perplexed. Both you and I are utterly ordinary. Why has His Majesty singled us out for such favor? Ordinary? Lu Bang chewed on a blade of grass, gazing at the long procession winding up Mount Tai. He sighed, Old Xiao, you might not believe this, but I had a dream recently. I dreamt I transformed into a true dragon, only to be shot down by His Majesty's arrow and bound tight with chains. The more I pondered it, the more unsettling it felt. Do you think our emperor might know something, which is why he sought us out specifically? Why else would he seek us out specifically? Xiaoyi froze for a moment, then couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Lu Ji. How dare you even entertain such thoughts? The combined armies of the 6 states couldn't stop the Qin Empire. How could you, alone, ever hope to become the true dragon? Stop dreaming. I see the world today is already within the Qin Empire's grasp. His Majesty dares to spare the royal families of the other states, even permitting them to establish kingdoms overseas. Do you think he lacks the resolve to eliminate them? He deliberately spares them, waiting for them to make mistakes, only to crush them with overwhelming might. You failed once in rebellion, failed twice. After 10 or 8 more failed attempts, who would dare rebel? Who would willingly throw their life away? Chapter 135, Qin's first expansion and the construction of the Imperial Mausoleum. When Chen Mu completed the Fengshan ritual on Mount Tai, the members of the Mountain River Academy finally received new simulation data. Year 11 of the First Emperor, you have initiated your first Eastern tour. This expedition aimed to inspect water conservancy and road infrastructure across the unified Qin territories, test for potential court unrest, and perform the Fengshan ritual at Mount Tai. En route, you encountered Zhang Liang Zhang Zifang attempting assassination at Bolang Sha. Threatening to execute his entire clan, you had him sent to the Qin Imperial Academy. Upon reaching Daliang, the former capital of Wei, you met Lu Bang at the Great Wei Academy and demanded he join your Eastern inspection entourage. At the foot of Mount Tai, you met Xiaoyi, the future chancellor of the Han Dynasty, and were deeply impressed by his erudition. Yet Xiaoyi's loyalty was not genuine, he preferred spending time with Lu Bang instead. Lu Bang recounted his strange dream, claiming he transformed into a true dragon only to be bound by your iron chains. Xiaoyi sighed that the Qin Empire's conquest of the realm had become an established fact, one likely beyond anyone's power to alter. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, Mandate of Heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan. These few lines left everyone speechless. Holy crap! Just moments ago, everyone was wondering why Chen Mu hadn't accelerated the simulation yet. Turns out he truly had unfinished business. But why do I always feel such a sense of disconnect when I see these characters? It's as if they're from 2 entirely different eras, forcibly thrown together. This is strange. Director Lu couldn't help but speak up. Aren't people saying Lu Bang is highly likely to be the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty? How did he end up in the Qin Empire? Nonsense. Principal Zhang Mingyuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lu Bang isn't Sun Wukong, nor did he spring from a stone crevice. And he's roughly the same age as the first emperor, so of course he's living in this era. But how did Chen Mu even find these people? Isn't tracking someone down in ancient times harder than climbing to the heavens? Doesn't Chen Mu have a secret guard? A scholar nearby speculated, I recall Jing Ke was assigned to protect Chen Mu, right? This kind of secret guard organization, similar to the Jinui, is a staple tactic favored by many simulation masters. I don't think it's necessarily a secret guard. Another shook his head. To gain complete knowledge of a nation, the best method is undoubtedly a census. Perhaps the Qin Empire under Chen Mu's governance has already accomplished this feat. How could that be possible? Zhang Yunhe, who had remained silent for a long while, sneered coldly. With the conditions of the Warring States period, what tools could they possibly use to count the population across all regions? Those bamboo slips were clunky and heavy. Just carving down all those names would require. He didn't finish his sentence. Zhang Yunhe suddenly snapped to his senses, then slapped himself in frustration. Why couldn't he control his damn mouth? Chen Mu had already developed papermaking, why worry about bamboo slips at all? Silence fell. Principal Zhang Mingyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Professor Jiang, it seems you still can't quite accept Chen Mu's achievements. Well, with so many netizens witnessing this now, let everyone judge whether you, Zhang Yunhe, are correct, or if Chen Mu's choice is superior. As for me, I wholeheartedly support Chen Mu and firmly believe that his choice Emperor Qin Shi Huang is the only one capable of unifying the realm. Zhang Yunhe nearly vomited. Damn it! How did this dog of a principal ever suck up to him back then? And now? The moment things went south, he was discarded like trash? Little did he know. Among the other scholars present, there were certainly those who had made mistakes in their research on Warring States history. But these individuals had already recognized their errors and were delighted to uncover the truth. But Zhang Yunhe? If Chen Mu found out, he might even worry whether this old fool would be crushed by the blow. For in just a few short years, the Qin Empire had opened all routes to Lingnan, the western regions, the northeast, the grasslands, the plateaus, and the northwestern frontiers. Numerous small states that had never appeared in the original historical timeline now lay subjugated beneath the Qin Empire's iron hoof, while crops and goods previously only accessible through Han Dynasty trade routes now flowed freely into the empire. Meanwhile, commodities like silk produced across the land also reached the western regions. Suddenly, trade and commerce transformed the capital Xianyang into a bustling metropolis. Yet, constrained by its limited geographical advantages, the city faced challenges in expanding rapidly. This situation is unsustainable. Chen Mu, having returned to the Qin king's palace, gazed upon the brightly lit city of Xianyang. As the former capital of the Great Qin, Xianyang was undoubtedly sufficient. But as the capital of the present-day Qin Empire, Xianyang was starting to feel a bit cramped. In fact, Chen Mu had already encountered this problem when relocating the nobles of various states earlier. This time, he intended to resolve it once and for all. Relocate the capital. An exquisitely detailed map was spread out within the royal palace, with ministers like Li Si and Wei Liao standing on either side. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Li Si froze in surprise before hastily bowing. Your Majesty, relocating the capital concerns the nation's destiny. It is no trivial matter. Our great Qin's Xianyang is surrounded by mountains on three sides, with the Wei River flanking it. We can rely on the natural fortifications of these mountains and rivers, facing east to control the feudal lords. Moreover, the very foundation of our Qin lies in Guangzhong. To rashly relocate to the former lands of another state risks destabilizing our very roots. Who said we'd relocate to the former lands of the 6 states? Chen Mu shook his head with a smile, then turned to Wei Liao and asked, Master Wei Liao, what do you make of Chang'an? Does it offer the same strategic advantage as Xianyang, easy to defend, hard to attack? Equally so. Wei Liao chuckled softly, his voice brimming with confidence. Even if your Majesty wished to relocate to the former lands of the 6 states, there would be no need for concern over security. With our Qin Empire's million-strong army still standing, who would dare challenge us? Excellent. Chen Mu burst into hearty laughter. Since that's the case, it's settled. Inform the Mozi school that I intend to build a Chang'an city capable of enduring 1,000 years. Let them give it their best thought. Furthermore, the members of the cabinet should also be involved. Whether it concerns commerce or agriculture, everything must be meticulously planned and organized. Do not burden our descendants with complications. Yes, Your Majesty. The assembled civil and military officials bowed in unison to accept the command. Once the crowd dispersed, only Li Si, Wei Liao, and a few others remained in the grand hall. Sighing, Li Si spoke once more. Your Majesty, this humble servant still believes relocating the capital should not be undertaken lightly. After all, the great Qin king's mausoleum is here, and the imperial tomb you constructed. I nearly forgot. Only then did Chen Mu recall the mausoleum of the first emperor, whose construction had long since commenced. After ascending the throne, Chen Mu had not altered the Great Wall or the imperial mausoleum constructed by the first emperor in history, because during the wars against the 6 states, the Qin had captured vast numbers of prisoners of war. If these prisoners were not handled properly, they could become the root of future chaos across the land. Therefore, he could only exercise the privilege of a feudal monarch, dispatching these people to various regions to build roads and bridges, while simultaneously initiating the construction of the imperial tomb and the Great Wall. The only difference was that Chen Mu avoided exhausting the people and depleting resources. Instead, he extensively employed various moist techniques, ensuring efficiency remained largely unaffected. However, recently, these prisoners of war had begun to be gradually released, and some of the younger ones were simply retained within the Qin army. After all, with the Qin Empire now waging war on all fronts, it brought back large numbers of war criminals and prisoners of war every year. Compared to soldiers from other states, these foreign tribesmen were far less precious to spare. Soon, relevant simulation data slowly materialized. Year 12 of the first emperor's reign, you have returned to Xianyang and received reports of military campaigns across the land. The western regions have been fully opened, with hundreds of small states now subjugated under Qin's iron rule, including nomadic tribes of Caucasian descent. To the northeast, General Li Mu has expanded Qin's territory significantly. Countless soldiers and convicts are building fortified settlements here, destined to become the region's first inhabitants. On the grasslands, Qin's iron cavalry had swept away the Xiongnu tribes, transforming the region into Qin's horse breeding grounds. In Lingnan, with the assistance of Li Bing and his son, the Qin successfully constructed the Ling Canal, opening a waterway gateway to the south. Wang Jian led his forces directly into Lingnan and successfully established a foothold. Toward the plateau, the southwestern frontier, the eastern seas. Freed from the threat of the 6 states, regions unleashed unimaginable power as Qin's influence spread to every neighboring territory. You decided to relocate the capital to Chang'an, transforming it into the center of the entire world. You mobilized hundreds of thousands of foreign prisoners of war for construction, while simultaneously advancing the Great Wall and the first emperor's mausoleum. Chapter 136, the first emperor's mausoleum revealed, the overlord emerges. Hundreds of thousands of prisoners. These few words alone delivered a shockwave that reverberated through the entire assembly. Yet after scrutinizing the text for a long while, no one could fathom what this so-called first emperor's mausoleum actually was. No wonder. The famous historical sites known to all in Chen Mu's previous life had yet to be discovered in the Blue Star world. But, principal, check the live stream comments. A major archaeological discovery just happened. Whoa! Could they have actually unearthed ancient Qin dynasty ruins? In just a few words, she completely captured everyone's attention. Opening the live stream, a steady stream of comments flooded the screen. Unbelievable. Absolutely insane. Just days ago, I saw experts suggesting a massive ancient imperial tomb might exist in the Xianyang area, and now it's actually been discovered. Holy crap. Besides the Qin dynasty, how many ancient dynasties chose Xianyang as their capital? What do you think? Could it be that Chen Mu simulated the Qin dynasty, which is why we discovered this tomb? Otherwise, it's just too coincidental. Don't even get me started. The History Research Institute of the Lunka Academy just announced they found evidence of Zheng He's voyages to the western seas based on Chen Mu's simulation. That's maritime exploration predating the age of discovery. Holy crap! Brother Chen Mu is practically becoming a legend. A barrage of information flooded the live stream, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Fortunately, as the top university in Longxia, Shanghai University had plenty of channels to get the scoop. After just a few phone calls, Zhang Mingyuan quickly connected with the archaeology department and even secured permission to broadcast footage of the excavation work. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Mingyuan was overcome with excitement. They've unearthed a massive tomb in the Xianyang area, containing thousands upon thousands of terracotta warriors. And according to the experts on site, these terracotta warriors are very likely from the Qin dynasty. Old Lu, switch it over so everyone can see. Got it. Director Lu promptly switched the live feed to the archaeological site. Compared to the terracotta warriors familiar to Chen Mu from his previous life, the archaeological excavation technology in the Dragon's Summer Kingdom was clearly more advanced. Take this moment, for instance. Instead of recklessly opening the entire First Emperor's tomb, they employed drones and lighting for exploration. On screen. In the vast, expansive pit, lifelike, multicolored terracotta warriors stood silently, as if Qin dynasty soldiers from thousands of years ago had come vividly to life in the present. Whoa! Not only did those present feel their scalps tingle, but even the viewers watching the livestream were no better off. What kind of magnificent empire could have left such a monument over 2,000 years ago? How magnificent must the era Chen Mu lived in have been? The answer was simple. Even as a man from the future, Chen Mu felt a sense of time-traveling disorientation every time he witnessed the construction of the first emperor's mausoleum. The Mozi school possessed vast technological knowledge, not just levers, gears, and pulleys, but even rudimentary forms of mechanical principles that would later emerge in later eras. Alas! Because no one valued it, this knowledge gradually faded into obscurity over the long river of history. Centuries later, the people of Longxia could not hold their heads high before outsiders, believing themselves inferior. Yet in this very era, what civilization could possibly rival the might of the Qin? Your Majesty! A Mozi disciple rushed in, his face aglow with excitement. Progress on the imperial tomb has accelerated again. If our calculations are correct, it might only take 20 years to complete. No need to rush. Chen Mu smiled calmly. I grant you 50 years. Take your time. Build it well. By the way, have the likenesses of Master Han Fizi and General Li Mu been captured? Already done. The moist disciple hurriedly replied, every general and statesman you requested has been meticulously captured in appearance and stature. They will each be fired into pottery in due course. That will do. Chen Mu nodded. Compared to the first emperor in history, he now possessed an immense surplus of lifespan. In the original timeline, the first emperor lived to 49, ruling for 37 years. But with the 50 to 60 points of lifespan he had already acquired, Chen Mu's reign would last nearly a century. Therefore, he planned to treat the first emperor's mausoleum as a long-term project to be built gradually, serving as a place to house prisoners of war at the time. Beyond that, the construction of the Great Wall and the excavation of canals across the land would largely follow a similar approach, not rushed, but never halted. This approach allowed Chen Mu to minimize the burden on the people and the drain on resources while further reducing the risk of rebellion in the former territories of the feudal states. And indeed, this proved true. When the people of the various states realized that life under the Qin Empire was more comfortable than before, the conspirators who had been agitating for restoration found themselves utterly without a foothold. Take Zhang Liang, for instance. After arriving at the Qin Academy, Zhang Liang went through a period of despondency. But soon, his fighting spirit was fully restored, and he resolved to unite all like-minded individuals to resist the tyrannical Qin. But the outcome? Han Fizi, also of the Korean royal family, refused. Xiao He, who had instantly recognized Zhang Liang as kindred spirit, also refused. Even the usually carefree Liu Bang believed that rebelling now would be tantamount to suicide. Left with no other choice, Xiao He could only immerse himself in the study of military strategy, seeking solace in its pages. Yet every move they made was under Chen Mu's control, including several sons of Xiang Yan. In the 15th year of the first emperor, you received Xiang Yan's son Xiang Rong and Xiang Liang in the new capital Chang'an. At this time, Xiang Rong's wife had given birth to a chubby baby boy with naturally double pupils. You took great fondness to him and named him Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu showed extraordinary traits from infancy. Not only was he significantly larger than other children, but his strength also surpassed the ordinary. You believed Xiang Yu was destined to become a great general of the Qin Empire, capable of expanding its borders and being infeft as a marquis or appointed as a commander. You adopted him as your foster son and instructed Xiang Rong to remain in Chang'an to educate him diligently. That same year, Ake, now empress, also bore you a son. Ministers suggested naming him Fusu, filling you with profound emotion. You knew he was not suited to be the heir apparent, so you could only wait silently. You hoped the Qin Empire would produce a figure like Xiang Yu, one capable of seamlessly inheriting this vast empire. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, Mandate of Heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan. The resurfacing simulation data sent both the Mountain River Academy crowd and the live stream audience into an uproar. Holy crap! It was one thing that Chen Mu had dealt with Lu Bang and the others earlier, but now he'd actually dealt with Xiang Yu? It was clear. The overlord Xiang Yu, adopted as the first emperor's son, would not only refrain from rebelling against the Qin dynasty in the future but would instead become its most steadfast supporter. With just Xiang Yu standing here, who in this era could possibly defeat the Qin Empire? Perhaps Han Xin could. Within the simulated world, Chen Mu watched the now walking and running Xiang Yu, then turned to glance at his own disappointing Fusu, shaking his head in dismay. At this point in time, Han Xin should be born soon, right? With Zhang Liang and Xiao He now in Qin's grasp, and Lu Bang the true dragon completely locked down, if they could also secure Han Xin. How terrifying would the future Qin Empire become? Chapter 137, The Destiny of Two Emperors and One Overlord? Chen Mu hadn't expected this. Even though he knew Han Xion's name and his hometown, no matter how thoroughly he searched, the man seemed to be nowhere to be found. For this reason, he deliberately launched a second eastern tour, hoping to uncover some trace of evidence, yet the result was a complete failure. This left Chen Mu with a headache. While changing environments might cause a historical hero to fade into obscurity, that was only true for ordinary people with better luck. As the saying goes, gold will shine wherever it is. Those with innate talents like Xiang Yu and Han Xin were destined to shine brightly in any era, though there was always a chance they might be overlooked. Take the current Grand General of the Qin Empire, Wang Jian. Had Chen Mu not discovered him early, Wang Jian might have had to wait another decade or two before gaining significant influence. And had Chen Mu not chosen the first emperor, he would likely have remained on the opposing side to Wang Jian, making it exceedingly difficult to recruit him then. Speaking of which, in the actual historical conquest of the Six Kingdoms by Qin, Wang Jian and his son Wang Ben led their forces to subjugate 5 of them. Similarly, Han Xin possessed comparable military achievements. During the Chu-Han contention, Han Xin likewise subdued Wei, Zhao, Dai, Yan, and Qi with his forces, his contributions unmatched by any other. The mere thought of such a military genius standing against the Qin Empire is enough to give anyone a headache. My emperor! Within the Qin imperial palace, it gently rubbed the furrowed brow of Chen Mu, sighing, even before the 6 kingdoms were conquered, you were always frowning like this. Now that the realm is unified and our children have grown, why do you still fret so? Could it be that this Han Xin you speak of is truly that formidable? It's more than just impressive. Chen Mu shook his head with a wry smile, unsure how to explain. After a moment's thought, he let the matter drop and asked instead, how's the academy holding up? Nothing out of the ordinary. A grinned, counting on her fingers. That Zhang Liang is still plotting rebellion day in and day out, while Lu Bang spends his time getting drunk. It's actually that Mr. Xiaohe who's quite learned he's earned Mr. Han Fei's deep respect. As they spoke, a sudden commotion erupted outside the palace. Soon after, several wet nurses led Fusu and Xiang Yu past the doorway, their voices mingling with the faint chatter of the children. Spotting Chen Mu inside the palace, Fusu, who had been crying, immediately stopped his sobs. He stood up straight, looking timid, and kept his head bowed in silence. Xiang Yu, however, looked startled for a moment before stepping forward. Mimicking the adults, he bowed deeply and declared in a loud voice, Father, I accidentally made Fusu cry. Please punish me. Did you do this on purpose? Chen Mu raised an eyebrow. Tell the truth. No. Xiang Yu looked up. Your son meant to practice martial arts with Fusu, but I accidentally hit him a bit too hard, and then he cried. Then it's no trouble. Chen Mu smiled helplessly, glancing apologetically at Ake before sighing. Take Fusu back first. I'll take Yor to the academy. Understood. Ake glanced at Xiang Yu, utterly baffled by her husband's extraordinary affection for this adopted son. But this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. She recalled the days after returning to Qin from Yan. Hadn't her husband shown her the same extraordinary leniency back then? Meanwhile, Chen Mu led Xiang Yu straight to the Great Qin Academy, where they soon encountered Lu Bang, Zhang Liang, and Xiao He at Han Fei's residence. Your humble subjects pay their respects to your majesty. Greetings, Master Han Fei. At this moment, whether Zhang Liang and the others were willing or not, they still had to observe the proper formalities. Yet their expressions betrayed distinct emotions. Xiao He wore an expression of curiosity, as if he had something to say but held back. Zhang Liang's eyes flickered, his face practically screaming, "I refuse to accept this." Lu Bang's gaze remained calm, though his heart stirred with unease. He couldn't shake the feeling that every time the other man saw him, a fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of murderous intent would flash across his eyes. Zhang Liang. Zhang Zifeng. Chen Mu turned to Zhang Liang first, smiling as he said, "The king of Wei has been assigned by me to rebuild a kingdom in the South Seas. Why haven't you gone?" "Why should I?" Zhang Liang replied with neither humility nor arrogance. "The state of Wei lies to the east of Great Qin. It is no wild, untamed wilderness." "Well said, Zhang Zifeng." Chen Mu's smile deepened. "So, you still refuse to acknowledge that this realm belongs to my Great Qin? Aren't you afraid someone might overhear and have you dragged out to be beheaded? Your Majesty would never kill me." Zhang Liang smiled smugly. "If Zhang Liang has not misjudged, Your Majesty still intends to use me. Knowing this, why persist?" Chen Mu gave a cold laugh. "Knowing is easy, doing is hard." Zhang Liang sighed. "Moreover, in the Great Qin I have witnessed, everywhere there are people yearning for their homeland, and every household harbors a desire to escape calamity. Harsh laws and brutal punishments might suppress the people's hearts, but they will inevitably breed resentment that dare not be voiced. But if left unchecked, this widespread fear will eventually brew into disaster. If Your Majesty doubts this, simply wait a few more years." Chen Mu glanced at him with some surprise. Just as Zhang Liang had said, because he had abandoned the Qin dynasty's harsh laws, the Qin of today had already diverged somewhat from its historical counterpart. As the saying goes, when you push down one gourd, another floats up. Perfect solutions are rare in this world, and the same holds true for governing a nation. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, their true nature hard to discern. The calamity of the Six Kingdoms. Chen Mu chuckled softly. "So you're saying you'll wait until the former lands of the Six Kingdoms have finished their upheavals before deciding whether to aid my Qin?" "Precisely." Zhang Liang nodded hastily. Seeing this, Chen Mu saw no need to press further. He turned to look at Xiao He and said, "And you, Mr. Xiao? Would you prefer to wait longer, or enter the court as an official?" "I humbly request an official post." Xiao He bowed deeply. "I am a humble native of Pei County. I wish to return to my homeland and offer my modest service." "Agreed." Chen Mu nodded with a smile. Mr. Xiao possesses the talent to govern the nation, though he still needs experience before being entrusted with greater responsibilities. Since you wish to return to Pei County, you may first take on the role of county magistrate to test your abilities. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiao Yi's face lit up with joy, then he hurriedly nudged Lu Bang. Gritting his teeth, Lu Bang steeled himself to speak. "Your Majesty, this humble subject Lu Bang also seeks an official post." "No." Chen Mu shook his head flatly. "You will remain here at the academy. You are not permitted to go anywhere. I can grant you wealth and honor, but you'd best behave yourself. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily." Lu Bang was dumbfounded. Wait. Why could Zhang Liang plot rebellion without consequence, and shout he request office and be granted it, yet when it came to him, nothing was possible? Why must you, the mighty first emperor of Qin, single out this commoner? Hesitating, Han Feizi emerged from the adjacent room, leading Xiang Yu by the hand, chuckling as he said, "Your Majesty, the little one couldn't wait any longer." "Father." 3-year-old Xiang Yu came trotting over. Spotting Lu Bang, he suddenly halted and whirled around, exclaiming, "Father! He's a bad man. Kick him out." Ha ha ha. Chen Mu couldn't contain his laughter. At present, Lu Bang was in the prime of his life, just like him, yet Xiang Yu was only 3 years old. Such a vast age gap should logically leave no room for conflict. Could it be that this simulated world truly operates through predestined cycles, with everything arranged by some unseen force? After a moment's thought, Chen Mu suddenly asked, "Xiang Yu, I shall ask you one more question. You must answer truthfully. Since you dislike this Lu Bang, do you like me instead?" "Father." Xiang Yu seemed conflicted. But soon, he stood tall and declared, "Grandfather said Father Emperor destroyed our Chu state, so Xiang Yu dares not forget. But Father spared grandfather's life and even sent father and uncle to defend the frontiers. Therefore, though Xiang Yu dislikes your Majesty, he holds you in great respect and is willing to follow your commands." Chen Mu's face darkened instantly, while Lu Bang beside him suddenly felt a tinge of schadenfreude. Perhaps in this world, only Chen Mu truly understood just how terrifying the current gathering of these three figures truly was. 2 emperors and the overlord of Chu. Yet here they stood. The three now stood face to face, on the soil of the Great Qin. Chapter 138, Su Fu sets sail. In the 18th year of the first emperor's reign, you embarked on another eastern tour in search of Han Xian, yet returned empty-handed. You reflected on life's transience while worrying about the Qin Empire's future. You visited the Great Qin Academy and once again met Lu Bang, Zhang Liang, and Xiao He. Zhang Liang still harbored rebellious thoughts, and with his sharp mind, he had long realized you would not easily kill them. In their conversation, Xiaohui pointed out the crises lurking beneath the prosperous and thriving era, and was determined to throw himself into it to accomplish something great. You did not dissuade him, but rather welcomed his ambition. Xiaohui agreed to your request, accepting the position of magistrate of Pei County to serve the great Qin Empire. Lu Bang also wished to return to his hometown, but you refused him. After meeting Xiang Yu, Lu Bang inexplicably drew his hostility, and you realized you were far from winning everyone's allegiance. Yet this journey strangely eased your anxiety, for you knew you possessed ample time to resolve all these matters. You triggered the effect of the golden entry, heroes appreciate each other, gaining Xiaohui's recognition. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, mandate of heaven, gaining +1 to your lifespan. The succession of simulation messages left the crowd at Shanghai University exchanging bewildered glances. Jumping from the 15th year of the first emperor to the 18th year all at once. Director Lu voiced his concern, without any major events, the added score will be much lower, right? This hasn't even triggered time acceleration yet. Could we be heading into garbage time already? Don't jinx it. Principal Zhang Mingyuan quickly interjected, cut the nonsense. This simulation still hides a lot. Exactly. Jiang Yunhe, standing nearby, suddenly felt a surge of energy. Scrutinizing the simulation data, he suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, I get it. I get it. On the surface, Chen Mu seems to have conquered the Six Kingdoms and gained some legitimacy through the so-called constitution. But in reality, Zhang Liang, Xiaohui, and Lu Bang represent three distinct stances within the Qin state. One faction harbors rebellious intentions, another has temporarily submitted but remains disloyal, and then there's Lu Bang's situation, forcibly suppressed by the Qin, deprived of even basic freedom. On the surface, this approach seems harmless. But if a spark were to ignite, the entire Qin Empire might shatter into pieces with a single crack. Everyone present stared at Jiang Yunhe as if he were a lunatic. Damn it, this old man is downright vicious. Chen Mu had barely unified the six states, and now this guy was cursing the Qin Empire to collapse outright? But, unexpectedly, Jiang Yunhe actually got it right this time. Because Chen Mu had completed the unification of the six states ahead of schedule, the historical trajectory within the simulated world had completely diverged from the original course. For instance, in the original history, countless rebels emerged across the land only after the first emperor's death. But now, due to Chen Mu's conciliatory policies, the ambitions of some factions had been stoked instead. Unfortunately, having tasted the benefits of the Ming sect and the Jinhui, how could Chen Mu possibly relinquish such a powerful weapon as a secret organization? The covert guards commanded by Jing Ku have been steadily infiltrating the territories of the various states over the years. The specific intelligence was relayed to Chen Mu at all times by Ake. Beyond the absolute core of the Qin state, Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and the Meng brothers evenly knew little of this matter. Your Majesty, it seems your concerns were justified. Within the Qin imperial palace, Ake glared angrily at the intelligence report, sneering coldly, unifying writing, standardizing chariot tracks, regulating weights and measures. These were originally beneficial reforms for the nation and its people. Yet now, those rebels have twisted them into this monstrous form. Your Majesty, why not recall General Wang Jian and his forces to eliminate these rebels entirely? Exterminate? Chen Mu shook his head. We can never kill them all. We could capture them instead, and exile them to whichever overseas territory corresponds to the nation they wish to restore. By this time, the royal families of the six former kingdoms had been exiled by Chen Mu to the peripheries of Great Qin. Take the Korean peninsula's southern tip, for instance, now home to the Korean kingdom. Or the Zhao kingdom cultivating the treasure island. Then there's the Chu and Wei kingdoms tilling the South Seas, and the Yan and Qi kingdoms developing the frigid northern lands. Originally, those royal families still harbored grand dreams, believing they could make a comeback. But upon arrival, they discovered, without their respective populations, these royal families were no different from commoners. Indeed, they were worse off. Were it not for the Qin Empire's occasional aid, they might well have starved to death. This arrangement was born of necessity. After all, the Qin Empire's technology was still insufficient to support grand maritime expeditions or undertake colonial ventures. Using the remnants of the six states as pioneers was already the most cost-effective solution. Soon, Chen Mu's covert operatives surfaced, and a wave of large-scale arrests suddenly swept across the regions. When royal families in distant neighboring states heard that Qin had sent them a group of loyal subjects, they nearly wept with emotion. But they soon realized these people weren't loyal at all. They were merely seeking to sow chaos in Qin to reap their own gains. In an instant, the six kingdoms, which had only recently been restored, erupted into turmoil once more. Accompanying this turmoil, Chen Mu's simulated information began accelerating. Year 21 of the first emperor's reign, you embarked on another eastern inspection tour. After the previous upheaval, the number of ambitious figures in the former territories of the six kingdoms had dwindled considerably, and the quality of life for the common people had improved somewhat. You encountered a Taoist alchemist named Su Fu, who convinced you he could find the elixir of immortality. You knew this fellow was untrustworthy. While he possessed some knowledge, it was limited. You ordered Su Fu to lead a fleet on an exploratory voyage to gain experience, preparing for future colonization. In the 22nd year of the first emperor's reign, Su Fu returned. He had intended to establish a kingdom on a remote island, but was severely disciplined by the secret guards embedded within his fleet. Su Fu wept bitterly, filled with regret, begging for your forgiveness. You castrated him and sent Su Fu back to sea once more. Put. In the villa district of Shanghai University, Director Lu couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Catching everyone's stunned stares, he quickly covered it up. Ahem, I just recalled an archaeological rumor. Apparently the ancestors of the island nation were called something like Su Fu. Now that Chen Mu has castrated Su Fu, doesn't that mean the island nation is doomed to extinction? Hold on. President Zhang Mingyuan froze for a moment before blurting out, I've heard that story before. It seems to be about events from centuries ago. Could it be that Su Fu really did sail east to Japan in history? Whoa. Everyone present perked up instantly. If you're talking about this, then everyone's wide awake now. Thanks to its modern strength, the Land of the Rising Sun has produced many renowned simulators with considerable international prestige. But if we could actually prove the Japanese are descendants of the Longsha people? That would be hilarious. Research. This topic absolutely demands research. What? You're saying this is targeting our international friends? Bull about international friends. This is pure research spirit digging deep to get to the bottom of things. Spirit, you understand? Chapter 139, Feigned Death. Li Si made the wrong choice again. Never mind the reactions within the Mountain River Academy. Within the simulated world, Chen Mu once again received news of resistance forces emerging in the former territories of the Six Kingdoms. This news brought him both a sense of relief and an unavoidable feeling of helplessness. The relief stemmed from, throughout history, the people inhabiting this land have always possessed a spirit of resistance. They battled against heaven and earth, their spines unbowed by wind and snow, their resolve unbroken by swords and blades. The helplessness lay in the fact that if left unchecked, this might truly lead to disaster. Your Majesty. Within the Great Qin Academy, Zhang Liang, still refusing to pledge allegiance, dropped the book in his hands and chuckled softly. When Your Majesty released Lord Xinling back then, you must have been filled with triumphant confidence, believing the entire realm was already within your grasp. Do you regret it now? Regret? Chen Mu shook his head. What is there to regret? Even knowing the outcome now, I would still make the same choice. Chen Mu was not merely putting on a brave front. In truth, he had always known the fate of the Great Qin. Yet he firmly believed that the Great Qin he had built could withstand any calamity. You. Han Fizi shook his head beside him. You, Zhang Liang, clearly gifted with extraordinary abilities, yet you spend your days lost in wild fantasies. If chaos truly engulfs the land, you might indeed achieve great deeds. But what of the common people? Besides His Majesty, how many truly consider the common people? On this point, Zhang Liang found himself in agreement. This was one reason he remained at the academy. For he too could not see the turbulent undercurrents within the Qin state, nor could he be certain that restoring the state would lead to a better outcome than the Qin. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Liang couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, do you have a solution? Not for now. Chen Mu shook his head. I'll have the secret guards make another arrest. It just so happens your Korean side is short-handed again. Zhang Liang was instantly speechless. When he first arrived at the Great Qin Academy, the royal houses of the various states still resided in Xianyang. Zhang Liang had even paid his respects to the former king of Han. Alas, the man was wholly preoccupied with rebuilding his kingdom overseas, still dreaming of a comeback. It was foreseeable. Even if the Qin Empire were to crumble into pieces, the future of the realm would hold no connection to these royal families who fled overseas. Moreover, not everyone desired the realm's fragmentation. Take Xiao He, for instance. After years of honing his skills in Pei County, Xiao He's approach had grown increasingly steady. His grassroots work had given him a clear understanding of the various flaws and problems within the Qin state. Since Chen Mu did not adopt legalist policies as in history, the implementation of many reforms proceeded extremely slowly. Even today, the policy of standardizing writing scripts remained unimplemented in numerous regions. This frustrated even Xiao He, a proponent of Taoist thought, who forcibly pushed through reforms in Pei County, achieving rapid results within those years. Upon returning to Chang'an for an audience, Xiao He had intended to present his proposals, only to be unexpectedly rebuffed by Chen Mu. As he always said, Chen Mu felt no urgency, for he possessed ample time. The Great Qin Empire now faced little major external conflict. The northern grasslands had been thoroughly pacified, and the distant snow-covered lands had also been brought under Qin's administration. In the northeast, the aging Li Mu began to feel his strength waning. Unwilling to see him continue campaigning abroad, Chen Mu recalled him to Chang'an. In the western regions, Li Xian had advanced deep into Central Asia, constructing fortified cities for the Qin Empire at strategic passes and key locations. In Lingnan, Wang Jian has completely subdued the Baiyue tribes, swiftly transforming the region into another bountiful source of resources for the Qin Empire. Construction on the first emperor's mausoleum, the Great Wall, water conservancy projects, and roads continued unabated. Increasing numbers of common people began spontaneously rallying behind the Qin Empire. Chen Mu believed that within another decade or two, the Qin Empire might fully integrate its internal and external territories, becoming an indivisible entity beyond alteration. Even if the Qin Empire were to vanish in the future, all separatist forces would inevitably use it as their benchmark, forging an empire as vast as those of the Han or Tang dynasties. Soon, simulation data began rapidly materializing. Year 25 of the first emperor, the Qin Empire's borders expanded once more. In the 27th year of the first emperor, you embarked on another eastern tour. This time, people began to welcome you, and they believed it was the Qin Empire that brought them a stable life. You were heartened, believing this time would see little resistance. Yet mere days later, you faced an assassination attempt in the former lands of Zhao. Undeterred, you extended the eastern tour, granting those assassins more opportunities, for you sought to uncover how many still yearned to restore their kingdoms and why. In the 29th year of the first emperor, over 2 decades after Qin unified the realm, those attempting restoration only grew in number. You knew this matter had reached a point where it could no longer be ignored. In the 33rd year of the first emperor's reign, you designated Fusu as crown prince and personally sent Xiang Yu, also 18 years old, to the military for training. In the 37th year of the first emperor, at the age of 49, you embarked on another eastern tour. This eastern tour saw many Qin ministers choose to accompany you: the gray-haired Wang Jian, the equally aged Li Si, and Zhao Gao, whom you had never executed. Perhaps due to advancing age, you suddenly fell ill. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, immunity to all illnesses, achieving full recovery. You resolved to undertake a perilous endeavor. Success would eradicate all internal threats to the Qin Empire, but failure would lead to its complete collapse. You feign your own death. Within the Mountain River Academy, everyone present stared dumbfounded at the simulation data, utterly unable to believe their eyes. What the hell? Chen Mu feigning his own death? Throughout history, the transition between old and new regimes has always been the most turbulent period. And now, knowing full well that a powerful anti-Qin force was brewing among the people, Chen Mu still chose to fake his own death. Wasn't this like pouring fuel on the fire? Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Zhang Yunhe glared at the simulation data, his teeth clenched in fury. I can accept that the Qin unified the warring states, but what the hell is Chen Mu playing at? Does he think this simulated world is a playground? Principal Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu exchanged glances, both utterly perplexed. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Mingyuan finally said in a deep voice, "Everyone, stay calm. No one can say for certain what's really happening inside the simulated world. If Chen Mu dared to act this way, he must have prepared thoroughly. Could there be another possibility?" Director Lu speculated from the side. Chen Mu has yet to secure the allegiance of Liu Bang, Zhang Liang, Xiao He, and Xiang Yu. Could this mean the people of the realm haven't truly recognized the Great Qin yet? So he faked his own death to lure out all the ambitious schemers, then wipe them out in one fell swoop? Exactly. Perhaps only after enduring turmoil will people truly cherish the happiness they once had? The more Director Lu spoke, the more convinced he became of his reasoning. In fact, he had actually guessed part of it correctly. Perhaps it was his advancing age, or perhaps it was the peculiar year of the first emperor's passing in history, but recently Chen Mu felt the pressure from the survival world growing ever more intense. Fortunately, many stood by his side to shoulder the burden together. Take Wang Jian, for instance, a man who had stubbornly clung to life all this time simply because of those words, "You cannot die." At this moment, Chen Mu and Wang Jian stood within the Great Qin Academy, watching the equally white-haired Han Feizi brew tea. "Thank you for your kindness, Master Han Fei." Wang Jian cheerfully accepted the teacup and chuckled, "Your Majesty. Throughout history, how many rulers have feared their own deaths? Yet here you are, voluntarily feigning death. At our age, such matters are best avoided, wouldn't you agree? What is there to fear?" Chen Mu chuckled softly. "As long as I remain alive, the descendants of the 6 states harboring rebellious thoughts within the Great Qin will never dare to rise up. Rather than letting them constantly undermine Qin, it's better to let them reveal themselves, then we can eliminate them all at once. Aren't you afraid this might backfire?" Han Feizi shook his head firmly. Every time he looked at Chen Mu, he couldn't help but recall that 8-year-old prince of Qin from years past. Yet in the blink of an eye, decades had already passed. "Master." Chen Mu looked at Han Feizi. "This time, I may need you to enter the court as chancellor. Is it because of my junior brother Li Si?" Han Feizi sighed. He's been in the cabinet for so many years, why can't he see reason? Who knows? Chen Mu gave a cold laugh. He had kept Zhao Gao precisely for this day. Because he was eager to know, if history gave Li Si another chance to choose, would he make a different decision? Alas, Li Si made the wrong choice again. Chapter 140, Xiang Yu returns, Zhang Liang bows. "Brother Yu." Amidst the Qin border garrison troops, Fusu's voice trembled as he cried out, "Father, he has passed away." Xingyu, clad in armor, swayed slightly. Suddenly, he recalled the emperor who had always shown him extraordinary leniency. His grandfather, Xiang Yan, had told him that while Qin had conquered Chu, the Qin state had not only treated the Xiang family with honor but had bestowed upon them countless favors. These favors, Xiang Yu knew, he could never repay in a lifetime. That was why he had joined the army to serve. But now, the first emperor, who had always praised him as peerlessly valiant and unmatched throughout the ages, had he truly departed. Fu Su. Xiang Yu quickly dismissed his thoughts and declared in a solemn voice, "You are the crown prince of Qin, the future emperor. Even if our father is gone, you must uphold the great Qin. Let's go back. We cannot return." Fu Su sighed. Father's deathbed decree named Hu Hai as successor. This was personally witnessed by Li Si, the Grand Chancellor, and Zhao Gao, the chief eunuch. Bull? Instead of anger, Xiang Yu laughed, snorting, "I saw through that Li Si long ago, just like Liu Bang, he's no good. Father had long designated you as crown prince, yet at his deathbed he ordered Hu Hai to ascend the throne? This is clearly a forged edict. Men, saddle the horses. Follow me back to the capital to help the crown prince ascend the throne." "Yes, your highness." The surrounding soldiers roared their obedience. This army was entirely composed of soldiers selected by the Xiang clan in Jiangdong, all direct descendants of Xiang Yu. Within the Qin army's ranks, the force led by Xiang Yu had become the strongest Qin army in just a few short years without a doubt. For he was Xiang Yu, the very overlord Xiang Yu of history. Soon, Xiang Yu led his iron cavalry back, and Chen Mu, who remained at the academy, also received the specific news. "The crown prince is far too merciful." Wang Jian shook his head in dismay. Clearly, both His Majesty and Empress A possessed extraordinary strength, yet the crown prince bore no resemblance to either. It was Xiang Yu who had delivered an unexpectedly impressive performance this time. "Never mind him for now." Chen Mu shook his head and turned to ask, "What of the former territories of the Six Kingdoms? Rebellions have already begun." Jing Ke, also in his 40s or 50s, sighed deeply. "Your Majesty, do you grasp how terrifying that phrase is? Are kings, marquises, generals, and ministers born to rule? A single phrase can inspire a man to raise an entire army. Rebellion. Rebellion." Chen Mu shook his head and sighed, "Unless we strike, they won't give up. By the way, what's the situation in Lingnan? Things are looking grim." Wang Jian shook his head and sighed, that Jiaotuo truly harbors ambitions of independence, but the situation remains under control. "What about Liu Bang?" Chen Mu turned to look at Jing Ke. Before Jing Ke could speak, Han Fizi sighed, "You gave him a chance to escape, so of course he fled. But Zhang Liang didn't leave, and I suspect he's already figured it out. He's clever, that one." Chen Mu nodded with a smile. Xiao He had already infiltrated the heart of the Qin court, yet Zhang Liang remained unmoved when rebellion should have erupted. With Liu Bang alone, it was highly unlikely he could stir up any significant turmoil. But Chen Mu likely hadn't anticipated that Liu Bang, having just assembled his forces, would encounter an unexpected figure. Han Xin. In history, Han Xin had repeatedly hit dead ends under Xiang Yu's command before switching allegiance to Liu Bang. In this simulated world, however, Liu Bang had long noticed the very man Chen Mu had been searching for. A man constantly mentioned by the first emperor, could he possibly be ordinary? Sure enough. After securing Han Xin, Liu Bang employed every trick in the book to win his loyalty under the guise of avenging the first emperor. His power began to expand rapidly thereafter, seizing control of several counties within a mere dozen days, displaying all the trappings of a self-proclaimed king. But unfortunately, the territory Liu Bang had seized lay precisely along the route Xiang Yu and Fu Su were taking on their return journey. As if destined by fate, the future Emperor Gaozu of Han and the overlord of Chu clashed once more. Only this time, Xiang Yu's camp had become the Great Qin, while Liu Bang's camp was now labeled as rebels. Upon learning that Liu Bang had seized control of the Han region and proclaimed himself king of Han, Xiang Yu was filled with rage. He resolved to crush these rebels before returning. Unexpectedly, after only 2 engagements, Liu Bang's forces suddenly fractured. Han Xin. Standing by the riverbank, Liu Bang watched the troops already crossing the river and couldn't help but shout in rage, "I trusted you so much, and you betrayed me? Han King." The young Han Xin turned and shouted, "I truly believed you were the regent entrusted by His Majesty the Emperor. Who would have thought you were a rebel? You even dared to attack the Crown Prince's army. How is that protecting the young heir? Han has devoted years to study, striving for peace under heaven, not to satisfy your ambitions. Enough! Han King, this is where we part ways." Watching Han Xin defect to the Qin camp, Liu Bang felt a sharp pang of heartache. Zhang Liang, whom he knew, refused to emerge from seclusion. Xiao He had already become a high-ranking minister of Qin. Now, Han Xin, that military genius, had also defected. And then there was Xiang Yu, a warrior whose ferocity on the battlefield was terrifying. Faced with so many extraordinary adversaries, could he truly sweep across the land and unify the 9 provinces like the first emperor? Run! Liu Bang made his decision swiftly. He vaguely recalled seeing a map within the Qin Academy, which marked a land called Tianzhu beyond the southwest of the Qin Empire. Rumor had it the people there were foolish and rich beyond measure. Any random person could become emperor. He could never return to the Qin Empire. If he could truly escape to that place, perhaps he might just succeed. What Liu Bang didn't know was that his movements had quickly come to Chen Mu's attention. At that very moment, Chen Mu stood within the Great Qin Academy, observing the stunned expressions of Fu Su and Xiang Yu and the delighted look on Han Xian's face. Enough! Chen Mu glanced at Fu Su and smiled. I'm not going to die so easily. You can just focus on being crown prince from now on. Xiang Yu, you performed well this time. The rebel forces in Chu are yours to handle. Whether to kill or spare them is entirely up to you. Han Xin. You shall succeed Wang Jian as Grand General. But I have one request. You must teach military strategy at the Great Qin Academy, passing down all your knowledge. As you command. Han Xin accepted with satisfaction. He even began to wonder if the first emperor could read minds. How else could he have known Han Xin desired the title of Grand General? No sooner had he seen them off. Another unexpected visitor suddenly arrived at the door. So it was. Zhang Liang gazed calmly at Chen Mu. This humble subject suspected your majesty was deliberately deceiving us. Little did I expect it to be so. It seems the restoration of our state is now but a vain hope. I beg your majesty to pardon Zhang Liang's crimes. I am willing to join the Great Qin. Ha ha ha. This might have been the most hearty laugh Chen Mu had let out in years. Because he knew that this time, the Qin Empire had truly succeeded in prolonging its life. Zhang Liang. Minister Wei Liao is advanced in years, and I've been troubled by the lack of a successor. Therefore, the position of Minister of War shall henceforth be entrusted to you. I shall serve your majesty faithfully. Zhang Liang was filled with profound emotion. In truth, he had secretly observed the rebel forces across the land. Some lacked grand ambitions, others were driven by greed for pleasure, and the worst among them didn't even know why they were rebelling. Given this, he could only reluctantly pledge his loyalty to the Qin Empire. Soon, new simulation data surfaced. Year 37 of the first emperor's reign. After your feigned death, Zhao Gao and Li Si forged the imperial edict, attempting to install Hu Hai as successor. But their plot was uncovered by Xiang Yu, who led troops to escort Fu Su back to Chang'an first. Liu Bang secretly left the academy and swiftly became a rebel leader. He deceived Han Xin in your name, rapidly expanding his territory. By sheer coincidence, Liu Bang blocked Xiang Yu's return route. After a fierce battle, Han Xin saw through Liu Bang's true nature and left in anger. You met Xiang Yu and Han Xin at the Great Qin Academy and secured Zhang Liang's loyalty. By the end of the 37th year of the first emperor, chaos across the land swiftly subsided under the might of the Qin Empire's million-strong army. Countless citizens rejoiced, grateful to have avoided a catastrophe. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, heroes appreciate each other, gaining the loyalty of Xiang Yu, Zhang Liang, and Xiao He. You triggered the effect of the golden trait, mandate of heaven, gaining +10 to your lifespan. Simulation acceleration initiated. Chapter 141, 100 Years of Solitude. It's accelerating. It's finally accelerating. Within the Mountain River Academy, all present were filled with profound emotion. Simulation acceleration signified that the foundational framework of the simulated world had stabilized. However, Principal Zhang Mingyuan suddenly sensed something peculiar about this simulation data. Year 37 of the first emperor. Zhang Mingyuan repeated the date, puzzled. Why did Chen Mu specifically choose this year? Internal instability within the Qin Empire had been brewing for some time. If Chen Mu had faked his death earlier, he might have triggered it long ago. Yet he specifically chose this year. Could it be that this year holds some special significance for Chen Mu? Hearing Zhang Mingyuan's words, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. One professor pondered briefly before stating solemnly, based on existing records, Chen Mu ascended the throne in 247 BCE. The 37th year of the first emperor's reign corresponds roughly to 210 BCE. 210 BC. Another professor frowned deeply, then quickly gasped, that timeline is dangerously close to the Chu Han contention period. Could it be possible that in the original history, the Qin Empire collapsed precisely in this year? Yes, that must be it. After all, no matter how hard we search, we can't find evidence of the Han dynasty's origins. The earliest we can trace it back is around 200 to 210 BCE. Therefore, the Han dynasty could never have unified the warring states. It must have risen rapidly after the Qin Empire's collapse. Whoa! Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. Yet the more they pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. Because the simulated data had already made it crystal clear. Chen Mu believed that if the Qin Empire couldn't survive this year, it would completely disintegrate. And if the Qin Empire collapsed, wouldn't that mean chaos across the land? Therefore, did the Han dynasty only begin its rapid rise after the Qin dynasty collapsed? Watching everyone chime in with their opinions, Zhang Yunha felt his heart breaking. His scholarly achievements. How could they vanish into thin air in just a few short hours? Flaring his eyes at Chen Mu inside the temperature-controlled simulation chamber, Zhang Yunha immediately declared, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Any sane person knowing the Qin dynasty would collapse this year would be scrambling to escape. How could anyone deliberately fake their own death at such a critical moment? Doesn't Chen Mu fear he might have overstepped, effectively wiping out the Qin dynasty? As the words fell, everyone present shook their heads and chuckled. Perhaps other simulators would hesitate, weighed down by fear of failure, but Chen Mu certainly wouldn't. In fact, just from the simulation data these past few times, you could already see plenty of shady stuff going on. Does everyone recall Chen Mu's simulation of the Ming Dynasty? Director Liu chuckled softly. I remember it vividly. Chen Mu knew full well that Li Shanchang was problematic, yet he still dared to use him. Likewise, Li Si whom Chen Mu heavily relied on earlier was equally problematic. And then there was Zhao Gao. The two colluded to forge the imperial will after Chen Mu's staged death. Perhaps it was precisely this incident that caused the great Qin Empire to collapse in such a short time. After all, such an incident would spark internal strife in any dynasty. Exactly. Another professor immediately supported Director Liu's viewpoint. Has anyone noticed that Chen Mu seems to have deliberately placed the overlord Xiang Yu and Crown Prince Fusu together? If Chen Mu hadn't been concerned about this Crown Prince, why would he have done such a thing? Perhaps Fusu was the rightful heir in history, but the problem arose because the imperial will was tampered with. That makes sense. Many professors' eyes lit up, as if clouds had parted to reveal the truth. Though the fragmented nature of history prevented them from accessing extensive historical records, the surviving fragments could cross-verify their speculations. But soon, the atmosphere in the room fell silent once more. All eyes turned to Chen Mu's simulation pod, awaiting the emergence of new simulation data. They were all curious. After absorbing talents like Xiang Yu, Han Xin, Zhang Liang, and Xiao He, what would the Qin Empire become? How far could it advance? And soon, new simulation data began rapidly materializing. Year 38 of the First Emperor, you executed Li Si and Zhao Gao, appointing Han Fizi as chancellor. Xiao He, now wholly loyal to you, joined the cabinet as Han Fizi's deputy, while Zhang Liang succeeded Wei Lao as the new head of military strategy. You conferred the unique title of overlord upon Xiang Yu, entrusted the position of grand general to Han Xin, and secured his allegiance. In the 39th year of the First Emperor, Li Mu and Wang Jin passed away. You stood silently before their tombs for a long time, knowing that many such losses lay ahead. In the 42nd year of the First Emperor's reign, Wei Liao also passed away, leaving you deeply grieved. In the 45th year of the First Emperor's reign, Han Fizi passed away peacefully. You entrusted the position of chancellor to Xiao He. In the 47th year of the First Emperor's reign, Jing Ke passed away due to illness. Your Empress Ake was overcome with grief and subsequently plagued by chronic illness. In the 51st year of the First Emperor's reign, your Empress Ake also left you. In the 52nd year of the First Emperor's reign, your Crown Prince Fusa died young, leaving behind only a half-grown child whom you designated as the Grand Prince. As the simulated messages kept popping up, not only did everyone present fall silent, but the viewers in the livestream chat also completely lost their composure. I'm crying my eyes out. Watching one beloved historical figure after another slip away, how agonizing must that be? This is insane. How long does Chen Mu plan to live? Does he intend to live past 100? Sigh. If he lives to be 100, doesn't that mean he'll have to face the departures of Xiang Yu, Han Xin, and others? How lonely that must be. Only brother Chen Mu could pull this off. His casual moves surpass all of our limits. A top student scores 100 because the test only goes up to 100. If the simulation dungeons allowed immortal cultivation, I bet Chen Mu could live 10,000, even 100,000 years. The real game changer is the First Emperor. That character is too special. His exclusive trait Mandate of Heaven is just insane. Watching the stream chat fill with comments, the Shanha Academy members couldn't help but smile wryly. To be fair, everyone present had once struggled in the simulated world, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to extend their tenure. But now, Chen Mu's casual moves were already at the absolute pinnacle. Most crucially, the current simulation shows no signs of stopping. So how many years could Chen Mu's simulation last this time? Could he truly withstand the departure of one person after another over such an extended period? The answer is undoubtedly yes. Because Chen Mu is now simulating the great Qin's ancestral dragon, the First Emperor. For the sake of the Qin Empire alone, he must persevere. Whether it takes 100 or 1,000 years, he is willing to be the one who bears it all, the man facing the wall. Chapter 142, The Future of Qin. Does the simulation continue? Amidst the eager anticipation of the masses, the simulation data kept churning. Year 68 of the First Emperor's reign, the over 50-year-old Xiang Yu was wounded in battle and never recovered. You stood speechless by his sickbed for a long time. On his deathbed, Xiang Yu asked the question that had haunted him most: if he had rebelled back then, would you have killed him? You merely smiled and tapped his head, offering no reply. Year 71 of the First Emperor's reign, your grandson also passed away, yet you lived on. You conferred the title of imperial great-grandson upon his son. In the 75th year of the First Emperor's reign, Zhang Liang, now frail and aged, gazed at you with profound emotion. Why, he mused, has an emperor as extraordinary as you lived so long? Over the years, you had become close confidants. Zhang Liang even learned that the Yellowstone elder who delivered the military treatise all those years ago was actually an impostor you had sent. In the 78th year of the first emperor's reign, you remained robust at the age of 90. That same year, Chancellor Shao He retired due to illness. The academies you had established across the land now bore fruit, providing you with a pool of countless talents, among them many prodigies of extraordinary genius. At the parting, you saw Shao He off. Together, you gazed upon the map of the Qin Empire, both eyes brimming with smiles. The Qin Empire had expanded to its limits, yet its journey had only just begun. In the 83rd year of the first emperor, Han Xian also passed away. He left behind numerous writings at the Qin Academy. In your leisure hours, you would often peruse them, using them to remember the departed friend. In the 88th year of the first emperor's reign, the great-grandson you had infeft also passed away. When this simulated message appeared, every heart present skipped a beat. This can't be right. Director Liu blurted out, how come the crown prince, imperial grandson, and imperial great-grandson of the Qin dynasty all had such short lifespans? Could there be some kind of hereditary family curse? What curse? Zhang Mingyuan quickly snapped, don't talk nonsense. At most, there might be some genetic predisposition, don't bring up curses. That was the official line. But the others present couldn't help but exchange glances. Good heavens! Over the past 90 years, Chen Mu had already outlived so many of his descendants. Could such a vast empire as the Great Qin really end up without an heir? Could there be another possibility? Zhang Mingyuan could only scramble for a justification. Perhaps Chen Mu knew long ago that the Qin descendants were inadequate, so he willingly chose to wait endlessly in the simulated world. He must be trying to select a suitable heir, someone he can trust to carry on the Qin Empire. Yes, that must be it. Though Zhang Mingyuan's reasoning held some merit, none of the others present dared to agree. When the first emperor ascended to the throne of Qin, he was merely 12 years old. Counting from now, he would be a staggering 100 years old. If there were any suitable descendants, the simulation data would have indicated them. Yet none had appeared to this day. Just as unease gripped the group, a notification suddenly popped up, causing Zhang Mingyuan to burst into loud laughter. Year 90 of the first emperor's reign, your other great-grandson has produced an heir. He carries the bloodlines of the Wang Jian, Li Mu, Xiang Yu, Han Xian, and Zhang Liang families. The child he fathered is exceptionally intelligent and utterly endearing. You patiently taught him to read and write, quietly imparting all your lifetime's knowledge to him. In the 95th year of the first emperor, you conferred the title of imperial great-grandson upon Ing Ma. In the 98th year of the first emperor's reign, the 8-year-old Ing Ma began accompanying you on imperial tours across the land. He bore a striking resemblance to you in your youth, discovering many promising talents along the way. In the 99th year of the first emperor's reign, your great-great-grandson Ing Ma began handling state affairs for you, as if born to be emperor. In the 100th year of the first emperor's reign, though now 112 years old and moving slowly, your mind remained sharp, yet you were often stumped by questions from your great-great-grandson. Year 101 of the first emperor's reign, you began describing a future world to him, admonishing him to abide by the laws of history. In the 102nd year of the first emperor's reign, you passed away. That same year, your 12-year-old great-great-grandson Ing Ma ascended the throne, perfectly inheriting the Qin Empire. Simulation end. When the final simulation message flashed on the screen, the entire Mountain River Academy fell into dead silence. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the final number. 102 years. A reign of 102 years. A lifespan of 114 years. No need to look, the live chat was absolutely exploding. Mind blown. Totally mind blown. What kind of god is Chen Mu? Reigning for 102 years, living to 114, I wouldn't even dare dream of that. The kicker is, Chen Mu actually found a qualified heir for the Qin Empire and he ascended the throne at 12 too. Mom asked why my forehead was bleeding. I told her it was from kowtowing. She didn't believe me at first, but now her forehead is bleeding too. Wah, I want to simulate the first emperor too. Even if I can't match brother Chen Mu's feat, just experiencing it would satisfy me. Forget it. Every single Warring States themed simulator is sold out. Damn those bastards, they didn't leave a single one for us. While netizens raged in the livestream chat, stores across Longsha selling simulators were already packed to the rafters. Everyone had only one goal. Qin. Qin. Only Qin. Chen Mu's simulation today was like wiping away the dust covering that era of history, allowing countless people to glimpse the turbulent winds of the late Warring States period. So what if it's a hell-tier dungeon? Even if one perished within its depths, what mattered? Even just to catch a glimpse, just one glance would be enough. Perhaps because this incident had caused such a huge stir, Zhang Mingyuan, still stationed at Shanghai University, quickly received a call. After listening intently for a moment, his expression abruptly darkened. He rushed to the live stream camera and shouted, "Everyone, please stay calm. Simulation carries risks, choose your path wisely. The Warring States instance is, after all, a hell-tier dungeon. Just because Chen Mu managed it doesn't mean others can do the same. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chen Mu himself when he comes out later. I'm sure you'll all listen to him. And wouldn't you know it? The viewers in the livestream right now actually took his advice. After all, Chen Mu's simulation may have ended, but today's livestream isn't over yet. There's still the scoring and feedback to come. That's the most anticipated part. But Chen Mu, who was also waiting for the scoring and feedback, was feeling a bit dazed at that moment. His simulation had concluded, yet the simulated world continued to spin wildly. He witnessed the sun and moon of the great Qin dynasty cycling frantically, the seasons shifting rapidly, and even the borders of the empire shifting constantly. Suddenly, Chen Mu noticed the simulation information beside him. Qin dynasty, year 1 of Emperor Wu, Ing Ma inherited your legacy and further expanded the empire's borders. Qin Emperor V, year 6, Ing Ma married an empress, but he was constantly engrossed in state affairs and loved leading troops into battle. Qin Emperor V, year 22, following the map you left behind, Ing Ma fought his way across the Eurasian continent, reaching the westernmost edge of the ocean. He found it utterly boring. In the 33rd year of Qin's 5th emperor, Su Fu's exploration vessel discovered the Americas. Emperor Ing was overjoyed and immediately launched a colonization effort. In the 44th year of Qin Wushi's reign, news of the discovery of Australia reached from the southern seas, further expanding the Qin Empire's territory. In the 55th year of Emperor Qin Wu's reign, the septuagenarian Ing Ma fathered another son. He gloated, feeling vastly superior to you, his ancient ancestor, in this regard. In the 66th year of Emperor Qin Wu's reign, the Qin Empire's territory had expanded to North America. In the 77th year of Qin Wushi. In the 88th year of Qin Wushi. In the 99th year of Qin Wushi's reign, Ing Ma realized his strength was failing. He knelt before your first emperor's mausoleum for a long time, hoping you would grant him 2 more years of life. That same year, Ing Ma passed away. In the first year of the 6th emperor of Qin, your descendant Ing Guang ascended the throne. He was specifically chosen by Ing Ma as his successor, clearly possessing the features of longevity. Qin Dynasty, 6th emperor, year 88, your descendant Ing Guang passed away. Qin Dynasty, 9th emperor, year 1. As these simulated records flashed by one after another, Chen Mu was utterly numb. So, after clearing the Hell Tier dungeon, the simulated world would still run wild with auto-simulation? Chapter 143, another SSS rating. 880,000 points. Holy crap! One descendant ruled for 99 years, another for 88 years, both ascended the throne at age 12. Did I just completely overhaul the Qin dynasty? Wait. The most crucial question is, why is the simulated world still running even after I've completed the simulation? Is this how it's supposed to be after clearing the scenario, or is it only the Great Qin instance that behaves this way? As Chen Mu sank into thought, the information within the simulated world began flickering, suddenly accelerating at an ever-increasing pace. By the end, Chen Mu could barely make out the rapidly flashing data, catching only occasional glimpses of the staggering numbers denoting years. Finally, another message slowly materialized. This simulation lasted 8,322 years. The nation's reign spanned 1,100 years. Current civilization level, cosmic era. Simulation evaluation initiated. 8,000 years of simulation? A dynasty lasting over 1,000 years? Chen Mu stared at the final simulation data in disbelief, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. That's right. Over 1,000 years of imperial rule. Though he only glanced at the rapidly scrolling simulation data, several names stuck in his mind. Names like Great Qin Galactic Empire and Supercluster Great Qin Empire. It was clear. In the future of this simulated world, the very words Great Qin seemed imbued with boundless magic, compelling countless descendants to pursue them endlessly. Just imagining it made Chen Mu feel profoundly envious. Alas! The simulation has concluded, and the final evaluation slowly materializes above Chen Mu's head. Simulation concluded. Final evaluation, SSS tier. Within the Mountain River Academy. Principal Zheng Mingyuan, Director Liu, and others, who had been waiting with bated breath, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Secured. With Chen Mu's results, Shanghai University's enrollment efforts this year would be a breeze. After all, counting Chen Mu's SSS rating from the Daming instance during the college entrance exam, this was already the second SSS rating. 2 SSS ratings, both from simulations conducted on the same day. No doubt about it. This news is guaranteed to make national headlines and generate massive attention for Shanghai University. 2 SSS ratings. An elderly professor with graying hair couldn't help but laugh heartily. This is a blessing for our Shanghai University, and a boon for the entire Longxia archaeological community. With these 2 sites in place, the future De Ming and De Qin sites are bound to yield even more outstanding results. These 2 chapters of history will be revealed to the world sooner or later. And that's just the beginning. Another person chimed in with a smile. Just these 2 SSS-rated copies alone are enough to promote Chen Mu to a 5-star simulator. But considering Chen Mu just finished his college entrance exams this morning, I believe a mere 5-star rating doesn't begin to reflect his true capabilities. Principal, we should activate Shanghai University's special procedure to apply for Chen Mu to become a 6-star simulator, or even a higher 7-star simulator. 7-star? Director Liu, standing nearby, immediately objected. Principal, I worked incredibly hard to bring Chen Mu to our university. Wouldn't a mere 7-star rank be a huge letdown? In my opinion, a special talent like Chen Mu should be given a 9-star simulator right off the bat. Everyone present froze, their eyes turning to Director Liu. For any other incoming student, securing even a 3-star simulator position would be enough to brag about online for a year, let alone a 7-star one. But now? When Director Liu proposed granting Chen Mu a 9-star simulator status, the question on everyone's mind wasn't whether it was reasonable, it was simply that it should be done. No question about it. The conversation among those present sent the live stream viewers into another frenzy. Shanghai University, you've gone too far. Back in my day, I tried to apply for a 2-star position and got chewed out by my advisor. Now you're handing Chen Mu a 9-star position outright? I refuse to accept this. Hey, you up there, sit down. If you can clear 2 hell-level dungeons back-to-back and get SSS ratings on both, then forget 9-star. Even if you asked Director Liu from admissions to kowtow to you twice, he'd probably do it. Honestly, even I feel like a 7-star simulator doesn't match brother Chen Mu's caliber, but he just finished his college entrance exams today. Holy crap, getting a 9-star simulator right after entering university? The thing is, he genuinely has the skills. After all, even if Shanghai University doesn't give it to him now, Chen Mu will inevitably earn it in the future. Who can argue with that? The 9-star simulator position, something countless people dream of, is already within brother Chen Mu's grasp just as he steps onto campus. He scanned the various comments flooding the livestream chat. Principal Zhang Mingyuan felt a flicker of interest but ultimately spoke slowly. There's no need to rush the matter of applying for a simulator rank. I'll speak with Chen Mu later to understand his perspective. After all, while it's good for young talent to start high and progress rapidly, it can also breed arrogance. So even if he applies, he shouldn't aim for a 9-star rating right away. Though Chen Mu has earned 2 SSS evaluations, his simulation count remains too low to meet the requirements. Therefore, I suggest applying for an 8-star rating first. I imagine the higher-ups would be quite pleased to see this kind of initiative. Everyone present nodded silently. Only Jiang Yunhe and his disciple Huang Xiaoyang were seething with envy. Especially Huang Xiaoyang. He had completely lost face during today's livestream, and all the knowledge he'd acquired under Jiang Yunhe over the years had been rendered utterly worthless. Most crucially, after all those years of grueling effort, he was only a 4-star simulator. Yet Chen Mu started out as an 8th-level simulator. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy, isn't it? Silence fell. Inside the simulation pod, Chen Mu slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Director Liu's face lit up with joy as he blurted out, "He's awake. Chen Mu's awake. The scores are about to be released." In this morning's daming instance, Chen Mu scored nearly 290,000 points. I wonder what his score will be this time. The words fell. The rating information slowly materialized. Detected use of the golden item Heart of the Gambling God. Your score has been doubled. Final score, 888,888 points. In that instant, the entire Villa district of Shanghai University fell into complete silence. The live stream's chat froze instantly, every viewer gaping as they counted the numbers scrolling by. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 880,000 ratings? Whoa. Director Liu suddenly felt a twinge of toothache. He couldn't help but tug at Zhang Mingyuan beside him, staring blankly and stammering, "Principal, am I dreaming? I counted it several times just now, and it's all over 800,000 ratings. Tell me, did I miscount?" "No." Zhang Mingyuan forced himself to suppress his shock and urgently replied, "I counted it several times too, it's exactly 880,000 points. Chapter 144, Sharing Insights, Rewarding Yourself? The simulated score of 880,000 stunned everyone. If Chen Mu's previous score of 280,000 had already surpassed everyone's expectations, then this time, he had once again proven his true capabilities through action. Chen Mu! Zhang Mingyuan beamed as he watched Chen Mu slowly sit up from the temperature-controlled simulation chamber, unable to suppress a smile. "How do you feel?" "Huh?" Unaware of the situation, Chen Mu froze for a moment before nodding and smiling. "This simulation chamber is really comfortable. No wonder everyone says it's so good. Once I have the money, I'm definitely getting one too." Zhang Mingyuan froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Chen, after bringing such great honor to the school, do you really need to buy something like this yourself? Don't worry. Starting today, not only will the ownership of this villa be transferred to you, but everything inside every single item is considered a complimentary gift from the school. You can use it all without a second thought." "Ah, well." Chen Mu couldn't help but glance at Director Liu beside him. The latter winked and chuckled, "Don't be so polite, Chen Mu. You've earned every bit of it. Besides, you've already earned 880,000 points this time. Add in the points from this morning's simulated Ming Dynasty dungeon run, and you've easily surpassed 1,000,000 points.
1,000,000 points?
Chen Mu froze for a moment before rushing to check the records on the simulation pod. Seeing the 880,000 points, even Chen Mu himself froze.
Then he couldn't help but mutter, that's not right. With double points, how can it only be 880,000? Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu's smiles instantly froze. Good grief.
For others, even an S-rank evaluation from a single simulation would barely reach 10 or 20,000 points.
You've pulled off an 80-fold increase in scores, and you still think that's too low? Little did they know.
After witnessing the Qin dynasty endure for over 1,000 years, Chen Mu finally grasped why the Ming dynasty simulation had earned such staggering scores.
In his estimation, the simulated Qin dynasty was undoubtedly far superior to the Ming.
After all, the Qin era coincided with the 100 schools of thought, a time when diverse ideologies and technologies only needed a slight nudge to be immediately put into practice.
The Ming dynasty, however, existed at a pivotal juncture in human history.
If its potential wasn't fully realized, it risked being overtaken by the Western world in the future. By comparison, the Qin dynasty presented a far simpler challenge. Though he couldn't see the simulated future, Chen Mu was certain the descendants of the Qin Empire would conquer everything within sight.
After all, the lifespans of those descendants grew increasingly extraordinary. It was hard to fathom just how formidable such a Qin dynasty would become. Lost in thought. Beside him, Zhang Mingyuan chuckled, ahem. Chen Mu, your score this time is already terrifying. If you feel you didn't perform well, we can simulate the Great Qin instance again in the future. To be honest, I didn't get my fill this time either.
Oh, and because of today's livestream, tons of netizens are scrambling to buy the Great Qin simulator right now.
Is there anything you want to remind everyone about? Of course I do. Chen Mu instantly understood.
Zhang Mingyuan was deliberately giving Chen Mu a chance to expand his influence.
Chen Mu wouldn't refuse such an opportunity. After all, he'd had enough of the distorted historical information in textbooks. After a moment's thought,
Chen Mu finally spoke up. After this simulation, everyone should agree that the Qin dynasty is the only viable choice for the Warring States campaign, right? Or rather, only the Qin had the strength to unify the 6 states.
However, the first emperor is a complex figure.
If you wish to follow my approach, there are certain precautions you must take. For instance, when your entries aren't perfect, you should patiently wait for the right moment even if it takes another 10 or 20 years. Similarly, when recruiting talent, don't just pander to their preferences. Instead, demonstrate your grasp of history and your understanding of the broader political landscape. Of course, the most crucial thing is learning to invest ahead of time, like how I chose Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and others back then. As Chen Mu spoke, many viewers in the livestream rushed to activate their recording functions. Some even pulled out their notebooks to jot down every key point Chen Mu mentioned.
He spoke at length.
By the time Chen Mu's throat felt parched, he finally paused and declared solemnly, I just heard from the principal that everyone's scrambling to get their hands on the Qin dynasty simulator.
To that, I want to say, every era's simulation instance deserves everyone's respect. If you encounter danger in the simulated world, stop the simulation immediately, don't force yourself to continue. Because every ordinary person is a vital part of every dynasty and era. This was true in ancient times, and it remains true today. Therefore, I urge everyone to simulate with caution, prioritizing your own safety. Even if you fail, don't lose heart. Believe that one day, our Dragon Summer Nation will dispel all historical mists and reclaim the glorious legacy of our civilization. These words only made Zhang Mingyuan and the others even happier. Just look at this. What defines a true academic genius?
Some people succeed in simulations once or twice, achieve a tiny bit of progress, and immediately start bragging everywhere, yet they never share the secrets they know.
But Chen Mu?
Not only did he explain the Qin Empire's situation in detail, he also offered tons of practical, useful advice. For instance, how to approach things from the perspective of technological development schools, or how those who enjoy warfare should proceed, and what entry points those focused on economic development should prioritize.
It could be said that many viewers in the livestream gained immense insight after hearing Chen Mu's explanations. However,
Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu also noticed the weariness on Chen Mu's face. After all, entering simulated instances is an extremely energy-draining endeavor. Especially since Chen Mu had already completed 2 simulations today, both lengthy, full clear runs of Hell-tier instances.
The mental and physical toll this had taken was undeniable. They exchanged a glance. Zhang Mingyuan gritted his teeth and spoke up, alright. I know everyone wants to hear more from Chen Mu. But don't forget, Chen Mu has completed 2 simulations today and is likely completely drained. He needs proper rest now.
Once Chen Mu has recovered physically, our university will host another livestream where netizens can interact more with him.
Chen Mu, what do you think? Absolutely.
Chen Mu nodded with a smile.
To be honest, Chen Mu was feeling a bit lightheaded right now.
While interacting with viewers was enjoyable, he was more curious about why the Great Qin instance had persisted for so long after his simulation ended.
And
He hadn't even spent the 1,000,000 points he'd just earned. With all these ratings in hand, shouldn't I treat myself to something delicious? Chapter 145. Back in the simulated mall, the Imperial Seal. To avoid disturbing Chen Mu's rest, Zhang Mingyuan and the others exchanged a few brief words before decisively ending the livestream and departing one after another. Even so, the whole ordeal had taken over 40 minutes. After all, the elderly professors present weren't about to let Chen Mu off so easily. One after another, they took his hands, inviting him to visit their homes when he had time to sip tea and chat about history. Naturally, Chen Mu accepted each invitation. In the months since his journey through time, every time he saw incorrect answers in history books, he felt an urge to tear them out. Now that he had the chance to correct all of this, Chen Mu was naturally willing to share everything he knew. Of course, he dared to speak, but whether others dared to believe him was another matter entirely. After all, much of the historical record still required verification through archival materials and archaeological remains. Take the Qin dynasty, for instance. Chen Mu's simulation had already caused quite a stir in Longxia's educational circles, and it just so happened to coincide with the sudden emergence of the first emperor's mausoleum. Thus, within this short span, the academic community has unanimously concluded that the Qin dynasty was the only viable option for unifying the warring states. Based on the scale of the first emperor's tomb detected by Longxia, it was highly likely to be an exceptionally massive burial complex. A tomb of this magnitude could never have been constructed by any single warring state's kingdom alone. This indirectly proves that the Qin Empire did indeed achieve unification, and it's highly probable that such monumental projects ultimately led to its collapse. After all, such occurrences are not unheard of in history. However, upon learning that the history of Qin was about to be unveiled, Chen Mu found himself less excited than he had anticipated. For another question continued to trouble him. That was, why did the simulated world continue to run on its own for so long after his simulation ended? What form would the Qin Empire, spanning over 1,100 years, ultimately take? And what turbulent era would the cosmic age mentioned in the final simulation data bring? Chen Mu. At the villa entrance, Director Liu smiled warmly. Get some rest first. There's a surprise waiting for you in the coming days. You'll find out soon enough. Surprises? Chen Mu pondered briefly before recalling his high school deskmate and best friend, Wang Yang. He had once said that if he succeeded in the college entrance exams this time, he would follow Chen Mu wherever he went. And with an A-grade mock exam score, he was already within reach of Shanghai University's cutoff. As the first person in this world to believe in Chen Mu unconditionally, Chen Mu was naturally willing to lend a hand to this old buddy. Soon, only Chen Mu remained in the villa. After a moment's thought, he returned to the simulation room and looked at the temperature-controlled simulation pod with the simulator plugged in. Beside it, another simulator lay quietly. That was the Great Ming replica simulator Chen Mu had used earlier. If the Qin dynasty within the simulated world could extend its reign, then surely the Ming dynasty could too? With this question weighing on his mind, Chen Mu activated the simulator and indeed found the relevant information. Qin's dynasty lasted 1,100 years, and Ming's dynasty also became 600 years? And even developed into the interstellar era? Holy crap! Chen Mu grew increasingly curious about the futures of these two simulated worlds. But after pondering for a long time, he could only stare blankly at the simulator. After all, these simulators, installed in the temperature-controlled simulation chamber, showed absolutely no response. Unable to make sense of it, he decided to stop dwelling on it and proceeded with his earlier plan, entering the simulation mall to exchange for some items. 2 consecutive simulations had taken a significant toll on his mental and physical energy. For the foreseeable future, Chen Mu wouldn't be able to initiate a new simulation. Therefore, high-quality supplements and nutritional items became crucial. Much like the Great Ming Mall he'd seen before, the current evaluation mall now featured numerous specialties from the Great Qin Empire. For instance, there were crossbow bolts forged by moist school disciples which Chen Mu had witnessed firsthand, along with millet, his favorite grain in Qin, and various precious rarities like ginseng, deer antlers, and bear paws. After a quick glance, Chen Mu exchanged for some daily necessities and casually browsed through the more expensive items. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the final item on the page, and his breathing quickened. Imperial Seal, 100,000 points. During his time in the Great Qin instance, Chen Mu had already seen this small artifact and had even been captivated by it. But items from the simulated world could never be brought out, so Chen Mu had to let it go. But now, the Imperial Seal, long lost to the annals of history, was now right before his eyes? 100,000 rating points. Forget 100,000, even if it cost 1,000,000, Chen Mu would buy it. Because this item bore a special mark on its reverse. Unique. Could this mean the Jade Seal itself was the very one from history? After all, the Jade Seal Chen Mu used in the simulated world was new, but the one in the shop radiated an ancient aura. Exchange it. Without hesitation, Chen Mu chose to exchange it. Of course, anyone familiar with the history of the Qin dynasty would find it impossible to resist the allure of the Imperial Jade Seal. As 100,000 points were deducted, a message appeared in the shop. Item purchased, transferring. Outside the villa, a dazzling golden light suddenly descended from the sky. Looking up, a pale golden vortex swirled slowly in the sky. The next moment, the daily necessities and imperial seal Chen Mu had just purchased slowly materialized. Items purchased from the simulated mall would be delivered directly to the vicinity, with only Chen Mu possessing control over them. In other words, without Chen Mu's approval, no one could possibly take these items. Hurrying forward a few steps, Chen Mu snatched up the small imperial seal. But before he could get a good look, Zhang Mingyuan, the president of Shanghai University who had just left, and Director Liu from the admissions office came running over. Chen Mu! Zhang Mingyuan's face flushed with excitement. Did you purchase the National Fortune item in the simulated mall? That golden light just now. National Fortune item? Chen Mu froze, then realized with a start. He held up the imperial seal in his hand and asked, Principal, are you referring to this? The imperial seal of the first emperor? Whoa! Zhang Mingyuan halted abruptly, and Director Liu's jaw dropped. Without a doubt, once the seal appeared before the world, the Qin dynasty's place in history would become even more firmly established. Hurrying forward a few steps, Zhang Mingyuan carefully took the imperial seal and scrutinized the characters engraved upon it. Coincidentally, as the president of Mountain River University, his greatest passion was researching ancient seals. Thus, at this moment, Zhang Mingyuan instantly recognized the large characters carved upon the jade seal. Mandate from heaven, eternal prosperity. Zhang Mingyuan suddenly felt his legs grow weak, as if he had instantly beheld the towering figure of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor. But soon, he was overcome with excitement. Mandate of heaven. Wasn't that precisely the exclusive trait Chen Mu had obtained for the first emperor in the simulated world Mandate of heaven? This was used by the first emperor back in the day? Ha ha ha. Absolutely. After all, this is a golden tier national fortune artifact. Chen Mu, do you know what this represents? It means every item dropped in all Dragon Summer dungeons will be enhanced. It also means all simulators will receive divine favor in dungeons related to the Qin dynasty. It also means the increasingly deteriorating environment in our Dragon Nation will be mitigated to some extent, or even completely restored. Chapter 146, 100,000 rating, Lifebound exclusive entry. Truthfully, Chen Mu understood the immense value of national fortune items even without Zhang Mingyuan explaining. These items could only be obtained within simulated worlds. Moreover, their effects were utterly bizarre. They could both safeguard a nation's peace and suppress or absorb the national fortune of other countries. Back when Longxia's environment deteriorated, it was directly linked to the great powers intervening and stealing its national fortune. Principal. Chen Mu felt somewhat awkward, but could only speak up, this thing. I bought it with 100,000 points. Don't worry. Zhang Mingyuan laughed heartily. As long as it stays within Longxia's borders, it'll work. And museums everywhere will definitely want to borrow it for exhibitions. Then all you'll have to do is sit back and collect the interest. Chen Mu froze in surprise. He hadn't forgotten what he'd learned in high school. Rumor had it that one lucky simulator had earned an S rank in a prehistoric dungeon and purchased a bone flute. After that simulator became an instant billionaire just from the rental fees paid by museums everywhere. And now, Chen Mu had stumbled upon such a stroke of luck? Strictly speaking, this was truly like winning the lottery. After all, not everyone could stumble upon items tied to national fortune in the simulation mall, and such items had to possess significant historical value to be fiercely sought after by museums for rental. As for that part, Chen Mu wasn't the least bit worried. Are you kidding me? This is the imperial seal used by Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of the Qin dynasty. Just look at the Three Kingdoms era, countless heroes nearly beat each other senseless over this very seal. Chen Mu. Zhang Mingyuan suddenly grew serious, his expression solemn. Would you be willing to entrust this imperial seal to the school for safekeeping? Rest assured, we won't take a single penny of the rental income, it's all yours. This artifact is too precious to risk any mishap, so I intend to report it immediately. Agreed. Chen Mu nodded. Though it was his own possession, if it could help more people grow to love the great Qin dynasty, Chen Mu was more than willing to share it with everyone. As for the rental fees, 1 million points. Zhang Mingyuan simply made a phone call and quoted a price Chen Mu hadn't dared to imagine. The most crucial part was, that was merely the rent for a single year. So, Chen Mu spent 100,000 points on a pension plan, one that could last decades or even a century? Don't ask him why he's so sure he'll live to be 100, just know that the simulation mall actually sells items that extend your lifespan. Soon. When Chen Mu returned to the villa, his points account had already accumulated a staggering 2 million points. Wait a minute? Chen Mu watched in disbelief as his points jumped again, seemingly increasing by 20 in an instant. He was certain that after simulating the Ming Dynasty, the points had been increasing by 10 per minute. After waiting patiently for a moment, the points increased again. Still 20 points. Without a doubt, the Great Qin scenario was experiencing the same phenomenon as the Great Ming one. Even after the simulation ended, Chen Mu kept receiving scores non-stop. Don't underestimate these scores of dozens of points per minute. This meant that even if Chen Mu did absolutely nothing over 24 hours and 1,440 minutes, he would gain a staggering 28,800 points. If he tackled a few more instances, wouldn't that mean Chen Mu could rake in tens or even hundreds of thousands of points daily without lifting a finger? Add to that the profits from the Imperial Seal. Whoa! Chen Mu was instantly stunned by the staggering tens of millions in points. Holy crap! No wonder everyone in the world is bending over backwards to enter the simulated world and become a simulator. Turns out being a simulator is this lucrative? But he quickly snapped back to reality. There probably wasn't another person like him in the entire Blue Star world. Anyone with historical knowledge, even if unlucky, could probably breeze through countless simulation instances. So, these incremental rating increases, could they be extra rewards for clearing a dungeon for the first time? No matter how you looked at it, this was absolutely a good thing. No need to hesitate. He opened the simulation mall again and began exchanging various items non-stop. Seriously, a single Imperial Seal had already netted him millions in rental income, while the Qin and Ming Dynasty dungeons added 2,000 or 3,000 points to his daily score. With this many points, he'd never spend them all. Opening the most expensive special items section, Chen Mu didn't even glance at the prices before activating bulk purchase mode. A longevity pill for 10,000 each? Exchange now. Physical enhancement elixir at 20,000 per bottle? Buy. Ancient weapon mastery? Sold. Close combat? Buy. Soon, item after item materialized before him, and Chen Mu effortlessly mastered each ability. Not long after, Chen Mu scrolled back to the item shop he'd seen before. Perhaps because he had cleared the Great Qin dungeon, the items in the shop had been updated significantly. At a glance, Chen Mu set his sights on the most expensive golden entry, Lifebound Exclusive. Lifebound Exclusive, upon activating simulation, instantly obtained the simulation character's exclusive item and directly upgrade it to gold. 100,000 points. Is this price steep? For other simulators, this price might seem outrageously steep. But for Chen Mu, if he failed to obtain the first Emperor's exclusive skill Mandate of Heaven in this Great Qin campaign, he would likely meet the same fate as in the Great Ming campaign, passing away peacefully at the end. How could he possibly achieve the miracle of ruling for over 100 years? And now, with just 100,000 points, Chen Mu could directly secure a golden exclusive trait. This meant that no matter which simulation instance he entered next, he would inevitably unlock the full potential of the target. Lost in thought, a phone call suddenly rang out. Opening his phone, Chen Mu saw the caller ID and laughed. "Old Wan, you're coming to Mountain River University too?" "Yep." Wang Yang paused for a moment before responding with delight. "Brother Mu, but I'm not calling about that. I'm here to share some other great news. I've been watching your live stream the whole time, and it reminded me of those stories you told me. So I decided to try the Great Qin dungeon. Guess what happened?" Wang Yang suppressed his excitement. After a moment's thought, Chen Mu burst out laughing. "Don't tell me you cleared the Great Qin dungeon too?" "Not quite." Wang Yang chuckled softly. "Even though I didn't clear the Great Qin dungeon, just by following your methods, I got an S-rank evaluation. Haha, this time I scored a whopping 18,000 points. Chen Mu couldn't help but laugh. It was obvious. Wang Yang hadn't seen his final score, otherwise he wouldn't be so pleased. But Chen Mu genuinely felt happy for Wang Yang. After all, he already had an A-level evaluation. If he added an S-level evaluation to that, he'd probably secure a special admission spot at Mountain River University, right? Lost in thought, Wang Yang suddenly seemed to realize something and blurted out in shock. "Wait, Muga, I just checked your scores. Did you really get 880,000 points?" "Pretty much." Chen Mu chuckled helplessly. "Actually, I just got another million. I exchanged it for the Imperial Seal, which the President and others are renting out to museums." Wang Yang was utterly stunned. Chapter 147, The Imperial Seal's Effect. The next day, Chen Mu encountered the chubby Wang Yang at Mountain River University. The moment they met, the guy ignored the strange looks from those around him, sliding straight into a tackle toward Chen Mu. Without a word, he wrapped his arms around Chen Mu's leg. "Wah, Brother Mu, you have to treat me to a meal. Otherwise, you can't make up for the psychological trauma you've caused me. 2 million points. I never even dared to dream of that." The mere mention of 2 million points sent shockwaves through the crowd. A student who had just returned to campus couldn't help but sneer coldly. "Damn it, are freshmen this arrogant nowadays? Talking about millions of points? Even bragging wouldn't dare go that far." That comment was like poking a hornet's nest. "You idiot, didn't you recognize who that was? That's Chen Mu. The Chen Mu who cleared both the Great Ming and Great Qin dungeons. Holy, we're done for. I've only seen the compiled records, I've never actually seen Chen Mu in person. If Brother Chen Mu remembers me doing this, how am I supposed to hang around campus after this? Bro, chill.
You're still a senior here. Trust me, just bow down to Chen Mu right now. He won't hold it against you. Ha, enough already. Chen Mu wouldn't be so idle as to nitpick with you lot. But didn't he score over 1,000,000 points in both simulations? How did it suddenly jump to 2,000,000? Did he secretly simulate behind our backs? Ha! Like brother Chen Mu would hog all the glory? He genuinely shares his experience, no secrets held back. I heard it's because he rented the Great Qin Imperial Seal from the simulation mall, 1,000,000 a year. Whoa! If Chen Mu's 2 simulations silenced all critics with sheer skill, then the 1,000,000 points now coming from the Great Qin Imperial Seal were bound to stir up some envy. After all, since Chen Mu finished his simulation yesterday, the Great Ming and Great Qin instances have become the hottest simulation scenarios. Yet so far, while some had achieved an S rank following Chen Mu's advice, their scores weren't particularly high. Under these circumstances, you're telling me Chen Mu could just buy an Imperial Seal from the simulation shop and rake in 1,000,000 points every year? Truly, comparison breeds envy. Leaving aside the reactions of the surrounding students, Chen Mu and Wang Yang headed straight for the Villa District. Unlike the universities in Chen Mu's memories, universities in the Blue Star world function more like massive self-study hubs. Since everyone specialized in different historical simulations, their simulation focuses varied greatly, leading to completely different course selections. Under these circumstances, most students would follow the professors or mentors relevant to their needs, completing their studies before deciding whether to continue training under them. To sum it up, it was somewhat akin to the ancient master-apprentice system. Brother Mu! Wang Yang exclaimed excitedly, Shanghai University has suddenly become the hottest choice for applications. I heard several top-scoring students from different regions are planning to enroll, and they specifically want to study under you. You're now the undisputed top-ranked college entrance exam candidate in Longxia's history. Don't mention it. Chen Mu shook his head, somewhat speechless. Just yesterday, Shanghai University had offered to directly grant him level 8 simulator status, only for Chen Mu to decline. He'd already made enough of a name for himself. The so-called rank, well, it really didn't matter to Chen Mu anymore. While a higher simulator rank offered significant advantages in choosing dungeons and such, that was simply not an issue for Chen Mu. After all, if he were to request any dungeon simulation now, Shanghai University would undoubtedly go out of their way to accommodate him. Oh, right, Brother Mu. Wang Yang remembered something else and spoke up. Several people from our class have joined too, including Lu Shuer. Last night while I was on the bus, she messaged me saying she'd arrived and wanted to visit you. No sooner had the words left his mouth. A commotion erupted at the entrance of the villa complex. He looked up. Lu Shuer and 2 other girls stood at the entrance, arguing with the security guard for some reason. Get lost. Lu Shuer's friend glared angrily. Do you know who we are? We're Chen Mu's classmates. Listen up, the lady next to me is the Lu family's eldest daughter and Chen Mu's first love. Try blocking us again, and I'll have Chen Mu get you fired. Chen Mu froze in shock. What the hell was going on? He'd been sleeping since last night. How did he end up in this mess? Seeing the security guard turn his head toward them, Chen Mu quickly shouted, Sir, I don't know these girls. You handle it however you see fit. Got it. The security guard let out a cold snort, then shoved Lu Shuer and the others out without another word. Get out of here immediately, or I'll file a report with the school administration right now to have your enrollment revoked. You. Lu Shuer's chubby best friend stomped her feet in fury, but dared not take her anger out on Chen Mu. Instead, she snapped, What right does a lowly security guard like you have to expel us? Do you think I won't have Shuer's father? No one can. Zhang Mingyuan, who happened to be passing by, sneered coldly. Students, you have triggered the special regulations our school enacted last night. I recall you were all briefed upon enrollment, no unauthorized disturbance of senior simulation instructors, correct? Leave immediately, or don't blame the school for showing no mercy. Seeing the principal himself appear, Lu Shuer and the others could only slink away. But before they left, the chubby friend muttered resentfully, What a bunch of jerks. They treat Chen Mu like he's some kind of treasure, but I know all his embarrassing secrets. That Chen Mu is just another small-time jerk. The moment he gets a little power, he turns his back on everyone. Absolutely shameless. Before she could finish, they heard a thud nearby. Turning their heads, they saw Director Lu from the admissions office staring at them with utter bewilderment. The next second, Director Lu bellowed at the top of his lungs, Old Gu. Old Zhang. Come check these 3 student IDs. Expel them if they deserve it. Dismiss them if they need it. Damn it, daring to insult Chen Mu at a time like this? Even the archaeological team excavating the first emperor's tomb in Longxia wants Chen Mu's help, and you dare look down on him? For a moment, Lu Shuer and the other 2 were struck dumb. When 2 of the 3 were expelled from school on charges of academic misconduct and unethical behavior, Chen Mu once again found himself before Principal Zhang Mingyuan. Chen Mu! Zhang Mingyuan declared solemnly, the imperial seal has begun to take effect. Today, Longxia is experiencing widespread rainfall. The drought across the entire northern region will be alleviated. You see.
Originally, I intended to follow your advice and temporarily refrain from applying for your simulator level. But now it's been issued directly. As he spoke, Zhang Mingyuan produced a small box containing a delicate badge. On the badge, 9 stars encircled the map of Longsha. 9-star simulator. Even though Chen Mu had already achieved 2 SSS-rated evaluations, he knew he was nowhere near qualified to become a 9-star simulator. This outcome was most likely thanks to the Imperial Seal. Truth be told, the Qin dynasty truly lived up to being one of Chen Mu's favorite historical periods. The first emperor was simply awesome. Chapter 148, Provocation? Then I'll choose the Celestial Strategist. The emblem of a 9-star simulator dealt Wang Yang another crushing blow. But he had little reason to envy. After all, back in high school, Chen Mu had always been a straight-A student, while he was the absolute bottom of the barrel among the academic underachievers. If not for their lifelong friendship since childhood, their paths might never have crossed at all. But now, thanks to Chen Mu's offhand remark back then, Wang Yang seized the momentum and soared to new heights. After all, when Chen Mu once recounted the glorious history of Longsha, everyone scoffed and met him with cold remarks. Only Wang Yang listened with his blood boiling and his memory etched deep. If not for that, how could Wang Yang have earned an S-rank evaluation in the Great Qin Dungeon? Consider this achievement. In this wave of Great Qin Dungeon simulation fever, it already placed him among the absolute elite. Of course. The happiest person of all was Zhang Mingyuan, the president of Shanghai University. What fine young people. Zhang Mingyuan looked at Chen Mu and Wang Yang with a smile. Chen Mu, I've heard about you and Wang Yang from him. Since you're already friends, why not have Wang Yang be your neighbor? That way, you can guide him along the way. No need, President. Chen Mu froze, turning to Wang Yang. I was actually thinking of having Wang Yang stay here too. After all, there are several bedrooms on the 2nd floor, and I don't need that many rooms by myself. Ha! Wang Yang, who had been puzzled by Chen Mu's refusal, instantly brightened upon hearing this. Principal, I'd love to live with Brother Mu too. Rest assured, as his most loyal sidekick, I'll make sure he's taken care of. Ha ha ha. Zhang Mingyuan burst into laughter. Fine. This sort of thing isn't uncommon in the Villa District. I'll have someone bring Wang Yang's simulation equipment over. It'll be sorted out in no time. Soon. Principal Zhang Mingyuan and Director Liu, who had just arrived, began making arrangements. Compared to Chen Mu, Wang Yang's accommodations were clearly a notch lower. His simulation setup consisted only of a relatively lightweight simulation helmet and a life support pod. Beyond that, the school had also assigned a dedicated housekeeping team to both of them. This wasn't Chen Mu receiving special treatment, it was a standard benefit for all simulation instructors, with the level of luxury increasing with rank. Take this moment, for instance. When Wang Yang saw the table laden with dishes prepared by the domestic team, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotion. Brother Mu, this is outrageously extravagant. All these rare ingredients from the Qin Dynasty era, this must be worth thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of points. No way I'm eating you out of house and home today. After devouring everything in sight, the two were stuffed to the gills. That afternoon, under the school's arrangement, Chen Mu hosted another live stream session. He focused on explaining the challenges and key points players encountered in the Great Qin and Great Ming dungeons. Of course, while Chen Mu knew the general course of history, he wasn't all-knowing. Often, he could only offer suggestions. Even so, the viewers in the live stream room benefited immensely. However, not everyone was fawning over Chen Mu. At least in the live chat right now, a viewer named Yangzi was debating fiercely with the crowd. Chen Mu? What's so impressive about clearing 2 hell-tier dungeons? What's there to brag about? Ha! In the Qin Dynasty instance, you could always take control of the Qin state by waiting patiently, then naturally complete unification. And the Great Ming instance? Forget it. What's so impressive about a beggar founding a nation? He's just a freeloader. These few lines alone instantly infuriated the chat room audience. A mere 2 hell-tier instances? Come on, let me see what star-rated simulator you are to talk so big. Exactly. Qin can naturally complete unification? Go ahead then. Someone like you probably wouldn't even survive the first episode. LOL. Forget SSS, just the 880,000 rating, could you even get that? And you're bragging about a beggar founding a nation. Back in the Ming Dynasty, you called Zhu Yuanzhang a beggar. Fine, I won't say anything. But now you'd better kneel and call him the Great Emperor Hongwu. Come on, man. If you've got the guts, drop your real name. I'll come to your house myself to learn from you. For fiery netizens, they never feared these brainless trolls. After all, the fighting spirit of Longsha netizens is legendary. But the guy who posted that mocking message probably never imagined someone would actually track down his real identity. Within the Villa District, Wang Yang, who was live streaming, suddenly received a call. After listening patiently for a few moments, Wang Yang immediately lowered his voice and said, "Brother Mu, that Yangzi is our old classmate Lu Ziyang. I've heard all about it. He died in the Three Kingdoms dungeon right at the start of the college entrance exams. Ever since he came home, he's been acting a bit off. Last night he even called our homeroom teacher Zhao Chunshan to harass him. Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. What's the most crucial trait for a simulation designer? Vision? Talent? Actually, neither. The most crucial factor is actually the mindset to grow stronger with every battle. Setting aside the fact that he already knew the course of history, even if Chen Mu hadn't known the historical trajectory, he still believed he could steer the course of history within the simulated world. Because he wasn't afraid of failure at all. If he loses, he starts over. If one attempt fails, try 100 times. If 100 times fail, try 1,000. Isn't that the very essence of moving mountains through persistence? Lost in thought. In the livestream chat, Lu Ziang had already sent another message. Shut the hell up, all of you. No matter how awesome Chen Mu is, he's still just a little brother in my eyes. I've heard the rumors this kid bragged in high school that he could solo the Taiyan's general's raid. I'd love to see if he's got the guts to back up his words. The live chat's bullet comments instantly dropped by more than half. But the next second, countless netizens instantly saw through Lu Ziang's malicious intent. Damn it! Who doesn't know the Taiyan's general dungeon has the highest death rate in hell difficulty? This jerk is practically hoping Chen Mu dies in there. Exactly. And I heard, this guy is probably Chen Mu's high school classmate? Jealousy has completely warped his face. Ha! Now that you mention it, I remember yesterday when brother Chen Mu was taking his college entrance exam, there was this guy named Lu Ziang, apparently some so-called class monitor. Could it be him? Ha! That Lu Ziang is a total moron too, getting used by old Jiang like a pawn without even realizing it. But both that old man and the kid are rotten to the core. Word on the street is Lu Ziang's gone off the deep end. Last night he beat up his own parents at home. Brother Chen Mu, don't listen to that lunatic. Just ignore him. You gotta hand it to netizens, their eyes are sharp as hell. In just a few moments, they'd strip Lu Ziang bare. But Chen Mu's next words left everyone utterly stunned. Lu Ziang, huh? I know you're trying to bait me into choosing the Taiyan's general's dungeon, which would indirectly lead to my death. But I accept this challenge. 3 days from now, I'll be launching the Taiyan's advanced dungeon. All players are welcome to join me in clearing it. For a moment, not only was Wang Yang beside him stunned speechless, but countless netizens were also left in shock. What the hell? Chen Mu said he was preparing to clear the Taiyan's general dungeon with the highest death rate? Chapter 149, Simulation begins. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Despite Principal Zhang Mingyuan and Admissions Director Lu's earnest pleas, Chen Mu remained resolute in choosing the Taiyan's general dungeon. Ironically, after failing to dissuade him, the chubby Wang Yang shifted his stance and began supporting Chen Mu's decision. At that moment, Wang Yang was being dragged to the villa entrance by Zhang Mingyuan, unable to suppress his complaint. Wang, time is running out. You can't seriously just watch Chen Mu walk into a fire pit, can you? If he wanted to enter any other dungeon in the Great Tang, no one would object. But this Taiyan's general, it's the hell of hell dungeons. Its difficulty and death rate have always been sky high. You're still young. Don't throw away your bright futures over a momentary clash of pride. Wang Yang sighed helplessly. After a moment's thought, he said solemnly, Principal, Director Lu, I know you don't believe me, but Brother Mu told me about the Tang Dynasty long ago. You know I got an A grade evaluation on my college entrance exam, right? I used to struggle in school, struggling to grasp concepts. But Brother Mu taught me that if you pick the right character and ride the wave of opportunity, even a pig can soar. So I chose Cheng Yaojin, and right at the start of the Great Tang Dungeon, I pledged allegiance to Li Shimen and easily got that A grade evaluation. Think about it, if I could achieve this much just from Brother Mu's casual advice, imagine how insane it'd be if he actually simulated the dungeon himself? Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu both froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Amidst their hesitation, Chen Mu emerged from the villa, curiosity in his voice. Principal, Director Lu, did you come to deliver my dedicated simulator? Yes. Yes. Zhang Mingyuan sighed helplessly, pulling out a simulator. Still not giving up, he asked, Student Chen Mu, are you truly confident about this simulation? The Taiyan's general dungeon is unlike any other. While we may not be well versed in other historical periods, the founding history of the Tang Dynasty is now largely understood. Under these circumstances, unless you perfectly replicate Li Shimen's historical actions and even surpass them, it'll be extremely difficult to achieve a high evaluation. How about you practice with other Tang Dynasty dungeons first? Once you get a feel for it, we can tackle this one? No need. Chen Mu shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, Principal. I've already purchased the golden exclusive. I'll definitely get Emperor Taizong's exclusive traits when the time comes. Whoa! Director Lu gasped beside him, startled. That exclusive trait worth 100,000 credits? Wow, you're really willing to splurge on your rating. Though they said that, both Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With an exclusive skill slot as assurance, Chen Mu's chances of success this time shouldn't be too low. Moreover, if the other side dared to put up 100,000 points, it meant they already had some degree of confidence. If they could snag a couple more golden entries, they might just crack this dungeon. After a few more casual words, Chen Mu and the others returned to the villa. Before long, the Academy's live streaming team had their equipment set up again, patiently waiting for viewers to enter the livestream. To ensure Chen Mu's focus remained undisturbed, this broadcast didn't allow him to answer viewer questions. Even so, the chat had already descended into chaos. Holy crap, is Chen Mu really going into the Tian's general dungeon? Isn't the university going to step in? Who's responsible if something goes wrong? Exactly. We finally have a student who's a prodigy. Shouldn't they be nurturing and protecting him in every way? How dare you let this happen? I should have dragged brother Chen Mu to Tsinghua or Peking University no matter what. Shanghai University, you guys have no heart. Quiet, everyone. News programs interviewed Chen Mu and Shanghai University President Zhang Mingyuan yesterday. The school is trying hard to dissuade him, but brother Chen Mu hasn't changed his mind. If anyone's to blame, it's Chen Mu's classmate Lu Ziyang. If it weren't for that jerk, Chen Mu would never have chosen the celestial strategist role. Everyone knows that instance has an insanely high death rate. One after another, the comments echoed Zhang Mingyuan and others, pleading for Chen Mu to temporarily halt his attempts at such a perilous dungeon. However, some viewers watching the livestream were grinning from ear to ear. The happiest of all was Lu Ziyang. After failing his college entrance exams, this guy's mind had gone a bit off the rails. Not only had he beaten his parents so badly they ended up hospitalized, but he'd also been streaming non-stop these past few days, ranting furiously about Chen Mu. Ironically, he actually found a few like-minded people. Take Lu Shuer, who was ruthlessly rejected by Chen Mu last time, and her chubby bestie. Then there was old Jiang, who'd been utterly humiliated during the college entrance exam livestream, along with Jiang Yunhe and Huang Xiaoyang, master and disciple, both expelled from Shanghai University. Compared to the Shanghai University livestream, Lu Ziyang and his crew's content was straightforward. It boiled down to one thing. Chen Mu is dead meat this time. Brother Mu. Inside the villa at Shanghai University, Wang Yang looked at Chen Mu with concern. He'd learned about Lu Ziyang's livestream from other classmates yesterday, and just now, Chen Mu seemed to have seen it on his phone too? Relax, I'm fine. Chen Mu chuckled softly, casually closing the livestream on his phone. Perhaps because of his recent purchase of the Imperial Seal, a rather mysterious individual had added Chen Mu to a group chat called Dragon Summer Revival. From their tone, they seemed to be a self-organized group of guardians dedicated to protecting promising talents within Longsha. For instance, it was this group that had informed Chen Mu about Lu Ziyang's livestream. As for people like that, Chen Mu couldn't be bothered to give them a second glance. The only reason he opened Lu Ziyang's livestream today was because rumors suggested external forces had become involved in the matter and were apparently preparing to make secret contact with Lu Ziyang. Driven by the mindset that gossip is free if you don't look, Chen Mu had peeked inside only to find nothing of interest. He glanced at the time. Chen Mu tossed his phone aside, stood up, and walked into the temperature-controlled simulation chamber, ready to begin this simulation session. Although he had already purchased 100,000 points worth of Lifebound exclusive entries last time, Chen Mu was well aware of the Tian's General Dungeon's difficulty. Therefore, he didn't enter the instance immediately. Instead, he opened the rating shop within the simulation chamber and without hesitation exchanged for 2 entries he'd long coveted, along with several special instance items. Gambler's Heart, Golden Legend, and Blessing of Fortune. Chen Mu had used these before, and their effects were exceptionally good. Beyond that, Chen Mu also selected several unique items this time. For instance, the Golden Healing Pill, a 10,000 score item usable immediately, could restore most injuries in a short time. Another example is the Strength Enhancer, also valued at 10,000 points, which stimulates physical development and increases strength. Combined with the 100,000 points from his Lifebound exclusive, this was merely an initial investment, and Chen Mu had already splurged a staggering 150,000 points. Soon, as the dedicated simulator connected to the simulation pod, a familiar sensation washed over him. Historical instance selected, Tian's General. Please select the character you wish to simulate. 1. Descendant of a famous general Li Ni. 2. Son of the Chancellor Yang Xiangan. 3. Last Emperor of Sui Yang Wang. 4. Lord of Weigong Zhai Rang. 5. Second son of the Li clan Li Shimen. Select 5. Tian's General, Li Shimen. Chapter 150, Dual Exclusive Entries. When Chen Mu's shout rang out, Wang Yang, Zhang Mingyuan, Director Lu, and the others present felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over them. After all, whether it was the first Great Ming instance or the second Battlefield instance, Chen Mu had defied all expectations. Yet while others feared mispronouncing names might trigger taboos in the simulated world, Chen Mu always passed unscathed. This time was no exception. After all, in Chen Mu's heart and in the true history, who else but Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimen, could possibly be worthy of the title of Tian's General? Swish! Beams of light began flashing within the simulation pod, and the familiar notification tone echoed in Chen Mu's ears. Instance selected, Tian's General. Selected character, Li Shimen, second son of the Li clan. Your golden special item, Heart of the Gambler, has activated. Your golden trait, Lifebound Exclusive, has activated. You have gained the character exclusive trait, Divine Protection Body. This grants immunity to all damage taken within the dungeon and grants superhuman recovery abilities. Your golden trait, Golden Legend, has activated. You have obtained the character exclusive trait, Unrivaled Mounted Archer. You will gain unparalleled aptitude in horsemanship and archery, mastering them swiftly with minimal practice. Your golden trait, Fortune's Blessing, has been activated. You have a chance to obtain a third trait. You have obtained the golden items Health Pill and Strength Potion. As the simulation messages flashed across the screen, everyone was stunned. 2 exclusive traits? Wang Yang rubbed his eyes in disbelief before bursting into laughter. This is it. This run is absolutely guaranteed. Principal, look at the effect of this Divine Protection Body. It's even stronger than the Divine Protection Physique rated at 50,000 points. With this, no matter how reckless Brother Mu gets in the dungeon, he'll never face life-threatening danger. Exactly. Director Liu, watching nearby, couldn't help but gush with envy. Honestly, Chen Mu spent those 100,000 points wisely. This Divine Protection Body is worth at least 200,000 points. You're telling me? Zhang Mingyuan, feeling deeply gratified, chuckled. Director Liu, take a closer look. Beyond guaranteeing Chen Mu won't die in the dungeon, this trait also grants him extraordinary recovery abilities. Perhaps in other dungeons, this wouldn't be so crucial. But in the Tiance General's dungeon, it's absolutely crucial. You could even say it's more important than the former. Especially since Chen Mu also obtained the second exclusive trait, Unrivaled Mounted Archery. As long as he doesn't waste his time in simulated dungeons, his future combat prowess is guaranteed. Combined with the rapid recovery of the Heaven's Blessing physique. It's hard to imagine just how powerful Chen Mu will become. Not only were the 3 present filled with awe, but countless viewers in the livestream chat were also overcome with envy. An exclusive skill. Other simulators would be overjoyed just to stumble upon one after all their hard work, yet Chen Mu? He snagged 2 right off the bat. If a third exclusive trait materializes, that would be truly legendary. Holy crap, it's gotta be Brother Chen Mu. Everyone was freaking out about how dangerous the Tiance General role is, but look at him, he bought insurance right off the bat. He can totally go wild now. Insurance? Did you miss President Zhang's analysis from Mountain River University? Chen Mu's combat power this time is bound to be off the charts. Speaking of which, weren't there tons of fierce generals during the late Sui dynasty? Wonder if Chen Mu will even make the list this time. Are you kidding? Haven't you seen my bro Chen Mu's power-ups? We just crunched the numbers this time. Chen Mu's starting rating alone must be at least 150,000. Holy crap? 150,000 rating points? I grinded my ass off for a single simulation and only got 1,500. So Chen Mu's starting rating is 100 times mine? While netizens buzzed with speculation, Lu Ziang, who had also started his livestream, was spouting off. Hey, everyone. Have you heard the news? That Chen Mu spent a whopping 150,000 rating points just for this simulation run. That's absolutely hilarious. If he flops in this simulation, won't those 150,000 points just go down the drain? They say success breeds complacency, but I'd say people shouldn't get too cocky, otherwise, they'll easily stumble. Before he could finish, a notification suddenly popped up in Lu Ziang's livestream. You idiot, Chen Mu already has 2 exclusive entries. Do you think you can buy that with 150,000 points? Lu Ziang froze in shock. But soon, he burst into laughter. My friend, what kind of pipe dream are you dreaming up? Exclusive entries are rare as hen's teeth. Chen Mu getting 1 last time was already a stroke of incredible luck. Now you're telling me he got 2? Everyone, hold on. I'm switching over to Chen Mu's livestream right now so you can see for yourselves. Soon, Lu Ziang switched to Chen Mu's livestream. The moment he saw those 2 massive exclusive entries, he felt like he'd been hit by a truck. Damn it! Why the hell does Chen Mu have such incredible luck? Back in the 3 Kingdoms dungeon, he got chopped down by Lupa the moment he entered, and he only got 1 orange tier entry. But now, he's dead meat. A comment suddenly appeared in Lu Ziang's livestream chat. Glancing at the avatar, Lu Ziang immediately guessed it was Lu Shuer's chubby bestie. Could she possibly know some inside scoop? Don't worry, Ziang. The chubby friend declared with certainty, I already prayed to the gods at home. Chen Mu is absolutely going to die in there today. Lu Ziang was dumbfounded. Seriously, girl, did you not get a brain? Haven't you seen what the effect of the Divine Protection Body is? The thought of having to stand alongside such a dumbass in the same camp made Lu Ziang feel uneasy. Fortunately, in Chen Mu's livestream, simulation messages began scrolling rapidly. Simulation begins. Age 0, you were born into the Li clan of Longyu. Your family is highly distinguished, said to be descendants of Li Gao, the founding monarch of Xiliang. Your grandfather, Li Hu, was one of the 8 pillars of the Western Wei dynasty. Your father currently holds the title of Duke of Tang under the Sui dynasty. Age 1, you grew up slowly in your hometown. Your sharp wit won the affection of many adults, but your elder brother, Li Jianchang, disliked you intensely. During this year, you gained a younger brother named Li Yuanba. At age 2, Li Jianchang bullied you when adults weren't around. Fortunately, your third sister, Li Xiaoning, protected you, saving you from harm. At age 3, you became your third sister Li Xiaoning's constant shadow. She took you daily to practice martial arts, horseback riding, and archery activities that fascinated you. At age 4, your father Li Yuan was promoted, and discipline at home grew stricter. You were required to study reading and writing. At age 5, your eldest brother Li Jianchun flaunted his achievements before you. You dismissed it, knowing his so-called essays were merely bought with money. At age 6, Li Xiaoning secretly took you out of the house to gallop on horseback, but you accidentally encountered bandits. Li Xiaoning easily killed them all, then lied to you saying they were just young and fit, falling asleep instantly. But you knew they were dead. At age 7, your family relocated to Luoyang. Your elder brother Li Jiancheng gained a new attendant, your younger brother Li Yuanji, who also disliked you intensely, though you couldn't care less. Your other younger brother, Li Yuanba, remained behind in your hometown due to chronic illness. At age 8, your eldest brother earned praise from your father for writing an excellent essay, yet you and your third sister Li Sunying, both equally accomplished, were ignored. At age 9, your third sister became betrothed. You were heartbroken, but you met her future husband, Chai Shao, a good man. At age 10, you befriended many young nobles in Luoyang. They all liked you, but they weren't too fond of your eldest brother. At age 11, you met a man named Changsun Wuji. His uncle, Gao Shilian, took a strong liking to you and even proposed marrying his daughter, Changsun Wuyo, to you. You met the young girl, nicknamed Guan Yinbi. At age 12, with your parents' arrangement, you and Guan Yinbi became betrothed. Chapter 151, Third Sister's Homecoming, Li Yuanba returns. Why is the initial simulation data gone? Within the Mountain River Academy, all present exchanged bewildered glances. Compared to other simulation instances, the Tian's General instance, due to its persistently high mortality rate, had long been regarded by many simulators as the ultimate challenge. Precisely because of this, information about the Tian's General instance's opening phase was hardly a secret anymore. Especially since Li Shimen was a popular choice, though no one had ever fully cleared the instance. I recall most Tian's General instances seem to start at age 15 or 14, right? Principal Zhang Mingyuan hesitated slightly. That's correct. Director Lu nodded beside him. Last year, there was a 13-year-old who started out and was already being hailed as the most promising simulator to ever clear this dungeon. Sadly, he tragically perished before completing even half of the simulation. Mentioning this instantly cast a somber mood over the group. Dying in a simulation instance was no small matter. Fortunately, Chen Mu had already secured the insurance clause beforehand, so he had absolutely nothing to worry about. As for now, starting at age 12, Wang Yang exclaimed excitedly, getting into the simulated world early definitely has its perks. And for every year you start ahead, you can accomplish so much more. Brother Mu's luck is absolutely unbeatable. This point was acknowledged by both Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu. Don't underestimate a teenager. In modern society, these kids have just finished elementary school. But in ancient times, many started families and built careers by their teens. Take Chen Mu right now, for instance. In the simulated world, he looked at the somewhat frail Guan Yinbi before him and sighed helplessly, Wuyo, it's not that I don't want to marry you. It's just that you're still too young. Rest assured, we're already betrothed. You alone will be the wife of Li Shimen. Really? The cute little girl before him blinked her big, watery eyes and nodded softly, then I'll listen to you. As they spoke, another figure entered the alley, none other than Changsun Wuyo's elder brother, Changsun Wuji, who was also Chen Mu's childhood friend. Brother! Changsun Wuji grabbed Chen Mu's shoulders and sighed, hearing you say that is enough. You know our background. If not for my uncle, we siblings would have been cast out of the Changsun estate and likely perished on the streets. Among all the young masters of Luoyang's noble families, I admire none more than you, Li Shimen. So from now on, you must treat my sister well. Rest assured, brother Changsun. Chen Mu nodded firmly. Seriously. Among all the empresses throughout history, Empress Changsuan's virtue and wisdom would undoubtedly rank among the top. Marrying a beauty is certainly delightful, but a harem fire, just thinking about it is a headache. Moreover, a capable empress directly impacts the empire's succession. It's rather unfortunate that Qin Shi Huang, Han Wudi, Tang Taizong, and Ming Taizu, these four great emperors, couldn't manage to produce a single crown prince who ascended the throne unscathed. But such matters could be agonized over later. The immediate priority was to understand the situation at the end of the Sui dynasty. Over these past 3 days, Chen Mu had already formulated sufficient plans, but they were all set for when he turned 14 or 15. As for starting at 12 years old right now, he hadn't even considered it. Faced with this sudden, unexpected simulation, Chen Mu could only proceed step by step. Fortunately, he soon received some welcome news. Third sister Li Xiaoning had returned home for a family visit. Wuji, Guan Yinbi, come with me to the Li residence shortly. I have someone to introduce to you. Strolling down the street, Chen Mu said wistfully, my third sister, Li Xiaoning, you've surely heard her name, right? Whoa. Chansun Wuji reacted dramatically, his voice filled with astonishment, but hasn't Miss Xiaoning married into the Chai family? That's right. Chen Mu nodded. Perhaps we'll get a chance to meet my brother-in-law, Chai Xiao. He was a playmate of Crown Prince Yuanda. Maybe he can introduce us to even more people. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Changsun Wuji's face lit up with delight. Having experienced family upheaval from a young age, he understood the importance of power and influence more keenly than most children. Though Chen Mu knew the man was approaching him with ulterior motives, he didn't reject the idea, for Changsun Wuji remained fiercely loyal to Emperor Taizong throughout his life. It was precisely for this reason that among the 24 meritorious ministers enshrined in the Lingyan Pavilion later on, Changsun Wuji would be ranked first. After a few casual exchanges, Changsun Wuyo returned home to change into men's attire, and the three then headed straight for the Li residence. Before the unification of the Sui dynasty, the land of China was plunged into utter chaos during the Five Barbarians' disturbance of China and the Northern and Southern dynasties period. Schemes and intrigues abounded, and the once established rituals and laws had completely collapsed. Therefore, regarding Changsun Wuyo's disguise as a man and her wild antics alongside Chen Mu, both inside and outside the Li residence simply turned a blind eye, pretending not to notice. No sooner had Chen Mu slipped back into his private courtyard than he spotted a figure all too familiar. Li Heir. Li Xiaoning, clad in martial attire and radiating martial prowess, arched his sword-like brows slightly and huffed, eldest brother and third and fourth brothers all thought to write me letters. Why is it only you who neglected to do so? Could it be that you've forgotten your married sister, treating her like water once poured out? As she spoke, Li Xiaoning made a move to twist Chen Mu's ear. Seeing this, Chen Mu quickly dodged, exclaiming, third sister. Don't be silly, haven't you seen my friends are here? You little brat. Li Xiaoning gritted her teeth, then shot a piercing glance at the Changsun siblings. With a single glance, she saw through Changsun Wuyo's disguise as a man. Stepping forward, she grabbed the other's hand and laughed, so you're Guan Yinbi? Father was right, he found a fine wife for my second brother. Seeing you now, it's clear he was spot on. Come on in, let's sit in the sisters' quarters. I'll teach you how to keep the second son of the Li family in line. He was terrified of me when he was little. With Li Xiaoning's easy familiarity, the Changsun siblings gradually let down their guard. Not long after, Li Xiaoning learned about the conversation Chen Mu had just had with the siblings. Who would have guessed? Li Xiaoning chuckled. Who knew my second brother had learned to treat ladies with care? Well done, well done. Here, the divine bow you've always wanted, it's yours. As he spoke, Li Xiaoning magically hauled a heavy chest from the room. Opening it, a bow and arrow lay quietly inside. Chen Mu couldn't tell what material it was made of, but he could tell at a glance that this was no ordinary item. Not to mention, the arrowhead alone, polished to a mirror-like shine, was a rarity in this era. Li Heir, remember when you told your sister the story of Hui shooting the sun as a kid? Li Xiaoning beamed with pride. This time, your brother-in-law and I spent a fortune crafting this treasure bow for you. Its name is the Great Yi-Bao. As for these arrows, they're forged from celestial meteorites. We call them star-shattering arrows. So, do you like them? Thank you, third sister. Chen Mu felt a flood of emotions wash over him as countless simulated memories from the beginning began to surface in his mind. His entire childhood had been spent under third sister's care. And that's why the bond between the siblings was exceptionally strong. Oh, right. Li Xiaoning seemed to remember something, slapping her forehead as she said, Yuan-Ba is back this time too. He was just clamoring to see you, but your older brother took him away. He's not very familiar with this area, so it'll probably take him a while to find his way over. Yuan-Ba? Chen Mu's heart stirred slightly. He was actually quite familiar with this younger brother, who was mythologized as a god in the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Unfortunately, the Li Yuanba in this simulated world possessed considerable strength, yet he had been frail and frequently ill since childhood. Consequently, when Chen Mu and the others relocated to Luoyang, Li Yuanba remained behind in their hometown and did not accompany them. Now that he possessed the exclusive trait, divine protection, there was no need to worry about injuries or such. What if? Give him the health pill I bought earlier and see if I can turn him into one of my own commanders? Chapter 152, Chen Mu's Perspective. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Before Chen Mu could make up his mind, a loud cry rang out from outside the courtyard. Second brother! Second brother? Bang! The door was violently kicked open, followed by a figure crashing to the floor with a thud. Before Chen Mu and Li Xiaoning could rush to help, the figure cheerfully scrambled to his feet. As if oblivious to any pain, he dashed toward Chen Mu and clung to him tightly. Second brother, I finally get to see you. I've been dying to see you all. Cough. Cough. Chen Mu helplessly patted Li Yuanba's back and sighed, let go. You're choking me. Got it. Li Yuanba cheerfully released his grip on Chen Mu. He studied him intently for a long moment before smiling. Second brother, you've lost weight, but you've grown taller. Oh, and just now, Big Brother mentioned you married a commoner. I felt like he was insulting you, but I couldn't argue with him. Second brother, how about we go beat him up? Chen Mu was instantly speechless, while the Changsun siblings beside him looked utterly awkward. Li Xiaoning, however, snorted coldly. Big Brother is still the same old stubborn fool. He's not the least bit likable. Only father praises him day in and day out. He is the eldest legitimate son, after all. Chen Mu gave a similar snort. He finally understood why the Xuanwu Gate incident would happen later. Given what Li Jiancheng had done to him as a child, this was bound to happen sooner or later. But the Li family, founders of the Tang Dynasty, had one redeeming quality: no matter how much they squabbled internally, they would unite against external threats when it mattered. Therefore, Chen Mu had long since made up his mind. If the other side behaved properly, peace would be maintained. But if the other side dared to make any reckless moves, he would make Li Jiancheng understand exactly what it meant to cross paths with a time traveler. Second brother? Li Yuanba seemed still pondering the earlier question as he suggested, why don't we sneak over tonight? I just checked, Big Brother has barely anyone around him. He'd be easy to handle. Don't be ridiculous. Chen Mu shook his head. If you actually lay a hand on him, he might not dare touch us, but Wuji and Guanyingbi would be the ones to suffer. Right, this is Changsun Wuji, second brother's brother. And this is Changsun Wuyo, your future sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Li Yuanba scratched his head. Second brother, have you and sister-in-law had kids yet? I could help look after them. For a moment, everyone was left speechless, caught between laughter and tears. All right. Since everyone's here, let's grab a bite outside later. Your brother-in-law's treating. Li Xiaoning waved his hand decisively, settling the destination for the small group of 5. Not long after, Chen Mu and the others met her brother-in-law, Chai Xiao. It must be said, Changsun Wuji certainly had a knack for socializing in no time. He was chatting away animatedly with Chai Xiao. Meanwhile, Li Xiuqing was recounting embarrassing childhood stories about Chen Mu to Changsun Wuyo, occasionally bursting into laughter. Finally, only Chen Mu and Li Yuanba were left, staring at each other in silence. Oh. He was the only one glaring. Li Yuanba was busy stuffing his face. Burp. After a long while, Li Yuanba belched contentedly and exclaimed with delight, that was absolutely delicious. Back home, that useless doctor kept telling me I couldn't eat this or that. I was starving. But now it's all good. Father said I can stay here from now on. Second brother, will you take me out horseback riding later? I haven't ridden in ages. Sure. Chen Mu nodded. After a moment's thought, he took out the health pill and said with a smile, third brother, this is the miraculous elixir second brother begged for earlier. It might not cure that strange illness you've had since childhood, but it's definitely safe to take. But you mustn't tell anyone about this, understand? Got it. Li Yuanba swallowed it without hesitation, washing it down with several gulps of water. Moments later, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and soon after, he fell into a deep, heavy sleep. Seeing this, Li Xiaoning leaned closer and asked curiously, second brother, what did you give third brother? Medicine. Chen Mu glanced at her. His third sister was no ordinary figure either. The famed lady's pass of later generations was named after Li Xiaoning. Moreover, this third sister had also passed away at a young age. Unfortunately, Chen Mu didn't know the exact cause of her death and dared not risk using the health pill as a gamble. If he could figure it out, the Tang Dynasty would likely be established by then. If he could uncover the cause, Chen Mu was confident he could rewrite Li Xiaoning's fate. Of course, that would require her cooperation. Third sister. After a moment's thought, Chen Mu spoke, do you remember what I told you when we were children? I remember. Li Xiaoning's expression turned serious as she whispered, second brother, tell third sister the truth. Could your ability to divine the future at such a young age mean you're possessed by some demon or spirit? Chen Mu was momentarily speechless. Shaking his head, he sighed, I've told you time and again to read more books. Yet you insist on believing in demons and spirits. Throughout history, whenever a dynasty nears its end, omens always appear. Don't you sense that chaos is brewing once more? Though Chen Mu's voice wasn't loud, the room fell instantly silent. Even his brother-in-law, Chai Xiao, turned back, his face brimming with curiosity. Second brother, might you elaborate? Xiaoning always spoke highly of you, saying your second brother here is skilled in divination and will surely bring glory to the Li family in the future. Don't hold back, we're family, after all. If chaos truly engulfs the land, we'll be the only ones left we can truly trust. My brother-in-law is absolutely right. Chen Mu nodded solemnly. I've heard the Emperor has launched repeated northern campaigns against Goguryeo in recent years, only to suffer heavy defeats each time. Such campaigns inevitably drain national strength. Logically, we should be resting and recuperating, building up our power. Yet he insists. Our emperor refuses to do so, instead mobilizing massive forces to forcibly conscript commoners to dig canals. If this continues, chaos will surely engulf the realm. Moreover, I have a premonition that something momentous may occur this year or next. As Chen Mu spoke, all present held their breath, listening intently. Soon after, The students at the Mountain River Academy also saw the new simulation information. Simulation Day 1, in Luoyang, you meet your third elder sister Li Sunying, third younger brother Li Yuanba, and brother-in-law Chai Xiao, who are visiting their family. You introduce the Changsun siblings to everyone and share your perspective on the current state of the realm. Though you are only 12, everyone present holds you in the highest regard, especially trusting your judgment on the grand trends of the realm. For these matters have already been widely discussed, and many ambitious individuals have already discerned the signs. You advised your third sister to secretly prepare with her husband, especially focusing efforts in Chang'an, to be ready for any future contingencies. You also made plans with Li Yuanba and Changsun Woji to travel abroad, seeking to forge alliances with the great heroes. You have no concerns for your own safety, for your younger brother Li Yuanba has already consumed the health pill, freeing him from the burden of illness. From childhood, you excelled at horseback riding and archery. Though young, you already possessed formidable combat prowess. On the third day of the simulation, you used the excuse of seeing off your third sister to lead everyone out of Luoyang.
Chapter 153, Blind Cat Catches Dead Mouse Shy Rang? Good heavens! Within the Mountain River Academy, Zhang Mingyuan couldn't help but chuckle. They've already slipped out of Luoyang? Looks like Chen Mu has begun his maneuvers. But this Li Xiuning and Li Yuanba, they're formidable. Wang Yang chimed in from the side, his tone serious. Brother Mu once told me about an ancient novel that portrayed Li Yuanba as a god on earth, the kind who could smash the planet with a single hammer blow. Of course, the historical Li Yuanba probably wasn't quite that terrifying, but his martial prowess was undoubtedly formidable. As for Li Xiuning, Principal, you've surely heard of Niang Ziguan Pass and Princess Pingyang, the founding princess of the Tang Dynasty? Nang Ziguan? Princess Pingyang? Zhang Mingyuan's eyes lit up. No wonder Chen Mu has been glued to Li Xiuning since childhood, it's all because of her. Due to the unique nature of the simulation world, there aren't many historical female figures available for players to embody. Aside from the various femme fatale, Li Xiuning stands out as one of the rare representatives of the combat-oriented archetype. Only figures like Hua Mulan or Mu Guiying could rival her, and Li Sunying's simulation difficulty was clearly higher. Empress Changsun is also a top choice for simulation. Director Lu added from the side, and many female simulators have achieved outstanding results in this scenario. If you ask me, Chen Mu has already laid the groundwork. With just these few players, the opening should be completely problem-free. Indeed. Zhang Mingyuan nodded in agreement. Simulated characters' growth is largely predetermined, yet it remains influenced by their simulators. Of course. This influence is extremely limited. For instance, Chen Mu couldn't rewrite Zhu Yuanzhang's fate in the Ming Dynasty scenario, nor could he take a leading role in the development process within the Qin Dynasty scenario. Those who, like Chen Mu, gained rapid recognition from others right from the start were likely one in a million. As the group spoke, Chen Mu and the others were looking back at Luoyang City behind them. Finally out. Seated atop his tall horse, Chen Mu trotted forward at a leisurely pace. Behind him, Changsun Woyo clung tightly to him, her voice tinged with anxiety. Brother Shimon, do you think Uncle will be angry that we ran away like this? Don't worry. Changsun Woji chuckled softly beside them. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be possible. But with Shimon here, Uncle will definitely approve. Rest assured. Chen Mu nodded and smiled. Third sister and brother-in-law have already explained the situation to Father and Lord Gao. Besides, we're not going out to do anything wrong, we're just going out to see the world. As the ancients said, read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. How could one know the vastness of the world without stepping out? That may be true. But Chen Mu had no intention of straying too far. He merely wanted to venture out and try his luck. The current year was the 10th year of the Day era, roughly 611 AD. This period coincided with Emperor Yang of Sui's first eastern campaign and the early stages of the Weigong Rebellion. If given the chance, Chen Mu would certainly wish to witness these events firsthand. The later generations would say, better to learn from the three swordsmen of the Peach Garden than from the incense of Weigong. But for Chen Mu, Weigong was undoubtedly his lucky place. After all, many of the Tang Dynasty's renowned statesmen and generals hailed from this very place, figures like Wei Zhang, Chen Yaojin, Su Maogong, and Qin Xiong. If he could befriend these figures, perhaps he could recruit them to his cause in the future, thereby hastening the subjugation of rival warlords and achieving unification. Beyond that, Chen Mu also wished to survey the disaster situations across the land, testing whether he could deploy some hidden forces in advance. Of course, Li Shimon's background differed from Zhu Yuanzhang's. Old Zhu himself came from humble origins. Once he made up his mind, he could focus entirely on rebellion. But the Li family were nobles from the Guanlong region, and their rebellion progressed remarkably smoothly. Thus, Chen Mu saw no need to complicate matters, he simply needed to patiently guide the Li family to revolt at the opportune moment. Naturally, if he could arrange things through others' hands, Chen Mu wouldn't refuse. Thinking of all this, a sense of urgency stirred within him. Lifting his riding crop, he called back over his shoulder, Woji, Yuanba, keep close. We'll be riding all day from here on out. Don't worry. Chang Sun Wuji laughed heartily. We finally obtained such a fine steed. Wouldn't riding too slowly invite ridicule? Shimon, why don't we race? Let's see who's faster. With that, Chang Sun Wuji cracked his whip and sped off with Li Yuanba in tow. Guan Yinbi, hold on tight.
Chen Mu chuckled softly, spurring his own fine steed to swiftly give chase.
Behind them, the numerous guards of the Li household all tensed, scrambling to follow.
They had been specially dispatched by Li Xiaoning to ensure the safety of Chen Mu and his companions.
For several consecutive days,
Chen Mu and his companions raced relentlessly. They witnessed the majestic Sisui Pass pass through the bustling city of Dalian and traveled a stretch along the Grand Canal before finally reaching the territory of Dong Commandery. Though Chen Mu possessed the golden skill unrivaled archery on horseback, the others were not made of iron. Especially Chang Sun Wuyo, the future Empress Chang Sun. Exhausted from the relentless journey, she had caught a severe cold. Thus, Chen Mu and the others had no choice but to switch to a carriage, proceeding at a leisurely pace toward Dong Commandery. This journey took another 7 or 8 days. To ensure their safety, Chen Mu's brother-in-law, Chai Xiao, had specially traveled to Dong Commandery to visit an old friend. Thus, Chen Mu planned to first pay his respects there before heading to the vicinity of Waigon to await a favorable opportunity.
Unexpectedly. No sooner had Chen Mu's party reached the outskirts of Dongjun than they encountered an unexpected incident. Giddy up! Under the cover of night, a swift horse charged toward their carriage. Behind it, torch-bearing pursuers could be faintly discerned, accompanied by distant shouts of rage. Halt! You dare escape prison again? Have you had enough of living? Quick! Cut off this traitor's head and return to claim credit from the Lord. Thud!
Perhaps due to the pitch-black night and howling wind, the pursued man stumbled as his horse lost its footing, crashing instantly to the ground. But the man was remarkably agile. He rolled over and scrambled to his feet, then dashed in a few strides to the convoy where Chen Mu was. Halt! At the front of the convoy, Li Yuanba drew 2 golden maces without a word, his expression grim.
Who said you could come near us? Get lost. Yuanba.
Chen Mu lifted the curtain of his carriage, observing the man with interest.
What trouble have you gotten into to be hunted by the authorities? What else could it be? The man sighed.
I, Zhai, was the legal officer of Dong Commandery, overseeing prison affairs.
But I happened to witness an official colluding with merchants.
That corrupt official, fearing exposure, framed me for attacking him and sentenced me to death. Thanks to my brothers in prison helping me, I managed to escape.
But I never imagined. Your surname is Zhai?
Chen Mu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud.
Wuji, quickly bring this brave man up here. If pursuers arrive later, you handle them. Got it. Chang Sun Wuji agreed without hesitation.
Undoubtedly, harboring criminals was a grave offense in any dynasty.
But,
in any dynasty, no matter how grave the crime, it all depended on one's status and standing.
Take this very moment, for instance. When Chang Sun Wuji revealed his identity as the second son of the Marquis of Tang, Chen Mu, the soldiers exchanged glances and continued chasing the fugitive in the direction Chen Mu had pointed. Meanwhile,
only after confirming the pursuers had departed did the burly man inside the carriage breathe a sigh of relief, clasping his hands in a bow.
Thank you, young master, for your rescue. I am Zhai Rang. May I ask where the young master hails from? Me? Chen Mu's smile grew broader.
Well, it seems a blind cat has stumbled upon a dead rat.
My name is Li Er. As you heard earlier, I am the second son of Li Yuan, the Duke of Tang. Chapter 154, The Dawn of Turmoil, Chang Sun Wuji's Reflections. After exchanging identities, Zhai Rang finally posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Young Master Li, why would you, a complete stranger, choose to save me?
Earlier, you seemed quite interested in my surname.
Have you heard of me? Not exactly.
Seeing the wariness on the other man's face, Chen Mu shook his head. I recognized Brother Zhai's surname because it reminded me of certain literary allusions. After all, this is the first time I've ever encountered someone with your surname. As for why I chose to help, I won't hide it from you, Brother Zhai. In this world today, 8 or 9 out of 10 prisoners are common folk.
How many of them are truly wicked, deserving of death? Chen Mu's explanation was somewhat strained.
But to Zhai Rang's ears, it carried a different weight. With a slightly apologetic bow, he sighed deeply.
Indeed.
Prison should hold the worst criminals, but how many truly dangerous offenders are ever captured these days? Instead, it's the helpless common folk who, once inside, face a life or death struggle.
They might even end up with their families destroyed. Chen Mu hadn't considered that. His offhand remark had opened Zhai Rang's floodgates of criticism about his former role as a legal official.
This showed that whether in ancient or modern times, workers' grievances about their jobs were remarkably similar.
After chatting for a while, the convoy had already rolled slowly to the outskirts of Dongjun City.
Spotting the towering city walls, Zhai Rang snapped out of his reverie and blurted out anxiously, "Young Master Li, what are you doing?
Could it be you intend to arrest me and turn me in? If that were my intention, I could have done it earlier. Why bring you back now?" Chen Mu shook his head.
Rest assured, Brother Zhai. My brother-in-law is currently in the city, and he has prior connections with the garrison commander. We need only announce our arrival to enter. I saw the wounds on Brother Zhai's body and thought we should enter the city to find you a physician." As they spoke, Chang Yuchun had already stepped forward to negotiate with the gate guards. Soon, the heavy city gates swung open. Some guards attempted to inspect them, but unexpectedly, Chai Xiao arrived alongside the garrison commander. After a stern reprimand, Chen Mu and Zhai Rang slipped through undetected with remarkable ease. That night, Chen Mu found a physician who briefly bandaged Zhai Rang's wounds. By the time everything was settled, it was already the early hours of the morning. Shaman. In the courtyard, Chai Xiao reeked of alcohol yet remained unusually alert. As the two entered the room, Chai Xiao asked in a low voice, "I heard from Chang Yuchun that you rescued a fugitive?" "That's correct." Chen Mu nodded. "Rest assured, brother-in-law. Tomorrow I'll send him out myself. Not a trace will be left behind." "Very well." Chai Xiao's expression turned grave. "Things haven't been peaceful around Dong Commandery lately. I hear disturbances are breaking out in villages near and far. You must be careful not to get entangled with these people. After all, my father-in-law still holds office in the imperial court. If word gets out, it could spell trouble for the Li family." "I understand." Chen Mu nodded. He had long prepared for this eventuality, even having a stage name ready. Since the future Emperor Taizong of Tang was the second son of the old Li family, when traveling the martial world henceforth, he would go by Li Heir. After exchanging a few words with Chai Xiao, Chen Mu returned to rest. He'd been on the move non-stop these past few days, barely getting any proper sleep along the way. But now that he'd encountered Zhai Rang, there were many avenues to pursue. For instance, leveraging the Li family's wealth and manpower to provide some initial investment during the early stages of Waigong Fort's establishment. Or perhaps use his foresight from the future to guide their developmental path. As for gaining complete control over Waigong Fort, setting aside whether Chen Mu even desired such control, the real issue was that they might not simply submit to his will. Though he started at age 8 in the Great Qin era, that time was fundamentally different from today. Back then, status mattered more than age. Perhaps a few more years, when Chen Mu could accumulate military merits, would grant his words greater weight despite his youth. But for now, naturally, he must deal with Zhai Rang first. He slept soundly through the night. Early the next morning, Chen Mu and his companions departed Dong Commandery, escorting Zhai Rang 10 li beyond the borders. "Brother Zhai." Chen Mu glanced at Chang Yuchun, who was leading out a swift horse. Handing the reins personally to Zhai Rang, Chen Mu bowed his hands and said, "I know your ambitions lie elsewhere, so I won't force you to stay. The journey home is long and fraught with uncertainty. I hope Brother Zhai will take good care of himself." "Thank you." Zhai Rang sighed with emotion. "If not for Brother Li Heir, this Zhai might have lost his life last night. Rest assured, Brother Li. Once I arrive home safely, I shall send word to you through a messenger. Should Brother Li ever need assistance with any matter too delicate to handle personally, send word to me in Weicheng. Whatever Zhai Rang can accomplish, I shall lay down my life for it without hesitation. Shedding blood and spilling brains? Let's not go that far." Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. "Though I'm young, I've studied a bit about judging character. Brother Zhai's features carry the aura of a dragon and phoenix. He's destined for great success. Don't forget your little brother when that day comes." "Oh, right. I'll be heading to Weicheng soon myself. Brother Zhai, you'd better have the wine and food ready." "Absolutely. Absolutely." Zhai Rang felt increasingly touched. Though young, this Li Heir was truly beyond reproach in his conduct. After all, not only had he saved his life, but he'd also risked everything to take him to Dongjun for treatment. Now he was gifting him a horse and money. This man was truly a benefactor destined by fate. Amidst his reflections, Zhai Rang knew this wasn't the time for lingering. He readily agreed on a meeting time with Chen Mu, then mounted his horse and galloped away. Chen Mu knew. With his departure, the curtain would slowly begin to rise on the fall of the Sui dynasty. From the uprising at Waigong Fort, to Yang Xuangong's future rebellion, to the rise of countless warlords, 36 factions would tear the Sui dynasty apart. "Shaman." Beside him, Chang Yuchun voiced his curiosity. "The Zhai Rang seemed rather ordinary to me. Could he possibly possess some extraordinary talent?" "Hard to say." Chen Mu shook his head without reply, then suddenly asked, "Wuji, let me ask you. Since we left Luoyang, what have you observed along the way?" "I've seen." Chang Yuchun paused, then realized, "The people are suffering?" Catching the encouragement in Chen Mu's eyes, he added, "Exactly. After leaving Luoyang, the number of displaced people we've seen along the road has only grown. But such things are unavoidable. After all, when natural disasters and floods strike, casualties are inevitable." Chen Mu shook his head. "You only see the floods. Have you considered what desperate people might do when they can't survive? They'll rebel?" Chang Yuchun seemed genuinely startled. But the more he reacted like this, the more speechless Chen Mu became. Glancing at him, Chen Mu sighed. "All right. Stop pretending about this kind of thing. After all, you're going to be my brother-in-law someday. No need to hide your true self like this. Ha ha ha. Chan Sun Wuji burst into hearty laughter. Yet on his way back, he couldn't help but cast several lingering glances at the young man galloping away on horseback. He didn't know if this second young master of the Li family possessed the art of physiognomy, but his uncle, Gao Shilian, did indeed have some understanding of it. Jai Rang was merely of ordinary appearance. What qualifications did he have to be deemed a dragon phoenix figure? Truth be told, it was Chang Sun Wuji, his future brother-in-law, who truly possessed the aura of a dragon and phoenix. At merely 12 years old, he had already discerned the coming tumult of the age. Combined with his decision to let Jai Rang go and his mention of chaos, could it be that he already harbors ambitions to ascend to the heavens? Chapter 155, Arrival at Waigong. To Chang Sun Wuji, Chen Mu's thoughts were hardly a matter of great consequence. After all, though the Great Sui dynasty had been established for decades, Chang Sun Wuji, well versed in history, knew all too well how chaotic the world had been before its rise. Chaos was good. In times of peace and prosperity, someone like him would likely have no chance. But in turbulent times, all he needed was to latch onto a powerful patron. Then, he could bring honor to his ancestors, and perhaps even reclaim everything he had lost. Little sister. Upon returning to Dongjun City, Chang Sun Wuji sought out his younger sister. Last night, Chen Mu had sought out the physician not only to treat Jai Rang's wounds, but also for Chang Sun Wuyo's illness. Now that they no longer needed to rush, and with the precious prescription Chen Mu had procured at great expense, Chang Sun Wuyo's illness naturally vanished with the medicine. Though only a night had passed, her complexion had already improved significantly. Remember what I say. No matter what Shiman does in the future, you must support him wholeheartedly. He has the ambition of a soaring dragon. In the future, you will be the phoenix by his side. I understand, brother. Chang Sun Wuyo felt a flicker of shyness. She couldn't shake the feeling that her brother's calculated scheming to climb the social ladder felt wrong somehow. But she had almost no resistance to that second young master of the Li family. Otherwise, what respectable young lady would dare run around with her fiancé before marriage? But enough about the Chang Sun siblings. Chen Mu had temporarily settled in Dong Commandery. Over the past few days, he had accompanied Chai Xiao to meet numerous people. While he couldn't claim to be completely at ease here yet, he was at least managing with ease. This left Chai Xiao deeply impressed, often remarking that his wife Li Shouning truly had an eye for talent. However, Chai Xiao was also curious about Chen Mu's purpose in coming to Dong Commandery. Shiman. After another night of heavy drinking with the Eastern Command's officers, Chai Xiao finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. You all said you wanted to travel, but once you reached Eastern Command, you just stayed put. Could it be you deliberately stayed behind? That's exactly right. Chen Mu lowered his voice. Brother-in-law, remember what I told you before? The realm is on the brink of chaos, and I sense Dongjun might very well be the first flashpoint. If we can make contact with those heroes and warriors early on, at best, we can recruit and win them over to our side. At worst, we'll secure a fallback option for the future. As for whether we advance or retreat, that will depend on the situation at the time. Chai Xiao was startled. Just as he was about to ask more questions, the Eastern Command's commander who had been drinking with him rushed out of the mansion in a panic. His armor was askew, clearly signaling an emergency. Brother Yud. Chai Xiao hurriedly called out, why the panic? Has something terrible happened? Don't even ask. The garrison commander looked utterly helpless. A rebellion has erupted in Weichang. An escaped convict teamed up with hundreds of fellow villagers and killed the local magistrate. If it weren't for our brothers on the city walls being quick-witted, Weichang would have fallen. Whoa! Chai Xiao sucked in a sharp breath. What shocked him wasn't the rebellion itself after all. With the imperial court's relentless taxation and oppression, similar incidents had long erupted across the land. What truly sent a chill down Chai Xiao's spine was the term fugitive used by the commander. Could it be the one his brother-in-law had released just days ago? Shiman, you. Chai Xiao pressed for details. To his surprise, Chen Mu seemed equally astonished, even turning back to say, brother-in-law, trouble has indeed struck. Looks like we can't stay in Dongjun any longer. We'd better head back as soon as possible. That doesn't make sense. Chai Xiao grew even more confused, but you just said we should make contact with them early on so we could recruit them later. Brother-in-law, you're mistaken. Chen Mu shook his head emphatically. If you'd offered them a little favor before they'd even started their rebellion, that would have been like giving them a helping hand when they needed it most. But now that they've raised the banner of rebellion, it's merely adding flowers to brocade. Enough. Let's hurry back and make arrangements. Though he spoke thus, Chen Mu's thoughts were fixed on Waigong Fort. After Jai Rang and his men rebelled, they would inevitably flee to Waigong Fortress to establish their camp. After all, Chen Mu had surveyed the terrain of Dong Commandery. Only that location was easily defensible yet difficult to attack, offering the advantage of launching offensives in all directions. The only uncertainty was whether they would arrive in time. If they had already sworn brotherhood or were in the midst of doing so, that would be disastrous. But, at the very least, Chen Mu had already made his presence known to Jai Rang. Even if they missed the optimal moment, there should still be opportunities. Soon, Chen Mu set off once more on the journey home, accompanied by Li Yuanba, the Changsun siblings, and his brother-in-law, Chai Xiao. Originally, Chai Xiao had thought heading west would be the fastest route, but Chen Mu insisted on going south. After a moment's thought, Chai Xiao understood. Good heavens! His brother-in-law wasn't heading back to Luoyang at all, he was clearly aiming straight for the rebels' stronghold. Soon, relevant simulation data slowly materialized. Simulation Day 20, you race through the wilderness with Li Yuanba and the Changsun siblings, arriving at Dong Commandery. Along the way, you encountered formidable mountain passes and witnessed countless homeless refugees and beggars. Outside Dong Commandery, you inadvertently rescued a fugitive named Zhai Rang. You conversed with him at length and, leveraging your status as the son of a duke, helped him escape to freedom. You even gifted him a fine horse and gold to return home. Days later, you heard news of rebellion brewing in Dongjun. You were delighted, for this signaled the Sui dynasty's imminent collapse. You feigned a return to Luoyang but instead journeyed south to Weigong Fortress. There you encountered the rebel forces and were brought inside. Let's be clear. This simulation data truly sent shockwaves through the entire Mountain River Academy. After all, Li Shimen and Weigong Fortress would later cross paths, but they were still enemy factions. How did he end up here? They've gone to Weigong? Principal Zhang Mingyuan was bewildered. Wait, is Chen Mu trying to seize control of the Weigong forces? But he's only 12 now, and he lacks the righteous cause like the Great Qin instance. Will those heroes and warriors willingly follow him? No. Beside him, Wang Yang shook his head decisively. Principal, Brother Mu definitely won't try to control Weigong. He's always told me that during simulations, you must never rush. It's best to interact multiple times before revealing your true intentions. If he reveals his intentions too early, he might end up being manipulated. After all, the ancient people in the simulation aren't fools, some might even be smarter than us. Just interact? Director Liu hesitated, his expression troubled. But his current identity is the son of a duke. Weigong Fortress is a rebel stronghold. If his true purpose is discovered, it could spell disaster. At this point, everyone couldn't help but exchange glances. Trusting Chen Mu, Director Liu knew full well that the other party wouldn't make contact so casually. But some people actually took his words at face value. Right now in Lu Xiang's livestream, the guy was already dancing with joy. Chen Mu is finished. Lu Xiang declared with certainty, just wait and see. What do those rebel forces represent? The toiling masses. The common people. But what about Chen Mu now? He's pretending to be the son of a duke, a noble. And deliberately associating with the Weigong rebels? I say he's walking straight into a trap. Might get captured and have his head chopped off as a sacrificial offering. Could very well end up dying in there. Chapter 156, Chen Mu's Defense. We must swear brotherhood. Lu Xiang's words undoubtedly pleased many. But others turned off the livestream with faces ashen. Damn it! This guy doesn't even care what traits Chen Mu possesses. All he can think about is Chen Mu failing miserably. He never learns his lesson, always planting flags for himself. Teaming up with someone like this is a recipe for embarrassment. In reality, Chen Mu was already on his way to proving Lu Xiang wrong. He was indeed brought to Weigong village by the Weigong army. But to be more precise, he was invited in. Brotherly. Amidst the chaotic bustle of Weigong Fort, Zhai Rang returned triumphantly with a large entourage. The moment I heard the son of the Duke of Tang was passing through, I rushed back immediately. How about it? Did those roughnecks treat you with any disrespect? Not at all. Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. The brothers who invited us up were quite courteous. They only said the chief of the stronghold had invited us. Once we arrived, they treated us to fine wine and meat. I even mentioned I didn't know any mountain bandit chiefs, never imagined it would be Brother Zhai. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhai Rang then led Chen Mu into a spacious reception hall. Though called a hall, it was merely a wooden shed with a few tables, some even missing legs, looking decidedly shabby. Regarding this, Chen Mu felt no discomfort whatsoever and sat down beside Zhai Rang quite naturally. A stout young man approached them, grinning. Little brotherly air, so you're the one who saved Brother Zhai in Dong Commandery? Hardly a rescue. Chen Mu shook his head. Brother Zhai had already escaped Dong Commandery by then. Even without me, he likely would have made it out on his own. By the way, might I ask who you are? Ha ha ha. The burly man wielding an axe chuckled heartily. This one is Chang Yuchun. I knew it. Chen Mu's face lit up with delight. This was the future renowned general of the Tang Dynasty. Unfortunately, they had only just met, and there was no way he could be persuaded to join him now. Glancing at the other members of the Weigong fort, Chen Mu's gaze grew more intense. The one beside him, with his clear, handsome features, could that be Qin Xiong? And that middle-aged man with his hair tied back and a full beard, could he be the future war god of the Tang Dynasty, Li Ji, though he was still known as Su Shiji, Lord Su Maogong at this time? And that other man, holding a great spear and staring intently at him. Could it be Shan Xiongxin? Brothers. Zhai Rang rose slowly, his expression solemn. This is the second young Master Li I've told you all about. My escape from Dong Commandery was entirely thanks to this young brother's financial support and efforts. It was also his words that resolved me to rebel. As it happens, we're all gathered here today, and we've already discussed becoming sworn brothers. Why wait for another day? Let's swear our oath right now. Even Chen Mu felt a bit dizzy from Zhai Rang's words. Good heavens! Talk about a godsend. Brother Zhai was so bold and generous, it almost made him feel awkward about poaching his brotherhood. But, while Chen Mu was still pondering this in silence, Shan Xiongxin had already risen to his feet. Brother Zhai. Dan Xiongxin bowed his hands. The brothers naturally have no objection to your proposal. But this young brother Lier, though he saved your life, is not one of us from Weigong Fort. And besides, he is the son of a duke, yet he roams the world under the name Lier. This is clearly a sign of contempt for us. If you wish to form a sworn brotherhood, then present your true name openly and honorably. Young Master Lier, dare you accept? As the words fell, Zhai Rang's face darkened instantly. All eyes in the arena turned to Chen Mu. To this, Chen Mu remained unruffled. What this elder brother says makes sense, but it's not entirely sound reasoning. To be honest with you all, I left Luoyang precisely to see what this world is truly like. And along the way, I've long been certain that chaos is inevitable. If you doubt my words, ask Brother Zhai Rang. We've discussed this before. I can vouch for it. Zhai Rang nodded emphatically and grunted. I've already said it, our gathering to rise in rebellion this time is precisely because of Brother Lier's guidance. If not for him, Zhai, might still be hiding in some remote corner, never having conceived of any of this. Brother Zhai Rang, let's be clear about this. Shan Xiongxin shook his head. This Lier only mentioned the great chaos in the land. He never explained why he dares not reveal his true name. If we're to become sworn brothers yet he still hides his identity, what kind of brotherhood is that? Exactly. Chang Yuchun nodded, then turned to look at Chen Mu. Brotherly. Could it be you have some personal hardship? It's not exactly a hardship. Chen Mu shook his head. Since you all know I'm called Lier, you should also be able to guess that I'm the second son of the Li family. I won't hide it from you brothers, my father is a duke of the current dynasty. I ask only this. If one day someone learns that I, Lier, have caused trouble outside, bringing shame upon my parents at home, how should we handle it then? Surely you brothers won't be able to storm Luoyang and rescue the Li family from the flames? This single sentence instantly silenced the entire group. Forget marching to Luoyang, they could barely hold their own at Weigong Fort now, let alone capture the surrounding small counties. If the Li family truly faced disaster, they might not even be able to retrieve the bodies. That makes sense. Chang Yuchun looked at Chen Mu with a hint of admiration and chuckled. Brother Lier is right. We can rebel, but we can't harm someone's parents. Brother Shan, what do you say? Shan Xiongxin snorted but couldn't press the issue further. Yet as he fell silent, Chen Mu spoke again. Brothers. Using a pseudonym actually has a second advantage. Chen Mu looked at the assembled men and smiled. Since ancient times, rebellion has always required the right timing, favorable conditions, and the support of the people. Charging in all at once is no different from suicide. Therefore, we must prioritize strategy. Advance when the time is right, retreat when it's not. But whichever path we choose, it all hinges on one crucial thing. That's provisions, or you could say silver. I'm no great shakes, and though I couldn't persuade my father to support you brothers, I've got some savings of my own. Maybe I can lend a hand when the time comes. That makes sense. Chang Yuchun was even more astonished, while Zhai Rang looked at Chen Mu with considerable surprise. Shan Xiongxin, however, furrowed his brow slightly, questioning with doubt. From what Brother Lier says, does this mean you also wish to rebel? Of course. Chen Mu nodded. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Don't think my old man's life as a duke is easy. Truth is, he's scared out of his wits every day, terrified the emperor will chop off his head any moment. So I figured, since we're all living in such misery anyway, we might as well secure a backup plan. As it happens, my father was recently promoted to Qianyo bodyguard, tasked with protecting the emperor himself. If an opportunity arises in the future, with my Li family operating in the shadows and you brothers in the open, wouldn't that give us a chance to chop off that dog emperor's head? It must be said. Chen Mu's words struck a chord with everyone present. If they could live in comfort and ease, who would want to come to these barren mountains and wilds to rebel? As for beheading the emperor, they were just starting their venture. Had they ever even dreamed of such a grand prospect? Unconsciously, the distance between the others and Chen Mu had narrowed somewhat. Only Shan Xiongxin cast a wary glance at Chen Mu, keenly sensing that the man's intentions were far from pure. Alas! Zhai Rang was already roaring with laughter as he pulled Chen Mu to the seat of honor, slapping the table and declaring, Brotherly speaks well. Very well indeed. Today, I, Zhai, must swear brotherhood with you. No one can dissuade me. Cheng Yaojin, prepare the incense and candles. We'll swear our oath right now. Chapter 157, Drawing Lots to Determine Leadership, 3 Consecutive Wins? Simulation Month 2, you arrive at Waigong Fortress and meet Cheng Yaojin, Su Shiji, Shan Xiangxin, and others. This coincides with the Waigong heroes' recent uprising as they discuss forming a sworn brotherhood. Jai Rang wishes you to join them, but Shan Xiangxin and others take issue with your use of the name Lier. You explain that using an alias protects your family's safety and allows you to secretly support Waigong more easily. Everyone understands, and Jai Rang overrules the objections, adding your name to the sworn brothers list. Upon hearing this, your brother-in-law Chai Xiao and your friend Chung Sun Wuji worried that you were too young to be deceived, yet you had unwittingly become one of them. At Waigong Fortress, you solemnly swore an oath before heaven and earth, sealing your blood pact as sworn brothers. Because you were so young, you were ranked 49th. You rather like this number, for ancient text stated, the Great Way has 50 aspects, heaven manifests 49, man hides 1. You felt you could become that one. As the simulated information slowly materialized, the crowd at Shanghai University exchanged bewildered glances. Only Wang Yang wore an expression that said, I knew it, and he even chuckled aloud, I knew Brother Mu would succeed. I could stir up quite a storm in Waigong Fortress even playing as Cheng Yaojin. If Brother Mu were to take over, I bet within a year, all these heroes and warriors would be fleeing with him. It's not that simple. Principal Zhang Mingyuan shook his head and sighed, Wang, your entry into the simulated world occurred at a different time than Chen Mu's. If I'm not mistaken, the Sui dynasty was already in complete chaos when you simulated it, right? But the Waigong Fortress uprising has only just begun. It'll likely take several more years before they gain any real momentum. Of course, since Chen Mu joined Waigong Fort, he's secured the human advantage among the 3 elements of timing, geography, and people. Perhaps he can recruit figures like Chang Yaojin earlier than expected. At the mention of Chang Yaojin, Director Lu's eyes lit up instantly. He chuckled, Principal, I recall rumors suggesting Cheng Yaojin actually served as Waigang's leader initially. But his temper and lack of wisdom weren't enough to lead Waigang's development, so they replaced him with Jai Rang. Now that Chen Mu has come over. With his intellect, if he were to seize the leadership position, the Waigong army might become something entirely different. While the others chatted animatedly, Lu Ziang grew increasingly furious on the other end. When others conduct simulations, every step is taken with extreme caution, like walking on thin ice. Even then, achieving results is incredibly difficult. But Chen Mu? He casually ran out of Luoyang City and rescued Jai Rang, then slipped into Waigong Fortress and stumbled upon a sworn brotherhood ceremony. How unrealistic is that? Could Chen Mu be the simulation world's favorite son? Whether he was or not, Chen Mu didn't know. But he clearly sensed this simulation's difficulty wasn't nearly as high as he'd anticipated. Take this moment, for instance. After participating in the oath-swearing ceremony with the Waigong heroes, someone immediately proposed drawing lots to decide the leader. Though such a suggestion seemed downright frivolous no matter how you looked at it, strangely enough, it actually gained unanimous approval from everyone present. Among the 49 identical bamboo strips, only 2 bore the inscriptions leader and deputy leader written by Shan Xiangxin. Let's begin. Shan Xiangxin placed the black cloth-covered basket on the table and chuckled lightly. As the old saying goes, one's fate is predestined. I know you're all capable men, and sitting together like this, disagreements are bound to arise. Therefore, this method is actually the fairest and most impartial. Whoever has the fate shall be the leader. Young brother Lier, why don't you go first and show us all how it's done? Certainly. Though puzzled why he was singled out again, Chen Mu felt no fear. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and grabbed a bamboo strip. The instant the bamboo strip was about to leave the basket, both Chen Mu and Shan Xiangxin caught sight of the 2 small characters etched upon it. The next second, Chen Mu let out a low gasp, his grip loosening as the bamboo strip fell back into the basket. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin, standing nearby, immediately exclaimed, Brother Lier, your luck is incredible. You got the first one? Brother Chang, don't laugh at me. Chen Mu feigned ignorance, chuckling awkwardly. I haven't even taken it out yet. Who knows if it's right, Brother Shan? Well, Shan Xiangxin shot Chen Mu a look of disbelief before turning to the others. Since Brother Lier hasn't pulled it out, it doesn't count. Why not let him try again? Agreed. Chen Mu's face lit up with delight. He immediately shook the bamboo basket, distributing the bamboo slips evenly inside. As the second son of the Duke of Tang, he couldn't possibly remain at Waigong. If he were to actually become the leader, how awkward would that be? Though he thought this, fate sometimes just loves to play tricks on you. When the bamboo slip emerged from the basket once more, Chen Mu saw the characters for leader written upon it. This time, however, the men beside him Cheng Yaojin, Jai Rang, Qin Xiong, Su Shiji, and the others all saw it clearly. Brother Lier. Beside him, Shan Xiangxin also startled. But before he could speak, Chen Mu tossed the bamboo slip back into the basket and laughed heartily. Brothers, wasn't that a smooth move, like taking something from a pocket? Enough. I'm only 12 this year, not even fully grown yet. How could I possibly be a leader? How about this, let everyone vote first? Exchanging glances, the others knew Chen Mu's suggestion was the most reasonable. Shan Xiangxin gave Chen Mu a deep look before turning to Zhai Rang and asking, Brother Zhai, what do you think? Let's do as Brother Li suggests. Zhai Rang nodded, then bowed his hands toward Chen Mu. Young Brother Li, I know you won't stay here forever. So for this matter, consider it an apology from your elder brother. What do you mean, my apologies? Chen Mu shook his head hastily, stepping aside as he watched the others draw their bamboo slips. 1, 2, 3. When Chen Mu saw Chang Yuchun receive the bamboo slip marked deputy leader, he couldn't help but chuckle, marveling at the fellow's luck. But as one blank bamboo slip after another appeared, Chen Mu's expression grew increasingly peculiar. No way. Surely the last bamboo slip left for him wouldn't be leader again? Sure enough. After Chai Xiao and Chang Sun Wuji, the two token participants had both drawn their slips, all eyes turned to Chen Mushin. Beside the bamboo basket, Zhai Rang and Shan Xiongxin exchanged glances, both feeling a chill run down their spines. Gritting his teeth, Shan Xiongxin drew the final bamboo slip and declared loudly, Brothers, it seems today's outcome is already predestined by heaven. From this day forward, young Brother Lier shall be the leader of our Waigong fortress. Stop. Chen Mu was genuinely panicking now. Good heavens. If he really stayed at Waigong, there might not even be a Tang dynasty in the future. And besides, the Tang dynasty founded by the Li family would be his future. But if Waigong fortress succeeded in its rebellion, who would that future belong to? Who could say? Amidst the whirlwind of thoughts, Zhai Rang, standing nearby, spoke up, Young Brother Li, you've drawn the leader's lot 3 times in a row. This must be fate. So please, don't refuse. Very well. Chen Mu agreed promptly. Glancing at the stunned expressions of those present, he spoke again, Since I've become the leader, shouldn't everyone follow my commands? Then listen up, sworn brothers. I hereby pass the leadership to Brother Zhai. Who approves? Who objects? Chapter 158, Third Entry, Blessing of Fortune. If Chen Mu's sudden reversal earlier agreeing to take the leadership position had surprised everyone, then his words now filled them all with admiration. Though the Waigong fortress had only risen in rebellion a few days prior, desperate souls from all corners had flocked to join its cause. Everyone knew this fortress was destined for greatness. Under these circumstances, becoming the leader of Waigong virtually meant unlimited potential. But now, Chen Mu had drawn the leader position 3 times, yet he handed it over to Zhai Rang without hesitation. Setting aside everything else, this single display of courage and wisdom was enough to make everyone present look at him with newfound respect. Brother Lier, what are you? At that moment, Zhai Rang felt both guilt and deep emotion. Guilty because he had just feared that Chen Mu becoming leader would stir discontent, so he had gone against his conscience to placate everyone. But now, these Li brothers were united with him in heart and mind, yet here he was, playing mind games with them? Brother Zhai. Chen Mu clasped his fists and smiled. You were right earlier. I'm far too young to take on the role of leader, and I can't stay here to share hardships with all of you sworn brothers. Truthfully, I haven't even met most of you here, and I don't know your true character. But I know Brother Zhai Rang certainly can. And though you might not believe me, I actually know a bit about physiognomy. I saw long ago that Brother Zhai is a dragon among men, a phoenix among mortals, that's why I sought to befriend you. Truth be told, it was I, Lier, who schemed and plotted with ulterior motives. I hope Brother Zhai won't hold it against me. What blame? Zhai Rang felt increasingly moved. Look at this. This guy's even resorting to self-deprecation just to get him to accept the leadership position. At such a young age, Brother Lier already possesses such profound insight. What might he achieve in the future? It's settled then. Beside them, Shan Xiongxin glanced at Chen Mu once more and bowed his hands. Brothers Li, I, Shan Xiongxin, am thoroughly convinced. My earlier actions against you were my fault. I'll drink 3 cups to atone for my mistake. Agreed. Xin Xiong clapped his hands and laughed. Well said, second young Master Li. Truly worthy of being the descendant of a duke. Brother Shan, let me join you in drinking these 3 cups. Count me in. Su Shiji, known as Su Maogong, stepped forward and declared loudly, since young Brother Lier has secured the position of leader and then handed it over to Brother Zhai Rang, we should all respect his choice. Brother Lier, I, Su Maogong, also offer you 3 cups. Oh my. What are you all doing? Chang Yuchun jumped in as well. Our Waigong fort has only so much wine. If you keep forcing 3 cups here and 3 cups there, won't we drink it all dry? No way, I want 3 cups too. How about we all drink together? Chen Mu laughed heartily. To be honest, brothers, I've already purchased 100 cartloads of fine wine from Dong Commandery. It should arrive in a few days. But when it arrives, I'll still need everyone to make a show of raiding down the mountain. Otherwise, people will immediately accuse me of colluding with you bandits. With Chang Yuchun and Chen Mu's comedic banter, the entire gathering erupted in laughter. Even Zhai Rang bowed respectfully to Chen Mu, then cut straight to the point. In that case, brothers, let's all raise 3 cups to Brother Lier. When young Brother Li's fine wine arrives, we'll drink until we're thoroughly tipsy. Come on, let's drink. That night, Waigong Fort glowed with light. With Zhai Rang as their leader, the newly formed rebel army finally had a backbone. The sworn brothers feasted heartily, soon staggering about in drunken stupors. Yet two figures remained sober throughout the revelry, occasionally huddling together for whispered exchanges. These two were none other than Chen Mu's brother-in-law, Chai Xiao, and his uncle-in-law, Zheng Sunwuji. No wonder, no wonder. Chai Xiao couldn't recall how many times he'd uttered this exclamation. He took a deep swig of wine and sighed again. No wonder my wife says my second brother is a prodigy. Today I see she was right, she never deceived me. And how? Chang Sunwuji, equally envious, chuckled. The second young master can converse effortlessly with erudite scholars and hold his own in grand debates before military commanders. Even among these heroic figures, he carries himself with remarkable poise. A man like this is destined for great things in the future. Brother Chai, we'd better keep up with him. Of course. Absolutely. Chai Xiao nodded emphatically, beaming with delight. Brother Chang-sun, we've both been blessed with good fortune. I found a fine wife, and your sister has secured a worthy husband. For several days in a row, Chen Mu remained at Weigong Fortress. Perhaps because he had declined the position of chieftain 3 times, Chen Mu now held a somewhat detached status within Weigong. Though he handled no official duties, whenever the chieftains began making arrangements, Chen Mu was invariably invited to participate. This also afforded him more opportunities to make his mark. For instance, when it came to Weigong Fort's development direction, Chen Mu boldly overshadowed Su Shiji. Brother Zhai, our Weigong uprising has only just begun. It's unwise to clash head-on with the imperial troops. Instead, we should build our strength and grow secretly. I just heard you plan to raid canal ships, but nearby vessels sustain Dong Commandery's people and tarnish your reputation. Therefore, we should shift our focus elsewhere. This way, we preserve our reputation while reaping tangible benefits. What's there to lose? That makes perfect sense. Su Shiji's eyes lit up instantly. Without another word, he grabbed Chen Mu's hand and exclaimed, Brotherly heir, I'd only just thought of this, and you've already got a plan. Does this mean we brothers share a telepathic connection? No way. We'll have to get together properly later. Of course. Chen Mu was overjoyed. This was none other than Li Ji, the future war god of the Tang Dynasty. If he could build a relationship with him early on, would he turn down such a golden opportunity? Brotherly heir. Shen Yaojin, standing nearby, protested, We agreed you'd come over for drinks today, you can't go back on your word. Don't worry, don't worry. Chen Mu smiled instantly, Brother Chang has invited me, how could brotherly refuse? Tonight, you and I won't leave until we're drunk. How about it? Forget it. Chang Yaojin shook his head immediately, if I beat you in drinking, everyone will say I'm picking on a kid. If I lose, they'll laugh at me. Besides, you're way too lucky at rock paper scissors, playing with you is no fun at all. Fine, I'll go drink with Su Maogong tonight instead. Let's knock him flat together. Count me in. Qin Xiong was eager to join in, I'd love to have a proper chat with Brotherly heir too. Simulation Month 2, you've sworn brotherhood with numerous righteous warriors at Weigong Fort. However, during the subsequent lottery to determine the leader, you drew the leader position 3 times in a row. Quick-witted, you handed the leadership position to Jai Rang, earning everyone's approval and gratitude. You thrive in Weigong Fortress, earning praise from everyone who meets you. Your suggestions are taken seriously by Jai Rang and the others, who are already implementing the development plans you proposed. You feel your luck has been a bit too good. You triggered the effect of the Golden Trait Blessing of Fortune, acquiring a 3rd Blessing of Fortune trait. For the rest of your life, luck will remain by your side, delivering surprises at any moment. Not only were the people at Mountain River University stunned, but even Chen Mu was left speechless. What the hell? Triggered Blessing of Fortune and obtained a 3rd Blessing of Fortune. What the hell? Survival World can't even be bothered to come up with a proper name? Just trying to pull the wool over our eyes, huh? Chapter 159, Departing Weigong. It wasn't just Chen Mu and the Academy crowd, even netizens were amused by this simulation's information. Triggering, lucky blessing, through, lucky blessing. First time I've seen a simulation world with such twisted humor. That's not the point. The point is Brother Chen Mu just snagged 3 more golden traits. And 2 of them are exclusive traits. Holy crap. I can't even imagine if I had such good traits, I could walk all over the simulated world. Luck boosting traits? That's practically being the chosen one. 3 golden attributes for Great Qin, 3 for Great Tang too. Comparing them, my brother Chong really is a bit unlucky. LOL. Chen Mu's gameplay in the Great Ming instance was textbook level. Now with 3 slots boosting him, he's gonna go on another killing spree. Each comment flew like an arrow, piercing Lu Xiang's face as he peered at the screen, his expression contorted. Why him? Lu Xiang was genuinely reeling. Why does this kid have such incredible luck? He's already snagged 2 SSS ratings, isn't that enough? Isn't that enough? Ha! Someone suddenly messaged in Lu Xiang's livestream, heard about Brother Chen Mu's crazy classmate going live ages ago, but didn't expect him to actually lose his cool? Ha ha ha! I thought you got killed by Lu Bu right after entering the 3 Kingdoms dungeon? How about? Why not follow Lu Bu's example? Swear brotherhood to Brother Chen Mu. Maybe that'll turn your luck around? Get lost. Lu Ziang was absolutely furious. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked the other person out of the livestream and permanently blocked them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Yang smiled as he closed Lu Ziang's stream, then turned his attention back to the comments on Chen Mu's live feed. He chuckled, he's not just on a killing spree, he's on a rampage. You know how Brother Mu used to describe Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty? He said the Taiyan's general is nothing. Our Tang Dynasty Emperor Taizong was practically an Asian governor-level figure. Governor of Asia? Principal Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu exchanged glances, both visibly startled. Due to differing historical periods, the status and achievements of each dynasty varied greatly. For instance, during the Han and Tang dynasties, conquering a nation was as easy as eating and drinking, but in times of chaos, achieving such feats became exceedingly difficult. Thus, after the Ming Dynasty scenario became wildly popular, some had already recognized the unique historical context of the Ming Dynasty. By that time, the Central Plains had been under foreign rule for a century. Had the Great Ming Dynasty not emerged, perhaps today's Longxia would have become a nation akin to those Indian rascals. But the Tang Dynasty was different. Even with fragmented historical records, people can still glimpse the Tang Dynasty's splendor through scattered fragments. Moreover, many Chinatowns overseas today still bear the name of the Great Tang, don't they? Hold on. Director Lu's expression shifted slightly. If Li Shimon's achievements were already so monumental, wouldn't surpassing them be even harder? Zhang Mingyuan froze for a moment. But he quickly snapped, Old Lu. Stop being such a downer. The fact that Chen Mu dared to spend so many points shows he's confident in his ability. That was the reasoning. But the few people present couldn't help but feel a bit worried. But if Chen Mu knew about this, he'd probably laugh out loud. Worried? Not a chance. From the moment he relinquished the leadership of Waigong 3 times, from the moment he obtained the lucky blessing trait, Chen Mu knew this simulation was absolutely in the bag. In short, where exactly was the challenge in the Taiyan's general dungeon? It lies in Li Shimon needing to accumulate military merits through countless battles, large and small, within a mere few years until he reaches the point where no further promotions are possible. The slightest misstep during this process could mean failure or death. But this was something Chen Mu needn't worry about at all. For he possesses the Divine Protection Body, which not only grants immunity to death from instance damage but also enables rapid recovery from injuries. Moreover, his unrivaled mounted archery ensures fundamental combat prowess. With diligent practice, he could even achieve feats more dazzling than Emperor Taizong's. And the newly triggered Blessing of Fortune would bring Chen Mu good luck. Do not underestimate this bit of luck. How many figures throughout history have fallen short at critical junctures due to lacking just this bit of luck? Brotherly. Outside Waigong Fort, Zhai Rang stood at the mountain gate with Cheng Yaojin, Su Shiji, Shan Xiongxin, and others, watching Chen Mu board the carriage. Brothers. Chen Mu bowed with clasped fists, this farewell, who knows when we shall meet again. But rest assured, should the chance arise, Brother Li will do his utmost to contribute to Waigong. I only ask that you brothers not look down on me then. What would we despise? Zhai Rang roared with laughter. Just remember to send us plenty of wine, little brotherly. Otherwise, stuck in this godforsaken place day after day, we'll grow moss from boredom. Brotherly heir, remember to bring your younger brother next time. Shan Yaojin glanced at Li Yuanba standing beside Chen Mu, a hint of envy in his voice. Such immense strength at such a young age. With proper training, he'll become a formidable warrior. Rest assured, Brother Chang. Chen Mu chuckled knowingly, once we get back, I'll make sure third brother trains diligently. Next time, he'll knock you flat with a single blow. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Yet amidst the laughter, a sense of regret inevitably crept in. All good things must come to an end. As the son of a duke, Chen Mu couldn't remain at Waigong Fort forever. Yet during his time here, Chen Mu had grown quite close to the others. Especially with Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Su Shiji, the three of them were practically inseparable from Chen Mu every single day. This sudden parting truly tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Brotherly heir. Zhai Rang, now firmly established as leader, paused thoughtfully before sighing, you saved my life and relinquished the leadership position. I truly have no face to ask anything more of you. But you know the state of affairs in the world today. Our Waigong fortress is besieged on all sides, and our path is fraught with hardship. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I still hope Brotherly heir will lend us a helping hand. Rest assured, brother. Chen Mu immediately replied with solemn resolve, don't forget our vow to march together to Chang'an and take the dog emperor's head. Agreed. A gleam lit up Shan Xiangxin's eyes as he immediately clasped his hands in salute. Should that day ever come, this humble one, Shan, would gladly hold the reins and stir the stirrups for young Master Li heir. Then it's settled. Chen Mu looked him straight in the eye, though Brother Shan won't need to do that then, but the penalty drinks are definitely on the house. Enough. The day is nearly done. Take care, brothers. Farewell. Farewell. After another mutual bow, Chen Mu's convoy slowly departed from Waigong Fort. He had made up his mind. From now on, whenever he had the chance, he would make a point of visiting every year. On one hand, it was to strengthen his presence and continue building goodwill among Wagang's many heroes. On the other hand, while waiting for his cheapskate father Li Yuan to rebel would be the safer bet, acquiring a force ahead of time would naturally be advantageous for Chen Mu. But more importantly, he must focus on boosting his combat prowess. To that end, Chen Mu personally devised a special training regimen for both himself and Li Yuanba. Chapter 160, Li Jianqing snitching earns him house arrest. Second brother. On the road back to Luoyang, Li Yuanba watched Chen Mu running alongside the escort with curiosity. You have a carriage but won't ride it, and you have war horses but won't ride them either. Why insist on running? Third brother, you don't understand. Chen Mu smiled calmly. Running may seem simple, but it's the best way to test and temper one's character. Plus, we're still growing tall, more running can never hurt. Oh. Li Yuanba perked up with interest and immediately leaped down from the carriage. Second brother, I'll run with you. A few minutes later. Chen Mu stared at Li Yuanba, who was like a whirlwind, his face darkening. The sound of his voice still echoed in his ears. Second brother, I passed you. Second brother, I passed you again. Second brother, you're running so slow. How about we let my brother-in-law ride the horse and race us? Chen Mu chose to ignore him completely. What a little demon. Is this really the same sickly third brother he knew? Or were the tales from the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties true? Did this Li Yuanba truly possess earth-shattering power? After all, Li Yuanba's strength wasn't just about running. Second brother, these stone locks aren't that heavy. How come you're already huffing and puffing after just a little while? Are you giving up already? Second brother. See that stone mill at the village entrance? How about we carry it back later for some exercise? What do you say? Third brother, shut up. Chen Mu couldn't take it anymore and kicked Li Yuanba aside with one swift motion. Damn it. He'd spent a ton of points specifically to buy the strength pills, and now he's still no match for Li Yuanba after taking them? Fine. The primary effect of this pill was to boost growth and development. At least Chen Mu's strength now far surpassed that of ordinary people. As for Li Yuanba, hey, why bother comparing yourself to that freak? After a journey filled with stops and starts, Chen Mu and his companions finally returned to Luoyang City half a month later. And then, Chen Mu met the man who would become his stepfather, the future first emperor of the Tang dynasty. Li Yuan. Rebellious son. Li Yuan slammed his fist on the table. I hear you fled to Dong Commandery? Do you realize that place is crawling with rebels? I know. Chen Mu kept his eyes fixed on his nose on his heart. Not only did he know rebels were there, but he had nearly become their leader himself. Father, please calm your anger. Beside him, the future crown prince, now his eldest brother Li Jianqing, wore a smug expression as he chuckled softly. Our second brother is young and ignorant. He likely doesn't grasp the gravity of these matters. But what he absolutely should not have done was take third brother Yuanba out with him. Third brother is already frail with illness. If anything were to happen to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Mu's face darkened. Damn it. I knew that bastard wasn't genuinely trying to help me. Turns out Li Yuan's fury was all stirred up by this scheming little rat. Fortunately, Chen Mu still had allies. Father-in-law. Beside him, Chai Xiao hurriedly bowed deeply. Father-in-law, you don't know the whole story. This son-in-law accompanied my second brother in his reckless behavior precisely because of my third brother's illness. There's a divine physician in Dongjun who can cure any ailment. My second brother heard somewhere that the doctor is advanced in years and has little time left, so he begged me to take him to Dong Commandery to treat third brother Yuanba. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Before passing away, that divine physician revealed the root cause of third brother's illness. Yuanba now eats heartily, sleeps soundly, and possesses strength that's truly terrifying. With proper training, he'll surely become a formidable general in the future. Is that so? Li Yuan was taken aback. He had seen Li Yuanba after his return. The boy was indeed lively and energetic, completely unlike his former sickly self. Could it be? Could it be that his second son had accidentally stumbled into a great achievement? Father. Beside him, Li Jianqing, sensing something amiss, quickly bowed and said, Have you forgotten the matter at Wagong Fort? I've heard all about it. Second brother's carriage lingered there for quite some time. You've just been promoted to the Qianniu Guard. If His Majesty learns our Li family has ties to rebels. Exactly. Li Yuan's expression darkened as he coldly snorted, Shimon, explain yourselves. Why did you go to Wagong Fort? Could it be you truly intend to rebel? Rebellion? What rebellion? Chen Mu looked utterly innocent. Father, you know the truth. I was kidnapped by those bandits. Later, my brother-in-law spent a fortune to rescue me. Thankfully, it was a close call but no harm done. Li Yuan couldn't quite believe his ears. Thanks to his recent dedication to exercise, Chen Mu had shot up in height and looked considerably more robust than before. So, after being captured by bandits, not only did he avoid beatings, but he actually gained weight? Was he trying to fool the devil with such nonsense? As hesitation flashed across his face, Chen Mu turned to Li Jiancheng and declared earnestly, "Brother, don't go spreading unfounded rumors about this. My brother-in-law witnessed the entire incident. Others can't do anything to us without proof, but if you start talking, what will people think? As the saying goes, family troubles shouldn't be aired in public. Even if others ask, you must cover for me. Otherwise, it'll be too embarrassing. Besides, they say the most dangerous enemies are those within your own home. You must keep a close watch on those around you, elder brother. Don't let them bring ruin upon the Li family." Li Jiancheng felt like he'd swallowed a fly, utterly disgusted. "What the hell? It's you, Li heir, who's the problem? How dare you accuse him?" And yet, Chen Mu's attempt to shift the blame was remarkably successful. Even Li Yuan, after a moment's thought, hurriedly interjected, "Jiancheng, as the eldest son of the Li family, you must never bring this up again. No matter who asks, the story is that your second brother was kidnapped by bandits and ransomed for a hefty sum." "Yes, sir." Li Jiancheng could only reluctantly agree. After giving his orders, Li Yuan finally turned his gaze to Chen Mu. He had figured it out. This young man must have cast some kind of spell over his son-in-law, causing Chai Xiao to defend his second son at every turn. But, recalling the relationship between Li Xiaoning and Li Shimen back then, Li Yuan already had his answer. He snorted coldly. He sneered coldly, "The son of a duke, yet captured by bandits. And your third sister claimed you were peerless in horsemanship and archery. Clearly, that was nothing but empty praise. From now on, you'll stay put in Luoyang. You're not going anywhere." "But," Chen Mu tried to protest, "Father, I promised third sister I'd visit her husband's family. You're forbidden to go." Li Yuan slammed his hand on the table. "I've already discussed it with Minister Gao. In due time, you will marry the daughter of the Changsun family. As for everything else, we'll discuss it later." "As you command." Chen Mu bowed his head in respect. Shortly after, he and Chai Xiao walked out of the room side by side. Only upon reaching the gate of their own villa did Chai Xiao sigh. "Second brother, it seems you'll have to behave yourself for a while now." "Perfect timing. Didn't you want to build up your strength? With chaos upon us, you'd better make the most of your time. As for your father-in-law, I'll have my brother-in-law prepare some gifts and speak on your behalf." "Many thanks, brother-in-law." Chen Mu nodded with a smile. He truly had no plans to venture out again. With a freak like Li Yuanba around, Chen Mu could thoroughly hone his combat skills. The year was now approaching 612 AD. In another 3 or 4 years, he would take center stage during the late Sui dynasty to make his mark. Chapter 161, Simulation Acceleration? Failing? Simulation Month 3, you have departed from Wangang. At your departure, the Weigong heroes were reluctant to see you go. Many had grown quite fond of the time spent with you. On the journey back to Luoyang, you trained diligently but were repeatedly overwhelmed by the formidable strength of your third younger brother, Li Yuanba. Upon returning to Luoyang, your eldest brother Li Jiancheng reported to your father Li Yuan, falsely accusing you of taking your third brother out without permission and colluding with Weigong Fort. You easily defused this crisis and made a mental note to keep score with your eldest brother. To prevent you from causing trouble again, Li Yuan decided to confine you to the house. You seized this opportunity to stay home, diligently practicing archery and horsemanship daily while tirelessly studying military treatises. Your third brother, Li Yuanba, became your best sparring partner. Through relentless training, both your combat skills rapidly improved. You triggered the effect of the golden trait unrivaled archery and horsemanship, gaining archery +1 and horsemanship +1. You triggered the effect of the golden item strength potion, gaining strength +1. You triggered the effect of the golden trait blessing of fortune, gaining wisdom +1. Your memory improved, and your mind grew sharper. To be honest, Chen Mu was also surprised by the effects of this skill. If Qinshi Huang Yingzhang was an academic genius with severe subject imbalance, then Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimen, was the well-rounded scholar, triggering a 4-point stat boost in one go. If this happened a few more times, wouldn't he become a 6-sided warrior? Damn impressive. Inside the Mountain River Academy, Wang Yang couldn't help but glance at the skill effect, chuckling, only my bro Mu could pull this off. YYDS. Indeed impressive. Principal Zhang Mingyuan beside him nodded slightly, murmuring in admiration, seems Chen Mu's success rate for clearing the Tian's general dungeon is getting higher and higher. That's putting it mildly. Director Liu, standing nearby, said solemnly, the Tang dynasty already possesses formidable strength. If Chen Mu can double Li Shimen's combat power and perhaps even extend his lifespan a bit, wouldn't that mean they could sweep through neighboring regions ahead of schedule? While these three were overjoyed. Meanwhile, Lu Ziang, watching the livestream from another location, was utterly disgusted. Damn it! It's all simulation. Why does that kid Chen Mu always get such good luck? Even with golden traits, most people would be thrilled to trigger one once. But this guy? Forget how he pulled off multiple +10 lifespan buffs with First Emperor earlier. Now he switches to the Tian's general dungeon and still manages to max out all stats? Is this even supposed to be a hell difficulty dungeon? Amidst the grumbling, Lu Ziyang soon noticed new simulation data popping up. He'd been fervently praying Chen Mu would get sick and die soon, just to embarrass him live on stream. But the new simulation update nearly gave Lu Ziyang a stroke. Simulation Month 4, you are confined to your quarters. Third sister Li Xiaoning has spent a fortune hiring instructors for you and Li Yuanba, specializing in teaching military formation tactics. You're progressing rapidly, and Li Yuanba also shows extraordinary talent. You triggered the effect of unrivaled archery on horseback, gaining archery +1 and horsemanship +1. Injured during training, you activated the effect of divine protection, gaining constitution +1. Due to rigorous training, your appetite has greatly increased, triggering the effect of strength potion, granting you strength +1. You review military texts every night, gaining profound insights from discussions with your instructor. Your training of the household guards further validates these lessons, granting you wisdom +1. You triggered the golden trait blessing of fortune, gaining +1 to longevity. Simulated 5th month, you remain confined to your quarters. However, due to your outstanding performance and the recovery of your third brother, Li Yuanba, your father, Li Yuan, is greatly pleased and voluntarily increases your allowance. You instructed Changsun Wuji to procure armor and weapons, immersing yourself in daily training. Your fiancée, Changsun Woyo, is deeply concerned. She prepares soup and meals for you daily, constantly worried you might be thirsty or hungry. Under her meticulous care, your physique rapidly develops. You triggered the effect of the golden item, strength pill, gaining constitution +1. Your training deepens your combat intuition, triggering the effect of unrivaled mounted archery, granting you archery +1 and riding +1. You triggered. If one instance could be called an accident, then triggering effect after effect in rapid succession was genuinely starting to feel overwhelming. What the hell? Lu Ziyang was genuinely taken aback. Of all things. Perhaps because netizens had discovered his livestream, quite a few had specifically come over. Oh my, isn't this Chen Mu's old classmate? So you're this into Chen Mu's simulations too? Old classmate? You should be calling him class president. Mr. Lu was a genius. He cleared the Three Kingdoms dungeon in just over 10 minutes. Unmatched in history. Hilarious. This Lu Ziyang looks like a total fool streaming Chen Mu's sims? Seriously, he's not afraid of embarrassing himself? Look at his face. I was kinda jealous of Chen Mu's golden effect before, but now I think his triggered effect just isn't enough. Haha, streamer, give us another defense-breaking performance. Everyone loves watching that. The barrage of mockery instantly made Lu Ziyang's face flush crimson. But since he was live streaming too, he couldn't just curse out loud. As he watched the viewer count break 10,000 in mere moments, a thought flashed through his mind. Since his reputation was already ruined anyway, why not launch a paid subscription model to rake in some cash? You know what? Just thinking about it made Lu Ziyang feel energized. Coincidentally, when Lu Shuer saw many people entering the livestream to mock Lu Ziyang, she thought about encouraging him with a few words. But after finally typing out her message, she discovered Lu Ziyang's stream charges for sending bullet comments? Had this kid lost his mind? Even Chen Mu, with his current popularity, wouldn't dare to blatantly milk his audience like this. How dare Lu Ziyang pull such a stunt? Sure enough, the moment viewers realized Lu Ziyang was trying to fleece them, they lost all interest. Within moments, his live stream audience plummeted back to single digits. And this situation unquestionably shattered Lu Ziyang's defenses once more. Damn it! They curse and run? Are netizens this cowardly nowadays? Shouldn't they at least compensate him for his medical expenses or something? As he was venting his frustration, Lu Ziyang suddenly noticed another simulation alert pop up on Chen Mu's end. But this time, the simulation message caught everyone completely off guard. Simulation Month 6, you remain confined to your home. Letters have arrived from Waigong, mostly detailing the scale and development direction of the rebel army. You respond patiently. To test the success of your training, third sister Li Suning has arranged for several skilled soldiers to assist you. Your father, Li Yuan, strongly supports this initiative. You have triggered a golden entry. Simulation acceleration initiated. When he saw the words simulation accelerating, Lu Ziyang nearly jumped out of his chair. But soon, he clasped his hands on his hips and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. Accelerated? Chen Mu's simulation actually accelerated? Doesn't that mean his simulation is already ruined? Triggered all those effects, didn't even make it out the front door, and this is the result? That's hilarious. And he had the nerve to boast about clearing the Tian's general dungeon? Turns out he was just hiding at home like a scared turtle? Only Chen Mu could pull this off. You're the one. Chapter 162, Insane Stat Grinding, Snatching Wei Qi Gong. Simulation acceleration? It wasn't just Lu Ziyang, Wang Yang and the others at Mountain River Academy were also startled by this sudden simulation notification. As everyone knew, all instances only activate acceleration mode during their final stages. Under such circumstances, the test lies in the foundation laid by the simulator in the early stages, and the simulator's influence over the simulated world becomes negligible. But that's supposed to happen in the mid to late stages. Chen Mu had only just begun his simulation, not even a year had passed and it had already accelerated? Wang Yang was at a loss for words, only managing to add, could it be because Brother Mu's influence on the early simulation data was too significant? That can't be it. Principal Zhang Mingyuan hesitated too, turning to ask Old Lu, has Longxia ever had a case of accelerated simulation before? I don't think so. Director Lu was also uncertain, adding, hasn't simulation acceleration always signaled the end of the simulation? Oh no. Chen Mu spent so much of his evaluation points. Could it all go to waste? Impossible. Zhang Mingyuan shook his head decisively. I actually think this simulation acceleration doesn't mean Chen Mu's simulation failed. Could it be that because Chen Mu has been solely focused on training and hasn't made any other moves, it triggered the simulation acceleration? Look closely, his life over these past months has been remarkably consistent and his circumstances have remained stable. This might be an entirely new way to trigger simulation acceleration. Maybe, possibly, probably. Wang Yang and Director Lu exchanged a glance, neither fully convinced. Though Chen Mu was exceptionally skilled, no one could guarantee he wouldn't make a mistake. In contrast, Principal Zhang Mingyuan's hypothesis seemed even more challenging. After all, simulated acceleration wasn't something a simulator could control. Even if it was only accelerated for a short period, missing the optimal timing for action could still lead to a lower score. But reality sometimes delivers unexpected twists. As a simulator, Chen Mu could naturally see the simulation acceleration notification. But far from feeling discouraged, he was deeply inspired. In fact, it was through relentless practice and repeated attempts that he finally triggered this feature. And the gains Chen Mu reaped were nothing short of astonishing. Simulation Month 7, through arduous training, you triggered the effects of various entries, gaining archery +1, horsemanship +1, constitution +1, strength +1, wisdom +1. Simulation Month 8, you triggered various skill effects, gaining archery +1, horsemanship +1, constitution +1, stamina +1, strength +1. Simulation Month 9, you triggered the effects of various entries, gaining archery +1, horsemanship +1, constitution. Simulating the 10th month. Simulating the 11th month, you triggered. Simulation, 12th month. During grueling training, you triggered. Simulated Year 2, through intense training, your archery and riding skills have reached the pinnacle of mastery, achieving divine levels of skill. Your constitution has reached its current limit, your strength has significantly increased, your vitality is more vigorous than ever, and your wisdom has greatly improved. At the end of the second simulated year, you, aged 14, married Chang Sun Wuyo. On the wedding day, Chang Sun Wuji drank himself into a stupor, declaring that as long as he followed you, he would never have to worry about anything in this life. The Waigong heroes discreetly sent congratulatory gifts and dispatched Cheng Yaojin to offer personal blessings. You secretly received Cheng Yaojin at home and persuaded him to stay. Taking advantage of your father Li Yuan's good spirits, with the help of your third elder sister Li Xiuning, you persuaded him to allow you to leave Luoyang and serve in the military. By this time, the repeated failures of Emperor Yang's eastern campaigns had plunged the realm into widespread chaos. Yang Xuangan's rebellion stirred ambitions among many powerful figures. Your father Li Yuan was also scheming for a better position. Though no one spoke openly, everyone was quietly preparing. Simulation Year 3, Simulation Acceleration concluded. With Li Yuan's assistance, you journeyed to Jinyang and Shaanxi, assuming the role of a subordinate general. As the stream of simulation data flooded the screen, the crowd at Shanghai University collectively gasped. Holy crap! Could Principal Zhang Mingyuan have actually been right? When others activate simulation acceleration, it's usually because the simulation is about to end. But Chen Mu, on the other hand, he used simulation acceleration to breeze through the entire farming phase, and best of all, he triggered every single stat effect without missing a single one. Impressive! Principal Lu beamed with delight. Principal, just this one skill alone from Chen Mu is enough for our school to open an entirely new department. If all simulation instances could be accelerated for development, then the success rate would be significantly higher. Indeed. Principal Zhang Mingyuan was also somewhat surprised. He'd only been speculating at first, but even a fool could see how incredibly difficult it would be to achieve that. Likewise, netizens were going wild at that moment. Unbelievable. Only brother Chen Mu could pull this off. Accelerate on command, stop on command. Seriously, I'm starting to wonder if brother Chen Mu is the favored son of the simulation world. Who else could pull off moves like that? LOL, that Lu Ziang was bragging earlier that brother Chen Mu was finished, and now, this clown's crying his own tears. Holy crap? He's actually crying? No way, I gotta go mock him a bit. Cut it out. That jerk set up a paid bullet chat feature. He's practically begging everyone to trash him so he can rake in some cash. Are you guys stupid? We don't need to go to his stream, just trash him in the comments under his videos. Gotta say, this generation of netizens is pretty awesome. Because they actually flooded Lu Ziang's comment section. This left Lu Ziang utterly frustrated. His livestream had only a handful of viewers, not even enough for paid bullet comments, let alone free likes. Yet in his works comments section, despite only having a few dozen likes, there were over 10,000 comments. And every single one was mocking or insulting him. The more he scrolled, the angrier Lu Ziyang got. Damn it! These netizens really aren't spending a single coin, they're just here to troll him, right? Well then. Chen Mu is dead meat, I'm telling you. Don't be fooled by all those triggered effects, he's already strayed from Li Shimon's growth path. The late Sui dynasty was such chaos, with powerful figures everywhere. Chen Mu is only 14 or 15 at most. If he runs into just one of them, he's done for. He had barely finished speaking. Lu Ziyang suddenly saw blackness before his eyes. The reason was simple. Because Chen Mu had actually run into a big shot. Simulation Year 3, Spring. While traveling to Jinyang, you happen upon a talented individual. His name is Yu Qigong, preparing to join Lu Wuzhou's army. You directly intercepted him. This action displeased Cheng Yaojin, who believed you had forgotten the oath sworn at Weigong Fort. You easily placated him, telling Cheng Yaojin that an opportunity to meet Emperor Yang Guang of Sui was imminent, but this time, not to kill him, but to seize the chance to earn merit and prepare for seizing territory. Chapter 163, Yu Qigong, How Did I Become a Rebel? Holy crap! Inside the Mountain River Academy, Wang Yang and the others stared in astonishment at the simulation data. Wait, what? Chen Mu merely encountered Yu Qigong, and that's all it took to win him over? And hadn't he already sworn brotherhood with the Weigong rebels? Why would he suddenly go off to seek glory and establish himself? I get it. Wang Yang suddenly realized something and exclaimed excitedly, Brother Mu is preparing to steal the spotlight from his own father, Li Yuan. Now that he has Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong on his side, if he gets a chance, he might actually achieve something. Once he breaks away from Li Yuan and builds his own power, Brother Mu won't need to stage the Xuanwu Gate incident in the future. Whoa! Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu exchanged glances, both visibly shaken. Compared to other dynasties, historical records of the Tang dynasty were relatively abundant, and the basic trajectory of Li Shimon's life was widely known. But knowing is one thing, achieving it is quite another. Take this Taiyan's general quest, for instance. Not only must one lead armies to sweep away rivals within a few years, but one must also triumph in the imperial succession struggle. Crucially, governing the nation afterward demands exceptionally high standards. With all these factors piled on, merely surviving the simulation was already an immense challenge, let alone surpassing Li Shimon's life trajectory. Chen Mu's intentions were certainly noble, but what if this triggered unforeseen changes? If the quest spiraled out of control, who could say what might truly unfold? Let's see how it plays out first. Zhang Mingyuan sighed, patiently awaiting the simulation data. At the same moment, Chen Mu observed Cheng Yaojin within the simulated world. Brotherly air. Cheng Yaojin looked puzzled. Didn't you say you'd help us at Weigong Fortress kill that dog Emperor Yang Guang? Why are you suddenly talking about building a legacy now? Of course we'll kill him. Chen Mu nodded. But we can't do it ourselves, and we certainly can't let him fall into the hands of the Turks. Think about it, if we capture Yang Guang and bring him to Weigong now, what will the Sui army stationed across the land think? Ha? Cheng Yaojin was a bit confused. Kill him and be done with it. What else could they do? It's never that simple. Chen Mu sighed helplessly. If Yang Guang dies at our hands in Weigong, then Weigong will become the thorn in the side of every army. Anyone could rally under the banner of avenging the emperor to attack us. 1 or 2 factions, Weigong might still handle it. But what if we face 10 or 100 factions, hundreds of thousands or even millions of enemies? Whoa! Cheng Yaojin sucked in a sharp breath, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. The first bird to poke its head out gets shot. Though Weigong had grown increasingly powerful these past 2 years, it still paled in comparison to the Sui armies scattered across the land. Otherwise, they wouldn't be holed up in Weigong Fortress, they'd have seized cities and declared themselves kings long ago. With a look of quiet admiration for Chen Mu, Cheng Yaojin pressed further. Brotherly air, I understand your meaning, you're saying the time isn't right yet, correct? But if we can't kill him, why must we still go and earn merit? Isn't that just helping Yang Guang? It's different. Chen Mu shook his head. The deeds I speak of aren't to save Yang Guang, but to save the people of the north. Think about it, if the Turks invade one day, who will suffer the most? The common people everywhere, of course. Cheng Yaojin replied without hesitation. So, you want to go fight the Turks? Yes, but not exactly. Chen Mu shook his head. I merely heard Yang Guang might come this way. Given the Great Sui's current strength, the Turks will certainly not submit. If conflict erupts, that's when our opportunity arises. We'll address the specifics when the time comes. In short, one thing is certain, Yang Guang may die, but he must not fall by our hands at Weigong, nor by the Turks. If he dies at Weigong's hands, Weigong will be utterly annihilated. If he falls to the Turks, the entire Sui dynasty will face utter ruin. Cheng Yaojin listened in utter confusion. But privately, he'd already decided to write a letter asking Su Maogong. Within Weigong Fort, Su Maogong's strategic acumen was what he admired most. Matters like this were best left for the other man to fret over. No sooner had the two finished speaking than a figure strode into the room, none other than Yuchi Gong, whom Chen Mu had intercepted earlier. Compared to the historical Yuchi Jingda, the Yuchi Gong of the present was still wet behind the ears. Though possessing some bravery, he had yet to be tempered by the crucible of war. As for where to send him, Chen Mu had already made up his mind. Wei Qi! Chen Mu called out, why did you enlist? Of course, to achieve great deeds. Wei Qi Gong replied without hesitation, to be honest, second young master, I've been training hard with the horse lance precisely so I can fight on the battlefield. After all, what else would a rough and tumble fellow like me know? Quite right. Chen Mu nodded and smiled. Achieving great deeds is admirable, but sometimes it depends on the circumstances. Let me ask you this, if the lord you serve is about to die, would you still be willing to risk your life for him? Ha! Wei Qi Gong scratched his head. This. Second young master, are you referring to the current emperor? I heard he's still quite young. You're not worried about others overhearing? Chen Mu laughed heartily. Indeed, I speak of the great Sui emperor. He may not be old, but his days are numbered. To be precise, it is the Sui dynasty's lifespan that is nearing its end. Wei Qi Gong was instantly at a loss. He had heard rumors of rebellions breaking out in many regions. But the imperial court still commanded a 1,000,000-strong army. From what the second princely implied, could these rebels truly succeed? Hesitating, Chen Mu had already turned to look at Cheng Yaojin beside him and said, Wei Qi, do you know who this gentleman next to us is? He's the legendary Chaos Demon King of Weigong Fortress, the 3x Cheng Yaojin. Wei Qi Gong was startled, instinctively reaching for the weapon at his waist. But then, he suddenly snapped back to reality, staring at Chen Mu in utter astonishment. After all, when the other party recruited him, they claimed he was the second son of the Duke of Tang. It was precisely because of this that Yuchi Gong had agreed to follow. After all, serving such a powerful figure would surely offer opportunities to rise to prominence. But now, how could the son of a duke be conspiring with rebels from Weigong Fort? What's wrong? Chang Yaojin raised an eyebrow beside him. Does brother Yuchi look down on us Weigong Fort people? Care for a spar? Bring it on! Wei Qi Gong didn't hesitate, immediately drawing the lance from his waist and declaring in a deep voice, when it comes to fighting, I, Wei Qi Gong, have never feared anyone in my life. I'd love to see just how formidable your Weigong Fort heroes truly are. Seeing this, Chen Mu silently walked outside. Chang Yaojin and Yuchi Gong exchanged a glance before charging straight into the courtyard. In an instant, Chang Yaojin's battle axe whirled with fierce momentum, while Yuchi Gong, wielding his lance, traded blows with his opponent in a fierce back and forth. It was clear to see. Though Wei Qi Gong had yet to be tempered by the crucible of war, his innate exceptional talent already allowed him to gain the upper hand in combat. In contrast, though Chang Yaojin started with fierce momentum, he gradually began to fall behind as time passed. Fortunately, Chang Yaojin's ample bulk wasn't built for show. A mace strike that would shatter bones and others barely registers with Chang Yaojin. Thus, as the fight rages on, Chang Yaojin adopts a strategy of trading blows, forcing Yuchi Gong into a relentless retreat. Enough! Chen Mu promptly halted the match, chuckling as he said, Chun Jijie, now you see how formidable Yuchi is, right? What do you think? Should we send him to Weigong for some training? Ha! Chang Yaojin froze in surprise before breaking into a delighted grin. Wei Qi Gong, however, stared blankly at Chen Mu. Wait, what? He came to join the imperial court and earn merit. How did he end up being sent to join the rebels? Chapter 164, The Split at Weigong, Chen Mu's Scheme. Though reluctant, Yuchi Gong had no choice but to follow Chang Yaojin back to Weigong. There was no other way. At present, Chen Mu's father, the future Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Yuan, had been transferred to Jinyang as history dictated, becoming the city's most powerful figure. And due to Chen Mu's intervention, Yuchi Gong's military registration had been transferred here. With his current capabilities, he was powerless to resist a major force like the Li family. Moreover, Wei Qi Gong placed immense trust in Chen Mu's words. After all, the second Prince Li had declared him a born commander upon their first meeting. He'd rewarded him with a mansion, gifted him a fine steed, and even had a custom-made lance crafted for him. By any measure, this was clear preparation for grooming him. As for joining the rebellion at Weigong Fortress, it was all about marching and fighting. Wouldn't it be the same wherever he went? Though Yuchi Gong was straightforward in his thinking, he understood this was a test. First, to gauge his loyalty. Second, to see if he possessed the necessary skills and could live up to Chen Mu's high regard. Originally, Yuchi Gong felt rather uncertain. But if someone like Chang Yaojin could thrive at Weigong Fort, there was no reason he couldn't. After all, if not for his thick skin and the fact that no one could strike him dead, could Chang Yaojin really be a match for him, Yuchi Gong? Brother Yuchi. Chang Yaojin, whom Yuchi Gong deeply despised, sidled up again. How come you're so lucky to catch Brother Li Er's eye? And why did Brother Li order us to return in 6 months? Could something major really be brewing? How should I know? Wei Qi Gong rolled his eyes. But the more indifferent he acted, the more delighted Chang Yaojin became, leaning in even closer. Brother Yuchi, you must be seething inside, right? You were planning to join the army and serve the country by killing rebels like us, but then you turn around, and now you're a rebel too. Yuchi Gong was instantly speechless, only able to grumble, I'm warning you to stay away from me. Don't think I won't hit you. Come on then. Chang Yuchun grew even more excited. We've got nothing else to do on this journey anyway. Let's have a fight and get it out of our systems. A fight? Li Yuanba spurred his horse forward excitedly. Brother Chang, Brother Yuchi, you two want to fight? How about you two fight me instead? Chang Yuchun and Yuchi Gong exchanged a glance and wisely chose to keep quiet. What kind of childish nonsense is this? Heaven only knows why the Tang Duke's household is full of such monstrously gifted children. The second son, Li Shimen, being clever and formidable was one thing, but this third son, Li Yuanba, possessed strength that was downright terrifying. However, Li Yuanba wasn't heading to join the Waigong fortress this time. He was returning to Luoyang to retrieve the Chang Sun siblings. With chaos already brewing across the land, the journey ahead promised to be anything but peaceful. But with Li Yuanba by their side, Chen Mu was confident few could stand in their way. Ironically, Li Yuanba's disruption brought Chang Yuchun and Yuchi Gong closer together. As they neared Luoyang, the two parties parted ways, agreeing to meet again in 6 months. Soon after, Chang Yuchun returned to Waigong Fortress with Yuchi Gong, recounting every detail of Chen Mu's earlier words to Su Shiji. Brother Mao, you're the sharpest among us. Chang Yuchun looked around at the others present. You need to make a decision. Should we tell Brother Jai Rang about this? Of course we must. Qin Xiong abruptly stood up, snorting, we really misjudged him. Lier promised to help us kill Yang Guang, yet now he's gone back on his word. If we keep this from Brother Jai Rang, how will the other brothers ever look at us again? Hold on. Su Shiji hurriedly raised his hand. After calming Qin Xiong, he spoke slowly, nothing has happened yet. What good would telling Brother Jai Rang do? Change young Master Lier's mind? Or convince everyone to kill him together? Qin Xiong froze. He hadn't intended to fight the other man, but something about this situation felt off. Seeing Qin Xiong's silence, Su Shiji finally said in a deep voice, besides, I actually find Brother Lier's analysis quite reasonable. If our Waigong forces possess the strength to overthrow the Sui dynasty, why would we be holed up in such a small place? Therefore, even if we had the chance to kill Yang Guang now, we must not act. Beyond that, Brother Lier's point about the Turks holds weight too. We rose in rebellion to change dynasties and rule ourselves, not to serve as dogs for barbarian Turks. Furthermore, don't you sense that Brother Lier doesn't quite trust us Waigong? Or rather, he doubts our Waigong forces can defeat the Sui dynasty, so he's preparing to strike independently. As for establishing military achievements, it's merely to gain legitimacy, then seize the opportunity to recruit troops and amass resources, preparing for the future. These words left Chang Yuchun and Qin Xiong exchanging bewildered glances. Waigong was now strong in both men and horses. How could Brother Lier suddenly lose faith in them? Could it be? Is it because of that Li Mi? Qin Xiong's heart sank. We all warned Brother Jai Rang before, but he wouldn't listen. He even promoted that man and put him in command of the troops. Lately, Li Mi has been gaining influence, constantly trying to win over other veteran brothers. Now Brother Shan has fully sided with him. Last time, he even reprimanded several of us because of Li Mi. No wonder. Chang Yuchun frowned. Though he had followed Chen Mu all along, they frequently exchanged letters, so he was well aware of major events within the Waigong stronghold. It was said this Li Mi had once served as Yang Xuangong's military strategist and was a formidable figure in the rebellion against the Sui dynasty. Thus, upon his arrival at Waigong, he was highly praised by Shan Xiongxin and others, earning him Jai Rang's trust and important responsibilities. Unnoticed, the brotherly bonds forged through sworn brotherhood at Waigong Fortress had begun to sour. If Chen Mu's decision were brought up now, it might well give others an opportunity to stir up trouble and use it to plot against Jai Rang. This matter must not be disclosed. Chang Yuchun turned to Qin Xiong, his expression grave. Shubao, I know you detest injustice, but I choose to trust that Brother Shimen would never deceive us. You saw that Wei Qi Gong yourself. Brother Shimen sent such a skilled warrior without hesitation, not to mention the weapons, grain, and fine wine he regularly sends us. His heart remains with us at Waigong. But our side at Waigong, well, that's another story. Qin Xiong could only turn to Su Shiji, only to find the latter also nodding slightly. With a deep sigh, he could only nod firmly in agreement. Soon, the relevant simulation data slowly materialized. Simulation Year 3, you instructed Chang Yuchun to lead Yuchi Gong back to Waigong to hone their combat skills. Because you once discussed with Chang Yuchun whether to kill Yang Guang, this matter greatly troubled Qin Xiong, Su Shiji, and others. But they ultimately chose to trust you and decided to keep your secret. This incident has quietly divided the Waigong faction into two camps. One faction consists of the original Waigong forces led by Jai Rang, while the other comprises the newcomers rallied by the recently defected Li Mi. After receiving Chang Yuchun's reply, you two grew anxious about Waigong's fate. For you knew that with Li Mi's ambition and cunning, he would seize Waigong sooner or later. You quietly accelerated your plan to undermine Li Mi's position, preparing to reap the benefits of his struggles. For you knew Emperor Yang of Sui would soon be besieged by the Turks. That moment would be your finest opportunity to break free from the Li family's shackles and establish your own realm. Chapter 165, The Duel. Crushing Yuan Chengdu. Establish my own faction? Within the Mountain River Academy, Wang Yang and Zhang Mingyuan were utterly stunned by the explanation. Though Wang Yang had suspected as much before, seeing Chen Mu actually prepare to take the step still made them all hold their breath in anxiety for him. This was a monumental decision that could completely alter the simulated character's fate. Though Chen Mu had previously altered Zhu Yuanzhang's fate in the Ming Dynasty simulation, who could guarantee success this time? The only reassuring thought was, "Principal, don't be nervous." Director Liu said in a deep voice, "Chen Mu has at least secured the open support of Chang Sun Wuji, Yu Qigong, and Chang Yuchun. And Li Yuanba is clearly on his side too. With just these four, Chen Mu has more than enough to make a name for himself. If he can win over Qin Xiong and Su Shiji in the future, he might go even further." Exactly. Wang Yang chimed in urgently, and Chen Mu currently maintains close ties with the Wangang rebels. Once Li Mi usurps the throne, he might even rally more opponents of Li Mi. Exactly. Principal Zhang Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. With the livestream still ongoing, he certainly couldn't afford to cast doubt on Chen Mu's prospects. In fact, with all these talents and the entries Chen Mu had secured, establishing his own faction would be incredibly difficult. But if he succeeded, Chen Mu's gains would be maximized. However, as Zhang Mingyuan and the others quickly regained their composure, someone else had been swept away by the simulated information. Ha 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 ha. In another livestream, Lu Ziang burst into maniacal laughter. Did you all see that? Chen Mu is digging his own grave. How old is he now? 14 or 15 at most. And he's trying to strike out on his own? Does he really think talent alone could get you ahead in ancient society? Don't forget that even after the Tang dynasty was established, those aristocratic clans still firmly controlled all kinds of power. Instead of relying on an established family, he's trying to go it alone with his own abilities. Utterly foolish. Absolutely foolish. If Chen Mu heard Lu Ziang's remarks, he'd surely dismiss them with disdain. Exactly. He was indeed preparing to carve out his own path. But when had he ever said he would abandon the Li family's influence? Take this very moment, for instance. Chen Mu had already returned to the Li family, intending to fleece his cheapskate father, Li Yuan, for just a little more. Little did he expect that upon entering the Li residence, he would encounter a rather unexpected figure. "Shimen, you're just in time. Come quickly and pay your respects to your Uncle Yuan." Uncle Yuan? Chen Mu froze for a moment before quickly catching on. At this moment, who else could arrive in Jinyang bearing the Yuan surname? Surely no one else from the late Sui dynasty. Indeed. The middle-aged man before him was none other than Yuan Shu, the son of the great Sui general Yuan Shu, the very Yuan Huaji who would later orchestrate the death of Emperor Yang Guang of Sui. And the three young men beside him must be his sons. Second young master Li Shimen. At that moment, Yuan Huaji turned to look at Li Yuan and smiled. "Brother Shud, I've long heard of the great reputations of your second and third sons. I hear your second son is unmatched in horsemanship and archery, a rarity in this world, while your third son possesses immense strength, bearing the bearing of the Western Chu overlord. Is this true?" Ha 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 ha. Li Yuan burst into laughter, then shook his head and sighed. "Brother Yuan, you flatter them. Shimen is only 15 this year, how could he possibly deserve such praise? It's actually my third son, Yuanba, who possesses a bit of strength." What a coincidence. Yuan Huaji's smile was forced. "My son, Yuan Chengdu, has also been skilled in archery and horsemanship since childhood, and possesses immense strength. Why not have the boys spar a bit? Chengdu, come show your skills to Uncle Li." As they spoke, a youth slightly older than Chen Mu stepped forward, his face bearing an air of arrogance as he looked at Chen Mu and Li Yuanba. After a quick glance at the other party, Chen Mu struggled to suppress the laughter bubbling up inside him. No other reason. Because following General Yuan Chengdu was truly worth it. After all, what decent guy would leave his beloved woman for his brothers to enjoy? This was a bull-headed man through and through. Lost in thought, Yuan Chengdu stepped forward, clasped his hands, and addressed Li Yuan's uncle. "These two young masters look so delicate and untouched. I doubt they've ever seen real bloodshed. How about we just call it quits? You ungrateful son." Yuan Huaji erupted in fury. "Who gave you the right to speak to your elder uncle like that? Brother Shud, my son is not eloquent. I hope you won't hold it against him." Though he spoke thus, but Yuan Huaji had no intention of blaming Yuan Chengdu. Instead, the wrinkles on his face creased into a broad smile. This scene made Li Yuan grunt in frustration. It was obvious these two had come here deliberately to show off their martial prowess. If he truly backed down now, would the Li family ever have the face to hold their heads high in the great Sui dynasty? Glancing at Chen Mu, Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Shimen, I'm not worried about Yuan Ba. But you, have you been practicing diligently lately?" "Father, rest assured." Chen Mu chuckled softly. Though third brother and I haven't seen battle yet, we've long witnessed the elite forces of the army. When it comes to mounted archery and strength, neither of us fears anyone.
Excellent. Excellent.
Li Yuan abruptly rose, his eyes burning as he looked at Yuan Huaji and laughed. Brother Yuan, since the boys wish to compete, why don't we add some incentive for them? Should my nephew Chengdu win, the Li family shall bestow upon him 100 fine steeds and 100 sets of armor to aid his military prowess.
But if my two sons should happen to win? The same. Yuan Huaji's confidence was sky high. If my esteemed nephews Shimen and Yuanba prevail, my Yuan family will double the rewards.
With that said, there was naturally little more to discuss.
Soon,
servants at the Li residence cleared a large open space in the rear courtyard, set up archery targets, and brought in stone weights and other equipment.
On one side, Chen Mu and Yuan Chengdu faced each other from a short distance apart.
Li Yuanba, however, showed no hurry to step forward, instead cheering Chen Mu on from the sidelines. Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji, however, took the opportunity to approach.
Second brother. Li Jiancheng smiled. Today's matter concerns the Li family's honor. You must not disappoint father. Exactly.
Young Li Yuanji, brimming with malice, chimed in. If you can't handle it, second brother, just admit defeat early.
Don't try to be a hero.
Two useless fools.
Chen Mu sneered coldly.
Over the past few years, he had honed his horsemanship and archery skills to perfection.
Did he really need these two barking like dogs beside him?
As he spoke, on one side, Yuan Chengdu had already drawn his bow and nocked an arrow, aiming seamlessly at the distant target in one fluid motion.
But the moment his arrow left the bowstring,
Chen Mu's gaze darkened slightly as he swiftly released his own arrow without hesitation. Though fired later, it struck first.
In fact,
mid-flight, it collided squarely with Yuan Chengdu's arrow, knocking it off course before striking the bullseye with precision.
The white-feathered arrow. The second young master has hit the mark. The servant beside the target instantly rejoiced. But he shouldn't have shouted. His shout instantly enraged Yuan Chengdu, who fired another arrow without a word.
Only this time, his aim wasn't at the target, but at the servant.
Unfortunately, once again, Chen Mu's arrow arrived first.
In fact, Chen Mu's arrow cleanly severed Yuan Chengdu's arrow in two before landing on the target once more.
You did that on purpose? Yuan Chengdu was utterly enraged.
Gritting his teeth, he grabbed 3 arrows and fired them recklessly. Just as he prepared to show off to Chen Mu, he saw Chen Mu grab 3 arrows of his own. With unmatched precision, Chen Mu's arrows struck Yuan Chengdu's arrows without missing a single inch. For a moment, everyone around them was utterly stunned. They'd long heard that second young master Li never missed a shot, but seeing it today, this wasn't merely never missing, this was damn near supernatural.
Chapter 166, Hidden Hand. The 800 Death Warriors return. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. In the Li family's courtyard, Li Yuan roared with laughter. His 2 sons had truly brought honor to the Li family today. His second son, Li Shimen, never missed a shot.
Even when Yuan Chengdu later challenged him to horseback archery, Chen Mu utterly humiliated him.
As for his third son, Li Yuanba, well, that was another story entirely.
Yuan Chengdu had boasted about lifting a 100-pound stone block, only to turn and see Li Yuanba tossing it effortlessly back and forth. This was all thanks to Chen Mu's discreet coaching. After all, Chen Mu knew firsthand just how monstrously strong his younger brother was.
And so,
the Yuan father and son slunk away, but not before honoring their promise. They specifically sent several hundred fine horses and 200 sets of armor. Taking advantage of Li Yuan's good mood, Chen Mu also discreetly had Li Yuanba request these items.
Unexpectedly, with a grand gesture, Li Yuan quintupled the number. To be fair, in other dynasties, if local warlords dared to privately breed war horses or hoard armor, they would inevitably arouse the emperor's suspicion. But the Great Sui dynasty, now severely weakened after 3 campaigns against Goguryeo, faced a multitude of rebel forces springing up everywhere. Especially after Yang Xuanji's rebellion, all the powerful factions were already stirring with ambition.
Take Yuan Huaji's visit to Jinyang, for instance. He came to forge alliances, seeking a private pact with the Li family. If Chen Mu and Li Yuanba were to lose this contest, Emperor Li Yuan might well find himself at a disadvantage.
And now it seemed.
With Chen Mu, the second son whose horsemanship and archery knew no equal, and Li Yuanba, the third son whose strength was beyond measure, the Li family now possessed the qualifications to establish their own faction.
Why would they need to ally with the Yuan clan? Shimen.
Within the Li family mansion, Li Yuan's face was as still as water. His Majesty will soon visit Fenyang Palace and has specially ordered me to command the Jinyang troops to lead the campaign against bandits. With chaos erupting across the land, only by wielding this sword can we secure our very existence. Since you and Yuanba possess both courage and strategy, do not disappoint your father's expectations.
Father, rest assured.
Chen Mu immediately bowed with clasped hands. Your son will train a force to assist father with utmost speed.
Should the need arise, Yuanba and I will don armor and join the fray ourselves.
Wherever father's sword points, your son will capture cities and seize strongholds for you.
Good. Very good.
Li Yuan felt a wave of comfort wash over his aged heart. To be fair, he placed greater emphasis on his eldest son, Li Jiancheng, often overlooking this gifted second son. Fortunately, his sons were both worthy of his pride. The eldest, Li Jiancheng, was handsome and dignified, bearing a striking resemblance to his father in his younger days. The second son, Li Shimen, excelled in archery and horsemanship. Rumor had it he was also deeply engrossed in military strategy texts, clearly the makings of a future leader. The third son, Li Yuanba, had been frail since childhood. But after Chen Mu found a divine physician to cure him, his strength grew increasingly extraordinary, truly a great general gifted to the Li family by heaven. The fourth son, Li Yuanzhi, may have a sharp face and monkey-like features, but this lad excels at sweet talk. Ahem, compared to his brothers, the fourth son certainly needs some proper discipline. Soon, new simulation data appears. Simulation Year 3, Yuan Huaji suddenly visits the Li family, intending to have Yuan Chengdu duel your brothers to suppress the Li clan and force an alliance. In this critical moment, you displayed your unmatched prowess as an archer, winning thunderous applause. Your younger brother, Li Yuanba, also displayed superhuman strength, terrifying Yuan Chengdu to the point of wetting himself. This duel propelled both you and Li Yuanba to fame overnight. Everyone now knew the Li family had produced extraordinary sons. Your father, Li Yuan, was overjoyed. He rewarded you with 1,000 fine steeds, 1,000 sets of battle armor, and countless swords, spears, and bows and arrows. He hoped you would carve out a glorious future for the Li family. You gladly accepted, for this was precisely the moment you had been quietly awaiting. Simulated summer of Year 3, you recalled the 800 elite warriors sent to Waigong over the years. Having endured years of battle, they had all become seasoned veterans. Upon hearing this, Su Shiji, known as Su Maogong, foresaw the Li clan preparing for a major move. He specifically recalled Chen Yaojin and Yu Qigong to assist, and even persuaded Qin Xiong to lend his support. Several consecutive simulation updates brought smiles to the faces of the Shanghai University group. I knew it. Zhang Mingyuan beamed with excitement. Someone as clever as Chen Mu would never develop his own power without leveraging the Li family's influence. When he talks about establishing his own faction, he must mean breaking free from the Li family's control once the timing is right, not turning his back on readily available resources and foolishly trying to make it on his own. Exactly. Director Lu shook his head and chuckled. And here we were worrying Chen Mu had lost his mind. The guys are in 2 SSS ratings, after all. No need for us to fret over nothing. Brother Mu really is. Wang Yang exhaled in relief, then couldn't help but chuckle. Principal, Director Lu, look at this simulation data. When did Brother Mu sneak 800 elite soldiers into Waigong? Was that mentioned earlier? I don't think so. Zhang Mingyuan shook his head firmly. It did mention sending money and supplies earlier. Supplies? Director Lu froze, then snapped to attention. Supplying rebels? You'd need someone reliable and secure, right? If he's not a loyal soldier, who else would fit the bill? I suspect Chen Mu planned this all along, using the Waigong uprising as a training ground to lay the groundwork for his own ambitions. Now he's got it all. Chen Mu has honed his martial arts, his troops have gained experience fighting at Waigong, and he's even snatched away several Waigong heroes. That kid, this isn't just killing 2 birds with 1 stone, it's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Listening to Director Lu's lament, Lu Ziang on the other end of the line was utterly flabbergasted once again. What the hell? How did he end up with 800 loyal warriors? Didn't they just say Chen Mu's decision had the Waigong crew all flustered? Now they're just jumping in to help? Did these ancient people really have no brains at all? If the heroes of Waigong Fortress knew what Lu Ziang was thinking, they'd probably pin him down and beat some sense into him. No other reason. Because Yu Qigong was genuinely formidable. As the first rebel stronghold to rise up, Waigong Fortress had long been under the Sui dynasty's watchful eye, with skirmishes erupting between the two sides from time to time. What was most scarce in war? Provisions and supplies? Soldiers and weapons? While these are crucial, what matters even more is morale and combat effectiveness. A capable general can undoubtedly boost morale significantly and unleash greater combat potential in the troops. Wei Qigong happened to be precisely that kind of ferociously skilled commander. When he first arrived at Waigong, he merely followed Chang Yaojin in a few easy victories. But soon, Yu Qigong revealed his unparalleled talent. Task him with protecting anyone, and he'll guard them with ironclad vigilance. If you ordered him to charge into battle, even facing overwhelming odds, Yu Qigong never flinched. To put it bluntly, he was a bit of a hothead. But to put it more favorably, he was a tiger general. Therefore, though Chen Mu was absent from Waigong, legends of second young Master Li resurfaced throughout the stronghold. Even the tale of his 3 refusals to accept the leadership position was dug up once more. But good times never last. This matter soon caught Li Mi's attention. As a commander who had only recently joined Waigong, Li Mi had already risen to become a force impossible to ignore. Even Zhai Rang sometimes had to consider his opinions and stances. After all, as Yang Xuangang's military strategist, Li Mi's standing in the martial world was no less than that of Waigong. And so, To prevent Li Mi from exploiting the situation, Su Shiji, Su Maogong, and others discussed the matter and decided to seize this opportunity to have Yu Qigong return to serve the Li family. Su Shiji, in particular, had begun to sense that once youthful second young master Li had begun baring his fangs. Chapter 167, Chen Mu's Plan Two-Pronged Approach. Brother Zhai. Chief. Within Huaigong Fortress, Chang Yuchun, Qin Xiong, and Yu Qigong all turned their gaze toward Zhai Rang before them. Compared to before, Zhai Rang now appeared much older. Years of wealth and privilege had also added a touch of arrogance and extravagance to his demeanor. Yet overall, the Huaigong men still held deep respect for their leader. Even the newly arrived Yu Qigong felt the same. Wei Qi. Zhai Rang looked at Yu Qigong and sighed. Young brother Li has presented me with quite a dilemma. He sends such a talented man to us, only to demand his return now. Isn't that like tearing out a piece of flesh from the heart of our Huaigong stronghold? And you too. Zhai Rang turned to Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong, sighing helplessly. Alright, I know you two have some disagreements with Li Mi. But our Huaigong stronghold has grown large and prosperous now. Such conflicts are inevitable. If you wish to join Brother Li Er, you may do so. Should urgent matters arise at the stronghold in the future, you can lend support from there. Rest assured, brother. Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong exchanged a glance, silently suppressing the secret in their hearts. Rumors were now spreading everywhere that Emperor Yang Guang of Sui was preparing to travel to the Fanyang Palace in Hashi, which happened to be very close to Jinyang, where Chen Mu was stationed. If Chen Mu were to aid Emperor Yang instead of striking against him, some in Huaigong Fortress would surely accuse him. Fortunately, Su Shiji had already made preparations for the very concerns weighing on their minds. Brother, it's getting late. Let them go. Su Maogong spoke slowly. As for those 800 elite soldiers, they will be dispersed and sent back to Jinyang later. Rest assured, brothers, I'll explain the matter to our elder brother. That's even better. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong both brightened at the news. Who in Huaigong Fort didn't know Su Maogong was the most skilled in military strategy? With him speaking up, the misunderstanding would surely be cleared. Soon, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Yu Qigong mounted their warhorses and rode straight for Jinyang. And just half a month later, Chen Mu met the three in Jinyang, reuniting with his full contingent of 800 loyal warriors. Though he appeared confined to his home these years, Chang Sun Wuji, his third sister Li Xiaoning, and her husband Chai Xiao had all been working tirelessly on his behalf. Beyond these 800 men, Li Xiaoning had secretly maintained several hundred retainers at the Li family estate in Shanxi and within the mountainous regions of Guangzhou. These men had been covertly trained in military formations and had likewise achieved considerable proficiency. This force of over 1,000 would become the first elite unit under Chen Mu's command. Second young master Qin Xiong, visiting the Li residence for the first time, hesitated to speak. Seeing his hesitation, Chen Mu couldn't help but smile and ask, Brother Shubao, are you still wondering about that earlier matter? I've already heard all about it from Cheng Jijie. Exactly. Qin Xiong sighed. Li Mi's influence in Huaigong is growing ever stronger, now posing a subtle threat to Brother Zhai's position. If rumors spread that you've defected to the Sui dynasty, they'll certainly seize the opportunity to strike. Then the question arises. Chen Mu's expression turns serious. Does that mean without me, Li Shimen, Li Mi wouldn't dare move against Brother Zhai? What? Qin Xiong was startled. Attack? How dare Li Mi even think of harming Zhai Rang? After a moment of stunned silence, Qin Xiong quickly protested, impossible. That could never happen. We brothers of Huaigong hold Brother Zhai in the highest regard. Even Su Maogong and Shan Xiongxin feel the same way. If Li Mi dared do such a thing, wouldn't he fear turning everyone against him? Besides, second young master, you haven't been at Huaigong camp these past years. You've never even met Li Mi. How could you possibly know his character? Of course I know. Chen Mu sighed. I also know that even though you've come here, Qin Xiong, you're not genuinely here to help me. You're only doing this because of Su Maogong. You. Always taking the wrong side on crucial matters. Qin Xiong was instantly speechless. Truth be told, when Li Mi joined the Huaigong rebels, Qin Xiong had been the one who strongly recommended him. But now Qin Xiong felt a twinge of regret. After all, it was Li Mi's very presence that had caused the rift within the Huaigong faction. Lost in thought, Chen Mu spoke softly, Shubao, this matter has nothing to do with either of us. When we first rose up in Huaigong, our goal was simply to survive. But do people still think that way now? With or without me, Li Shimen, Li Mi will eventually bring the Huaigong faction under his control. Even if he didn't want to, others would push him to do it. Just like you, Qin Shubao, you clearly didn't want to conceal it, yet you still helped me hide it from Brother Zhai Rang. You didn't want to come, but you couldn't resist Su Maogong's pleas. I know that if Huaigong faces trouble in the future, you'll rush back to help without hesitation. Even if it's Li Mi calling for aid, you won't abandon him, right? Qin Xiong was instantly speechless. He suddenly realized he had underestimated this second young master Li all along. He recalled how, just a few years ago, the other had been merely a 12-year-old youth. Though bold and fortunate, most had seen him as little more than a novelty. After all, having the son of a duke join Wagong was undeniably a matter of prestige for them. But now, Qin Xiong found the Chen Mu before him rather terrifying. No wonder Su Shiji, Lord Su, kept praising this second young masterly, saying he possessed more of a wise ruler's qualities than Jai Rang. Enough already! Chang Yuchun, boisterous as ever, interrupted their conversation. Turning to Chen Mu, he declared, "Second young master, you tell us what to do next. We're already here. Whether we kill that brat Yang Guang or save this dog emperor, I, Chang Yuchun, and Uncle Qin will follow your orders. Whatever you say, brother, we'll do. Right, brother Yuchi?" "Right." Wei Qi Gong nodded eagerly. If he'd harbored any resentment earlier about Chen Mu sending him to Wagong, that thought vanished completely now. Why? Wagong Fortress was just too awesome. The people there spoke with such grace, possessed remarkable skills, and were incredibly fun. If not for the constant stigma of being labeled a rebel, Yuchi Gong would have wanted to stay in Wagong. But now, since the second young master summoned me back, it must be for something important. It's nothing major. Chen Mu looked at the three men, his expression serious. You should already know that my father is currently carrying out orders to suppress the rebel forces in the surrounding areas. I know this conflicts with Wagang's principles, but now is not the right time for the Li family to rebel. Therefore, to minimize casualties among these rebels, we must subdue them as swiftly as possible. The credit will go to my father, but we will most likely be the ones commanding these troops. Additionally, His Majesty Emperor Yang Guang of the Great Sui Dynasty is scheduled to visit Finyang Palace. I've said it before, now is not the time to assassinate him. Moreover, with the Sui Empire's strength waning, we'll likely be unable to contain the Turks. We may face a fierce battle with the Turks. If we succeed, I'm confident I can secure an official post or fiefdom from Yang Guang. With official recognition, we can recruit troops and gather resources to prepare for the Li clan's future rebellion to overthrow the Sui dynasty. Chapter 168, The Turkic Invasion. Save the Emperor. Before they knew it, Chang Yuchun and Qin Xiong had been in Jinyang for over several months. Just as Chen Mu had predicted, after recalling Yuchi Gong and his 800 elite warriors, Chen Mu immediately began assisting Li Yuan in eliminating the rebel forces near Jinyang. Though termed cleansing, it was more akin to annexation. After all, more often than not, Chen Mu only needed to demonstrate the combat prowess of his 800 elite warriors. Then, under the banner of the Wagong Rebellion, Chang Yuchun and Qin Xiong would persuade the rebels to surrender. If the rebels agreed, it was a win-win. Chen Mu gained troops, while Li Yuan earned military credit. If they refused, then it was even simpler. Yuchi Gong and Li Yuanba were brimming with untapped strength, eager to unleash it in either one-on-one duels or mass brawls. Beyond them, Chang Yuchun and Qin Xiong would also unleash formidable combat prowess, not to mention Chen Mu's own capabilities. With just his bow, he could hold his own against hundreds. Add a horse, and Chen Mu could employ the kite-flying tactic to wear down even more foes. And don't even get started on the 800 elite warriors Chen Mu recalled from Wagong. Second young master. Before a mountain stronghold, Chang Yuchun gazed at the formidable 800 warriors and couldn't help but remark, General Mao truly poured his heart into forging these 800 men into an invincible spearhead. Lord Mao truly excels at training troops. Chen Mu praised sincerely. Rather than rushing to win over this future war god of the Tang dynasty, Chen Mu frequently sought Su Shiji's assistance instead, whether it was training the 800 elite warriors or guiding figures like Qin Xiong. Over time, Chen Mu's correspondence with Su Shiji far exceeded that with others. This naturally brought them closer together. In these letters, Chen Mu would occasionally share his insights on the grand trends of the realm, each time leaving Su Shiji profoundly astonished. For instance, the failure of Yang Xuangong's rebellion, or the chain reaction triggered by Li Ni's defection to the Wagong. And so it was. Even though years had passed since they last met, Chen Mu was confident he had secured a place in Su Shiji's heart. Perhaps in the future, all it would take was one opportunity for Su Shiji to join Chen Mu's cause with full legitimacy. Soon. As Chen Mu and his men swiftly integrated their forces into a cohesive fighting unit, the political landscape of the Sui dynasty underwent rapid upheaval. In the 11th year of Day, 615 AD, Emperor Yang Guang of Sui toured the northern frontier. In the 8th lunar month, the Turkic Shibi Khan personally led hundreds of thousands of cavalry in an attempted surprise attack. On the 12th day of the 8th month, Emperor Yang fled to Yanmen City, while his second son, Yang Jian, led troops into Gui County. Subsequently, the Turkic forces began encircling Yanmen Commandery. Within a short span, they captured 39 cities, leaving only Yanmen and Go County under siege. At this moment, outside Yanmen City, only the cries of battle echoed. A sky-darkening hail of arrows whistled down, crashing fiercely against the towering city walls. Quick! They're scaling the walls. Drive them back. Protect His Majesty. Quickly protect His Majesty. Amidst the roar of battle cries, wave after wave of the Turkic assault was forcibly repelled. Within Yanmen City, Yang Guang stared in disbelief at the arrow slanting into the ground. Just 5 or 6 feet away, Had his youngest son, Yang Gao, not called out to him at that very moment, perhaps the emperor of the Sui dynasty would have met his end right here.
Where are my men? Where are my guards? Are you all dead? Why haven't you repelled the enemy yet?
Once the fear subsided, Yang Guang was consumed by unbridled rage.
He was the emperor of the Sui dynasty. Turkic arrows were already striking his face. How could this be tolerated?
Hearing Yang Guang's roar, the eunuch guarding the door rushed in, kneeling on the ground and reporting, "Your Majesty, all the generals have already taken their positions on the city walls to fight.
This servant deserves death.
I failed to notice that stray arrow earlier.
I'll have the doors and windows nailed shut immediately. Get out." Yang Guang's fury only intensified.
After the young eunuch scrambled away, he rushed to the door again and shouted angrily, "I have already issued an edict calling for reinforcements to rescue the throne.
Why have the reinforcements not arrived yet?"
This. The eunuch at the door immediately bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, the imperial messengers have already been dispatched, but it will still take some time.
Please be assured, Your Majesty.
As the supreme ruler, you are protected by divine grace.
These Turks are but a minor threat.
Once our great Sui heavenly army arrives."
Yang Guang could no longer bear to listen. If he truly had divine protection, would the great Sui have fallen into this state?
He recalled the days of the previous emperor, when the great Sui boasted 1,000,000 mighty soldiers and all nations paid homage.
The petty Turks were but one among them. But now? What if the imperial relief forces never arrived? What if the Turks breached Yuan-Ming Pass? Then,
without warning, Yang Guang felt a sudden chill envelop him. He hurriedly scooped up his young son, Yang Gao, and strode into the makeshift bedchamber, slamming the door shut without a word.
Not long after,
a eunuch suddenly heard low, muffled sobs, as if someone were weeping bitterly.
However,
at the same moment, Chen Mu had already led over 1,000 cavalrymen galloping towards them.
Soon, relevant simulation data appeared.
Simulation, August of the 3rd year. You learn that Emperor Yang Guang of Sui has been besieged by the Turks at Yuan-Ming Commandery.
You realize the opportunity you've long awaited has finally arrived.
You propose to Li Yuan that they dispatch troops to provide relief, personally leading over 1,000 cavalrymen to advance in support.
After racing through the night, you arrive outside Yuan-Ming City.
Rather than rushing in to assist, you order your soldiers to set up camp and cook, allowing them to regain their strength.
At dawn the next morning, you exploited the darkness before daybreak to force your way through the Turkic army's defenses and successfully reached Yuan-Ming City. You met with Yang Guang and informed him the Duke of Tang Li Yuan and general of the left garrison Yindingxing had already led reinforcements to the city. However, both forces were small, capable only of employing feints to intimidate the Turkic army. Yang Guang was initially pleased, but his concerns soon returned. Seizing the moment, you proposed sending envoys bearing jewels to seek aid from Princess Yicheng, while volunteering to assume command of part of Yuanming's defenses, vowing to protect Yang Guang's safety at all costs. Yang Guang agreed to your request. Here it comes. It's finally here. Within the Mountain River Academy, Wang Yang's face lit up with excitement. Brother Mu has now gained the trust of Waigong Fortress. If we can capture Emperor Yang of Sui too, wouldn't that mean we've got both ends covered? It's not that simple. Zhang Mingyuan's voice was grave. If Chen Mu saves Emperor Yang this time, the Waigong fort will definitely react. But he's already lured away Chang Yuchun and Qin Xiong, so it's not a total loss. What's there to fear? Director Liu, standing nearby, was brimming with confidence. Principal, just watch. Chen Mu always acts with a plan. He must have something else up his sleeve. It must be said. Director Liu had actually guessed correctly this time. Why did Chen Mu rush over to rescue Yang Guang? Wasn't it for the credit? But credit is credit. Merit comes first, effort follows. His overnight dash to the rescue was already timely aid in dire straits. If Chen Mu could achieve some combat success under these circumstances, that credit would be well deserved. Moreover, Chen Mu's proposal had already been adopted by Emperor Yang of Sui. With Princess Yicheng playing her part, all that remained was for Li Yuan, Yindingxing, and the others to arrive. Once the two Jue forces withdrew, he would become the greatest hero of this battle. For saving the emperor's life, wouldn't a title like Duke be well deserved? Chapter 169, The Battle of Yuan-Ming Pass. Your humble servant, Li Shimen, pays his respects to the general. Within Yuan-Ming City, Chen Mu gazed upon the great general before him. This man was no ordinary figure. Yang Guang trusted two ministers above all others, Yuan Shu and Lai Hur, who stood before him now. Whether it was the 3 campaigns against Goguryeo or the suppression of Yang Xuangong's rebellion, this man had participated in both, and was known to be deeply favored by Emperor Yang Guang of Sui. And part of the reason Chen Mu had come this time was precisely to seek him out. For only by befriending Lai Hur could he hope to have the man speak favorably of him before Yang Guang, thereby achieving his own objectives. You are the second son of the Duke of Tang? Lai Hur, clad in full armor, glanced at Chen Mu and nodded. At just 15 years old, commanding 1,000 men with such courage, you're quite impressive. General, you flatter me. Chen Mu didn't even lift his head. His Majesty has issued an edict.
We, as his subjects, must obey. Enough of this nonsense. Lai Hur clearly wasn't one for small talk. His expression turned stern. I heard from His Majesty that you requested to defend the city and repel the enemy. But with just over 1,000 men, do you truly believe you can drive back the Turks? Of course not. Chen Mu shook his head. However, when I arrived, my father and General Yun Dingxing had already led reinforcements. And behind them stand countless soldiers of the Great Sui dynasty. Therefore, as long as we hold Yuan-Ming Pass, His Majesty can rest easy. Good lad. Lai Hur studied Chen Mu for a moment longer before nodding. Very well. This general grants you permission to join the battle. But since you've joined my ranks, you must obey all orders. If anyone dares to retreat in battle or collude with the Turks, don't blame this general for punishing them by military law. Chen Mu was instantly speechless. Damn it! No wonder he sensed some hostility from Lai Hur. Turns out he was mistaken for a Turkic spy deliberately planted here. But Chen Mu wouldn't bother defending himself. After all, 1,000 words couldn't match the proof of battle. He received his orders. Chen Mu immediately returned to muster his troops and assign tasks. He hadn't come this time with only Chang Yuchun, Yu Qigong, and Qin Xiong in tow. He'd also brought his third sister, Li Sunying, and her husband, Chai Xiao. Even Li Yuanbai and Chine Sun Wuji had accompanied him, for there were still many matters requiring people to run errands far and wide. It could be said, Chen Mu had staked the success or failure of this entire mission on this operation. Third sister, brother-in-law. Chen Mu turned first to Li Xiaoning and Chai Xiao, his expression serious. I've already received military orders from General Huer. From here on, our 1,000-strong force will split into 2 units and rotate in combat. I have only one thing to say, no matter who the other commanders defending the city are, we must outshine them. Rest assured, second brother. Li Xiaoning, clad in full military gear, gave a cold laugh. With you and third brother here, even if Yanmen City falls, we'll still fight our way out. Don't be such a jinx. Chen Mu shook his head hastily. Though Yang Guang had narrowly escaped disaster in history, who could guarantee no unexpected twists would arise in this simulated scenario? Stealing his nerves, Chen Mu turned his gaze to Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin. Shang Jijie, Qin Shubao. After a moment's deliberation, Chen Mu spoke in a solemn tone. What needed to be said, I have already told you both. With the Turks besieging the city, this is truly not the right moment to assassinate Yang Guang. But I can assure you both. Once we weather this crisis, should such an opportunity arise again in the future, you may do as you please. Agreed. Let our word be our bond. Chang Yaojin nodded emphatically, while Qin Xiong, after a moment's hesitation, gave a slight nod of his own. Seeing this, Chen Mu wasted no more thought and immediately declared, in that case, let's start with a bang. Yuan Ba, Yuchi, it'll be up to you two to show what you're made of. Second brother, rest assured. Rest assured, second young master. Li Yuanbai and Yu Qigong's expressions lit up with excitement, eager to prove themselves. Soon, Chen Mu led the over 1,000 men who had rushed here to take up positions on the Yanmen city walls, securing a section of the defenses. Originally, this was merely a corner of Yanmen city. Losing this section of the wall would have been insignificant. But as fate would have it, the Turkic army, as if coordinated with Chen Mu, chose this very section of the wall without warning as their breach point and launched a frenzied assault. This was hardly unexpected. After all, Chen Mu and his men's earlier actions had already been a humiliation to the Turks. The Turkic forces besieging Yanmen city now numbered at least 100,000. Even a small detachment could easily crush Chen Mu's 1,000-strong cavalry. But just then, this very morning, Chen Mu and his men, relying on their exceptional skills and audacity, had forcibly broken through the Turkic forces' multiple lines of defense and successfully reached Yanmen city. Such an act was tantamount to slapping Khan Shibi across the face. Thus, when Chen Mu appeared on the city walls with his troops, he immediately faced targeted retaliation from the Turks. But, far from intimidating Chen Mu, this only filled him with greater delight. Charge! Upon the ramparts, Li Yuanba, wielding his golden melon hammer, resembled a god of slaughter. No matter how many Turkic soldiers stormed the ramparts, he effortlessly repelled them. Die! On one flank, Yu Qigong wielding his lance stood as solid as a bronze wall. Compared to Li Yuanba, his moves were simple and brutal. Yet, that heavy lance felt weightless in his hands, each swing striking a vital point, delivering a fatal blow. Second brother, let your sister see if your archery has improved. Li Xiaoning, clad in full military attire, looked strikingly heroic as she held her great bow and extended the invitation. Chen Mu merely shook his head and smiled. Compete with him in archery? Did she even know what it meant to be a master archer? Whoosh! An arrow whizzed past Cheng Yaojin's ear with pinpoint accuracy, striking the Turkic soldier behind him in an instant. Turning to look, Cheng Yaojin, axe in hand, burst into laughter. My deepest gratitude for saving my life, second young master. Form ranks. Beside him, Qin Xiong was equally determined. Though Chen Mu's 800 elite warriors had been trained by Su Shiji, they had always been led by Qin Xiong during their time at Weigong. Years of life and death battles had forged an unbreakable bond between them. Yet, barely had the battle commenced. These 800 elite warriors had already left Li Xiaoning and Chaishao's several hundred men far behind. When did my second brother require such an elite force? Chaisha, already well versed in military affairs, recognized the elite status of the 800 warriors at a single glance. But no matter how he pondered it, he couldn't fathom how Chen Mu had trained them. Hadn't that lad been honing his martial skills at home all this time? Third brother-in-law. Changsun Wuji chuckled. Have you ever wondered why brother Qin Xiong followed him? A slight hint. Chaisha suddenly understood. He had known for years that his brother-in-law was no ordinary man, especially in his uncannily precise grasp of the grand trends of the realm. Now it seemed. Unwittingly, they had all been drawn into the war wagon by this second son of the Duke of Tang. When he recalled the scattered hints Chen Mu had dropped over the years, it seemed Shimon already harbors ambitions to swallow the heavens. He sighed in admiration. Chaisha drew his bow and arrow, joining his wife Li Xiaoning in battle. These scenes also fell silently into the eyes of Lai Hor watching from afar. It seems this lad isn't a Turkic spy after all. Lai Hor breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, he glanced again with a hint of surprise. Wait a minute, in such a short time, they've already killed hundreds? Chapter 170, granting him the title of Duke? Lai Hor's astonishment persisted. Perhaps because Chen Mu and his men fought with such ferocity, the Turkic Shibikan flew into a rage, ordering all tribes to attack in relentless waves. This directly plunged Chen Mu and his men into relentless, high-intensity combat. Though grueling, their military achievements skyrocketed. Within a single hour, over 1,000 corpses littered the ramparts defended by Chen Mu and his men. The vast majority were Turks, with only a handful being suicide soldiers or troops brought by Li Xiaoning. 2 hours later, Chen Mu and his men's tally of kills had skyrocketed to 3,000. Among them, Chen Mu's performance stood out the most. After all, he only needed to continuously draw his bow and shoot arrows to effortlessly mow down the enemy troops. For others, firing dozens or even hundreds of arrows would have exhausted their strength. Yet Chen Mu's unrivaled mounted archery granted him almost supernatural archery skills, conserving immense stamina with every draw and release. Originally, Chen Mu's arrows had been exhausted early on, but upon witnessing his astonishing marksmanship, Lai Hor specifically ordered men to deliver replenishments. By now, several soldiers were assigned solely to transport arrows for Chen Mu. Moreover, Lai Hor himself had come running over. Good lad. Watching the Turkic army retreat like a receding tide once more, Lai Hor couldn't help but exclaim, "How many heads did you take just now? 300? I can't remember." Chen Mu chose to play dumb, replying with feigned earnestness, "The credit for this victory lies with the general's skillful command and the soldiers' willingness to fight to the death." Shimon merely hid behind everyone and fired a few cold arrows, hardly a feat worth mentioning. Ha ha ha. Lai Hor shot Chen Mu a surprised glance. Most others would be terrified of having their military achievements stolen, but this young man was quite something. By the sound of it, he wanted to give the credit to him? Li Shimon, are you suggesting we share the credit? Lai Hor asked directly. Chen Mu replied calmly, "General, how can this be considered yielding? Without the united efforts of all the soldiers, how could my 1,000 men alone have held back the Turkic assault? Besides, without the general commanding us, how could we ever have the chance to fight the enemy on the battlefield?" Excellent! Excellent! Lai Hor beamed with delight, turning to shout, "Servants! Bring wine and meat to reward the men of second young Master Li. Li Shimon, I see your troops are well trained. Why not make them our reserve force? Wherever the call for reinforcements comes, you shall rush to that place. What do you say? The general's command, we dare not refuse." Chen Mu's face lit up. Though being treated as a firefighting unit might increase casualties, it also signified Lai Hor's recognition of his capabilities. With that endorsement, everything else would fall into place. For instance, Wu Ji. After receiving Lai Hor's military orders, Chen Mu summoned Changsun Wuji and said solemnly, "Are all the items we brought still with us? Tonight, you will personally deliver them to General Lai Hor's residence. Remember, no one else must know of this matter. Rest assured, young master." Changsun Wuji nodded hastily. Soon after, the relevant simulation data materialized before him. Simulation, late August, Year 3. You gained fame in a single battle during the defense of Yuan-Ming Pass. Seizing this opportunity, you presented General Jian Luo with a batch of high-concentration alcohol. This substance effectively reduces soldier casualties and can be diluted with water to serve as fine wine. Several days later, your father Li Yuan and General Yun Dingxing of the left garrison guard arrived with reinforcements. They adopted your suggestion, stretching the marching formation to make the banners stretch for tens of miles, creating the illusion of a massive army gathering. Simultaneously, envoys dispatched by Emperor Yang of Sui located Princess Yicheng, who had married into the Turkic tribe, and secured her support. In September, upon realizing Yuan-Ming Pass remained unconquered despite prolonged siege and Sui reinforcements steadily growing, the Turkic Shibikan reluctantly withdrew his forces. Emperor Yang of Sui, Yang Guang, was overjoyed and summoned you once more as the foremost meritorious minister. When this simulated message appeared, the students from Shanghai University were overjoyed, but Lu Ziang, who had been watching closely, sank into despair.
Damn it, why me? Lu Ziang couldn't take it anymore. Just moments ago,
when he saw Chen Mu rushing to Yuan-Ming commandery to rescue the emperor, Lu Ziang had secretly hoped Chen Mu would die in the Turkic army's assault.
But now, not only did Chen Mu survive, but he claimed the top military merit.
This was a genuine military achievement.
Especially, Chen Mu had been summoned once more by Emperor Yang of Sui. This clearly signaled an impending lavish bestowal of honors. Wait. Lu Ziang suddenly remembered something and exclaimed with delight, "Folks, Emperor Yang of Sui was a tyrant. Could it be possible he'd grow jealous of Chen Mu and seize the chance to eliminate him?" The few people in Lu Ziang's livestream were instantly speechless. No way, bro. Even if that's what you think, just blurting it out like that. Are you really not afraid of getting flamed by netizens? Sure enough. No sooner had Lu Ziang uttered those words than he noticed a flood of new comments on his past works. You idiot.
Chen Mu worked so hard to get where he is, and here you are, cursing him behind his back.
Can't you just let people succeed? Exactly.
You're brain dead enough on your own, but you still spend every day trying to sabotage others.
You're just plain stupid and evil. This is hilarious.
I never wanted to give this guy a single penny, but now I just can't hold back.
Lu Ziang, UFING. Ha, everyone, don't be so hard on Lu.
He's the big shot who simulated several minutes in the Three Kingdoms dungeon.
Lu, stop barking like a dog.
If you're so tough, try opening a hell-level dungeon yourself.
The barrage of insults instantly made Lu Ziang's face flush crimson.
He held his breath for a long moment. He finally sneered coldly, "Stop barking like dogs, all of you. If I had a Taiyan's general simulator, I'd definitely rack up some kills too.
If you're so confident, send me a simulator.
Then I'll show you what real skill looks like."
You idiot. You tried to scam me into paying for bullet comments, and now you want to scam me out of a simulator?
Netizens instantly saw through Lu Ziang's scheme, promptly capturing his livestream and dumping it online.
Soon, Lu Ziang became an overnight sensation. But
his livestream remained as deserted as ever, while the comments section was completely flooded by netizens.
Worse still, some netizens who knew Lu Ziang's home address took drastic action. Before long, Lu Ziang suddenly went offline. But let's set aside Lu Ziang's ordeal for now.
At this very moment, Chen Mu was once again meeting Emperor Yang of Sui within Fenyang Palace. But the Yang Guang who had wept until his eyes were swollen at Yanmen City had now fully regained his imperial majesty.
Duke of Tang, you've certainly given our great Sui dynasty a fine son. Seated upon the dragon throne.
Yang Guang gazed at Li Yuan and his son with a pleased expression. After praising Li Yuan, Yang Guang turned to Chen Mu and said solemnly, "Li Shimen, General Hur has already stated. In this battle at Yuanmen Pass, you deserve the foremost credit. Now, tell me what reward you desire.
As long as it is not unreasonable, I shall grant it."
"Your servant dares not." Chen Mu hastily interjected, "Your Majesty is the sovereign ruler, while I am but a humble subject.
It is my natural duty to protect your Majesty. How could there be any merit in that? However,
the Turks have committed heinous crimes by daring to offend your Majesty. This humble servant begs to lead an army against them. Should the Turks dare invade again, I shall march to their very lair, slaughter that Shibi Khan, and avenge your Majesty."
Excellent. Excellent.
Yang Guan listened, his heart swelling with delight.
He slapped the dragon throne and turned to Lai Hur with a smile. "General, how should I reward this second princely? His father is already the Duke of Tang. How about granting Li Shimen the title of Duke of Qin?" Chapter 171, Showdown. Will father kill me? Bestow another duke's title upon Li Shimen? When Yang Guang uttered these words, everyone present was utterly shocked.
Even Li Yuan stared at Chen Mu in disbelief, utterly unable to fathom how his son could have such incredible luck. But for Chen Mu, this wasn't luck at all. Ever since he raced through the night to reinforce Yuanmen Pass, Chen Mu had been methodically advancing his plan. For instance, when Chang Sun Wuji sought an audience with Lai Hur, he not only delivered high-proof spirits and fine wines but also presented vast quantities of gold. All this wealth had been painstakingly earned by Chang Sun Wuji and his third sister, Li Sunying, through the sale of liquor. Then, during the lull in defending against the Turks, Chen Mu repeatedly proposed launching attacks from both Shanxi and Shanxi provinces. By pincering and harassing the Turks, they could turn the passive defense into an offensive, avenging today's humiliation. Of course, the most crucial point was that Chen Mu attributed all the credit for the Yanmen defense to Lai Hur. Facing such a resourceful, capable, and remarkably young subordinate, Lai Hur was naturally inclined to return the favor. So, on Emperor Yang Guang's return journey to Fenyang Palace, Lai Hur lavishly praised Chen Mu, even invoking the ancient tale of buying horsebones for 1,000 gold pieces to urge the emperor to bestow lavish rewards upon him. This, Lai argued, would secure the loyalty of the Sui dynasty's soldiers.
At that moment, Li Yuan, Yundingxing, and others present were already beginning to envy Chen Mu. "Your Majesty!"
Li Yuan hurried forward, bowing deeply. My son is still young, barely 15 or 16. Such overwhelming wealth and honor would overwhelm him. As Shimon has stated, Your Majesty is the sovereign, while we are all subjects. For a subject to die for his sovereign is the natural order of things. Why such an elaborate bestowal of honors? I implore Your Majesty to reconsider. Shut your mouth. Yang Guang rose from the dragon throne and sneered coldly, Well done, Li Yuan. Are you afraid your own son might surpass you? Had your second son not arrived in time at Yuan-Ming Pass, I nearly forgot to seek aid from Princess Cheng. And if not for his counsel, how would the Turks have withdrawn their forces? Now that Li Shimon has achieved such great merit, if this emperor fails to bestow rewards, would that not chill the hearts of our soldiers? I intend to show the world that as long as one is willing to serve the court, I will not be stingy with rewards. What is a mere duke? At this point, Yang Guang turned to Chen Mu and declared gravely, Li Shimon, heed my command. Should you ever vanquish the Turks, I shall not only infeth you as a duke but also crown you Prince of the North. Then, while I rule the central plains, you shall assist me in subduing all who refuse to submit. What say you? Your Majesty's command is law, this subject dares not refuse. Chen Mu's heart blossomed with joy. Soon, new simulation data appeared. At the end of the third simulation year, you achieved great merit in the Battle of Yuan-Ming Pass. Yet you remained humble, crediting all achievements to the Commander-in-Chief, Daihur, and seized the opportunity to forge a strong bond with him. After the Turkic forces withdrew, Emperor Yang Guang of Sui was greatly pleased and resolved to lavishly reward his meritorious subjects. You were infeft as the Duke of Qin. Though the title of Duke in the Sui dynasty held only nominal prestige, it would prove immensely advantageous during the chaotic final years of the dynasty. Moreover, Yang Guang entrusted you and your father with the crucial task of punishing the Turks, ordering you to launch a pincer attack from Shaanxi and Shaanxi to avenge the humiliation at Yuan-Ming Pass. Your father was deeply troubled by this, believing that neither he nor you possessed the strength to defeat the Turks. He even accused you of making a grave mistake in accepting the title of Duke of Qin, warning that such envy could easily invite disaster. This brief simulated message left the group from Shanghai Academy frozen in place. Holy crap, he's already being made a duke? Wang Yang stared at Chen Mu in the simulation pod in disbelief, blurting out, How did you pull this off, Mu? This actually worked? Don't forget Chen Mu has been training relentlessly all this time. Principal Zhang Mingyuan sighed deeply. They say silence speaks volumes, this must be what they mean. Indeed. Director Lu couldn't help but chuckle. I always wondered why Chen Mu chose to be confined. Turns out he was preparing all along to make his name in this battle. But isn't he worried Emperor Yang Guang might suddenly change his mind and not grant him any rewards? At this point, Director Lu suddenly realized something. Chen Mu was arguably the most well-rounded simulation specialist he'd ever encountered. Whether it came to military strategy or statecraft, he could adapt his approach based on the specific circumstances of the simulated world. Since Chen Mu had expressed his desire to strike out on his own long ago, would he not have made preparations? In fact, not only had Director Lu figured it out, but viewers in the livestream chat had also caught on to Chen Mu's plan. Wow! Chen Mu really pulled off something impressive this time. Being granted the title of Duke in a single battle, that's no small feat in any dynasty, right? Not surprising, really it was a life-saving feat. With the Sui dynasty already in chaos and Emperor Yang Guang's loyal generals dwindling, this Duke title is mostly for show. Exactly. Did you notice the simulation specifically mentioned the Duke title comes with no real power? It's mostly just an empty title with zero benefits. And they expect Chen Mu to help the Sui fight the Turks with that? I suspect brother Chen Mu never intended to seek rewards in the first place. Or perhaps his true goal was always to establish himself in Guangzhong. Don't forget, Guangzhong was the linchpin of the Tang dynasty's rise. Wow, brother Chen Mu has the Waigong fortress in one hand, the Guangzhong Longxi plains in the other, and now he's got the Duke's title and command of troops. It'll be hard for him not to soar to new heights from here. You gotta hand it to them. This generation of netizens has some real insight. Back when he was at Yuan-Ming Pass, chatting casually with Lai Hur, he repeatedly stated he didn't need gold, silver, jewels, or high office and generous salary. All he wanted was the authority to command troops to defend the frontier. Even without the Duke's title, as long as Chen Mu gained entry into Guangzhong and command of troops, he'd be satisfied. From this moment onward, his path forward would no longer be constrained by his cheap old man, Li Yuan. He could pursue whatever he desired. But for now, Chen Mu hadn't reached the point of openly defying Li Yuan. In truth, he had no intention of doing so. After all, the gimmick of a single family holding two Duke of the State titles proved remarkably useful in these chaotic times. At that moment, within the Li residence in Jinyang, Li Yuan gazed at Chen Mu with displeasure, sighing helplessly, Shimon, you've been a bit too hasty this time. I know you yearn to achieve great deeds and demonstrate your abilities. But have you considered the current situation? The Wangang rebellion still plagues the central plains, and Do Jianda has emerged in Hebei. These rebels alone are enough to cause headaches. Now you want to provoke the Turks? Khan Shibi commands 1,000,000 mighty warriors. With just a few hundred men at your disposal, how do you intend to fight them? I never said we must fight. Chen Mu spread his hands wide and spoke earnestly. Father, consider this, should chaos engulf the realm, what could Jinyang alone possibly accomplish? You. Li Yuan's expression shifted slightly. His eyes darted nervously toward the doorway. He quickly rose to close the door, then whispered urgently, Li Shimen, what nonsense are you spouting? Though rebel forces are rising everywhere now, the great sway hasn't fallen yet. If such words were overheard by those with ulterior motives, aren't you afraid we'd both lose our lives? I'm not afraid. Chen Mu pointed outside the window and chuckled. Qin Xiong and Yuchi Gong are guarding the entrance. Chang Yuchun is covering the back window. No one will know what we've discussed. Li Yuan's face instantly drained of color. Amidst his hesitation, Chen Mu no longer bothered to pretend. He stated bluntly, Father, you once suspected me of colluding with the Weigong rebels. Now I can tell you it's true. Qin Shubao and Chang Jijie are both veteran generals of Weigong. Not long ago, Yuchi Jingda also went to Weigong to hone his combat skills. And the 800 soldiers I lead this time? They were also recalled from Weigong. Father fears rebellion, but our Li clan has long since begun its rebellion. Now I ask you just one thing. Father, do you intend to conceal this matter for me, or will you offer my head to claim credit and rewards? Chapter 172, Lu Wenjing, confirmed by the look in his eyes. Within the Li residence, Chen Mu and Li Yuan stood facing each other, neither yielding an inch. He could clearly sense that his old man was genuinely contemplating murder. After all, rebellion in these times meant losing your head. Li Heir himself didn't care, but Li Yuan had to consider the fate of the entire Li clan. But now, Chen Mu suddenly placed the choice in Li Yuan's hands. Though called a choice, Li Yuan knew full well, with his limited skills, how could he possibly overpower his second son under the protection of Qin Xiong, Yuchi Gong, and Cheng Yaojin? A long silence fell. Li Yuan slumped down wearily and sighed, You've been spoiled rotten. It's all because your third sister has pampered you since childhood. Becoming Duke of Qin has certainly changed you. Now you dare talk back to your old man. Not at all, not at all. Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Father, have some tea. Calm down. So it seems you won't be reporting me as a rebel after all? How could I report you? Li Yuan blared, plotting rebellion is a capital offense punishable by extermination of 9 generations. Even if His Majesty shows leniency, our Li family will still be implicated. If I'm not mistaken, your third sister and my capable son-in-law must have been involved in this as well, correct? Correct. Chen Mu nodded. Third sister has been preparing in Guangzhou for days and has already established connections with rebel forces across the land. Once the time is right, your son will raise the banner of rebellion in Guangzhou and Longxi. At that moment, I hope Father will rise up simultaneously, so we may coordinate our efforts from within and without. You. Seeing Chen Mu begin to elaborate on the details of the rebellion, Li Yuan grew visibly anxious. You ungrateful son. Are you now giving orders to your father? The Turkic matter remains unresolved. Don't you fear being attacked from both fronts? Do you really think Khan Shibi is made of clay? The Turkic issue can wait. Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. They know full well they can't conquer the Central Plains. They're likely just after treasure. Of course, I still hope Father will spare more thought to temporarily pacify the Turks. You. Li Yuan was so furious he couldn't bring himself to speak. It seemed his second son was determined to strike out on his own. He grunted in frustration. Li Yuan finally sneered coldly, though you now hold the title of Duke, the Guangzhou Longxi region is rife with powerful aristocratic clans. Even I would find it impossible to gain a foothold there. Do you truly believe a wet-bearded youth like you could ever gain a foothold there? Of course I can. Chen Mu's smile grew broader. Third sister and third brother-in-law have already secretly contacted the local aristocratic families. They all hold Father in the highest regard. If Father objects to me leveraging your name, then feel free to make today's events public. Then I shall be utterly disgraced. Li Yuan was utterly speechless. He had come to realize that his second son, who weighed barely 100 pounds, must have at least 80 or 90 pounds of treasonous bones within him. Yet, ironically, Li Yuan knew such matters must never be revealed, and he had no choice but to cover for the boy. After bottling it up for ages, he finally managed to squeeze out a few words. If you want to do something, go ahead and do it. If you dare rebel in the future, your father will lead the troops to eliminate you in the name of justice. Go then. Since you refuse to stay at home, then go out and make your mark. I'll be watching to see if you can live up to the title of Duke. Thank you for your understanding, Father. Chen Mu bowed deeply, then departed with a carefree smile. His goal was actually quite simple. As long as Li Yuan didn't cause trouble for him, that would suffice. Stepping out of the room, Qin Xiong, Yuchi Gong, and Cheng Yaojin approached him. Second young master, how did it go? Cheng Yaojin asked with concern, did you manage to persuade the old duke? Yes, I did. Chen Mu nodded with a smile. Come on, let's head to the storeroom to move things. Soon. Chen Mu led his remaining 300 loyal guards straight to the Jinyang storehouse. After all, Li Yuan had abandoned him now. Naturally, he'd seize this chance to fleece the sheep a little more. Of course. Chen Mu wasn't here to rob his own father. All he needed were horses, provisions, and weapons and armor. After all, once he left this time, he wouldn't be able to obtain support from Li Yuan for a long time to come. But such matters were of little consequence to Chen Mu. Once he entered the pass, he would naturally find ways to acquire the supplies and provisions he needed. No sooner had he arrived at the storehouse. Chen Mu spotted an unexpected figure. His dear elder brother, the first crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, Li Jiancheng. Second brother. Li Jiancheng dismounted with a cold smile. Father foresaw your intentions long ago, which is why he specifically sent me here to guard the storehouse. If you know what's good for you, you'll turn around and go back where you came from. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Chen Mu sneered coldly, you dare not kneel before this duke? Yuchi, throw him out. Li Jiancheng's smile froze instantly. Though he and Chen Mu had clashed many times before, Chen Mu had never once dared show him disrespect in everyday interactions. But now? Was this brat seriously planning a rebellion? Li Shimen. Lifted like a chicken by Yuchi Gong, Li Jincheng trembled with rage. Are you plotting rebellion? Do you think I won't go back and tell father right now? I'll have you punished for the crime of high treason. Get out. Yuchi Gong kicked him down, sending Li Jincheng crashing face first into the dirt. Just as he was about to explode, Li Jincheng suddenly spotted another figure nearby. He immediately shouted, Lord Lu, come quickly. My second brother intends to plunder the Jinyang treasury. He dares to show such disrespect to his elder brother. Chen Mu looked over with a headache. Unexpectedly. The official in the distance paid no heed to Li Jiancheng. Instead, his face lit up with delight as he called out, is that the newly appointed Duke of Qin, Li Shimen? Indeed. Chen Mu had already guessed the man's identity and immediately bowed his hands in greeting, smiling as he asked, is this Lord Lu Wenjing, magistrate of Jinyang? Ha ha ha. Lu Wenjing's face lit up with delight. I've long heard of the second Prince Li's fame, but only today have I had the honor of meeting you. Truly, you live up to your reputation as the young Duke of Qin. Ashamed, truly ashamed. Chen Mu feigned solemnity. I am but a mere warrior. My achievements are merely a stroke of good fortune. How could I compare to Lord Lu, who has brought such blessings to this region? My father often spoke of you during his visits to Jinyang, yet we never had the chance to meet. I beg your forgiveness, Lord Lu. Why bring this up now? Lu Wenjing had already approached, supporting Chen Mu's arm as he smiled. Young Master Li, what are you and your brother? We've made a spectacle of ourselves before Lord Lu. Chen Mu sighed. His Majesty commanded me to defend Shanxi against the Turks. I thought I'd come collect some weapons and armor. After all, the heavens and earth may be vast, but they cannot outweigh the Emperor's decree. That makes sense. Lu Wenjing glanced at Li Jiancheng beside him and said sternly, my esteemed nephew Jiancheng, could it be you were unaware this was His Majesty's decree? Or are you knowingly disobeying it, defying the imperial command? Li Jiancheng nearly vomited. Damn it! Not only had those two just engaged in mutual flattery right in front of him, but now they were trying to pin the label of disobeying the imperial decree on him? Just as he was about to protest, Lu Wenjing completely ignored Li Jiancheng and personally led Chen Mu into the storeroom. While the soldiers moved supplies, Chen Mu and Lu Wenjing exchanged a few brief words. Though they didn't say much, they knew each other inside out. The reason was simple. Lu Wenjing was related by marriage to Li Mi, the rising star of Waigong Fortress, and had recently been anxious about losing his official position. Coincidentally, although Chen Mu already had Changsun Wuji assisting with affairs, the latter was still too young, just like Chen Mu himself, and often unsuitable for many formal occasions. Lu Wenjing, however, was different. Historically, he was a key advisor to Li Shimen in his early years. If Chen Mu could secure this man's support now. Just as he pondered how to win him over, Lu Wenjing glanced warily around and said in a deep voice, Young Duke, there is something I wish to ask your counsel about. I've heard that during the Waigong uprising years ago, there was a descendant of a duke named Li Er. Do you know who that was? I have no knowledge of that. Chen Mu smiled faintly. I have heard that Li Mi of Waigong had a relative by marriage surnamed Lu. Has your excellency heard of him? No. Lu Wenjing hastily waved his hands. Though neither admitted it, their eyes locked instantly. Their eyes confirmed it both were people with stories to tell. Chapter 173, Support Lost? Fong and do come over. Chen Mu hadn't expected it either. Lu Wenjing would abruptly resign and flee, choosing to follow him without a second thought. At that moment, on the road from Jinyang to Guangzhou, Lu Wenjing sat in the carriage, watching Chen Mu pour out the fine wine. Second young master. Lu Wenjing looked curiously at him. This wine is crystal clear, yet its aroma is so rich. Where does it come from? Homemade. Chen Mu smiled mysteriously. Back in Luoyang years ago, I specially commissioned someone to find the recipe for Dukong wine. Then I used the distillation method. Be careful, Lord Lu. This wine packs a punch, don't overindulge. Gulp. Lu Wenjing downed the entire cup in one gulp. Before long, his face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, "Fine wine! Truly fine wine!" Seeing that his companion seemed unburdened, Chen Mu poured several more cups and chuckled, "Lord Lu trusts this humble one so deeply, doesn't he fear I might betray him later? Why should I?" Lu Wenjing chuckled, "If second young master Li wants to claim credit, all he needs to do is lure out a few heroes from Weigong. Why go through all this trouble to mess with me, Lu Wenjing? Besides, you're already a duke. Do you really care about such minor merits? You're quite the philosopher." Chen Mu chuckled. "Look at those men leading our column. On the left is Qin Xiong, Uncle Qin, and on the right is Cheng Yaojin. Since you know my identity, Lord Lu, you must have heard of them too?" Whoa! Lu Wenjing was startled. He'd only been linked to the Weigong rebels, never imagined this young duke would actually harbor a rebel leader. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Wenjing asked incredulously, "Second young master, how did you persuade them to join you in rescuing His Majesty? Did you dope them up with some kind of mind-altering potion?" "Not at all." Chen Mu shook his head and smiled. "Years ago, Su Maogong and I discussed. Though Weigong is powerful now, it's unlikely to achieve anything truly significant. So I merely prepared a fallback option for the heroes of Weigong." "Brilliant." Lu Wenjing gave Chen Mu a deep look. He had heard that this second young master Li had joined Weigong when he was merely 12 years old. And now, at just 15 or 16, he'd already been granted the title of duke. If he were given another 3 or 5 years to develop, wouldn't that mean? Second young master. Lu Wenjing suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He immediately bowed and said, "Your decision to dispatch troops to rescue the emperor was nothing short of a stroke of genius. I doubt that old emperor ever imagined his most trusted young hero would turn out to be the court's greatest threat. This is perfect timing. The fertile lands of Guanzhong stretch for thousands of miles, ideal for both offense and defense. Once the timing is right, we can seize it in one decisive move. If the old duke Li could coordinate his forces here in Jinyang, we could then dominate the north and sweep away all rivals." Speaking of the old duke, no immediate concerns. Chen Mu offered no concealment, replying with a smile, "But at best, he'll remain indifferent. He's unlikely to aid us. That will suffice." Lu Wenjing roared with laughter. "Entering the pass this time, second young master, is like a mighty dragon plunging into the sea or a tiger charging up a mountain. Rest assured, young master. Though Wenjing lacks great talent, I do have some close friends and connections to several prominent clans. While I cannot promise their full support, I am confident I can persuade them." "Excellent." Chen Mu clapped his hands. "Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Lu." As the two men exchanged mutual admiration, a convoy soon caught up. The arrivals were none other than third sister Li Xiaoning and third brother Li Yuanba, accompanied by the siblings Changsun Wuji and Changsun Wuyo. "Husband." The future Empress Changsun beamed with joy. "My brother said I'm now the wife of a duke. This whole journey feels like a dream." "What kind of dream?" Chen Mu laughed heartily. "My Guanyin concubine possesses the bearing of a queen. A mere duke's wife? She's not worthy of you. Don't get too cocky." Li Xiaoning spurred his horse forward, smiling as he said, "Father was quite upset this time. Your brother-in-law is still at home trying to persuade him." "Don't worry, third sister." Chen Mu was brimming with confidence. "You know father's nature. If you don't push him to the edge, he'll just keep dithering indefinitely. By the way, regarding the righteous army in Guanzhong." "Don't worry." Li Xiaoning chuckled softly, "We've already made arrangements with them. They won't interfere with your plans when the time comes." "That's good to hear." Chen Mu nodded firmly. This matter directly affected his future supply lines. There was no room for carelessness. Soon, new simulation data appeared. Simulation Year 4, you depart from Jinyang, Shaanxi, heading straight for Shaanxi. You encounter Jinyang County Magistrate Lu Wenjing, and they hit it off at first sight. Lu Wenjing decisively resigns his post to join your cause. Upon reaching Shaanxi, with the help of your third sister Li Xiaoning, you replenished your troops, expanding your forces to 3,000 men. Over the years, Li Suning and her brother-in-law Chai Xiao had already sent envoys to connect with rebel forces across Shaanxi. Together, you orchestrated a coordinated campaign. Righteous armies seized cities and lands across the region, harassing the great clans. You emerged as a savior to rescue them, earning boundless gratitude. Some astute observers sensed something fishy, but they kept quiet, instead deciding that investing in you at just 16 years old was worthwhile. But soon, you faced a new problem. The Weigong army, hearing of your rescue of Emperor Yang Guang of Sui, believed you had betrayed Weigong. Fortunately, figures like Zhai Rang stood firm in defending you. Days later, Li Mi exploited this incident to force Zhai Rang to step down. You knew that after losing your father Li Yuan's backing, you'd now forfeited the Weigong faction's support too. The path ahead would be yours alone to walk. A long string of simulated information caused several individuals within the Mountain River Academy to frown. Though Chen Mu now held the title of duke, the chaotic final years of the Sui dynasty had quietly begun. If Chen Mu couldn't rapidly build his strength, he'd likely struggle to gain sufficient capital in the future. Great. Just great. In a modest residence in Luo City, Lu Ziang, his face bruised and swollen, stubbornly launched another livestream. Though his stream was completely empty, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. You guys see this? Chen Mu was really screwed this time. He finally earned the Weigong army's trust, only to be branded a traitor now and dragged Zhai Rang into losing his power. And just for that empty title of Duke of Qin, he's lost Li Yuan's backing. Without Li Yuan, what good is Chen Mu's combat prowess? In this game, power is everything. If Chen Mu had heard Lu Ziang's rant, he would have chuckled softly. Power dynamics matter in chaotic times? Didn't the most powerful figure, Emperor Yang of Sui, ultimately meet his end at the hands of Yuan Huaji? If we're really talking about it. In times of chaos, talent is paramount. Take this, he'd only been in the Guanlong Plains for a few short months, yet numerous major clans had already sent people to assist him. Among them were figures renowned in his previous life. Take Fang Xianling, for instance, or Du Ruhui. Chapter 174, Chaos Erupts, Chen Mu's Ambitions. Fang Xianling of Qinghe pays his respects to the young duke. Du Ruhui of the Du clan greets the second Prince Li. Within the Li family estate in Hui County, Chen Mu met two literary statesmen who would later become renowned figures in the Tang Dynasty. Ever since Emperor Yang of Sui was besieged at Yuan-Ming Pass, it had become clear to all that the Sui dynasty's days were numbered. After all, though many troops had joined the campaign to rescue the emperor, many were merely advancing haltingly, taking the opportunity to watch and wait. What were they waiting for? Whether Emperor Yang Guang would have the fortune to survive, of course. If he did survive, the worst they'd face would be a charge of failing to rescue the emperor. A scapegoat could easily be found among their subordinates. But if he didn't survive? Then the commanders leading troops across the land would have many options. At the very least, they could carve out their own territories and declare themselves kings. At the very most, they could seize the throne outright. After all, hadn't the northern and southern dynasties before the Sui Empire followed precisely this path? It was precisely this hesitation among the various factions that presented Chen Mu with the perfect opportunity. After all, he was the only one who arrived in time when Emperor Yang was trapped. 1,000 troops might not seem like much, but daring to storm into Yanmen City while surrounded by 1,000,000 Turkic soldiers, not just anyone possessed that kind of courage. Therefore, the aristocratic families of Guanlong largely adopted a strategy of courting Chen Mu, this newly elevated minor duke. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were sent by various factions to test the waters. Of course. To Chen Mu, these two were no mere pebbles, they were rare and precious jade. Mr. Fang, Mr. Du. The 16-year-old Chen Mu looked at them, dismounted with a smile, and hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting. Thank you both for coming. Wuji, bring tea, the finest tea. Coming right up. Changsun Wuji promptly summoned servants to arrange hospitality, then hurriedly followed Chen Mu in ushering Fang and Du into the reception hall. Such elaborate hospitality came as a slight surprise to Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. Once both parties were seated, Fang Xianling couldn't help but speak up. Young Duke, have you heard of our names? Not only heard of us. Chen Mu laughed heartily. Who doesn't know that the Fang family produced a prodigy? And who isn't aware that the Du family boasts a pillar of the nation? Well, Fang and Du exchanged glances, still somewhat baffled. Their true purpose in coming was to gauge the intentions of this newly appointed young duke on behalf of their respective families. If terms could be agreed upon, they would naturally remain to serve him. If not, second young Master Li. Du Ruhui raised an eyebrow. You should understand the purpose of our visit, shouldn't you? Everyone knows you've been sent by His Majesty to prepare the Guangzhou Longxi region for war, to avenge the siege of Yuan-Ming Pass. But with chaos reigning across the land and people living in fear, Guangzhou has only recently enjoyed a few days of peace. The people yearn for tranquility. Launching a war rashly now would likely achieve little. I know. Chen Mu nodded with a smile. Have you two never wondered why I've delayed marching north, instead spending all this time helping quell rebellions across the land? Could it be? Fang Xianling froze, then instantly understood. Your Highness, your true intentions lie elsewhere? Suppressing bandits is a pretense, quelling rebellions is a pretense, and even engaging the Turks is a pretense? What truth or falsehood? Chen Mu shook his head again. With only 3,000 troops under my command and armor still incomplete, how could I possibly stand against the Turks' million-strong army? The bandit suppression is real. The rebellion suppression is real. It's all to temper the soldiers' resolve. If in the future, this Li were to command 1,000,000 troops, then we'll properly deal with that heart-burning threat, the Turks. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui exchanged glances once more. 1,000,000-strong army? This young duke certainly dares to dream big. If he truly had 1,000,000 troops, why would Li Shimin need to be a duke at all? And considering his age, such ambition at such a tender age, and crucially, he'd actually attained the title of duke. What would become of him in a few more years? Truly worthy of being called the young duke. Fang Xuanling's eyes flashed as he smiled. With merely 1,000 men, he dared to break through the Turkic army's blockade and fought bloody battles atop Yuan-Ming Pass for dozens of days. I hear the young duke's archery is divine, having once slain thousands of enemies. Is this true? Ah, mere empty fame. Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively. During the siege at Yuan-Ming Pass, though he personally fought every day, the actual number of enemies he slew wasn't nearly as exaggerated as claimed. After all, even with perfect accuracy, the chaos of battle made it impossible to account for every shot. Many arrows struck their targets, but whether they proved fatal remained unknown to Chen Mu. Brave and strategic, famous from a young age, yet neither arrogant nor impatient. Beside him, Du Ruhui spoke slowly. No wonder the world calls the second young master a divine being descended from heaven. Seeing him today, I realize those words are no exaggeration. He paused. Du Ruhui bowed slightly, clasping his hands before him. Du Ruhui humbly requests a minor post, to serve the second young master faithfully and contribute what little I can. I share that sentiment. Fang Xianling rose and bowed as well. I only hope the young duke will not look down upon. What disdain! Chen Mu was overjoyed and hastily returned the bow. Gentlemen, you flatter me greatly. I am young and inexperienced, often forced to improvise as I go. I sincerely hope you both will guide me in the days ahead. At present, my duke's residence hasn't even been built yet. I have neither money nor provisions, and certainly no means to secure official posts for either of you gentlemen. I humbly ask for your understanding. Not at all. Not at all. Fang Xianling laughed heartily. Young duke, there's no need for worry. My Fang family can certainly lend a hand in this matter. The Du family can do the same. Du Ruhui chuckled softly as well. With just a few words exchanged, Chen Mu promptly assigned positions to both men. Simply put, he currently commanded only 3,000 troops, and his so-called duke title was little more than a name. Therefore, Chen Mu decisively entrusted all affairs to Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, focusing solely on military development. His reason for doing so was, of course, to do everything possible to retain the two men. Indeed, though Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were currently willing to serve him, they were still far from being entirely at his beck and call. After all, they represented not only themselves but also the powerful clans behind them. Beyond Fang and Du, numerous figures from the major clans of Guanzhong and Longxi had also been dispatched, some outstanding, some mediocre, some formidable, some weak. Should Chen Mu rise to prominence in the future, these individuals would naturally claim credit for supporting a rising star. Should Chen Mu suffer defeat or perish, they could simply shift their allegiance to the next rising star. Even if they were to die in the process, their families would only suffer a slight loss of influence. Regardless, after this expansion of talent, Chen Mu had firmly established his foothold in the Guanlong region. It is now the 12th year of the Dai era, 616 AD. Figures like Li Mi, Dojianda, and Du Fuwei have already begun to make their mark, either dominating their regions or expanding their influence. And just 1 year later, countless warlords across the land would throw their weight behind the rebellion. Among them, naturally, was Chen Mu's stepfather, Li Yuan, the Duke of Tang. However, in history, Li Shimin had to plead earnestly before Li Yuan finally consented to raise the banner of rebellion. But the present-day Chen Mu had already embarked on the path of rebellion and possessed the qualifications to establish his own faction. 1 year. At this moment, Chen Mu surveyed the 3,000 soldiers he had trained, gazing toward the distant lands of Guanlong. Over the next year, he must swiftly seize control of the entire Guanlong region. Only in this way can we sweep through the realm like a storm in the days to come. Chapter 175, Li Yuan's defeat and the rush to aid. Second brother. Outside Hui City, Chen Mu, who had been preparing to lead his troops out, unexpectedly encountered his third elder sister, Li Xiaoning, who was also heading out. Accompanying her were Li Yuanba and her brother-in-law Chai Xiao, who guarded her, along with several other familiar faces. Members of the Li clan. Leading them was none other than Li Shintong, the cousin of Chen Mu's adoptive father, Li Yuan. The remaining three were Li Xiaogong, Li Daozong, and Li Daoxian. Consider this. Among the future 24 loyal ministers enshrined in the Lingyan Pavilion, Li Xiaogong ranked second only to Changsun Wuji. It could be said that half of the Tang dynasty's foundational power was secured by Li Shimin, while the other half was Li Xiaogong's contribution. Chen Mu never imagined his third sister could have won over such a formidable general. Uncle, brother. Chen Mu looked at Li Shintong and Li Xiaogong, bowing his hands in greeting with a smile. What brings you both here? Don't even mention it. Li Shintong sighed. That girl Xiao Ning wore us down with her persistent nagging, insisting that you, a duke, must be suffering terribly. This old man has soft ears, he can't stand hearing such things. Ha ha ha. Li Xiaogong, standing nearby, also clasped his hands and laughed. Shimin, third sister, practically painted you as a beggar. But uncle wouldn't let us go, so we had to sneak over. Good heavens. Chen Mu was instantly speechless. So his third sister, Li Xiaoning, really did lure them all over? While this was a good thing, still. When he last departed from Jinyang, he'd already drained a portion of his stepfather's assets. Now he was taking so many members of the Li clan with him. If Li Yuan's rebellion failed or he ended up in dire straits, wouldn't that prime feng shui spot in Jinyang, Shaanxi, be lost? Of course. There was no way he could give it back. After all, the meat is already in his mouth, why would he willingly hand it back to someone else? Instead, he could send troops to aid his stepfather Li Yuan when the need arose. This would not only smooth relations but also allow him to see if he could fleece him again later. After a moment's thought, Chen Mu smiled and said, "Third sister, uncle and brother Xiaogong have just arrived. Let them rest properly first. As for Li Daozong and Li Daoxian, you two brothers have arrived just in time. How about joining me in a little action? What do you say?" "We'd love to." Li Daozong and Li Daoxian both wore delighted expressions. Throughout history, how many men haven't yearned to achieve glory on the battlefield? Had they not followed Li Xiaoning all this way precisely to lead troops into battle and make a name for themselves? After all, the Li Shimen before them was their cousin. If they earned merit in the future, would he really shortchange them? Soon, Li Xiaoning returned to the Li family estate with Li Shintong and Li Xiaogong to rest. Chen Mu, however, led his two cousins, along with Chang Yuchun, Qin Xiong, and Yu Qigong, out to battle. The reason was simple enough. Although Chen Mu had previously established connections with various rebel forces, these were essentially tacit agreements. At this critical juncture, most were unwilling to switch allegiances, especially since there were a few troublemakers among them. Truth be told, these troublemakers were backed by major rebel factions or bandit groups. Their sole purpose was to deliberately provoke you and see how you reacted. And Chen Mu's response was, he would eliminate every last one of these troublemakers without exception. Soon, simulation data streams began appearing within the villa at Shanghai University. Simulation Year 4, leveraging the foundation laid by Third Sister in the Guanlong region, you thrived despite losing the support of Li Yuan and the Weigong rebels. Leveraging a delicate understanding with the rebel forces, you launched offensives in all directions across Guanlong, suppressing rebel armies and bandits, earning unanimous praise from local aristocratic families. They dispatched numerous talents to aid you, among whom Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui earned your special trust. Soon after, your third sister Li Sining secured the backing of your clan cousins. Your uncle Li Shintong, cousin Li Xiaogong, and younger cousins Li Daozong and Li Daoxian all came to join your cause. Upon learning this, your father Li Yuan flew into a rage and wrote threatening to sever their father-son bond. Your reply cautioned him against being misled by your elder brother Li Jianqing's slander, nearly infuriating Li Yuan to death. You crushed several rebel forces and bandit groups in the Guanlong region, rapidly expanding your military strength and secretly controlling more territory. At the end of the fourth year of the simulation, you received troubling news. Li Yuan encountered the bandit chief Lishanfi Wei Dower in Jinyang and suffered a crushing defeat in battle. You quietly led troops to his aid. A long string of simulation data left the Shanghai Academy students speechless. Especially Wang Yang. At that moment, Wang Yang felt an itch on his scalp and couldn't help scratching his head. Principal, Director Lu. What on earth is Brother Mu thinking? He's already established himself in the Guanlong region and has the qualifications to go independent. Why wouldn't he seize this chance to distance himself from Li Yuan? He can't even defeat a rebel army? That's just pathetic. Ah, well. Principal Zhang Mingyuan and Director Lu exchanged a glance. Is Li Yuan useless? Of course not. Historically, no founding emperor could ever be a mediocre figure. But according to the simulation data, he hadn't actually defeated Wei Dower like he did in history. After all, Li Shimen played a pivotal role in that historical battle. Now, due to Chen Mu's decision to go his own way, everything had changed. The question is, what exactly was Chen Mu thinking? He was doing quite well developing his power in the Guanlong region. Why would he suddenly return to fight for Li Yuan? Could Chen Mu be planning to make Li Yuan the founding emperor? Zhang Mingyuan suddenly considered a possibility. After all, his title is Duke of Qin. If he were to proclaim himself king, he shouldn't be founding the Great Tang, he should be restoring the Great Qin. Conversely, if Li Yuan were to proclaim himself king, they would still adopt the title Great Tang. This is the very name of the state. It could influence the nation's destiny. That makes sense. Director Lu's eyes lit up. I bet Chen Mu wants to seize control of both Shaanxi and Shaanxi. That way, once the Great Tang is established, it'll immediately possess considerable territory. If Chen Mu then secures the Bashu region too, its borders would rival those of the ancient Qin. It must be said, Director Lu had actually guessed correctly this time. Chen Mu's return to aid Li Yuan in battle wasn't merely to seize Shaanxi. The most crucial reason, of course, was to seize the opportunity to undermine his own father. Then he could contentedly serve as Duke of Tang and Prince of Tang. Once the time was ripe, Chen Mu could simply take over everything. As for how to sideline him, Chen Mu himself might be at a loss, but his trusted advisors Lu Wenjing, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui had plenty of schemes up their sleeves. Wenjing. Outside Jinyang City in Shaanxi, Chen Mu still couldn't shake his unease. Is it truly wise to leave Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong here? My young duke, rest assured. Lu Wenjing chuckled softly. What the Duke of Tang lacks most now are fierce generals. With the skills of Generals Chang and Yuqi, they'll be highly valued wherever they go. Besides, Minister Fang reminded you, as long as they remain in Shaanxi, our roots in Weigong will never be severed. Don't you wish to recruit more of those old brothers under your banner? Chapter 176, Returning to Jinyang, Securing Military Authority. Several days later, within Jinyang City. Once upon a time, when Chen Mu was in theft as a duke for saving the emperor, Li Yuan basked in the glory for quite a while. After all, everyone knew what an immense honor it was for a single family to hold two dukes. But just when you'd think. That second son of Li Yuan, blessed with luck beyond belief, grew arrogant after receiving the title of duke. He actually considered breaking away to establish his own power base in Guanlong, nearly uprooting his own father's very lifeline. Li Shintong and Li Xiaogong were both members of the Li clan, the very foundation of his power. Had these men not defected, could Li Yuan have been defeated even by Wei Daoer? Rebellious son! Rebellious son! Li Yuan downed a mouthful of wine in one gulp, only to wince in pain as the sudden movement tugged at his wound. Beside him, Li Jiancheng hurried forward, sighing, "Father, please do not grieve. With the great battle at hand, you are the backbone of Jinyang. We cannot afford any mishaps. Our Jinyang city boasts high walls and thick ramparts. Even if Wei Daoer brings legions of soldiers and generals, he'll never breach our defenses. If we defend carefully, we can wear them down to exhaustion." His words sounded reassuring, but Li Yuan felt a deep sense of desolation. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but sigh. "Jiancheng, you still think too simplistically. The entire realm is watching us now. One family holding two Duke of States titles, what immense glory, what tremendous prestige. But look at us now. A mere bandit chief like Wei Daoer dares to act so brazenly over our Li family. If word gets out, won't we be laughed at by all under heaven?" Li Jiancheng gritted his teeth and steeled himself to speak. "Father, please calm your anger. Though I lack my second brother's marksmanship or my third brother's strength, you have taught me diligently since childhood. I am fully capable of commanding troops. Wait here. I'm taking the troops out to fight them head-on." "No!" Li Yuan quickly grabbed Li Jiancheng. This was the eldest legitimate son of the Li family, destined to inherit his title as Duke of Tang. How could Li Yuan bear to let Li Jiancheng rush out to his death? But given the current situation, father isn't dead yet, nor is he old. Li Yuan gritted his teeth. "Once my wounds heal somewhat, this old man will go and meet that Wei Daoer. I refuse to believe I can't take him down. They say like father, like son. Your second and third brothers possess martial prowess. Could I, their father, be any less capable than them? On the day of our great victory, that rebellious son will see what this old man is capable of." Though he spoke thus, Li Yuan himself had no clear plan for how to fight or win. Fortunately, he soon received an unexpected piece of news. His second son, Li Shimen, the very one he had previously written to sever all ties with, had personally led his troops to the outskirts of Jinyang city. Moreover, the very rebellious son he had spoken of had already slipped into Jinyang city and was on his way here. In that instant, Li Yuan suddenly felt as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. He could no longer care about drinking or his own injuries. Instead, he burst into loud laughter. "Jiancheng, quickly, open the central gate of our residence and welcome your younger brother back." But Li Jiancheng's heart skipped a beat, suddenly sensing something was amiss. Before he could utter a word of protest, Li Yuan was already cursing and shooing servants out of the mansion. He dashed out without even bothering to put on his shoes. Moments later, the Li residence was ablaze with light. Chen Mu and Li Yuanba, clad in armor, knelt on one knee with the weight of mountains and the strength of jade pillars. "Father, I returned too late and brought shame upon you. Rest assured, my army has already encamped outside the city. After a night's rest, we shall engage the enemy tomorrow." "Good. Excellent." Li Yuan's heart swelled with joy. "Shimen, I spoke in anger earlier. Don't take my words to heart. Throughout the battle, I kept thinking, if you and Yuanba were here at home, what right would that Wei Daoer have to run rampant outside my Jinyang city? It's good you're back. Tomorrow, we'll take the field together, father. Let that Wei Daoer see what the Li family is made of. By the way, how many men did you bring back this time?" 8,000. Chen Mu made no secret of it, rising with a smile. "Son has only these 8,000 cavalry at his command." Whoa! Even Li Yuan was startled by Chen Mu's answer. He knew Chen Mu had secretly trained 800 elite archers and horsemen years ago, but half of them had been killed or wounded in the last battle at Yuan-Ming Pass. How long had this young man even been in Guanzhong Longxi? How had he managed to expand his forces so rapidly? As he hesitated, Chen Mu suddenly spoke again. "Father, are you injured? Third sister, quickly help father back to rest. Someone, transmit my orders immediately. The entire army must march forth at once. I'll slaughter that Wei Daoer tonight." Whether Chen Mu spoke from the heart or not, Li Yuan was deeply moved at that moment. For a moment, tears welled up in his eyes, and a deep sense of guilt welled up within him. This second son, whom he had always overlooked, had grown into a towering tree without him noticing. Now, it was stretching its branches wide, striving to shield him from the storm. Choking back sobs, Li Shoning stood by his father's side, supporting him steadily. With a smile, she said, "Father, second brother has already said it, you are the old Duke of our Li family. How could such rough work as warfare ever be your responsibility? Rest assured, father. As long as second brother and third brother have breath left in them, we will never allow anyone to treat you with disrespect.
Good. 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 Li Yuan gripped Li Shoning's arm tightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Chen Mu.
Without hesitation, he commanded in a loud voice, "Pass the order." From now on, the second young master of the Li family, our young Duke of Qin, will command the troops of Jinyang.
All commanders must obey his orders. Shimon, fight this battle well. Fight fiercely for me, so all under heaven may witness the might of the Li clan. Father, rest assured.
Chen Mu felt a surge of secret delight, yet his expression remained solemn.
Are you kidding me? What did you think he came all this way for? What did you think his sudden display of fatherly affection upon meeting Li Yuan was for? Wasn't it all for the military authority of Jinyang City? Once Li Yuan handed over that authority, then it would belong to Chen Mu from then on. No one could ever take it away. Soon,
Li Yuan returned to the Li residence in high spirits and soon drifted off to sleep.
Meanwhile,
Chen Mu had already taken his seat in the main hall of the Li residence, beginning to take charge of everything here alongside Lu Wenjing, Chang Sun Wuji, and others.
In history,
although Li Yuan had prevailed in his battle against Wei Daoer, the outcome had been extremely precarious. After all, Li Shimon's cavalry force at the time was not particularly large.
But now, things were different.
The 8,000 cavalry under Chen Mu's command had been forged through repeated battles in the Guanlong region. Their armor, crossbows, and weapons were all crafted with the full support of the major aristocratic families. Especially under the leadership of Yu Qigon, Chang Yuchun, and Qin Xiong, the combat effectiveness of these 8,000 cavalrymen could be elevated even further.
Under these circumstances,
Chen Mu sought not merely to defeat Wei Daoer, but to settle the fate of the realm in a single decisive battle. Li Yuan sought to demonstrate the might of the Li clan to all under heaven, but Chen Mu aimed to use this battle to show everyone that the mandate of heaven rested with Tang, not Sui.
Chapter 177, Crisis. Li Jianqing's betrayal. Issue the order, all troops in Jinyang are now under the command of the second prince.
Effective immediately, all men are to remain in full armor, weapons at the ready, prepared for battle at any moment.
Herald.
All men of advanced age and those who are the sole sons in their families shall remain behind in Jinyang.
Hear the order. The Vanguard Regiment is now recruiting 1,000 soldiers. Upon joining the camp, each will receive 100 coins as a reward. All future battle merits shall be rewarded at double the rate. Volunteers, step forward. Announce the order. As each order was issued, Jinyang City, once lifeless after its defeat, suddenly seemed to burst with renewed vitality. Upon receiving command, Chen Mu did not immediately attack Wei Daoer outside the city walls. Instead, he first consolidated the forces within the city. As the saying goes, where there are great rewards, there will be brave men. Within just a couple of hours, he had selected over 2,000 warriors from within the city to form the Vanguard Regiment. The remaining troops were divided into 3 units, garrison, field, and ambush forces, all undergoing intensive emergency training. As the saying goes, last-minute preparation may not be perfect, but it still shines. For this Vanguard unit, Chen Mu had no intention of letting anyone else lead it. He planned to command it personally. After all, the Vanguard's primary mission was to lure Wei Daoer's main force out of their encampment by acting as bait outside the city walls. Only then could he unleash the full power of his cavalry. And for this very reason, the Vanguard Regiment's foremost duty was not to kill enemies, but to defend. Only by holding out long enough could they buy sufficient time for the other troops. What needs to be done, everyone already knows. Several days later, Chen Mu stood at the gates of Jinyang City, his gaze sweeping over the 2,000 warriors of the Vanguard Battalion. After a pause, he declared, "If anyone feels afraid and wishes to withdraw, now is your last chance. Beyond these gates, all must follow military orders. Any who falter will be executed without mercy. Does anyone wish to withdraw?" Feeling Chen Mu's gaze sweep over them, the surrounding soldiers remained unmoved. Some even shouted back, "Second young master, don't look down on us. We may have lost last time, but we refuse to accept defeat. If some outsider ordered us to throw our lives away, I'd never agree. But today, with you personally leading our charge, even if every last one of us falls, we will protect you." "Exactly." Another soldier laughed heartily, "Our second young master is the renowned young duke, famous throughout the land. Following him is absolutely the right choice. What kind of scum is that Wei Daoer? How dare he be compared to our second young master? Second young master, let's march out now." Many soldiers urged, "Finish this battle early, maybe we can have a proper drink tonight." Agreed. Chen Mu burst into laughter, "Then it's settled, everyone must survive today. Come, let's drain these bowls of farewell wine first. When we return tonight, we'll drink until we're dead drunk. Until we're drunk." The soldiers raised their bowls in unison, gulping down the fiery liquor in large swallows. "Let's go." One by one, the bowls were smashed to the ground as Chen Mu led the charge out the city gates. In the distance, Li Yuan and Li Jianchun watched the scene unfold in silence. After a long silence, Li Yuan couldn't help but remark with emotion, "Shimon's command of troops has truly come into its own. Father."
Li Jiancheng spoke with a hint of exasperation. Shimen was appointed by you as commander-in-chief, yet now he insists on risking his own life. Why not delegate such dirty, exhausting work to others? Why must he insist on going himself? What do you know? Li Yuan shook his head firmly. If a commander doesn't lead from the front, how can he expect his soldiers to follow him? You understand principles all too well, yet you do far too little yourself. Go! Later, you'll take command at the city gate to support Shimen. Use this time to familiarize yourself with leading troops. Yes, sir. Li Jianqing's face lit up with joy as he dashed straight for the city gate. It must be said, Jinyang City ultimately still belonged to Li Yuan. Though Chen Mu had specifically left his third brother-in-law, Chai Xiao, at the city gate to provide backup, with Li Yuan's orders, Chai Xiao couldn't really say much. But it was precisely Li Yuan's decision that nearly ruined Chen Mu's entire plan. Kill. Outside Jinyang City, Chen Mu required little effort to lure Wei Daoer's army out into the open. After all, though he had brought considerable forces to Jinyang, they had marched through the night and rested by day, so few knew of his presence. As for Wei Daoer, the troops of Jinyang City were merely his defeated foes. They had already been beaten into hiding within the city walls, too afraid to show their faces. How dare they come out to provoke him now? Even though he knew this situation was somewhat unusual, Wei Daoer felt no fear whatsoever. After all, on paper, his forces vastly outnumbered Li Yuan's troops. But numbers alone did not equate to combat strength. Especially after Chen Mu reorganized the entire Jinyang garrison, this defeated force had been revitalized. Retreat! Facing Wei Daoer's fierce advance, Chen Mu calmly commanded the vanguard to retreat. From time to time, they would feign exhaustion, allowing the enemy to catch up, only to struggle through resistance before painstakingly breaking through. Through this halting, tugging, and pulling, they had unknowingly reached the outskirts of Jinyang City. They're here. From the city gate, Chai Xiao's spirit soared as he urgently commanded, quickly. Light the beacon fires at once. Alert the other troops to prepare for action. Open the gates. We must receive the second young master with the utmost speed. Hold on. Beside him, Li Jiancheng gazed at the swarming Wei Daoer forces beyond the walls, suddenly recalling the scenes of their last defeat. Gritting his teeth, he commanded in a deep voice, do not open the gates prematurely. If second brother's position collapses, Wei Daoer's forces will seize the opportunity to storm in. Chai Xiao was utterly speechless. Wait, big brother, your own brother is under siege by Wei Daoer's forces right now. You're not worried about him, but you're worried about yourself? Before he could speak, Li Jiancheng surveyed the room and ordered coldly, what are you all standing around for? Send word immediately, tell second brother to bypass Jinyang City. We'll wait until Jinyang's safety is confirmed before bringing them back. The surrounding soldiers all wore expressions of shame. The second young master had considered them in every way, leaving them to defend the city walls. And now they were truly going to turn him away? Yet as the eldest legitimate son of the Li family, no one dared defy Li Jianqing's orders. Even Chai Xiao could only exchange a meaningful glance with him before turning and heading straight for another gate, where Li Xiaoning, the third sister of Chen Mu, held command. Originally, this had been merely a contingency plan, but as things stood, it seemed preparations would have to begin sooner than expected. Soon. When Chen Mu led Wei Daoer's army to the city walls, he suddenly realized his retreat had been cut off. Young master, the south gate is completely blocked. Damn it! What the hell are those old fools guarding the city doing? Are they trying to get us killed? Those bastards. I'm out here fighting for my life, and they're just standing on the ramparts watching the show? Enough shouting. Second young master is still here. We just need to follow orders. Second young master, look! A soldier urgently alerted him, causing Chen Mu, who had been drawing his bow, to turn around. From a great distance, Chen Mu spotted Li Jiancheng on the ramparts. He had no time to ponder whether it was intentional. After all, if he didn't retreat in time now, he might go from being bait to actual prey. Dispatch the order. Within the vanguard camp, Chen Mu's gaze turned icy. Break through to the west, head for the western city gate. Rest assured, whoever dares tamper with these orders will face my wrath once we return. Aye. The surrounding soldiers carried out the order without hesitation. Chapter 178, Triumph. Punishment. Fractures. Soon. Simulation messages began to appear. Simulation Year 4. After Li Yuan's defeat, you quietly led your troops back to Jinyang and easily gained command of its forces. You conducted emergency drills with your troops and selected elite soldiers to form a vanguard battalion, using them as bait to lure Wei Daoer's main force out of position. Unexpectedly, your elder brother Li Jiancheng, who had taken charge of the city gate defenses, cowardly retreated at the critical moment. He deliberately delayed opening the gates, trapping your vanguard battalion beneath the city walls, surrounded by Wei Daoer's forces. Your vanguard now numbers fewer than 2,000 men, while Wei Daoer's forces ahead number a full 40 to 50,000. You knew you were in mortal peril. These few lines of simulated information left the Shanghai University students trembling with fear. What the hell is going on?
Wang Yang couldn't help but worry. Didn't Mu Gu get command of the Jinyang troops? Why is he still putting himself in such danger? He must have set up ambush troops. Principal Zhang Mingyuan frowned and sighed. What's going on with this Li Jiancheng? Is he deliberately refusing to help? Definitely. Director Lu sneered coldly. This bastard is clearly eyeing Chen Mu's military authority, deliberately making things difficult. What a disgusting person. But despite their complaints, the group could do nothing but wait anxiously. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon seeing Chen Mu in peril, Lu Ziyang was already dancing with glee. Chen Mu is finished. Ha 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 ha. He came all this way to provide backup, only to get stabbed in the back by his own brother. TSK, even if Chen Mu survives this, he'll be seriously injured at the very least. He might even develop lasting health issues. If he can't fight anymore, how will he complete the Tian's general quest? To be honest, Lu Ziyang had completely lost his mind. After all, he'd completely forgotten about Chen Mu's golden attributes. But Lu Ziyang probably hadn't considered that Chen Mu's situation wasn't actually that dire. Though hastily assembled, the vanguard battalion comprised soldiers who were all burly and eager to prove themselves. Over the past few days, Chen Mu's training had been straightforward: defense, and more defense. Beyond that, he had specifically selected a several hundred-strong archer squad to continuously attack the center. Infected by Chen Mu's unmatched mounted archery, these archers had been practicing with all their might lately. And now, their training was paying off. Charge! Surrounding soldiers wielding shields and spears forcibly broke through Wei Daoer's encircling army. At the vanguard's center, Chen Mu led his archers in relentless volleys, swiftly mowing down the pursuing bandits. Soon, the wide-open western city gate came into view. Even Li Xiaoning and Chai Xiao had personally donned armor, leading cavalry to reinforce Chen Mu. Second brother. Under the sunlight, the dashing Li Xiaoning wielded his spear, leaving a trail of fallen men and horses in his wake, like a god of war. Shimon, mount up. His brother-in-law, Chai Xiao, rushed over urgently, shoving Chen Mu onto the horse without a word. Empowered by the warhorse, Chen Mu's unrivaled mounted archery instantly gained double enhancement. Arrows whistled through the air in rapid succession. In that moment, the vanguard regiment, already exhausted, saw their morale soar. They swiftly returned to Jinyang under cover, narrowly keeping Wei Daoer's forces outside the city walls. Of the original 2,000 vanguard troops, only 900 remained. And of these over 1,000 casualties, the vast majority had fallen along the route from the south gate to the west gate. Shimon! Chai Xiao's face flushed with shame. Father-in-law just ordered brotherly Jiancheng to defend the south gate, so I understand. Chen Mu replied coldly, then turned and commanded, Vanguard Battalion, heed my order. Proceed immediately to the south gate. Any disobedience to this command will be dealt with according to military law. Yes, sir. The remaining soldiers of the Vanguard Regiment, disregarding their exhaustion, charged toward the southern gate with fierce momentum. Seeing this, Chen Mu turned to Li Xiaoning and sighed, Third sister, you and your husband may need to lead the troops into battle shortly. Rest assured. Ambush troops outside the city are already positioned. You just focus on the charge. No problem. Li Xiaoning patted Chen Mu's shoulder and said, remember to send men to block father's forces later. Given his temperament, he'll likely try to protect eldest brother again. I know. Chen Mu gave a cold laugh. He couldn't be bothered with Li Jiancheng's political games. Since Li Yuan had entrusted him with command of Jinyang, and since Li Jiancheng dared to sabotage him at such a critical juncture, he wouldn't be held responsible for seizing the opportunity to unleash his fury. Soon, new simulation data appeared once more. At the critical moment, third sister Li Sunying led the remaining troops to arrive from the flank. You fought desperately and managed to return to the city. Simultaneously, your commanders Yu Qigong, Jin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and third brother Li Yuanba led ambush troops to encircle the enemy from all sides. Instead of rushing out to battle, you first tracked down Li Jiancheng at the south gate. Consumed by guilt, Li Jiancheng fled in panic seeking Li Yuan's protection, only to fall from his horse and fracture his right leg. Even then, you remained unsatisfied. You ordered men to pin Li Jiancheng down and beat him with dozens of military rods, then hung him on the city wall for all to see. Subsequently, you led the vanguard regiment out of the city once more to engage in battle. After a full day of fierce combat, you utterly defeated Wei Daoer. In this battle, you annihilated over 10,000 enemy troops, captured 40,000 prisoners, and utterly slaughtered Wei Daoer and the other rebel chieftains. Your fame resounded throughout Jinyang City. Everyone knew the Li family had produced a second son, Li Er, a master of warfare. The fragile truce you had just restored with Li Yuan began to crack again due to Li Jiancheng's interference, but you couldn't care less, for you had already won the hearts and minds of Jinyang's military. When this simulated message appeared, Lu Ziyang was utterly devastated. Damn it! Tens of thousands of troops couldn't even surround and kill Chen Mu? And worse, the enemy even took the opportunity to exact brutal revenge on Li Jiancheng? Ha 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 ha. Wang Yang, inside the Mountain River Academy, laughed heartily. Only brother Mu could pull off a comeback like this.
It's hardly a complete turnaround. Principal Zhang Mingyuan mused, given Chen Mu's nature, he likely had a backup plan. Perhaps Li Xiaoning was his pre-arranged contingency, otherwise, she wouldn't have appeared so timely. Indeed. Director Lu agreed wholeheartedly, unable to suppress his amusement. That Li Jiancheng really. At a critical juncture like this, he still dares to play these petty tricks. Well, look at him now. Not only did he break his leg, but Chen Mu hung him on the city wall. Hold on. I seem to recall Emperor Taizong's crown prince went through something similar? Wasn't it Li Chengqian who broke his leg? So Li Jiancheng got his great-nephew's script? Ha 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 ha. Director Lu's remarks instantly sent the livestream audience into hysterics. You know what? You're absolutely right. The more infuriating the simulation details were earlier, the more satisfying it is to see this guy's downfall now. No doubt about it. No matter how strained the relationship between Chen Mu and Li Yuan may be, after this incident, Li Jiancheng will most likely miss out on the crown prince position in the future. Chapter 179, Handing Over Fourth Brother to Me? Father, my eldest brother suffered terribly. He clearly kept the city gates closed for the sake of Jinyang City. How did that become disobeying military orders? And besides, second brother has returned safely. At most, a few hundred lives were lost. Why should all the blame fall on first brother? Inside Jinyang City, Li Yuanji, the youngest son of Li Yuan, sat weeping at the bedside of his ailing elder brother, Li Jiancheng, clearly heartbroken. Compared to Li Shimen and Li Yuanba, Li Yuanji had always preferred trailing behind his eldest brother Li Jiancheng, naturally forming a closer bond with him. And now, no sooner had Li Jiancheng been hung on the city wall by Chen Mu for public display than Li Yuanji rushed to seek out Li Yuan. Through tears and tantrums, he finally managed to secure his brother's release. Likewise, Li Yuan felt deeply troubled. This was the eldest legitimate son of the Li family, the heir destined to inherit his title as Duke of Li. But now? First, he fell from his warhorse and broke his leg. Then, Chen Mu mercilessly whipped him with dozens of military rods. Li Jiancheng now lay unconscious, his once handsome face swollen like a pig's head. This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. Li Yuan gritted his teeth. He'd love to pin that second son down and whip him with dozens of military strokes himself, but unfortunately, he simply couldn't do that right now. Because Jinyang had one. The Wei Dower who had humiliated him last time now had his head severed and displayed atop the city walls, flaunting the Li family's martial prowess to the world. Punishing Li Shimen at this critical juncture would mean Li Yuan could never lead troops again. Therefore, even if Chen Mu had beaten Li Jiancheng to a pulp or even cut him down, Li Yuan would have to endure it. With this thought in mind, Li Yuan could only turn to Li Yuanji and sigh, "Fourth son, stop crying. Your eldest brother should never have disobeyed military orders." Fortunately, he didn't cause a major disaster. Otherwise, this wouldn't have ended with mere flesh wounds. And what you just said, not a word of it leaves this room. Do you understand? Our Li family has fought hard for today's victory. Now is the crucial moment to maintain military morale. We cannot afford any unnecessary complications. Do you understand? But Li Yuanji opened his mouth, unwilling to accept this. But when he met Li Yuan's gaze, his courage instantly vanished. Joking aside, if even his elder brother dared not defy their father, what right did he, Li Yuanji, have to go against Li Yuan's will? Silence fell. Footsteps suddenly echoed outside the door. Moments later, the door swung open, and Li Xiaoning's voice echoed through the room. Father! Li Xiaoning, clad in armor, wore a smile. Second brother says all the troops are celebrating right now. As the head of the Li family, you absolutely must make an appearance. Also, second brother has already drafted the list of rewards for meritorious service. He's just waiting for you to announce it. Oh? Li Yuan's heart leapt with delight. Awarding honors was a privilege reserved for commanders and sovereigns. As the overall commander of this campaign, Chen Mu had the authority to bestow rewards, but now that his son had specifically reserved this duty for him, it at least showed that his second son still held him in regard as his father. Glancing at the still unconscious Li Jiancheng, Li Yuan promptly rose to his feet and said solemnly, "Yuanji, you stay here and tend to your elder brother. Now that our soldiers have returned victorious, your father must go and properly reward them." But Li Yuanji instantly felt a surge of anger. Watching his third sister and father depart, he quickly darted his eyes and slipped away to follow them. Within Jinyang City, the broad streets were already lined with tables and chairs, where countless soldiers were feasting heartily. Meanwhile, at the Li residence, the generals who had participated in the campaign sat in a circle, taking turns toasting Chen Mu. But when Li Yuan arrived, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. After all, everyone knew this old duke was not as open-minded and easygoing as the young duke. Fortunately, even if he was somewhat vexed by the matter of Li Jiancheng, Li Yuan understood the importance of priorities. He could even recognize many of the commanders under Chen Mu's command, occasionally praising their performance. Next, naturally, it was time for the customary distribution of rewards following a great victory. When Li Yuan saw Chen Mu preparing to station Chang Yuchun in Yuchigong and Jinyang to command troops, his smile grew even broader.
General Chang. General Yuchi.
This great victory owes much to your invaluable contributions.
Come, let us drink together. It must be said.
When it came to cultivating relationships with talented individuals, Li Yuan possessed his own set of skills. In a remarkably short time, he had already established an exceptionally harmonious rapport with Chang Yuchun in Yuchigong. Consider that in today's battle, both Chang Yuchun and Yuchigong delivered exceptionally brilliant performances.
If such two great generals remained in Jinyang, would Li Yuan ever need to worry about military defeats in the future? And the surprises didn't end there.
Father. Chen Mu rose slowly, his expression solemn.
The defeat at Jinyang was entirely my fault.
Had I not drained your last reserves, you would never have lost to a scoundrel like Wei Daoer. After much deliberation, I made the painful decision to allow Generals Chang and Yuchi to remain.
Beyond that, third sister will return to aid you.
She is a heroine among women, and your own flesh and blood.
With third sister here, I can finally rest assured about your safety.
This.
Li Yuan glanced at Li Xiaoning with hesitation.
If one were to rank the rebellious souls in the Li family, Li Shimen would undoubtedly take first place, while Li Xiaoning would surely claim second. After all, this girl had always been strong-willed since childhood. Sometimes she wouldn't even listen to her own father, Li Yuan.
But
he couldn't fathom what kind of magic potion his second son had slipped Li Xiaoning to make his third daughter so obedient.
Take this moment, for instance.
Li Xiaoning bowed with her usual smile. Father, I shouldn't have taken my uncles away last time. But now they hold crucial posts in Guanlong and likely can't spare the time.
So I've returned to fulfill my filial duties.
Good. Very good.
Li Yuan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Suddenly, it seemed like even if his eldest son got a beating, it wouldn't matter.
After all, if Li Jiancheng endured a beating to gain two great generals and the return of his third daughter,
what if he endured a few more? Wouldn't Li Yuan then soar to new heights?
Just as he was basking in this joy, Li Yuanji burst in, his voice urgent. Father.
Second brother is trying to harm you.
I've long heard that third sister and second brother are plotting rebellion.
They're deliberately trying to drag you into this. Li Yuan's smile froze instantly, and the numerous generals present also froze in surprise.
Cheng Yaojin, Yuchigong, Qin Xiong, and others exchanged glances but silently returned to drinking in silence. Chen Mu and Li Xiaoning merely shook their heads and smiled, not bothering to explain.
As for Li Yuan, after a moment of stunned silence, he finally erupted in fury. You insolent fool! Who gave you permission to come spouting such nonsense? We've only just managed to eliminate the bandits in Jinyang City this time. Your father has already reported this to the imperial court. And you, this rebellious son, dare to accuse your father of rebellion? Guards! Just as he was about to order Li Yuanji dragged out, Chen Mu rose to his feet. Father! Fourth brother is just spouting drunken nonsense. Father, why not entrust him to me? Let him undergo a few days of military training to temper his temper.